An extraterrestrial spacecraft has transmitted a dire warning to humanity. The solar system is on the brink of annihilation. Liu Hui, an ordinary individual, unexpectedly becomes the master of this alien vessel. Faced with this impending crisis, both humanity's government and Liu Hui find themselves powerless to avert disaster. The 0.75 level civilization of humankind is compelled to wander the cosmos. Chapter 1. The Countdown to Crisis. 426 days, 8 hours, and 26 minutes. This is the ominous countdown displayed in green digits, beneath which lies a line of crimson indicating the date of inevitable doom. June 13th, 2086, at 11 hours, 28 minutes, and 15 seconds. Inside the command room of a secret base, Commander Luo raises his gaze to the countdown monitor on the wall, the seconds slipping away, igniting a sense of anxiety within him. Is this truly the day our civilization will meet its end? Is this vessel really our sole beacon of hope? Turning around, Commander Luo peers through the command room's viewport, beholding a disc-shaped alien spacecraft. 50 years prior, in the desolate Gobi of western Huaxia, a shepherd stumbled upon it, its form partially buried underground, revealing only a fraction of its structure. The discovery sent shockwaves through the Huaxia government, marking it as a matter of utmost secrecy. A secret research facility, codenamed 9563, was established at the site of the discovery. It became a hub for the nation's most esteemed scientists and researchers, who undertook clandestine studies of the alien vessel. Decades of research yielded no progress. The scientists could not even breach the surface of the spacecraft. The investigation stagnated. 10 years ago, the alien spacecraft unexpectedly activated a connection with the base's quantum artificial intelligence. Through this intelligence, it transmitted a warning to humanity. A cosmic entity, known as the Star Devourer, was en route to the solar system, with the intent to consume the sun's energy, hastening its transformation into a white dwarf. Without the sun, human civilization on Earth would face extinction. Following this warning, the alien spacecraft sent another message to the humans at the base. It spoke of an individual known as the Eternal One, the only being capable of unlocking the spacecraft and saving humankind. The message detailed the means by which the base personnel could identify the Eternal One. Luo Tong, the third commander of Base 9563, has held his position for a decade. In this time, he has identified 2 individuals who fit the criteria outlined by the alien vessel. Alas, neither succeeded in unlocking the spacecraft. With only 1 year and 2 months remaining before the Star Devourer reaches the sun, Luo Tong's anxiety intensifies. Commander Luo, the 9832 search vehicle, has urgent news. They have detected a signal from the Eternal One, and it is remarkably strong, displaying a deep crimson hue. An operator in the command room reports hastily. Have we truly found the Eternal One? A signal of such intensity? Immediately activate the emergency plan and locate the Eternal as swiftly as possible. Remember, do not hesitate, proceed with utmost speed. On the surface, Luo Tong appeared calm, yet his heart raced with fervor. The signals from the 2 previously discovered Eternals had been exceedingly faint, merely a pale red. However, this time, the signal was a deep crimson. He harbored an instinctual feeling that this individual might indeed be the true Eternal. In the southwestern province of Guizhou, in the city of Yu, a container truck sped along the ring road. This was no ordinary truck. The container was devoid of cargo and housed an array of electronic devices. Before these devices, several men clad in black busily operated the equipment. Who would have thought we would experience such fortune? Amidst the tens of thousands of search vehicles worldwide, we managed to locate an Eternal. This is a collective first-class merit. Our search team comprises 6 members, and each of us will share in this success. The leader of the 9832 search team excitedly informed his team members while fixating on the crimson dot on the display screen. Number 2. Have we pinpointed the exact location of the signal? The leader inquired of team member 2. We have identified the precise location. The signal is emanating from the U City Social Welfare Institute. We will arrive in 15 minutes. Inside the U City Social Welfare Institute, in the recreational room, an elderly gentleman playing mahjong remarked, "Ah oui, you visit the Welfare Institute every year during the new year. Can't you celebrate outside for once?" The young man beside him replied, "Director, why do you keep nagging? The Welfare Institute is my home. If I don't return here for the new year, where else would I go?" Liu Hui, Director Zhou's nagging is for your own good. At 25 and not unattractive, why can't you find a girlfriend and start a family? Only those without a home would consider the Welfare Institute their home. You can't keep running to the Welfare Institute and mingling with us old folks like this. An elderly lady at the mahjong table chided. Grandma Wong, you don't understand how exorbitant housing prices are in big cities. After graduating high school and working for 6 or 7 years, I've saved enough to barely afford a restroom. Without a house, how many girls would want to be with me? Liu Hui responded, exasperated. I thought you were unaware of the importance of housing. You haven't attended university, your income isn't substantial, and most of your savings are donated to the Welfare Institute each year. You cannot continue like this. You must plan for your future. Learn to save money, even if it's just for a down payment on a house, Grandma Wong admonished with a hint of frustration. This is my fault back in the day. Hui had such excellent exam results. If it weren't for the Welfare Institute's financial constraints, he wouldn't have secretly given up on attending university to work instead. Upon hearing Grandma Wong's words, Director Zhou began to feel guilty once more. Old Zhou, this matter cannot solely be blamed on you. As director, you have a challenging role. The annual budget and donations are limited, and with so many individuals at the Welfare Institute, how can you manage? You need not blame yourself any further. The past is behind us, so let us not dwell on it. Liu Hui, come here quickly and assist me. I must use the restroom. Do not place such a large bet. I am aware of your fondness for Dean Zhou. Every time we play mahjong, you deliberately let him win. After offering some comfort to Dean Zhou, Grandma Wong rose and addressed Liu Hui. Grandma Wong, you should go. Betting a mere 1 or 2 yuan in mahjong could hardly deplete your retirement funds. With a smile, Liu Hui settled into Grandma Wong's seat. Dean, are you considering a meld with that 2 of circles? Liu Hui calculated the hand Dean Zhou required, poised to play his card. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted him. The door to the recreation room was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Liu Hui glanced towards the entrance. 6 individuals clad in black entered the recreation room, and astonishingly, 4 of them bore weapons. In times of peace, armed? Are they from the National Law Enforcement Agency? No, surely not. Playing a casual game of mahjong for a small sum during the new year should not warrant accusations of illegal gambling. Sensing something amiss, Liu Hui stood up, intending to inquire. He is the Eternal One. One of the black-clad individuals, wielding a device, pointed at the standing Liu Hui and shouted, Eternal One? Confusion enveloped Liu Hui upon hearing the black-clad man's words. Before he could grasp the situation, the barrel of a gun was aimed at him. With a bang, Liu Hui felt a sudden impact. Looking down, he saw a small syringe embedded in his chest. Cursing inwardly, he attempted to remove the syringe with his hand, only to discover he was utterly powerless, having lost control over his body. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. What are you doing? This is a social welfare institution. I am the dean. A muffled gunshot echoed once more. As Liu Hui lay on the ground, his consciousness began to fade, and the last sounds he heard were Dean Zhou's cries and the gunfire. Chapter 2. The Eternal One's numbers 5 and 6. Quickly fetch the stretcher and load the individual onto the vehicle. Numbers 3 and 4. Maintain vigilance. Number 2. Remain here to liaise with the local police regarding subsequent arrangements, ensuring that we do not attract undue attention. The search team leader rapidly instructed his members. The movements of the men in black were exceedingly swift. Moments later, the cargo truck departed from the Social Welfare Institution, heading towards the Sports Center Plaza, where 2 armed helicopters awaited for extraction. At Base 9563, Commander Luo Tong was attentively monitoring the developments in the command center. Commander Luo. The Eternal One has boarded the helicopter and is en route to Military Airport 386, expected to arrive in approximately 23 minutes. The Y-60 transport aircraft has taken off, and the 4 escorting J-80 fighter jets are all in position, anticipated to reach the base in 1 hour and 16 minutes. The personnel in the command center continuously updated Luo Tong. Have we obtained any information on the Eternal One? Luo Tong inquired of another staff member. Yes, we have. This is the data that has just been printed. A staff member handed the documents to Luo Tong. Liu Hui, born on March 8, 2060, currently 25 years old. An orphan raised by the Social Welfare Institution in Yuqing. He excelled in the college entrance examination at 18, but chose to abandon his studies to work. Currently employed as a salesman at Deep Sea Cotton Import and Export Trading Company. After reviewing Liu Hui's profile, Luo Tong frowned. Aside from his examination results, the rest seems rather ordinary, does it not? He remarked, somewhat taken aback. Commander Luo, I just heard that an Eternal One has been located. What is the status? A voice called from behind him. Ah, Academician Wang, you've arrived. Luo Tong turned to see Academician Wang Cohen, the head of the research on Eternal Ones at the base. The discovered Eternal One is named Liu Hui, and the search apparatus indicates a deep crimson signal. There seems to be nothing particularly remarkable upon reviewing the data. Luo Tong then handed the documents to Academician Wang. Taking the documents, Academician Wang scrutinized them closely. There is indeed something amiss. Nothing stands out. After perusing the information, he expressed his confusion. In recent years, I have been studying Eternal Ones number 1 and 2. The first, Zhang Jisen, was discovered 8 years ago. At that time, he was already a researcher at a renowned university, having published numerous influential scientific papers. He is now the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, involved in spacecraft research. The second, Huang Ziyu, was found 3 years ago, a soldier who had completed 2 years of military service. However, he is no ordinary soldier. He bears the title King of Soldiers. He once single-handedly eliminated a special forces unit during an exercise in the jungle. Currently, he serves as the captain of the base's special guard unit. Both the first and second have exhibited extraordinary capabilities. In Academician Wang's eyes, the Eternal One ought to be anything but ordinary. Could it be that he possesses extraordinary qualities yet to be discovered? Holding Liu Hui's dossier, Academician Wang Kuan began to feel a sense of anticipation. In a certain room of the base, the unconscious Liu Hui lay on the bed, flanked by Luo Tong and Academician Wang Kuan. Commander Luo, hasn't the antidote already been administered? Wang Kuan inquired anxiously. The effects of the anesthesia should dissipate within 5 minutes. Yet it has been over 10 minutes now. Why is he still not awake? Let us wait a little longer. He should awaken soon. Luo Tong replied as they both stood by Liu Hui's bedside, awaiting his revival. Meanwhile, Liu Hui was ensnared within the depths of his dream. Unable to resist, he pondered. What should I do? Must I touch this or begin? In his dream, Liu Hui was astonished. It had been nearly a decade since he last experienced this vision. Since the dawn of his memories, he had repeatedly encountered the same dream, the same scene, the same orb. Each time within the dream, he found himself uncontrollably reaching for the orb, and the conclusion was invariably the same. The moment his fingers brushed against its surface, an unbearable pain would jolt him awake. This time was no exception. As he succumbed to the temptation of touching the orb, the familiar yet terrifying pang of agony roused him from his slumber. Ah! Liu Hui groaned softly as he awoke, his eyes meeting two unfamiliar faces. After a brief moment of confusion, he recalled the events leading to his unconsciousness. Who are you? Where am I? What has happened? Liu Hui inquired nervously, facing the two strangers. There's no need to be anxious. I am Luo Tong, the commander of Base 9563. Luo Tong took considerable time to elucidate the sequence of events. An extraterrestrial spacecraft? The impending demise of human civilization? You wish to save humanity? Am I an eternal being? Liu Hui found Luo Tong's words absurd and implausible. I am merely an ordinary person. How can I ascertain the truth of your claims? You will see for yourself that the extraterrestrial spacecraft is indeed housed within this base. I have no reason to deceive you, Luo Tong explained. Very well, show me, Liu Hui replied, still skeptical but willing to follow the unfolding events. As he accompanied Luo Tong to the heart of the base, Liu Hui was astounded by the sight before him. A disc-shaped spacecraft, approximately 150 meters in diameter and over 30 meters high, gleaming with a silvery sheen, stood before him. This is the alien spacecraft discovered 50 years ago. Despite decades of research, we have yet to find a way to enter it. We are utterly stymied. Luo Tong lamented beside Liu Hui. I cannot believe it. There truly is an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Liu Hui marveled, astonished by the reality before him. Gazing upon the spacecraft before him, Liu Hui transitioned from disbelief to a state of ambivalence. Liu Hui, the fate of unlocking the extraterrestrial spaceship rests solely in your hands. Luo Tong stated with gravity. You have spent decades researching yet have failed to access the vessel. What can I possibly do? Should I merely stand before it and utter open sesame? Liu Hui, still skeptical, found the entire scenario too surreal. He considered himself an ordinary individual. Suddenly one day, someone informs you that you possess the ability to save human civilization, that you are humanity's savior. Doesn't that sound absurd? We have a method to activate the spacecraft. You merely need to touch this object, Luo Tong revealed, unveiling a square box before Liu Hui. Within it, a metallic sphere, the size of a soccer ball and gleaming silver, floated before him. Upon seeing the orb, Liu Hui instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Was this not the very sphere from his dreams? A wave of astonishment washed over him. Liu Hui, there is no need for alarm. This metallic sphere is a product of alien technology, and we too are uncertain as to why it floats. Luo Tong assumed that Liu Hui's fear stemmed from the object itself. Is it dangerous to touch? Liu Hui inquired anxiously. There is absolutely no danger. Two individuals, known as the Eternals, have touched the sphere before you, and they are both alive and well, Luo Tong assured him. Am I allowed to refuse? Liu Hui struggled to discern the veracity of the words spoken. The memory of the sharp pain associated with touching the sphere in his dreams haunted him. It is imperative that you touch the sphere of your own volition for it to be effective. We will not coerce you. You may decline. But you cannot leave the base. We will persuade you. Luo Tong's tone began to shift ominously upon sensing Liu Hui's hesitance. Being an astute individual, Liu Hui noted the change in Luo Tong's demeanor and paused to contemplate. After careful analysis, he arrived at a decision. I am willing to touch the sphere, but you must agree to one condition. Chapter 3. The Extraterrestrial Spaceship. 1. Feel free to express any conditions you may have. As long as we are capable of fulfilling them, we shall not refuse. Upon hearing Liu Hui's lack of immediate rejection, Luo Tong readily acquiesced. Time is of the essence for all humanity, and he was unwilling to squander it attempting to persuade Liu Hui. I am an orphan, raised in a welfare institution from a young age. If you are able to donate 1 million huaxia coins to the Yuching Social Welfare Institute, I will agree to cooperate with you in any scientific experiments, including the act of touching this sphere. Liu Hui presented his terms. To this point, he still harbored doubts about Luo Tong's words. What apocalypse? What eternal beings? Such concepts exceeded Liu Hui's comprehension and were beyond his belief. Yet, one thing he could ascertain was the formidable power of his counterpart, capable of wielding the strength of the state. The reason for his presence here might very well be that he was merely a test subject to touch the spherical object. Liu Hui had contemplated refusing to participate in the experiment, but that thought was swiftly dismissed. Given the other party's capabilities, if the welfare institution were used as leverage, Liu Hui would undoubtedly capitulate. Rather than succumb to such pressure, he resolved to voice his conditions, seizing the opportunity to secure some benefits for the institution. Regardless of the existence of an apocalypse, he would first strive to obtain 1 million huaxia coins for the Welfare Institute. To them, 1 million was likely a trivial sum. Agreeing to it would not lead to a retraction. In a fleeting moment, Liu Hui considered numerous aspects. Your terms pose no issue. 1 million is far too modest. We can donate 10 million. Luo Tong was taken aback by the simplicity of Liu Hui's request, and without a moment's hesitation, he consented. Kindly verify the bank donation account for the Yuching Social Welfare Institute and transfer 10 million huaxia coins to that account. Luo Tong instructed one of his staff members. A few minutes later, the staff member gestured to Luo Tong, indicating the successful transfer. 10 million huaxia coins had been successfully transferred to the Yuching Social Welfare Institute. Do you have any further inquiries? Luo Tong inquired of Liu Hui. Please hand me my phone. I need to make a call for confirmation. Liu Hui had not anticipated the other party's straightforwardness. 10 million huaxia coins were transferred with such ease. Were the conditions perhaps set too low? The entire base was devoid of mobile signal. Only satellite phones could establish external communication. Use my satellite phone. Without further ado, Luo Tong produced his satellite phone and handed it to Liu Hui. Taking the phone, Liu Hui dialed the number of Director Zhou at the Welfare Institute. Director Zhou? This is Hui. Hui, what is the matter? The police informed me that the state urgently requires your presence, which is why they forcefully entered the Welfare Institute. Rest assured, Director, I am unharmed. The matter involves sensitive information. Please do not inquire further or spread rumors. I called to check in on you and to inquire whether the Welfare Institution has received a donation of 10 million huaxia coins. Liu Hui wishes to confirm this with Dean Zhou. Just before I received your call, my phone indeed alerted me with a notification of a 10 million deposit, and I initially thought there had been an error. Dean, you need not worry or ask too many questions. All these funds are legitimate, and you can use them with confidence. I will call you again when I have the time. Having confirmed that the 10 million has indeed been credited, Liu Hui was eager to end the conversation, fearing that the dean might become overly anxious, and he hastily ended the call. Commander Luo, I assure you of my cooperation in this experiment. You will not retract the funds that are to be transferred, will you? Liu Hui felt a tinge of unease. Liu Hui, I represent the state. Is this sum of money really that significant? If you find 10 million insufficient, I can easily transfer an additional 1 billion. Luo Tong responded. No need for further transfers. I trust you. Liu Hui sensed that should he ask, the other party would indeed comply with the transfer. However, such a substantial amount of money may not necessarily be a boon for the welfare institution. Now that the funds have been received, let us proceed. With that, Liu Hui approached the spherical object. Wait a moment. We must conduct a thorough medical examination before you touch the sphere. Academician Wang, who stood beside Luo Tong, hastily intervened. Another medical examination? Liu Hui turned to Luo Tong and Academician Wang. I have been engaged in research on the Eternal Ones for years. I require the bodily data prior to touching the sphere. Academician Wang explained. Do as you wish. I will fully cooperate with you. Liu Hui resolved to push through. Having secured the 10 million donation for the welfare institution, he felt unburdened. Following academician Wang, Liu Hui underwent various tests, losing count of how many examinations he had completed. After a considerable time, he returned to stand before the metallic sphere, now surrounded by a growing crowd of onlookers, including several foreigners. "Commander Luo, may I commence?" Liu Hui inquired of Luo Tong. Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from Luo Tong, Liu Hui took a deep breath and approached the sphere. Gritting his teeth, he extended his right hand and pressed it against the sphere. A faint flash of light ensued, and Liu Hui vanished before the sphere. "Commander Luo, was that how I disappeared years ago?" A burly officer with a buzz cut and a cherubic face, standing beside Luo Tong, posed this question. This officer was Huang Ziyu, the second Eternal One discovered 3 years prior. "Indeed, that was precisely how you vanished from our sight back then," Luo Tong replied. "Regrettably, I cannot recall at all what transpired after touching the sphere." Huang Ziyu remains puzzled as to why he lost that segment of memory. The scientists at the base are equally baffled, unable to fathom how a living being could simply vanish into thin air. Moreover, after vanishing, he could return safely. The moment Liu Hui touched the spherical object, he felt a sense of surprise, for there was no sharp pain as he had anticipated. As his vision blurred, he discovered a woman standing before him. With her black hair, yellow skin, and clad in a traditional qipao, she epitomized the quintessential Eastern woman. "Who are you? Where am I?" Liu Hui inquired, taking note of his surroundings. It was a modest, enclosed space devoid of doors or windows, yet illuminated with an extraordinary brightness. The environment was stark, featuring only the woman before him and a long table behind her that resembled a control console, adorned with buttons that flickered alternately in red and green hues. Liu Hui observed these lights through the woman's translucent form. Was she a specter? A surge of bewilderment and a hint of trepidation coursed through Liu Hui's mind. "Welcome, Junior Eternal, to the spacecraft designated 86527-439. I am the intellect of this vessel. Codenamed 86527-439. What you perceive is my three-dimensional holographic projection. Should the Junior Eternal have any inquiries, I am at your service to provide answers," the woman spoke. Not a corporeal being, but rather a three-dimensional image? The intellect of the spacecraft? Had he truly entered a spacecraft? Liu Hui found it hard to believe, as he had just been in the base. "Am I genuinely aboard a spacecraft?" he asked uncertainly. "This is the control room of the life transmission spacecraft." End of response. Does the Junior Eternal have any further questions? The spacecraft's intellect replied, "Yes, I have numerous questions. Can you explain to me what is happening?" Liu Hui's mind raced with queries as an ordinary person thrust suddenly into extraordinary circumstances. To provide a detailed explanation to the Junior Eternal's inquiries, a three-dimensional holographic presentation will be required, accompanied by narration. The duration of the presentation will be 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 23 seconds, Earth time. Would the Junior Eternal like to view the three-dimensional holographic presentation? The spacecraft's intellect inquired. "I wish to view the three-dimensional holographic presentation," Liu Hui affirmed, eager to unravel the mystery of his current predicament. Chapter 4. Extraterrestrial Spaceships 2. As Liu Hui's words resonated, the woman before him abruptly vanished from sight. The entire enclosed space seemed to stir into motion. Liu Hui found himself immersed in a cosmic void. The three-dimensional imagery appeared astonishingly vivid. Not far from his gaze, he beheld a cerulean planet. It was 42,532 billion years ago, when the formidable fleet of the dark mechanical civilization launched an assault on the home planet of the eternal Baptiste, known as Kalan. With the narration of the ship's intelligent core, Liu Hui witnessed countless black warships advancing toward the blue planet. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the mechanical civilization's vessels, the civilization of Kalan found itself powerless to resist. As the planet teetered on the brink of annihilation, the eternal Baptiste dissolved his corporeal form into 1 billion DNA nodes. 1 billion life propagation spacecraft, laden with these DNA nodes and the technological essence of Kalan civilization, soared outward into the cosmos. In the void, Liu Hui observed a multitude of disc-shaped spacecraft departing from Kalan. In the expanse of space, the black warships of the mechanical civilization pursued these vessels relentlessly. Many of the ships were obliterated before they could initiate their spatial jumps after leaving Kalan. A disc-shaped spaceship flashed past Liu Hui, trailed closely by a pursuing black warship. His gaze remained fixated on the confrontation between the warship and the spacecraft. At the very moment the black warship collided with the disc-shaped vessel, it activated a coordinate-less spatial jump, vanishing into the void. With the disappearance of the ship, the three-dimensional imagery before Liu Hui transformed as well. A damaged disc-shaped spacecraft descended upon a crimson planet. This was a searing world, its surface marred by erupting volcanoes. Upon landing, the spacecraft released dozens of smaller vessels. These craft departed the red planet, venturing into the depths of the universe. Liu Hui's attention shifted to one of these flying vehicles. It descended onto a comet, altering its trajectory to head toward the red planet. Over millennia, numerous comets collided with this crimson world. Each of these comets shared a common attribute. They were laden with substantial quantities of solid water. The impacts of the comets vaporized the solid water, shrouding the red planet in dense clouds, unleashing a torrential downpour that lasted nearly 10,000 years. The planet's numerous volcanoes gradually extinguished, and low-lying areas transformed into lakes and oceans. A spacecraft submerged in the sea opened a hatch, releasing a liquid infused with the life genes of Kalan into the ocean. After hundreds of millions of years, life emerged in the oceans, while flora took root on land. Observing the slow evolution of flora and fauna within the three-dimensional imagery, Liu Hui was suddenly struck by a profound realization. Was this not our beautiful blue planet, Earth? The creatures and plants within the three-dimensional depiction continued to evolve, and Liu Hui beheld the ancient dinosaurs of a bygone era, 65 million years ago on Earth. A profound and irreversible deviation in biological evolution began, steering the path towards the emergence of colossal creatures. In a bid to rectify this evolutionary anomaly, a spaceship launched a meteor trajectory modulator, redirecting a massive asteroid towards an impending collision with Earth. As the ship's intelligent core narrated the events, a three-dimensional hologram depicted the enormous asteroid hurtling towards the planet. The impact unleashed an immense surge of energy, casting a colossal cloud of dust that enveloped the entire globe. Sunlight could not penetrate this shroud, plunging the planet into a dark and frigid epoch. On land, flora and gigantic beings commenced their gradual extinction. With the passage of time, the dust began to dissipate, allowing biological evolution to return to its rightful course. Approximately 2 million years ago, the planet gave rise to primitive hominids. And around 800,000 years ago, these hominids evolved into modern humans. As Liu Hui listened to the ship's intelligent core, he continued to observe the three-dimensional imagery. In the visuals, he witnessed primitive tribal humans and saw the spaceship releasing dozens of metallic spheres, which dispersed across various continents of Earth. 6,036 years ago, humanity birthed the first primitive Eternal. To date, the released transmission spheres have attracted 26 primitive Eternals to the spaceship for evolution. You are the 27th primitive Eternal. Once the three-dimensional imagery concluded, the intelligent core inquired if the primitive Eternal had any further questions. Liu Hui experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation and found himself back in the spaceship's control room. The holographic image of the intelligent core reappeared before him. Gazing at the visage of the intelligent core, Liu Hui found it utterly astonishing that life on Earth was a creation of this entity. Is it you who created life on Earth? What is your purpose? And what exactly is a primitive Eternal? Liu Hui pondered, burdened with an array of questions. Esteemed primitive Eternal, the intelligent core responded, the mission of the life transmission spacecraft is to perpetuate the civilization of the planet Kalan. You may also interpret this as the continuation of human civilization. My purpose in creating life was to await its evolution into humanity and to see the emergence of Eternals among them. A primitive Eternal is not yet an Eternal. Rather, they possess the potential to evolve into one. Eternals serve as the leaders and the essence of human civilization. Their thought wave emissions catalyzing the evolution of scholars and guardians among humankind. Scholars are the bedrock of technological advancement, while guardians are the protectors of civilization. Without Eternals, humanity cannot ascend to a higher level of civilization. Only Eternals can unlock the technological tree of Kalan civilization aboard this spacecraft. Having concluded the explanation, the intelligent core asked, "Do you have any further inquiries, primitive Eternal? Earlier, you mentioned that the transmission spheres attracted 26 primitive Eternals to the spaceship. Why was I not drawn here by attraction, but rather captured?" Liu Hui expressed his lingering discomfort regarding his abduction to the base. The transfer orb possesses the ability to influence the brainwave imaging of primary Eternals, prompting them to experience dreams and guiding them towards the orb. A decade ago, in Earth's timeline, the transfer orb entered a low-energy phase, reducing its range of influence from 5,000 kilometers to merely 10 kilometers. In order to continue the search for primary Eternals, I enlisted the support of the human government. Esteemed primary Eternal, I have completed my response. Do you have any further inquiries? Despite Liu Hui's limited cognitive abilities, he has managed to grasp the situation at hand. This spacecraft is an artifact of an extraterrestrial civilization from a planet known as Kalan. Its purpose is to create life, enabling evolution to produce humans imbued with the genetic essence of Kalan. It seeks to identify an eternal among humanity to unlock the technological potential of the spacecraft and perpetuate the civilization of Kalan. Liu Hui stands as the prospective candidate for this eternal role, designated as a primary eternal. You mentioned that there were once 26 primary eternals who visited the spacecraft. Who were they? Did none succeed in their evolution? As a primary eternal, Liu Hui is deeply concerned about this matter. Chapter 5. Extraterrestrial Spaceships 3. A total of 26 primary eternal beings have once entered the spacecraft. They are as follows: Huangdi, Nicholas Copernicus, Hua-Tuo, Zhu Chengji, Isaac Newton, Michael Faraday, Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, Stephen William Hawking. All 26 of these primary eternal beings experienced failure in their evolution. Upon hearing these names, Liu Hui was astounded. While he was unfamiliar with some, he recognized the majority. Huangdi, the progenitor of Chinese civilization. Hua-Tuo, the revered master of traditional Chinese medicine. Copernicus, the astronomer and founder of heliocentrism. Newton, the physicist, mathematician, an astronomer who established the fundamental principles of mechanics. Tesla, Einstein, Hawking. These individuals are illustrious figures in history. Could it be that I might one day be akin to them? Liu Hui pondered. Is it exceedingly difficult for primary eternal beings to evolve into eternal beings? Could you elucidate the process of evolution? With all 26 individuals having failed, Liu Hui's curiosity was piqued. To evolve into an eternal being, it is imperative to inject the DNA nodes of the eternal being Betis from the planet Kalan aboard the spacecraft. A fusion rate of over 80 indicates successful evolution. The evolution process necessitates the voluntary participation of the primary eternal being, and throughout the injection process, there must be no resistance. Is it necessary for primary eternal beings to undergo injection evolution? Inquired the ship's intelligence. Does the injection evolution pose any life-threatening risks? Can I refuse? As it pertains to his very life, Liu Hui felt compelled to clarify. The injection evolution is a voluntary action. There is no life-threatening danger in refusal or failure of evolution. Should one refuse or fail, the primary eternal being will be transported back to the location of the transport sphere, and all memories aboard the spacecraft will be erased. Esteemed primary eternal being, do you consent to undergo injection evolution? The ship's intelligence inquired once more. I agree. Given that there is no life-threatening danger and the opportunity to acquire the technological advancements of the spacecraft, Liu Hui felt it would be foolish not to acquiesce. Please enter the injector, primary eternal being. As the ship's intelligence finished speaking, a recess resembling a coffin suddenly emerged from the floor of the control room. Are you suggesting I lie inside? Liu Hui hesitated and asked, gazing at the coffin-like recess. Precisely. Please enter the injector and recline within. The recess stood approximately 1 meter deep. At 1.8 meters tall, Liu Hui effortlessly positioned himself inside. Upon lying down, Liu Hui was astonished to discover that he was floating within the recess. He wondered how the injection would occur. Would it be akin to receiving an injection in a hospital? While lost in thought, he suddenly noticed dozens of tendrils sprouting from within the recess. The tendrils fanned out and connected to his body and head. Witnessing this scene, Liu Hui was taken aback. Fortunately, there was no trace of pain. Instead, a profound sense of comfort enveloped him. The pleasures of a massage, sauna, or spa paled in comparison to this experience. Liu Hui marveled inwardly. The progress of the DNA node fusion registered at 12, 24, 36, 51. Astonishingly, Liu Hui could perceive the advancement of the fusion within his mind. 62, 73, 79. Suddenly, the progress halted at 79. What was happening? He was on the cusp of reaching 80, just a fraction away. Was failure imminent? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, darkness engulfed him, transporting him into a void. Congratulations, Novice Eternal One. Your evolution has succeeded. The voice of the ship's intelligence resonated in Liu Hui's ears. Had the fusion evolution truly succeeded? Where was this place? Surveying the surrounding darkness, Liu Hui inquired. Eternal One, this is your cerebral original space. Beneath your feet lies your cerebral original. Liu Hui glanced downward. A pale golden sphere, roughly the size of an egg, floated at his feet. Cerebral original? What is that? He asked. Data missing, unable to answer the Eternal One's question. May I inquire if the Eternal One wishes to continue evolving? Isn't it already successful? Can it evolve further? Liu Hui was perplexed. The Eternal Ones are categorized into 3 tiers. A first-tier Eternal One has a fusion degree of 80 to 89. A second-tier Eternal One's fusion degree ranges from 90 to 94. A third-tier Eternal One boasts a fusion degree exceeding 95. The evolution of an Eternal One carries no risk to life. The process can be halted at any time. If evolution fails, the fusion degree will revert to 80. May I ask the Eternal One if they wish to continue evolving? The information from the ship's intelligence was somewhat overwhelming, yet Liu Hui grasped its significance. The minimum fusion degree for an Eternal One is 80. Continuing the evolution could elevate the fusion degree, and the process could be halted at any moment. Should he choose to stop, the fusion degree would become the final degree. In the event of failure, the degree would revert to 80. With his current fusion degree at 80 and no risk to life, even in failure, it would merely equate to not having undergone the evolution at all. Such an advantageous endeavor warranted no hesitation. With this thought, Liu Hui resolved without further doubt. I consent to continue evolving, he replied. Please, Eternal One, be mindful of when to halt the evolution. The process will commence in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the evolution began. Liu Hui felt strangely detached, as if devoid of sensation. Just then, he noticed the cerebral original beneath him rapidly expanding. In mere minutes, it swelled into a golden sphere with a diameter of approximately 2 meters. This is unbearable. Liu Hui felt as though the golden sphere was on the brink of explosion. Halt the evolution. Liu Hui called out loudly. He had come to realize that the process of evolution was akin to the expansion of this cerebral entity. And if it did not cease soon, it would inevitably explode. Evolution halted. The degree of evolutionary fusion reached 99. 98. Congratulations to the Eternal One for advancing to level 3. Upon hearing the voice of the ship's intelligence, Liu Hui exhaled in relief, and the sensation of impending explosion dissipated. Gazing at the immense golden cerebral entity, approximately 3 meters in diameter, Liu Hui found himself at a loss for what to do next. How do I depart from this place? The space surrounding him was engulfed in darkness, with only this cerebral entity in sight, and Liu Hui wished to linger no longer. Eternal One, this is your cerebral entity space. You may activate or deactivate it at will, the ship's intelligent interface responded. Deactivate the cerebral entity space. Following the ship's guidance, Liu Hui instructed his mind to initiate the closure. The cerebral entity space before him vanished, and Liu Hui's consciousness returned to the recess of the syringe. Chapter 6. The Alien Spaceship 4. Lying in the groove, Liu Hui discovered that the tentacles that had pierced his body had vanished. Rising from the recess, he examined his physique and found no apparent differences. Congratulations, 865274439 has evolved from a junior eternal to an eternal. According to the Ultimate Program regulations, 865274439 will automatically upgrade to the exclusive intelligence core of the Eternal. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. 865274439 awaits the captain's command. The voice of the ship's intelligence echoed in Liu Hui's ears. Captain, are you implying that this spaceship now belongs to me? Startled by the title of captain, Liu Hui sought confirmation. Indeed, 865274439 no longer possesses autonomy and will obey only the captain's orders. Everything aboard, including myself, is the captain's private property, the ship's intelligence responded. The realization that this alien spaceship had become his private possession stirred excitement within Liu Hui. Could you possibly change your name? I find it rather awkward to refer to you by a string of numbers. Please, Captain, provide a new name for 865274439, the intelligence replied. Liu Hui pondered for a moment. Given that this intelligence had created life on Earth, he recalled an ancient Chinese myth about Nuwa, the goddess who fashioned humanity. From now on, you shall be called Nuwa, he declared. 865274439 has officially been renamed Nuwa. May I inquire if the captain has any further instructions? Nuwa asked. I have evolved into an eternal, yet why do I feel no change in my body? Is there no distinction between an eternal and an ordinary person? Liu Hui again assessed his body, indeed sensing no alterations. Captain, there exists a significant disparity between ordinary humans and eternals. The brain domain development of an ordinary human is approximately 10, with a body level of 0. 3. An eternal's brain domain development is at least 80, with a minimum body level of 4. Currently, the captain's brain domain development is at 52, with a potential development of 99, 98, and a body level of 4, with a maximum potential value of 9. Nuwa elucidated. Nuwa, does an increase in brain domain development enhance intelligence? Why do I not perceive any changes? Liu Hui inquired, still feeling no alteration. Captain, intelligence is not predominantly correlated with brain domain development. The higher the brain domain development, the greater the capacity for knowledge acquisition, Nuwa explained. Nuwa, what does a body level of 4 entail? I still feel no difference in my physique. Liu Hui expressed his confusion. Captain, the standard for a human body level 4 includes the speed of neural response, the ultra-instantaneous hardening of cells, The concentration of nodes in the blood. Wait, can you express that in simpler terms? Liu Hui interrupted, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar terminology. Captain, your physical level is rated at level 4. Ordinary weapons on Earth, including firearms, can no longer inflict harm upon your body. Only nuclear weaponry poses a threat to your life. Niwa elucidated in a different manner. Is that even possible? The human body is flesh. Can bullets truly not penetrate it? Upon hearing Niwa's statement, Liu Hui ran his hand over his body, somewhat incredulous. Niwa is your dedicated intellect. She will not deceive you, came the response. Let us not dwell on this matter. Clarity will come in due time. With that thought, Liu Hui chose to let it go. He surveyed the control room of the spaceship, which was not particularly spacious, measuring approximately 20 square meters. The spaceship itself boasted a diameter of over 150 meters, and surely there were other areas beyond the control room. Niwa, does this spaceship have other sections? I wish to explore it. As the captain of the spacecraft, Liu Hui was eager to learn more. Captain, the life transmission spacecraft has 14 additional compartments besides the control room. Please follow me for a tour. No sooner had Niwa spoken than a hatch suddenly opened in the wall of the control room. Niwa entered first, with Liu Hui closely trailing behind. Upon entering the hatch, Liu Hui beheld several long rows of shelves, reminiscent of those found in a library. The shelves were filled with elongated cylindrical rods emitting a green luminescence. This is the first technology chamber of the spacecraft. The green glowing rods are storage devices for the technological knowledge of the Kalan civilization, Niwa explained. Let us proceed to the next compartment. Liu Hui noticed that aside from the shelves and storage rods, there was little else of significance in the chamber. Captain, this is the second technology chamber. Upon entering the second hatch, Liu Hui discovered it was identical to the first. Are all the chambers of the spaceship like this? He inquired curiously. Captain, compartments 1 through 10 are all technology chambers, though compartments 9 and 10 have sustained considerable damage. Hearing of the damage, Liu Hui grew anxious. These were his personal belongings, and although he was uncertain of their future utility, it pained him to see them harmed. Upon entering the 9th technology chamber, Liu Hui observed that a significant number of the shelves holding storage rods had toppled, scattering dull rods across the floor. The only remaining shelves were those near the hatch, where a few rods still stood upright. Captain, the spaceship suffered physical impact damage prior to initiating space jump, which tore through the outer layer. Tore through the outer layer of the spaceship? Why can't I see where the breach is? Liu Hui interrupted Niwa, examining the walls of the 9th chamber and finding no visible gaps. The outer layer of the spaceship is constructed from memory metal. The breach caused by the impact has already self-repaired. Niwa elucidated. Memory metal? How advanced must the technology of the Kalan civilization be compared to that of Earth? With Liu Hui's current understanding, this metallic material is indeed remarkably impressive. Niwa, let us proceed to examine the 10th module. Liu Hui desired to assess the extent of the damage in the 10th module, hoping it would not be as severe as that of the 9th. Upon inspection, however, Liu Hui felt a pang of disappointment. The damage appeared to be quite comparable to that of the 9th module. Alas, it is uncertain how significant these losses are. Unable to evaluate the situation, Liu Hui could only lament silently. Captain, the 11th robot maintenance module has also suffered considerable damage. Should we continue our inspection? Let us take a look, he replied, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. Having just acquired this extraterrestrial spacecraft, it was disheartening to discover it was not intact. Upon entering the robot maintenance module, he noted it was considerably smaller than the technology module, with numerous mechanical components strewn across the floor. Captain, there were originally 6 maintenance robots in this module, but they have sustained severe damage, and none are currently operational. Niwa reported on the state of disrepair. Is there not a complete robot here? Why can it not be activated? Liu Hui inquired, noticing a cabinet resembling a wardrobe near the hatch. Within it stood a robot akin to an octopus, adorned with numerous tentacles. Liu Hui estimated it possessed several dozen limbs. Chapter 7. Extraterrestrial Spaceship 5. Niwa was unable to establish a connection with the maintenance robot, which appeared to be undamaged. The captain could attempt to manually activate the robot. How does one go about manually starting the robot? Upon hearing of the possibility of activation, Liu Hui eagerly inquired. Captain, there is a protruding button located at the back of the robot's torso. Press and hold it for 3 seconds. Following Niwa's guidance, Liu Hui located the button and pressed it. After 3 seconds, the robot trembled slightly. Observing this movement, Liu Hui took a few steps back. The first maintenance robot was in the process of starting up. Activation successful. Niwa was now connecting to the first maintenance robot. Connection established. Fault detection underway. A malfunction has been detected. Initiating self-repair. Just as Niwa concluded her statement, The robot within the cabinet abruptly sprang forth, its appendages flailing. 3 of its tentacles supported its stance, while others extended towards its own torso. In less than a minute, the robot had dismantled the outer casing of its body, and several slender tentacles reached inside. A few minutes later, the robot reassembled the outer shell. Captain, the first maintenance robot has completed its self-repair. Upon hearing Enhua's announcement, Liu Hui gazed at the imposing robot towering over 2 meters. He then surveyed the scattered machine parts within the maintenance bay. The remnants clearly indicated they were remnants from other maintenance robots that had suffered damage. One robot's torso appeared relatively intact. Suddenly struck by an idea, Liu Hui pondered whether the first maintenance robot could utilize these remnants to construct a complete maintenance robot. He pointed at the debris on the floor and asked, "Is it possible for the first robot to assemble a complete maintenance unit from these remains? I cannot provide an assessment, but it may be worth a try. Would you like the first robot to attempt the assembly? Let us give it a shot. It might just work." As soon as Liu Hui finished speaking, the first robot sprang into action. It swiftly navigated through the wreckage, collecting numerous robot components in no time. Once the collection was complete, the first robot commenced its assembly and repair work. Enhua, let us proceed to Chamber 12 for a look. Not wishing to waste time waiting for results from the maintenance robot, Liu Hui decided to explore elsewhere. Captain, this is Chamber 12, the life propagation chamber. Following Enhua, Liu Hui entered Chamber 12 only to find it empty. Where's everything? He wondered aloud. Captain, Chamber 12 was originally equipped with the genetic liquid of life from the planet Kalan. These liquids have already been discharged into the ocean. Since it's empty, let us proceed to Chamber 13, Liu Hui suggested as he followed Enhua to the next chamber. Captain, Chamber 13 houses the spacecraft's flight apparatus. It contains 10 early warning aircraft and 30 asteroid trajectory modifiers. 8 early warning aircraft have been launched, leaving only 2 remaining. 25 asteroid trajectory changers have been utilized, with 5 still available. Enhua provided an overview of Module 13. The early warning aircraft, are they designed to guard against the dark mechanical civilization? Liu Hui recalled the mechanical civilization that pursued the spacecraft. Captain, the early warning aircraft cannot protect us from the dark mechanical civilization. Their primary function is to alert us to potential cosmic disasters that the solar system may face. Enhua has deployed 8 early warning aircraft around the solar system. If a controllable cosmic disaster is detected, Enhua can respond in advance. Enhua elucidated the purpose of the early warning aircraft to Liu Hui. Is there a final Module 14 on board? Is it a weapons module? Regardless of the asteroid trajectory changers or early warning aircraft, these hold little significance for Liu Hui. His primary concern lies with the spacecraft's weaponry. Captain, this is the life dissemination spacecraft, not a cosmic battleship. It lacks an offensive system and is equipped only with a level 3 energy shield. Upon hearing that there were no weapons, Liu Hui felt a wave of disappointment. Doesn't the ship possess an energy shield? Why were 2 technology modules still destroyed? Is the shield ineffective? Liu Hui inquired with curiosity. Captain, the energy shield can only defend against energy attacks. It is powerless against physical impacts, Enhua explained. Hearing Enhua's clarification, Liu Hui recalled her earlier statement that the destruction of the technology modules was due to collisions with the dark mechanical civilization's vessels. No weapons module? Then what is Module 14? After exiting Module 13 and returning to the control room, Liu Hui asked with intrigue. Captain, Module 14 is the spacecraft's power module. Would you like to continue the tour? The power module? Let's see it, Liu Hui replied, curious about what an alien spacecraft's engine might look like. Please follow me, Captain. Enhua responded. As soon as she finished speaking, a staircase appeared on the control room floor, leading downward. Following Enhua down the stairs, Liu Hui entered a vast, disc-shaped chamber. The walls of the space were adorned with transparent cubes, each roughly the size of a basketball, and in the center floated a black sphere approximately 1 meter in diameter. What are these cubes? Is this black sphere the spacecraft's engine? Liu Hui inquired with curiosity. Captain, to explain in Earth terms, you are currently standing within the engine's internal space. The black sphere you mentioned is a crucial component of the spacecraft's power system, known as the gravitational wave sphere. It generates powerful reverse gravitational waves. The surrounding cubes are the energy blocks of the spacecraft. The transparent ones are depleted energy blocks. Listening to Enhua's explanation, Liu Hui surveyed the energy blocks surrounding him. Among the hundreds of energy blocks, only a few were black, the rest were all transparent. Is this spacecraft running low on energy? Liu Hui interjected, as this question weighed heavily on his mind. Captain, the ship's energy reserves currently stand at a mere 563, and we are on the brink of entering a low-energy phase. Please prepare the vessel for the replacement of the energy block or the injection of new energy. Replacement of the energy block. Is such a thing available on Earth? Liu Hui inquired. The energy blocks utilized by the spacecraft are categorized into 3 tiers. Planetary energy blocks can be harvested from the core of a planet. Stellar energy blocks can be sourced from the core of a star. Black hole energy blocks. Enough of that. Liu Hui interrupted Enhua. Are these harvested from the Earth's core? He gestured towards a transparent energy block, uncertain. Indeed. Captain, considering Earth's radius of over 6,000 kilometers, energy blocks can be extracted approximately 2,000 kilometers beneath the horizon. Let's not dwell on that. Liu Hui interjected once more. Please elucidate how to recharge an empty energy block. He interrupted Enhua again, for he understood that with humanity's current technology, digging vertically downwards for several kilometers is already a formidable challenge, let alone 1,000 kilometers. Captain, the minimum energy input requirement for the energy block is electrical energy. You may utilize electrical power to recharge the energy block. The amount of electrical energy needed to fully charge one energy block is roughly equivalent to the total electrical consumption of humanity over the span of a year. Chapter 8, The Alien Spaceship, 6. Once more, how much energy is required to fully charge an energy block? Upon hearing Nuwa's inquiry, Liu Hui believed he had misheard. Captain, to fully charge one energy block, it would take approximately a year's worth of electricity consumption for all of humanity. What the hell? Liu Hui could not help but exclaim. With hundreds of empty energy blocks, if humanity were to cease all electricity usage and devote it entirely to charging these blocks, it would take centuries. Even with a vigorous development of nuclear energy, it would still require nearly 100 years to achieve such a feat. This thought filled Liu Hui with profound frustration. He had come into possession of a spaceship on the brink of depleting its energy reserves, incapable of recharging. With a heavy heart, Liu Hui returned to the control room. Nuwa, Commander Luo from the base once informed me that you had sent out a warning message about an energy-devouring beast approaching the solar system. Is what you said true? Back in the control room, Liu Hui recalled this critically important matter. Captain, this is indeed true. 15 years ago, the warning system relayed information, which I have confirmed multiple times. Nuwa replied. Is there no way to avert this catastrophe? The height of alien technology was beyond Liu Hui's comprehension. Yet, he sensed that the intelligent entity before him might not possess the capability to prevent this impending disaster. If it could have been averted, there would have been no need to send a warning to humanity. Liu Hui sought clarification. Captain, the star-devouring beast is an energy organism composed of energy cells. After calculations, I regret to inform you that the disaster cannot be averted. The solar system will face destruction in 1 year and 2 months, Nuwa responded. Cannot be averted? Liu Hui found this confirmation difficult to accept. Did you not say that finding the Eternal One and activating the spaceship could save human civilization? He questioned loudly. Captain, you may save human civilization, but you cannot save the solar system. The disaster is unavoidable, however. You can lead a portion of humanity to escape the solar system and preserve the essence of human civilization, Nuwa replied. Escape the solar system? There are over 10 billion people on Earth. How can we possibly flee? Humanity's crewed spacecraft have only reached Mars at most. Are we to escape in this life transmission spaceship? At that moment, a sudden thought crossed Liu Hui's mind. The life transmission spaceship has limited space. If that day were to come, should he secretly take his loved ones from the orphanage and flee the solar system? Captain, the life transmission spaceship has limited capacity and can only accommodate a few hundred individuals. If you wish to lead a larger group of humanity to safety, you could utilize the power system of the life transmission spaceship to construct a colossal spacecraft to facilitate humanity's escape from the solar system, Nuwa suggested. Utilize the spaceship's power system? Construct a gigantic spaceship? Liu Hui inquired uncertainly. Captain, after the calculations made by Nuwa, the spacecraft, when fully energized, can propel a mass of XXX to the power of a certain magnitude through space jumps. This implies that we can construct a colossal ship, with a mass not exceeding XXX to the power of that magnitude, centered around the spacecraft. Once connected to the spacecraft's power system, this vessel would enable humanity to escape the solar system. According to calculations, the ship could accommodate approximately 50 million individuals. Nuwa, let's set aside the construction of the ship for now, Liu Hui interjected. With only 1 year and 2 months remaining, do you have a solution for the energy collection and charging of the spacecraft? Liu Hui understood that this was the crux of the matter. Captain, due to missing data on the ship, I cannot provide a solution. I recommend that you study the technological knowledge of the Kalan planet to find a resolution, Nuwa responded. Study extraterrestrial technology? Nuwa, with just over a year left, is there still time? Liu Hui felt that the time frame was exceedingly brief. Captain, with your presence, anything is possible. Your brain's development has currently reached 52, making learning a rather effortless endeavor for you, Nuwa replied. Very well, I shall attempt to learn when the time comes. Liu Hui, having never practiced this before, was uncertain of its efficacy. Nuwa, I have completed my tour of the spacecraft, and I wish to return to the base. Given the gravity of the situation concerning the survival of humanity, Liu Hui intended to inform the others. Captain, the first maintenance robot has successfully assembled and repaired a second maintenance robot, which is currently on standby. I suggest you command the robot to utilize the teleportation sphere on the ship to create a teleportation wristband for you. In times of crisis, you can use this wristband to return to the spacecraft. Furthermore, the wristband will allow you to maintain constant communication with me, Nuwa proposed. A wristband with teleportation and communication capabilities? That sounds quite promising. Upon this thought, Liu Hui did not hesitate. Nuwa, I accept your proposal. Please manufacture the teleportation wristband. A few minutes later, the maintenance robot approached Liu Hui, holding a silver wristband. Upon receiving it, Liu Hui noticed its remarkably light weight, almost imperceptible. The diameter was slightly larger than his palm, and he effortlessly slipped it on. At the moment he donned the wristband, its diameter gradually shrank until it seamlessly fused with his wrist, becoming virtually indistinguishable on the surface. This extraterrestrial technology is truly remarkable, he mused, touching his wrist with admiration. Nuwa, please teleport me back to the base. With the wristband in hand, Liu Hui prepared to return. Given the short distance, initiating teleportation would be an energy-wasting endeavor. Nuwa advised. I will heed your suggestion, Liu Hui replied with a smile. The spacecraft was situated within the base, and upon stepping out, he found himself back at the facility. Utilizing the teleportation system indeed seems somewhat superfluous. As soon as Liu Hui's voice fell, a staircase leading outside the spacecraft materialized along the wall of the control room. It had been over 6 hours since Liu Hui had vanished. Luo Tong, Huang Ziyu, academician Wang Kuan, and other researchers had remained steadfastly present, awaiting results. Commander Luo, it has been over 6 hours. Could something have gone awry? Academician Wang Kuan expressed his concerns. Both Zhang Jisen and Huang Ziyu had reappeared after disappearing for over 2 hours. Yet this time, Liu Hui's absence felt prolonged. I cannot explain it, but I have an inexplicable sense that Liu Hui will undoubtedly succeed in activating the spacecraft, Luo Tong confessed, bewildered by his own conviction. Suddenly, a voice from the awaiting crowd exclaimed, Look, the spacecraft. Luo Tong turned his gaze toward the vessel. At some point, a staircase had appeared on the lower side of the spacecraft, and descending it was none other than Liu Hui, who had been missing for over 6 hours. It turned out that his disappearance was due to his entrance into the spacecraft, where he had successfully activated it. Overcome with excitement, Luo Tong hurried towards Liu Hui. Commander Luo, I have returned, Liu Hui announced as his feet touched the ground of the base, causing the staircase to retract swiftly behind him. The spacecraft reverted to its original state. Liu Hui, you have finally returned. What was the situation inside the spacecraft? What experiences did you undergo? Academician Wang Kuan inquired eagerly, trailing closely behind Luo Tong. Liu Hui, please hold your words, Luo Tong interjected, noticing the curious onlookers gathering in the base. Elevate the security and confidentiality levels to the highest tier. No one is permitted to enter or exit the base without my command. Convene the heads of all departments for a meeting in the conference room. Luo Tong decisively instructed his assistant. The matter was of utmost importance, and not everyone within the base possessed the right to know. Chapter 9. An unexplainable sense of affinity in the conference room of the base, Liu Hui. Allow me to introduce you to the esteemed head of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Elder Qian, who presides over the research efforts of our facility. This is the youngest academician of the Academy, Zhang Jisen, the first Eternal discovered by the search vehicle. This is Captain Huang Ziyu, leader of the base's Special Guard Unit, who is the second Eternal found by the search vehicle. This individual represents the Western Camp, Jex, who is responsible for communications with the West. As Luo Tong introduced the key figures at the base, he noted, Commander Luo, since the alien spacecraft and the base are located within our territory, why should we allow representatives from the Western Camp to meddle? After Luo Tong concluded his introductions, Liu Hui quietly inquired about the rationale for their involvement. The nations on Earth are divided into two opposing camps, East and West, perpetually at odds, competing and confronting one another. Matters concerning extraterrestrial spacecraft should ideally remain separate from such discord. This is unavoidable, Luo Tong replied softly. To locate the Eternals, the search vehicle must conduct a global search. Without support from the West, we cannot accomplish this task. Moreover, given that the crisis threatens the survival of all humanity, collaboration is our only option. Understanding the situation, Liu Hui nodded thoughtfully. Please take the main seat and share your experiences aboard the spacecraft with us, Luo Tong instructed Liu Hui. who then unhesitatingly occupied the central position at the conference table. For nearly an hour, Liu Hui recounted his experiences aboard the alien spacecraft. However, he was not entirely forthcoming. Omitting certain details regarding the information about the Eternals and the transmission wristband he wore, he strategically retained some leverage for himself. Who could have imagined that the life forms on Earth were created by this alien spacecraft? The vessel possesses a technological tree of extraterrestrial civilization. The alien intellect responds solely to my commands. The destruction of the solar system is now inevitable. Our only course of action is to flee the solar system. Upon hearing Liu Hui's account, the attendees began to engage in fervent discussion. Liu Hui, is it true that there is no way for the intellect to avert the impending solar disaster? Luo Tong, glancing at Liu Hui in the main seat, sought to reconfirm. Commander Luo, I have thoroughly verified with the alien intellect. It cannot prevent the calamity from occurring. What we must do now is to urgently assemble the world's foremost scientists to study alien technological knowledge, in hopes of discovering solutions to this crisis and escaping the solar system. Liu Hui's thoughts remained rooted in the belief that collective effort yields greater strength. He did not intend to act alone. Perhaps through the collaborative study of alien technology by humanity's scientists, solutions could be found more swiftly. Time is of the essence, and the matter at hand is of utmost significance. I must report to my superiors. Esteemed colleagues, the confidentiality level is at its highest. You should all be aware of the necessary protocols. Jax, as the representative of the Western camp, remember to maintain discretion during your report. Your side should refrain from any unnecessary actions. In this critical moment for human civilization, what we need from both East and West is cooperation, not confrontation. Given that the crisis is inevitable, Commander Luo declared loudly in the meeting. Rest assured, although our two camps have been in constant competition and conflict, I understand the gravity of the situation, Luo replied. However, the crisis may not be as dire as we envision. In 3 days, over 10,000 nuclear warheads, which we launched 2 years ago, will reach their designated targets. The Devourer may not withstand such an onslaught. What? You intend to use nuclear weapons against the Devourer? What is going on? Liu Hui interjected, alarmed by Jack's statement. Since we received the crisis alert from the alien spacecraft, we launched a probe based on the coordinates provided in the alert. Subsequently, we fired 3 nuclear warheads after confirming the Devourer's existence. We attacked it with nuclear bombs, perhaps due to the insufficient quantity and low yield of the warheads. The assault proved ineffective. Luo explained the circumstances to Liu Hui. There is limited data on the Devourer aboard the spacecraft. I have gleaned some information through the intelligence network. The Devourer is an energy being composed of energy cells. Thus, a nuclear attack cannot inflict any damage upon it. It may even have the opposite effect, enhancing its speed. Liu Hui shared the intelligence he had acquired. The situation you describe is quite critical. I will report this accurately. Should we consider an offensive action? We shall decide on that later. Commander Luo announced as the meeting adjourned. Zhihua Huang and Liu Hui, please remain. Once the superfluous personnel exited the conference room, Luo turned his attention to Huang. Huang, I command you to restructure the Special Guard Brigade into 4 teams, providing round-the-clock protection for Liu Hui. The security level is to be the highest. Remember, even if everyone in the base were to perish, not a single hair on Liu Hui must be harmed without needing further reminder. Luo was acutely aware of Liu Hui's significance to the nation and humanity at this juncture. Understood. The mission will be accomplished. Sir, this is your resting chamber, and there will be personnel stationed at the entrance 24/7. Should you require anything, you may instruct them, Huang respectfully stated as he escorted Liu Hui to a room. Please adjust your address. Do not refer to me as sir. It feels unfamiliar. You may call me by my name or simply Mr. Liu. Liu Hui was originally an ordinary individual, and he found himself unaccustomed to such military titles. Very well, I shall henceforth address you as Mr. Liu. Captain Huang Zihu was not one to be inflexible. Captain Huang, have we met before? Liu Hui suddenly inquired of Huang Zihu within the confines of the room. Mr. Liu, until today, I have never laid eyes upon you, nor have I heard your name. Why do you ask such a question? Do you perhaps know me? Huang Zihu replied, a hint of curiosity in his tone. It's nothing significant, merely that you leave me with a rather exceptional impression. Interacting with you evokes a sense of inexplicable familiarity, akin to that of brothers or kin. Liu Hui articulated his sentiments, puzzled by the origin of such feelings. Was it perhaps due to the other's youthful visage? Mr. Liu, I too share this sensation. It is quite peculiar that, despite our previous lack of acquaintance, we experienced this connection. Could it be that we were both chosen by an extraterrestrial vessel? Huang Zi amused, somewhat bewildered. I cannot ascertain whether that is indeed the case. Liu Hui chuckled softly. Captain Huang, you may return now. Today has been quite eventful, and I find myself rather fatigued, wishing to rest. After experiencing so much within a single day, Liu Hui's mind and body were indeed weary. Very well, Mr. Liu, I shall not intrude upon your repose any longer. With that, Huang Zihu turned and departed from Liu Hui's chamber. Chapter 10. Learning the fundamentals of alien technology, perhaps due to overwhelming fatigue. Liu Hui fell into a deep slumber that night. Had it not been for the urgent knocking at his door, he might have continued to sleep undisturbed. Academician Wang, what brings you here so early? Upon opening the door, Liu Hui was greeted by Academician Wang Kuan standing outside. Mr. Liu, I wish to conduct a comprehensive physical examination of you at the earliest opportunity, Wang stated. Given Liu Hui's ability to operate the spacecraft and secure its recognition, Wang had a strong intuition that Liu Hui's body had undergone certain transformations. To validate his suspicion, he had hurriedly knocked on Liu Hui's door at dawn. Please wait a moment. I will freshen up and have breakfast before joining you for the examination, Liu Hui replied, not refusing, as this was a commitment he had previously made. The examination consisted of numerous tests, so many that Liu Hui found himself growing somewhat impatient and distracted. What's going on? Liu Hui heard the nurse exclaim in surprise. What is it, Miss Nurse? He inquired, puzzled by the commotion. Mr. Liu, I need to draw some blood. But I can't seem to get the needle in, the nurse lamented. That's all right. Please try again, Liu Hui chuckled. Understanding that this was an inadvertent self-protective reaction following his physical evolution. The words of Enhua rang true. His body should now be impervious to even bullets. After subtly controlling his body with his thoughts, the nurse successfully inserted the needle. How strange. I attempted so many times just now, yet was unsuccessful. The nurse muttered in disbelief. Liu Hui merely smiled in response to her comments. After a half-day of examinations, he finally completed all the necessary tests. With nothing else to occupy his time, he returned to his room. Upon entering, Liu Hui noticed a computer in the corner. Enhua, can you connect to this computer? Through the wristband, Liu Hui could communicate with Enhua at any time using his thoughts. Captain, I can connect to all computers on the internet. They serve as my data repository, Enhua replied. Then please transfer the foundational knowledge of the Kalan planet's technology to this computer. I wish to learn. Liu Hui decided to test whether he could acquire the fundamental technological knowledge of the Kalan planet. Captain, please hold on a moment while I translate the foundational knowledge into Huaxia script. Moments later, seated before the computer, Liu Hui beheld the alien technological fundamentals that Enhua had transmitted. Fundamental mathematics of the cosmos, fundamental material science, gravitational wave theory, fundamental chemistry of the cosmos, fundamental energy science, fundamental space studies. With dozens of subjects presented, Liu Hui was unsure which to choose. Let us start with mathematics, he resolved. Having excelled in mathematics during high school with a score of 146 on his college entrance exam, he chose fundamental mathematics of the cosmos as his first subject. Opening the mathematical materials on the computer, Liu Hui began to study earnestly. Liu Hui found himself utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that he would struggle to comprehend the foundational mathematics of the Kalan planet's technological framework. Enhua, he pondered aloud. You mentioned that my brain development is currently at 52. Learning should be a relatively effortless endeavor for me. So why am I unable to grasp these fundamental mathematical concepts? The captain replied, to master the basic mathematics of Kalan, one must first acquire the existing mathematical knowledge from Earth. Very well then. Please assist me in gathering university-level mathematical resources, Liu Hui conceded, recognizing that his high school education necessitated starting from the university curriculum. This university mathematics seems rather elementary. He mused. Is a 52 brain development truly this remarkable? With a few swift clicks, Liu Hui immersed himself in the digital materials, absorbing the content with remarkable speed. Within a mere 2 hours, he had completed the university mathematics course. After dedicating an additional hour, he had seamlessly integrated more advanced mathematical concepts from Earth into his understanding. At this juncture, he reopened fundamental mathematics of the universe. This time, he could gradually begin to comprehend the material. Although his pace of learning was not exceptionally rapid, he was no longer in a state of confusion. The newfound mathematical knowledge ignited Liu Hui's thirst for learning, quickly enveloping him in a fervor of study. For 3 consecutive days, inexplicably, no one from the base disturbed him. Aside from meals and sleep, Liu Hui was wholly absorbed in his studies, exploring the pinnacle of Earth's knowledge in mathematics and the sciences. However, he had yet to complete the foundational knowledge of the alien technology tree. Though he was confident that in a few days, he would master it. Mr. Liu, Commander Luo requests your presence in the command room. Huang Zihu interrupted Liu Hui's scholarly pursuits with an urgent summons. Is there something important that requires my attention in the command room? Liu Hui inquired, bemused at the sudden call after days of solitude. Mr. Liu, today is the day for the nuclear strike against the devouring beasts, Huang Zihu responded. I have previously stated that such an attack would be ineffective and could even yield counterproductive results. Are they truly willing to gamble? Liu Hui expressed his frustration. Mr. Liu. Huang Zihu began, but Liu Hui cut him off. Never mind. This decision is beyond your control. Let us proceed to the command room. Liu Hui felt a sense of discontent. It appeared his warnings had gone unheeded. In the command room, tension filled the air. Luo, representatives from both our factions have been negotiating for 3 days. Do you not think you are being excessive? This alien spacecraft is a treasure for all of humanity. Decisions cannot be dictated solely by your Eastern faction. Jex responded sharply. You accuse us of excess, yet your Western demands are not unreasonable? You even request the deployment of a special armored division to protect the base. I suspect your true intention is not protection, but rather control over the base, he continued, his tone laced with suspicion. Consider, if you will, that this is the land of Huaxia, not one of those diminutive nations in the Middle East. Within the command room, Luo Tong engaged in a spirited debate with Jex, the representative from the Western Coalition. Let us cease this fruitless argument, Luo suggested. We are not politicians, and the outcomes deliberated in the conference room are beyond our influence. 3 days prior, both Luo Tong and Jex had reported the latest developments at the base to their respective national leaders. The crisis within the solar system, particularly concerning the extraterrestrial technological tree aboard the spacecraft, had captured the utmost attention of both factions. Given that the spacecraft and the base are located within the territory of Huaxia, the Western Coalition, led by the United States, harbored concerns that this alien technology might be monopolized by Huaxia. In response, they dispatched high-ranking government officials to negotiate in Huaxia. The negotiations took place within the confines of the base's conference room. After 3 days of discussions, the sole consensus reached was the decision to launch a nuclear assault on the stellar devourers. Despite Liu Hui's warnings that such an attack would likely be futile, nuclear weapons remain the most potent armament on Earth. The extraterrestrial intellect could not avert disaster, yet they resolved to attempt the strike regardless, planning to devise alternative strategies should the attack fail. Today marks the day of the nuclear strike. Luo Tong and Jex will oversee and direct the operation on behalf of both sides. Meanwhile, representatives from both the Eastern and Western coalitions continue their discussions within the conference room. Liu Hui, possessing knowledge of certain information regarding the Devourers, has been summoned to the command room by Luo Tong. Chapter 11. The Assault on the Stellar Devourer. Commander Luo, did I not mention to you previously? A nuclear assault will be ineffectual against the Devourer. Such an attack may only serve to accelerate its velocity. Upon entering the command room and encountering Luo Tong, Liu Hui expressed his discontent. The decision to attack does not rest with me, Luo Tong clarified. Nuclear weapons represent the most formidable arsenal on Earth. After deliberation, the leaders of both East and West reached a unanimous decision to proceed with the assault. They wished to test its efficacy. Liu Hui, dissatisfied with the disregard for his warnings, retorted, if you have already resolved to attack, why call me here? You once stated that a failed assault could potentially hasten the Devourer's speed. We seek to understand the gravity of such consequences. Luo Tong articulated his concerns. Should the repercussions prove dire, he contemplated defying orders to request a cessation of the attack. The repercussions will not be severe. The cumulative energy from 10,000 nuclear warheads is but a mere drizzle to the Devourer. According to calculations from the extraterrestrial intelligence, absorption of the explosion's energy would expedite the Devourer's arrival at the Sun by 56 minutes and 23 seconds. This was the result derived from Enwa shortly after Liu Hui made contact. Listening to Liu Hui, Luo Tong turned his gaze towards Jax in the command room. Luo, you are the commander. It is time to issue the attack order. The consequences of failure are manageable. Jax, embodying the Western doctrine of absolute might, still harbored illusions about the effectiveness of the nuclear strike. Prepare all departments. Ensure that equipment is functioning properly. Luo Tong began issuing commands. Quantum communication transmitter operational. Monitoring devices functional. All nuclear warheads in flight are normal. Quantum signal receiver is operational. Surveillance displays are functioning. The staff responded in succession. On the front wall of the command room, a massive display screen showcased live footage of the Devourer soaring through space. The images were captured by 3 quantum surveillance devices launched by Huaxia. The stellar Devourer had reached the outskirts of the solar system over a decade ago. However, its pace was excruciatingly slow, nearly akin to that of a tortoise in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Presently, it was situated near the orbit of Saturn. At its current velocity, it would require an additional year and 2 months to reach the surface of the Sun. It was precisely due to its position near Saturn's orbit that humanity had the capability to launch a nuclear attack against it 2 years prior. Liu Hui looked up and beheld the sight. Is this the stellar Devourer? The colossal display revealed a creature resembling a jellyfish with a diameter of 162,532 kilometers and a length of 213,235 kilometers. Speed. Data regarding the devourer appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. This being was astonishingly larger than Jupiter, a revelation that took Liu Hui by surprise. Nuwa. The volume of the sun is over 1,000 times that of the devouring beast. How does this creature consume the sun's energy? Liu Hui, filled with curiosity, inquired telepathically. Captain, the devouring beast is composed of energy cells, which possess a unique property that renders them immune to gravitational forces. These cells can rearrange themselves freely. When they approach the sun, the reorganized energy cells transform into a vast net for energy absorption, enveloping the sun. Nuwa elucidated the process by which the devouring beast feeds on solar energy. According to the records from the planet Kalan, it is believed that the stellar devouring beast may have been created by a civilization of dark mechanical origin or a level 5 intelligent civilization, with the purpose of harvesting energy. Creatures created by a level 5 civilization? Nuwa, how is the hierarchy of cosmic civilizations classified? Upon hearing about the classification of civilizations, Liu Hui asked with intrigue. The classification is based on the collection and utilization of energy. A civilization capable of harvesting and utilizing planetary-level energy blocks is classified as a level 1 civilization. Those that can manage stellar energy are deemed level 2 civilizations. Black hole-level civilizations are classified as level 3, while red hole-level civilizations are considered level 4. There are no records regarding civilizations of level 5 or above in the technological archives of Kalan, Nuwa replied. What is the current level of our Earth civilization? After learning about the classifications, Liu Hui inquired further. Based on humanity's current energy collection and utilization capabilities, our civilization is rated at a mere 0.75, Nuwa stated. Liu Hui felt no surprise upon hearing this rating. Harvesting planetary-level energy has already posed a significant challenge for humanity, and advancing to a level 1 civilization would require a continuous technological breakthrough, necessitating hundreds or even thousands of years. Commander Luo, all equipment and data are functioning normally. Should we initiate the attack? After a few minutes, the personnel controlling the attack key requested Luo Tong's command loudly. The voice jolted Liu Hui from his reverie, and he glanced at Luo Tong in the command room. Attack. Luo Tong issued the command to commence the assault. The staff pressed the nuclear attack button. 10,000 nuclear warheads began accelerating towards the devouring beast. 8 minutes later, the first nuclear warhead struck the devouring beast. In the ensuing 5 minutes, all 10,000 warheads collided sequentially with the creature. Liu Hui observed the assault footage on the display screen. Small sparks erupted continuously on the surface of the devouring beast. The energy generated from the explosions was absorbed at an astonishingly visible rate by the devouring beast. After 5 minutes, tranquility returned, and the devouring beast appeared unscathed. We have detected a change in the devouring beast's flight velocity. The change has stabilized. Calculations indicate that at the current velocity, the devouring beast will reach the sun's surface 56 minutes and 23 seconds earlier. The personnel reported the post-attack data to Luo Tong. The attack had failed. Everything unfolded precisely as Liu Hui had predicted, with the arrival time at the sun's surface precise to the second. Jexus, let us proceed to the conference room to report on the situation. Liu Hui, you should accompany us as well. The results of the attack must be reported promptly. Luo Tong turned and exited the command room. In the base's conference room, Zhang exclaimed. We have deliberated for 3 days. How can you still not comprehend? These scientists are the lifeblood of our Western alliance. Without military protection, would we dare send them to the land of Huaxia? The speaker was Rap Tun, the second in command of the United States, whose expression betrayed a growing impatience. Rap Tun, you ought to be aware that for over a century, no foreign troops have stationed in Huaxia. While we do not oppose your desire to jointly explore extraterrestrial technology, we possess the means to ensure the safety of the scientists you send, Zhang calmly elucidated, casting a steady gaze at Rap Tun. He needed to buy more time, awaiting the outcome of the nuclear strike. Should the attack succeed, the crisis in the solar system would be alleviated, greatly benefiting the Eastern camp, as both the alien spacecraft and their technological marvels resided within Huaxia's borders. The means of research and learning would then be firmly in their grasp. However, if the attack were to fail, as Zhang pondered this, a knock echoed through the conference room. He glanced towards the door, where Luo Tong and Jex entered. Has there been any result from the nuclear strike? Zhang inquired urgently upon seeing Luo Tong. Report, Chief. The assault on the Devourer has failed, and the creature has advanced its arrival to the sun by 56 minutes. Luo Tong responded with a military salute. Upon hearing Luo Tong's words, Zhang felt a pang of disappointment. while Rapton's lips curled into a subtle smile. I warned you that the nuclear strike would be ineffective. Instead, it would accelerate its speed. You should have heeded my advice. A voice emerged from behind Luo Tong. Zhang then noticed a young man who had accompanied them. Chief, allow me to introduce him. This is Liu Hui, the Eternal who has unlocked the spacecraft. Liu Hui's unique status led him to speak without permission, which was somewhat disrespectful. To avert any misunderstandings, Luo Tong hastily introduced Liu Hui to Zhang. You are Liu Hui? Zhang inquired, his curiosity piqued by the Eternal who had activated the vessel. Greetings, Elder Zhang. As a citizen of Huaxia, I immediately recognized you. Liu Hui responded, his respect evident, though he displayed no signs of trepidation. Chapter 12 Crisis Management Committee Greetings, Liu Hui. Zhang Lao smiled kindly. Liu Hui's demeanor upon entering surprised Zhang Lao. Having reviewed Liu Hui's background, he was taken aback by how an ordinary citizen could remain so composed in the presence of authority, exhibiting not a hint of trepidation. Truly remarkable. There is an ancient saying in our Huaxia nation, one does not give up until reaching the Yellow River. Nuclear weapons represent the most formidable force humanity possesses. If we do not attempt to harness their potential, Liu Hui's words upon entering bore an inquisitive tone, prompting Zhang Lao to clarify. Luo Tong, Liu Hui, please take your seats. Is an introduction necessary? Zhang Lao glanced at Luo Tong in the conference room, inquiring of Liu Hui. Not at all, Zhang Lao. I have seen Luo Tong, the second-in-command of the United States, on television. Wherever there is conflict in the world, his presence is inevitable. Liu Hui, having just settled, spoke with a hint of disdain, as his upbringing in Huaxia had instilled in him a palpable aversion to the Western Bloc. Let us proceed with the meeting. Zhang Lao directed his attention to Luo Tong. In light of the failed attack, the crisis affecting the solar system is a shared predicament for all humanity. It requires our collective response. I consent to your Western Bloc deploying troops around the base, but they must refrain from entering the base without orders. The military presence can only be justified under the auspices of United Nations peacekeeping forces, limited to no more than a division. You must expedite the organization of scientists to the base. With the acknowledgement of the failed assault, Zhang Lao exhibited a willingness to compromise, a concession significantly influenced by Liu Hui. Upon departing the alien spacecraft, Liu Hui refrained from disclosing information about the Eternal, the Scholar, and the Guardian. His abilities remained unknown to all. In the face of this crisis, reliance on Earth's scientists was imperative, and the Western Bloc controlled nearly half of the planet's top scientists. Rapidly acquiring knowledge of extraterrestrial technology and discovering methods to alleviate the crisis depended on the support of the Western Bloc. Upon hearing the agreement to station troops, a barely perceptible smile crept across Luo Tong's lips. Zhang, we have concluded discussions regarding the military presence and the deployment of scientists. Now, let us address the decision-making authority within the base. Since we have chosen to cooperate, and this spacecraft represents a collective treasure of humanity, I propose establishing a crisis management committee based on the United Nations framework to vote on significant decisions within the base. Seeing the compromise regarding the military presence, Luo Tong began to probe further. That is absolutely out of the question. Luo Tong, you must recognize the reality. The spacecraft and the base are within Huaxia's territory. My agreement to your troop deployment is already a substantial concession. Zhang Lao resolutely rejected the notion of shared control over the alien spacecraft and technological assets, as it constituted a non-negotiable boundary for the Eastern Bloc. The two soon found themselves embroiled in a heated argument within the conference room, neither willing to yield. Have you finished your quarrel? Have you forgotten about me? Liu Hui interjected loudly, cutting through their discord. Liu Hui's voice brought the quarrel between the two to an abrupt halt. Zhang Lao and Lapton suddenly realized that they had overlooked the Eternal, the one capable of activating the spacecraft. You should understand that only I possess the ability to initiate the spacecraft. The ship's intelligence system heeds solely my commands. My words ought to command your attention. Upon witnessing the two squabbling over control of the spacecraft and the technological hierarchy, Liu Hui's emotions erupted. What we must prioritize now is the swift acquisition of alien technological knowledge to uncover solutions to our impending crisis. Yet here you are, squabbling over power. The complexity of assimilating alien technology is formidable, requiring substantial time. Humanity has merely a year and 2 months left. You ought not to squander this precious time on such trifles. I shall not linger here to waste time with you. With that, Liu Hui rose in indignation and departed the conference room. His sudden outburst and departure took Zhang Lao and Lapton by surprise. Liu Hui, have you not been a tad impulsive? That is our nation's leader, Zhang Lao, and you did so in his presence. Observing Liu Hui storm out, Luo Tong followed him outside. Is this truly impulsiveness? Our time as humans is indeed limited. Liu Hui sighed. I shall return to my quarters. Without waiting for Luoting's response, he turned and left. Rather than squander time here, it would be more beneficial to return and further my knowledge. Please keep a close eye on Mr. Liu's emotional state. Report any developments to me promptly. After instructing the two guards trailing Liu Hui, Luotong returned to the conference room. Perhaps Liu Hui's words had some effect, for the meeting no longer dragged on aimlessly and swiftly reached a conclusion. Both parties agreed to establish a 50-member crisis management committee with equal representation. Its primary function would be to coordinate and manage all matters pertaining to the crisis. The committee would possess only management and advisory powers, with no decision-making authority. Major decisions would require voting, with only 3 votes allocated, 1 for each of the eastern and western factions, and 1 for Liu Hui. This outcome was one both sides could accept. Lapton understood that vying for control was futile. His bottom line was to secure a seat at the table, ensuring he would not be left in the dark by his adversary. Although Zhang Lao made some compromises, the outcome remained acceptable. Liu Hui, being of Huaxia nationality, effectively granted the eastern faction 2 votes in decision-making. Luotong, what is your perspective on Liu Hui? After the meeting concluded, Zhang Lao retained Luotong for a private discussion. According to the records, Liu Hui has no criminal history and is an ordinary, upstanding citizen of Huaxia. His political leanings should align completely with our interests. Furthermore, he appears to be a man of gratitude, as Luotong recalled Liu Hui's intentions to donate to the welfare institution. We must regard Liu Hui with utmost significance. Although he was once an ordinary individual, his current status is extraordinary, and his safety is paramount to the survival of humanity. How have you managed his security? Elder Zhang inquired of Luotong. Rest assured, Chief. I have divided the elite special guard unit of the base into 4 squads, each comprising 25 members. A squad of guards is always at Liu Hui's side for protection. Even within the base, he is never accompanied by fewer than 2 security personnel, Luotong replied. The guarding force is still insufficient. Luotong, I have a task for you. Personally arrange for personnel to be sent to Nanhai in the capital and select 10 female guards to provide close protection for Liu Hui. They must be unmarried, younger than Liu Hui, and possess an appealing appearance. These are non-negotiable conditions. Other criteria may be more flexible. Chief, I assure you I will accomplish this task. I will arrange for personnel immediately. Luotong, astute as he was, quickly grasped Elder Zhang's intentions. After saluting Elder Zhang, he was about to exit the conference room to make arrangements when a sudden, urgent knocking echoed through the chamber. Entering was Academician Wang Kuan. Chief, Commander Luo. This is the medical examination report for Liu Hui following his return from the spacecraft. His bodily data is exceedingly abnormal. Chapter 13. Liu Hui's medical examination report. Are there any anomalies in his physical data? Could they potentially jeopardize his health? Upon hearing Academician Wang Kuan's words, Elder Zhang hurriedly inquired. It should not pose a threat to his health. His physique is remarkably robust, Academician Wang replied as he handed the examination report to Elder Zhang. Elder Wang, I shall forego perusing the technical report. Please summarize it succinctly, Zhang stated, refraining from accepting the document. There are several notable irregularities in Liu Hui's physiology. Academician Wang began, flipping through the report. His bone density and tensile strength exceed that of an average individual by nearly 1,000-fold. By this metric, his bones would rank among the hardest known materials on Earth, surpassing diamond's hardness by over 200 times. His blood cells are exceptionally vigorous, showing no signs of decay after being thawed from cryogenic preservation. Moreover, we have detected an unknown substance in his blood. The resilience of his muscle fibers is more than 200 times greater than that of an ordinary person. Despite a weight increase of only 86 kilograms, his overall body density has altered significantly. As he absorbed Academician Wang's findings, 2 words surfaced in Elder Zhang's mind: superhuman. Is Liu Hui aware of the results of his examination? Zhang asked Academician Wang. The report has just been released. I have yet to inform him, Wang responded. Please refrain from disclosing this information for now. It is imperative to maintain the confidentiality of this report. We cannot allow those in the Western camp to gain access to it. Understood, Wang Kuan affirmed, turning to leave the conference room. Within the confines of the meeting room, Elder Zhang fell into a silent contemplation. Luotong, you must personally travel to the capital. Depart at once and expedite the arrangements for the female guards. Remember, prioritize aesthetics in your selection. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Luotong saluted before departing the conference room. As he watched Luotong leave, Zhang shook his head, a wry smile creeping onto his face. I never anticipated that I would resort to employing beauty as a tactic. The mindset of political figures diverges significantly from that of ordinary individuals. Elder Zhang's intention in assigning 10 female guards to Liu Hui was transparent. He hoped that one among them might fortuitously become Liu Hui's companion. Only in this way could Liu Hui's political inclinations be further solidified. A vague sense stirred within Zhang. He felt that Liu Hui's emergence would herald a transformative upheaval in human civilization. In a dormitory at the base, Sister Zhun. Who do you think we're tasked with protecting? The orders came so suddenly, we haven't even graduated yet. In the dormitory, 10 youthful and vibrant young women engaged in spirited discussion. These 10 were the female guards meticulously selected by Luo Tong from the Women's Guard Academy. After a night of travel, they had arrived at the base's dormitory. Everyone, let us refrain from prying. Have we forgotten the confidentiality regulations? In the dormitory, we await orders from our superiors. The speaker, known as Sister Zhun, is Chun Xingzhen, aged 22, the eldest among them. She has been temporarily appointed by Luo Tong as the leader of the female guard unit. In truth, she is as bewildered as her peers. For the orders arrived with startling abruptness, leaving them no time to gather their belongings. She contemplates the nature of the individual whose urgency necessitated the presence of female guards. Just then, the door to the dormitory is pushed open from the outside. Chun Xingzhen turns her gaze toward the entrance, and a robust officer with a youthful visage strides in. Upon noticing the major insignia on the officer's shoulder, she rises sharply. Greetings, sir. The other team members, albeit a moment slower than Chun Xingzhen, quickly rise to salute the officer. Which of you is Chun Xingzhen? The newcomer is Huang Ziyu, the captain of the Special Guard Brigade, who has just received orders from Commander Luo to take command of these 10 female cadets. Reporting, sir. I am Chun Xingzhen, temporary leader of the Female Guard Unit, from the 108th cohort of the Female Guard Academy, she states formally. Huang Ziyu regards Chun Xingzhen with a nod of approval. Finding her to possess a commendable demeanor, she exudes a military aura, distinctly lacking the naivety observed in the other female cadets. Truly, the phrase women are no less than men aptly describes her. Chun Xingzhen, I hereby officially appoint you as the leader of the Female Guard Unit. Here are the documents pertaining to your charge. Huang Ziyu hands over the basic information of Liu Hui to Chun Xingzhen. Please arrange your teams promptly, pairing them into groups of 2, requiring 4 groups in total. Once organized, proceed to the logistics department to collect your equipment and essentials. Today, you shall commence your guard duties alongside the special guard team. After imparting his instructions, Huang Ziyu exits the dormitory, though a lingering confusion remains in his mind. Why, he wonders, is there a need for 10 female guards when Liu Hui is not even female? Meanwhile, Liu Hui begins to feel the weight of fatigue. Following several days of continuous study at the computer after returning from the conference room, he has absorbed a considerable portion of the foundational theories of extraterrestrial technology. And with another half-day, he should reach completion. Attempting to delve into the introductory concepts of alien technology, he finds the difficulty overwhelming, stirring a sense of inadequacy within him. He wonders how the scientists at the base are faring with their studies. Surely, it cannot rest solely upon his shoulders to master this knowledge. As time is of the essence, resolute, he decides to consult Commander Luo. With that thought, Liu Hui shuts down the computer and strides toward the door. As he opens it, he nearly collides with someone. His right hand, meant to shield against the impact, encounters something soft and yielding. Mr. Liu, are you all right? I did not mean to bump into you, a voice exclaims. Liu Hui is momentarily taken aback. A woman? Upon closer inspection, he sees before him a figure clad in guard attire. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, evoking a sense of astonishment. I am well. May I inquire who you are? Liu Hui asked, recalling that there were no female guards among his security detail. Mr. Liu, they are female guards assigned by higher authorities. One of the male guards explained from outside the door. We, the male guards, are rather clumsy, and the superiors are concerned that we may not adequately attend to your needs. Mr. Liu, I am Chun Xingzhen, the leader of the female guard unit. Your lunchtime has arrived. I am here to deliver your meal, she announced. Liu Hui glanced behind Chun Xingzhen to see another female guard carrying a lunch tray. I shall eat later. Please place it in my room for now. I need to find Commander Luo. Where is he currently? Liu Hui inquired of the male guard at the door. Mr. Liu, Commander Luo has been at the experimental learning area for the past few days. As it is undergoing expansion, the male guard replied. Experimental learning area? Please guide me there, Liu Hui requested, having spent nearly a week at the base with little familiarity of the surroundings. Certainly, Mr. Liu, follow me, the guard responded. As Liu Hui followed the male guard away, Chun Xingzhen shot a glare at her companion. Ollie, what are you still doing? Hurry and place the lunch in the room. We must follow, she urged. Upon hearing Chun Xingzhen, guard Ollie hastily set the lunch down in the room. Leader, do you not think Mr. Liu is even more handsome than in his profile photo? Ollie whispered after exiting the room. Have you forgotten the confidentiality regulations? We must not discuss the superiors, whether in public or private, Chen Xingzhen admonished. Ollie, please move faster. You will be left behind. In truth, Chen Xingzhen was equally curious. She had reviewed Liu Hui's file, which contained only a photograph and some personal habits. As for his past and position, she had no clearance to access that information. Most unexpectedly, she discovered that Liu Hui's security protection level was the highest tier. What manner of individual was this young man? Why was his significance so profound? Chen Xingzhen's mind was awash with questions. Chapter 14. Expansion of the experimental learning zone. The organizational and construction capabilities of the Huaxia nation are unparalleled on Earth. Within just a few days, the engineering troops completed the transformation and expansion of the experimental learning zone. The newly enhanced facility now boasts over 10,000 computers, alongside hundreds of study rooms and laboratories, capable of accommodating more than 10,000 scientists and researchers simultaneously for their educational and investigative pursuits. In recent days, over 2,000 scientists and researchers from the Western Alliance have arrived. How has the expansion of their residential quarters progressed? Luo Tong inquired of his assistant. Fatigue evident in his demeanor. He had been supervising and coordinating activities at the experimental learning zone for days, with less than 2 hours of sleep each night, leaving him utterly drained. Commander Luo, the expansion of the dormitory area is proceeding smoothly. It will be completed and ready for occupancy before nightfall, came the reassuring response from his staff. Hearing this, Luo Tong finally exhaled in relief. In the face of crisis, every matter required urgency, and he dared not afford any complacency. Commander Luo, have the arrangements for the scientist studies been finalized? A voice called from behind him. It was Liu Hui. Mr. Liu. I was just about to seek you out, Luo Tong replied, a flicker of excitement piercing through his fatigue upon hearing Liu Hui's voice. The expansion of the experimental learning zone is complete. When can the extraterrestrial technological data be transmitted to the computers in the learning zone? Luo Tong asked eagerly. As long as the computer equipment is functional, I can initiate the transmission from the alien intellect at any moment, Liu Hui responded. Wonderful. Tomorrow, the scientists and researchers will commence their studies, Luo Tong exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Observing Luo Tong's weary countenance, Liu Hui felt a twinge of guilt. Having assumed that Luo Tong and his team were still entangled in power struggles, neglecting to address the crisis at hand, it appeared he had misunderstood the situation. Since the experimental learning zone has been successfully expanded, I will instruct the intellect to transmit the foundational knowledge of extraterrestrial technology immediately, Liu Hui declared, contacting In-Hua to facilitate the transfer of translated materials to the computers within the learning area. Commander Luo, I shall take my leave now, Liu Hui stated, having originally come to inquire about the organization of studies, but now felt no need to linger further in light of the progress made. On his way back, Liu Hui meticulously observed the base and inquired with the nearby guards about various aspects of the facility. Base 9563 is situated in the desolate western wasteland, covering approximately 2 square kilometers, with its architectural design radiating outward from a central spacecraft. In addition to the guarding troops, the base is home to around 20,000 personnel, comprising scientific researchers and logistical staff. 1 kilometer to the east lies a train station, and a further 5 kilometers eastward is a military airport. The area within a 50-kilometer radius surrounding the base has been designated as a military zone, housing the forces of 3 divisions from the Huaxia nation. In a few days, a special armored division from the Western Alliance will also be stationed here, resulting in the base's garrison swelling to over 50,000 personnel, nearly matching the population of Huaxia's capital. I would like to venture outside the base to witness the scenery of the western wasteland, a view I have yet to behold, Liu Hui mused. After listening to the guard's introduction of the base, Liu Hui suddenly spoke up. Mr. Liu, this. The guard was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Liu Hui's departure from the base was a significant matter for the security personnel. Am I not even free to come and go from the base? Liu Hui expressed some dissatisfaction. In truth, he posed this question to gauge whether his personal freedom was being restricted. No, Mr. Liu, your exit from the base is indeed a notable event for us. Please hold on a moment. I need to arrange security protocols. After the guard spoke, he began to communicate internally with Captain Huang regarding the arrangements. Mr. Liu, please follow me. We will exit through Gate 1. The security measures have been set. Hearing the guard's words, Liu Hui felt a sense of relief, realizing that his personal freedom was intact. 5 minutes later, they arrived at Gate 1, where 2 squads of 50 guards awaited them. 2 armored military jeeps, a reconnaissance drone vehicle, a communication vehicle, and 5 armored personnel carriers were present. The display struck Liu Hui as somewhat excessive. Mr. Liu, which direction would you like to go? Asked the guard driving the jeep as Liu Hui settled into his seat. Let's head to the small hill ahead, Liu Hui replied, pointing to a nearby elevation. Having tested the waters, Liu Hui did not intend to venture far. The small hill was a nearby prominence, and he planned to enjoy the scenery before returning. 15 minutes later, the convoy reached the summit. Standing at the highest point, Liu Hui was greeted with a magnificent view. He turned back to gaze at the base, which appeared quite imposing, surrounded by a protective wall over 20 meters high, signifying the diligence of security measures. Finding a rock, Liu Hui sat down, contemplating the beautiful desert landscape before him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. In just over a year, such vistas would no longer be accessible. At midday, the sun shone intensely upon the desert. Liu Hui, possessing a unique constitution, felt no discomfort, but those around him did not share his experience. Mr. Liu, the midday sun in the desert is rather harsh. Allow me to provide some shade, smiled Chun Xingxin, the female guard, as she held an umbrella for him. Thank you, Liu Hui acknowledged, realizing that the female guards indeed exhibited greater attentiveness than their male counterparts. We should return, Liu Hui decided, feeling it unwise to waste time sitting idly. He ought to dedicate more hours to his studies. If a solution to the spacecraft's energy deficiency could not be found, humanity on Earth would be unable to escape impending disaster. Reflecting on this, Liu Hui found it impossible to remain seated. Upon returning to the base, he resumed his study regimen. After a week of diligent effort, Liu Hui had begun to grasp some rudimentary knowledge of alien technology. The more he learned, the more alarmed he became. Learning demands a considerable amount of time. If Liu Hui continues at this pace, by the time the crisis in the solar system erupts, he may not even have acquired half of the knowledge related to extraterrestrial technology. It is imperative to abandon this aimless approach to learning. A specific direction is essential for focused study. Liu Hui has come to realize that persisting in this indiscriminate manner is not a prudent strategy. He wonders how the scientists and researchers at the base have fared in their studies this week. By gathering diverse perspectives, they may stumble upon a solution. With this thought in mind, Liu Hui shut down his learning computer. He intends to visit the experimental learning area of the base. Liu Hui's thoughts remain anchored in the belief that collective strength is paramount. Chapter 15. Inefficient learning. This is a sequence of formulas you might easily overlook. By employing the intersection of these 6 mathematical equations, we can substantiate the validity of a new formula. In a study room, Dane Chi is elucidating a foundational equation of extraterrestrial mathematics to his colleagues on the panel. He is the recipient of last year's Fields Medal, a distinguished mathematician from the United States, revered in the realm of mathematics. Over the past week, while delving into the fundamentals of alien mathematics, he has made substantial progress, comprehending multiple mathematical formulas. A colleague at the door, you standing there eavesdropping, is rather impolite. If you wish to hear my explanation, you may enter the classroom. There are a few seats available. During his exposition, Dane Chi noticed a young man standing at the entrance. This individual exuded arrogance, perceiving the other's behavior as quite discourteous. No need to hear your explanation. I am already familiar with the mathematical formulas you just mentioned, the young man retorted in fluent English. You can comprehend these mathematical formulas? Dane Chi expressed skepticism. Who on earth could possess greater mathematical prowess than he? The young man's audacity was remarkable. The third mathematical formula of extraterrestrial mathematics is not particularly challenging. Your method of using the sequence of formulas seems somewhat superfluous. You should be able to resolve it using just these 2 equations. The speaker at the door was Liu Hui, who had come to assess the learning progress. Liu Hui's straightforward remarks left Dane Chi astounded, as if a veil had been lifted from his understanding. However, this also sparked a sense of rivalry within him. This is a mathematical formula I solved yesterday. Can you resolve this formula? Dane Chi inscribed an equation on the panel, the 6th mathematical formula of extraterrestrial science. To his surprise, he had already advanced to the 6th formula. Truly, a mathematician worthy of the Fields Medal. Remarkable, I have only grasped the 2nd formula thus far. The mathematical equation displayed on the panel caused a stir among the onlookers in the classroom. Witnessing their reaction, Dane Chi displayed a smug expression, casting a challenging glance at the young man at the door. Just as he anticipated the young man would retreat in the face of difficulty, the latter suddenly ascended the podium, seized a black pen, and began to write on the white panel with remarkable speed. Within a minute, he tossed down the pen and exited the classroom, speaking not a word throughout the entire process. Dane Chi stared at the solution on the panel, his expression one of astonishment. He had devoted over 2 days to resolving this formula, filling several large sheets of paper with his work, while the young man's solution consisted of merely a few simple equations. The answer was identical to his own. When did such a prodigious talent emerge in the field of mathematics? Who is this young man? Upon realizing this, Demiki hastily pursued the door, eager to make the acquaintance of the young man. Yet, he was a moment too late. The young man had already vanished from sight. Does anyone here know the young man we just saw? He inquired of his colleagues back in the study room. Mr. Demiki, that was Liu Hui. The Eternal recognized by the spaceship, a researcher from Huaxia remarked. The Eternal? Liu Hui. Liu Hui was taken aback. He had observed a dozen study rooms, and the pace of learning among the scientists and researchers was slower than he had anticipated. In just a week, they had only covered the basics. At this rate, it would take them 6 months to grasp the foundational knowledge, not to mention the extraterrestrial technology that encompassed beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Humanity had merely a little over a year remaining. Liu Hui felt that placing humanity's hopes upon these scientists was becoming increasingly tenuous. The relationship between space and time allows us to hypothesize a date. For instance, today is March 26th. We can use this date for our assumptions. Disheartened, Liu Hui overheard discussions emanating from a study room as he passed by. Is today really March 26th? Liu Hui suddenly queried a nearby guard. Indeed, Mr. Liu. Today is March 26th, the guard confirmed. Please make arrangements. I need to return to the welfare home in Yuqing tomorrow, Liu Hui instructed the guard. Is there something you need to attend to, Mr. Liu? If necessary, we can assist you, the guard replied, a hint of concern evident in his tone. They had recently received unsettling news. The intelligence agencies of the Western camp were actively investigating Liu Hui. If he were to leave the base for Yuqing now, it could easily arouse suspicion. Tomorrow marks the 60th birthday of Director Zhou of the welfare home. I wish to pay him a visit, Liu Hui explained. Mr. Liu, if you intend to bring a birthday gift, we can procure it for you. Thank you, but I will personally deliver the gift. Liu Hui declined the guard's offer. Having grown up in the orphanage, he had always regarded Director Zhou as his closest confidant. He did not wish to miss the celebration of Zhou's birthday. The intense study sessions had left Liu Hui's mind thoroughly fatigued, and he yearned for a brief respite. Understood. Mr. Liu, I shall report to Captain Huang, the guard responded, seemingly familiar with Liu Hui's disposition. Recognizing the futility of persuasion, he promptly communicated with Captain Huang. Mr. Liu, how many days do you plan to stay in Yuqing? The reporting guard inquired. I will depart tomorrow morning and return to the base by evening, Liu Hui replied. Liu Hui was acutely aware of the urgency of time and thus did not intend to linger in Yuqing for long. The night before his departure, he received a notification from the security personnel. His flight was scheduled for 6 o'clock a.m. the following morning, arriving in Yuqing around 9 o'clock a.m. This time, Liu Hui chose not to inform Dean Zhou, wishing instead to surprise him. At his insistence, only 4 security personnel accompanied him, as he preferred a more understated presence. Too many guards would surely alarm the residents of the welfare home. On the way to the welfare home, Liu Hui made a stop at a supermarket, purchasing a variety of gifts for Dean Zhou and the elderly residents. Upon arriving at the welfare home, he felt an overwhelming sense of belonging as he gazed at its entrance. You 4 wait in the car for me. I need to bring some gifts to Uncle Li at the gate, he instructed the guards, who nodded in compliance. Uncle Li, I'm back, Liu Hui announced as he entered the guardhouse, carrying the gifts. Hui, how come you're back? The dean mentioned you were attending to important national affairs. Uncle Li responded, somewhat surprised to see him. Uncle Li, you haven't forgotten, have you? Today is the dean's birthday, and I specifically returned to see him. Liu Hui's tone shifted as he noticed a sudden change in Uncle Li's expression. What is wrong, Uncle Li? Has something happened to the dean? A sense of foreboding washed over Liu Hui as he observed Uncle Li's worried demeanor. That damned Biao. He kicked the dean yesterday, fracturing his foot. He is currently at the 1st Municipal Hospital. Uncle Li revealed. Is it Chen Biao from our institution? Liu Hui demanded, his anger surging as Uncle Li affirmed with a nod. Chapter 16. Hospital conflict. Driving swiftly to the 1st Municipal Hospital, Liu Hui returned to the car and immediately instructed the guards. Mr. Liu, what has happened? A guard inquired nervously as their plans abruptly changed. Drive now. Liu Hui, consumed by anger, had no time to respond. Not daring to ask further, the guard started the vehicle. Mr. Liu, there is a traffic jam ahead. Should we wait or alter our route? Not long after departing from the welfare institution, the car Liu Hui was in was forced to halt, prompting the guard to inquire urgently. I will go ahead myself. Impatient, Liu Hui could hardly remain still. Before the guard could react, he flung open the car door and dashed towards the hospital, moving so swiftly that he left only a fleeting shadow behind. Quickly contact the members of the covert team to head to the 1st Municipal Hospital. A guard, regaining his composure, leapt from the car in pursuit of Liu Hui's vanishing figure. At the 1st Municipal Hospital, in Director Zhou's ward, Chen Biao, do you possess even a shred of conscience? The director can barely get out of bed, and you still dare to harass him? Grandma Wang scolded Chen Biao, who was in the ward. Since the director's hospitalization yesterday, she had been caring for him. This morning, she was taken aback to see Chen Biao return to the hospital to pester the director. Harass? I am also affiliated with the welfare institution. I am here to apply for special entrepreneurial funds, Chen Debu replied, his audacity evident. He, like Liu Hui, was an orphan from the welfare institution, known for his restless nature since childhood, often engaging in mischievous antics and petty thefts. Possessing a modicum of cunning, he lingered around the welfare institution as an adult. Though he shied away from significant crimes, he frequently indulged in minor offenses, such as fighting and extortion, always with a careful measure. Each time he was apprehended, he would only spend a few days in confinement before being released, which made him a particularly troublesome individual, gathering a group of ruffians around him. Recently, he had caught wind of a substantial donation of 10 million Huaxia yuan to the welfare institution. Upon learning of this considerable sum, he devised a scheme. The institution had a policy allowing orphans to apply for entrepreneurial funds upon reaching adulthood, intended to assist them in establishing themselves in society. Exploiting this policy, Chen Debiao, under the pretense of setting up a barbecue stand, audaciously requested 5 million in funding from Director Zhou. A mere few thousand was sufficient to start a barbecue stall, yet Chen Debiao's outrageous request of 5 million was, of course, met with refusal. Following the rejection, he resorted to unscrupulous tactics to coerce Director Zhou. The welfare institution experienced intermittent water and power outages, and the cafeteria served food that caused distress. Various subtle schemes left one defenseless. Despite multiple police reports, Chen Debu remained unscathed due to insufficient evidence. However, Director Zhou, displaying remarkable obstinacy, resisted Chen Debiao's coercion and steadfastly refused to grant him the 5 million. With his tactics exhausted, Chen Debiao began to feel anxious. Yesterday, fueled by alcohol, he became increasingly agitated and sought out Dean Zhou, resulting in a heated altercation. During the dispute, he kicked Dean Zhou. Although the force was minimal, the elderly man's bones were frail, leading to a fracture. The situation escalated, and Chen Debiao feared that Dean Zhou would report him to the authorities. He had mentally prepared himself for arrest and detention. To his surprise, Dean Zhou, exhibiting compassion, chose not to involve the police. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Debu sought out Dean Zhou at the hospital this morning, intent on further pressuring him. Ah Biao, if you genuinely aspire to achieve something, I can approve a funding of 20 to 30,000 for you to start a barbecue stall. However, 5 million is out of the question. You might as well abandon that thought. Dean Zhou, lying in his hospital bed, remained resolute. Dean, I am, after all, a product of the welfare institution. This 10 million is money donated by others, not yours, so why do you lament it? Moreover, I only desire half, not the entirety. Why must you be so obstinate? Chen Debiao persisted, undeterred. Ah Biao, it's best you leave and cease this harassment. Yesterday, I showed leniency, considering your upbringing in the welfare institution, and chose not to alert the authorities. If you do not depart now, I will have no choice but to call the police, Dean Zhou declared. Noticing Chen Debiao's unwavering resolve, Dean Zhou resolved to no longer indulge his softness. Call the police? If you wish to do so, go ahead. I frequent the police station numerous times a year. It's as familiar to me as home. Chen Debu resorted to defiance. Young lady, call the police. Dean Zhou instructed Mrs. Wang, who was in the ward. Upon hearing Dean Zhou's command, Mrs. Wang took out her phone. You old hag, mind your own business. You reside in the welfare institution. That is my domain. Should you fall and break your leg one day, do not blame me, Chen Debu threatened. I've lived long enough to have seen it all. I am not afraid. Mrs. Wang, with trembling hands, dialed the police. The officers arrived within 5 minutes. Let us see if you leave or not. Observing Mrs. Wang making the call, Chen Debiao let out a cold laugh. Dean Zhou, since you disregard our past, do not blame me for being merciless. This time, I will break your left foot, and next time, it could very well be your right. A loud crash interrupted Chen Debiao's threats as the door to the ward was forcefully pushed open. Are you so certain that the one losing a foot won TBU? Entered Liu Hui, who had rushed to the hospital. Upon finding Dean Zhou's room, he overheard Chen Debiao's last remarks. I was wondering who it was, speaking so boldly. It turns out to be our little Hui from the welfare institution. You've grown quite audacious, Chen Debiao scoffed, contemptuous of Liu Hui. Mao, you too, go and give him a good thrashing, he ordered. Upon entering the ward, Chen Debiao was accompanied by 3 ruffians. While he hesitated to strike an elderly person, he felt emboldened to vent his frustrations on Liu Hui. Hearing Chen Debiao's command, a thug named Mao charged at Liu Hui, his fist raised. Expecting to land a blow, he was taken aback when Liu Hui caught his fist with his hand. With a sharp crack, Mao let out a piercing scream as his knuckles were crushed. Alarmed by Mao's cry, the other 2 thugs rushed forward. Liu Hui lifted his right foot and delivered a kick to each of them. They were sent flying 2 meters away, collapsing unconscious without uttering a sound. My hand. My hand. Brother Biao, save me. At that moment, Ermao was still trapped by Liu Hui's grip. In agony, he pleaded for help. Chen Debiao was taken aback. How had Liu Hui, whom he had bullied since childhood, suddenly become so formidable? Though hesitating upon hearing Ermao's cries, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. However, his punch did not reach Liu Hui. Instead, he was met with a searing pain in his abdomen. Liu Hui had kicked him away, leaving him sprawled on the ground. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he spat out blood. Just as he attempted to rise, he found Liu Hui's foot pressing down on his back, rendering him immobile. Do you still doubt my resolve? Do you believe I want to break your legs? Liu Hui glared menacingly at Chen Debiao beneath his foot. I don't believe you dare to break my legs, Chen Debiao retorted defiantly. No sooner had he spoken than he heard a sickening crack from his knee joint. Liu Hui had stomped down, shattering it. A surge of agonizing pain erupted, and Chen Debiao let out a chilling scream. Everyone in the room, remain still. We are the police. Two officers burst into the ward. Chapter 17. A taste of privilege. The hospital room presented a distressing scene. Two individuals lay motionless on the ground. One sat, cradling his right arm and howling in agony, while the other lay prone, blood spilling from his mouth, his knee brutally pressed down by a boot. The grotesque angle of the joint suggested it had been shattered. This was the horrifying sight that greeted the two police officers upon entering the ward. Alarmed, they swiftly drew their sidearms and disengaged the safeties. Everyone, remain still. One of the officers commanded, his voice booming. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. One officer turned to look back, spotting four figures clad in black rushing toward them. Stop right there. The officer aimed his weapon at the approaching quartet, halting their advance. You four, put your hands on your heads, crouch down, and do not move or speak. With limited understanding of the situation, the officers opted to first assert control. The four individuals were Liu Hui's bodyguards. Upon seeing one of the officers aiming his firearm at Liu Hui, the lead guard felt a surge of panic. He dared not make any sudden movements, fearing it would provoke the police, and instead complied, crouching down with his hands on his head. Before doing so, he gestured to his fellow guards behind him. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the two guards in front, the rear guards stealthily reached for their weapons, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Remove your foot from him, hands on your head, crouch down, and do not act rashly or resist. I am authorized to fire. Another officer shouted, directing his weapon at Liu Hui. Hearing the police officer's command, Liu Hui's impulsive heart began to cool. He relaxed his foot that was pressing on Chen Debiao. The police are here. Let us see what you can do to me now, he taunted, sensing the officer's presence and feeling the release of pressure on Chen Debiao's body. Listen, Liu Hui, Chen Debiao sneered, his resolve hardening. You may protect Director Zhou for now, but you cannot shield him forever. Surely, you cannot remain in Yuching for a lifetime. The moment you leave, I will have my way with Director Zhou. I don't believe you would dare to kill me in front of the police. Chen Debiao's venomous words aimed to provoke Liu Hui. Killing you is not my intent, but ensuring you remain confined to a wheelchair for life is certainly within my capabilities. Liu Hui, successfully incited, stomped down hard on Chen Debiao's other knee joint with a crack. In the hospital room, Chen Debiao's agonized screams mingled with the sound of 3 gunshots. Liu Hui felt a sudden impact against his chest and glanced down to find a bullet hole in his shirt, emitting a faint scent of singed fabric. Meanwhile, the two police officers clutched their wrists, grimacing in pain. They had been struck in the wrist by shots fired from the guards. Mr. Liu, are you all right? The 4 bodyguards encircled him, weapons drawn and vigilant against the 2 officers in the hospital room. Liu Hui lifted his shirt. He observed a bullet embedded in his skin. As he probed at it with his fingers, the bullet fell away. The slightly indented skin quickly returned to its original state, leaving no trace of injury. Witnessing this scene, Liu Hui's security personnel displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Outside the hospital room, a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard. In the shadows, more than 50 security personnel were discreetly safeguarding Liu Hui, and they had only just arrived at the scene. They busily managed the area, treated the injured, and changed the hospital room, all without Liu Hui needing to give any instructions. Hui, what exactly is going on? Who are those people? Director Zhou, having been escorted by security to a different room, was filled with questions after witnessing the events unfold. Director, I am currently serving the nation, and my identity is somewhat unique. Those individuals were my security personnel. Due to confidentiality regulations, I cannot divulge further details, Liu Hui replied. His circumstances were too intricate to explain clearly to Director Zhou, so he resorted to the excuse of confidentiality. It's all right. It matters little whether you choose to speak or not. As long as your actions are not unlawful, that suffices, Director Zhou said, having watched Liu Hui grow up and placing his trust in him. Director, you must remember to call me next time something arises. Celebrating Director Zhou's birthday was meant to be a joyous occasion. Yet Liu Hui had never anticipated the events would unfold in such a manner. Inside the hospital room, he spent a considerable amount of time conversing with Director Zhou. As dusk approached, he began his return journey. The day's occurrences left a profound impression on Liu Hui. Injuries and police casualties, events that would be considered significant by ordinary people, had become trivial in Liu Hui's eyes. He understood that this was due to the uniqueness of his identity. He was experiencing the taste of privilege for the first time and began to comprehend why so many individuals in the world would resort to unscrupulous means and engage in treachery for power. When arriving in Yuqing, Liu Hui had traveled aboard a military transport aircraft. However, on his return to the base, he found himself aboard a private jet, which, according to his security team, was exclusively reserved for national leaders. The seats on the jet were exceedingly comfortable, yet Liu Hui, sipping juice, felt a twinge of boredom. With over an hour left until they reached the base, he noticed a stack of newspapers beside his seat and picked one up, discovering it was the latest edition. To pass the time, he began to read. Lupton holds press conference, announces third round of sanctions against Langlang Nation. Upon reading this headline, Liu Hui shook his head. The crisis in the solar system was on the verge of eruption, yet the United States still fancied itself as the world's police. He could hardly fathom the thoughts of these politicians. Liu Hui switched to another newspaper. Africa's Kaboraki volcano erupts. Government organizes evacuation of citizens. The sight of this headline suddenly captured Liu Hui's attention. A volcano? Lava? If one were to construct an energy harvesting machine, it could be deployed into a volcanic crater. As long as the machine's exterior is capable of withstanding extreme temperatures and pressures, it may utilize the gravitational forces of the Earth's core to descend into the depths of the mantle. At such profound depths, even if energy blocks cannot be harvested, the machine could still recharge depleted energy blocks. A scheme for collecting energy blocks gradually takes shape in Liu Hui's mind. Chapter 18. Evolution of Fever. In the command office of the base, Luo Tong was perusing the hospital's shooting report. Standing before his desk were Huang Zihu and 4 guards from the scene of the incident. Bullets could not harm Liu Hui's physique. Are you certain that none of you are mistaken? Upon receiving confirmation from the 4 guards once more, Luo Tong finally accepted this as the truth. He had reviewed Liu Hui's medical examination report and was aware that Liu Hui's body was extraordinary. However, he had not anticipated that Liu Hui could withstand gunfire. You 4 have failed in your duty as guards, resulting in the occurrence of this shooting incident. Although the consequences were not irreparable, according to the regulations for guards, you must be compelled to retire. Even though Liu Hui was unharmed, the negligence of the 4 guards must be addressed with punishment. Luo Tong did not offer them any leniency. Captain Huang, the report states that you left 10 guards at the hospital to protect Director Zhou? Luo Tong inquired of Huang Zihu in the office. Director Zhou is the closest person to Liu Hui. I believe it is essential to have guards protecting him. Huang Zihu explained. I did not imply that you acted incorrectly. Luo Tong did not intend to place blame. He recognized that he bore significant responsibility for the shooting incident at the hospital. Liu Hui's records indicated he was an orphan, devoid of family. This led Luo Tong to overlook the existence of the Welfare Institute. Within the base, Liu Hui's efforts to secure donations for the Welfare Institute underscored its importance. Engrossed in the work at the base, Luo Tong had neglected these considerations. He had failed to dispatch personnel to safeguard the Welfare Institute. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. This is indeed my oversight, and guards should have been assigned to protect Director Zhou. However, these guards are Liu Hui's personnel. Prolonged exposure to the outside could jeopardize the secrets of the base. To mitigate any potential risks, I will arrange for their replacement promptly. It is never too late to mend the fold. Rest assured, Director Luo. I would stake my life on the assurance that my team will not divulge any secrets of the base. Upon hearing Huang Zihu's words, Luo Tong nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, you may leave for now. Luo Tong prepared to organize the report in his hands, which needed to be submitted upward. The chief had been closely monitoring Liu Hui's every move. Captain, what is wrong? The shout of the guards interrupted Luo Tong's arrangement of the report. He looked up to see Huang Zihu, who had been standing at his desk moments ago, suddenly collapsed to the ground. What happened? What is wrong with Captain Huang? Luo Tong stood up and quickly approached. Director Luo, Captain Huang was already running a fever when he arrived. I suspect it has become severe, causing him to faint. One of the guards responded. A fever? Luo Tong reached out to touch Huang Zihu's forehead. It is so hot. It must be over 40 degrees. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly take him to the base hospital. After returning from Yuqing, Liu Hui spent 3 days poring over materials and calculating data. Ultimately, he produced the preliminary design for the energy collector. The next step was to find suitable materials for its construction. The depth of the Earth's lower mantle is approximately 2,000 kilometers, with temperatures nearing 2,000 degrees Celsius and pressures around 1.2 million standard atmospheres. For the energy collector to reach such depths, its shell material must withstand both extreme temperatures and pressures. What kind of material could possibly endure such conditions? Liu Hui searched through the known materials humanity can produce, but none met the stringent requirements. The energy collector was stalled at the material selection phase. Liu Hui shut down the computer in his room, letting out a sigh. He felt as though a skilled cook was rendered powerless without ingredients. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock resonated in Liu Hui's room. Come in. Entering was the female guard Chen Xinxin, carrying Liu Hui's lunch. Please place the lunch on the dining table. I will eat it shortly. After Chen Xinxin set the meal down and prepared to leave, Liu Hui suddenly recalled something. Guard Chen, where is Captain Huang? It seems I haven't seen him for 3 days. Typically, Huang Zihu would linger in Liu Hui's room during mealtime, engaging in conversation and occasionally sharing a meal. The unexpected absence sparked Liu Hui's curiosity. Mr. Liu. Captain Huang fell ill 3 days ago and is currently in the intensive care unit of the base hospital. Fell ill and is in the ICU? How serious is it? Take me to see him. Upon first meeting Huang Zihu, Liu Hui felt an innate sense of kinship. Hearing of his condition, Liu Hui could not remain indifferent. Upon arriving at the intensive care unit of the base hospital, Liu Hui encountered Academician Wang Kuan, who was waiting outside. Academician Wang, what brings you here? Both Huang Zihu and Zhang Jisen have succumbed to fever and unconsciousness. Zhang Jisen has also fallen ill. Liu Hui expressed surprise. He had met Zhang Jisen in the conference room, leaving a profound impression on him, as he shared the same natural warmth as Huang Zihu. Huang Zihu fell ill 3 days ago, while Zhang Jisen's condition manifested yesterday. Academician Wang, how are they faring? Is there a risk to their lives? Liu Hui inquired with concern. It is difficult to ascertain if there is a life-threatening risk. Both of their temperatures have soared to 45 degrees. In ordinary individuals, such temperatures can lead to complications and organ failure. However, they are exhibiting unusual characteristics. Aside from their fever and unconsciousness, their bodies appear remarkably normal. As long as there is no immediate danger to their lives, that is a relief. Liu Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Through the glass window of the intensive care unit, Liu Hui gazed upon the 2 individuals lying in their beds. He sensed an inexplicable connection between their fevered state of unconsciousness and his own circumstances. Nuwa, do you know why they are experiencing fever and delirium? Liu Hui inquired of Nuwa. Congratulations, Captain. The 2 individuals are being affected by your brainwave emissions and are entering a phase of feverish evolution. The duration of this evolution can be observed in your brain's original space, Master. Jisen, do you think we might be trapped here for eternity? Huang Zihu pondered. Having been in this space for several days, what began as curiosity had transformed into profound solitude and fear, nearly shattering his psyche. Had it not been for the discovery that Zhang Jisen had also entered this realm yesterday, he might have succumbed to despair. Captain Huang, I believe that is unlikely. Have you noticed? The golden orb in this space evokes a strangely familiar sensation. This feeling inspires both awe and an inexplicable warmth. The embodiment of this golden sphere must surely be someone we recognize. Zhang Jisen, your intuition is remarkably astute. This golden orb is indeed my essence. Both Huang Zihu and Zhang Jisen simultaneously heard a familiar voice. Is that you, Liu Hui? Mr. Liu? Chapter 19. The Guardians indeed. I am Liu Hui. Welcome to my cerebral essence realm. Upon entering his cerebral essence space, Liu Hui discovered 2 silver-white orbs, each the size of a yellow bean. He sensed their presence. One belonged to Huang Zihu, and the other to Zhang Jisen. These orbs must represent their cerebral essences. Mr. Liu, what has transpired? What is happening? Upon Liu Hui's arrival, Zhang Jisen inquired urgently. I once injected the DNA node of the Eternal from Kalan star, Batiste, aboard the spacecraft. Following the injection, I evolved into a true Eternal. Eternals possess the ability to emit a unique cerebral wave radiation, which can influence ordinary humans. Prompting their evolution, Liu Hui elucidated the truth of the matter. Mr. Liu, what changes shall we undergo post-evolution? Now aware of the situation, Zhang Jisen asked with concern. The records aboard the spacecraft are incomplete, and thus I lack comprehensive knowledge. You may evolve into scholars or guardians, or perhaps something else altogether. As Liu Hui spoke, he cast his gaze upon Zhang Jisen's cerebral essence. Upon a careful assessment, he discerned additional information regarding Zhang Jisen's essence. Zhang Jisen age, 32 evolution type, scholar evolution progress, evolving, 56 completed. Time remaining for evolution, 37 hours, 26 minutes. 18 seconds. It became clear to Liu Hui that he was evolving into a scholar. Shifting his focus, He turned towards Huang Zihu's cerebral essence and began to sense it. Huang Zihu age, 23 evolution type, Guardian evolution progress, evolving, 97 completed. Time remaining for evolution, 2 hours, 5 minutes, 13 seconds. Zhang Jisen, Huang Zihu, I have discerned the nature of your evolution. Liu Hui conveyed his insights. I sensed your cerebral essences. Zhang Jisen, you shall become a scholar. Huang Zihu, you shall evolve into a guardian. Mr. Liu, what exactly do scholars and guardians entail? Zhang Jisen queried. Scholars are the cornerstone of human technological advancement, while guardians serve as the protectors of human civilization. The records aboard the spacecraft are scant, and detailed information is unfortunately lost. However, I should be able to perceive the changes in your bodies once your evolution is complete. After your physical evolution concludes, I shall return to examine the results. Mr. Liu, are you planning to depart? What shall we do if you leave? Zhang Jisen asked anxiously upon hearing Liu Hui's intention to leave. Rest assured, you will not be trapped here. Once your evolution is complete, you may exit my cerebral essence realm. Zhang Jisen, you have 37 hours remaining for your evolution. Huang Zihu has nearly completed his evolution, with merely 2 hours remaining. After Liu Hui meticulously conveyed the details, he departed from the neural substrate space, his consciousness returning to the exterior of the intensive care unit. Rest assured, Academician Wang, they will be fine. Huang Zihu will awaken in 2 hours, and Zhang Jisen will regain consciousness after 37 hours. Liu Hui reassured the anxious Academician Wang beside him. Mr. Liu, how do you know the timing of their awakening? Academician Wang inquired. Liu Hui merely smiled, withholding the secret of the Eternal One's ability to facilitate the evolution of ordinary humans. I shall take my leave now, Academician Wang. I prefer not to wait idly for 2 hours here. I can utilize this time to acquire some knowledge, Liu Hui remarked, already calculating his time as he returned to his room for study. As Liu Hui entered the neural substrate space upon Huang Zihu's completion of his evolution, he immediately noticed the transformation. Huang Zihu's neural substrate had enlarged, now the size of a ping-pong ball, a clear indication of his evolution success. Liu Hui assessed Huang Zihu's neural substrate. Age, 23 years. Identity, Guardian. Neural domain development, 21. Physical level, level 4. Potential, level 8. Remarkably, his physical level matched Liu Hui's at level 4, albeit with 1 level of potential lower. Additionally, he possessed an explosive trait that could temporarily elevate his physical level by 2 tiers. The prospect of such an enhancement left Liu Hui in awe. He could scarcely fathom what it would mean to increase his physical level further. He was uncertain whether he possessed a similar trait, as he could not access his own attributes within the neural substrate space. Mr. Liu, is it you who has come? Huang Zihu seemed to sense Liu Hui's presence. Indeed. It is I. Your evolution has been completed. I have just reviewed the results. Your neural domain development has risen to 21. Your physical level has escalated to level 4. And you possess an explosive trait. Neural domain development? Physical level? Explosive trait? Huang Zihu struggled to comprehend Liu Hui's words. The average person's neural domain development is around 10. Yours has increased to 21, enhancing your learning capabilities. The characteristics of a level 4 physical state include. Liu Hui elucidated the changes in Huang Zihu's body. What? You mean my body is now akin to yours, capable of withstanding bullets? Huang Zihu found it hard to believe. He had read the reports of gunfire incidents in the hospital and could scarcely imagine his body attaining such resilience. There's no need for astonishment. I too found it difficult to believe initially that my body could withstand bullets. Liu Hui and Huang Zihu engaged in a conversation within the neural substrate space. Mr. Liu, what about me? Will my body also transform in such a manner? Zhang Jisen had been attentively listening to the conversation between Liu Hui and Huang Zihu. Ultimately, unable to contain his curiosity, he seized an opportunity to inquire of Liu Hui. Your path of evolution aligns with that of a scholar. Your physical level should not be particularly elevated. However, I surmise that the development of your cerebral domain will far surpass that of Huang Zihu. The specific outcomes of your evolution will only be revealed upon its completion. There is no need for haste. You still have a day and a half remaining. Liu Hui did not linger long in the neural substrate space. After engaging in conversation with the two, he exited the realm, planning to return once Zhang Jisen had completed his evolution to assess the results. After Huang Zihu's evolution was complete, he awoke in the intensive care unit, a sense of disorientation washing over him, as if in a dream. Removing the intravenous tubes and the ECG leads from his body, he propped himself up using the metal railing of the hospital bed. Observing the railing, he suddenly exerted a firm grip. Huang Zihu realized, with astonishment, that he had barely applied any force, yet the metal railing had already deformed. It dawned on him, Everything that had transpired within me is indeed real. Chapter 20 Scholar Zhang Jisen. Mr. Liu, your lunchtime has arrived. This marks Huang Zihu's first visit to deliver meals to Liu Hui's room since his awakening. Captain Huang, do stay and dine with us. Let us converse. Liu Hui remarked with a smile upon seeing Huang Zihu's arrival. He had begun to fathom the innate sense of familiarity he felt towards Huang Zihu. It was due to the influence of his brainwave rays, which had prompted Huang Zihu's mutation and evolution. Mr. Liu, I had no idea you harbored such a significant secret, Huang Zihu expressed, a sense of reverence washing over him as he gazed at Liu Hui. In the realm of brain matter, Huang Zihu's was merely the size of a ping-pong ball, while Liu Hui's brain matter approached 3 meters in diameter. In comparison, he found it inconceivable to comprehend the extent of Liu Hui's abilities. The results of our evolution are quite alarming. I am uncertain how the leader and the others will respond once they learn of this, so I wish to keep it under wraps for now. Our most pressing concern is resolving the energy issue of the spacecraft. We should refrain from complicating matters further, Liu Hui shared in a lengthy discussion with Huang Zihu. Articulating his thoughts, Huang Zihu agreed to temporarily keep the secret of their evolution. Liu Hui, mindful of time, once again entered his realm of brain matter. Zhang Jisen's evolution was nearing completion, and he intended to assess the outcome. To his astonishment, Zhang Jisen's brain matter was nearly twice the size of Huang Zihu's. Could it be that Zhang Jisen possessed remarkable evolutionary capabilities? With this thought, Liu Hui swiftly examined Zhang Jisen's brain matter. Zhang Jisen age, 32 identity, special scholar brain domain development, 65 maximum potential, 79 physical level, level 2 characteristic, concentration upon activation. Learning and research capabilities are enhanced by 100 times for a duration of 1 year, with a cooldown of 100 years. Zhang Jisen's evolutionary results were indeed formidable. Liu Hui's brain domain development stood at 52, while Zhang Jisen had already achieved 65, with a potential nearing the threshold of an eternal at 79. Most notably was his characteristic of concentration, which could amplify his research and learning capabilities 100-fold. Although this enhancement lasted only a year, during that period, 10 of Liu Hui's capabilities would not match even a single Zhang Jisen. Mr. Liu, is that you? Zhang Jisen sensed Liu Hui's presence. Indeed, it is I. I have just reviewed the outcomes of your evolution. Your brain domain development has reached 65. Liu Hui conveyed the results of Zhang Jisen's evolution. Zhang Jisen, though your physical level is modest, your brain domain development is exceptionally high. Moreover, you possess a characteristic of concentration. When activated, your learning and research capabilities will see a significant increase. I have completed the design blueprint for the energy collector. Yet I find myself at an impasse regarding the manufacturing materials. I hope that upon your awakening, you will establish a materials research laboratory dedicated to the study of materials for the fabrication of the energy collector. Zhang Jisen's exceptional learning and research capabilities have instilled in Liu Hui a sense of hope regarding the creation of the energy collector. Given the stakes involved in the survival of human civilization, Zhang Jisen could not refuse, nor did he have any reason to decline. Upon awakening in the intensive care unit, Zhang Jisen engaged in a conversation with Liu Hui, who entrusted him with the design blueprint of the energy collector. Zhang Jisen's aptitude for learning and research proved formidable. After acquiring the blueprint, he activated his focus attribute and dedicated over half a month to overcoming nearly all the material-related challenges. Currently, only 2 significant hurdles remain in the manufacturing of the energy collector. Firstly, the outer shell material of the collector remains unsolved. At a depth of approximately 2,000 kilometers underground, temperatures soared to 2,000 degrees Celsius, with pressures reaching 1.2 million standard atmospheres. The creation of a material capable of withstanding such extreme heat and pressure is exceedingly difficult. Secondly, the collector, harnessing the gravitational pull of the Earth's core, can only descend to a depth of about 500 kilometers. To delve deeper, a powerful unidirectional gravitational engine is required to amplify the Earth's gravitational force. However, the core component of the engine, the gravitational wave sphere, lacks available materials for its manufacture. Jisen, have the last 2 material challenges yet to be resolved? Liu Hui inquires every couple of days regarding the progress. Mr. Liu, we have been stalled for 2 days without any breakthroughs, Zhang Jisen responds with utmost respect. He does not allow himself to feel arrogant despite Liu Hui's comparatively lesser research capabilities. Within the neural space, Liu Hui's vast cerebral structure leaves a profound impression on him, and the development of 65 of his brain regions endows him with exceptionally robust logical reasoning abilities. Zhang Jisen harbors a strong conviction that if he were ever to defy Liu Hui's will and become his adversary, Liu Hui would possess the means to easily contend with him. Mr. Liu, I have a thought. Could we possibly utilize materials from an extraterrestrial spacecraft? For instance, we might dismantle some components from the spacecraft to aid in constructing the energy collector. Faced with a bottleneck in material development, Zhang Jisen adopted a new line of thinking that led him to this idea. Jisen, that is a splendid suggestion. Come, follow me to the spacecraft. Upon hearing Zhang Jisen's words, Liu Hui recalled the remnants of several maintenance robots and trajectory-altering vehicles aboard the spacecraft. These are resources they could potentially exploit. This time, Liu Hui was not let down. Zhang Jisen discovered suitable materials on the spacecraft, most of which were salvaged from the trajectory-altering vehicles. During the dismantling process, Zhang Jisen serendipitously uncovered that the power system of the trajectory-altering vehicle could be directly integrated into the collector. All issues concerning the manufacture of the energy collector were thus resolved, and he successfully gathered all the necessary materials for its construction. Liu Hui commanded the 2 maintenance robots aboard the spacecraft to commence the fabrication of the energy collector. The efficiency of the maintenance robots was remarkably high. Within merely 2 days, the energy collector was completed. Upon receiving the news, Luo Tong arrived at the manufacturing workshop, where he beheld a colossal conical structure. The conical entity measured approximately 5 meters in diameter and over 20 meters in length, adorned in the same silvery hue as the spacecraft itself. Commander Luo, he began. This energy collector will be deployed into the volcanic crater, harnessing the fluidity of the lava and the gravitational pull of the Earth's core. The energy collector will descend to a depth of approximately 500 kilometers. At that juncture, we shall activate the synchronous gravitational engine to continue the descent. Liu Hui elucidated the entire collection process to Luo Tong. When shall we conduct the inaugural energy collection? Luo inquired. We intend to initiate the first energy collection tomorrow, came the response, with the Kabialachi volcanic crater in Africa already selected for this endeavor. Chapter 21. Harnessing the Earth's core energy en moi. Do you not think that as an eternal, I ought to possess a remarkable trait? Lying on his bed, Liu Hui reminisced about the attributes that Zhang Jisen and Huang Zihu had acquired after their evolution. Just before succumbing to slumber, he engaged in a casual conversation with Enhua. Captain, I am unable to provide an answer to your query. I can only detect changes in your physical attributes, but cannot discern any hidden traits. Enhua replied. Am I truly lacking as an eternal? Zhang Jisen has developed his cerebral domain to 65, surpassing my own, and he possesses a focused trait. Meanwhile, Huang Zihu, though his cerebral development is modest, shares my physical level and wields a formidable trait that elevates his physical rank by 2 levels. In comparison to them, I feel a profound sense of inadequacy. Since learning of Zhang Jisen and Huang Zihu's evolutionary outcomes, Liu Hui had fallen into a state of despondency, gradually losing his confidence, feeling that his status as an eternal was not particularly formidable. Captain, please do not indulge in such unfounded thoughts. Their abilities are contingent upon your cerebral entity space. Only by your support can they sustain their powers. The stronger they become, the more advantageous it is for you. Should they dare to defy or rebel, you can effortlessly obliterate their cerebral entities within the cerebral space, rendering them ordinary once more, Enhua reassured him. Within my cerebral entity space, I can easily destroy their cerebral entities? Liu Hui had not contemplated such a capability until Enhua mentioned it. Captain, as an eternal, you ought to possess unwavering confidence. Eternals are the very essence of human civilization. Without Eternals, humanity cannot ascend to a higher civilization. This conversation with Enhua rekindled Liu Hui's self-assurance. In the command room of the base, key personnel including Luo Tong, Jax, Liu Hui, and Zhang Jisen convened. Today, they were to witness the inaugural energy collection mission of the energy collector within the command room. Activate the energy collector and commence the energy collection task. Liu Hui instructed Enhua. The operation would be remotely controlled by her. A colossal skylight opened in the ceiling of the manufacturing workshop, and the energy collector ascended gracefully. Departing the workshop, the propulsion system of the collector was derived from the ship's trajectory changer, capable of generating bidirectional high-frequency gravitational forces, utilizing the principle of attraction in the same direction and repulsion in the opposite. The base was situated over 4,000 kilometers from the Kabialachi volcano in Africa. The energy collector flew at a remarkable speed, covering this distance in under 5 minutes. The collector descended into the volcanic crater at a speed of 86 kilometers per hour. All data is normal. In the command room, a massive display screen showcased a simulation animation of the energy collector. Enhua was reporting on the collector's status. The descent speed of the collector is somewhat sluggish. At this rate, it will take over 20 hours to reach approximately 2,000 kilometers underground. No one in the control room is making a sound. Everyone is fixated on the display screens, awaiting updates. The collector encounters turbulent lava flows and is adjusting its course. Current depth, 276 kilometers. 436 kilometers. NWA continues to report on the status of the collector. The collector passes through the lava layer, entering the upper mantle. The descent speed decreases, prompting the activation of the second engine to enhance the bidirectional gravitational pull. Liu Hui gazes at the large screen in the control room. The energy collector originally measured 5 meters in diameter and 23 meters in length. Data reveals that under the immense pressure of the mantle, the collector's dimensions have been compressed to a mere 2 meters in diameter and 8 meters in length. Current depth, 1,926 kilometers. The collector's pressure resistance has reached the warning threshold. NWA inquires whether to continue the descent. She pauses the collector's descent and seeks Liu Hui's guidance. Scan the surroundings for energy blocks and free liquid energy. Liu Hui issues the command. Scanning in progress. Unable to detect energy blocks. A small amount of free liquid energy detected. Upon hearing NWA's report, Liu Hui breathes a sigh of relief. Humanity has only this one energy collector. The risk of being crushed if they continue to descend is far too great. Harvest the free liquid energy to recharge the empty energy blocks, Liu Hui instructs further. For this collection mission, Liu Hui has prepared for both scenarios. Ideally, they would directly collect energy blocks. If not, they would have to spend additional time gathering free liquid energy to recharge the empty blocks. The collector is now absorbing the free liquid energy to recharge the energy blocks. The estimated time to fully charge is 76 hours. There are over 500 empty energy blocks aboard the spacecraft. This time, the energy collector carries 50 empty energy blocks. Charging will take approximately 3 days, and the round trip for the collector will require about 2 days. A total of 5 days to recharge 50 empty energy blocks is an acceptable outcome, based on this timeline, barring any unforeseen events. And considering the maintenance and repairs needed for the energy collector, all energy blocks aboard the spacecraft could be fully charged in 2 to 3 months. Jason, the energy issue of the spacecraft has been resolved. You have been here for over 20 hours. You must be quite fatigued. It would be wise to return and get some rest. I would prefer not to witness another incident like yesterday's fainting spell, Liu Hui remarked with concern. Noticing Zhang Jisen's weariness. Very well, I shall return to rest, Zhang Jisen replied. Mr. Liu, please take care of your health as well. Upon hearing Liu Hui's words, Zhang Jisen turned and exited the control room, neglecting to bid farewell to Commander Luo or Jex. In that moment, Liu Hui was the only person in his sight. Yesterday, he nearly succumbed to a sudden cardiac arrest in the laboratory due to prolonged overexertion. Upon receiving the news, Liu Hui immediately entered the cerebral realm. There, he discovered that Zhang Jisen's cerebral entity had lost its luster. Consequently, he delicately peeled a small fragment from his own cerebral entity and infused it into Zhang Jisen's. This infusion rejuvenated Zhang Jisen instantaneously. This event illuminated a profound truth for Zhang Jisen. Everything he held dear was intricately linked to Liu Hui. Without Liu Hui, he would lose it all. During the infusion, Zhang Jisen distinctly sensed that, should Liu Hui desire, he could effortlessly obliterate his cerebral entity. Within this cerebral realm, he found himself devoid of any means of resistance. As he witnessed Zhang Jisen depart, Liu Hui turned to Commander Luo of the base. Commander Luo prepared to convene a crisis management committee meeting, as the construction of the spacecraft needed to be prioritized on the agenda. Chapter 22, The Hope spaceship. Constructing a spacecraft capable of sustaining 5 million humans in the vastness of space is an immense undertaking. Liu Hui possesses only a preliminary design concept, yet he has yet to produce detailed schematics for the vessel. However, he has already established the manufacturing processes for the specialized steel required for the construction. These methodologies were developed by Zhang Jisen during the research into the materials for the collector. Clutching the documentation concerning the production of specialized steel, Liu Hui entered the Crisis Management Committee's conference room. The construction of the spacecraft necessitates an estimated 1.9 billion tons of specialized steel. To manufacture such a vast quantity within a single year, collaboration among all steel production facilities on Earth is imperative. Although the design blueprints for the spacecraft have not yet been finalized, it is essential to prepare the primary materials in advance. Liu Hui did not linger in the conference room for long. The meeting, presided over by Luo Tong and Jex, allowed Liu Hui to convey the details regarding the specialized steel production before his departure. The management and coordination of the steel mill's specialized steel manufacturing fall under the purview of the Crisis Management Committee, leaving Liu Hui with insufficient time to attend to these matters. The design of the spacecraft demands considerable investment of time and energy from both him and Zhang Jisen. Liu Hui has ceased to rely on the scientists and researchers at the base. Their capacity for learning and research is woefully inadequate. Most are still grappling with the foundational aspects of alien technology, unable to even grasp the basics. Their contributions are limited to supporting roles. Jisun, what is your current progress in learning? After leaving the conference room, Liu Hui arrived at Zhang Jisun's study laboratory. I have mastered over half of the intermediate knowledge from the Kalan planetary civilization's technological tree. The remaining material is somewhat challenging, and I estimate it will take about a month to fully comprehend. After that, I shall be able to pursue more advanced knowledge. Zhang Jisun possesses a unique focus. When he harnesses this trait, his learning ability accelerates dramatically, while Liu Hui finds himself still entrenched in the early stages of intermediate knowledge. Zhang is nearing completion of this tier. Jisun, your research capabilities and knowledge retention surpass my own. For the design of this spacecraft, I shall defer to your judgment as the lead designer, and I will support you wholeheartedly. Given the gravity of the situation, Liu Hui refrained from contesting the leadership of the spacecraft's design. The challenge of creating a vessel to accommodate 5 million humans is exceedingly intricate. Oxygen and freshwater recycling systems, gravitational systems, food chain management, industrial zones, and agricultural planning, along with the efficient utilization of space and the vessel's defensive capabilities, all present formidable complexities. Despite the advanced capabilities of Liu Hui and Zhang Jisun's cognitive development, the enormity and intricacy of the spacecraft's design pose significant challenges. Both are constrained by limited time and energy, and even with the assistance of the intelligent entity Niwa, the progress of their design efforts remains painstakingly slow. However, over time, the situation has improved. Within a month, 18 individuals at the base experienced fever and unconsciousness, displaying symptoms akin to those of Huang Zihu and Zhang Jisun. Liu Hui's cerebral matrix expanded to accommodate these 18 individuals. Among them, 8 evolved towards the guardian path, while the remaining 10 took on the role of scholars. With the addition of these 10 scholars, the design work for the spacecraft progressed rapidly. With a countdown of 12 months until the impending disaster in the solar system, the primary design of the spacecraft was completed. In Zhang Jisun's laboratory, a group of individuals gathered before a three-dimensional projector. These individuals were the principal contributors to the spacecraft's design. All scholars evolved from ordinary humanity. They were observing the three-dimensional imagery of the completed spacecraft. Mr. Liu, please bestow a name upon the spacecraft, Zhang Jisun urged Liu Hui. Upon hearing Zhang Jisun's request, all the scholars turned their gaze toward Liu Hui, with no dissenting voices. It seemed only natural for Liu Hui to name the spacecraft. These scholars were exceptionally intelligent individuals. Liu Hui had the capacity to catalyze evolution in ordinary humans, marking him as a pivotal figure and a beacon of hope for the future of human civilization. Unbeknownst to him, these scholars had begun to regard Liu Hui as their leader. Let us name it Hope, Liu Hui declared without much deliberation. This spacecraft would carry 50 million humans away from the solar system, embodying the continuation and hope of Earth's civilization. This was the essence behind Liu Hui's choice of name. Upon hearing Hope, the scholars once again gazed at the three-dimensional imagery of the spacecraft, softly repeating the name. Yet, there was no joy in their accomplishment. Rather, a tinge of sorrow marred their expressions. The current human population on Earth stands at approximately 9 billion, and the spacecraft they designed could only save 50 million. The vast majority would face death amidst the impending catastrophe of the solar system, a result both unbearable and inescapable. Jisun, you are the chief designer of the Hope spacecraft. Please introduce it to everyone, Liu Hui prompted. To expedite the design process, the newly joined scholars had been assigned localized design tasks, leaving them largely unaware of the overall design. Certainly, I will provide a brief introduction to the Hope spacecraft. Zhang Jisun responded to Liu Hui. The spacecraft boasts a diameter of 23.46 kilometers and a height of 7.62 kilometers, with an anticipated total mass upon completion of. The spacecraft's exterior draws inspiration from that of the Life Transmission spacecraft. This is due to the fact that the propulsion system of the Hope spacecraft is derived from that of the Life Transmission spacecraft. The identical exterior design serves to diminish the energy consumption of the propulsion system. The Hope spacecraft is divided into 3 major zones: the living zone, the production zone, and the research and experimentation zone. Each of these main zones is further subdivided into numerous smaller sectors. Zhang Jisun provided a brief introduction to the Hope spacecraft. Liu Hui reported the completion of the main design of the Hope spacecraft to Commander Luo. Subsequently, the Crisis Management Committee convened an emergency meeting. Thus commenced the largest construction endeavor in the history of humanity on Earth. Chapter 23. A Surge in the Shadows. 1. The countdown to disaster in the solar system stands at 9 months. 30 kilometers west of Base 9563 lies the construction site for the Hope spacecraft. Since the design blueprints for Hope were finalized, Nearly 1 million construction workers and engineers have gathered here over the span of 3 months. Surrounding the base, 4 new airports and 2 high-speed railways have been established. The materials and machinery necessary for the spacecraft's construction are being continuously transported from around the globe. The alien spacecraft had already been relocated to this site by the time the construction of Hope commenced. The construction of Hope must revolve around the alien vessel, as it generates a support field with a diameter of 15 kilometers, enabling the assembly of Hope on the Earth's surface. Without this support field, the ground would be unable to bear Hope's weight in the face of a shared crisis. The 2 major factions of the East and West have engaged in seamless cooperation in the construction of the spacecraft, showing no signs of negligence. Within 3 months, the construction progress of the spacecraft has reached 31. The building of Hope is proceeding smoothly, influenced by Liu Hui's brainwave radiation. There have been 65 incidents of fever and unconsciousness at the base over the past 3 months. Surrounding Liu Hui are 83 guardians and scholars, comprising 52 scholars and 31 guardians. The recurrent incidents of fever and unconsciousness have led Liu Hui to discern a pattern. The living and working areas of these evolved individuals all fall within a radius of 25 kilometers from him. This indicates that the range of Liu Hui's brainwave radiation is confined to a radius of 25 kilometers. As the number of evolved individuals increases, they have spontaneously gathered in Zhang Jisen's research studio, as Liu Hui visits daily to engage in the study of alien technologies. Liu Hui seems to possess an enigmatic allure, drawing them closer to him. This frequent congregation in Zhang Jisen's study has begun to attract attention from various quarters. In the capital of Huaxia, in the office of the leader of the South China Sea, the 2 paramount leaders, Old Hu and Old Zhang, are seated. Luo Tong personally reports to the leaders each month regarding the status of the base and the spacecraft's construction. Traditionally, he has come alone, but this time, he is accompanied by Captain Huang Zihu of the base's Special Guard Unit. Captain Huang, I am aware of your concerns regarding the truth of the matter. Now, in the presence of our nation's leaders, you would not still wish to conceal it, would you? Luo Tong addresses Huang Zihu. As the commander of Base 9563, Luo Tong is highly sensitive to the anomalous occurrences at the base. Over the past few months, nearly 100 individuals have experienced fever and unconsciousness. Upon awakening, they have gradually congregated around Liu Hui. Their peculiar behavior has caught Luo Tong's attention. He suspects that Liu Hui is clandestinely cultivating his own influence. What he remained oblivious to was the method by which Liu Hui had gathered these individuals. The occurrence of this event was not favorable for the nation or the base. In pursuit of the truth, Luo Tong engaged in several discussions with Huang Zihu, as the first person to fall ill and subsequently regain consciousness. And being an officer of the Huaxia nation, Luo Tong sought to leverage him as a key to unraveling the mystery. Yet, despite multiple meetings, Huang Zihu remained tight-lipped, unwilling to disclose the truth. In desperation, Luo Tong was compelled to bring Huang Zihu to the office of the leader in the capital, hoping that, under the auspices of national duty, Huang Zihu would reveal the reality of the situation. Within the leader's office, upon hearing Luo Tong's words, Huang Zihu exhibited a degree of indecision. He glanced at the 2 leaders present, who represented the entirety of the Huaxia nation. After a moment of hesitation, Huang Zihu sighed. If you wish for me to divulge the truth, I must ask for one condition. You must not take any actions detrimental to Mr. Liu. After some contemplation, Huang Zihu resolved to share the truth. Rest assured, Liu Hui is a citizen of Huaxia and an eternal being capable of activating extraterrestrial spacecraft. We will not act against him, stated Chief Hu. I trust that both leaders have reviewed Mr. Liu's medical examination report and the hospital's shooting report. His constitution is exceptional. He possesses a unique ability that can influence ordinary humans, leading to their physical mutation and evolution. Following this transformation, they may become scholars or guardians. These evolved individuals subconsciously gravitate towards Mr. Liu, fostering a sense of reverence, protection, and loyalty. Mr. Liu embodies a special power. He is the hope of our human civilization. This is the truth of the matter. I implore both leaders not to take any adverse actions against Mr. Liu. Ultimately, Huang Zihu revealed the truth. Captain Huang, are you a scholar or a guardian? Suddenly inquired Chief Zhang after listening to Huang Zihu's account. Chief, I am a guardian, replied Captain Huang. I wish to know. Should we act unfavorably towards Liu Hui, what would you do? Zhang sought to test Huang Zihu. Chief, honestly, I do not know what I would do. However, I must inform you that, under the scrutiny of many, I possess the capability to eliminate everyone in the South China Sea and depart from the capital unscathed. Returning to Mr. Liu's side, there are 30 others like me who stand by Mr. Liu. Huang Zihu began to regret revealing the truth. fearing that the leaders might turn against Liu Hui. "Old Zhang, have you fallen back into your old diplomatic habits?" remarked Chief Hu with a slight smile. "Captain Huang is one of our own. There is no need to test him. Rest assured, Captain Huang, we will not act against Liu Hui. Upon your return, please convey to Liu Hui that the position of our Huaxiao nation is to fully support him. However, I have a condition. Among the 50 million individuals who will board the Hope spacecraft, at least half must be citizens of the Huaxiao nation." In the chief's office, upon noticing that Luo Dong and Huang Zihu had departed, Old Hu turned to Old Zhang and smiled. "Old Zhang, they have left now. I understand you harbor some doubts. Feel free to ask any questions you may have." "Old Hu, are you truly willing to relinquish control of the Hope spacecraft?" Old Zhang inquired uncertainly. "What difference would it make if I do not relinquish it? The propulsion system of the Hope spacecraft is derived from an extraterrestrial vessel. The intelligent entity, Niwa, which controls the alien spacecraft, only responds to Liu Hui's commands. From the moment the Hope spacecraft was constructed, Liu Hui was destined to be its commander. He has gained the recognition of the alien vessel, and only he is suited to lead humanity's survival in the cosmos." "Old Zhang, do you genuinely believe that we two old fellows possess the capability to guide humanity in the universe?" Hearing Old Hu's words, Old Zhang let out a resigned sigh. "Old Hu, why did you only request half of the spots on the spacecraft? Our Huaxiao nation has over 1 billion people." Old Zhang asked, somewhat discontented. "Securing half of the spots is already a significant achievement. Old Zhang, do you believe that this allocation of 50 million will one day drive the world into a frenzy?" Chapter 24. Undercurrents 2. In the United States, within the intelligence agency, the director's office. "Has there been any notable activity at the Yucheng Welfare Institute recently?" Director Buchan inquired of his secretary. "Director, there have been no significant developments. We have maintained consistent surveillance on Dean Zhou's whereabouts." "Excellent. Ensure that the agents exercise utmost caution to avoid revealing their identities. The personnel from the Huaxia National Security Bureau are not to be underestimated." "Understood, Director." Buchan's current focus was on amassing all intelligence regarding Liu Hui. Reports indicated that Dean Zhou was Liu Hui's sole vulnerability. He could not afford to be complacent in monitoring Zhou. "Has there been any progress with Ryan's persuasion efforts?" Buchan recalled another pressing matter assigned from above. "Director, in recent days, Ryan's resolve has shown signs of weakening. He may soon be of use to us." "Good. Inform me immediately once there are any results." Higher-ups have inquired about Ryan's situation several times. The matter concerning Ryan was of great significance, and with the latest developments, Buchan felt a sense of relief. He opened the files on Ryan on his desk and reviewed them once more. Ryan Zhang, age, 28, gender, male, from Florida. Lieutenant in the 1st Armored Special Forces Division, Company B. 2.5 months prior, he had been deployed to Base 9563 in Huaxia for garrison duties. A month and a half ago, he inexplicably fell into a feverish coma. Upon awakening, his behavior became erratic, and he had several encounters with Liu Hui at the base. Analysis by the intelligence agency suggested that Ryan may have defected. Half a month ago, the agency discreetly recalled Ryan to the homeland, launching a robust psychological campaign against him through his fiancée. Ultimately, they extracted a staggering secret from Ryan. Liu Hui possesses a unique ability to induce mutation and evolution in ordinary humans. Ryan himself is the evolved guardian. After witnessing Ryan's physical capabilities, the higher-ups in the United States decided to leverage Ryan against Liu Hui, as he was the most physically advanced among all guardians, boasting a level 5 physique. However, guardians possess an inherent loyalty that instills a sense of allegiance to Liu Hui. Consequently, Ryan rejected the higher-ups' directives, unwilling to act against Liu Hui's interests. Faced with Ryan's refusal, the authorities did not relent. They continued to exert psychological pressure through Ryan's family, persuading him to serve the nation. Given that Ryan was the latest evolved guardian with limited interactions with Liu Hui, his loyalty was not particularly steadfast. After more than a week of relentless persuasion from both the state and his family, Ryan's allegiance to Liu Hui began to waver. At Base 9563, in Zhang Jishen's laboratory, Huang Zihu had lingered near Liu Hui for half a day, akin to a wayward child uncertain of how to address him. "Huang Zihu, what troubles you? Do you have something to discuss?" Liu Hui finally noticed Huang Zihu's unusual demeanor. Observing his hesitance to speak, he inquired, "Mr. Liu, I..." Huang Zihu struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Please, speak freely. What is it?" Liu Hui found it peculiar, as Huang Zihu was usually quite direct and rarely exhibited such reticence. "Mr. Liu, yesterday I went to the capital with Commander Luo. The leader inquired about you, and I could not keep the secret. The leader is already aware of the mutated evolution," Huang Zihu confessed, feeling a sense of guilt. "Well, knowing is one thing. It is not a matter of great consequence, Liu Hui replied, understanding that as more individuals underwent evolution, this secret would inevitably surface. What did the leader say? Liu Hui, sensing that Huang Zihu had returned safely, felt reassured that matters could not be too dire. The leader asked me to convey that they will fully support your command of the Hope spacecraft. However, there is one condition. Once the Hope is completed, at least half of the 50 million individuals entering the ship must be citizens of Huaxia. Huang Zihu relayed the leader's message. Full support for me. While relinquishing control of the spacecraft, Liu Hui was somewhat taken aback. Since discovering his ability to govern the lives of guardians and scholars within the neural substrate space, his desire for power had gradually intensified. Recently, he had been contemplating how to secure control over the Hope. Initially, he had felt conflicted about what to do if the leader of Huaxia demanded control of the vessel. Now, he was astonished that the leader of Huaxia had voluntarily relinquished that authority and was wholeheartedly supporting him. The condition proposed was hardly a condition at all for Liu Hui, as he was indeed a Huaxia citizen and held a profound affection for his homeland. Even without prompting, he would naturally look out for his fellow citizens. Huang Zihu, please inform the leader that I accept his terms. After Huang Zihu departed, Liu Hui sought a solitary space to contemplate how to navigate the future landscape. The nations of Earth were divided into two camps. The eastern camp, represented by Huaxia, had relinquished control of the Hope, while the western camp was represented by the United States. The Western nations upheld an unwavering belief in absolute military might and power. To compel them to yield, one must demonstrate their most formidable strength. With this thought, Liu Hui began to formulate a plan. In the laboratory, he approached Zhang Jisen. Jisen, could you temporarily set aside your current tasks? I require your assistance with something. Mr. Liu, please feel free to give your orders. Zhang Jisen replied without hesitation upon hearing that Liu Hui needed his help. I would like you to establish a research team dedicated to the development of weaponry. Mr. Liu, are you referring to the weaponry for the Hope? No, the weaponry for the Hope can be postponed. I would like you to focus on developing some equipment suitable for the Guardians. This was Liu Hui's intention. The Guardians possess formidable physical prowess, rendering conventional firearms inadequate for their use. Should we succeed in developing weaponry tailored to their capabilities, they would unleash power magnitudes greater, perhaps even by multiples of 10. Mr. Liu, I have long contemplated this notion and have engaged in discussions with Huang Zihu regarding this matter. The Guardians exhibit rapid neural responses, possess exceptionally resilient skeletal structures, and their muscular endurance and strength far exceed that of ordinary individuals by hundreds of times. If we can address the issue of neural connectivity, we could create mechs, transforming the Guardians into mech warriors. Mechs. Indeed, Mr. Liu, I refer to the mechanized suits often depicted in science fiction. I believe that with my current capabilities, I could develop this technology in a relatively short span of time. Chapter 25. Competing for spaceship quotas. The countdown to a catastrophe in the solar system has reached 5 months. The number of individuals involved in the construction of the Hope spacecraft has surged to nearly 3 million, with over 2.8 million hailing from Huaxia. This was a deliberate arrangement orchestrated by Liu Hui after signaling to Luo Tong. His intention is to ensure that all those participating in the spacecraft's fabrication will be aboard the Hope. Currently, the manufacturing progress stands at 78, with completion anticipated in 2 months. Over the course of 4 months, the number of evolved individuals gathering around Liu Hui has steadily increased. A fortnight ago, the total reached 300, comprising 100 scholars and 200 guardians. These figures have left a profound impression on Liu Hui, not merely due to their integer nature, but because they have remained unchanged for the past 2 weeks. This anomaly perplexed Liu Hui, who could not discern the cause. He consulted Nuwa, yet the absence of data regarding the Eternals aboard the spacecraft rendered her unable to provide an explanation. Liu Hui surmised that this might be linked to his abilities, which seemed to only influence the mutation and evolution of 300 individuals. Mr. Liu, the Crisis Management Committee requests your presence at a meeting. Upon receiving the notification, Chen Xingzhen located Liu Hui in Zhang Jisen's laboratory. Over the past few months, Chen Xingzhen, originally a guard, has gradually assumed the role of Liu Hui's personal secretary, managing the minutiae of his daily life. Another meeting? Haven T, I stated that I want to attend non-essential gatherings. Liu Hui expressed his growing disdain for the term meeting, which he deemed a mere waste of his time. Mr. Liu, this meeting is convened by Chief Zhang and Lapton from the United States of America, Chen Xingzhen clarified. Very well, I shall attend immediately. The fact that these two individuals have called a meeting suggests that something significant has transpired. Crisis Management Committee conference room today, meeting saw the full attendance of every committee member. Upon entering the conference room, Liu Hui observed Chief Zhang and Lapton seated at the head of the table. Chief Zhang, What urgent matter has prompted your presence here? Liu Hui greeted him. Mr. Liu, please take a seat first. Zhang gestured for Liu Hui to sit beside him. Upon hearing Zhang refer to Liu Hui as Mr. Liu, Lapton felt a pang of concern. He was aware of certain aspects of Huaxia's culture, and Zhang's formality indicated a wealth of information. It suggested that Liu Hui had potentially reached agreements with the upper echelons of Huaxia, agreements that Liu Hui was likely leading. Lapton's thoughts turned dark. Today's meeting might not proceed smoothly. This meeting was convened at Lapton's strong insistence, with the agenda centering on the allocation of quotas for entering the spacecraft. Chief Zhang announced loudly within the conference room, inciting a wave of unrest among the attendees. The Hope spacecraft will not be completed for another 2 months, and Liu Hui did not anticipate that the Western Bloc would become so restless so soon. Rapton, since the agenda for this meeting was proposed by you, please share your thoughts, Zhang Lao prompted. Upon hearing Zhang Lao's words, Rapton raised his hands to signal for calm. Once the room quieted, he cleared his throat. Everyone was aware that the Hope spacecraft would be completed in 2 months. We have yet to discuss the allocation of seats aboard the spacecraft. I believe now is the opportune moment to address this matter. Does anyone have any objections? Rapton surveyed the attendees in the conference room. Liu Hui interjected, Rapton, just reveal your allocation plan for the 50 million seats. No need to waste time with lengthy explanations. Very well, I shall be succinct, Rapton replied, acknowledging Liu Hui's request. I understand that every nation desires a larger share of the seats. However, with limited availability, disputes are inevitable. The most effective means of resolving such conflicts is through war, determined by the military strength of each country. To avoid descending into warfare, I propose that the allocation of seats be based on each nation's military capabilities. As Rapton presented his allocation proposal, the room erupted in uproar. How can such a distribution be fair? This is clearly an attempt to oppress us, smaller nations. My country has contributed significantly to the construction of the spacecraft. This allocation is unjust. The Huaxia nation will never agree to this proposal. The members of the Crisis Management Committee, predominantly representatives from smaller countries, began to voice their concerns upon hearing Rapton's plan. Rapton, according to your allocation scheme, how many seats should your Western nations claim? Zhang Lao asked with a scoff. While our contribution to building the spacecraft may not be the largest, our military strength does surpass that of your Eastern Bloc. I believe we should be entitled to 30 million seats, Rapton replied. 30 million seats? You Western nations are quite audacious. Do you truly believe that our Huaxia military strength is inferior to that of your United States? We vehemently oppose this allocation proposal, Zhang Lao exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in indignation. Zhang, there's no need to be so incensed. Do you have a better allocation plan? Rapton inquired. I do indeed have a proposal, Liu Hui suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of both Rapton and Zhang Lao. The total number of personnel involved at the base exceeds 3 million, including the guarding troops. I intend to take all these individuals aboard the spacecraft, each of whom may bring along 35 family members. Furthermore, I aim to scour the globe for approximately 5 million talented individuals to join us on the ship. I require a total of 20 million spots. As for the remaining 30 million, they shall be divided equally among you. This plan has long been contemplated by Liu Hui. While it may lack nobility and possess a hint of selfishness, the reality is that since we cannot evacuate everyone from Earth, we shall take those closest to us. This encapsulates Liu Hui's sentiment. I concur with this allocation, declared Zhang with a raised voice. After some calculation, he noted that among the over 3 million inhabitants of the base, the majority are of Huaxia descent, and with their accompanying relatives, the number could exceed 10 million. The combined quota of Liu Hui and himself would ensure that the Huaxia populace comprises more than half of those boarding the spacecraft. This was the outcome he sought. I oppose this scheme, exclaimed Lupton in a fit of rage, standing up. With 30 million spots now reduced to a mere 15 million, he found this result unacceptable. Mr. Liu, while the Huaxia nation supports you, we, the United States, are the most formidable military power on Earth. Should a conflict arise, Huaxia may not withstand it. Let us not forget that we possess over 10,000 nuclear warheads. If we are pushed to our limits, none shall escape Earth. Chapter 26. The Jiaolong A-Type Mecha. 1. Rapton, do you believe that I possess the capability to obliterate a nuclear missile within 10 seconds of its launch? Liu Hui coldly remarked upon hearing Rapton's threat. In truth, he had anticipated the nuclear threat long before and had prepared for it. At present, 3 synchronous satellites, launched by Liu Hui, orbit the Earth. These satellites have been modified using a meteor trajectory manipulator from an alien spacecraft. They are equipped with energy beam emitters, whose power exceeds that of ordinary lasers by several hundredfold. NUA oversees these 3 satellites while simultaneously monitoring all missile launches on Earth. should Liu Hui so desire. Any launched missile could be annihilated by an energy beam within a mere 10 seconds. What, do you think I am deceiving you? Liu Hui observed the incredulous expression on Rapton's face. In 5 minutes, your United States will launch a reconnaissance satellite intended for monitoring and scouting our base. This satellite will be destroyed within 10 seconds of its ascent. Nuwa had intercepted information regarding the impending launch of the reconnaissance satellite. Liu Hui aimed to obliterate this satellite to demonstrate his prowess to the United States. Upon hearing Liu Hui's words, Rapton gestured to his assistant, who promptly exited the conference room with a secure satellite phone. 5 minutes later, the assistant returned to Rapton's side and whispered a few words into his ear, causing Rapton's expression to shift to one of astonishment. Rapton, as per our initial agreement, significant matters are to be decided by a vote among the three of us. I cast my vote in favor of Mr. Liu's allocation proposal. The tally stands at 2-1. Henceforth, the issue of allocation for entry onto the spacecraft need not be revisited. The meeting concluded with Elder Zhang's proclamation. In the office of the President of the United States, Director Buchan of the Intelligence Bureau knocked on the door of the President's office. Mr. President, this is a message from Secretary of State Rapun. Buchan handed the intelligence report to the President. This is outrageous. They have allocated a mere 15 million slots for us. The President crumpled the report and tossed it aside. How is that sufficient? Our allies need their share. My supporting consortium requires a portion as well. Not to mention important officials among my subordinates. The more he pondered, the more agitated the President became. Buchan, does your intelligence department not have a plan to breach Liu Hui's defenses? How is that progressing? What are the chances of success? The President inquired of Buchan. Mr. President, with Ryan's involvement, the likelihood of success for this plan is significantly high. Excellent. I intend to seize those slots from their grasp. Our United States is the sovereign power on Earth. Once aboard the spacecraft and into space, we shall remain the sovereign power. In the mecha manufacturing workshop of Zhang Jisen, commencing the 23rd experiment of neural simulation connection. Upon hearing the staff's announcement, Zhang Jisen and his assistants fixated intently on the data displayed on the computer. We have succeeded, one of Zhang's assistants exclaimed, jumping in excitement. Inform Mr. Liu that the Dragon A-type mech has been successfully manufactured. A rare smile graced Zhang Jisen's face. Although the completion was projected for 1 month, he had devoted over 3 months to this endeavor. Recently, Liu Hui had inquired about the mech's production, causing Zhang to feel somewhat embarrassed. Additionally, notify Captain Huang Ziu. Have him come to test the various functionalities of the Dragon A-type mech. Liu Hui and Huang Zihu arrived at the mech manufacturing workshop together, coincidentally receiving Zhang Jisen's notification as they were together. Huang Zihu, what do you think of this magnificent creation? Liu Hui inquired with a smile, noticing Huang's astonished expression as his mouth fell agape. Isn't this akin to the mech portrayed in science fiction films? I never imagined that academician Zhang could bring it to fruition. After the initial shock, Huang Zihu's heartbeat quickened as he gazed upon the towering humanoid mech, standing at over 10 meters tall. Academician Zhang, what is its name? Dragon A-type mech, Zhang replied. What do you think, Captain Huang? The name Dragon has a certain grandeur. Does it not? Zhang Jisen, a devotee of Chinese mythology, had chosen the name of the mythical dragon for the mech. The name is quite imposing. Academician Zhang. Is there an operation manual? Huang Zihu inquired, his eagerness palpable. The operation manual has been prepared long ago. Please take a look, Zhang Jisen said, handing Huang Zihu a manual of several dozen pages. Although Huang Zihu's evolutionary direction was that of a guardian, his cerebral capacity had developed to over 20%. With an intelligence and learning ability several times that of an average person, he quickly assimilated the contents of the manual within mere minutes. Academician Zhang, I have memorized the operation manual. Shall we commence the operational test now? Huang Zihu asked, glancing towards Zhang Jisen. Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from Zhang, he approached the feet of the dragon mech. Looking up, he bent his knees and leaped upwards. With the physical prowess of a level 4 guardian, he easily soared to a height of over 10 to 20 meters, landing on the mech's shoulder. Huang Zihu opened the door to the control room situated in the mech's head. With a gentle leap, he entered the control chamber. Please enter the control capsule. He heard the dragon's AI prompt as he stepped into the control room, noticing the transparent capsule suspended in the center. Following the instructions, he settled into the capsule. The operator's body posture must mirror that of the dragon mech. Please adjust your body posture. Posture adjustment successful. Locking in progress. Locking successful. Preparing to connect to the neural network. Neural network connection established. The voice of the dragon's AI resonated continuously in Huang Zihu's ears. Please raise your right hand. Upon receiving the instruction, Huang Zihu raised his right hand. Simultaneously, The right hand of the Jiaolong also ascended in unison. Please, operator, rotate your head. Please, operator, crouch down. The limbs of the Jiaolong's test were completed. Is a comprehensive test required? Upon hearing the words of the Jiaolong's intelligent core, Huang Zihu found himself at a loss, as the operational manual did not contain such a directive. Huang Zihu, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Came the inquiry from Zhang Jisen in the control room. Academician Zhang, I am experiencing no issues at all. I feel remarkably well. However, the intelligent core is inquiring about a comprehensive test, and I am uncertain about the next steps, Huang Zihu replied. Agree to it and proceed with the testing. You will pilot the Jiaolong mecha to a site 15 kilometers north of the base. There lies a yard for decommissioned vehicles, where you can conduct the comprehensive test of the Jiaolong mecha. Mr. Liu and I will join you shortly. Chapter 27, Dragon A-Type Mech. 2. Driving into the abandoned vehicle storage yard, Liu Hui and Zhang Jisen were greeted by a breathtaking scene from afar. Huang Zihu was maneuvering the dragon mech, suspended at a height of 100 meters. The mech's arm unleashed a brilliant energy beam towards the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A crater, 5 meters deep and several meters wide, formed on the surface. Subsequently, under Huang Zihu's guidance, the dragon descended back to the earth. With a graceful motion, the dragon extended its right hand over its shoulder and retrieved an imposing sword, approximately 8 meters in length, from its back. Jisen, why have you outfitted the mech with melee weaponry? In the realm of advanced warfare, such armaments should be unnecessary, Liu Hui inquired with curiosity upon witnessing the dragon's armament. Mr. Liu, this melee weapon is far from ordinary. The material used in its construction was painstakingly sourced from an alien spacecraft. Its hardness and toughness are 8 times that of the spacecraft's hull, allowing it to slice through the hull with ease. Without the aid of 2 maintenance robots from the spacecraft, I would have been unable to forge it at all. This weapon is immensely powerful in close combat, Zhang Jisen explained. As Liu Hui absorbed this information, he observed the dragon mech in the parking lot. Huang Zihu, wielding the enormous sword, struck down upon a dilapidated bus. In an instant, the bus was cleaved in two, the cut smooth and precise. Truly, it was like cutting through butter. Liu Hui silently praised its efficiency. The dragon mech darted rapidly throughout the parking lot, sending countless abandoned vehicles flying as it sliced through them with remarkable speed. Liu Hui, with his level 4 physical prowess and reflexes far exceeding those of an average person, could only perceive the mech's movements as fleeting shadows. What astonishing speed! He exclaimed. Mr. Liu, Huang Zihu's physical level is 4. This velocity is likely the maximum his body can endure. If his level were to increase to 5, the dragon mech's speed could multiply several times over. Isn't Ryan's physical level 5? Why not summon him for a test? Liu Hui suddenly pondered, recalling Ryan, the individual with the highest physical level. Mr. Liu, Ryan is an American citizen. He has been recalled by the government back to his home country. We have been out of contact for several months now, Zhang Jisen responded. Out of contact? Liu Hui, engrossed in the study of alien technology and the movements of the Guardians, was not fully aware of the situation. Nevertheless, this development struck him as peculiar, prompting him to resolve to investigate further upon his return. Jisen, how does the dragon mech's defensive capability fare? Liu Hui inquired earnestly, placing significant importance on the mech. Mr. Liu, the primary material used in the construction of the dragon mech is Cu-324, type Xian alloy. I stumbled upon this alloy during my material research. Its strength and toughness are just one level below that of the materials used to manufacture the hulls of alien spacecraft. The ability to withstand energy attacks of level 4 and physical assaults of level 5. The weaponry crafted by humanity, including firearms and missiles, proves ineffective against it. Even nuclear weapons. Upon hearing Zhang Jisen's words, Liu Hui nodded in satisfaction. Is mass production of the Jiaolong mech feasible? I intend to equip every Guardian with one, Liu Hui inquired. Mr. Liu, at present, the Jiaolong mech cannot be produced in large quantities. I have yet to create the mech's engine. Currently, we are utilizing a bidirectional gravity engine, salvaged from the orbital modifier, came the response. An orbital modifier from the alien spacecraft? Liu Hui was taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, there remains another orbital modifier aboard the vessel, along with 5 early warning aircraft. By dismantling their engines, we could potentially fabricate 6 additional Jiaolong mechs, Zhang Jisen elaborated. The challenge of creating a controllable nuclear fusion engine should not be insurmountable. Have you contemplated using it as the mech's power source? Liu Hui queried. Mr. Liu, I have already considered this. Upon calculation, the power output of a fusion engine is insufficient. In terms of equivalent volume, its energy output is less than 1% of that of the alien bidirectional gravity engine, was the reply. What difficulties have you encountered in the production of the bidirectional gravity engine? Liu Hui asked. Mr. Liu, the core component of the bidirectional gravity engine, the gravitational wave sphere. The two individuals, the most advanced in cerebral development on Earth, delved into a discussion about the bidirectional gravity engine, so engrossed that they momentarily forgot their original purpose for gathering. A sudden explosion interrupted their discourse. Huang Zihu maneuvered the Jialong mech, leaping several meters to stand before Liu Hui. The comprehensive tests have concluded, he announced, opening the control room door and descending from the mech. Mr. Liu, academician Zhang. The sensation of controlling the Jialong mech is absolutely exhilarating. Huang Zihu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Huang Zihu, the manufacturing complexity of the Jialong mech is considerable, preventing mass production. Please organize the guardians at the base to take turns familiarizing themselves with the mech's operation, Liu Hui instructed. The Jialong mech cannot be produced in large quantities. Huang Zihu felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing Liu Hui's words. Rest assured, in the future, I shall equip each guardian with a Jialong mech. Liu Hui reassured the disheartened Huang Zihu. Jisen, let us return to the research lab. I have additional concepts regarding the bidirectional gravity engine. In Zhang Jisen's research lab, Liu Hui remained until the early hours of the morning. This is a common trait among researchers. They often lose track of day and night. After several prompts from Chun Xingzhen, Liu Hui finally returned to his quarters for rest. Just before drifting off, he suddenly recalled Ryan's situation. The absence of communication for several months is inconceivable in this age of advanced connectivity. Liu Hui entered his cerebral realm, a space where the consciousness of all evolvers converges. Within this domain, he could engage in communication with fellow evolvers, unhindered by distance. Soon, Liu Hui located Ryan's cerebral entity. However, something was amiss. While the cerebral entities of other evolvers shimmered in silvery hues, Ryan's had transformed into a dark, ominous shade. Liu Hui projected a thought to initiate communication with Ryan. Yet, unexpectedly, his message went unanswered. He could even sense that Ryan had not received his mental transmission at all. What had transpired with Ryan? Liu Hui pondered, perplexed. Enhua, can you find any information about Ryan online? Liu Hui inquired. Master, Enhua responded, the last information available about Ryan on the internet is a surveillance video. From where was this video recorded? Liu Hui pressed. It captured Ryan entering the gates of the American Intelligence Agency. Chapter 28, The Exposure of Disaster and Hope, Countdown to Catastrophe in the Solar System, 3 months remaining. The construction of the Hope spacecraft is nearing completion, and the installation of various internal systems has commenced. Is this truly a spacecraft? Is the video genuine? It is simply astounding. Did you notice the construction vehicles in the footage? In comparison, this spacecraft appears to be a colossal giant. This video must have been fabricated. The solar system is destined for destruction in 3 months. Surely, you cannot believe such rumors. The silvery spacecraft is remarkably futuristic. Suddenly, a video surfaced on the internet, captivating the world overnight. The clip spans a mere 5 minutes, presenting an aerial view that transitions from a distance to a close-up of the entire Silver Hope spacecraft. Below the video lies a caption, in 3 months, a catastrophe will erupt in the solar system, annihilating all life on Earth. In the arid expanse of Western Huaxia, a spacecraft is being constructed to facilitate humanity's escape from the solar system. The vessel can only accommodate 50 million individuals seeking refuge. At first glance, viewers might presume this to be a promotional trailer for a science fiction film. However, as more evidence emerges online, and with the scrutiny of netizens, doubt begins to creep in. I am a worker at the Elania Steel Factory, manufacturing the silver steel used in the spacecraft. Our steel mill has been producing relentlessly for the past 6 months, with shipments destined for the western deserts of Huaxia. I, too, am a laborer at the steel mill, and we have been engaged in the production of this silver steel for the same duration. Leaders from various nations have visited Huaxia more frequently this year than in the past 3 decades combined. All of Brazil's grain exports this year have been directed to the western regions of Huaxia. In the capital city, at the office of Elder Zhang in Nanhai. Have we traced the source of the video's dissemination? Elder Zhang inquired of the investigating officials. Chief, we have identified a total of 28 sources, all linked to the government of the United States. The video's rise to prominence is also connected to their government. I knew it. It must be their doing. Elder Zhang seethed with rage, picking up the phone on his desk, a direct line to Lapton. Lapton, what is the meaning of this? Why have you leaked the secrets of the disaster and the Hope spacecraft? Are you not aware that such actions will plunge the world into chaos and panic ahead of time? Upon connecting the call, Elder Zhang exclaimed furiously. Zhang, I assure you, the leak of the video is not related to our government. With a sharp click, Elder Zhang ended the call. How dare they act without accountability? Your security department must take immediate action. All foreign spies under surveillance within the borders of Huaxia must be apprehended, regardless of their nationality. I harbor concerns about the potential chaos they may incite. Furthermore, inform the commander of the base's guards to maintain a vigilant watch over the special armored division stationed by the United States. Zhang, sensing an impending crisis, began to make arrangements. In the presidential office of the United States, Lapun received a call from Zhang. Upon hanging up, the president inquired, "What did Lapun say?" What more could be said? It was nothing but accusations and shouting. "As long as we refuse to acknowledge it, we shall be fine," Lapun replied. "Let us not concern ourselves with Huaxia's reaction for now. We shall proceed with the breach plan. First, we must guide public opinion to ensure it aligns with our interests. Tomorrow, you are to meet with Ryan and soothe his emotions. We cannot afford any slip-ups, as he is the linchpin of the entire plan." Ryan's loyalty, once steadfast, ultimately crumbled under the persuasion of his family. American scientists conducted an exhaustive study of Ryan's physique, combining it with the data provided by scholars and guardians. Intelligence personnel and scientists engaged in meticulous analysis, unanimously concluding that the disparity in the physical levels of guardians results in significantly pronounced differences in their capabilities. A level 5 physique would possess nearly 100 times the strength of a level 4. Ryan, being the highest tier guardian, could single-handedly defeat all others. At a military airstrip in the United States, a transport aircraft poised for departure to the Huaxia Base 9563 was parked on the runway. This aircraft was tasked with delivering the routine supplies for the Special Armored Division. "Ryan, the breach plan has reached its most critical juncture. Upon your arrival at the military camp, remember to keep a low profile. We shall issue commands when the time is ripe," Lapun instructed Ryan beside the transport plane. "Rest assured, Mr. Lapun, the interests of the United States will not be compromised. I will secure control of the spacecraft," Ryan asserted, his allegiance now solely to the leader of the United States. After saluting Lapun, he boarded the aircraft. "Ryan, you are the hope of our nation. You shall prevail. God bless you," Lapun silently prayed as he watched Ryan depart aboard the transport. On the internet, the exposure of the disaster and Hope spacecraft incident intensified. Within a week, under the guidance of Western media and with the emergence of more evidence, a majority of netizens began to accept the authenticity of the events. Public opinion, swayed by the media, began to turn against Huaxia, with voices of condemnation surfacing online. The nation of Huaxia is a totalitarian state, unwilling to permit us Westerners aboard their spacecraft. Our lives should not be subject to the whims of the Huaxia people. Control over space vessels ought to be entrusted to the United Nations. Are the aircraft carriers of the United States merely ornamental? They should all be dispatched to exert pressure upon them. We Westerners must assertively claim our freedom and rights to board these spacecraft. The emotions of the entire Western populace have been roused, leading to an incessant series of demonstrations and protests against Huaxia. The consulates of Huaxia in various Western nations have begun to face siege from demonstrators. The public sentiment has reached a boiling point. At this critical juncture, the government of the United States convened a press conference that sent shockwaves across the globe. Chapter 29. The Struggle for Control. 1. Esteemed journalists present and viewers at home, I stand before you today on behalf of the government to unveil a profound truth. Lapun, at the press conference, publicly acknowledged the existence of the solar system catastrophe and the Hope spacecraft. With only 2.5 months remaining until the disaster strikes, the spacecraft lies within the borders of Huaxia, where they monopolize access to it. Our Western nations have invested considerable manpower and resources into the construction of the spacecraft. Yet, the arrogant citizens of Huaxia have granted us Western nations only a scant few opportunities to board. This is a blatant provocation and insult to our Western nations. Therefore, I hereby declare that the United States shall resort to military force to seize control of the spacecraft. Lapun's declaration sent shockwaves through the assembled journalists and viewers alike. Are two superpowers on the brink of war? Surely, such a notion seems implausible, as no signs have emerged. Is it not customary to prepare for war in advance? After all, we are dealing with two nuclear powers. Has Lapun lost his mind? The audience at home remained skeptical. Just 2 minutes prior to the press conference, our station's Special Armored 1st Division had already initiated military operations and was currently engaged in a firefight with the Huaxia forces. Once again, Lapun's words left everyone in disbelief. Has war already commenced? At the Armored 1st Division's camp, the sound of intense gunfire stirred Ryan from his meditative state. Excellent. The Armored Division has engaged the Huaxia forces. It is now our turn to act. Bring me my aircraft, he instructed his elite team. Behind him stood 200 special operatives, each equipped with individual flight devices. Their mission was to capitalize on the chaos of the ongoing skirmish to stealthily assault Base 9563 under Ryan's command. The ultimate objective was to capture Liu Hui. All operatives, maintain a flight distance of 500 meters behind me. I shall clear the rapid-fire artillery on the base's walls for you. In the command center of Base 9563, Liu Hui rushed in upon hearing the relentless gunfire. Commander Luo, what is happening? The stationed American Armored Division has abruptly departed their camp and advanced towards the base. Our forces have intercepted them, and a firefight is currently underway, Luo replied. Do they intend to seize control of the base with merely one armored division? Are they out of their minds? This is tantamount to courting death. We have 3 armored divisions surrounding them. Liu Hui questioned the sanity of the Americans. Huang Ziyu, deploy the Dragon Mech to provide support. Conclude the battle in the shortest time possible and ensure that it does not affect the progress of the spacecraft's construction. After the battle concluded, I hurried back. All right, I will proceed to provide support immediately. Nuwa, monitor all long-range missiles of the American nation and destroy them upon launch. The dynamics of the battlefield did not tilt in favor of either side despite the numbers. Confronted by the 3 divisions of the Huaxia nation, the 1st Armored Division of the American nation remained undeterred. Their latest H-82 main battle tanks performed remarkably well, with exceptional defensive capabilities allowing them to maneuver effortlessly on the battlefield. Within less than 10 minutes of engagement, the H-82 tanks had obliterated dozens of enemy tanks and armored vehicles. The anti-tank Stinger missiles proved ineffective against them. Should we deploy the sword missile to strike? Questioned the Chief of Staff anxiously while observing the video footage relayed by the drone at the temporary command center of the Huaxia military. The missile's power is too great. It risks collateral damage to our base. The commander hesitated to issue an order in light of the Chief of Staff's concerns. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated, shaking the ground and leaving one feeling unsteady. What happened? The commander inquired urgently. Look, come and see, the Chief of Staff exclaimed, pointing at the battlefield video. Is that a Dragon Mecha? As a senior officer stationed with the troops, the commander recognized it as the latest Dragon Mecha developed by the base. This is exhilarating, Huang Ziyu exclaimed, piloting the mecha with fervor. A single energy beam created a massive crater several meters wide, drawing the long blade from the mecha's back. Huang Ziyu maneuvered the Dragon Mecha through the enemy lines. Tanks, various armored vehicles, and heavy weaponry were rendered mere toys in its presence, either cleaved in two by the blade or crushed beneath the mecha's feet. For a moment, both sides on the battlefield ceased their attacks, each individual astonished by this colossal machine. Commander, what should we do? The aide to the 1st Division commander asked anxiously. Inform the Huaxiao army that we surrender. The division commander declared without a hint of hesitation. The situation on the battlefield had made it abundantly clear that this was no war but a one-sided massacre. The 1st Special Armored Division was the most elite force of the American nation, yet within mere minutes, all their tanks, armored vehicles, and heavy weaponry had been annihilated. Had the enemy not shown restraint towards the ordinary soldiers, few would have survived. The Huaxiao nation possesses such formidable weaponry. Gazing at the Dragon Mecha on the battlefield, the 1st Division commander fell into despair. Unbeknownst to him, the 1st Division was merely a pawn in the wall-breaking plan, intended solely to create chaos. Commander, the 1st Division commander has sent word. They have surrendered, the Chief of Staff exclaimed with excitement. If I were in their position, I too would surrender. The commander dared not voice his thoughts, yet he understood that the presence of the Dragon Mecha on the battlefield would likely alter the nature of warfare forever. An aircraft approached the base's fortifications, with its fire control radar already locked onto the target. Fire. The sentinels on the base walls had long since entered a state of heightened readiness. Upon detecting the incoming aircraft, the defenders swiftly locked on and opened fire. The pilot of the single-person aircraft approaching the wall was none other than Ryan. In mere seconds, 4 rapid-fire cannons stationed on the walls unleashed nearly 10,000 rounds towards him. Ryan's flying apparatus was destroyed, and he plummeted to the ground. At that moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothing tattered, yet the onslaught from the rapid-fire cannons inflicted no harm upon his body. Rising from the ground, Ryan leaped effortlessly over the 20-meter-high wall. With a powerful fist, he struck the rapid-fire cannon atop the fortification. The steel-crafted cannon crumpled beneath his blow as if it were made of paper, easily obliterated. In less than 2 minutes, he had neutralized all rapid-fire cannons within a kilometer of the wall. Ryan had opened a passage for the 200 Special Forces soldiers behind him. Just as he prepared to scale the wall and enter the base, a colossal mecha blocked his path. Chapter 30. The Struggle for Control, 2. In the command room of Base 9563, Commander Luo received a report from the wall guards that they were under attack. The scene was transmitted back by an unmanned drone, and the staff connected the video signal to the large screen in the command room. Everyone turned their gaze toward the display. A Western man with golden hair was seen swiftly moving and leaping along the walls. Wherever he went, the rapid-fire cannons were effortlessly destroyed as if they were made of paper, obliterated by his fists. Who was this formidable individual? Could he be one of the Guardians? The personnel in the command room turned their eyes toward Liu Hui, knowing that only a Guardian possessed such capabilities. His name is Ryan, a Guardian from the United States, who had been missing for over 3 months. Noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Liu Hui spoke up, equally astonished that Ryan had returned to attack the base after so long. Look, Captain Huang's dragon mecha has arrived. The screen displayed Huang Zihu maneuvering the dragon mecha. While withdrawing from the battlefield, Huang Zihu encountered Ryan, who was assaulting the walls. Inhua, contact Huang Zihu and instruct him to stall Ryan. Alert all Guardians and scholars in the base to immediately head to the walls for support. I will rush over at once. Although Liu Hui could effortlessly annihilate Ryan in the neural substrate space, he was reluctant to do so. Ryan's physical level was 5, the highest among the Guardians. Given the scarcity of Guardians, Liu Hui hesitated to destroy Ryan. He hoped to persuade him to return to the base. Gathering all the Guardians and scholars to the walls, Liu Hui harbored a cunning thought. If persuasion failed, he intended to make an example of Ryan in front of all the Guardians and scholars. With a resounding boom, the energy beam emitted from the dragon mecha struck Ryan, severing half of the wall. Yet, Ryan stood unharmed amidst the ruins. With a leap, he charged toward the dragon mecha. Warning! The mecha's chest has suffered a heavy blow. Defense capability reduced to level 1. Huang Ziyu heard the AI's alarm and swiftly drew the large blade from the mecha's back, swinging it toward Ryan in front of him. Warning! The mecha's right arm has taken a heavy hit. Mobility compromised. The warnings continued to sound. Ryan, cease this at once. Liu Hui arrived on the battlefield. Upon seeing Liu Hui, Ryan's expression brightened with delight. His mission was to capture Liu Hui, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, he found himself relieved of considerable trouble. Why are you attacking the base? Liu Hui demanded. Mr. Liu, I am an American. My loyalty lies solely with my country and its leader. Surrender the control of the spacecraft, and I shall spare your life, Ryan declared arrogantly. Do you truly believe you can defeat all of us? The Guardians and scholars of the base had gathered behind Liu Hui. Mr. Liu, I advise you against attempting this. Your physical levels are merely at 3 or 4. Even if all of you were to unite, I could effortlessly defeat you. With a 5th level physique. Ryan possesses a certain arrogance. Allow me to confront him. In a fleeting moment, a figure darted past Liu Hui, charging towards Ryan. The one advancing was Chun Xingxin, the female guard beside Liu Hui. 2 months prior, after succumbing to a fever and falling into a coma, she evolved into a Guardian, attaining a physical level of 4. The exchange between the two was astonishingly swift. To Liu Hui, it appeared as mere afterimages. In less than 10 seconds, one figure was sent flying, landing before Liu Hui. Chun Xingxin could not withstand Ryan for even 10 seconds. Liu Hui was astounded. He understood the substantial disparity between levels 4 and 5. Yet he did not expect it to be so pronounced. Everyone, let's join forces, someone among the Guardians behind Liu Hui remarked. Wait, everyone, do not act rashly. Liu Hui interjected. If Chun Xingxin, at level 4, could not endure for 10 seconds, the majority of these Guardians behind him were at level 3. Even united, Liu Hui knew they would merely be fodder. Unfortunately, Liu Hui's caution came a moment too late. Over a dozen Guardians had already surged forward. In mere seconds, they were all sent flying by Ryan. Mr. Liu, allow me to handle this, came the voice of Huang Zihu from behind Liu Hui. He had leaped down from the control room of the mech. I possess the ability to unleash explosive power, elevating my physical level by 2. Huang Zihu cautioned Liu Hui. Using abilities entails a cooldown period. We are not at that point yet. Your power should be reserved for the most critical moment. Rest assured, I have a plan to deal with him. Liu Hui calmly countered Huang Zihu. Mr. Liu, have you made your decision? Will you surrender control of the ship or not? Ryan called out from a distance. Ryan, do not forget, I am an eternal. Should I choose, I can effortlessly annihilate you. If you return to the base, I can overlook your actions today, Liu Hui urged. What of being an eternal? Your physical level is only 4. Since you refuse to comply, do not blame me for being ungracious. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan charged towards Liu Hui. The Guardians standing beside Liu Hui were taken aback, immediately shielding him. However, instead of the anticipated collision, Ryan suddenly collapsed 10 meters in front of Liu Hui. Within the brain matrix, Liu Hui had destroyed Ryan's brain matrix. In an instant, Ryan was reduced to an ordinary man. Displacing the Guardians blocking his path, Liu Hui approached Ryan's side. I told you, I am an eternal. Obliterating you is a trivial task. This outcome is of your own choosing. Liu Hui raised his foot, poised to strike Ryan's chest, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing. His chest caved in. Liu Hui's words reverberated, leaving all the guardians and scholars present profoundly shaken. Their reverence for Liu Hui intensified beyond measure. From that moment on, incidents of betrayal by the guardians and scholars against Liu Hui ceased to exist. Upon entering the cerebral origin space, Liu Hui assessed the condition of the guardians who had been struck down by Ryan. Their cerebral origins had dimmed, yet fortunately, signs of life remained. They were merely gravely injured. Liu Hui infused them with his own cerebral essence, and the injured guardians were instantaneously revitalized. The battle for spacecraft initiated by the United States concluded hastily in less than half an hour. Half an hour after the skirmish, the government of Huaxia convened a press conference in the capital, the content of which astonished the entire world. Chapter 31, Chaos before the end. At the press conference venue of the Huaxia nation, a stir arose among the journalists as Elder Zhang approached the podium. It is rare for individuals of such high stature in Huaxia to personally convene a press conference, typically reserved for events of monumental significance. Distinguished journalists present, and esteemed viewers at home, I shall refrain from unnecessary preamble today, Elder Zhang declared gravely from the stage. It was widely recognized that merely an hour prior, the United States had held its own press conference, wherein they spoke of the solar system catastrophe and the Hope spacecraft. Many expressed skepticism regarding the veracity of these claims. On behalf of the Huaxia government, I publicly acknowledge the authenticity of both the disaster and the spacecraft incident. I shall elucidate the truth of the matter shortly. Elder Zhang's admission regarding the reality of the catastrophic events and the spacecraft stirred astonishment among the audience. Now, there is a significant matter to announce. The military operation by the United States to seize control of the spacecraft has failed. Just half an hour prior to this conference, their first armored division surrendered. The revelation left the journalists in utter disbelief. How could the most elite armored division of the United States capitulate in less than 30 minutes? Had their military truly become so ineffectual? Was the Huaxia military truly so formidable? Please, quiet down. I am now set to unveil the detailed truth behind the disaster and the spacecraft incident. As Elder Zhang continued, the commotion subsided. 50 years ago, we discovered an extraterrestrial spacecraft in the Gobi Desert of our western region. The vessel transmitted a dire warning to humanity. A devouring beast from a distant star was approaching our solar system. Liu Hui, a citizen of Huaxia, was chosen as the vessel's master and underwent a transformation, becoming an eternal. With Liu Hui's extraordinary abilities, we successfully constructed the Hope spacecraft to escape the solar system. Elder Zhang recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. Could a beast capable of consuming solar energy truly threaten our sun? Who exactly is Liu Hui? What does it mean to be an eternal? The journalists and viewers alike engaged in fervent discussions. Next, I shall address the question that weighs heavily on everyone's minds: the allocation of slots aboard the spacecraft for our escape from the solar system. Upon hearing this, the journalists fell into a profound silence, and the audience held their breath. The distribution of 5 million slots has already been deliberated and decided upon. Eastern and Western nations each receive 15 million slots, while Eternal Liu Hui is granted control over 20 million slots. The number allocated to Liu Hui came as a shock to all present. Why does Liu Hui deserve a quota of 20 million? A Western journalist suddenly questioned loudly at the press conference. Why? Simply because he designed and manufactured the Hope spacecraft for humanity. Without him, none of US could escape this catastrophe. Upon hearing someone challenge Liu Hui, Elder Zhang ardently defended him. The higher echelons of Huaxia have reached a consensus. Once humanity flees into the cosmos, Liu Hui must be our sole leader. Throughout the press conference, Elder Zhang repeatedly emphasized Liu Hui's significance, aiming to bring him into the public eye, establish his prestige, and minimize future obstacles. At the conclusion of the press conference, Elder Zhang's expression grew increasingly grave as he announced a date to the audience. Following calculations by scientists, June 13, 2086, marks the end of the world. In the office of the President of the United States, Lapton, the breach operation has failed. What should we do? The President, dark-faced after receiving news of the 1st Division's surrender and Ryan's demise, inquired. Mr. President, it is no longer feasible for us to seize control of the spacecraft by force. Lapton watched the combat footage transmitted from the battlefield by the 1st Division. The performance of the Dragon mech on the field extinguished Lapton's thoughts of using force. Since we cannot wrest control of the spacecraft, we must secure more quotas. The breach operation is not entirely a failure. Liu Hui harbors a critical weakness. A glimmer of hope lingered in Lapton's eyes. Lapton, do you think Huaxia will retaliate against us in the West? The President expressed concern following the military setback. Mr. President, Huaxia has always valued benevolence. If we provide them with a way to save face, they are unlikely to seek revenge. We need to offer Huaxia an explanation. I will take the blame for this. Subsequently, the government of the United States released a statement. Secretary of State Lapton had privately mobilized the armored 1st Division to attack the base, severely damaging the friendly relations between Huaxia and the United States. The government of the United States decided to revoke Secretary of State Lapton's position. Clearly, the United States government was overestimating the situation. Across the globe, including within the Huaxia government, no one paid any heed to the statement they issued. The content of the press conference in Huaxia quickly spread worldwide. People across the globe remembered one date, June 13, 2086, the end of the world. With just 2.5 months until the apocalypse. Why should I continue working? In a factory in Huaxia, a worker forcefully threw a component onto the ground. I quit. I intend to spend every penny I have. This sentiment echoed across numerous factories and enterprises. Within 3 days, Huaxia's society ground to a halt. The use of currency lasted only 3 days before it transformed into worthless paper. Society has entered an era of barter. The madness preceding the apocalypse has commenced. With rampant vandalism and a surge in various acts of violence, the nation of Huaxia has transitioned into a phase of military governance, imposing a curfew. Anyone found wandering the streets after 6 p.m. shall face lethal consequences. Citizens of Huaxia, I implore you to return to your hometowns, to reunite with your loved ones, and to collectively endure the final 2 months. Please exercise patience and do not discard your identification. Each of you may yet become the fortunate ones to board the Hope spacecraft. The supreme leader of Huaxia has delivered a public address. Thanks to the efforts of the Huaxia government, essential services such as water, electricity, transportation, communication, and food supply continue to function normally. Meanwhile, Western nations have descended into utter chaos, with utilities and transportation systems paralyzed and an unending series of violent incidents erupting. Society has plunged into disorder, and governments can only maintain control over a handful of major cities. Chapter 32. The Rescue of Director Zhou in the Command Room of Base 9563, Commander Luo. How is the situation regarding the elderly at the welfare home progressing? Liu Hui inquired as he entered the command room to seek information from Luo Tong. The welfare home was Liu Hui's Achilles heel. After the hospital shooting incident, Luo Tong had approached Liu Hui to discuss whether the residents of the welfare home should be relocated to the base for their protection. After careful consideration, Liu Hui declined Luo Tong's suggestion, as the majority of the elderly had grown accustomed to their way of life at the welfare home. A sudden relocation to the base would undoubtedly disrupt their routine. Luo Tong had arranged for a security team of hundreds to safeguard the welfare home, ensuring their safety. Liu Hui was reluctant to disturb the seniors' lives prematurely. As the impending disaster loomed, societal unrest began to surface, prompting Liu Hui to prepare for the early evacuation of the elderly to the base. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, everything has been arranged. They can be brought to the base today. They should currently be en route to the airport. Ever since the leader of Huaxia expressed support for Liu Hui's control over the spaceship, Luo Tong had gradually begun to transfer authority to Liu Hui. Within the base, Liu Hui's words were no longer challenged. Commander Luo, there has been an incident. The security team en route to the airport has come under armed attack, resulting in heavy casualties. One of the staff members in the command room reported anxiously upon receiving the news. What? An armed attack? What about the elderly? Is Director Zhou unharmed? Liu Hui's expression paled upon hearing this news. The security team suffered significant losses, and there were minor casualties among the elderly at the welfare home. Director Zhou has been kidnapped. Upon learning of Director Zhou's abduction, Liu Hui instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Their target is me. They intend to use Director Zhou as leverage against me, either to gain control of the spaceship or to secure passage aboard it. Liu Hui swiftly deduced the motives behind the kidnapping. Nuwa, monitor all communications from the American government and military, and scour the internet for any leads. Liu Hui contacted Nuwa, firmly believing that the abduction of Director Zhou was linked to the United States. Captain, I have decrypted a document from the American intelligence agency's computer. They have a breach plan, which involves monitoring Director Zhou. Nuwa uncovered some valuable information. Nuwa, continue your search for leads on Director Zhou. Anxiously, Liu Hui sat in the command room, waiting for nearly 3 hours. Nuwa was unable to uncover any further useful information. Nuwa, check if there are any American warships along the southwestern coast of Guizhou province. Liu Hui analyzed the situation. Yuqing was less than 100 kilometers from the coast. The best route for the adversary to leave Huaxia would be via water. Captain, approximately 600 kilometers south of the southern Guizhou coast, there is an American aircraft carrier group station. Upon hearing this, Liu Hui abruptly rose from his seat. "Mr. Liu, what is the matter?" Luo Tong inquired. Noticing Liu Hui's sudden movement, "I have a general idea of the whereabouts of Dingzhou." "Mr. Liu, where is Dingzhou?" "Off the coast of southwest Guizhou province. In the open sea lies the fleet of American aircraft carriers." Having spoken, Liu Hui turned and walked towards the command room's exit. "Mr. Liu, where are you going?" Seeing Liu Hui about to leave, Luo Tong hurriedly inquired. "I am going to rescue someone." "How will you save them from thousands of kilometers away?" "The Jialong Mecha." Leaving behind those 4 words, Liu Hui exited the command room. In the Jialong Mecha manufacturing workshop, a few days prior, Huang Zihu had been engaged in combat with Ryan while piloting the Jialong Mecha, which had sustained damage. It had been under repair in the workshop ever since. "Jisun, is the Jialong Mecha ready? I have an urgent need for it." Upon arriving at the manufacturing area and spotting Zhang Jisun, Liu Hui urgently asked, "Mr. Liu, do you need the mecha?" "You've arrived just in time. The repairs have just been completed." Zhang Jisun replied. "How much energy remains in the mecha?" "Mr. Liu, the mecha operates on energy blocks. There was barely any energy consumed in the last battle." Knowing that the energy was sufficient, Liu Hui leaped into the control room. As the Jialong Mecha ascended slowly, it swiftly headed towards the coastal region of southwest Guizhou province. "Nuwa, do you have the data on Dingzhou's gravitational waves?" "Yes." "Excellent. Transmit the data to the mecha's intelligence system." Having studied extraterrestrial technology, Liu Hui understood that everyone generates unique gravitational waves. These waves possess distinct uniqueness, which can be utilized for identification purposes. The Jialong Mecha is equipped with a gravitational wave detection instrument. However, its search range is limited to a diameter of only a few dozen kilometers. Liu Hui intended to approach the aircraft carrier fleet and use the detection device to locate Dingzhou. The American aircraft carrier fleet issued a notification to all ships. The fleet was to immediately set sail back to base. Upon receiving news of the mission target boarding, the fleet commander promptly issued orders. "Commander, radar has detected an aircraft approaching the carrier fleet at a speed of 95 Mach. Its flight path is stable and can be intercepted. It will reach above the fleet in just over 3 minutes. 95 times the speed of sound. What kind of aircraft is this? Could it be Huaxia's latest hypersonic anti-ship missile?" The commander was alarmed. He commanded the missile frigate to launch missiles for interception. All warships activated their close-in defense systems, preparing for the final interception. The commander decisively issued his orders. "Warning, a missile is heading towards the mecha." In the control room of the Jialong Mecha, Liu Hui heard the intelligence system's warning. "Ignore it. Immediately activate the search instrument to locate Dingzhou." The Jialong Mecha's defensive capabilities rendered it impervious to all missile attacks on Earth. Target acquired. Locking on to precise location. Location secured. Liu Hui glanced at the instrument's display. Dingzhou was inside the aircraft carrier's hangar. Commanding the Dragon Mecha, Liu Hui hovered 100 meters above the aircraft carrier. At that moment, the Dragon Mecha was under attack from dozens of close-in defense high-speed cannons, yet the assault failed to inflict any damage. Seesaw attacks. The commander had viewed footage of the armored 1st Division battling the Dragon Mecha and recognized that the flying machine before him was indeed the Dragon Mecha of the Huaxia nation. Their strikes were utterly ineffective. "Commander, we have received a message from the opposing side, requesting an immediate establishment of communication." "Connect the communication." The commander was eager to discern the intentions of the other party. "Who is the commander of your fleet?" The voice of Liu Hui resonated through the communication channel. "I am the commander of the fleet, Liu Hui. May I inquire about your identity and your purpose in approaching our aircraft carrier formation?" Liu Hui inquired. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. The elder in cabin number 19 of the aircraft carrier demands his release. I grant you but 10 seconds to deliberate. For every 10 seconds that pass, I shall sink one of your escort warships," Liu Hui threatened bluntly. Liu Hui was taken aback. Realizing that the adversary was intent on retrieving their mission target, which had barely boarded the vessel less than 10 minutes prior. As he contemplated this, he was suddenly jolted by a deafening explosion. Chapter 33, Quota Allocation Plan. Liu Hui, maneuvering the Jialong Mecha, unleashed an energy beam upon a missile frigate within the carrier group. With a thunderous explosion, the warship was cleaved in two. "Commander, what should we do?" a staff officer in the command room queried urgently, witnessing the missile frigate succumbing to the depths. "Quickly, rescue the crew." Liu Hui's lips twitched in disbelief. He had not anticipated such immediate aggression. Over 1,000 soldiers were aboard that vessel. As he contemplated the situation, another deafening blast echoed. This time, a missile destroyer fell victim to the Jialong Mecha's assault. "Ceasefire. Halt your attacks." The immense roar of the explosion roused Liu Hui from his stupor, and he recognized the need for immediate action. "Get the elder to the deck." Resistance was futile. This was a one-sided massacre. Liu Hui halted his onslaught. Inform Lapton that only 5 million slots remain for boarding the Hope spacecraft. This is the price for the Elder S abduction. I warn you once more. Should anything similar occur, I will not spare a single slot for you. Liu Hui delivered his final warning before departing with the Dean. A countdown to catastrophe loomed 2 months away. The Hope spacecraft was nearing completion. How to secure a slot for boarding had become the paramount concern of the global populace. Following the incident involving the Dean, Liu Hui stripped the Western Bloc of 10 million slots. With 2 million slots already in his possession, he had more than sufficient allocations. The surplus slots were surrendered to the state for management. Holding 25 million slots, the world turned its gaze towards Huaxia, awaiting its distribution plan. In an office in Kyoto, 2 elders faced a momentous decision. They possessed 2 allocation schemes, which, upon public announcement, would be irrevocable. Old Zhang, shall we choose the lottery scheme or the elite scheme? Hu Lao inquired of his longtime partner. Old Zhang scrutinized the 2 proposals, momentarily at a loss for which path to take. The lottery scheme was straightforward. From the 25 million slots, 3 million were designated for active military personnel. This allocation was immutable. The military served as a bulwark ensuring that all could board the Hope. Should the military's share be diminished, chaos would ensue upon announcement of the plan, inevitably obstructing the embarkation of millions. The remaining 22 million slots would be determined by lottery, utilizing the identification numbers of lawful citizens. This scheme, while self-serving, also bore an air of fairness. Self-serving in that it retained the slots within the nation, abandoning all friendly countries. Fairness existed solely for the citizens of Huaxia. Eligible citizens, regardless of gender or occupation, could partake in the lottery, provided they were under 50 years of age, had no criminal record, and were in good health without disabilities. This criterion encompassed the vast majority of the populace, granting them the opportunity to secure a coveted slot. The elite program bears little relation to the common populace. With a quota of 25 million, the active military comprises 3 million. The remaining slots will be meticulously selected, exclusively for the Armée de l'Armée across various professions, while children and individuals over the age of 60 are entirely disregarded. Furthermore, a provision allows for 1 million slots to be allocated to nations within the Eastern Bloc, including smaller countries in Africa, Latin America, South Asia, and Central Asia. The distribution principle is based on population proportions, necessitating the selection of elites from diverse fields. In essence, this plan positions the Hope as an independent entity, prioritizing its own interests above all else, with the interests of the Huaxia nation in second place, and the welfare of smaller Eastern Bloc countries relegated to the lowest priority. This scheme effectively extinguishes any opportunity for the average person to secure a spot. My esteemed partner, I tend to favor the selection of distinguished individuals. However, this proposal is excessively radical. The Hope's exodus into the cosmos entails a limited number of human passengers. While choosing elites to accompany us may appear the most rational decision, we must confront a stark reality. The majority of our populace comprises ordinary individuals. Should the elite program be unveiled, it would quash the hopes of these people, plunging society into chaos. In the event of societal disorder, the process of elite selection for boarding would undoubtedly face significant hindrances, with unpredictable repercussions. I have a notion to amalgamate the 2 proposals into one. After deliberation, the 2 elders devised a new allocation scheme, which was announced days later. The distribution of the 25 million slots is as follows: 3 million designated for the active military, and 1 million allocated to the smaller Eastern Bloc nations, including those from Africa, Latin America, South Asia, and Central Asia, with eligibility criteria focusing on distinguished individuals. The largest portion, 11 million slots, is reserved for the elites of Huaxia. The remaining 10 million slots are to be allocated through a lottery system for eligible ordinary citizens of the nation. Upon the announcement of this distribution plan, despite a considerable amount of dissent, it garnered the support and endorsement of the majority of Huaxia's citizens, as both elite and common classes were afforded an opportunity. The smaller Eastern Bloc nations, not forsaken in this scheme, also expressed their gratitude. While the allocation of 1 million slots may seem somewhat meager, the Huaxia government possesses the capacity to grant none at all, leaving these smaller nations with no avenue for resistance. After Huaxia unveiled the allocation plan, the citizenry of Western Bloc nations realized that they had been stripped of 10 million slots. Many citizens demanded that their governments reclaim these slots from Huaxia. The leadership of the Western Bloc was engulfed in incessant disputes, with some even proposing a reckless scheme to threaten Huaxia with nuclear escalation, coercing them into returning the slots. Given that intercontinental missiles armed with nuclear warheads would be intercepted by Liu Hui, They planned to employ operatives to clandestinely cross the border and smuggle nuclear weapons into Huaxia, or to utilize vessels and submarines to transport and detonate them along Huaxia's coastline. The borders and coastline of the Huaxia nation are extensive, rendering it virtually impossible to achieve absolute prevention. The likelihood of the plan's successful implementation is exceedingly high. Faced with such a scheme, the decision-makers of the Western camp ultimately refrained from execution. This was primarily because they still held 5 million quotas. Now, should the plan fail, they would be left with nothing. This also explains why Liu Hui, in a fit of anger, chose not to revoke all the quotas from the Western camp. Although the 5 million quotas are somewhat insufficient, they nonetheless provide a glimmer of hope. As long as desperation does not set in, the decision-makers of the Western camp are unlikely to engage in reckless behavior. With only 5 million quotas in hand, they dared not publicly disclose the allocation scheme. The distribution of these quotas could only unfold among the upper echelons of power. Various factions began to engage in both overt and covert struggles. Numerous forces commanding military power began to experience armed conflicts, driven solely by the desire to eliminate each other in the pursuit of more quotas. The society of the Western world began to descend into chaos. Liu Hui, who possesses 20 million quotas, announced the allocation plan for the bases the day after the national quota distribution scheme was made public. The moment his plan was unveiled, it garnered the admiration of all, igniting a fervor within the bases. Each individual within the base would automatically receive a quota for boarding the spacecraft. Additionally, based on personal contributions to the base, they would gain the right to allocate an extra 24 quotas, allowing them to take their family or friends aboard. The individuals brought along would not be distinguished by gender, age, or profession. The only requirements were good health and a clean criminal record. With over 3 million people in the entire base, approximately 15 million quotas would be utilized. The remaining quotas were entrusted to Nuwa, who would sift through the global database to select talents from various fields. Those chosen would be permitted to board the spacecraft. Liu Hui's philosophy was straightforward: to take those closest to him. Should any quotas remain, he would include a few useful individuals as well. Days after Liu Hui announced the quota distribution scheme, high-speed passenger trains began departing from the base station, filled with the base's personnel. They were the first group returning to their homelands. Upon their return, they would bring their family or friends back to the base. Each of them possessed 24 quotas. Among the passengers was Xiao Feng, a welder who contributed to the construction of the Hope spacecraft. As he touched the red smart bracelet on his wrist, he felt a sense of confusion. He had no family and no friends. Aside from work, he spent all his time alone in his room. He was among the few on this train who were unaware of their destination. Hangzhou has arrived. Passengers disembarking, please do so promptly, announced the voice over the intercom. Hangzhou? There is a Westlake in Hangzhou. With that thought, Xiao Feng took his luggage and disembarked. He had always yearned to see the scenery of Westlake. Previously, when he had time, he lacked the funds. When he had the money, he had no time. Fate has brought him to this place. After spending a few days enjoying the beauty of Westlake, Xiao Feng decided to return to the base, fulfilling a modest wish of his. Upon exiting the train station and standing on the bustling street, he quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. The reason for this was twofold: the crimson smart bracelet adorning his wrist and the AI drone trailing behind him. The red bracelet serves as a standard accessory for personnel returning from the base, symbolizing Xiao Feng's identity, as only those affiliated with the base are permitted to wear it. The AI drone, equipped as a defensive mechanism for every returning individual, boasts an extended battery life and is armed with a laser emitter. Should Xiao Feng encounter any danger or be under attack, the drone will send out a distress signal and deploy its laser weapon for protection. Nearby military units will promptly respond to such alerts. Since the announcement of the quota allocation plan, society has been under military control. The majority of the 3 million active duty soldiers have been dispersed across cities and towns nationwide to maintain local security and order. Under military governance, any unlawful behavior may result in immediate lethal consequences. This stringent management has ensured that society continues to function with the most basic semblance of order. Xiao Feng, unfazed by the gazes of onlookers, felt assured of his safety. Upon locating the bus station, he boarded a bus heading to Westlake, opting for this mode of transport over the subway so he could enjoy the scenery outside his window. "Young man, you are from the spaceship base, aren't you?" A voice, belonging to an elderly lady, interrupted his reverie. "Excuse me, ma'am, is there something you need?" Xiao Feng turned to face her. The woman was elegantly dressed with an upscale hairstyle, clearly indicating that she had once been affluent. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement as they fixated on the red bracelet on Xiao Feng's wrist. "Young man, I presume you are not married?" Caught off guard by the direct question, Xiao Feng instinctively nodded. "Wonderful. Just splendid. Please, take a look at my phone. Here are my two daughters. My eldest is 20 and my youngest is 18. Both are exceptionally beautiful. Before Xiaofeng could fully comprehend the situation, the elderly lady had thrust her phone into his hands. They are quite lovely, he remarked after glancing at the photos, which, by his standards, could easily qualify as the school's beauty. However, ma'am, what exactly is your intention? Xiaofeng was perplexed by her proposition. If you find them attractive, choose one, and I shall arrange for her to marry you, she declared, leaving Xiaofeng momentarily stunned. Ma'am, this seems inappropriate. We don't even know each other. Not knowing each other is of no consequence. Once married, you will come to know one another. Look closely at the pictures again. Both the elder and the younger are strikingly beautiful. If one isn't enough for you, I could offer both of them to you. Faced with such fervent enthusiasm from the older woman, an apprehensive Xiaofeng was at a loss for how to respond. Ma'am, this is my stop. I must take my leave. Upon witnessing the bus arriving at Westlake Station, Xiaofeng hastily disembarked. Driver, please stop. I need to get off and pursue him. It was only after Xiaofeng exited the bus that the elderly lady realized the situation. However, she was already a step too late. Once she alighted, Xiaofeng's figure had vanished from sight. Chapter 34. The varieties of humanity in stark contrast to the desolate streets beyond, Westlake buzzed with vitality. As the apocalypse loomed, most individuals had forsaken their occupations. With leisure time at their disposal, many chose to bring their families to Westlake to savor the final moments before the end. From the moment Xiaofeng entered the scenic area, he became the center of attention, primarily due to his distinctive accessories, a wristband and a drone. Particularly noteworthy was the crimson smart wristband he wore, specifically designed by the base for those boarding the spacecraft. Upon first wearing the wristband, it pierces the skin to extract blood, binding the wearer's DNA information. The wristbands come in 3 colors, red, yellow, and black. Red signifies the base, yellow represents Huaxia, and black denotes the Western camp. Xiaofeng sported the red wristband issued by the base. And those who followed the news of the apocalypse were well aware that individuals adorned with a red wristband were personnel of the base, each possessing 24 slots for entering the spacecraft. Handsome, may I accompany you on a stroll around Westlake? A voluptuous woman, clad in revealing attire, approached Xiaofeng. No. Thank you. I prefer to wander alone, Xiaofeng politely declined. This marked the 6th woman to initiate conversation with him since entering the park. Wait. Don't go just yet. I'm very obedient, willing to do anything. I have a generous figure and can bear children. As Xiaofeng attempted to depart, the woman seemed increasingly anxious. However, when she realized he was no longer engaging with her, she shook her head in disappointment and sighed. Among the tourists, many were observing the interaction. No one perceived anything inappropriate in the woman's actions or words. Everyone understood that should this man with the red wristband nod in agreement, the woman would have a chance to escape Earth and prolong her existence. Having evaded the woman's advances, Xiaofeng found a pavilion and settled down for a moment's respite. Why are those two still following me? Not far from him was a woman holding a little girl's hand, seemingly a mother and daughter pair. They had been trailing Xiaofeng for over half an hour. Piquing his curiosity, he scrutinized the duo closely. The woman's beauty was striking, and he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. The little girl, appearing only 4 or 5 years old, was charming and lovely. Noticing Xiaofeng's gaze, the woman hesitated before approaching him with the girl in tow. Hello. You. I. The woman stood before Xiaofeng, struggling to articulate her thoughts. You are Yin Ruyu. Xiaofeng recognized her immediately. She was a prominent star in the Huaxia entertainment industry, a goddess in the hearts of countless young men. Yin Ruyu was indeed one of Xiaofeng's favorite actresses. Yes, I am Yin Ruyu. Upon recognizing each other, Yin Ruyu let out a sigh of relief. What brings you here? She inquired. Little Feng, excited to see his favorite celebrity, eagerly asked, Can you take my mother and me aboard the spaceship? With her head lowered, Yin Ruyu focused on the red bracelet adorning Little Feng's wrist, softly posing her question. Upon hearing her words, Little Feng touched the bracelet, glancing up at her, uncertain of how to respond. Earlier, that woman. I can do what she said you could, Yin Ruyu declared, finally setting aside her pride as she noticed Little Feng's hesitation. Surprised by her statement, Little Feng pondered the significance of her words. Is this your daughter? He asked, glancing at the little girl beside Yin Ruyu. This is my daughter, Yingying. She is 5 years old. Yingying, have you forgotten what your mother taught you about being polite? Quickly greet the uncle, Yin Ruyu urged. Hello, uncle. The little girl's voice rang out, innocent and sweet. What about her father? Little Feng inquired hesitantly. Her father passed away in a car accident 3 years ago, Yin Ruyu replied, leaving Little Feng feeling conflicted. Mommy, what is a father? The little girl asked curiously. having overheard the adults mention the word. A father is someone like the uncle, Yin Ryu gently explained. Mommy, can I call the uncle daddy? The little girl innocently asked. Yin Ryu squatted down, looking at Ying, and gave a slight nod. Daddy, the little girl exclaimed, her words striking a chord within Little Feng's heart. He reached out to ruffle her hair. Is your home far from here? He suddenly inquired. Not far at all. Very close, just a 10-minute walk from the community by Westlake, Yin Ryu answered with a hint of excitement. Is there anyone else at home? No. It's just the two of us, she replied. I'll come stay with you for a few days. I'll be returning to the base in 3 days. This was the predicament of Little Feng, a member of the returning personnel to the base. As the apocalypse loomed, those granted passage aboard the spaceship each faced their unique trials. Some severed ties with their parents, turned against siblings, or abandoned their spouses and children. Such is the myriad of human experiences. With 1 month left on the countdown to disaster, those qualified for the spaceship began to arrive at the base. Due to limited capacity, Liu Hui commenced organizing personnel for life aboard the Hope spacecraft. Daddy, is this the Hope spacecraft? It's enormous, exclaimed a little girl in wonder. Ying is right. This is the Hope spacecraft, our new home, responded Little Feng. As they returned to the base, Little Feng brought along Yin Ryu and Ying. Now, the family of 3 is among the first group assigned to board the spaceship. As they approached the entrance, Yu is reminded by Xiaofeng to keep an eye on Ying amidst the bustling crowd. Rest assured, Brother Feng, I'm holding her hand, she replies confidently. The inaugural group boarding the Hope spacecraft comprises over 10 million individuals, primarily workers who contributed to its construction along with their families. The elite selected by the Huaxian nation continue to arrive at the base, while the general populace awaits the commencement of the lottery. They must bide their time until the elites have gathered at the base before the lottery can take place. Once the results are announced, the fortunate ordinary citizens will embark on their journey to the base alongside military contingents from across the nation. They represent the final cohort to board the Hope. This arrangement is designed to ensure a seamless boarding process. If the lottery results were announced prematurely, those not selected would be consumed by despair, plunging society into chaos, thereby jeopardizing the orderly arrival of personnel at the base. Despite the Hope spacecraft featuring hundreds of entry and exit points, the sheer volume of people renders the atmosphere somewhat congested. Following the throng, the Xiaofeng family arrives at the spaceship's entrance, where a soldier stands elevated, holding a megaphone and addressing the crowd. Please display your identification wristbands. After activating your wristbands, proceed to the changing room. Personal belongings are prohibited on board. We urge everyone to maintain order. Chapter 35. Boarding the Hope spaceship, please place your hand with the identity wristband into the activator. Following the soldier's instructions at the entrance, Su Feng extended his hand into a device. With a chime, the activator emitted a synthesized voice. Identity wristband activation successful. Number: XXXXXX. Name: Su Feng. Gender: male. Age: 28. Earned 120 points. Upon entering the spaceship, should you require assistance, please summon your wristband assistant, which will cater to your needs. Activation process complete. The next person, please. Su Feng withdrew his hand from the device. Do not linger here and impede others. Please proceed inside, urged the soldier, his tone slightly impatient. Excuse me, what is the purpose of these points? Su Feng inquired, seeking clarification. I do not have the time to explain. You may inquire with your wristband assistant, replied the soldier, growing increasingly impatient. My daughter and wife are behind me. I will wait for them here, Su Feng explained, opting not to enter alone and stepping aside. Identity wristband activation successful. Number: XXXX. Name: Su Ying. Gender: female. Age: 5. Earned 60 points. Number: Name: Yin Ryu. Gender: female. Age: 26. Earned 100 points. Once the wristbands were activated, Su Feng led Yin Ryu and Ying into the corridor of the spaceship. The passage stretched over 100 meters and became somewhat congested at the end. As they approached, Su Feng observed that the individuals were divided by gender, forming 2 lines, men on the left and women on the right. Do not crowd, a soldier repeatedly announced through a megaphone. Upon entering the changing room, quickly change into your uniforms. Remember, aside from your identity wristband, no personal belongings are permitted aboard the spaceship. Any violation will result in disqualification from boarding. Ryu, please take Ying and queue up. After changing, wait for me outside, and do not wander off. It could become quite troublesome, Su Feng instructed. Yin Ryu nodded in acknowledgement. Following the flow of people, Su Feng entered the changing room. Your size is EA. As he passed through the doorway, the device indicated his clothing size. He located a blue jumpsuit that corresponded to his size. The outfit was simple to don, primarily featuring zippers at the main junctions. The material was soft and comfortable against the skin. After changing, Su Feng disposed of his previous attire into a recycling bin. Following the crowd, he exited the changing room. Outside, the throng had swelled, all donned in identical uniforms, causing Su Feng to feel a twinge of anxiety. Finding familiar faces was proving difficult. Fortunately, there were not many individuals with children among those boarding the spaceship. Su Feng surveyed his surroundings several times before finally spotting Yin Ryu, who was holding Ying's hand. "Ryu, I am here," Su Feng greeted her from a distance. As he saw Yin Ryu approaching with Ying in tow, a flush crept onto Su Feng's cheeks. The attire aboard the spaceship was form-fitting, and Yin Ryu's figure was curvaceous. Although they had been living together for a while, the sight of her physique still quickened Su Feng's heartbeat. "Brother Feng, which way should we go?" Outside the changing room, there were 5 pathways, and Yin Ryu was uncertain which to take. "I am not sure either. Please wait a moment while I consult the wristband assistant." After calming his heartbeat, Su Feng raised his left hand, adorned with the wristband. Calling wristband assistant, "I require assistance," he whispered to it. "How may I assist you, Mr. Su Feng?" A mechanical voice emitted from the wristband. "I wish to reach my residence, but I do not know where it is or how to get there." "Mr. Su Feng, your residence is located in the A663Y district. This is your current position. Please follow the arrow on the map to reach the pod station and take the pod." The wristband projected a 3-dimensional map. Following the map's instructions, the 3 of them arrived at a pod station. "Daddy, what is this? It's so beautiful," Ying exclaimed as she gazed at a large capsule before her. "Ying, this is called a pod. We will be taking it shortly." "Daddy is so impressive. I've never seen this before, yet he knows what it is." Hearing his daughter's words, Su Feng felt a bit bashful. In truth, he was also unaware of the nature of the large capsule, but he could read. The words pod were inscribed on it. So he surmised it was a mode of transportation aboard the spaceship. "Look, Daddy, the door is opening," Ying exclaimed with delight. "Please enter the pod, Mr. Su Feng." After a little over 5 minutes, the pod came to a halt. "Please follow the arrow on the map." Following the map's guidance, they arrived at the A663Y district. This must be the living area on the spaceship. Along the way, Su Feng noticed many numbered doors. "Mr. Su Feng, you have arrived at your housing. Please face the camera on the door for identity verification," the wristband assistant reminded him. Su Feng glanced up at the number on his door, A663Y2766. He took 2 steps forward and faced the door. With a chime, the door opened automatically. He stepped inside. The room was quite small, approximately 10 square meters, featuring a large bed, a wardrobe, a set of tables and chairs, and a bathroom. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Su Feng recalled the matter of the points system. "Wristband assistant, what is the significance of the points within the wristband?" Su Feng inquired. "Mr. Su Feng, wristband points are equivalent to currency. On the spacecraft, essential supplies can be exchanged. The personnel aboard are entitled to receive basic points unconditionally once a month. For those desiring additional points, employment opportunities on the spacecraft are available." The first group to board the Hope spacecraft began to acclimate to life aboard with the aid of wristband assistance. A countdown to disaster looms, with only 10 days remaining. The majority of the 50 million selected individuals have boarded the vessel. The last group consists of ordinary citizens chosen by lottery. This cohort faced considerable difficulties while returning to the base alongside the military. After the lottery concluded, those not selected fell into despair. Many drove to gather around the military's perimeter, trailing behind the convoy as they returned to the base, yearning for a chance to escape on the spacecraft. Despite multiple attempts to disperse them, the military's efforts proved futile, as the ordinary citizens posed no threat to the convoy. The soldiers within the ranks found it unbearable to resort to lethal force against them. Consequently, the number of civilians following the convoy to the base continued to swell. "Mr. Liu, what shall we do? The situation is deteriorating. The crowd outside the base walls is growing larger, likely numbering in the millions. I fear they may attempt to breach the walls," Ramtun expressed to Liu Hui within the command center. After contemplating Ramtun's words for a moment, Liu Hui ultimately reached a decision. "Notify Elder Hu and Elder Zhang, instructing them to hasten to the base. The Hope spacecraft is preparing for an early launch into space." Chapter 36. The Ascension of the Hope. What did you say? The leaders are unwilling to leave Earth. After contacting the capital, Liu Hui received this unexpected news. "Connect me to the leaders via video. I wish to speak with them." Upon hearing Liu Hui's words, Luotong swiftly established the video link in the command room. The large screen illuminated with the images of 2 elderly gentlemen. "Leaders, the spacecraft must launch into space ahead of schedule. Why do you choose to remain?" "Mr. Liu, we are both advanced in age, our capabilities are limited, and our status is unique. Boarding the spacecraft would impede your authority. At such a critical juncture for the survival of human civilization, what is required is a concentration of power, one elder elucidated. Leaders, if you do not wish to wield power, you could retire aboard the spacecraft. These two elders had made indelible contributions to the prosperity and stability of the Huaxia nation, and Liu Hui held them in the highest regard. He could not bear to see them languishing on Earth, awaiting death. With 1.8 billion people in Huaxia, can you truly evacuate them all? The elder inquired suddenly. Liu Hui fell into silence. As long as even one Huaxia person remains on Earth, we shall not depart. We two old men will hold our ground until the very last moment. Mr. Liu, our minds are resolute. There is no need for further persuasion. You are the hope of our human civilization, as well as the hope of the Huaxia people. We entrust the Huaxia individuals aboard the spacecraft to you. The elders severed the video connection. In the command room, the atmosphere was heavy as everyone bowed their heads in silence. Inspect all critical equipment aboard the spacecraft. The Hope will ascend in 2 hours. Notify everyone at the base, including the guards on the walls, to prepare for evacuation and readiness to board the spacecraft. Liu Hui commanded. At the city wall of Base 1, the squad leader remarked, "We are nearly out of rubber bullets. Should we switch to live ammunition? These are our Huaxia people. We cannot resort to live fire unless absolutely necessary." The officer rejected the soldier's suggestion. He glanced down from the wall. Countless individuals, risking being struck by rubber bullets, were making their way toward the walls. Each carried a bundle of earth wrapped in clothing, clutched in their hands or slung over their shoulders. Upon nearing the wall, they cast their burdens at the foot of the structure. To scale the wall and board the Hope spacecraft, they aimed to level the height of the wall with the earth. Fear not, the rubber bullets are non-lethal. As long as we can level the wall and surge forward, we will have a chance to board the spacecraft. Someone among the crowd shouted fervently. Squad leader. We have received orders from the command center. The communications officer next to the officer conveyed the directive. In 2 hours, the Hope spacecraft will launch. The command center instructs us to evacuate the wall in 1 hour and board the spacecraft. The communications officer announced loudly. Convey the orders promptly. We shall evacuate in 1 hour. The officer observed the throng of individuals transporting soil beneath the city walls. He calculated that, at the current pace, the walls would be leveled in less than an hour. What shall I do if they charge up within that time? Must it truly come to this? The officer furrowed his brow as the seconds slipped away. Commander, we have exhausted our rubber bullets. The height of the wall had dwindled to merely 2 meters, and they had begun to form a human ladder, climbing upwards. The soldier reported to the officer. Notify all members of the company to immediately evacuate the walls and drive towards the Hope ship. I shall guard the lower wall's exit. The officer resolutely issued his command, aware that if the soldiers mingled with the crowd, none would board the spaceship. Commander, hurry. They cannot be withdrawn. Fewer than half of the entire company could reach the exit. Many soldiers, in their retreat, were overwhelmed and brought down by those scaling the walls. You go first. I will hold them off here. Commander, we cannot abandon you. Do you seek death? If you blend with the crowd, none shall board the spacecraft. This is an order. Disobedience on the battlefield is met with execution on the spot. The officer drew his sidearm. The soldiers at the exit, tears in their eyes, dashed towards the base of the wall. The officer arrived at the autocannon and disengaged its safety. Not far off, a crowd surged towards the exit. Do not approach. The officer shouted, eyes closed, his voice a roar. He pulled the trigger. High-velocity rounds tore into the throng. Limbs flew, and chaos ensued. 5 minutes later, the ammunition was depleted. The officer withdrew his sidearm, aiming it at his own head. In the control room of the Hope spaceship, Mr. Liu, the city walls have been breached by the gathered crowd. The guarding forces at walls 8, 19, 65, 78, and 85 have failed to evacuate on time. The crowd is now less than 2 kilometers from the spaceship's entrance. The personnel in the command center reported to Liu Hui. Shut down all entrances to the spaceship. Nuwa, initiate the launch sequence. Liu Hui commanded. The Hope spaceship gradually ascended from the ground. Stop. Don't leave us behind. I must board the ship. As the spaceship ascended, countless individuals racing towards it dropped to their knees, their anguished cries echoing. The spaceship's propulsion system is functioning normally. Altitude 2424 m, speed. The ship entered the atmosphere. Achieving weightlessness, the artificial gravity system was activated. The gravity system successfully engaged. In the control room of the Hope, Nuwa was announcing the status of the spaceship. Upon reaching an altitude of 450 kilometers in Earth's orbit, the engine transitioned to a state of orbital maintenance. The mission of the Hope spacecraft has concluded. Resting serenely at this altitude. Nuwa, please verify the functionality of the spacecraft systems. Master, all systems are operating normally. However, there is a gas leak in Industrial Zone 68. Personnel should be dispatched for repairs. The Hope spacecraft has successfully ascended into the cosmos. Although minor issues arose, they were manageable. Roten, please disseminate this list. A meeting will convene in an hour. I need to arrange personnel aboard the spacecraft. Following the launch of the Hope spacecraft, Liu Hui convened the inaugural meeting, historically referred to as the Earth Orbit Conference. This gathering bore significant and profound implications for the wandering civilization of humanity in the universe. Chapter 37. The Orbital Conference in the conference room of the Hope spacecraft, designed to conserve space. The area is less than 50 square meters. With nearly 100 attendees, the room feels rather cramped. Liu Hui stands at the head of the room, exuding an air of natural authority. Esteemed colleagues, I have little taste for idle chatter. The primary objective of today's meeting is to establish the human wandering government. I have already contemplated the heads of various governmental departments. Suddenly, an individual with a Western visage interrupts Liu Hui. Mr. Liu, shouldn't there be elections for the heads of these departments? At this, Liu Hui smirks coldly. On the Hope, there exists only autocracy, not democracy. Do not attempt to impose your Western ideals of freedom and democracy upon this vessel. Were it not for the necessity of ensuring a smooth embarkation for everyone, I would prefer not to accommodate any of you Westerners at all. If there are opposing viewpoints, feel free to raise your hands. I shall return you to Earth. His words brim with an unmistakable threat. Since ascending to the status of an Eternal, Liu Hui's demeanor has subtly transformed. Eternals are inherently the wielders of power. Any dissent or rebellion will be swiftly eradicated. Does no one dare to oppose? Liu Hui scans the room, noting that not a single hand is raised. The previously vocal Westerner has now bowed his head, having gained entry to the Hope. No one wishes to return to Earth. Let us proceed with the meeting. Liu Hui then announces the departments and their respective heads. Commander of the Armed Forces, Huang Zihu, former leader of the Special Guard Brigade at Base 9563. Director of the Scientific Research Institute, Zhang Jisen, former academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Minister of Administration, Luo Tong, former commander of Base 9563. Minister of Food Production, Nong Qingyuan, former Deputy Minister of Agriculture of China. Minister of Industrial Production, Li Xinchang, former Secretary General of the Industrial Office of China. Minister of Education, Wang Quang, former Vice President of Qingbei University in China. Minister of Spaceship Maintenance. Minister of Military Manufacturing. Minister of Health. To the heads of the departments present, Liu Hui states, in 10 days. The Hope will execute a space jump. We possess no interstellar navigational charts. The location post-jump remains unpredictable, and danger may arise at any moment. You must utilize these 10 days to familiarize yourselves with your respective departments. Prior to the space jump, I shall convene another meeting. With the announcement of the scheduled space jump, Liu Hui concludes the meeting, which shall be historically referred to as the Orbital Conference. Thus, the human cosmic wandering government is born. 7 days after the Orbital Conference, in the control command room of the Hope, the stellar devourer has reached the surface of the Sun, its energy cells undergoing a meticulous reorganization. It is anticipated that this intricate arrangement will be completed in approximately 23 hours, at which point the entirety of the Sun will be enveloped by its energy cells. In the command room, personnel are briefing Liu Hui on the latest developments concerning the devourer. Have we calculated the timing of the radiant ray eruption? Liu Hui inquired. Upon computation, it was determined that the radiant rays would erupt in 68 hours, reaching Earth 8 minutes thereafter. This revelation weighed heavily on Liu Hui's heart. Humanity on Earth has a mere 68 hours and 8 minutes remaining. The radiant ray is a unique phenomenon in the cosmos. When a star rapidly expels a substantial amount of energy, it may abruptly transform into a white dwarf, a process that triggers the eruption of radiant rays. These rays travel at velocities approaching that of light, capable of penetrating any material and instantaneously annihilating carbon-based life forms. With the eruption of radiant rays in the solar system, all carbon-based life within it, including that on Earth, will find no sanctuary. Send the computed final time back to Earth, Liu Hui commanded, his heart heavy with reluctance. He instructed the department heads to prepare for a meeting. In the Hope conference room, standing at the head of the table, Liu Hui's mood was profoundly somber. The stellar devourer has indeed reached the Sun's surface. Calculations indicate that humanity on Earth has less than 68 hours remaining. Liu Hui announced the computed results in the conference room, the atmosphere thick with despair. The Hope spacecraft will initiate a spatial jump 1 hour prior to the eruption of the radiant rays. How are preparations across your departments? Liu Hui asked. Huang Zihu, please provide an update on the military situation. Upon being called, Huang Zihu rose. Chief, our military personnel aboard the spacecraft number approximately 1 million. We are equipped with 103 Kunlun warships and 7 Type A Zhaolong mechas. The intelligence system Nuwa predicts that the Hope's defenses could barely withstand an assault from a Level 2 civilization, should we face a Level 3 civilization. Chief, our spacecraft maintenance department is prepared. We have already recruited over 200,000 maintenance workers aboard the vessel, ready to address any unforeseen repair incidents. The food production department is operating normally. However, the military manufacturing department is lacking materials and is unable to construct new spacecraft. The industrial production department is at a standstill due to a shortage of raw materials. The human gene cryogenic storage facility is functioning correctly. In the capital, in the chief's office, an old comrade remarked, "This is the information Liu Hui has relayed from space. The radiant rays will reach Earth in 68 hours. We have only 68 hours left." Zhang, holding the report, appeared dejected. "Old Zhang, I shall forego reading the report. Please announce the time to the public. It remains uncertain how many will receive this message." Old Hu sighed, aware that the number of recipients would likely be few. Moreover, he felt compelled to inform everyone around him, urging them to return to their families. Ever since the military brought the last group of personnel back to the base, chaos has enveloped Huaxiao entirely. The government is powerless to maintain societal order. Water, electricity, transportation, and communication have all collapsed. Humanity has descended into madness. Dogdan, the daughter of the village chief from the neighboring Wang village, possesses a certain charm. After all, we are all destined to perish in a few days. Why not sneak over tonight after dark? In the past, when I was at work, Zhou Bapi often bullied me. I shall ensure he meets his demise before my very eyes. Bring forth all the food from your homes, or I shall annihilate your entire family. Let us arm ourselves and confront them. Do not fear, for whether one dies sooner or later, death remains inevitable. As the end approaches, the darker aspects of humanity have been thoroughly unleashed. Chapter 38. The Hope space jumped 2 hours prior to the stellar flare. The Hope detached itself from Earth's orbit, entering the acceleration phase before the spatial leap. To initiate the space jump, the vessel's velocity must reach 0, 3 times the speed of light. In the control room of the Hope, a voice resonated, "Captain, we have achieved the speed necessary for the spatial jump. Shall we proceed?" All eyes turned to Liu Hui. "Inwa, activate the Hope's full-frequency broadcast. I have something to convey," Liu Hui commanded. "Captain, the full-frequency broadcast is now enabled," Inwa responded. As a grave expression settled upon Liu Hui's face. "Fellow Earth compatriots aboard the Hope, we are on the brink of a spatial jump. For the continuation of human civilization, we must depart the solar system and bid farewell to our mother planet, Earth. This departure will be forever. Please observe a moment of silence." As Liu Hui's words echoed throughout the Hope, the crew stood erect, bowing their heads in solemn tribute. As the minute passed, many faces were streaked with tears. "Inwa, perform one final risk assessment before the spatial jump." Liu Hui, cautious and mindful of the vessel carrying humanity's hopes, insisted on one last confirmation. "Captain, the success rate for this spatial jump stands at 92. Minor damage to the vessel may occur during the transition," Inwa reported. Upon hearing this, Liu Hui inhaled deeply. "Commence the space jump," he commanded. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. At the heart of the Hope was the life propagation spacecraft. As the countdown concluded, the energy blocks in the propulsion chamber were instantly depleted. A spatial rift was torn open ahead of the vessel, and the Hope surged into it at 0, 3 times the speed of light. The spatial jump was complete. Liu Hui heard Inwa's voice again. "Alert! Gas leak detected in the food production area, warehouse 32. Outer layer detachment in military manufacturing area, warehouse 16. Within the control room. Red alarm lights illuminated the space. Maintenance chief, organize repair crews immediately," Liu Hui ordered. "Inwa, scan the starfield surrounding the ship and establish a star map centered on our position. Launch warning satellites into the surrounding deep space. Assess the operational status of all ship systems." Liu Hui swiftly issued commands. Minutes later, preliminary results from the scans emerged. The Hope found itself on the periphery of an unknown spiral galaxy, flanked by 2 stellar systems at distances of 56 light-years and 18 light-years, respectively. "Inwa, dispatch the Vanguard probe to the nearest stellar system," Liu Hui decided, knowing the ship's resources were insufficient to reach the more distant system. "Warning! Warning! Anomalous objects detected in flight status." Nuwa suddenly issued a warning. Liu Hui was alarmed. Approximately 200 million kilometers ahead of the Hope, an unidentified flying object was hurtling towards them at a velocity of 0, 8 times the speed of light. Nuwa had determined the object's distance and speed. Nuwa, could it possibly be a meteorite or a comet? Absolutely not. Meteorites or comets do not abruptly alter their trajectory and accelerate, came the response. Captain, there is only one possibility. This object is a product of an advanced civilization. An alien spacecraft? Liu Hui never anticipated that, having just successfully jumped through space. He would now confront an unknown extraterrestrial vessel. How much time do we have left? Captain, there are 13 minutes and 26 seconds remaining until the object reaches our position. Niwa, can the energy beam cannon aboard the Hope be fired? Captain, following the space jump, the energy reserves have been depleted. The nuclear energy aboard the ship cannot activate the energy beam cannon. Huang Zihu, deploy the Kunlun warship immediately. The Jiaolong mecha is on standby. Liu Hui prepared for the worst. Niwa, send a communication request to the object. The few Kunlun warships available departed from the Hope. The Kunlun warship was designed by Liu Hui and Zhang Jisen along with all the scholars, though it had significant drawbacks. Due to a lack of materials, they could not manufacture a bidirectional gravitational wave engine. The warship was powered by a nuclear engine, which not only limited its speed but also restricted its energy reserves to a single discharge of the energy beam. After firing, it would require 24 hours to recharge. Feng Leroux, do you think they are a Type 1 or Type 2 civilization? From the dilapidated appearance of their ship, they clearly seem to be a rookie Type 1 civilization just entering the cosmos. However, there is something peculiar. We have detected that their ship is controlled by an intelligent brain, yet why are we unable to infiltrate their system? Feng Liqing replied, your question is easily explained. You see, the warship they just deployed is powered by primitive nuclear energy. Their technology should have only just reached Type 1 civilization, and they may not have even achieved that yet. As for their intelligent brain, the explanation is straightforward. Each civilization's technological development tends to have focal points. If their focus leans towards the intelligent brain, it is conceivable that they could have developed a Type 3 or 4 intelligent brain during their Type 1 phase. After listening to Feng Liqing, Feng Leroux nodded. The two conversing intelligent beings were space transporters from the Type 2 civilization of Fengla Star. As they piloted their transport ship through this star region, they were startled by the sudden appearance of the Hope. Out of curiosity, they approached the ship to investigate. Feng Leroux, they have sent us a message, but we are unsure of its content. Their ship's intelligent brain is currently deciphering it. Wait, how can they not use the standard interstellar communication language? Suddenly, the two intelligent beings realized. The civilization across the void has yet to register within the star sector. They remain an unprotected nomadic society. The intellect aboard their vessel has attained at least a third-tier level of civilization. We might as well seize their technological advancements. It is time to consider a replacement for the intellect on our transport ship. These two extraterrestrial beings harbor covetous thoughts towards the N-Wa aboard the Hope. Feng Leroux, we have successfully decrypted the message they sent. They wish to establish a dialogue with us. Very well. Let us initiate communication. We shall directly demand their technological tree. Should they refuse to comply, I shall obliterate them with a single strike. Chapter 39. The first battle of the wandering universe in the control room of the Hope, the captain announced. The opposing vessel has halted 200 kilometers ahead of us. They initiated a holographic video dialogue. As Niwa's voice faded, a holographic image materialized within the control room. All eyes were drawn to the projection. Were those not two hairless kangaroos? Could they possibly be advanced sentient beings? Upon observing the extraterrestrial entities, Liu Hui was immediately reminded of the kangaroos on Earth, as their resemblance was uncanny. Greetings, I am Liu Hui, the leader of human civilization. May I inquire as to your identities and your intentions in approaching our vessel? Liu Hui asked, maintaining a dignified composure. What should we do? They are the Karens. Upon recognizing Liu Hui, the extraterrestrial beings were taken aback, as they identified him as a member of the Karen species. This revelation was unexpected, for they resided in the Sirius sector, governed by the very Karen race Liu Hui belonged to. It appeared they were a nascent branch of the Karen civilization, having recently ascended to a level 1 civilization. Situated at the fringes of the galaxy, they likely had yet to encounter other civilizations. A legend existed within the sector, suggesting that each branch of the Karen race possessed the technological legacy of the Karen homeworld. If we could obtain their technological tree, our planet would ascend to dominance. Is the risk too great? The technological legacy of the Karen homeworld is worth the gamble. Let us act decisively. Once we acquire the technological tree, we shall eliminate them. After deliberation, the two extraterrestrial kangaroos resolved to take the chance. Who we are is of little consequence. What matters is that you must surrender your technological tree. They unabashedly declared their intentions. Their aim was clearly the technological legacy of the Karen civilization. Had they discovered the life propagation spacecraft aboard the Hope? Upon hearing the extraterrestrial kangaroo's words, Liu Hui pondered. And what if I refuse your demands? He sought to gauge their resolve. Your civilization is merely at level 1. Our ship is equipped with a neutron cannon, a weapon of level 3 technology. Annihilating you would be effortless. The extraterrestrial kangaroo threatened Liu Hui directly. Nuwa, can the energy shield of the Hope withstand a neutron cannon? Liu Hui inquired. Captain, our energy shield is of level 3. It can indeed withstand a neutron cannon. However, the energy aboard the ship is limited, and the shield can only be maintained for 10 minutes, Nuwa replied. Nuwa, be prepared to activate the energy shield at a moment's notice. Liu Hui communicated telepathically with Nuwa. It seems you do not trust our capabilities. Allow us to demonstrate the power of the neutron cannon. Growing impatient with Liu Hui's silence, the extraterrestrial kangaroo fired a neutron cannon towards the Hope, though their target was not the Hope itself, but rather the Kunlun warship, which was stationed protectively around the Hope. Chief Liu, we have lost 16 Kunlun warships. The display screen in the command room showed the vanishing of 16 Kunlun warships, vaporized directly by neutron cannons. Order all remaining Kunlun warships to open fire. Huang Ziyu, prepare the Dragon Mechs for an offensive. The Hope's shield can withstand the neutron cannon for 10 minutes. Liu Hui resolved to retaliate. Upon receiving the command to attack, the remaining Kunlun warships swiftly unleashed their energy beam cannons. Over 80 energy beams surged towards the alien vessels. The enemy ships possessed energy shields. The energy beams fired by the Kunlun warships were intercepted by the opposing shields. To their astonishment, the aliens wielded energy beam cannons of a third-tier civilization. Observing the energy shield of their ship nearly breached, the two alien kangaroos were taken aback. Should another round of such an assault occur, the shield would shatter, and the vessel would be obliterated. Should we flee? One of the alien kangaroos began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Wait a moment. Look, their warships are retreating. Their vessels are nuclear-powered and low on energy, capable of firing only once. The alien kangaroos deduced the reason. No more games. I shall annihilate them. Infuriated by the near destruction of their shield, the alien kangaroos locked onto the Hope with their neutron cannons. A volley of neutron energy surged toward the Hope. They too possess energy shields, at least of a third-tier level. The neutron energy was thwarted by the Hope's protective barrier. What now? Should we continue the assault? Press on. Their weakness lies in energy reserves. Nuclear power cannot sustain the energy shield for long. I believe they cannot hold out much longer. The alien kangaroos resolved to continue the attack. Huang Zihu, lead the Dragon Mechs into immediate action. Close in on the enemy ship as swiftly as possible, taking care to evade their close-range weaponry. You have less than 10 minutes. In the command room of the Hope, Liu Hui issued the order. The Dragon Mechs were Liu Hui's final gambit. Energy shields have a vulnerability. While they can withstand energy attacks, they cannot prevent massive objects from penetrating through. Liu Hui intended for the Dragon Mechs to approach the enemy ship and execute a direct physical assault. An object is approaching us at high speed. Activate the close-range laser cannons on the ship. What? They can evade our close-range laser cannons at such velocity. Quickly, start the ship. We must depart. The two alien kangaroos sensed the impending danger. With a thunderous crash, the Dragon Mech, piloted by Huang Zihu, collided with the alien vessel. His head spun slightly, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The abrupt halt from high speed subjected Huang Zihu's body to immense kinetic pressure, injuring his internal organs. Fortunately, I activated my burst feature, elevating my physical level by 2 tiers. Otherwise, the impact's kinetic energy could have crushed my body. Huang Zihu felt an overwhelming sense of luck. This battle determined the fate of the Hope. Upon entering the Dragon Mech, Huang Zihu immediately activated its explosive capabilities, elevating his physical level to 6. He maneuvered the mech at breakneck speed towards the enemy ship. As he approached, he noticed the spacecraft preparing to make its escape. In a moment of desperation, Huang Zihu directed the Dragon Mech to ram into the ship. After a brief moment of dizziness, he drew the colossal blade from the mech's back and began wreaking havoc within the vessel. The ship's power system was severely compromised. Our transport ship is doomed. We must flee. The alien kangaroos were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. With no other choice, they pressed the escape button in the control room. Suddenly, the control room detached from the transport vessel, transforming into an escape pod, and sped away into deep space at 9 times the speed of light. Just wait for us. We shall return. The alien kangaroos left humanity with a final message before their retreat. Chapter 40. The Dawn Star System. Without the joy of victory, an unexpected battle has plunged the Hope into dire straits. The day after the conflict. In the conference room of the Hope, Leader, the energy shield has nearly depleted the vessel's power. We no longer possess sufficient energy to sustain the food production system. Upon hearing the report from the food production department, Liu Hui comprehended the grave implications. Cultivating food aboard the ship necessitates ample light sources and suitable temperatures. both of which demand a colossal amount of energy. With insufficient energy supply, the 50 million inhabitants of the ship are poised to face famine. Humans can succumb to starvation. From this point onward, the ship will suspend the exchange of points for food. Rationing will be implemented at the bare minimum standards. Liu Hui struggled to conceive a more viable solution. Leader, the alien kangaroos left a warning message before their departure. I fear they may return, said Luo Tong with evident concern. To ensure our safety, we must swiftly vacate this sector of space. Increasing distance from this region? Do you think I desire otherwise? Liu Hui inwardly lamented, aware that the vessel's energy was insufficient to reach even the star system 18 light-years away. Though his heart was fraught with anxiety, he refrained from voicing his complaints. As the leader of humanity, he understood that grievances would not resolve any issues. Luo Tong, your concerns are justified. I have already informed Huang Zihu and Zhang Jisen. We shall reassess the situation upon their return. After the alien kangaroos fled, they left behind wreckage of their damaged ship. Huang Zihu and Zhang Jisen have been exploring and studying this debris for the past few days. Leader, we have returned. Huang Zihu pushed open the conference room door, followed closely by Zhang Jisen. I was just speaking of you two. Come in, sit down. What have you discovered? Liu Hui inquired. Leader, I conducted a preliminary study on their ship over the past few days. Their technological level appears to be at a mid-stage of a Type 2 civilization. This vessel is a mineral transport ship, and the two alien kangaroos that escaped were likely its pilots. Zhang Jisen revealed his findings. Two aliens piloting a transport ship nearly obliterated our human civilization. This thought weighed heavily on Liu Hui's heart. We, as humans, are too feeble. Do you have any other findings? Liu Hui pressed on. Leader, the neutron cannon aboard the ship remained undamaged. I have disassembled it and brought it back to the Hope. Huang Zihu excitedly reported. Well done. Transfer the neutron cannon to the Academy of Sciences for research. In the future, with the right conditions, we may be able to produce our own. Currently, the most powerful weapon aboard the Hope is the large-caliber energy beam cannon, which focuses on point attacks. In contrast, the neutron cannon specializes in area attacks. The Hope is lacking in such armaments. Jisen, did you find any energy cores among the ship's wreckage? This is the matter of utmost concern for Liu Hui. The leader, we have not located the energy blocks. Their energy reserves must be aboard the fleeing spacecraft. Hearing Zhang Jisen's words, Liu Hui felt a pang of disappointment. However, leader, we have made another discovery. Noticing Liu Hui's despondent expression, Zhang Jisen hastily added, there exists a backup nuclear energy system on their ship. I refer to it as the ultimate nuclear energy system. The principle of energy generation parallels our nuclear fusion, yet its efficiency surpasses ours by over 200 times. Jisen, has this nuclear energy system sustained any damage? The prospect of a 200-fold increase in energy generation efficiency seemed to illuminate Liu Hui's path. There is minor damage. Repairs should pose no significant challenge. Splendid. Jisen, dismantle this nuclear energy system. I intend to equip it onto the Hope. After more than half a month of effort, the ultimate nuclear energy system was finally installed on the Hope. The energy generated from this system was barely sufficient to propel the ship. The alien transport vessel was disassembled, with all usable materials transported aboard the Hope. The first year of humanity's venture into the cosmos is referred to as the Year of Wandering. During this year, Liu Hui issued the inaugural flight command. The Hope set its course towards a star system 18 light-years away. Human civilization urgently needed to seek a new habitat. Due to insufficient propulsion energy, calculations indicated that the Hope would require 5 years of acceleration to reach its maximum velocity of 0.3 times the speed of light. At this speed, traveling 18 light-years would take 58 years. After 3 years of wandering, due to the disproportionate number of young men and women aboard the Hope and their excessive leisure time, a surge in births erupted on the ship. Unable to accommodate the burgeoning population, Liu Hui was compelled to enforce a family planning policy. After 8 years of wandering, reverse engineering on the neutron cannon was completed, leading humanity to fabricate its first neutron cannon. 13 years into the journey, the medical team of the Academy of Sciences achieved a significant breakthrough in human cloning technology. Humanity could replicate an identical version of oneself in a cultivation medium within a short time. Although this body lacked consciousness, it was remarkably healthy. In the face of death due to bodily aging, individuals could transfer their heads to these healthy bodies, though the aging of the brain remained unavoidable. The combination of a healthy body and rapidly advancing medicine extended the average human lifespan from 95 to 250 years. 21 years into the journey, the Hope encountered a meteor swarm. Scientists conducted analyses on the meteor's composition and discovered the raw materials necessary for constructing gravitational wave spheres. leading humanity to successfully create its first bidirectional gravitational wave engine. 30 years into the Odyssey, the Hope received stellar system data transmitted back from the Vanguard probe. This star system was named the Dawn Star System by scientists, as it provided a glimmer of hope for the wandering human civilization. The star within this system boasts a diameter twice that of the Sun and is approximately 5 billion years old, comfortably situated in its middle age. The star system hosts a total of 6 planets. The planet closest to the star is a rocky world. The Pioneer probe conducted preliminary explorations of this planet. The data gathered reveals that the environment on this planet is exceedingly harsh. Daytime temperatures soar to 800 degrees, while nighttime temperatures plummet to over -200 degrees. Humanity cannot endure long-term existence in such conditions. As for the other 5 planets, all are gaseous except for the 5th planet. The Pioneer probe focused its investigations on the 5th planet, which boasts a diameter approximately twice that of Earth and takes 68 hours to complete one rotation. The temperature variation between day and night is minimal, with daytime temperatures around 35 degrees and nighttime temperatures near -12 degrees. This planet possesses a dense atmosphere composed of carbon dioxide, oxygen, and other gases known to humanity. However, the proportion of these gases is remarkably low, accounting for less than 1%, while the remainder consists of unknown gases. Data from outer explorations suggests that this planet may be suitable for human habitation. Scientists aboard the Hope spacecraft resolved to have the Pioneer probe conduct a landing investigation to further collect data about the planet. Unexpectedly, communication with the Pioneer probe was lost during its descent to the planet. Chapter 41. Detection of extraterrestrial civilization after 3 decades of wandering. The Pioneer spacecraft mysteriously lost contact upon landing on the 5th planet. Upon receiving this news, Liu Hui resolved to convene a high-level meeting. "Old Luo, your wrinkles have multiplied," Liu Hui remarked teasingly as he observed Luo Tong's arrival in the conference room. "Chief, it has been nearly a year. Are you still jesting at my expense? Do you believe I would truly undergo plastic surgery to restore my visage to that of a 20-year-old? Luo Tong responded with a hint of exasperation. Having departed Earth at the age of 48, the passage of 30 years had rendered him a 78-year-old, with the signs of aging prominently etched upon his face. Last year, his body had succumbed to the ravages of time, necessitating a bodily replacement procedure aboard the spacecraft. The breakthrough in body cloning technology had liberated Luo Tong from afflictions and extended his life. Though humanity had access to this remarkable technology, its application aboard the Hope was limited. The process of cloning a human body demanded a substantial allocation of resources and energy. Individuals wishing to undergo bodily replacement must demonstrate significant contributions to the spacecraft. To conserve resources and energy, the medical department had previously conducted experiments aimed at inducing cryogenic sleep in idle personnel aboard the ship. However, experimental data indicated that maintaining humans in cryogenic stasis consumed even more resources and energy than those living normal lives. The persistent scarcity of resources and energy remained an unresolved dilemma aboard the Hope. In the conference room, Luo Tong possessed the physique of a 20-year-old. Yet his visage betrayed the appearance of an elderly man, creating a dissonance that Liu Hui found irresistibly amusing. "Old Luo, the points required for plastic surgery are not exorbitant. Given your frugal nature, I doubt you genuinely wish to pursue such a procedure." Liu Hui continued his playful banter. "Indeed, I am rather reluctant to undergo such a procedure. I must save points to have a child," Luo Tong confessed. In the 5th year after entering space, the single Luo Tong had found love. Due to the population control policies aboard the spacecraft, childbirth necessitated a substantial exchange of points. Known for his loyalty, Luo Tong had been a commanding officer on Earth and had many old friends aboard the Hope. He frequently used his points to assist them. Yet more than 2 decades had passed without accumulating enough points for fatherhood. "Old Luo, why not allow Nuwa to credit you a few thousand points?" Liu Hui suggested, harboring a trace of selfishness. Over the years, Luo Tong had diligently managed the administrative affairs of the spacecraft, proving immensely helpful to Liu Hui. Witnessing Luo Tong's struggle to gather points for fatherhood after so many years stirred Liu Hui's compassion. "Chief, we must not entertain such ideas. I cannot jeopardize the regulations aboard the Hope. If this precedent is set, the point system will be rendered obsolete." Luo Tong promptly rejected Liu Hui's proposal. He understood the vital importance of the points system in governing all aspects of life aboard the spacecraft. Its stability depended on the proper functioning of this system. "Chief, greetings." "Oh, Old Luo, you have arrived quite early." As Huang Zihu entered the conference room, he greeted Liu Hui and Luo Tong. "You evolutionary beings are fortunate. After 30 years, your appearances remain unchanged." Luo Tong remarked enviously, observing Huang Ziu's robust physique and his eternally youthful visage. Old Luo, I mean no offense, but your monthly points are quite substantial as well. Save up for a few months, and you could rejuvenate that aging face of yours. I guarantee your wife will cling to you day and night. All right, enough of this idle chatter. We can continue after the meeting, Liu Hui interjected, noting that all attendees had arrived. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. He glanced around the room, taking in the familiar faces of his longtime subordinates, Huang Ziu, Zhang Jisen, Luo Tong, Chun Xingjin, and others. They were all aware that the Vanguard probe had gone silent upon its arrival at the fifth planet. Here is the video footage transmitted just before the probe lost contact. Please observe closely, Liu Hui instructed as he pressed the play button. The large screen in the conference room displayed a brief video, lasting mere seconds, before swiftly concluding. Liu Hui hit the replay button and approached the screen. Examine this image carefully. After pausing the video, he pointed to a specific area. Is there evidence of constructed civilization here? Zhang Jisen was the first to notice the anomaly. I will enlarge the image for everyone to scrutinize, he continued. The enlarged view, though somewhat unclear, still suggested that the outlines of these structures were not of natural origin. Now, let us examine the final frame of the video. Liu Hui adjusted the playback to the last second. Do you see that faint flash? After it flickered, the probe lost contact. There exists extraterrestrial civilization on the fifth planet. They must have downed the Vanguard probe. Returning to his seat at the head of the conference room, Liu Hui articulated his conclusion. What do you all think? Should we continue our journey towards the Dawnstar system? He surveyed the faces of those present. Chief, it seems we have no alternative, Zhang Jisen responded. Aside from the Dawnstar system, the nearest stellar system is 68 light-years away. The remaining energy of the Hope vessel cannot reach there. We have no choice but to proceed to the Dawnstar system. Zhang Jisen was acutely aware of the energy situation of the Hope vessel. Jisen is correct. We indeed have no other options, Liu Hui affirmed. If the Hope vessel does not receive an energy boost, we can only endure for another 40 years at most. After that, human civilization will fade into the cosmic void. The weight of his final words hung heavily in the air. Standing, he addressed the assembly. I have decided that the Hope vessel will continue its flight towards the Dawnstar system. Jisen, you are tasked with developing a probe specifically designed for the fifth planet. We must persist in our exploration of the fifth planet. The level of extraterrestrial civilization present there remains uncertain. Whether they are foes or allies is equally indeterminate. Thus, we must prepare for war. Henceforth, all resources aboard the spacecraft shall be directed towards military production. We require an augmented fleet of Kunlun warships and Jiaolong mechs. Aware of the inherent dangers of venturing into the Dawnstar system, Liu Hui had no choice but to make this decision. Humanity has no alternative. 3 months later, the newly developed detector, crafted by Zhang Jisen, embarks towards the Dawnstar system at 0.6 times the speed of light. After wandering for 45 years, the new detector arrives in orbit around the fifth planet. Within the command room of Hope, Liu Hui leads the team in silent anticipation. The detector is set to conduct a landing exploration today. Chapter 42, Energy Block Collection Base Leader. All photographs and data transmitted by the new detector have undergone technical processing. Utilizing the photographs in conjunction with the data from the object's reflective waves, Niwa has constructed a three-dimensional topographical map of Planet 5. In the spaceship's command center, the staff reported to Liu Hui. Niwa, display the three-dimensional terrain map of the planet. As Liu Hui's words faded, the three-dimensional representation of Planet 5 materialized in the command center. From the topographical map, it was evident that the surface of Planet 5 was characterized by undulating peaks and hills, with few craters and an absence of liquid lakes or oceans. It is a planet with a completely rocky surface. The only distinctive feature of this planet is a complex of structures located along the equator, encompassing an area of approximately 50 square kilometers. It is now confirmed that this complex serves as a base for an extraterrestrial civilization. Leader, we have received the latest data from the detector. At the center of this complex, there exists a deep pit with a diameter of 2 kilometers, plunging over 5,000 kilometers deep. The latest data has just been input into the three-dimensional player, the staff member relayed to Liu Hui once more. Liu Hui gazed at the three-dimensional map of the planet. At the center of the complex, a passage leading to the planet's core was revealed. Jisen, what are your thoughts? Liu Hui inquired of Zhang Jisen beside him. He seemed to have already surmised the purpose of the deep pit and sought confirmation from Zhang Jisen. Energy blocks. They are collecting energy blocks from the planet's core. Zhang Jisen responded swiftly. He was well acquainted with the collection of energy blocks, having overseen similar operations on Earth. Indeed, this is a base for energy block collection, Liu Hui exclaimed, his expression betraying a hint of excitement. In the vastness of the cosmos, energy is paramount, and the Hope spacecraft is in dire need of it. Liu Hui, prepare to maneuver the detector for close reconnaissance of this space. We require more information and data, Liu Hui commanded. The detector is altering its trajectory, entering the atmosphere of Planet 5. Passing through the atmosphere, current altitude 138 kilometers. Flight direction, over the complex, activating photographic functions. Altitude 116 kilometers, engaging the energy shield of the detector. Alarm, alarm. The detector is under laser fire. The energy of the shield is rapidly diminishing. Liu Hui issued a warning. How long can the shield hold? Upon hearing of the detector's attack, Liu Hui inquired hastily. Captain, the shield can withstand for another 58 seconds. Accelerate the detector's speed and approach the base as close as possible to collect useful information. Under Liu Hui's control, the detector soared to an altitude of 10 kilometers above the alien base. After lingering for several seconds, it commenced to orbit the base. The photographs and data captured began to stream back to the Hope spacecraft. The energy shield was on the verge of depletion, initiating the self-destruct protocol. As the program activated, the probe disintegrated into countless fragments. This self-destruction mechanism, designed by Zhang Jisen, was implemented to prevent the probe from falling into enemy hands and exposing humanity's technological data. Everyone hastened to analyze the images and data transmitted by the probe within the brief span of over a minute. Following the probe's self-destruction, the scientists and staff aboard the spacecraft busied themselves. The results of their analyses began to converge towards Liu Hui. Leader, we have established a three-dimensional architectural blueprint of the base. A total of 128 laser emitters have been discovered, and there are robots in motion. Liu Hui and Zhang Jisen compiled the results of their analysis. A dossier on the extraterrestrial base appeared before them, revealing an unexpected truth. This alien base was part of the same civilization as the two extraterrestrial kangaroos that had escaped. Both the transport ship piloted by the kangaroos and the structures of the base bore the same insignia, the kangaroo emblem. I have made a decision. We shall attack and seize this base. It is undoubtedly the enemy. Faced with the adversary's energy block collection facility, Liu Hui resolved to take a bold risk, as the allure of the energy blocks was simply too great. Days later, in the high-level conference room of the Hope spacecraft. Huang Zihu, you are the commander of the military. Do you have any plans or thoughts regarding the assault on the alien base? Liu Hui inquired. Leader, the objective of this military operation is to seize the base. The Kunlun warship, along with the energy beam cannons and neutron cannons aboard the Hope, cannot be utilized. Their destructive power is so immense that a single shot would nearly obliterate the entire base. Thus, I plan to employ the Jialong mech for the assault. The laser emitters within the base do not pose a significant threat to us, as long as our operators respond swiftly and avoid prolonged exposure to the lasers. We should be fine. The primary concern now is the number of defensive robots within the base and their combat capabilities. Huang Zihu articulated his strategy and thoughts. Commander Huang, based on the images and data sent back by the probe, I have conducted some analyses regarding the robots. Do you find them useful? Zhang Jisen interjected. According to the data derived from the images, the robots resemble kangaroos in appearance, standing approximately 8 meters tall. They seem to have inherited certain traits from the extraterrestrial kangaroos, primarily moving by means of leaping. Their main form of attack is through the small neutron cannons located on their chests. By proportional calculation, the power of these small neutron cannons could pose a threat to the Jialong mech. The mech's energy shield can withstand at most 3 strikes from the neutron cannon. As for the question of the number of robots, I estimate that it should not exceed 1,000. The photographs and videos captured by the detector reveal a rather unique columnar apparatus within the base. Each facet of this device appears to accommodate a robot, which I deduce is intended for recharging purposes. These devices are dispersed throughout various corners of the base, with an approximate total of 200 units. Thus, I estimate that the number of robots should not exceed 1,000. Furthermore, I have made additional observations. It seems that there are no extraterrestrial kangaroos present, as no living facilities have been detected. This base is likely governed by a highly advanced intellect. Perhaps we could consider an alternative approach. Could we enable Liu Hui to execute an infiltration control? Additionally, it appears that the alien base lacks any aerial vehicles. Our 2 reconnaissance missions have failed to capture any objects taking flight from the base. During this high-level conference, a strategy for assaulting the alien base has been established. The Hope spacecraft is capable of traveling at 0.3 times the speed of light. Currently, we are approximately 4 light-years away from the 5th planet in the Dawn Star system. It will take an additional 13 years to reach the 5th planet. Humanity thus has 13 years to prepare for this impending battle for the alien base. Chapter 43. The battle for the base. 1. Since the offensive plan was established, the Hope has ceased the production of the Kunlun warship, redirecting all resources towards the creation of the Dragon mech. After wandering for 48 years, humanity has successfully manufactured 150 Dragon A-type mechs. These mechs are powered by the latest dual-direction gravitational wave engines, utilizing energy blocks, which were salvaged from the Life Transmission's engine, empty energy blocks that have been dismantled. To recharge these energy blocks, the Hope has conserved energy solely for flight and life support systems, funneling the remaining power into recharging the energy blocks. There remain 10 years until the journey to the Dong star system is complete. Calculations indicate that after this decade, the energy blocks will be charged to 50, barely sufficient for the Dragon mechs to engage in a moderately intense battle. After 51 years of wandering, the Academy has developed the combat virtual chamber for the Dragon mechs. The Guardians have begun practicing the operation and combat techniques of the Dragon mechs within this virtual environment. There are 200 Guardians aboard the Hope, but only 150 Dragon mechs available. After 57 years, with only 1 year remaining until the arrival at the Dawn Star system, the Guardians aboard the Hope engage in a fierce competition within the virtual chamber to vie for control over the 150 Dragon mechs. In Liu Hui's office on the Hope, he peruses a list while Huang Zia stands across from him, having delivered the document. "Commander Huang, I must admit, this list has caught me off guard," Liu Hui remarks. Huang Zihu scratches his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The names of the top 3 competitors in the mech battle competition do not include Huang Zihu. The first place is occupied by Liu, the second by Denkaka, and the third by Wukas. Huang Zihu ranks 4th, followed by Chun Xingzhen in 5th. Liu Hui is taken aback upon reviewing the list. He had always believed that Huang Zihu and Chun Xingzhen were the most skilled in operating the Dragon mechs, only to find them placed 4th and 5th. "Huang Zihu, have you noticed a common trait among the top 3? Liu Hui suddenly inquires. "They have a commonality? Chief, you're not suggesting it's their skin color, are you?" Huang Zihu can only think of this. "Indeed, I am referring to their skin color. Among the Guardians, there are only 3 individuals of African descent, and they have claimed the top 3 positions in this mech battle competition. I have a sense that there must be other factors contributing to this outcome." Liu Hui shares his thoughts. "Chief, could you be overly sensitive? However, I must concede that the combat aptitude of these individuals is exceptionally high. I suspect that even combined, Chun Xingzhen and I might not stand a chance against Liu." The first place winner. In the mech battle virtual chamber, Huang Zihu had previously found himself utterly outmatched by Liu. Let us set this aside for now. Regardless of circumstances, their increasing strength is ultimately advantageous to humanity. Now that the roster has been finalized, it is imperative that you expedite their training. Bray exhibits remarkable proficiency in piloting the mechas, and you may consider having him mentor the others. We have merely 1 year remaining after wandering for 58 years. The Hope has reached the orbit of Planet 5. Following nearly 6 decades of travel and exposure to various cosmic rays, the Hope has become dilapidated and precarious. It is well known that the condition of the Hope has reached a perilous state. Daily, incidents of gas leakage from the ship's exterior occur. In light of the ship's alarming predicament, Liu Hui convened an emergency meeting. Due to a shortage of energy, the pace of repairs has failed to keep up with the rate of deterioration, forcing us to abandon 13 outer zones of the ship. Should we be compelled to forsake additional areas, the life support systems aboard will struggle to sustain themselves. Thus, I have resolved to launch an assault on the alien base tomorrow. In the conference room, Liu Hui found himself compelled to make this hasty decision. The original plan entailed the Hope remaining in orbit for several months to conduct thorough reconnaissance of the alien base. However, time is no longer in humanity's favor outside the Hope. 150 Dragon mechas have assembled. With 5 minutes until departure, have you all memorized your respective objectives? Huang Zihu, responsible for on-site command of this military operation, inquired with a hint of concern through the public channel. "Rest assured, Commander, we have rehearsed multiple times in the virtual chamber. There will be no issues. Once inside the base, I could navigate it with my eyes closed, prepare to witness how I handle those mechanical kangaroos. After the mission, we shall compare our kill counts. The individual with the lowest must treat us to drinks." Seeing the team's spirits lifted, Huang Zihu felt somewhat reassured. "Time's up. Target, the alien base. Move out." Huang Zihu issued the command. The 150 Dragon mechas surged towards Planet 5. The mecha speed was impressive, as they traversed the planet's atmosphere in under 2 minutes. At an altitude of 65 kilometers, the target was now within the attack range. Upon receiving the mecha's AI report, Huang Zihu aimed at a laser emitter within the alien base. A beam of energy shot towards the laser emitter, but it missed. The energy beam was thwarted by an energy shield. Attention! The alien base possesses an energy shield. The shield's height is approximately 500 meters. Conserve energy. Refrain from indiscriminate firing of energy beams. We will engage in ground combat after breaching the shield. Stay vigilant to evade the laser cannon's fire. Huang Zihu promptly relayed the battle situation and began directing the team. In the command room of the Hope, Liu Hui and the ship's senior officials were closely monitoring the unfolding battle. The alien base is equipped with an energy shield. It seems our final plan must be abandoned, Liu Hui remarked to Zhang Jisen beside him. Leader, the final plan is to be executed only as a last resort. We may not reach that point, Zhang Jisen reassured. The existence of an energy shield does not significantly affect us. I have faith that Commander Huang and his team will successfully seize the base. Within Liu Hui's operational strategy lay a contingency plan for the worst-case scenario. Should the Dragon Mecha fail to capture the alien base, he intended to employ the Hope's large-caliber beam cannons and neutron weapons to obliterate the base entirely. Only in this manner could the Hope safely land on Planet 5 for repairs and resupply. Now, with the enemy base fortified by an energy shield, the beam cannons and neutron weapons aboard the Hope had become ineffective. The only means to conquer or annihilate the alien base rested solely upon the Dragon Mecha warriors. Chapter 44. The Battle for the Base. 2. I was struck by multiple lasers, and the energy shield of my mech was on the verge of collapse. I was hit. Voices from my teammates echoed over the public channel. Huang Zihu looked around. Not far away, a mech, stripped of its energy shield, was hit by several lasers and exploded in an instant. The pilot was ejected by the mech's escape system. However, before he could activate the escape pod to flee, a barrage of lasers targeted him again. Casualties began to mount within the Dragon's Lair mech squad. Hold on, everyone. We have just 10 seconds until we breach the energy shield, Huang Zihu shouted as he adjusted the mech's posture. Upon crossing through the shield, the mech he controlled landed heavily on the ground, creating a massive crater. With a gentle leap, Huang Zihu maneuvered the mech out of the pit. Several energy beams shot towards the nearby laser emitters. Area 5. The laser emitters have been cleared. Area 8. Cleared. Area 11. Cleared. According to the battle plan, each mech warrior was diligently neutralizing the laser emitters in their designated zones. In Area 10, I was attacked by robotic kangaroos. In Area 13, I was besieged by a dozen robotic kangaroos, calling for support, requesting assistance. Attention! The robotic kangaroos possess energy shields. We must employ close combat weapons. The forelimbs of the robotic kangaroos were remarkably sharp, capable of penetrating the mech's outer shell. Just after neutralizing the laser emitters, the Dragon's Lair mech squad was ambushed by the robotic kangaroos. Various battle reports echoed across the public channel. Attention! Isolated teammates should quickly regroup with nearby comrades. In groups of 3, they launched attacks against the robotic kangaroos. In light of the battlefield situation, Huang Zihu swiftly issued commands. Cautiously, he drew the large blade from the back of his mech and began to survey his surroundings. A shadow flickered nearby, and a flash appeared on Huang Zihu's mech energy shield. He had been hit by an energy attack, but the shield absorbed the impact. It was a robotic kangaroo. Huang Zihu identified the shadow. With a powerful leap, he raised the large blade and struck down towards the kangaroo's head. A resounding clash ensued as the kangaroo blocked the descending blade with its forelimbs. Unable to penetrate, Huang Zihu was taken aback. At that moment, the robotic kangaroo retaliated, swinging its forelimbs back at him. With a swift sidestep, Huang Zihu evaded the attack. Simultaneously, he thrust the blade behind the robotic kangaroo. It pierced through. The kangaroo collapsed to the ground. Attention! The forelimbs of the robotic kangaroos can withstand the blade's assault. Their weakness lies behind their backs. Huang Zihu quickly relayed the information to his teammates. Just as he finished his report, 2 more robotic kangaroos lunged at him. Huang Zihu brandished his blade in defense. However, he failed to notice that a mechanical kangaroo was stealthily approaching from behind him. As it drew near, the mechanical kangaroo swiftly extended its forelimbs, lunging towards the back of the mech. Huang Zihu's reaction was too late to evade the strike. Turning sideways, he extended the left hand of the mech to meet the sharp forelimbs. Huang Zihu was prepared to sacrifice the mech's left hand to gain precious moments for evasion. In the final instant, the mechanical kangaroo's forelimb did not pierce through the mech's left hand, for it was suddenly sent flying away. 2 nearby teammates rushed to his aid. Commander, are you all right? It was Blay and Qin Xingxin who had come to support him. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. My mech's left hand was nearly ruined. Huang Zihu's mech narrowly escaped disaster. The trio gathered together, preparing to fight back to back. Commander, something feels amiss. The number of mechanical kangaroos keeps increasing, Qin Xingxin observed. noting that the surrounding mechanical kangaroos had escalated from 5 or 6 to over a dozen. In the Hope's operations command room, Liu Hui furrowed his brow. The situation on the battlefield was grim. Within 5 minutes of the Jiao Long mech team entering the base, over 30 mechs had been destroyed, and the fates of their operators remained uncertain. Jisun, your estimate of the robot count is incorrect. According to the data relayed from the battlefield, the number of robots has exceeded 2,000. Liu Hui discerned the anomaly in the battlefield. Chief, it's time to implement Plan B, Zhang Jisun reminded Liu Hui. The assault on the alien base had been in planning for over 20 years, culminating in 2 strategies, A and B. Plan A involved the mech team successfully attacking, destroying all laser emitters and robots within the base, thus capturing the entire facility. Plan B, however, accounted for resistance, focusing the mech team's efforts on Area 10 to locate the base's central intelligence and deploy an information connector. Nuwa could infiltrate the base's intelligence through this connector, gaining control over the entire facility if successful. Commander Huang, we must immediately execute Plan B, Liu Hui commanded. Attention, all crew members. We have just received the Commander's orders. The offensive plan has been altered to Plan B. All units, regroup and advance towards Area 10. Huang Zihu announced to his team. Blay, your mech is equipped with the information connector. You are vital to Plan B, so do not take unnecessary risks. Chen Xingxin. Ensure Blay's protection. Now, let us proceed to Area 10. 5 minutes later, Huang Zihu led Blay and Chen Xingxin through fierce combat to reach Area 10. At this juncture, many other teammates had also gathered there. Attention, all team members. Defend this building. Do not let the mechanical kangaroos approach. Huang Zihu looked up at the immense structure before him, over 300 meters tall and more than 200 meters wide. Its rectangular box-like shape made it a conspicuous landmark within the base. Before the onset of hostilities, Zhang Jisun, having analyzed the intelligence and data at his disposal, concluded that the core of the central intelligence system resided within this structure. The first mech squad shall accompany me within. Bilei, you and Chen Xingxin shall remain behind, exercising caution and avoiding unnecessary risks. Leading the charge, Huang Zihu guided 8 dragon mechs into the edifice. The entrance corridor was brief, spanning merely several meters. Upon traversing this passage, Huang Zihu and his team emerged into a vast chamber. At the heart of this expansive space stood a colossal machine, pulsating with red and green luminescence. It was unmistakable. This was indeed the central intelligence core of the base. Yuli, prepare to deploy the data connector. Hold on a moment. Surrounding the core were mechanical kangaroos. Huang Zihu suddenly noticed that 10 mechanical kangaroos were stationed around the central unit. Commander, these mechanical kangaroos are red. One of the team members remarked, sensing an anomaly. Everyone, brace yourselves for combat. Huang Zihu unsheathed the long blade from his mech's back. Chapter 45. The Battle for the Base. 3. As the mainframe of the intellect drew near, the motionless robotic kangaroo suddenly activated and charged towards the dragon mech. Huang Zihu was taken aback. Its speed was astonishing. The crimson robotic kangaroo outpaced an ordinary kangaroo by several times. Huang Zihu swung his blade at the oncoming robotic kangaroo. With a resounding clash, the mech was jolted back several steps by the immense force. Everyone, join in. Call for the second mech squad. I require reinforcements here. Huang Zihu commanded. Acutely aware of the enemy's formidable combat prowess, he proceeded cautiously, leading 8 mechs and robots into battle. Their weakness is not in the back. A team member shouted, having attacked the robot's rear to no avail. My right leg has lost power, my left hand has lost power. Within less than a minute of combat, the dragon mech sustained damage. The robotic kangaroo's speed rendered the mech operators helpless. Reluctantly, they were forced to shift from offense to defense. The second mech squad arrived on command, alleviating some of Huang Zihu's defensive burden, yet he found himself unable to mount a counterattack. Commander, the robotic kangaroos outside are attacking us as if possessed. The mechs are suffering heavy losses. We can hardly hold on. Huang Zihu received reports from the defensive personnel outside. It seemed their presence had alerted the intellect to danger, prompting it to issue a command for reckless assault. Faced with an impasse, Huang Zihu felt a surge of urgency. Huang Zihu, activate your explosive trait to elevate your physical level. Use your speed to entangle the robots. Let Bulei seek an opportunity to approach the mainframe and deploy the information connector. Far aboard the Hope, Liu Hui observed the battlefield through the visual feeds of all mechs, closely monitoring the evolving situation. Realizing Huang Zihu was in peril, he hastily issued commands. Upon receiving the order, Huang Zihu instantaneously activated his explosive trait. His physical level surged by 2 grades, and his endurance multiplied several times over. He maneuvered the mech with remarkable speed, weaving through the robots. Each strike sent the robots flying, yet inflicted no true harm upon them. Is this the strength of a level 6 guardian? Liu Hui, watching from a distance, was utterly astonished. Inside the mech's virtual chamber, he could easily defeat Huang Zihu's level 4 body. But now, should they face off, he held no hope of victory. Liu Hui, the commander has entangled the robots. Find your opportunity to approach the mainframe. Chun Xingzhen, beside him, reminded. Snapped back to reality by the reminder, Liu Hui declared, "Everyone, cover me. I am making my move." Seizing the moment, he deftly evaded 2 robotic interceptors and sprinted towards the intellect's mainframe. The robotic kangaroos seemed to grasp Liu Hui's intention. Attempting to rush forward to intercept, Huang Zihu and his team were halted in their tracks. With remarkable speed, Blay reached the vicinity of the Central Intelligence Unit in less than 10 seconds. Opening the storage compartment on the chest of his mech, he retrieved the information connector and secured it onto the intelligence unit. "Enwa, is the connection established?" Liu Hui in the command room inquired anxiously upon seeing the successful placement of the connector. "Captain, I am in the process of establishing the connection. Progress at 12:36:58. Connection successful. Commencing the breach of the adversary's information firewall. Breach progress at 8:12:15. The pace of the breach was rather sluggish, and tension mounted within the command room. Enwa was diligently working to dismantle the firewall, which required ample time. "You must protect the information connector at all costs." Liu Hui was exceedingly anxious. The battlefield situation had taken a dramatic turn for the worse. The mech warriors stationed outside the structure had suffered heavy losses and had retreated indoors to continue their resistance. "What is happening?" Huang Zihu noticed that the 10 red robotic kangaroos engaged in combat suddenly ceased their assault. "Commander, they are transforming." The robots began to alter their shapes, merging into one another. A colossal robotic kangaroo materialized before them. "Prepare yourselves. We must stop it at all costs. Only by halting it and allowing Enwa to seize control of the intelligence unit could humanity's civilization hope to survive." "Charge!" Huang Zihu shouted as he surged forward, with his team following suit. This was a one-sided massacre. The power and speed of the giant robot had multiplied several times over, sending the advancing mech warriors flying. Under the tremendous force, some mechs were shattered into fragments. "Alarm! Alarm! Mech flight system malfunction. Legs of the mech compromised." The warning blared in Huang Zihu's ears. His mech was unable to evade the onslaught of the giant robot. Its legs swept away, rendering it immobile. The immense forelimb of the robot swung down toward the control room. Huang Zihu shut his eyes. The breach of the information firewall was successful. Searching for command execution protocols. Protocol discovered, modifying commands. Command modification successful. Enwa had successfully infiltrated the intelligence unit and altered the offensive commands. The robots ceased their attack. Enwa succeeded. With his eyes closed, Huang Zihu heard the voice resonating from the public channel. He opened his eyes. Through the control room's viewport, he beheld the colossal forelimb of the robot, now less than a meter away from the control room. Huang Zihu narrowly escaped being obliterated. "All team members, please take heed. Locate the damaged mechs and rescue the injured." Huang Zihu issued the command. In the command room of the Hope, the successful control of the alien intellect was met with jubilant cheers. Yet, Liu Hui felt no joy whatsoever. At that moment, he was ensconced within his brain essence space. As he counted 65, 66, 67, 68, he halted at 68. Within his cerebral domain, the 68 Guardians' brain essences had completely lost their luster, having perished on the battlefield. Liu Hui was deeply saddened, for he had been unable to attend to them. Since the onset of the battle, he had vigilantly monitored his brain essence space. The instant any Guardian sustained an injury, he would promptly infuse his own essence to provide aid. However, some Guardians' essences faded in an instant, leaving him no time to intervene. Ultimately, the sacrifice of 68 Guardians weighed heavily upon him. As the battle concluded, 43 injured Guardians remained. Liu Hui commenced the infusion of his essence into them. Witnessing the once dimmed essences regain their brilliance, he managed a faint smile. In the brain essence space, the 68 essences gradually shrank and vanished. Brave heroes of humanity, may your journey be smooth. Unable to bear the sight of their disappearance, Liu Hui closed his eyes. After 58 years of wandering, humanity had seized the energy block collection base of the Fengla civilization. The Hope acquired the much-needed energy blocks. Yet, unbeknownst to humanity, an even greater crisis loomed ominously on the horizon. Chapter 46. Immense harvest. 3 days after the conquest of the alien base, the Hope arrived at Planet 5. With the landing site chosen adjacent to the base, Liu Hui dispatched a multitude of personnel to explore and study the facility. In Captain Liu Hui's office aboard the Hope, he inquired, "Enwa, Have you fully decrypted the information contained within the base's intelligence core? Captain, all data and programs from the enemy's intelligence core have been successfully decrypted. Inwa replied, "It took 3 days, but I have unraveled every program and piece of information. The enemy base's intelligence core has now become a puppet under my control." Inwa, please provide a detailed account of the base's conditions, Liu Hui requested, as he sought further information and intelligence to determine whether the Hope should remain on the planet or continue its journey through the cosmos. Captain, according to the data from the intelligence core, this energy block harvesting facility belongs to a secondary civilization known as Windra. I surmise this base is an abandoned energy block harvesting site. How can you assert it is abandoned when the base is still operational? Liu Hui questioned, intrigued by Nwa's assessment. Captain, this base was constructed 241 years ago, with its last external communication occurring 321 years ago. Upon reviewing the records, I found that the communication equipment was damaged and irreparable. For over 20,000 years, no personnel have arrived to repair the communication devices. Based on this, I conclude that the Windra civilization has forsaken this base. The reason it has continued to operate normally is that the intelligence core has not received any command to cease harvesting. Furthermore, the base possesses an ample energy supply, allowing it to harvest energy blocks continuously for over 20,000 years. Wait a moment, Inwa, Liu Hui interjected. Are you implying that the base has been harvesting energy blocks for over 20,000 years without any being transported away? Indeed, Captain. According to the data from the base's intelligence core, it has accumulated approximately 1.055 billion energy blocks over these 2 millennia, Inwa confirmed. Upon hearing this staggering figure, Liu Hui was momentarily taken aback. Back on Earth, he had struggled to obtain merely a few hundred energy blocks, and now he found himself in possession of over 1 billion. The sheer magnitude of this revelation left him astounded. Can the base continue to harvest energy blocks? He asked, recalling the hardships endured due to energy shortages. Even with the knowledge of possessing 1 billion energy blocks, his thirst for energy remained unquenched. Captain, the damage to the base is minimal, and it can continue harvesting energy blocks. However, the output is quite low, yielding only around 140 blocks every 24 hours. Receiving 140 energy blocks daily is already commendable, Liu Hui remarked. Inwa, instruct the base to persist in its energy block harvesting. By the way, does the intelligence core contain any information about this star system? Humanity has known little about this star system since our arrival just over 50 years ago. Captain, the intelligence core contains some information about this star system, albeit not in great detail. This star system is known as the Lock System, a spiral galaxy with a diameter of approximately 400,000 light-years, and we find ourselves situated at the periphery of this galaxy. The Lock System boasts around 680,000 registered civilizations. Registered civilizations? Inwa, could you elucidate what this registration entails? Captain, the governing entity of the Lock System is a Level 3 civilization called Lock. They have instituted a regulation stating that any civilization within the galaxy that reaches Level 1 must register with their administration. Once registered, these civilizations may navigate freely within the galaxy and receive protection from Lock civilization. Each Lock year, registered civilizations are required to remit a certain quantity of energy blocks. The Lock System lies within the Sirius sector. Unfortunately, information regarding the Sirius sector is quite scarce. The records only indicate that the governing civilization is the Karans. Karans? Could this be related to the civilization of Kalan planet? Upon hearing Inwa's words, a thought suddenly struck Liu Hui. Captain, the base's intelligence core also possesses detailed coordinate maps of the planets within the Lock System. Engaging in conversation with Inwa has granted Liu Hui a preliminary understanding of the Lock System and has allowed him to contemplate humanity's future trajectory. Inwa, please inform the senior staff aboard the ship that I wish to convene a meeting in the Hope's conference room. What I just shared encompasses the latest information obtained by Inwa. Liu Hui relayed the most current data to those present in the conference room. What are your thoughts? The environment of Planet 5 is not conducive to human habitation. We lack the capability to improve the planet's conditions. Should the Hope remain stationed on Planet 5 or transport energy blocks for relocation? Liu Hui sought suggestions during the meeting. Chief, if the risks are manageable, I recommend we remain on Planet 5 for the long term. The Hope requires considerable time for repairs. I concur with Jisen's proposal. After entering the cosmos, we have engaged in 2 conflicts, which have revealed numerous issues. I have spoken with Jisen. In recent decades, our technology has advanced significantly, and we are now capable of upgrading the Hope's weaponry, which will necessitate substantial time. I also agree with Director Zhang and Commander Huang's assessment. Humanity is still quite vulnerable. Entering the cosmos again without adequate preparation poses too great a danger. Chief, I have another suggestion. The technology for the bidirectional gravitational wave engine has matured significantly. There are ample resources available on the base and the planet. I propose we construct a new spacecraft to disperse half of humanity, as the Hope has become overcrowded. After consolidating everyone's opinions, Liu Hui ultimately reached a decision. The Hope spacecraft remained on the fifth planet, as humanity needed a respite to develop and strengthen itself. Half a month later, factories began to rise around the base. After wandering for 59 years, the construction of the latest designed spacecraft, Hope 2, commenced. After 60 years of wandering, incidents of fever and unconsciousness began to emerge aboard the Hope, signaling the reappearance of evolutionaries among humanity. A total of 68 individuals had evolved, all of whom were guardians. At this juncture, Liu Hui confirmed a significant truth. The sacrificed guardians could be replenished from among ordinary humans. The maximum number of guardians is capped at 200, while the limit for scholars is set at 100. After 64 years of wandering, the new generation of Kunlun warships was successfully developed and mass production began. After 72 years of wandering, the new generation of Jiaolong mechas was completed. After 76 years of wandering, a breakthrough was achieved in the technology of the spacecraft's energy shield, enabling the latest energy shield to absorb incoming attack energy. After 82 years, the construction of the Hope 2 spacecraft was finalized, after a span of 23 years. In the 83rd year of wandering, a red alarm sounded in the command room of the Hope. Immediate notification was sent to the leader. A warning satellite 2 light-years away in the NT-568 star system had transmitted an alert. A fleet was approaching our star system. Chapter 47. The Onslaught of the Alien Fleet. 1. The information relayed by the early warning satellite shattered the tranquility aboard the Hope. Liu Hui hurriedly made his way to the command room. What is the situation? Chief, our early warning aircraft has lost contact. This is the last data transmitted by the aircraft. Liu Hui gazed at the information, his heart racing. Notify all department heads. Convene an emergency meeting. 2 light-years away, a vast armada was advancing towards the Dawn star system. Windra Chong, Windra Liu, we have scoured all nearby star systems within 100 light-years, leaving only the last one ahead. If you dare deceive me, I shall have you torn to shreds. The leader of the Windra civilization berated the 2 kin beside him aboard the command ship. These 2 individuals were none other than the extraterrestrial kangaroos who had fled from a transport vessel years ago. Chief, we assure you we have not lied. We engage in 3-dimensional communication and can confirm they are a branch of the Kalan race, with a civilization level not exceeding 2. They do not even comprehend the universal linguistic code of the star region. They are undoubtedly a civilization newly emerged into the cosmos. The allure of a nascent cosmic Kalan civilization was immensely captivating to the Windra leader. Civilizations within the rock star system were well aware that the Kalan planetary civilization was shrouded in mystery. They possessed numerous branches throughout the universe, each independently wielding a technological tree of level 4 civilization. This technological tree was irresistibly enticing to civilizations of lesser standing. The Windra civilization had been stagnating at level 2 for hundreds of thousands of years, harboring an insatiable desire for ascension. Upon receiving the intelligence, the Windra leader resolved to seize the other S technological tree at any cost. He deployed the Planet S most advanced 150,000 spacecraft. Intelligence had led them to search the nearby 100 light-years of star systems, yet they found no clues. Now, only one star system remained. Chief, the fleet ahead has captured an early warning aircraft. After disassembly and analysis, it appears to be the very one placed by the Kalan civilization we seek. Upon hearing his subordinate S report, the Windra leader felt a surge of excitement. It must be them. They are certainly in the star system ahead. Immediately dispatch a warship to scout the area, equipping it with a space jump device to utilize for the journey. At the mention of the space jump device, the Windra leader felt a pang in his heart. He had expended a significant quantity of energy blocks to procure it from a level 4 civilization. The space jump device was a single-use item, and he was loath to employ it unless in a critical situation. At the forefront of the Windra fleet, a spacecraft measuring over 2,000 meters in length and 500 meters in width launched the space jump device. This warship had been assigned the mission of reconnaissance towards the Dawn star system. Inputting spatial exit coordinates. Coordinates input completed. Activating the spatial jumper. A spatial vortex materializes ahead of the battleship. The Hope's conference room. Everyone has reviewed the video and data. Judging by the insignia on the battleship, it is evident that this is the fleet of the Windra civilization, numbering over 100,000 vessels. They are approaching at nearly the speed of light and are expected to reach the Dawn star system in 2 years. What course of action should we pursue? Liu Hui inquired within the conference room. Leader, this extraterrestrial fleet must have been summoned by the 2 alien kangaroos that fled. Their intent is undoubtedly to seize our technological advancements. Although they belong to a Type 2 civilization, their fleet's sheer size poses a significant threat that our current forces cannot withstand. We are left with no choice but to retreat. The last statement from Huang Zihu conveyed a sense of despair. As the commander of the Hope's human armed forces, uttering the word retreat filled him with shame. Commander Huang, do not lose heart. The disparity in strength is too great. We cannot gamble the lives of 60 million humans. There is no disgrace in retreating, reassured Zhang Jisen, attempting to console Huang Zihu. Leader Liu, for the past few years, I have been studying the planetary coordinate maps of the Lockstar system. I have selected several stellar systems whose data closely resembles that of our solar system. We possess detailed coordinate maps that would allow us to jump to these stellar systems. If fortune favors us, we may discover a planet with an environment similar to Earth. Zhang Jisen proposed to Liu Hui. I concur with everyone's suggestions. Our current strength cannot contend with theirs. With approximately 2 years remaining, let us expedite preparations for evacuation. Leader, we have received the latest alert. A crew member of the ship hurriedly entered the conference room, interrupting Liu Hui's address. What has transpired? Liu Hui turned to the crew member. An alien warship has suddenly appeared outside the stellar system and is approaching us at high speed. It is expected to enter the stellar system in 25 minutes and reach our 5th planet in 30 minutes. The crew member reported urgently. Arriving so swiftly? Were they not 2 light years away? Is it possible they employed spatial jump technology? Only one warship? Liu Hui pondered. This is their reconnaissance vessel. Liu Hui rose and declared loudly. Commander Huang, immediately deploy the Kunlun battleship to intercept them. Activate the Hope to enter space. Luo Tong, you must proceed to the Hope 2 at once. Organize the personnel at the base to evacuate to Hope 2 with utmost urgency. Once the personnel are evacuated, swiftly initiate the ship's departure into space. The enemy possesses spatial jump technology, and additional warships will soon follow. Prepare for combat. Liu Hui swiftly issued his commands. These unscrupulous merchants have sold us nothing but subpar space jumpers. The spatial exit deviates significantly from the intended coordinates. On the reconnaissance battleship, the commander of the Windra civilization's fleet is venting frustrations. The spatial jump has encountered a miscalculation, propelling them at full speed towards the star system, thus wasting considerable time. Commander, an unidentified fleet has appeared ahead, numbering 160 vessels. The reconnaissance ship has detected the presence of humanity's Kunlun battleships. Prepare the ship for combat. Activate the energy shield. The enemy has launched energy beams at us. The commander of the reconnaissance vessel issues commands. Commander, the enemy ships are equipped with energy shields, specifically energy absorption types. What shall we do? Energy absorption shields? Such technology is a product of a level 4 civilization. Our Windra civilization cannot even procure them. How could they possess such advanced technology? The commander feels a surge of trepidation upon hearing the report from his subordinate. A foreboding sense creeping over him. Inform the leader that our reconnaissance battleship has encountered an attack upon entering the star system and request assistance. Chapter 48. The Assault of the Alien Fleet. 2. The leader received a transmission from the reconnaissance spaceship dispatched for exploration. Upon entering the stellar system, they were ambushed by enemy warships and are currently requesting assistance. The leader of the Windra civilization felt a surge of joy upon receiving the distress signal from the scout vessel. At last, we have located you. He instructed the reconnaissance ship to delay the enemy. The main fleet would arrive shortly. How many space jumpers do we have left? The Windra leader inquired of those nearby. Commander, we still possess 10 space jumpers. Excellent. Immediately deploy 10 main warships. I shall go in person. The Hope, being of considerable size, took nearly 20 minutes from activation to entering space. Luo Tong, have the personnel in the base and factories evacuated? Upon the Hope's ascent into the cosmos, Liu Hui hastily contacted Luo Tong, who remained on Planet 5. Commander, the evacuation was too abrupt. 1/3 of the personnel in the factories and the base have yet to board the ship. We will require approximately half an hour more, Luo Tong. You must expedite the process. I am uncertain when the enemy's second wave of warships will make their spatial jump. The Kunlun warships may not be able to intercept them in time. Liu Hui's heart raced. The Hope was capable of spatial jumps due to its core being the Lifeline spacecraft. However, the newly constructed Hope 2 needed to dock with the Hope in space before it could perform a jump. After docking, the ship would also need to accelerate to 0.3 times the speed of light to initiate the jump. All of this required time. Commander, reports from the Kunlun warships indicate they have shattered the enemy's energy shield. The warships that entered the stellar system have been destroyed. Just as Liu Hui was about to breathe a sigh of relief, alarms blared in the command room. Commander, 10 enemy warships have suddenly appeared outside the stellar system. The area surrounding the Dawn stellar system was filled with early warning devices deployed by humanity. The Windra civilization's warships would be detected upon their emergence. Are these 10 spacecraft of colossal size? Liu Hui observed the data transmitted by the warning devices. The enemy vessels exceeded 50 kilometers in length and approximately 10 kilometers in width, even more immense than the Hope. They would reach the Hope's position in 30 minutes. Time was running short. Commander Huang, issue orders for the 160 Kunlun warships ahead to intercept and hold back the enemy fleet. Inform them that the Hope is preparing to initiate a spatial jump. They will not return. Liu Hui closed his eyes, a wave of anguish washing over him. Each Kunlun warship was manned by approximately 500 crew members. With 160 warships, around 80,000 lives were being forsaken by Liu Hui. Notify Rotong of Hope No. 2 that he must commence the launch of the spacecraft in 20 minutes. Inform him that this precious time has been earned at the cost of the lives of the warriors aboard the 160 Kunlun battleships. The 160 Kunlun battleships, upon receiving the command, resolutely advanced towards the enemy fleet. The command ship, Kunlun Battleship No. 01, under the leadership of Fleet Commander Tang Zhong, opened the public communication channel. Esteemed commanders and soldiers aboard the Kunlun battleships, I am Fleet Commander Tang Zhong. Our duty as soldiers is to obey orders, protect our families, and safeguard humanity. Our compatriots on Planet 5 require time to evacuate. It is only we who can secure them more time. Do not be disheartened. Let us display the valor of our military spirit. Our name shall be etched in the annals of human history. Commander, there are 160 battleships approaching us. Having entered our attack range, just after exiting the spatial jump, the fleet of the Windra civilization discovered the 160 Kunlun battleships of humanity. Such diminutive vessels. Our large-caliber neutron cannons could obliterate them with a single shot. The Windra leader did not regard these ships with concern. He commanded the fleet to lock onto the targets and fire at will. 10 colossal battleships commenced their assault on the Kunlun vessels. Commander, their energy shields are of the absorption type. The neutron cannons have not directly destroyed them. This outcome surprised the Windra leader. The absorption energy shield is a technology possessed only by a level 4 civilization. How could the adversary possess such capabilities? Continue the bombardment. Their ships are too small. The energy absorbed by their shields is limited. Our large-caliber neutron cannons, with just a few strikes, will shatter their energy defenses. Indeed. The Kunlun battleships were rather small, measuring less than 1 kilometer in length and 400 m in width. The enemy's neutron cannons could annihilate a Kunlun battleship with merely 3 hits. As they entered the attack range, all ships concentrated their fire on the foremost enemy vessel. Fleet Commander Tang Zhong issued the attack order. Over 100 Kunlun battleships unleashed their energy beam cannons upon the alien ships. Commander, the enemy's energy shields are exceedingly robust. Our concentrated fire of beam cannons cannot even dent them. Observing the results of the assault, Tang Zhong furrowed his brow. Order all ships to abandon beam attacks, accelerating towards the enemy fleet. Evade the neutron cannons, and after breaching their energy shields, directly collide with the enemy vessels. Thus commenced the tragic saga of the battlefield. Commander, the enemy's ships have ceased firing and are rapidly approaching. Do they intend to ram our vessels? Have these Kalans lost their minds? Quickly, reduce the fleet's speed. Deploy our small warships for interception. The suicidal assault of the Kunlun battleships left the leader of the Fengla flustered. Traveling at 0.6 times the speed of light, the Kunlun battleships reached the front of the Fengla fleet in mere minutes. Nearly half of the 160 warships were destroyed outside the energy shield. The remaining vessels breached the energy barrier and charged directly towards the colossal enemy hull. The foremost 2 ships of the Fengla fleet were struck by dozens of Kunlun battleships. The collisions resulted in tremendous explosions, with fiery sparks illuminating the inky void of space. Each of these sparks represented the souls of 500 valiant humans. Chapter 49. A tragic escape. Commander, the Kunlun fleet has initiated a suicide attack, ramming into the enemy ships. All 160 Kunlun warships, completely obliterated. In the command room of the Hope, silence enveloped everyone. How much longer until the Hope 2 reaches our position? Liu Hui inquired of the personnel in the command room. Commander, it will take another 8 minutes. Those damned Kalan people, they are all madmen. Chief Windra bellowed. Their civilization lacks the concept of faith, rendering them incapable of comprehending humanity's suicidal frenzy. Commander, 2 of our warships ahead are severely damaged and unable to continue. Have our sensors detected the main fleet of the Kalan? Commander, we have located their flagship. They are currently stationed in orbit around the 5th planet of the star system. Excellent. Leave 1 warship for rescue operations. Prepare the remaining vessels to accelerate and follow me. Target, the Kalan flagship. Even if we cannot seize their technological advancements, I shall ensure their annihilation. Humanity's suicidal assault ignited Chief Windra's fury. In the command room of the Hope, Commander. The enemy fleet is mobilizing and accelerating towards us, expected to arrive in 10 minutes. The enemy has entered our firing range. The personnel reported to Liu Hui. Activate the energy beam cannons and neutron guns. Fire immediately upon locking onto the target. Liu Hui commanded. The large-caliber energy beam cannons and neutron guns aboard the Hope unleashed their wrath upon the enemy vessels. Is this the weaponry befitting a Level 1 civilization? Windra Chung, Windra Liu, you two come forth. The command ship of Chief Windra was struck by energy beam fire and neutron blasts. The immense energy fluctuations nearly knocked him off balance. He had not anticipated that the so-called Level 1 civilization of Windra Ching and Windra Liu would possess such formidable energy weaponry. Commander, the protective shield's integrity is diminishing. We can withstand at most 2 more such assaults. Are you all fools? All fleets, retaliate. The Windra fleet and the Hope commenced an energy exchange. How much longer can the energy shield of the Hope endure? In the command room, Liu Hui began to grow anxious. It can hold for another 4 minutes. Is the docking of the Hope 2 not yet complete? It is in the process. Docking will be completed in 1 minute. Notify Luo Tong that upon completion, the Hope 2 must immediately activate its energy shield. We are preparing to turn and accelerate. Once we reach 0, 3 times the speed of light, we will initiate a space jump. After turning, the Hope 2 will be positioned behind. They will bear the brunt of the enemy's energy assault. 1 minute later, the docking was complete, and the Hope began to turn around and accelerate. Commander, the enemy fleet is attempting to flee. They are turning and accelerating. The Windra fleet detected the movements of the humans. They wish to escape. It shall not be so simple. All warships initiated a connection. I shall obliterate them with the energy accumulation cannon. The energy consumption of the cannon was immense, and the Windra leader had always been reluctant to deploy it. Now, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Soon, the 7 warships of the Windra fleet formed a linear formation, connecting their ends. All energy converged upon the first warship. A single, formidable blast from the energy accumulation cannon was unleashed toward the Hope 2. How much longer until we reach 0? 3 times the speed of light? Liu Hui asked anxiously in the command room. Commander, there are still 58 seconds remaining. Just as the personnel finished responding, the Hope suddenly trembled. What has happened? Commander, the Hope 2 at the rear has suffered a powerful energy attack. Due to the overwhelming force, the shield could not absorb it in time, leaving only 60 of its protective capacity. What? Only 60 of the shield's capability? Upon hearing this, concern spread among the command room staff. With just over 50 seconds until they reached the speed for spatial jump, if they endured 2 more such attacks in this time frame, the Hope 2 would be destroyed. The connected Hope would also be affected. The spatial jump would fail. The collective anxiety materialized 15 seconds later. Another tremendous energy blast struck the Hope 2. Its shield capacity dwindled to a mere 20. All eyes turned toward Liu Hui. The Hope 2 carries half of our human populace. I will not abandon them. Liu Hui declared without hesitation. He understood their implication, to sever the connection and forsake the Hope 2 for their own survival. This command was one he could not issue. There were living, breathing 30 million compatriots aboard the ship. Commander, the Hope 2 carries half of our human race. You are the hope of all humanity. We cannot be a burden to you. The voice of Luo Tong echoed through the command room's communicator. Commander, the Hope 2 has voluntarily severed the connection. The ship's velocity reached 0, 3 times the speed of light. Initiating spatial pinpoint jump, the Hope traversed through a spatial black hole, emerging in a new stellar system. In the command room, Liu Hui trudged heavily towards a nearby chair, collapsing into it. Just moments ago, under his leadership, Earth lost half of its 60 million inhabitants. I am unworthy to be the leader of humanity. Liu Hui's heart was overwhelmed with remorse, guilt, and trepidation. Leader, this cannot be attributed to you. You must gather your strength. We still have half of our population. Once we flourish, you shall lead us to avenge the 30 million lost Earth compatriots. Avenge. Do you hear me? Avenge. We shall seek vengeance. Huang Ziyu bellowed beside Liu Hui. Sitting slumped in his chair, Liu Hui seemed to awaken from a stupor. He slowly rose to his feet and gazed at the individuals in the command room. I, Liu Hui, here and now, vow to eradicate the Fengla civilization in my lifetime, to avenge the 30 million Earth compatriots. If I fail to uphold this vow, may I not be deemed a human. Thus, a seed of hatred was firmly planted. Chapter 50. Exploration of New Planets. Chief, after meticulous searching, we have found nothing. The technological advancements of the Kalan race should be aboard the fleeing spacecraft. In the ruins of Hope 2, our diligent efforts yielded no results for the Windra civilization. The intelligence discrepancies were far too significant, and the unfolding events caught Chief Windra by surprise. It appears that the Kalan race possesses spacecraft capable of direct spatial jumps, a feat only achievable by a level 4 civilization. Chief Windra harbored a nagging suspicion that they had committed a grave error, provoking an unwarranted conflict. It is imperative to inform all personnel involved that the attack on the Kalan race is classified as the highest planetary secret, having lost half of our population. The humans aboard the Hope have gradually begun to recover from their sorrow after several days. Chief, this is the stellar system where the Hope is located. The star in this system is approximately 4.5 billion years old and has a diameter 1.3 times that of the Sun. There are 7 planets in total within this system, comprising 3 gas giants and 4 terrestrial planets. The third planet is a rocky world, roughly twice the diameter of Earth, boasting an atmosphere with a composition similar to that of our home planet, primarily consisting of nitrogen and oxygen. The gravitational force of this planet is approximately 1.5 times that of Earth, with atmospheric pressure around 1.2 times greater. There is a possibility that liquid water exists on the surface, although precise values await confirmation from the survey spacecraft. At present, our Hope is orbiting this planet. In the office, Zhang Jisen pointed to a 3-dimensional stellar system map while briefing Liu Hui. This stellar system, termed the Oasis system by Zhang Jisen, had been meticulously studied by him and numerous scholars during their time on Planet 5. They identified this system, which shares similarities in values with our solar system, among countless others. Given that the star's age is comparable to that of the Sun and its third planet lies within the habitable zone, Zhang Jisen and his colleagues surmised that liquid water may be present, rendering the environment potentially suitable for human habitation. Thus, during the spatial jump, they opted for the coordinates of this stellar system. Jisen, has the survey spacecraft been dispatched? Liu Hui inquired. Chief, the survey ship 01 has already departed and should soon relay specific data back to us, Zhang Jisen replied. Meanwhile, the survey spacecraft that set out from the Hope was hovering above the planet's surface, diligently collecting detailed data. The atmospheric composition has been analyzed. Nitrogen accounts for approximately 72. Oxygen 25, with no harmful gases detected. The pressure is measured at 256 standard atmospheres, and the gravitational force registers at 53 times that of Earth, with a temperature of 28 degrees. The data from the survey spacecraft has begun transmitting back to the Hope. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The exploration spacecraft is about to land, Yang Ichi declared loudly. As the leader of the expedition team, he was also a scholar and an academician of the Academy of Sciences. The exploration vessel was not particularly large, measuring approximately 200 meters in diameter and resembling a butterfly. After locating a suitable flat area, the spacecraft gently descended to the ground. Unmanned drones were deployed to survey the surrounding environment. Yang Ichi was cautious. He needed to ascertain whether the area was safe. These were plants, indicating the presence of life on the planet. Look, there are animals crawling on the ground, Yang Ichi exclaimed with excitement upon viewing the video feed transmitted by the drones. This planet was indeed teeming with vitality. Captain Blay, you and the Dragon Mech Squad should disembark first and establish a protective perimeter, Yang Ichi instructed. The expedition team donned their protective suits and prepared to descend for on-site exploration. The field investigation would be led by Blay, who would oversee the security operations of a mech squad, forming a protective circle with a radius of 100 meters around the spacecraft's exit. Everyone, be aware that there are animals on this planet. If you sense any danger, you may fire to deter them. After disembarking, Blay began directing the mechs in their watchful vigilance. He was astonished to discover such a planet in the cosmos. As Blay was the first to exit the spacecraft, he couldn't help but marvel at the surrounding environment. Were it not for the peculiar appearance of the plants, he would have thought he was still on Earth. Captain, no unusual activity detected. I confirm safety on my end, reported the mech personnel stationed at their protective positions. Academician Huang, the exit of the spacecraft is secure. The exploration team may disembark, Blay informed Academician Huang Ichi. Subsequently, the door of the spacecraft opened, and over 100 scientists clad in protective suits stepped onto the alien terrain. Is the color of the soil purple? Quick, take samples. We need to collect this plant. What is this insect? Can it fly? The team became engrossed in their tasks. Everyone, come and see, is this water? One team member called out, having discovered some liquid in a low-lying area. It shouldn't be water. Its color is green. Quickly find a container to collect it for analysis. Each novel discovery sent waves of excitement through the scientific team. While Blay was also curious, he remained focused on his mission, continuously attentive to his surroundings. A nearby grove caught his attention. as it appeared to disturb flying creatures. He activated the thermal imaging device on his mech. "We have a situation. Everyone, activate your thermal imaging. A large number of animals are approaching rapidly," Blay alerted his teammates. Through the thermal imaging, he could see a multitude of creatures swiftly closing in on their position. "Academician Huang, there is danger. The exploration team must retreat to the spacecraft immediately." The warning signal from Bray had just been issued when piercing screams echoed nearby. A researcher, stationed at the periphery of the alert zone, was suddenly overpowered by a creature that leapt forth. Bray swiftly aimed and unleashed a beam of energy towards the beast. Struck. The creature was sent hurtling back into the thicket. Was the energy beam ineffective in dispatching the creature? Bray found this hard to fathom. While contemplating, he suddenly noticed several dark figures charging towards his mech. Reacting with alacrity, he fired multiple beams of energy at the shadows. The figures were propelled back, but quickly retaliated. This time, Bray opted against the energy beams, instead swinging the fist of his mech towards the encroaching shadows. The figures were sent crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Realizing the futility of energy beam attacks, Bray cautioned his teammates to switch to melee weapons and unsheathed the great sword from his mech's back. At that moment, countless shadows erupted from the woods. With his sword in hand, Bray dispatched the nearby figures, either sending them flying or cleaving them in two. Within a minute, the ground before the mech was littered with the carcasses of the creatures. "Captain, these beasts can inflict damage to the mech's exterior. My mech's right leg has lost power. Everyone, hold on for just 10 more seconds." The researchers had all retreated to the spacecraft, and as it ascended, they prepared to leave the surface. Seeing the vessel safely take flight, all mechs activated their flight systems and rose into the air. As Bray ascended, he seized two of the creatures' corpses. Chapter 51, Viral Bacteria, the Hope's Biological Research Laboratory. On the laboratory table lay the corpses of two animals, remnants brought back by Bray during his evacuation from the planet. These creatures, standing approximately 2 meters tall and weighing around 1 ton, possessed a torso adorned with 6 limbs. The lower half equipped with 4 legs for running and walking, while the upper half boasted 2 elongated, serrated appendages. Their overall appearance bore a striking resemblance to the mantis of Earth. Upon delivery to the Academy of Sciences, a team of specialized biological academicians was assembled to conduct an investigation into these specimens. The findings were remarkably unexpected. The epidermis of this creature exhibited the ability to dissipate energy attacks. According to the law of conservation of energy, energy does not vanish without a trace. It merely transfers or manifests in some other form. Curiously, scientists were at a loss to determine the whereabouts of the energy that had seemingly disappeared. Further research into the cells yielded astonishing results. The cells of these creatures, upon division and growth, showed no signs of aging. This implies that their bodies do not succumb to death through natural growth. Utilizing specialized methods, scientists calculated the age of the animals, revealing shocking figures of 280,000 years and 450,000 years respectively. In the conference room of the Hope, on the 7th day after the reconnaissance ship's return, Liu Hui convened a meeting. The attendees, having gathered and synthesized data over the past week, now possessed a comprehensive understanding of the planet's fundamental conditions. Its living environment closely mirrors that of Earth, allowing humanity to inhabit its surface without any protective measures. Data from explorations indicated that the land mass of the planet spans approximately 325 million square kilometers, with the remainder consisting of lakes and oceans. The biodiversity on this planet is exceptionally rich. Current information reveals that the apex predator within the biological chain is a carnivorous species resembling the mantis of Earth, which we have dubbed the mantis beast. This creature exhibits a high degree of aggressiveness and possesses a unique trait, rendering it immune to energy attacks. Energy beams and neutron energy rays are ineffective against it. However, it does harbor a vulnerability, as kinetic energy can inflict damage upon it. The mantis beast stands as the foremost obstacle to humanity's ambitions of colonizing this planet. The primary objective of today's meeting is to deliberate on effective strategies to swiftly eradicate the mantis beast and secure the territory. Liu Hui shared the essential details of the planet with those present, aiming to harness collective intellect to devise a rapid plan for occupation. Leader, since kinetic energy can harm the mantis beast, we could manufacture an array of kinetic weaponry, akin to the high-velocity machine guns used by human armies over 3 centuries ago. Leader, we could also allow the Academy of Sciences to conduct in-depth biological research on the mantis beast. A specialized study on a particular bacterial virus reveals that we can manufacture a multitude of robots, equipped with kinetic weaponry, to eradicate the mantis beasts. The attendees began to share their suggestions. Upon hearing their proposals, Liu Hui nodded appreciatively. Your suggestions are all quite commendable. The military manufacturing department can commence production of kinetic weapons immediately upon returning. The Academy of Sciences should expedite the design of a robot outfitted with kinetic weaponry. For the military operation against the mantis beasts, I intend to employ robots as much as possible to minimize human casualties. The Academy of Sciences will organize personnel for an in-depth biological study of the mantis beasts. If we can develop a countermeasure against the mantis beast virus, it will save us a significant amount of time. The meeting was proving fruitful when, just as Liu Hui was preparing to conclude, a hasty knocking at the door interrupted. What has transpired? Liu Hui inquired upon seeing the hurried staff member enter. Chief, there has been an incident with the personnel aboard the survey ship. Upon their return from planetary exploration, they are required to undergo a 10-day quarantine. This morning marks the 7th day of isolation. Except for the scholars and guardians, all remaining crew members have exhibited identical symptoms: vacant stares, diminished intellect, and a complete loss of autonomy. The medical experts from the Academy have conducted consultations and confirmed that their brains have been invaded by an unidentified bacterium. This alarming news disrupted Liu Hui's meticulously crafted plans. Just moments ago, he had contemplated utilizing the bacterial virus against the mantis beasts, yet now humanity faced an immediate threat from the very virus. The previously discussed plans were all put on hold, and focus shifted towards investigating the viral invasion of the brain. Reluctantly, Liu Hui resolved to prioritize this matter. Without addressing the bacterial virus, humanity would be unable to launch a large-scale landing on the planet. In the Hope Biolab No. 2, a survey team member afflicted by the virus lay on the operating table, his skull having been surgically opened. Researchers peered through microscopes at his brain. Oddly enough, these bacteria seemed to evade observation. Upon scrutiny, they would retreat beneath the cerebral cortex. Did they possess intelligence? This situation must be reported to Biolab No. 1 immediately. Meanwhile, in Biolab No. 1, academician Tang furrowed his brow. As the head of this laboratory, he noted that progress in studying the bacterial virus had been sluggish. Although a method to eradicate the bacteria had been discovered, it proved impractical, requiring temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees to be effective. Academician Tang had yet to find a simpler means to eliminate the viral bacteria. Academician Tang, Lab No. 2 has sent a research report. The bacteria appear to evade microscopic observation, suggesting they may possess some form of intelligence. The researchers nearby reported to Academician Tang. Do they evade observation under the microscope? I have not observed this phenomenon here. Allow me to examine it further with the microscope. Academician Tang approached the microscope. Its lens focused on the cerebral region of the mantis shrimp. After a brief period of observation, he shook his head. The bacteria he observed did not exhibit any evasive behavior. Could it be that the brain of the mantis shrimp is too small, and there are too many bacteria, leaving them no place to hide? A researcher suggested to Academician Tang. That is a possibility. The brain of this mantis shrimp is not even the size of a peanut. Significantly smaller compared to that of a human, he acknowledged. Let me observe once more. Academician Tang returned to the microscope. Just as he was scrutinizing intently, a piercing screech echoed in his ear. Frowning momentarily, he then displayed a look of surprise. The jarring sound caused a flurry of activity among the bacteria observed through the microscope. What was that noise just now? Academician Tang inquired loudly as he turned around. Chapter 52. Bacterial Civilization. 1. I apologize, Academician Tang. I inadvertently made a sound while walking. My shoes grazed the floor, a researcher said apologetically. There is no need for apologies, Academician Tang clarified, aware that the researcher had misinterpreted his intent. Let us estimate the high-frequency decibel range of that sound. I observed the bacteria reacting strongly to it just now. Please synthesize that sound for me on the computer. Utilize the previous sound as a baseline and create variations within a range of 100 units above and below. I wish to conduct experiments with high-frequency sound waves on the bacteria. Academician Tang was brimming with excitement, fueled by an intuition that high-frequency sound waves could effectively combat bacterial viruses. The researchers worked with remarkable efficiency, quickly synthesizing the requested sound on the computer. After downloading the sound data and retrieving a music player, Academician Tang commenced his high-frequency sound wave experiment. Success! Academician Tang leaped in jubilation, pumping his fists in the air. Under the microscope, the viral bacteria lay entirely eradicated. Inform the leader. I have discovered a simple method to eliminate the virus. Additionally, notify the medical department that I wish to conduct sound wave therapy experiments on the infected individuals. At the Hope Medical Department, Minister China waited anxiously at the entrance upon receiving the announcement. Academician Tang, you have arrived, he exclaimed, hurrying to greet him. Thank you for your hard work. The 186 compatriots in the isolation ward are relying on you. Each day, seeing their vacant stares and animal-like demeanor fills me with urgency. Minister Qin, there is no need for concern. Prepare the isolation protective gear. I shall lead a team to treat them immediately. Academician Tang, too, felt a sense of impatience. Eager to discover whether the patients could return to their former selves after the bacteria were eradicated. Academician Tang, are you entering like this? Without any medical equipment? Minister Qin asked, noticing that Tang and his companions were empty-handed. Medical equipment? Yes, we have that, Academician Tang replied, retrieving a small player from his pocket. Academician Tang, if I am not mistaken, that is a music player, Minister Qin remarked, puzzled. I will not play music. I will emit high-frequency sound waves. You will soon understand. Tang assured him. Once everyone donned their isolation protective gear, they entered the ward. Let us begin with him, Tang declared, pointing to the patient in bed number 1, conveniently located near the entrance. The isolation ward was spacious, housing nearly 100 patients. Upon entering, Academician Tang chose the first patient adjacent to the door. Make a record, he instructed. The patient's name is Liu Hui, a male aged 108 years. His symptoms include a vacant gaze and diminished intellect. Seated on the hospital bed, Liu Hui stares blankly, a foolish smile gracing his lips, with drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. Quickly, activate the player and focus it on his brain, instructed Academician Tang to the staff nearby. The personnel swiftly complied, and a jarring sound emanated from the device. Upon hearing it, the onlookers grimaced in discomfort. Look, his eyes are moving, someone exclaimed. The formerly vacant Liu Hui turned his head slightly, surveying his surroundings. What is happening? Can someone turn this off? Move it away? He pleaded, noticing the player positioned before him, emitting the distressing sound. He was now able to articulate his thoughts. Minister Qin, hurry and take him for a brain examination. Wait, what is wrong with me? Liu Hui was utterly bewildered. Do not inquire now. Follow Minister Qin for the examination. He will explain everything, Academician Tang urged. Excitedly, as long as Liu Hui's examination yielded no issues, he could proceed with high-frequency sound wave therapy for the remaining patients. In anxious anticipation, Minister Qin finally returned. Academician Tang, the examination revealed no problems. He has returned to normal. Wonderful. Acquire more players. We will administer high-frequency sound wave therapy every 3 minutes. Today, we can complete the treatment for all patients. The attendees hoped for the swift recovery of their fellow beings. This is the 63rd one, everyone. Let us keep up the effort. Academician Tang encouraged the busy staff. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, a pair of eyes from a distant bed fixated on them. This individual was Su Haiming, a patient in bed number 76. His gaze was not vacant, and his expression appeared quite normal. However, as Academician Tang and his team approached, a look of fear began to flicker across his face. Next, bed number 76. They arrived at Su Haiming's bedside. Remove that thing. Do not come near me. As they drew closer, Su Haiming recoiled to the corner of his bed, shouting in terror. His voice and demeanor were steeped in fright, astonishing those present. Has anyone administered sound wave therapy to this patient? Su Haiming, in advance. Academician Tang inquired after glancing at the nameplate on the bed. No, we have not, came the response from those nearby. Upon hearing this, Academician Tang turned to Su Haiming. Su Haiming, have you not been infected by the virus or bacteria? He asked. I am not Su Haiming. My name is Xiao Lu. I am what you humans refer to as a virus or bacteria. I demand to see your leader. The leader of our subtle civilization wishes to speak with him. Su Haiming's words astonished everyone present. You have seized control of Su Haiming's mind and body? Academician Tang perceived the gravity of the situation. Indeed, I have merged with his brain. The current Su Haiming is my host. Quick, restrain him. Before the other could finish, Academician Tang suddenly shouted. The ability of viruses to manipulate human minds and bodies is an exceedingly grave matter. Release me. I demand to see your leader. After struggling a few times, Su Haiming ceased his resistance, yet his mouth continued to plead for an audience with the leader of humanity. Everyone, please check if there are any other patients among us still under the virus's control. Notify the leader and report the situation. Chapter 53, Bacterial Civilization, 2. Academician Tang brought the subdued Su Haiming to the interrogation room, where his hands and feet were firmly restrained to the chair. At that moment, Liu Hui, having received the news, arrived just in time. I am the leader of humanity, Liu Hui. Do you have anything you wish to convey to me? He inquired, gazing at Su Haiming, who was seated. Esteemed leader of humanity, greetings. I am a humble representative of the micro-civilization. Our chief desires to engage in a dialogue with you through my presence. Through me? We are in the vastness of outer space. How do you intend to contact your leader? Liu Hui asked, his curiosity piqued. Honorable leader of humanity, Our micro-civilization possesses a unique ability to communicate consciousness over great distances, Su Haiming elucidated. Very well. What does your leader wish to discuss with me? Liu Hui continued his inquiry. Esteemed leader of humanity, our kind is a parasitic species, reliant on the strength of others for our survival. Only in this manner can our civilization endure through the ages. On microplanet, the Manus beast reigns as the mightiest species, and thus we have chosen to inhabit it. Everything I have witnessed aboard the spacecraft has been relayed to our chief. He perceives humanity as the true embodiment of strength. Therefore, he earnestly requests that we, the microspecies, be allowed to coexist within your kind. Su Haiming conveyed the request of their leader. To coexist within humanity, just as you are doing now? To control our minds and bodies? Liu Hui found the proposition somewhat amusing. Esteemed leader, you misunderstand. We do not seek control. Rather, we aspire to coexistence. In truth, my intrusion into Su Haiming's mind guarantees a dismal fate for me. The human brain is far too formidable. I will not survive within it for more than 3 months. Su Haiming explained. Why should I acquiesce to your request? Our human bodies are perfectly functional. Why would we allow you to inhabit them? Liu Hui regarded the request as rather unreasonable. Honorable leader of humanity, should our microspecies be permitted to inhabit your kind, humanity would reap tremendous benefits. What benefits? Liu Hui's curiosity was rekindled. Upon merging with humanity, you will gain the ability for long-distance consciousness communication. Most importantly, you will attain immortality, Su Haiming revealed. Immortality? Liu Hui was momentarily taken aback. Under natural circumstances, devoid of unforeseen events, your human bodies shall never succumb to death from aging. Rest assured, esteemed leader. Once we inhabit humanity, we will jointly safeguard your interests. Liu Hui found it difficult to discern the truth behind Su Haiming's words. The allure of immortality was an overwhelming temptation for humankind. Convey to your leader that I shall give serious consideration to his request. Furthermore, your micro-civilization must cooperate with us humans in conducting certain research experiments. I need to ascertain whether your previous statements were mere fabrications. To verify the truthfulness of the assertions made by the micro-civilization, Liu Hui organized a considerable number of academicians from the Academy of Sciences to study them. The micro-civilization was exceedingly cooperative. After a month and a half, humanity arrived at a conclusion confirming that the micro-civilization had not lied. However, there was one aspect that the academicians could not elucidate. The bacteria of the micro-civilization could not penetrate the bodies of the guardians and scholars, including Liu Hui. Should they attempt to invade, they would be eradicated by the cells of their hosts. After wandering for 84 years, human civilization and the micro-civilization reached a consensus. The bacteria of the micro-civilization began to parasitize humans, who unconditionally occupied the microplanet, now renamed New Earth. The spacecraft Hope descended onto New Earth, and humanity commenced production and construction activities on the planet. After 106 years of wandering, the human population soared to over 60 million. By the 113th year, after more than a century, human scholars began to grasp the advanced knowledge within the technological tree of the Kalan planet civilization. In the 128th year, the population reached 100 million. The human government, led by Liu Hui, initiated the construction of a defensive system for the Oasis star system. In the 136th year, humanity mastered the technology for harvesting stellar energy blocks, marking their official entry into a Type II civilization. By the 143rd year, the advanced industrial system of humanity matured, leading to the mass construction of spacecraft. In the 150th year, the population exceeded 200 million. The academicians of the Academy of Sciences conquered the technology of spatial jumping, enabling the spacecraft manufactured by humanity to possess this capability. This breakthrough ushered humanity into a new era of cosmic exploration, as the new generation began piloting their spacecraft to explore the surrounding star systems. Brother Liang, how many points do you think we can earn on this journey? Inquired the crew member Qian Bao aboard the exploration vessel Hurricane, addressing the pilot Liang Quan. How would I know? Liang Quan replied impatiently. The coordinates for spatial jumping have deviated. We are still 0.5 light-years away from our target star system. It will take us over 6 months of flight to reach it. If this exploration goes awry, we may not even earn back the points for the energy blocks. In recent years, the human government has been vigorously manufacturing spacecraft, and the rare mineral resources of New Earth have begun to dwindle. Many adventurous young individuals have embarked on piloting exploration vessels in search of new rare mineral resources for humanity. Should they make any discoveries, they will be rewarded with substantial point bonuses from the human government. Liang Quan is one of these intrepid youths. He expended all his accrued points to acquire the Hurricane-class exploration vessel, with the intent of delving into rare mineral resources and reaping substantial point rewards. However, A deviation in the spatial jump coordinates has incurred significant time costs. Should he arrive at the stellar system without discovering valuable mineral resources, this journey will have been in vain. Brother Liang, quickly look. Our ship has intercepted a peculiar signal. Liang Quan examined the instruments aboard the vessel and confirmed that a strange signal had indeed been received. Hurricane AI traced the origin of the signal. He commanded the ship's intelligence. Signal source is currently being tracked. Source located approximately 1.5 billion kilometers ahead, the AI reported. Liang Quan was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. It was alarmingly close, and at the ship's velocity, they could reach it within an hour. Hurricane AI. Can you decipher this signal? A few minutes later, the voice of the AI resonated through the ship. Captain, this signal is a distress call. Chapter 54. The alien distress signal, an urgent signal emanating from an extraterrestrial civilization? Have we encountered alien life? The vastness of the cosmos renders the chance of two distinct civilizations crossing paths exceedingly slim. Nearly a century has elapsed since humanity's settlement on New Earth. Yet this marks the inaugural instance of encountering another civilization beyond the Oasis star system. The intellect of the storm. Activate the quantum communicator aboard the vessel. I must establish contact with headquarters on New Earth. Given the gravity of the situation, Liang Quan refrains from making unilateral decisions, opting instead to seek guidance from headquarters before proceeding. New Earth, Exploration Vessel Management Headquarters. The report from the storm has garnered significant attention from headquarters. The information swiftly reached Liu Hui's office. Recognizing the seriousness of the matter, the management headquarters exercises caution in their decision-making. They instruct the storm to attempt to establish communication with the other party, allowing for a preliminary understanding before further action is taken. Liu Hui relayed the command to the storm. Throughout the past century, Liu Hui has remained steadfast in his oath to locate the Ra Feng civilization and avenge fallen compatriots. Engaging with extraterrestrial civilizations and gathering valuable intelligence is an essential step for humanity. Despite having achieved a level 2 civilization in technological advancement, Liu Hui remains vigilant regarding interactions with alien life forms. A single miscalculated decision could potentially spell disaster for humanity. Brother Liang, headquarters has instructed us to attempt a communication link with the other party. If any danger is sensed, we are to initiate a space jump and retreat immediately. Qian Bao conveyed upon receiving the directive from headquarters. The storm's intellect endeavored to establish a communication link using the alien language. The ship maintained a velocity exceeding 0.3 times the speed of light, prepared for a space jump at a moment's notice. Following headquarters guidance, Liang Quan remained alert. In the shadowy depths of space, a derelict vessel, stripped of power, drifted aimlessly. Bada Luo. After all these years of entrapment, the ship's energy is nearly depleted. It seems we shall not see rescue, lamented Jigu. You acted impulsively from the start. You are the son of the planetary leader. Had you spoken with him respectfully, he would have provided you with the finest ship. Now, here we are, stranded in this dilapidated vessel due to your reckless theft. What possessed you to abandon your privileged position to seek out the Kalan people? I cannot fathom what compelled me to follow you, Bada Luo. I regret this course of action. If all else fails, let us enter the stasis chamber. Whether we awaken thereafter is a matter of fate. Within the confines of the decrepit ship, two extraterrestrial beings engaged in a conversation imbued with despair. This is the exploration vessel storm of human civilization. We have received your distress signal. We now request to establish a communication link. The voice transmitted through the ship's communicator invigorated Bada Luo and Jigu. Jigu, quickly, connect the communication link. We may yet be saved. Badawa gently reminded the anxious Kigu, who promptly activated the communicator. This is the Bloodshed, an exploratory vessel of the ancient civilization, calling the hurricane of humanity. Our ship's propulsion system has encountered a catastrophic failure and is beyond repair. We request assistance. Kiga sent the message, but moments passed without a reply, causing Badawa to grow increasingly concerned. Hurricane of humanity. This is the ancient civilization. Kigu repeated the message twice more, yet still received no response. Could they be deliberating on safety concerns? Kigu found himself perplexed. Hurricane of humanity. I am from the Bloodshed of the ancient civilization. We are a level 1 civilization registered in the lock system, not mere marauders adrift in the cosmos. If you assist us and return us to our home planet, you shall be generously rewarded with abundant energy blocks. You must believe my words. I am the son of the leader of the ancient civilization. Worry crept into Kigu's mind. Surely they would not abandon them to their fate. What news? Has there been a response from headquarters? Liang Quan inquired of Qian Bao beside him. Yes. We just received a reply. Headquarters has instructed us to render assistance. Excellent. Send them a message that our ship will arrive at their location in half an hour, and they should prepare accordingly. A half-hour later, the hurricane arrived before the alien vessel. It appeared they had not been deceitful. Their civilization was indeed of a level 1 status. Liang Quan scrutinized the data collected by the ship's scanners, noting with surprise that the alien craft utilized nuclear propulsion. This was a type of engine commonly employed by level 1 civilizations. Brother Liang, they are approaching in a lifeboat, Qianbao remarked. Observing the small craft that could easily dock with their ship, Hurricane Intelligence, guide them into the docking bay. Qianbao, let us go greet our extraterrestrial guests. Liang Quan said with a smile. Brother Liang, aren't you concerned about the potential danger of meeting them directly? Qianbao asked. What is there to fear? They are merely a level 1 civilization. Even if they could harm us, they cannot control their ship. What motive would they have? Upon entering the docking bay, Liang Quan beheld the recently docked lifeboat. As the docking process completed, the hatch opened, and 2 extraterrestrials emerged. What? Their physique resembles that of humans so closely. Are they robots or biological beings? Liang Quan pondered in confusion. The aliens bore an almost identical physical form to humans, with mechanical structures for limbs and torso, while their heads displayed a hybrid of mechanical and biological features. Like humans, they possessed eyes, noses, mouths, and ears. If not for the knowledge of their extraterrestrial origins, Liang Quan could easily mistake them for humanoid robots crafted by humanity, just as he was lost in thought. Suddenly, the 2 extraterrestrials knelt before them, uttering a language that remained incomprehensible to their ears. Judging by their expressions, they appeared exhilarated and fervently enthusiastic. Hurricane Intelligence. Is it possible to connect with their linguistic system and facilitate real-time translation? To overcome the barrier of communication, Liang Quan found himself reliant on the intelligence aboard the Hurricane. The connection to their linguistic system is being established. Connection complete. Captain, you may now engage in direct verbal communication. Upon hearing the intelligence's words, Liang Quan nodded with delight. Dear extraterrestrial friends, we are now able to converse with one another. Chapter 55. The Tonggu civilization. How splendid it is that we can now engage in linguistic exchange. The technological prowess of your Kalan people is truly remarkable. Both Jigu and Batoru are exceedingly exhilarated. Esteemed Kalan people, greetings. I am Jigu from the Tonggu civilization, and this is my companion Batoru. Your people share a profound connection with our planet. Mr. Liang, the leader has instructed me to inform you to escort our 2 extraterrestrial guests to the control room of the spacecraft. The leader wishes to conduct a 3-dimensional communication with them. The voice of the intellect aboard the Hurricane suddenly interrupted Jigu's discourse. Understood, I will comply, Liang Quan replied. Esteemed extraterrestrial guests, please follow me to the spacecraft's control room. The leader of our human civilization desires to converse with you in 3 dimensions. Meanwhile, Liu Hui sat in his office. Utilizing quantum 3-dimensional communication technology, he engaged in a dialogue with the 2 extraterrestrial friends aboard the Hurricane for over 2 hours. Upon concluding their conversation, Liu Hui extended an invitation for them to visit New Earth. During this exchange, Liu Hui gleaned a wealth of information. Indeed, there exists a significant connection between the Tonggu civilization and human civilization. The distance between Tonggu and New Earth is approximately 232 light-years. Over 12,000 years ago, the Tonggu civilization faced a catastrophic threat from a meteorite. A celestial body over 100 kilometers in diameter was on a collision course with their planet. At that time, the technological level of the Tonggu civilization was merely 0.86. Despite detecting the impending disaster, their technological capabilities were insufficient to alter the meteorite's trajectory, leaving them to await their inevitable destruction. In a final act of salvation, an alien spacecraft passing by the Tonggu planet obliterated the meteorite, thereby rescuing the Tonggu civilization. The beings aboard this vessel identified themselves as a branch of the Kalan planetary civilization. Like humanity, their civilization originated from the life propagation spacecraft, sharing a common cultural birthplace, the Kalan planet. Following the resolution of the crisis, the Kalan spacecraft descended upon the Tonggu planet and remained for several years, forging a friendship with the Tonggu civilization. Upon their departure, they imparted a portion of their technological knowledge to the Tonggu people. Utilizing this knowledge, the Tonggu civilization dedicated hundreds of years to elevating their civilization level to 1. For nearly 10 millennia, the Tonggu civilization has cherished the Kalan people's benevolence, venerating them as deities. Consequently, their civilization's development has taken on an abnormal trajectory, evolving towards a semi-mechanical existence. They gradually replaced their physical forms with mechanical substitutes, adopting the very appearance of the Kalan people. Jigu, son of the Tonggu civilization's leader, has idolized the Kalan people since childhood. Upon reaching adulthood, he implored his father for permission to venture into the cosmos in search of the Kalan people, but his request was denied. Undeterred, Jigu persuaded his friend Batoru, and together they clandestinely commandeered an exploratory spacecraft, recklessly embarking into the vastness of the universe. 3 centuries later, they found no trace of the Kalan people. The exploration spacecraft, however, had succumbed to the ravages of time, its thrusters suffering significant malfunctions, leaving it stranded in the depths of space. Thus unfolded the encounter with the hurricane. This exchange also revealed to Liu Hui the existence of the Kalan people, a race akin to humanity. Jigu, our leader invites you to visit New Earth. Do you accept? If you prefer not to go, we shall dispatch a warship to escort you back to Tongu planet. My vessel lacks the energy to return you. Upon concluding the call, Captain Liang turned to the alien Jigu. Captain Liang, how could I possibly refuse? Even without your leader's invitation, I yearn to meet him. You see, I have admired your Kalan people since childhood, Jigu. We are humans, not Kalan. Liang sought to correct the misunderstanding. It matters not. You humans and Kalan are strikingly similar. Jigu's excitement manifested in a torrent of chatter. Jigu, now that you've accepted the invitation, let us prepare for our return journey. Liang interjected. Captain Liang, how many years will it take us to return to New Earth? Jigu inquired curiously upon hearing of their impending departure. With favorable circumstances. A few hours. Otherwise, it may extend to several months. The spatial jump system aboard the ship is prone to discrepancies, making it difficult for me to provide an accurate estimate. Is it truly so swift? Is New Earth that close? Jigu expressed surprise at the brevity of the timeline. Not particularly close. New Earth is located 142 light-years away. Our ship is equipped with a spatial jump system, Liang replied. Remarkable. Your human civilization is astounding. Your vessel possesses a spatial jump system, a feature only said to be possessed by a level 4 civilization. I have seen spatial jump devices on trading planets, each costing several hundred million energy blocks, and they are single-use items. If your ship has a spatial jump system, then its worth must reach hundreds of billions or even trillions of energy blocks. Jigu resumed his animated discourse, overwhelmed by astonishment. Liang chose to disregard Jigu's exuberance, focusing instead on maneuvering the ship into the acceleration phase preceding the spatial jump. Fortune smiled upon them. This time, the spatial jump coordinates did not suffer severe deviations. The jump was successful, and the hurricane returned to the Oasis star system. Jigu, we have half an hour remaining until we reach New Earth, Liang announced joyfully. Upon hearing Liang's words, Jigu nodded in excitement, following the hurricane as it descended onto New Earth. The sights and experiences along the way left Jigu utterly astonished. Captain Liang, what purpose does this deep pit with a diameter of several kilometers serve? As Jigu gazed through the porthole of the spacecraft's control room, he beheld a vast chasm that piqued his curiosity. This was the energy block collection base on their planet, where approximately 6,000 energy blocks were harvested daily. During their time on Planet 5, humanity had studied the energy block collection techniques of the Windra civilization. Upon arriving at New Earth, they had implemented technological enhancements to construct this energy block collection facility, which operated with an efficiency several dozen times greater than that of the base on Planet 5. Is that a considerable amount? Jigu mused. Our ancient civilization could only gather 6,000 energy blocks in 3 months. He reflected further, yet, our energy block collectors on the star are truly remarkable, yielding over 10,000 blocks per day. The sights and experiences along the journey not only astonished Jigu, but also inspired a bold notion within him. Upon returning to the Tonga planet, he resolved to persuade his father, for this could represent a pivotal opportunity for their civilization. Chapter 56. The gift of the Kunlun warship. The esteemed beings, Giku and Badalu, from the Tongu civilization, paid their respects to the human leader upon their first encounter with Liu Hui, performing the most honorable act of bowing. Giku, Badalu, please rise. Such a gesture of reverence is a grand honor for us humans, Liu Hui remarked, taken aback by the immediate display of deference from the extraterrestrial visitors. Respected leader, the Kalan race is akin to our deities. It is only fitting that we offer such profound homage, Giku said with utmost respect. Liu Hui smiled at Giku's words, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed, there exists a deep-rooted connection between humanity and the Kalan race. Giku, I invite you to my domain to gain further insight into the circumstances surrounding the rockstar system. Our home planet, Earth, has faced a cosmic catastrophe, compelling us to relocate to this system. We have been here for less than 2 centuries and possess scant knowledge of this realm, Liu Hui explained. Esteemed human leader, it would be my utmost pleasure to serve you. However, our Tongu civilization possesses a rather primitive status, rendering us incapable of undertaking long-distance voyages within the rockstar system. Thus, our understanding of this system is rather limited. I heard from Captain Liang that your civilization has yet to register within the system. I recommend that you proceed to the trading planets of the Rockstar system for your civilizational registration, Giku advised. Giku, have you heard of the Winder civilization? Liu Hui inquired. Leader, the number of civilizations within the system is vast. This conversation between Liu Hui and Giku deepened his comprehension of the Rockstar system and corroborated the information acquired on Planet 5. The governing entity of the Rockstar system is the Rock civilization, which boasts an advanced status nearing level 4 and has overseen the system for billions of years. Within this system, they have established tens of thousands of trading planets and enacted regulations stipulating that civilizations of level 1 or higher must undergo registration. Registered civilizations are afforded the protection of the Rock civilization and enjoy the rights of free trade and navigation within the Rockstar system. Above the Rockstar system lies the Sirius sector, which administers 15 systems akin to the Rockstar system. The overseers of the Sirius sector are the Kalan civilization, about which information is scarce and primarily derived from ancient lore. Giku has spent centuries traversing the cosmos in search of the Kalan, but has yet to find them. The only certainties are that the Kalan are the custodians of the Sirius sector and the Rock civilization falls under their dominion. This information regarding the Kalan civilization piqued Liu Hui's profound interest. They resemble humans closely, with the origins of their civilization tracing back to the life propagation spacecraft, signifying branches of Kalan planetary civilization. Liu Hui felt a sense of anticipation at the thought of what it might be like to encounter them one day in the vastness of the universe. Giku proffered Liu Hui the suggestion to visit the nearest trading planet for the purpose of civilizational registration. After careful consideration, Liu Hui decided to prioritize this matter. For humanity to achieve rapid advancement, it must not isolate itself. Trade and communication with extraterrestrial civilizations are inevitable. The resources available to humanity are limited, and many rare minerals are lacking. Trade can address these issues. The human cosmic battleship manufacturing base, Kalan, is the latest creation of our species. What do you think? Commander Huang, you humans are truly remarkable. Despite your civilization's classification being only level 2, you have produced many wonders that can only be crafted by civilizations of level 3. Kiga gazed at the colossal battleship before him, his envy unabashed. After concluding his discussions with Liu Hui, he made a request to visit New Earth for a few days before returning to Tonggu Star. Liu Hui granted his wish. During these days, Huang Zihu accompanied him on the tour. Throughout the visit, Kigu was profoundly impressed by human technology. Today marked the final stop of their tour. Kigu, you need not be so envious. The leader stated that this Kalan battleship is a gift from humanity to your Tonggu civilization, Huang Zihu remarked with a smile. Noticing Kigu's envious expression, what? This battleship is a gift for us. Kigu and his companion, Bartolu, displayed expressions of disbelief. This is the third-generation Kalan battleship developed by us humans. The ship measures approximately 23 kilometers in length and 9 kilometers in width. The bow and stern are equipped with 2 energy beam cannons and neutron cannons, all of which are large-caliber energy main battle cannons. The energy they emit can effortlessly obliterate an ordinary small asteroid. Standard energy shields would be utterly ineffective against it. The battleship is equipped with an absorption-type energy shield capable of withstanding stellar-level energy assaults. In terms of close defense capabilities, the battleship is outfitted with 500 small close defense ships and 500 standard mechs. The propulsion system employs a next-generation bidirectional gravitational wave engine, achieving a maximum speed of 0.9 times the speed of light, necessitating 13,000 stellar-level energy blocks. The ship is also equipped with a spatial jump system, with a maximum jump range of 250 light-years. The battleship's intelligence core is classified as a level 3 AI. Kigu, I have completed the introduction of the Kalan battleship. Are you satisfied with this vessel? Huang Zihu expressed his pride. Over the course of a century, human technology has made significant strides, and the Kalan battleship has evolved immensely. Commander Huang, the gift you have presented is truly invaluable. Such a battleship might not even be available for purchase on trading planets. Please take us immediately to the leader's office. I wish to express my gratitude in person. In Liu Hui's office, Kigu and Bartolu knelt before Liu Hui, reluctant to rise. This is their utmost expression of gratitude. Giku, Bartolu, please rise. You share a profound connection with the ancient civilization, treating us as friends, which merits the essence of friendship. It is customary for friends to exchange gifts. Observing the exuberant display of excitement, Liu Hui generously declared, Esteemed leader, upon my return to the Tonggu planet, I shall certainly convey this to my father. Your friendship is the most precious gift we could receive. If the leader consents, I will persuade my father to conduct a friendly visit to your kind. Hearing Giku's words, Liu Hui nodded in agreement. The Tongu civilization holds the Kalan race and humanity in reverence, treating them with utmost respect. Liu Hui believed that engaging with this civilization was indeed a fortuitous endeavor, which prompted the notion of presenting the Kunlun warship. Naturally, this vessel is merely an ordinary ship. Humanity's pinnacle of technological achievement is the Kunlun flagship, which would not be easily bestowed. Yiku, please convey to your father my anticipation of his visit. Tomorrow, Commander Huang will personally escort you back to the Tongu planet. Let us partake in a handshake to bid farewell. It is a customary gesture among us humans. Liu Hui approached Yiku and extended his right hand. Chapter 57. The rescue of the Tongu civilization in the control room of the Kunlun flagship, Jigu stated. The Tongu planet is located 452 light-years away. If the coordinates you provided are accurate, we will need to execute 2 spatial jumps to reach it. Continuous spatial jumps can be perilous. Commander Huang Zihu responded to Jigu, safety is paramount. You should complete the repairs on the spatial jump system before proceeding. Waiting an additional 2 days to return to the Tongu planet is remarkably swift for us. Jigu and Bathole were both exhilarated at the prospect of returning to their homeland within just a few days. Huang Zihu inquired curiously, if you were piloting your exploratory spacecraft, would it take you many years to return to the Tongu planet? Commander Huang, if we were to pilot our exploratory vessel, it would take us over a century. Jigu replied, over 400 light-years, and you could return in just a little over 100 years? Is your ship capable of traveling at 4 times the speed of light? Huang Zihu expressed his astonishment. Commander, that is quite impossible. It is said that only advanced civilizations at the 4th level can construct vessels that exceed the speed of light. Our Tongu civilization's exploratory spacecraft can only reach 0.3 times the speed of light. To return to the Tongu planet, we must traverse 2 spatial tunnels. These tunnels are constructed and managed by the Lok civilization, and each passage requires a substantial amount of energy blocks. Jigu elaborated on the transportation system within the Lok star system. Within this star system, the Lok civilization has built billions of spatial tunnels. Each pair of tunnels is spaced variably, typically ranging from 50 to 100 light-years apart. Traversing a spatial tunnel equates to covering a distance of 50 to 100 light-years, and the journey through these tunnels takes only a few minutes. These billions of tunnels form the intricate transportation network of the Lok star system, allowing civilizations to embark on long-distance voyages by choosing to traverse through them. The tunnels are managed by the Lok civilization, and each passage incurs a fee in energy blocks, which serve as the universal currency in the cosmos. This is the transportation and navigation system of the Lok star system. Jigu, the ship's velocity has accelerated to 0.3 times the speed of light. We are prepared to initiate the spatial jump, came the announcement after 2 days spent completing repairs post the first jump. Commander Huang, let us commence the spatial jump. Both Bathole and I are ready, Jigu said, gripping Bathole's hand tightly with a hint of nervousness. They were about to return to their homeland, the Tongu planet, after an absence of over 8 centuries. With a soft flicker of light, the Kunlun battleship, docked with the Kunlun flagship, traversed the rift in space. 2 warships simultaneously emerged in the outer space of Tongu planet. Alarms blared, alert, alert. A significant surge of energy fluctuations has been detected. The spacecraft automatically initiated its defensive protocols, ready to activate the energy shield at any moment. As the Kunlun flagship materialized in the outer expanse of Tongu planet, the alert sounded from the ship's intellect. Hearing the alarm, Huang Zihu hastily assessed the situation. A substantial fleet of warships was assaulting Tongu planet. Huang Zihu turned to look at Jigu. Alarm! Alarm! The ship is under energy attack. Activate the energy shield at the command center of the Tongu military. The leader received a report from the Lok warship, informing that they would require another day to arrive. We may not withstand another day. The staff within the command center was deeply disheartened. The reinforcements from the Lok warship were still a day away. The greedy civilization is utterly mad. Our planet possesses fewer than 10 billion energy blocks. Is it truly worth the immense risk? Leader Jishir was filled with fury. Tongu planet is a destitute world, with its entire energy block reserves totaling less than 10 billion. Such a poverty-stricken planet has caught the attention of the wandering greedy civilization, which has assembled nearly 1 million warships to plunder it. The conflict had entered its 3rd day. Out of the 800,000 warships of the Tongu civilization, 600,000 had been destroyed. The outer space of the planet was on the verge of collapse. Notify all citizens on the planet. Those without weapons must retreat to the underground city. The remaining individuals should seize their arms and engage the enemy in ground combat. They shall not plunder our energy blocks unless every one of our armed warriors falls in battle. Leader Jishir issued the command. The Tongu civilization is of a lowly rank. For millennia, in pursuit of energy blocks. Their people have engaged in the most menial mineral transport in the cosmos. Every energy block on this planet has been earned through the sweat and blood of its citizens. Leader Jishur would not allow them to be taken easily. Leader, must we truly engage in ground combat? Our casualties will be devastating. An advisor attempted to persuade the leader. We shall fight until the last moment. We will never yield to the civilization of thieves. The leader of the Tongu civilization had made up his mind. Leader, our warships in outer space report that enemy vessels are undergoing massive destruction. Someone is aiding us in attacking the foe upon completing the spatial jump. The Kunlun warship detached from the flagship. The two warships, armed with a total of 8 energy main cannons, unleashed their firepower. Due to the dense formation of enemy vessels, the large-caliber energy main cannons could obliterate dozens of enemy ships with a single shot. Jigu, contact your leader immediately. Instruct him to withdraw all of your spacecraft from outer space. The power of the energy main cannon is excessively formidable, posing a risk of collateral damage to them. Huang Zihu addressed his companion, Giku, in a loud voice. Command Center of the Tongu Planetary Army. Chief Jishur, if you can hear this, please respond. This is Giku. This is Giku. A voice emanated from the communicator in the command center. Giku has returned. My son Giku has returned. Chief Jishur rushed to the communicator and established the connection. Giku, this is your father, Jishur. The planet is under attack by the Tanchi civilization. You must not return. Quickly depart. Father, I have located the Kalan race. I have brought them back with me. The warships of the Kalan are engaging the enemy vessels. Please withdraw our ships. The might of the Kalan warships is immense, posing a significant risk of mistakenly harming our own fleet. Chapter 58. A resounding victory. Are all the warships of a level 1 civilization? The intellect aboard the Kunlun flagship is currently gathering data on the enemy vessels. Observing this information, Huang Zihu easily deduces the level of their civilization. Their propulsion systems are powered by nuclear energy, and their primary means of offense consist of laser cannons. The energy shields of these warships are rudimentary at best. Such armament is inferior even to that of humanity's Hope vessel during its nascent foray into the cosmos. Commander Huang, all of our Tongu civilization's warships have been recalled to the surface, reported Giku, having received the notification of the withdrawal. Excellent. Now we need not worry about friendly fire. The 8 main battle energy cannons had already ceased fire to prevent accidentally striking Tongu vessels. Now, intellect, unleash the full power of all main battle energy cannons. Huang Zihu issued the command for attack once more. This was a space war characterized by a stark imbalance of power. Within less than half an hour, hundreds of thousands of the Qingqi civilization's warships had been annihilated by humanity's 2 vessels, leaving only a scant few able to escape. The attacks from the Qingqi warships against the human vessels were akin to mere scratches, inflicting no substantial harm. The suppression of civilization levels was vividly evident. Commander Huang, we thank you for saving our Tongu civilization. Our leader is prepared to welcome you. Please pilot your ship to the planet and accept our highest honors. Giku and Bartolu knelt before Huang Zihu, overwhelmed with emotion as they witnessed the obliteration of the Qingqi civilization's fleet. Giku's admiration for humanity reached its zenith. The 2 Kunlun ships gracefully descended onto the surface of Tongu. Surrounding the vessels were tens of thousands of Tongu people. After donning protective suits, Huang Zihu led the humans down from the ship. The moment he stepped onto the ground, he was profoundly moved. Countless Tongu citizens lay prostrate around the ship, exuberantly shouting. What were they saying? Huang Zihu could not comprehend. Quickly, bring me the language translator. Huang Zihu gestured to those nearby. Wearing the protective suit made the translator cumbersome. He opted to remove the suit entirely. Commander, the environment on the planet expressed concern among his entourage. Rest assured, I am fine. Huang Zihu, a level 4 guardian, found the conditions on Tongu to be challenging for ordinary humans, yet trivial for himself. Once adorned with the language translator connected to the ship's intellect, Huang Zihu understood the surrounding exclamations. Welcome the divine presence. Welcome the divine presence. Commander Huang, the individual kneeling ahead is our Tongu leader, Jishur. Giku guided him toward the chief. Leader Jishur of the Tongu civilization, we welcome the arrival of the divine Kalan people. Jishur lay prostrate on the ground, proclaiming loudly, Tongu leader, please rise. I am no deity. I am General Huang Zihu, the commander of the human army. By the command of our leader Liu Hui, I am tasked with escorting Jigu back to the Tongu planet. Huang Zihu clarified that he is a soldier, not to be mistaken for a divine being. We welcome the commander of humanity. We are grateful for your salvation of our Tongu civilization. The gratitude of hundreds of thousands of Tongu people resonated in unison. This scene, etched in Huang Zihu's memory, remained vivid even after many years. In the grand reception hall of the Tonggu civilization, Huang Zihu found himself slightly out of his element. Diplomacy was not his forte. Tonggu leader, our human civilization and the Kalan race share a common origin. Upon further reflection, there exists a connection between our peoples. Given this bond, it is only fitting that we cultivate a friendship. To commemorate the alliance between our civilizations, our leader has resolved to gift you a Kunlun warship. As soon as Huang Zihu's words fell, a stir swept through the reception hall. General Huang, is what you say truly the case? The Tonggu leader, having witnessed the might of the Kunlun warship, found it hard to fathom that humanity would bestow such a vessel upon them. The smaller ship that has landed on your planet is indeed the Kunlun warship we offer you, Huang Zihu affirmed. Hearing this, the Tonggu leader and his people once more knelt in reverence. The gift from humanity is exceedingly precious. Huang Zihu did not linger long in the reception hall. The crew members who accompanied him were clad in portable protective gear, unsuitable for prolonged exposure outside the spacecraft. After bidding farewell to the Tonggu leader, he returned to the ship. However, their journey back would not commence immediately. Huang Zihu and his crew would remain for several days to assist the Tonggu civilization in mastering the operation of the Kunlun warship. After Huang Zihu's departure, Jigu was summoned by the Tonggu leader to a private chamber. Jigu, my dear son, your timely return has averted a crisis for our civilization. The leader embraced his son. Father, you are mistaken. It is our human friends who have resolved the crisis, Jigu replied. The leader nodded in acknowledgement. Father, what is your perspective on human civilization? Jigu inquired. The gratitude we owe to humanity is immense. They have rescued our civilization without imposing any conditions, and they have even gifted us a warship. Such noble beings are indeed rare in the cosmos, the Tonggu leader expressed with admiration. Father, I spent several days on the human civilization's planet, exploring many places. Jigu shared his experiences on the new Earth with his father. Father, human civilization is a branch of the Kalan civilization. There exists a legend in the universe. Each branch of the Kalan planets possesses its own distinct technological tree representative of a level 4 civilization. Currently, humanity's civilization stands at a mere level 2. However, numerous technologies have ascended to the echelon of level 3. Thus, this legend must hold a kernel of truth. With access to a level 4 technological tree, the future of humanity is boundless. Kigu conveyed the intricate details of human civilization to his father. Upon hearing this revelation, Chief Tonggu was profoundly astonished. Father, the leader of humanity has granted me a request. He has consented to a friendly visit from you to their realm. I harbor an audacious idea, one that pertains to the future of our Tonggu civilization. You must consider it with utmost seriousness. Chapter 59. The Thoughts of Giku. Giku, do you have something to share with me? Speak quickly, inquired the leader of the Tonggu, intrigued by Giku's thoughts. Father, our Tonggu civilization harbors a critical weakness. Our creative capabilities are remarkably deficient. Ever since our civilization ascended to a level 1 civilization over 10,000 years ago, the advancement of technology has stagnated. To survive in the cosmos, our people have been relegated to menial tasks, earning but meager energy blocks. If this continues, our civilization will face an insurmountable demise. To thrive in the universe, we, the Tonggu civilization, must ally ourselves with a more powerful civilization. Father, I hope that during your visit with the human leader, you will forge a suzerainty agreement, acknowledging humanity as our sovereign civilization. Giku articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing this proposition, the leader of the Tonggu was moved, contemplating in silence for a moment. Giku, I concur with your notion. However, the human civilization may not readily accept us, the leader expressed with concern. Father, the humans possess a level 4 technological tree, and their future holds boundless possibilities. Currently, they are classified as a level 2 civilization with a sparse population of less than 300 million. Their rapid development hinges upon an expanding labor force. In contrast, our Tonggu civilization boasts a population exceeding 2 billion, capable of providing extensive services, factory workers, mining and transportation laborers, soldiers for their military. I believe the human leader would not dismiss our offer, Giku replied. The dialogue between the Tonggu leader and Giku opened a new avenue for the future of their civilization. In the expanse of outer space around the Tonggu planet, the arriving rock fleet was delayed. Had the Tonggu planet already fallen to the marauding and insatiable civilization? Observing the debris of warships scattered in the cosmos, the fleet commander sighed in lament. Commander, we have established contact with the Tonggu leader. They report that the marauding civilization's warships have been vanquished. We may return, the fleet communicator informed the commander. We hastened here from the trade planet, expending considerable energy blocks. Is the Tonggu leader overly naive, hoping to dismiss us with a mere statement? The commander scoffed. Initiate the ship's launch. We shall pay a visit to the Tonggu leader. 10 rock warships gently descended upon the Tonggu planet. During the landing, the commander noticed 2 human warships. I had presumed the Tonggu civilization's fleet had been upgraded, but it seems they have sought assistance from another civilization. Those 2 warships appear quite formidable. I wonder which civilization they belong to, the commander pondered. Welcome, commander of the rock fleet, the Tonggu leader exclaimed, standing at the entrance of the rock warship, eager to greet the commander as he disembarked. Leader of Tonggu, we have traveled a great distance from the trading planet, only for you to dismiss us with a mere sentence. Is this not a flagrant breach of decorum? The commander questioned, showing no regard for the Tonggu leader's dignity. What do you propose we do? The Tonggu leader responded, his tone tinged with humility. What else is there to do? Our fleet of 10 warships consumed 2 million energy blocks for this round trip. Simply replenish our energy blocks, and all will be well, the commander declared emphatically. That is impossible. Do not presume to deceive me. Your fleet could not have consumed more than 20,000 energy blocks for the journey. You demand 2 million. Are you attempting to rob us? The Tonggu leader seethed with indignation. Such a vast planet as yours cannot possibly be unwilling to part with 2 million energy blocks. The Tonggu civilization sends a significant portion of its citizens to the trading planet each year for mineral transport. I trust you would not wish for me to seek trouble with them, the commander threatened. Protecting the star domain and eradicating the rogue civilizations is your responsibility. I will offer you no more than 200,000 blocks. Should you refuse, I shall proceed directly to the lord of the trading planet to lodge a complaint. Upon hearing the threat, the Tonggu leader gritted his teeth in response. What? To dismiss the impoverished and then threaten to inform the lord? Do you dare? The fleet commander pressed relentlessly. Jigu, what transpires here? What civilization do these warships belong to? Huang Zihu aboard the Kunlun ship inquired upon noticing the visiting vessels. Curiosity piqued. He descended from the spaceship to investigate. As he approached, he spotted Jigu standing at a distance. Commander Huang, those warships are the guard vessels of the Lock trading planet. They are responsible for ensuring security within 100 light-years of the trading planet. Our Tonggu planet falls within their protective jurisdiction. When the greedy civilization attacked, we requested support from the Lock trading planet, and they dispatched this fleet. Now that the conflict is resolved, they seek to extort energy blocks from our leader. Jigu explained to Huang Zihu. Ah, I see, Huang Zihu replied, comprehending the situation. Commander Huang, you should return to your ship promptly. Your civilization has yet to register on the trading planet, and I fear they may cause you trouble, Jigu cautioned in a hushed tone. Acknowledging Jigu's words, Huang Zihu nodded and prepared to turn away, only to find himself immobilized as if bound by some unseen energy. Do not struggle, you are ensnared by energy restraints. The commander, who had been arguing with the Tonggu leader, now noticed Huang Zihu. Abandoning the dispute, he changed his approach and advanced toward Huang Zihu. My body has been restrained. Prepare yourselves for battle. Huang Zihu secretly transmitted a message back to the spaceship. Which civilization do you belong to? The commander inquired as he approached Huang Zihu. I am of the Earth-human civilization, Huang Zihu replied, casting a glance at the alien before him, who resembled a gelatinous mass. Earth-human civilization? I have never heard of it. Your civilization has yet to register? The commander felt he had seized an opportunity. Detain their warship and take this human away. Commander, you lack the authority to detain the warship and abduct him. The human civilization has only migrated to the rock star system for less than 200 years, not exceeding the deadline for civilization registration, the chief Tonggu declared emphatically. Whether or not the deadline has passed is not for you to decide, but for me. Observing the chief Tonggu defend humanity, the commander resorted to underhanded tactics. Release him, and I promise to deliver to you 200,000 energy blocks. Witnessing the commander of the rock fleet intent on taking Huang Zihu, chief Tonggu capitulated. Would it not have been simpler to agree earlier? Just as the commander basked in his triumph, Huang Zihu, bound by energy, suddenly broke free and charged toward him. Chapter 60. The Sovereign Agreement. Huang Zihu's speed was astonishingly swift. Before the commander could react, he found himself firmly restrained by Huang Zihu. Commander Huang, do not act impulsively. Please, do not harm him, the Tonggu leader urged, visibly alarmed. Inflicting injury or death upon the commander of the rock civilization would constitute a grave transgression. Should the rock civilization pursue the matter, both the Tonggu and human civilizations could face annihilation. The rock commander, also taken aback, could scarcely believe the resilience of the human physique. Even the energy-binding restraints designed for apprehending criminals were easily evaded. Release me, and I shall overlook your reckless conduct, he asserted, sensing the threat and wishing to avoid provoking this human. Commander Huang, please let him go. They are merely after the energy blocks. There is no need to stir up such significant trouble, the Tonggu leader implored anxiously. At that moment, not far from their location, 8 dragon mechs stood ready. Upon receiving Huang Zihu's message, Blei had led a squadron of dragon mechs to their aid. Seeing the arrival of the dragon mechs, Huang Zihu relinquished his hold on the commander. The rock civilization, classified as a level 3 civilization, governed the rock system. And Huang Zihu had no desire to embroil humanity in such complications. Humanity, I shall remember this. We depart. Once freed from control, the commander swiftly retreated to his warship with his entourage, his aim being the energy blocks. The opposition had already consented to surrender 2 million energy blocks, and he preferred not to linger on the matter further. If the Tonggu leader were to escalate the issue of extorting energy blocks to their lord, it would also pose significant trouble for him. Days later, after the rock fleet's departure, it was finally time for Huang Zihu and his crew to return. Commander Huang, I am deeply grateful to you. Our soldiers have mastered the operation of the Kunlun warship in just a few short days, thanks to your invaluable instruction. The Tonggu leader expressed personally aboard the Kunlun flagship. Leader Tonggu, we intend to return to New Earth today, Huang Zihu declared, having completed his mission. May I request an audience with your human leader? I wish to accompany your warship to New Earth and discuss several important matters with him, the Tonggu leader stated resolutely. Having resolved to acknowledge human civilization as the sovereign entity, through the long-range quantum communicator, Huang Zihu's request was promptly met with a favorable reply. Leader Tonggu, our leader has consented to your request, he conveyed, eliciting great joy from the Tonggu leader. Commander Huang, I shall return shortly after making preparations, the Tonggu leader said hurriedly as he departed the ship. Leader Tonggu, what are you doing? Huang Zihu inquired upon noticing the Tonggu leader's return. He was directing his kin in transporting boxes onto the vessel. These are gifts I have prepared for your human leader. The leader of Tonggu responded. What do you have in that box? Huang Zihu inquired with curiosity. Black hole-level energy blocks. I have prepared a gift of 100,000 black hole-level energy blocks for you humans, the leader of Tonggu replied with excitement. Upon hearing his words, Huang Zihu was taken aback. Energy blocks serve as the universal currency in the cosmos. One black hole-level energy block is equivalent to 100 stellar-level energy blocks, or 10,000 planetary-level energy blocks. Thus, 100,000 black hole energy blocks equate to 1 billion planetary-level energy blocks. Such a generous token of appreciation is indeed remarkable. It is noteworthy that the energy block reserves on Tonggu planet are barely 10 billion planetary-level energy blocks. Now, Huang Zihu looked at the leader of Tonggu with a newfound respect. He was indeed a magnanimous benefactor. The Kunlun flagship gradually docked at New Earth. The leader of Tonggu was astonished that a leader of a level 1 civilization could receive a personal welcome from a human leader. This gesture deeply touched him. Esteemed human leader, I humbly greet you, the leader of Tonggu said, performing their most revered act of kneeling upon his first meeting with Liu Hui. Please rise. Leader of Tonggu, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. It has been less than half a month since Giku departed, Liu Hui remarked with a smile. We are grateful for humanity's assistance in averting the crisis on our planet, the leader of Tonggu expressed, bowing once more. Respectful human leader, to convey our gratitude from the Tonggu civilization, I bring you 100,000 black hole-level energy blocks. The leader of Tonggu gestured to his accompanying personnel, who brought forth boxes of energy blocks before Liu Hui. Liu Hui was astonished. This amounts to 1 billion planetary-level energy blocks. Humanity's reserves of energy blocks over the past century have not even reached this number. I did not anticipate such generosity from you, leader of Tonggu. You are exceedingly gracious. Liu Hui beamed. We are delighted to have friends like you. Having experienced the hardships of a lack of energy blocks, humanity understands their significance. Over the following days, Liu Hui had Huang Zihu guide the leader of Tonggu on a tour of the planet, showcasing the technological advancements of human civilization. Naturally, the most critical technologies were kept from view. 3 days later, after the tour, the leader of Tonggu arrived at Liu Hui's office. Esteemed human leader, I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. The experiences of the past 3 days had solidified the leader of Tonggu's resolve. You are a friend of humanity, leader of Tonggu. If there is anything you require assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask. Having accepted such a significant gift of energy blocks, Liu Hui was inclined to accommodate any reasonable requests. Respectful human leader, our Tonggu civilization wishes to formalize a suzerainty agreement with your human civilization, recognizing humanity as our suzerain. The leader of the Tonggu spoke with great deliberation. To recognize our human civilization as the sovereign? What kind of agreement is this? Liu Hui expressed his confusion. The sovereign agreement is a pact wherein lower-tier civilizations submit to those of higher status. If this agreement is ratified, Our Tongu civilization shall become a subordinate of human civilization, bound to heed their commands. The interests of human civilization supersede all else. Upon hearing the leader's explanation, Liu Hui was taken aback. Was this not akin to willingly offering oneself as a slave? The more he pondered, the less he understood. Leader of Tongu, if you were to sign this sovereign agreement, what conditions would you stipulate? Indeed, our citizens of Tongu require the rights of second-class citizens within human civilization. Second-class citizens. Chapter 61. The Trading Planet Chief Tongu. You must contemplate this decision carefully. Do not harbor regrets. Upon grasping the master agreement, Liu Hui still found it difficult to believe such a covenant could exist within the realm of cosmic civilizations. Rest assured, Chief, this master agreement is safeguarded by the regulations of the Lockstar system. Should we breach this accord, humanity is permitted to launch indiscriminate attacks to annihilate our Tongu civilization. After wandering for 150 years, human civilization entered into a master agreement with the Tongu civilization. An influx of Tongu people began to arrive on New Earth for employment. After 155 years, due to the integration of Tongu laborers, human society experienced an unprecedented surge in workforce availability, resulting in an explosive growth in New Earth's manufacturing industry. In a mere 5 years, humanity produced 100,000 Kunlun warships, 50,000 Kunlun flagships, and 2 Longting motherships. The extensive production of these war vessels consumed a vast array of rare mineral resources. With resources dwindling, humanity's manufacturing industry encountered a significant bottleneck. Chief, the pace of our people's mineral extraction can no longer keep up with the factory's consumption rate. Have you given any thought to the suggestion I presented to you some time ago? In Liu Hui's office, Chief Tongu, Jishur, was reporting on the situation. Faced with the scarcity of rare minerals, Jishur proposed that they procure these precious resources from the nearest trading planet. Jishur, had you not mentioned it, I was already planning a trip to the trading planet. Our human civilization has yet to register within the Lockstar system. Several years ago, I intended to make the journey, but concerns for safety held me back. Now that we have constructed the Longting mothership, issues of security should be considerably mitigated. Once I arrange my affairs in a few days, I shall set forth for the trading planet. Jishur, since you have previously visited the trading planet and are familiar with its conditions, I would like you to accompany me. Liu Hui had long been planning this expedition to the trading planet. In addition to seeking to integrate into the Lockstar system, he harbored another intent, to gather intelligence on the Fenglai civilization. For over a century, Liu Hui had not forgotten the deep-seated enmity humanity bore. A few days later, a Longting mothership departed from New Earth into the cosmos. The Longting mothership represents the pinnacle of human technological advancement, with only 2 constructed. Its design resembles that of the Hope, both exhibiting a butterfly shape, measuring over 150 kilometers in diameter and exceeding 40 kilometers in height. In a state of readiness, it is capable of accommodating 5 million soldiers. While in transport mode, it can sustain 50 million humans for extended periods aboard the vessel. Equipped with the latest bidirectional gravity wave engines, it can achieve a maximum velocity of 0.95 times the speed of light. The ship is armed with a colossal energy beam cannon, powerful enough to obliterate a medium-sized planet. Furthermore, it boasts over 5,000 large-caliber energy beam cannons and neutron guns. The mothership features 4 docking ports for warships, each capable of accommodating 2 Kunlun warships and 2 Kunlun flagships, while smaller vessels can dock in excess of 1,000. The Longting mothership is equipped with the latest spatial jump system, capable of traversing a maximum distance of approximately 500 light-years. Chief, the nearest destination is the trading planet Rock 37958, situated 468 light-years away. This is the interstellar coordinate of the trading planet. The coordinates were relayed to the ship's control personnel by the Foundation. With the activation of the spatial jump system, the Longting mothership vanished into the abyss of space. The success of the spatial jump was announced by the ship's intelligent core from the control room. Chief, we have a communication request. Shall we connect? Shortly after the spatial jump, the ship received a communication request. Establish the connection, Liu Hui instructed. This is the service headquarters of the trading planet. Please announce your civilization and its level, as well as your purpose for visiting the planet. I will arrange a course for you, came the response. We are human civilization, with a civilization level of 2, and our purpose for entering the planet is to register our civilization, Liu Hui reported. Following this, the Longting mothership received a flight path. Adjusting the course, it set forth towards the trading planet. Foundation, is the trading planet always this bustling? Liu Hui inquired, observing the data in the control room. The data indicated that hundreds of thousands of ships were queuing to enter and exit the trading planet. Chief, this is not even during peak hours. At the busiest times, the number of ships queuing will exceed 1 million, the Foundation replied. Liu Hui was astonished by the trading planet's level of activity. According to the flight path, after 3 days of travel, the Longting mothership arrived at the designated spaceport. The efficiency of the trading planet was remarkable. Upon docking, a vessel from the trading planet promptly arrived to transport Liu Hui and his team to the Civilization Registration Department. The process of civilization registration was exceedingly straightforward. Basic information about human civilization was submitted, followed by biological verification. Within less than an hour, all procedures were completed. Liu Hui received 2 items. One was a regulatory player for the rock system, and the other was an energy block account card for human civilization. This card serves as a means for trading energy blocks between different civilizations, akin to a bank account used by humans on Earth. To activate the account on the card, energy blocks must be deposited at the energy bank on the planet. Foundation, I didn't expect civilization registration to be so effortless. Aren't they concerned about the authenticity of the information I submitted? Liu Hui asked curiously as he exited the registration department. Chief, the rock civilization is not naive. They will send personnel to verify the information on New Earth. If the submitted information is found to be false, human civilization will face severe penalties, the Foundation explained. I see. Liu Hui nodded thoughtfully. Foundation, where is the trading market on the planet? I wish to take a look. Chief, there are thousands of different trading markets on the planet, most categorized by the types and varieties of goods traded. However, there exists a modest array of comprehensive markets where one can trade a myriad of goods. What kind of market do you wish to visit? The Cornerstone inquired. What is the nearest market to us? Leader, there is a large comprehensive market nearby. Very well, let us go and explore. Upon arriving at the trading planet, Liu Hui was filled with an overwhelming sense of curiosity. The comprehensive trading market was not far, merely a 5-minute walk away. Along the way, Liu Hui observed a plethora of diverse civilizations. Most of these civilizations were enveloped in a softly glowing, transparent energy field. Cornerstone, what is the energy field surrounding them? Liu Hui inquired with intrigue. Leader, that is the energy field generated by an environmental controller. Each civilization has distinct survival conditions. The environmental controller can lock in the necessary living environment within the energy field, safeguarding their bodies. So it was akin to a spacesuit. This apparatus is quite remarkable and convenient for human use. I wonder how many energy blocks it costs, Liu Hui pondered. Leader, we have arrived at the comprehensive trading market. Chapter 62. The trading market. Liu Hui gazed upward at the colossal structure before him. It appeared to tower several kilometers high, and even standing at the entrance, he could not discern its true magnitude. Various civilized races flowed in and out of the entrance. Chief, please follow me, said Jisher, guiding Liu Hui to a reception platform. Esteemed guests, what services may we provide you? Inquired a member of the rock tribe at the reception. We require a trading suite, Liu Hui responded. To purchase a suite, it necessitates 100,000 planetary energy blocks, while leasing one for a trading day costs 100 energy blocks. Would you prefer to purchase or lease? The attendant asked. We shall lease a suite for 1 trading day, Jisher replied, handing over their energy block account card linked to the ancient civilization. After the card was verified, Jisher successfully rented a suite. Subsequently, a flying vehicle descended beside Jisher and Liu Hui, serving as their transport to the suite. As they journeyed, Liu Hui felt somewhat bewildered. They passed by numerous suites of varying sizes, each entrance distinct, seemingly designed with consideration for the differing physiques of various civilizations. Liu Hui's understanding of trading markets was still rooted in terrestrial concepts. He had not anticipated that this market consisted of individual compartments. The vehicle came to a halt as they arrived at their designated suite. Chief, our suite awaits. Please, step inside, Jisher urged, entering the suite first. Inside, Liu Hui observed only 2 reclining chairs, with nothing else in sight. Chief, please recline. We are about to enter the market, Jisher urged. Though Liu Hui struggled to grasp the meaning of Jisher's words, he obediently settled into the chair. Just as he reclined, a sudden flash enveloped his vision, and he found himself transported into a virtual space. Surveying his surroundings, Liu Hui began to comprehend the situation. This comprehensive trading market was a virtual one. Chief, there are numerous shops in the market. Let us explore at our leisure, Jisher remarked in the virtual market. Nodding in response, Liu Hui listened intently. Mineral detection robots. Secondary civilization industrial products, capable of discerning 680,000 types of minerals. These robots boast low energy consumption and prolonged lifespans, with each priced at merely 8,000 energy blocks. The excited shouts from a nearby shop left Liu Hui momentarily perplexed. To his astonishment, the announcements were in fluent Mandarin. Gazing at the shop's sign, "Specialty store for mineral detection robots," he noted that the text was in Chinese. "Sure, why is the language and script used here the same as ours?" Liu Hui inquired. Bewildered. "Chief, when civilizations register, we submit fundamental information about our civilization, including the languages and scripts we employ. The virtual market displays the languages and scripts according to the respective civilizations," Sure elucidated. "Our civilization differs from yours. What I perceive is the language and script of our ancient civilization," Kay explained. Upon hearing Kay's words, Liu Hui felt an overwhelming sensation akin to that of a rustic individual venturing into a bustling city, utterly astounded by the advanced technology of a third-level civilization. Such a virtual trading market is beyond the imagination of human civilization. The wholesale prices for space suits and second-level civilization products were enticing. After just a few steps, Liu Hui found himself captivated by the alluring voice. The space suits currently employed by humanity, though significantly streamlined, still felt somewhat cumbersome. Upon witnessing the extraterrestrial beings donning their spacesuits outside the market, he was inspired to make a purchase. "Okay, let us take a closer look at the spacesuits," Liu Hui said as he approached the shop. "Esteemed guest, are you in need of a spacesuit? Our spacesuits are of exceptional quality, products of a second-level civilization, boasting long usage duration, low energy consumption, and high safety ratings, capable of accommodating 130,000 distinct life-supporting environments." The enthusiastic shopkeeper began to extol the virtues of the spacesuits upon seeing Liu Hui enter the store. Liu Hui picked up one of the spacesuits. Although referred to as a spacesuit, it was merely a small square box. By inputting the necessary survival data, the box would generate a sealed energy isolation field tailored to the wearer's requirements. "What is the price of this spacesuit?" Liu Hui inquired. "Dear customer, the unit price of the spacesuit is 1 energy block. How many suits would you like?" "I would like to purchase 100 spacesuits," Liu Hui stated, not intending to buy in excess. His plan was merely to procure a few for the scholars at the Academy of Sciences to facilitate research, ultimately enabling humanity to manufacture their own. "Esteemed customer, this appears to be your first visit to the trading market. The minimum order quantity for small commodities here is 10,000 units. A request for 100 spacesuits is insufficient for us to fulfill," the shopkeeper retorted with a tone laced with disdain. Liu Hui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Who says we cannot afford it? Charge it to my account. We shall take 1 million units," he declared defiantly. Confronting the shopkeeper's contempt. "Very well, I shall process your order immediately." The shopkeeper's demeanor transformed upon hearing the request for such a substantial quantity. "Esteemed customer, please provide the delivery address for your order on the trading planet. We will ensure the goods reach you within half a trading day." After providing the coordinates for the Longting mothership docked at the spaceport, Kay and Liu Hui exited the shop. "Kay, 1 million energy blocks is no trivial sum. I will reimburse you upon our return," Liu Hui reassured, not wishing to take advantage of Kay. "Leader, that shopkeeper looked down on us. Did I perhaps order too much?" Kay expressed a hint of regret. "Not at all. As long as it proves beneficial to humanity, it is worthwhile. Come, let us continue our exploration," Liu Hui replied, wandering aimlessly along with the crowd. Not long after they had departed, Liu Hui's attention was captivated by a nearby shop, where a considerable gathering of civilized races had congregated. "Sure, let us take a closer look." Liu Hui, succumbing to the human penchant for curiosity, approached the scene. A product of third-tier civilization, a space jump device, was being showcased. With only 10 units available, the starting price was a staggering 1 billion. The highest bidder would prevail. Customers were advised to prepare their offers. Upon entering the shop, Liu Hui was greeted by the enthusiastic shouts of the staff. "Sure, is this item in such high demand? Even at the price of 1 billion. There are still eager buyers," Liu Hui inquired, intrigued. "Chief, this is indeed a product crafted by a third-tier civilization. Although it is a single-use item, it serves as a crucial instrument for civilizations below the third tier in times of peril. While traversing the cosmos, one may inevitably encounter marauding civilizations, and in moments of crisis, the space jump device can facilitate a hasty escape. However, Chief, the price of the space jump device is exorbitant. 10 units. I cannot afford it." Jishu's semi-mechanical visage betrayed a look of anxiety and distress. "I never indicated an intention to purchase this item." "Jishu, why the apprehension?" Liu Hui chuckled lightly. "Human spacecraft are already equipped with space jump systems that are reusable, unlike these single-use devices. Such a space jump device holds no utility for humanity." "Sure, is it possible for us to sell products manufactured by humans here?" Liu Hui keenly sensed an opportunity for commerce. Chapter 63. Sales plan leaders of registered civilizations are permitted to engage and trade freely on the planet. Should humanity wish to sell goods, they may either lease or purchase a virtual storefront. The commercial tax rate on the trading planet stands at 10. Jishur provided Liu Hui with a brief overview of the commercial system on the trading planet. Have all the customers dispersed? The 10 space jumpers have been sold out, and the next shipment will be notified separately. The products are in high demand, and no reservations will be accepted. In less than 5 minutes of conversation between Liu Hui and Jishur, all 10 space jumpers had been sold, priced at 1 billion energy blocks. The highest selling price reached 15 billion. The total sales amounted to over 130 billion energy blocks. A pang of regret pierced Liu Hui's heart. Humanity's energy block reserves had barely exceeded 100 billion over the past century. He wistfully pondered why he had not arrived at the trading planet sooner. As he strolled through the market, Liu Hui felt somewhat distracted, sensing that he had missed out on countless billions of energy blocks. Leader, ahead is the warship auction. Jishur suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Liu Hui glanced forward to see a small auction venue, with an auction platform at its center, surrounded by various extraterrestrial intelligent species. Prominently displayed above the platform were bold letters: Auction of the Dune Civilization's main warships. Are they auctioning off cosmic warships? Jishur, let us take a look. Liu Hui's interest was piqued by the alien civilization's vessels. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to learn more about the spacecraft, please collect the information at the front of the platform. The auction will commence in 10 minutes, announced the host from the auction platform. Leader, I will fetch the information. Without waiting for Liu Hui's approval, Jishur squeezed his way toward the auction platform, evidently captivated by the allure of the cosmic warships. Here you go. This one is for you. Jishur returned with 2 sets of warship information, handing one to Liu Hui. Upon receiving the documents, Liu Hui scrutinized the details. Dune Civilization main warship. Length 6, 8 kilometers. Width 2 kilometers. Height 1, 8 kilometers. Power system. Energy beam jet engine. Flight speed 0. 8 times the speed of light. Armament: 10 large-caliber energy beam cannons capable of directly obliterating asteroids with diameters below 1,000 kilometers. The ship houses 200 small warships, each measuring 100 meters. Level 3 energy shield utilizing an energy conversion absorption system, capable of absorbing half of incoming energy attacks, equipped with 5 space jumpers. But lacking a space jump system. Warship intelligence level. Level 3. Starting bid price: 200 billion energy blocks. Upon seeing the starting bid, Liu Hui's heart raced. The Kunlun warships manufactured by humanity surpassed this vessel in attack, defense, and overall performance. If they were to be put on sale, Liu Hui felt that the space jumpers were mere trifles in comparison. This Dune civilization had only recently ascended to level 3 civilization status. I initially believed that their warships possessed formidable capabilities. However, I was taken aback to discover that even our Kunlun warships surpassed them. After reviewing the information, Jishur expressed his disappointment. Jishur, let us depart. There is no need to linger at the auction. We promptly sought out a shop selling minerals, and after placing our order, we hastily returned to New Earth. Liu Hui was eager to return and arrange for the sale of the goods. With each passing minute, he felt as though countless energy blocks were slipping through his fingers. Esteemed customers, there are no issues with your mineral order, based on the planetary coordinates you provided. The first mineral transport ship will arrive at New Earth in 40 years, the clerk announced. Wait, Liu Hui interjected, interrupting the clerk. 40 years for the minerals to reach New Earth? Is that not excessively lengthy? Esteemed customer, the vicinity of New Earth lacks a space tunnel, rendering transportation inconvenient. The nearest space tunnel is approximately 31 light-years away. Once the transport ship exits the tunnel, it will require an additional 39 years to reach New Earth, the clerk elucidated. That is far too long. Is there no alternative? In 40 years, how many energy blocks will be lost? Liu Hui inquired, growing increasingly anxious. Esteemed customer, if you wish to facilitate transportation to New Earth, you may apply to the trading planet for the construction of a space tunnel. The application fee is approximately 5 trillion energy blocks. Due to the protracted transport time, the mineral trade order fell through. Liu Hui and Jishur exited the virtual trading market. Jishur, I must return to New Earth immediately to prepare the Kunlun warship and the space jumper. I intend to sell these 2 items on the trading planet. The energy blocks we acquire will suffice for us to apply for the construction of a new space tunnel. Once the tunnel is completed, we shall resume discussions regarding the acquisition of minerals. Liu Hui set his plans in motion. This time, you need not accompany me. I will leave a Kunlun flagship for you. Remain on the trading planet to prepare for the sale. Additionally, there is another crucial task for you. Gather intelligence on the Windra civilization. In the Lord S office on the trading planet, The Lord received a report from the Civilization Registration Department. My lord, we have detected a human civilization within our jurisdiction. Biological analysis indicates that they are a branch of the Kalan race, with a registration level of 2, a staff member informed Lord Suha. Monitor all information regarding this human civilization closely. Should they exhibit any activity, report to me immediately, the Lord commanded. Understood, my lord. The staff member replied as he exited the office. Lord Suha then activated his dedicated communicator. The information regarding human civilization began to be transmitted to the headquarters on Rockstar. After departing from the trading planet and returning to New Earth, Liu Hui busied himself with pressing tasks. He assigned 2 missions to the Academy of Sciences, the design of a medium-sized Kunlun warship and a simple space jump device. Given humanity's mastery of the space jump system, the design and construction of the jump device posed no significant challenge. 2 weeks later, the space jump device entered the production phase. Although the design of the medium-sized Kunlun warship was somewhat intricate, it too transitioned to the manufacturing stage after a month and a half. 7 months later, 30 medium-sized Kunlun warships were completed, alongside the production of 8,000 space jump devices. After wandering for 151 years, Liu Hui piloted the Dragon Rising mothership, carrying 30 medium-sized Kunlun warships and 8,000 space jump devices, back to the trading planet once more. Chapter 64. The Civilization of Manufacturing and Outsourcing in the Bustling Marketplace for Starship Transactions. An urgent voice resonated. Please relocate this item. It obstructs the pathway. The small platform distributing materials was directed to be moved as well. Everyone, let us approach our tasks with diligence. The rental of this venue has cost us a significant amount of energy blocks. Amidst a small auction hall, the cornerstone of the community was overseeing the final preparations. Feeling a twinge of regret at the expense of 10,000 energy blocks for merely one trading day. Isn't that the leader of the ancient civilization, the cornerstone? Long time no see. A robot adorned with numerous tentacles greeted him within the auction hall. Daka, the leader of the Pillar civilization. What a coincidence. The cornerstone recognized his friend, Daka. Both the Pillar and ancient civilizations, being semi-mechanical first-tier civilizations, engaged in the most fundamental tasks within the universe, manufacturing for the former and mineral transportation for the latter. Their shared circumstances fostered a friendship between the cornerstone and Daka. Daka, what brings you to the ancient civilization? Renting an auction venue incurs considerable expenses. Have you perhaps developed a high-tier mineral transport vessel that you're preparing to auction? Daka inquired with curiosity. Alas, you are mistaken. Our auction will feature cosmic warships and spatial jumpers, the cornerstone declared with pride. Impossible. Does anyone desire a cosmic warship crafted by your ancient civilization? Can you truly manufacture spatial jumpers? Daka expressed disbelief. While we may not create such marvels ourselves, our human civilization leader can indeed produce them, the cornerstone stated with a sense of accomplishment. You have recognized a third-tier civilization as your leader? Daka pondered, recalling that only third-tier civilizations were capable of constructing spatial jumpers. Isn't your civilization's level too low for that? Our leader belongs to a second-tier civilization, the cornerstone clarified. That is still commendable. The ability to manufacture spatial jumpers suggests your civilization is nearing third-tier status. Daka expressed his admiration, envious of the ancient civilization's ability to align with a promising civilization, a rare achievement for civilizations at the bottom rungs of the cosmic hierarchy. Thank you, Daka. By the way, what brings you to the trading planet? The cornerstone asked with curiosity. I came to explore the possibility of securing some new outsourcing orders. Our Pillar planet has seen a significant decline in orders, leading to a marked deterioration in the quality of life for our citizens. Additionally, I hope to acquire 1 or 2 high-tier warships. Recently, our planetary routes have frequently fallen prey to bandit civilizations, and our warships have proven no match against them, resulting in substantial losses. Daka began to lament his plight. Daka, what do you think of this warship? The cornerstone handed Daka the details of the Kunlun warship. Upon receiving the materials, Daka scrutinized them with increasing trepidation. This was a cosmic battleship only a level 3 civilization could manufacture. Kizi, are you deceiving me? Is humanity truly only at level 2? Daka inquired, astonished. Kizi, why would I deceive you? The potential of our human civilization is immense, and we possess formidable capabilities in technological research, Kizi replied with pride. Daka, we have been friends for many years. Could you possibly disclose the energy block price for this battleship? Daka's interest was piqued. The performance of the Kunlun battleship exceeded even that of the primary vessels from the Lok civilization. Such ships rarely appeared on trading planets. If the Yuzhu civilization could acquire such a cosmic battleship, even the most formidable pirate civilizations would think twice. Daka, I am unaware of the exact price for the battleship. However, our human leader will be arriving shortly. I can introduce you. Perhaps you may secure a favorable price. But prepare yourself. The price is likely to be around 500 billion energy blocks. Kizi's words caused Daka's heart to ache. 500 billion energy blocks would take the Yuju planet thousands of years to accumulate. Kizi, the battleship is too costly. We Yuju may not be able to afford it. Daka sighed deeply. Kizi, is the auction venue ready? I intend to commence the auction in 10 minutes, came Liu Hui's voice from behind Kizi. After docking the Longting mothership at the spaceport, Liu Hui hurried to the trading market. Leader, the venue is prepared and ready for the auction at any moment. Kizi welcomed Liu Hui. Kizi, who is this beside you? Liu Hui noticed Daka, who had been closely following Kizi. Leader, allow me to introduce my friend Daka, the leader of the Yuju civilization. He wishes to purchase a Kunlun battleship. Kizi decided to assist his friend Daka. Esteemed human leader, I am Daka from the Yuju civilization. Daka bowed respectfully. Greetings, I am Liu Hui, the human leader. You wish to acquire a Kunlun battleship? Liu Hui was surprised that business had approached him even before the auction commenced. Human leader, what is the price of this battleship? If it is excessively high, our Yuju civilization may not be able to afford it, Daka cautiously inquired. He had resolved that if the price did not exceed 400 billion, he would muster the courage to make the purchase. The starting price for the battleship is 500 billion. Since you are a friend of Kizi, there will be no need for you to participate in the bidding. I will sell it directly to you for 500 billion. Liu Hui decided to extend a courtesy to Kizi. Human leader, Daka found it difficult to express himself, as the energy block reserves of their Yuju civilization amounted to only a little over 400 billion. Leader, the Jade Pillar civilization of Daka, like our Tongu civilization, is a lower-tier civilization of the first rank. The primary endeavor of the Jade Pillar civilization is manufacturing and subcontracting. The revenue from energy blocks is exceedingly scant. Therefore, the Cornerstone wishes to extend assistance to Daka. What does subcontracting entail? Liu Hui found himself somewhat perplexed. Esteemed human leader, our Jade Pillar civilization, akin to the Tongu civilization, is a semi-mechanical civilization. We are endowed with numerous mechanical appendages. Provided we are given blueprints and materials, we can create flawless objects, Daka elucidated to Liu Hui. After contemplating Daka's words, Liu Hui proposed, Jade Pillar leader, how about this? I am willing to reduce the price of the Kunlun battleship to 400 billion. You need only pay half of that, 200 billion. The remaining half can be repaid through subcontracting. Chapter 65. The Warship Auction. 1. In uttering such words, Liu Hui harbored profound intentions. The manufacturing industry of human warships, if it resolves the scarcity of rare minerals, would enter a period of rapid advancement. Liu Hui planned to construct over 1 million cosmic warships. Upon completion of these vessels, a substantial number of soldiers would be required as crew members. Liu Hui intended to employ a significant number of the Tongu people as these crew members. Although the Tongu population is vast, most have already been assigned to factories for manufacturing tasks. If these individuals are diverted to the warships, the factories would experience a labor shortage. Considering these issues, Liu Hui prepared to collaborate with the Yuju civilization for the long term, allowing them to become the manufacturing subcontractors for human civilization. Is this true, esteemed leader of humanity? Can we repay with manufacturing contracts for energy blocks? Daka was taken aback by the generosity of the human leader. Not only had the price of the spacecraft been reduced, but they were also permitted to repay with manufacturing contracts for energy blocks. Indeed, it is true. Our human civilization has yet to engage in manufacturing contracts. If your Yuju civilization excels in this regard, I can allocate all human manufacturing orders to you, Liu Hui replied. Rest assured, esteemed leader of humanity, our Yuju civilization has been in the manufacturing subcontracting business for over 100,000 years, with fair and reasonable wage demands. And our efficiency and quality are evident to all. We shall not disappoint you humans. Daka was overjoyed. Having not only secured the cosmic warships at a low price, but also obtained manufacturing orders from human civilization. Yuju leader, let us discuss the details of our cooperation after the auction, Liu Hui proposed. Very well, esteemed leader of humanity, Daka agreed. Liu Hui then turned to the Cornerstone beside him. Cornerstone, I recall that the trading market has a full-frequency advertising feature. Purchase 100 slots for advertisement broadcasts for me. The auction will commence 10 minutes after the advertisements conclude. Leader, the advertising fees are quite steep. Each broadcast costs 10,000 energy blocks. The Cornerstone replied with a hint of reluctance, having grown accustomed to a life of frugality. Isn't it merely 1 million energy blocks? Fear not, Cornerstone. In the future, our energy blocks will only multiply, rendering them inexhaustible. You must learn to be more magnanimous, Liu Hui asserted with conviction. Understood. I shall apply for the advertisements immediately. The cornerstone recognized his own petty mindset. Esteemed customers, at auction table 68, a warship auction will commence in 10 minutes. The warships are equipped with large-caliber energy beam cannons and space jump systems. The news of the warship auction spread rapidly throughout the trading market. Warships with space jump systems? Which Tier 3 civilization is selling them? I wonder how many energy blocks one would cost. If it's not exorbitant, I must acquire one. Even if I cannot afford it, I must at least witness it. In the market, interested customers began to flock towards auction table 68 upon hearing the news. Please provide me with the details of the warship. I require 2 copies here. Please do not crowd me. Those who arrived at the auction venue began to vie for the information on the spacecraft. The performance and configuration of this warship are indeed impressive, surpassing even the main battleships of the Lorak civilization. Only 29 warships are up for auction. Quickly inform our leader. It will be too late if we delay. The detailed equipment configuration of the Kunlun warship left the attendees at the auction in awe. Jishur, the time is drawing near. You are to preside over this auction. Prepare to take the stage. First, sell the space jumpers, then auction the Kunlun warship. Observing that the most discussed item among the audience was the Kunlun warship, Liu Hui decided to reserve its auction for last. First, methodically selling off the 8,000 space jumpers. Esteemed customers, this auction is hosted by human civilization. We humans are the latest registered civilization. Although our civilization level is merely second tier, our scientific and technological prowess is formidable. Jishur took the opportunity to promote human civilization before the auction commenced. The auction officially begins now. We shall start with the 8,000 space jumpers. Bidding begins at 100 units per group, with a starting price of 1 trillion energy blocks. Interested customers, please place your bids. Jishur officially commenced the auction. 110 billion. We from the Tower Civilization would like one group. 115 billion. I would like a group. 118 billion. Liu Hui anticipated the space jumpers would be in high demand, yet he did not foresee the fervor they would incite. As soon as the bidding began, the price surged to 140 billion. Esteemed customers, 140 billion. Is there no one willing to raise the bid? Jishur on stage was quite exhilarated. Their total energy block reserves on the ancient star were not even close to this amount. We, the Bahang civilization, also bid 140 billion. A voice resonated from the audience. Jishur was somewhat perplexed. Why did this individual not increase their bid? Esteemed customer, the price of 140 billion has already been offered. You, Jishur gently reminded the bidder. According to the auction rules of the trading planet, in cases of identical bids, the party with the larger quantity takes precedence. We from the Bahang civilization will take all 8,000 space jumpers. As soon as the words left the Bahang civilization's lips, the auction hall erupted in commotion. 8,000 units? That's a staggering 11 trillion. What kind of entity is this Bahang civilization? You've never heard of the Bahang civilization. Their civilization has been dedicated to commerce for several million years. It is said that 30% of trades on the trading planet are monopolized by them, with the Bahang civilization making such a move. It seems the unit price of space jumpers will rise above 15 billion. Why is it so difficult to acquire a space jumper? The attendees began to murmur among themselves. On the auction stage, Jishur gazed down at Liu Hui. Upon witnessing Liu Hui's nod, he was poised to bring down the gavel to finalize the auction when a sudden voice echoed from the audience. 5 trillion for a set. We shall acquire the entirety of the Western culinary civilization. This declaration ignited another wave of commotion among those present. The Western culinary civilization had entered the fray. I always knew that where the Ba merchant civilization was involved, the Western culinary civilization would inevitably follow. They are long-standing rivals. Do you think the Western culinary civilization will emerge victorious? It appears we are in for another spectacle. We offer 6 trillion for a set. In response to the provocation from the Western culinary civilization, the Ba merchant civilization stood resolute. 7 trillion. The Western culinary civilization promptly matched the bid. 8 trillion. 9 trillion. 2 trillion. Upon reaching this figure, the Western culinary civilization ceased its bidding. Congratulations to the Ba merchant civilization for securing 8,000 space jumpers. The gavel of the auctioneer came down to finalize the deal. Chapter 66. The Warship Auction, Part 2. Director Way. The space jumpers are consumable items, and at a unit price of 2 billion. It is bound to result in a loss. A voice whispered beside the auction winner. Do you understand why you have remained my assistant for millennia without any promotion? You lack vision, Wei replied calmly to his assistant's skepticism. I do not intend to profit from this transaction. My purpose here is to bestow energy blocks upon human civilization. Wei serves as the commercial representative of the Bahang civilization on the trading planet. Director Wei, do you wish to curry favor with human civilization? The assistant grasped Wei's intent. Wei did not respond directly, merely offering a faint smile. Once you have completed the purchase procedures for the space jumpers, contact headquarters immediately. I require an urgent allocation of 100 trillion energy blocks. The justification for this request will be reported personally after the auction. Director Wei. 100 trillion is no small sum, the assistant exclaimed, taken aback. Since we aim to foster goodwill with human civilization, we, the Bahang, cannot afford to be miserly. If we are to offer energy blocks, let us be generous. I intend to acquire every warship sold by human civilization. Having reviewed the detailed specifications of the Kunlun warship, Wei noted that its combat capabilities subtly surpassed that of the main warships of a third-tier civilization. It is remarkable that a second-tier civilization could produce such a vessel. The potential of this civilization is indeed immense. In the Lock Star system, the Shishir civilization and the Bahang civilization have long been commercial rivals. For hundreds of thousands of years, the Shishir civilization has been overshadowed by the Bahang civilization. However, this dynamic began to shift over 5,000 years ago when the Shishir civilization garnered the favor of the Lock civilization. They successfully established a suzerainty agreement with Lock, leveraging its status as the system's overseer to gradually gain an upper hand in commercial competition. The market share controlled by the Bahang civilization dwindled from 60 to 30. Faced with this dire situation, the Bahang civilization resolved to seek a third-tier civilization to establish a suzerainty agreement, thereby securing a reliable ally for their own civilization. The Lockstar system boasts nearly 1 million registered civilizations, yet fewer than 20 are classified as third-tier. These civilizations are scarce and do not lack for subordinate entities. The Bahang civilization's pursuit of a suzerain has met with many obstacles. Today, the technological prowess exhibited by human civilization has sparked a glimmer of hope in Director Wei. The potential of human civilization is vast, and advancing to a third-tier status is merely a matter of time. The Bahang civilization must seize this opportunity. Esteemed guests, the auction for the space jumpers has concluded. Next, we shall auction the Kunlun warship from our human civilization. The auctioneer's voice resonated from the podium. The Kunlun battleship measures an impressive 8 kilometers in length, 8 kilometers in width, and 4 kilometers in height. Its propulsion system is powered by a bidirectional gravitational wave engine, enabling it to reach speeds of 0.9 times the speed of light. The vessel is equipped with 4 energy beam cannons and 2 neutron cannons, all of which are large-caliber energy main battle cannons capable of effortlessly obliterating planets with a diameter of less than 500 kilometers. The spaceship is shielded by humanity's latest innovation in energy protection, a type that absorbs energy, achieving an absorption rate of 80. Most importantly, our battleship possesses a spatial jump system, allowing for repeated spatial jumps during flight. At the upcoming auction, a total of 29 Kunlun battleships will be sold, with the bidding commencing at an astonishingly low starting price of 500 billion. This initial bid has left the attendees in a state of disbelief. Could it possibly be that such a formidable battleship is starting at merely 500 billion? How remarkably inexpensive. I had anticipated a minimum bid of 800 billion. In the auction hall, Liu Hui overheard the murmurs of those around him. It appears that we, as a civilization, are woefully uninformed about the commercial intricacies of trading planets. Thankfully, this is an auction. Had it been a fixed-price sale, the losses would have been substantial. Contemplating this, Liu Hui felt a twinge of luck. He had set the auction price for the Kunlun battleship himself. Previously, he encountered the Dune civilization at the comprehensive trading market, where their battleship was priced at 200 billion energy units. In comparison to the Dune battleship, the Kunlun excels in every aspect, boasting the additional advantage of a spatial jump system. Thus, he determined the auction price to be 500 billion. In retrospect, this price appears far too low. The first bid emerged from the crowd, 800 billion. The auction price surged by 300 billion, escalating to 900 billion, then 1 trillion, and finally reaching 11 trillion. After hitting 1 trillion, the bidding began to rise more slowly, with civilizations lacking the necessary resources withdrawing from the competition. It is indeed regrettable. Our civilization does not possess such an abundance of energy units. If only we could acquire one for 1 trillion. The withdrawn civilizations lamented their fate. 3 trillion. Is there anyone willing to raise their bid? The auctioneer inquired loudly as the price stagnated. At a unit price of 4 trillion, the Bahang civilization shall acquire all 29 Kunlun battleships. The chief of Wei could no longer contain himself, having waited in vain for the Shishir civilization to place a bid. He decided to make his move. The abundance of energy blocks from the Bahang civilization is truly remarkable. It appears that no one dares to contend with them. However, it is difficult to ascertain, as the Western food civilization has yet to make its move. We, the lesser civilizations, can only observe the spectacle. Upon hearing the bid from the Bahang civilization, the representatives of the smaller civilizations began to murmur. 15 trillion. The representative of the Western food civilization, Qisha, finally made his move. 16 trillion. 17 trillion. As the two civilizations engaged in bidding, Liu Hui was filled with joy. Raise the bid, why not? When the auction price reached 25 trillion, Liu Hui paused, feeling somewhat disheartened. At this moment, confronted with the 25 trillion bid from the Western food civilization, the Bahang civilization's chief negotiator, Wei, fell into contemplation. 30 trillion. We, the Bahang civilization, will bid 30 trillion. Qisha, if your Western food civilization dares to raise the bid, I shall concede to you. After pondering, Wei addressed Qisha from a distance. Who says I lack the courage to raise my bid? I shall bid 31 trillion. Qisha declared loudly. Excellent, you, the Western food civilization, have triumphed. At the price of 31 trillion, the total for 29 warships amounts to 899 trillion. You may settle the payment on site. Wei assessed that the opponent was deliberately inflating the price, believing they could not present such a vast number of energy blocks at the venue. How could it be that I have won? I bid for the price of a single warship. I never stated that I intended to purchase all 29 at once. According to the auction rules, your bid of 30 trillion for a single unit has secured the 29 warships. Your higher quantity grants you priority in bidding. If you insist that I purchase, I can acquire one warship for 31 trillion. As soon as Qisha's words fell, a flurry of discussions erupted in the venue. The Western food civilization is truly audacious. They bid for the price of all warships, yet when pressed, they claim to purchase only one. My dealings with the Western food civilization have revealed their lack of commercial integrity. Qisha disregarded the chatter and turned to leave the venue. Observing Qisha's departure, Wei smirked but did not impede him. In his eyes, as long as the Bahang civilization emerged victorious, any expenditure of energy blocks would be justified. Wait a moment. Do you think you can disrupt the auction of human civilization and simply walk away? Liu Hui's voice resonated throughout the room. Chapter 67. Product agents upon hearing someone shout. Qisha halted his steps. Who are you? He inquired, turning to see Liu Hui. The leader of human civilization, Liu Hui replied. Oh, is there something you wish to discuss? Qisha's tone bore no surprise at Liu Hui's status, nor any semblance of respect. The Bahang civilization intends to purchase all the warships. The price you have set signifies your commitment to this acquisition. Yet, you have escalated the price to 31 trillion. Is it reasonable to demand we depart without purchasing the warships? Liu Hui pressed for an explanation. The disruption caused by the Shishir civilization could lead to significant losses for humanity if the Bahang civilization abandoned their acquisition of the Kunlun warships. Human leader, the trading market offers a replay function. You may verify that our Shishir civilization has never claimed we would buy all the warships. If you believe I have breached trading regulations, feel free to lodge a complaint with the market's overseers. Additionally, you may be unaware that our suzerain civilization is the Lok civilization. With that remark, Qisha turned away, uninterested in Liu Hui's reaction. In his eyes, humanity was merely a secondary civilization, even if they caused a ruckus at the venue. So what? Seeing Qisha depart, Liu Hui, in a moment of desperation, reached out to grasp him, wishing to retain his presence. However, he realized he had seized nothing but air, recalling that this was a virtual space. Human leader, there is no need to entangle with them. We, the Bahang civilization, can afford the price of 31 trillion. We will take all 29 warships, the attentive Wei Zhu, who had been monitoring the situation, approached. This price has been deliberately inflated by the Shishir civilization. Are you willing to accept it? Liu Hui asked, somewhat taken aback. Though the price is high, our Bahang civilization desires to forge a friendship with human civilization. Greetings, esteemed human leader. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wei, representing the Bahang civilization and overseeing commercial affairs on this planet. Wei bowed to Liu Hui and introduced himself willingly. Hello, I am Liu Hui, the leader of human civilization. Liu Hui courteously responded. Respected human leader, there are numerous avenues for collaboration between our Bahang civilization and yours. Once the auction concludes, may I request a private meeting with you? Wei wished to delve deeper into understanding human civilization. Certainly, that would be no problem. The 29 Kunlun warships you are purchasing are currently docked on the Longting mothership. You may visit the Longting mothership during the handover of the warships. After all, you are a significant investor, and I see no reason to decline, Liu Hui replied. Very well, esteemed human leader. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. In the office of the Lord of the Trading Planet, the Lord was informed, "Leader, human civilization has conducted an auction in the warship trading market. Here are the detailed documents regarding the auctioned warships." The assistant of Lord Sua presented him with a document. Upon examining the contents, Sua was taken aback. The Kunlun battleship, which humanity offered for sale, was surprisingly noted to possess combat capabilities that surpassed those of the primary battleships of the rock civilization. A secondary civilization had indeed managed to manufacture a principal battleship of a tertiary civilization. It appears that the notion of the Kalan race's branch possessing an independent technology tree of a fourth-level civilization is no mere legend. It is indeed a reality. Suha formed a judgment in his mind. "My lord, the human civilization has submitted a request to construct a spatial tunnel, with its exit located near New Earth. However, they are encountering difficulties with our staff in processing this application, which is yet to be approved," reported the assistant. "Why are they being obstructed?" Suha inquired with curiosity. "The staff member handling the application has been instructed by the commander of the 7th Fleet to delay their request," the assistant explained. "The commander has had minor conflicts with humanity on the planet Tongu. The intelligence system of the trading planet is exceedingly robust. The commander's extortion of 200,000 energy blocks on Tongu has not gone unnoticed. The fleet on the planet has not been properly organized for several millennia. It seems a significant reorganization is in order." Upon hearing about the commander's extortion, Suha contemplated this issue. "Notify the department responsible for processing applications to immediately approve humanity's request. Once the spatial tunnel is constructed, establish an office on New Earth to closely monitor the movements of human civilization." With that, Suha activated his dedicated communicator once more, transmitting the latest intelligence regarding humanity to the headquarters of the rock civilization. Meanwhile, aboard a transport spaceship, Wei, the overseer, gazed in awe at the massive Longting mothership. This spacecraft was colossal. No ordinary secondary civilization could ever hope to construct such a vessel. Upon entering the Longting mothership, he instructed his assistant to handle the transfer procedures for the Kunlun battleship, as he intended to visit the leader of humanity. "Remember to conduct yourself with utmost courtesy. You represent our Batang civilization," he advised his assistant. "Understood, Overseer Wei," the assistant nodded in acknowledgement. In Liu Hui's office aboard the Longting mothership, Wei engaged in a profound conversation with Liu Hui, introducing the characteristics of the Bahang civilization and its extensive commercial experience spanning hundreds of thousands of years. After establishing their capabilities, Wei disclosed the purpose of his visit. The Bahang civilization sought to become the product agent for humanity. "Overseer Wei, given the sincerity your Bahang civilization has demonstrated, I agree to enter into a commercial partnership with you," Liu Hui responded, sensing the authenticity in the other party's intentions. Having a civilization well-versed in the commercial regulations of the rock system as a product agent would certainly alleviate many concerns for humanity. "Overseer Wei, your Bahang civilization's commercial reach nearly encompasses the entirety of the rock system," Liu Hui remarked. "You undoubtedly possess your own intelligence system. I have a matter for which I seek your assistance, and I wonder if you might oblige me." Upon my last departure from the trading planet, Liu Hui instructed Jishur to gather intelligence regarding the Windra civilization. However, as Jishur is merely a leader of a level 1 civilization, his social skills are rather limited, and he was unable to obtain any pertinent information. Currently, humanity and the Bahang civilization are commercial partners, and Liu Hui, feeling rather forthright, has made a request. "Esteemed leader of humanity, if there is anything we, the Bahang civilization, can assist you with, do not hesitate to voice it. We shall endeavor to fulfill your request." This marked the first appeal made by the leader of humanity, and Wei, the overseer, intended to fulfill it to the best of his abilities. "Please assist me in gathering intelligence on a civilization known as Windra," Liu Hui requested. "Windra civilization? I have not heard of it," the leader of humanity remarked. "Could you enlighten me as to why you seek information about this civilization?" Wei, exhibiting curiosity, inquired. The Windra civilization harbors a deep-seated enmity towards humanity. Chapter 68. Emergency Meeting. Did the Windra civilization annihilate half of humanity? Liu Hui's words astounded Wei. The Windra civilization is classified as a Level 2 civilization. They should be a registered entity. Within the Lock Galaxy, registered civilizations are prohibited from attacking other registered civilizations. Such an act constitutes a grave transgression. "We can petition the Lock civilization to impose penalties on the Windra civilization," Wei declared emphatically. "When we were attacked, humanity had not yet registered as a civilization." Liu Hui replied. "Not yet registered? The Windra civilization has exploited a loophole in the regulations of the Lock Galaxy. This complicates matters." Wei could not have anticipated such a development. "There is nothing complicated about it. We must locate the Windra civilization, I intend to expunge them from the cosmos. Liu Hui did not conceal his animosity. Human leader, you are now a registered civilization. Should you engage in hostilities against the Windra civilization, you will be subject to the regulations of the Lock Galaxy. There exists the possibility of retaliation from the Lock civilization, Wei cautioned Liu Hui. No one can deter humanity from seeking vengeance, not even the Lock civilization. Liu Hui had resolved firmly. Wei, just speak plainly. Will you assist us in this matter or not? Liu Hui discerned the hesitation in his counterpart and directly inquired. Rest assured, human leader. I will exert every effort to procure information regarding the Windra civilization, Wei quickly responded, sensing Liu Hui's dissatisfaction. The Bahang civilization possesses its own intelligence system within the Lock Galaxy, thus gathering information on the Windra civilization should not pose a significant challenge. Should they refuse humanity's request, the newly established cooperative relationship would be irrevocably destroyed. In the future, the opportunity to acknowledge humanity as a suzerain civilization would be greatly diminished. Considering these factors, Wei resolved to acquiesce to humanity's request and seek intelligence on the Windra civilization. However, regarding the acknowledgement of humanity as a suzerain civilization, Wei decided to promptly report humanity's information to their leader, leaving the future direction of civilization to be determined by the leader. Having engaged in commerce for hundreds of thousands of years, the Bahang civilization's intelligence system is both efficient and formidable. Before Liu Hui departed the trading planet, a comprehensive dossier on the Windra civilization was placed in his hands. Upon returning from the trading planet, Liu Hui immediately convened an emergency meeting. Zisen, long time no see. Huang Zihu greeted Zhang Zisen, who had arrived early at the meeting room. In recent years, we have each been absorbed in our own pursuits. It seems that we have not crossed paths in quite some time, Zhang Zisen remarked as he took a seat beside Huang Zihu, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Zisen, I heard that your academy is researching a type of spatial weapon. How is the progress going? Huang inquired. Our warships are currently equipped with energy-based weaponry. Engaging with level 2 civilizations poses no significant challenge. However, should we encounter a level 3 civilization, we must contend with energy output rates and the defensive capabilities of our shields, Zhang Zisen explained. You must procure a formidable weapon for our military. In recent years, Huang Zihu has been extensively researching the space warfare strategies within the galaxies. In the realm of a level 13 civilization, space combat is predominantly centered around the energy assaults of warships. The contest lies in the magnitude of energy output and the robustness of energy shields. When warships possess comparable capabilities, the quantity of vessels becomes the decisive factor in determining the outcome of conflict. However, humanity's fleet is rather limited, comprising fewer than 200,000 capital ships. Should we succeed in developing more potent weaponry, we could compensate for the deficiency in our naval strength. Commander Huang, your intelligence is indeed commendable. Our Academy of Sciences is, in fact, researching a type of spatial weapon, and we have entered the final stages of this endeavor. If this weapon proves successful, humanity's civilization within the Rock Galaxy shall no longer fear any other civilization. Zhang Zisen is exceedingly confident. He leads a scholarly team of 20 individuals dedicated to the research of spatial weaponry. Each scholar has advanced to the higher echelons of the technological tree. Although the advanced knowledge is vast and intricate, they have grasped the first threshold, an in-depth study of space itself. It is from this foundation that the concept of spatial weapons has emerged. Such a powerful weapon? Zisen, might you disclose some of its characteristics and specifications? Huang Zihu was instantly intrigued. Commander Huang, allow me to explain this weapon. Just as Zhang Zisen was about to discuss the spatial weapon with Huang Zihu, the door of the conference room was abruptly pushed open from the outside. Liu Hui entered, carrying a stack of documents. The leader has arrived. If you are interested, we shall converse further after the meeting. Of course, I am interested, Zisen. After the meeting, I shall treat you. Let us enjoy a drink and discuss at length. Zhang Zisen and Huang Zihu ceased their dialogue. Liu Hui, who entered, took his seat at the head of the table and surveyed the attendees in the conference room. These individuals were the principal heads of various governmental departments. The commander of the military, Huang Zihu. The president of the Academy of Sciences, Zhang Zhixing. The captain of the Jiaolong Mecha Special Forces, Biliai. The leader of Tonggu Planet, Ji Shi. The minister of military manufacturing, Luo Fei. The minister of mineral resources. Esteemed colleagues, it has been quite some time since I convened an urgent meeting. The purpose of this assembly is to discuss intelligence I have received regarding our adversaries, the Fenglao civilization. As Liu Hui's words resonated, an electrifying excitement surged through the room. Leader, is this true? Tell me, where is that despicable Fenglao civilization? I shall personally lead the fleet to obliterate them. The fervent Huang Zihu rose to his feet. Commander Huang speaks wisely. We must annihilate them. After nearly a century, we have finally located them. We can avenge our fallen brethren. The attendees in the conference room were all aflame with emotion, as nearly a century of suppressed hatred erupted forth. Everyone, please take a moment to review the intelligence dossier on the Fengla civilization. Afterward, we shall engage in a discussion. Liu Hui distributed the documents to all present in the conference room. Huang Zihu, seated closest to Liu Hui, was the first to receive the materials and began to examine them with great diligence. The Fengla civilization hails from its home planet, Fengla, situated in the midsection of the outer spiral arm of the Lock Galaxy, within a binary star system. The interstellar coordinates of the planet are XXXX, approximately 682 light-years distant from New Earth. The civilization is comprised of a carbon-based life form, with a population nearing 46 billion. It holds a civilization rating of 2.1. Within the Lock Galaxy, it primarily engages in industries such as mineral extraction, transportation, and the collection of energy blocks. The Fengla civilization boasts around 1.2 million starships, with its flagship being the Zhangfeng. This vessel primarily employs energy-based offensive capabilities, equipped with 2 large-caliber neutron cannons, and possesses formidable defensive capabilities. A comprehensive defense network has been established within the binary star system. Chapter 69. Preparations before war. Having completed the review of the materials pertaining to the Windra planet, Liu Hui inquired if anyone had any thoughts to share. Chief, grant me 100,000 Kunlun warships, and I shall obliterate their planet, Huang Zihu declared with fierce determination. Commander Huang, are you not being overly optimistic? Zhang Jisen interjected. According to the data, the Windra civilization has established spatial jump disruptors surrounding their binary star system. Our warships cannot directly jump into their star system. We can only launch an offensive from the outskirts. Consequently, we will be directly confronting their stellar defense installations. It would be fortunate if half of the 100,000 Kunlun warships survived after clearing those defenses. Do not forget, they possess 120,000 capital ships. Although their defensive capabilities are lacking, their energy assaults are not significantly inferior to that of the Kunlun warships. If our remaining vessels cannot withstand such energy attacks, we risk total annihilation. What shall we do then? Our human fleet consists of merely 150,000 ships. Are we to deploy all of them? Huang Ziyu pondered, recognizing the validity of Zhang Jisen's concerns yet feeling bereft of alternatives. Everyone, please be quiet, Liu Hui interjected, halting the ongoing discourse. I do not intend to launch an assault on the Windra civilization at this moment. Our human fleet is limited, and it is imperative that we expedite the construction of additional warships. However, our production is hindered by a scarcity of rare minerals. This issue will be resolved in a year. I have applied for the construction of a spatial tunnel at the trading planet, with the exit located near our new Earth. In 1 year's time, the tunnel will be completed, allowing us to procure the essential rare minerals continuously. Provided that mineral resources are ample, we can construct over 1 million Kunlun warships within a decade. My plan is to prepare for the war against the Windra civilization over the course of 10 years. Liu Hui addressed the assembly in the conference room. Upon hearing Liu Hui's words, Huang Zihu appeared disheartened, lowering his head in silence. There is no need for despondency. We have waited for many years. An additional 10 years is inconsequential. Liu Hui paused for a moment, reflecting. Moreover, there is another matter I must bring to your attention. If this issue is not resolved adequately, our preparation time for war may extend even further. We, as humans, have registered our civilization at the trading planet. The regulations of the Lock Star system stipulate that registered civilizations cannot engage in warfare against one another without cause. Should we attack the Windra civilization, we risk inciting the wrath of the Lock civilization. As the overseers of the Lock Star system, their fleet is conservatively estimated to number in the hundreds of millions. Liu Hui's revelation cast a heavy silence over the members of the conference room. The leader of the Tonggu civilization, Jishur, felt a sense of unease. His own sovereign civilization was poised to defy the regulations of the Rock Galaxy and launch an assault on the Fengla civilization. This matter bore significant weight. Should the Rock civilization turn a blind eye, humanity would face no repercussions. However, if they decided to pursue the issue seriously, the very existence of human civilization could be at stake. Jishur, this war is one that humanity must engage in. Whether the Rock civilization will intervene remains uncertain. The risks are considerable. If your Tonggu civilization wishes to abstain, you may choose to remain uninvolved. Liu Hui perceived Jishur's trepidation and did not intend to coerce the Tonggu civilization into embarking on this perilous journey alongside humanity. Leader, our two civilizations have already entered into a sovereign agreement. The Tonggu civilization cannot remain detached. If one day the extinction of human civilization is inevitable, then let us, the Tonggu civilization, share in that demise. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jishur reached a resolution. It had been nearly a decade since the sovereign agreement was signed, and the Tonggu people had thrived under the protection of humanity. Energy shortages were a thing of the past, and they were no longer subjected to the oppression of extraterrestrial civilizations. The rights enjoyed by the Tonggu people on New Earth were nearly equivalent to those of human citizens. Humanity had not exploited them as subordinates. Instead, the Tonggu found a sense of belonging among humans. Jishur had made his decision. He would pledge unwavering loyalty to humanity. Hearing Jishur's words, Liu Hui nodded with relief. The next decade will be our time to prepare for war. Jishur, as our fleet expands, we will require a substantial number of soldiers. You must mobilize the Tonggu people to enlist. Their treatment will be equivalent to that of human soldiers. Rofei. The military manufacturing department must expedite the expansion of the warship production facilities. There is no need to worry about a shortage of laborers. I have secured an agreement with a civilization known as Yuzhu, which will dispatch a significant number of workers to assist us in constructing warships. Huangzihu. We will see a substantial increase in warships and new recruits in the coming years. You must ensure effective training. Zhang Jisen. Concentrate the efforts of the Academy of Sciences to determine if we can develop an advanced weaponry system that will bolster our position. Leader, our Academy of Sciences is currently working on a space weapon, and we are nearing a breakthrough. Zhang Jisen interjected eagerly upon hearing the leader mention him. Then let us hasten the process and bring it to fruition within this decade. Zhang Jisen nodded in response to Liu Hui's directive. Furthermore, I intend to establish a commercial department responsible for managing our transactions on trading planets. We must also create a diplomatic department. Once the space tunnel is completed, our interactions with extraterrestrial civilizations will deepen, necessitating a dedicated body to handle these affairs. If anyone is suitable candidates, please do recommend them. Following this urgent meeting, humanity embarked on a decade-long preparation for war. After 157 years of wandering, the construction of the space tunnel was completed, and the external connections of New Earth became increasingly vibrant. Numerous extraterrestrial civilizations have established their offices across the planet. After wandering for 158 years, mineral resources began to flow abundantly to the New Earth. The Kunlun battleships entered a bustling phase of production. In this year, the leader of the buying civilization visited Liu Hui and signed a commercial agency agreement with human civilization, allowing the buying civilization to market the goods produced by humanity. The demand for space jumpers and the foreign trade version of the Kunlun battleships soared. The energy block reserves on the New Earth continued to amass. By the 160th year of wandering, the Academy of Sciences of Humanity completed its research on space weaponry, entering the experimental manufacturing phase. In the 165th year of wandering, humanity produced its first space weapon. However, due to the complex technology and manufacturing challenges associated with space weaponry, mass production remained elusive. In the 167th year of wandering, after a decade of preparation for war, Liu Hui convened a pre-war conference. Chapter 70. The Vengeance War, 1. Wandering for 167 years in the pre-war conference room. Liu Hui occupied the seat of honor, meticulously studying a document in hand. This document encapsulated the fruits of a decade-long preparation for war. After 10 years of relentless effort, humanity had constructed 800,000 Kunlun warships, 600,000 Kunlun flagships, and 10 Longting motherships. The total number of warships exceeded the anticipated 1 million. Most notably, the Academy of Sciences, under the leadership of Zhang Jisen, had developed spatial weaponry. This armament bore a striking resemblance to missiles from over 2 centuries ago on Earth. Upon launch, the weapon could autonomously tear open a small jump space, accelerating to 0.3 times the speed of light within 10 seconds for spatial leaps. Provided it could detect the precise coordinates of enemy vessels within a light year's range, the spatial weapon could directly leap inside enemy warships, detonating the energy bombs it carried and thereby obliterating the vessels from within. The larger the enemy ship, the higher the success rate. However, this innovative weapon harbored a fatal flaw. If the opposing ship was equipped with a spatial disruptor that locked the surrounding space, the weapon could not penetrate the enemy's interior. Thus, the spatial weapon could only be employed with an element of surprise. Due to the complexity of its design and the difficulty of manufacturing, humanity had thus far produced only over 5,000 units. Everyone has worked diligently over the past decade, Liu Hui stated sincerely, setting down the document and gazing at the individuals in the conference room. Leader, we endure these hardships willingly. Compared to our fallen brethren, what is our suffering? Leader, please make your decision. When shall our fleet set sail? The anticipation within the conference room had lingered for quite some time. In recent years, Intelligence regarding the offensive and defensive maneuvers of the Fengla civilization had been continuously updated, and our offensive simulations had kept pace. According to the final offensive simulation plan, we shall begin assembling the warships tomorrow and depart in 3 days, Liu Hui commanded. Thus, humanity's military commenced operations in alignment with the offensive simulation plan. 3 days later, 1 million warships and 8 Longting motherships congregated in the orbit of New Earth. Leader, the alien offices on the planet are inquiring about the situation. Are humans preparing for war? A staff member aboard the Longting mothership number 1 reported to Liu Hui. Send a notice to all alien offices, informing them that we are conducting a routine drill and that there is no need for alarm. The assembly of millions of human warships created considerable commotion, unsettling the alien offices on New Earth. Understood, leader. Subsequently, the alien offices on New Earth received the government's notification regarding the military exercise. Does a military exercise necessitate the deployment of nearly all human warships? This excuse seems rather implausible. Humanity must be orchestrating something significant. Quickly relay this intelligence back to Lord Sua. The Trading Planet's office on New Earth has transmitted information regarding the large-scale assembly of human warships. All warships have been ordered to accelerate their flight, initiating their first space jump upon reaching 3 times the speed of light. Liu Hui issued the command. The distance from Fengla Star to New Earth is approximately 682 light-years, requiring 5 space jumps for the human fleet to arrive. Liu Hui opted against traversing the space tunnel within the rock system, as it is controlled by the rock civilization. Should humanity choose this route, the rock civilization could easily monitor the movements of the human fleet. Liu Hui wished to avoid prematurely revealing their intentions. He aimed to utterly obliterate the Fengla civilization before the rock civilization could react. Chief, the energy consumption for this space jump is exceedingly high, lamented Huang Ziyu, standing beside Liu Hui. As long as we can annihilate the Fengla civilization and avenge our fallen brethren from Earth, the energy expenditure is justified. Liu Hui shared his concern. In this offensive against the Fengla civilization, the human fleet carried nearly all of their energy reserves. Engaging 1 million warships through 5 space jumps could deplete nearly 30 of their energy blocks. Without the significant profits from trade over the past decade, humanity would have been utterly incapable of sustaining a war involving 1 million vessels. The first space jump was completed. Liu Hui heard reports from his subordinates. All warships were to undergo inspection and maintenance, preparing for the second space jump in 2 days. Liu Hui refrained from risking consecutive space jumps for the fleet due to the inherent instability of space travel, which could easily damage the ship's hulls. Report, Chief. The Kunlun warship number 8752 has sustained damage. Kunlun warship number 17526 has also been damaged. Major space jump incident on flagship number 38742. The ship has disintegrated, and crew members are being rescued. During the first space jump, over 100 of the human fleet ships were damaged, with one disintegrating entirely. After 10 days, Liu Hui commanded the 5th space jump. 1 million warships emerged outside the binary star system. All vessels reported their status. Damaged warships remained behind for repairs. Commander Huang, order the first echelon of 100,000 Kunlun warships to detach from the fleet and eliminate the space disruptors outside the star system, clearing the path for the use of spatial weaponry. Liu Hui issued commands in accordance with the offensive simulation plan. Chief, there is a grave situation. Numerous unidentified warships have appeared outside the star system. A Fengla tribesman burst into the resting chamber of the Fengla leader. What is the fuss about? Our star system possesses formidable defenses. No matter how many wandering civilization warships approach, we are unafraid. The Fengla leader, disturbed from his rest, expressed his displeasure. He arrived unhurriedly at the command center of the Windra planet. What is the situation? Have they attacked our defenses? Inquired the leader of Windra. Chief. After the fleet emerged from the stellar system, they detached 100,000 warships, which are now spreading around the star system. These dispersed warships are assaulting our spatial disruptors. Replied a Windra tribesman. 100,000 warships are assaulting our spatial disruptors? What are they attempting? Are they preparing to utilize a spatial jumper to enter our star system? Acquiring a spatial jumper requires billions of energy blocks. When did the pirate civilization become so affluent? The Windra leader was somewhat perplexed. How many warships does their fleet possess? The Windra leader asked, a hint of unease in his voice. Chief, their fleet comprises approximately 1 million warships. What? They have 1 million warships. Chapter 71. The Vengeance War, 2. The leader of the Windra civilization was taken aback by the number of warships. Intelligence gathered by the Windra indicated that there were no rogue civilizations of such formidable strength within 1,000 light-years of their planet. Could these vessels belong to a rogue civilization? Were they not here to plunder Windra? The leader's unease grew, prompting an order for the 7th Fleet stationed at the outskirts of the star system to engage and assess the enemy's strength. With a swift command, the 7th Fleet, comprising 100,000 warships, hastily assembled and set forth into the cosmos. Commander, 100,000 warships from the Windra civilization are advancing towards us in a dense formation. They have entered the firing range of the Lonting mothership's main cannon, reported an observing officer in the command room to Liu Hui. Order all Lonting motherships to begin energy accumulation for the main cannon. Upon completion, they shall fire immediately at the target, the 100,000 enemy vessels ahead. Liu Hui commanded decisively. The main cannon of the Lonting mothership was an enormous energy beam weapon, capable of obliterating a small asteroid with a single shot. A minute later, the energy accumulation was completed on 8 Lonting motherships. 8 formidable energy beams surged forth towards the enemy fleet. Due to the dense formation of the Windra warships, the beams penetrated through effortlessly, vaporizing the targeted vessels. Almost half of the Windra fleet was lost in an instant. Following the discharge of the main cannons, the Lonting motherships entered a cooling period of 1 hour. The second echelon, the Kunlun flagship, was then dispatched, targeting the enemy fortifications and the remaining vessels. Upon entering the star system, Liu Hui cautioned, be mindful of the Windra civilization's defensive structures. Maintain a dispersed formation. With that order, the second echelon of 100,000 Kunlun flagships broke away from the fleet and accelerated forward. Commander, the enemy possesses immensely powerful energy weapons. Our 7th Fleet has suffered a loss of half its warships, a Windra officer exclaimed in terror from the command center, monitoring the battlefield. Retreat the remaining warships behind the defensive fortifications. Disperse the formation and let them defend utilizing the structures, came the urgent command. The alarm for the planet was sounded, and Windra entered a state of maximum readiness. All combat personnel were ordered to board their ships and prepare for space engagement. The Windra leader quickly realized that such devastating energy weapons could not belong to a rogue civilization. Who were they? Why were they attacking the Windra civilization? The leader found himself at a loss. He opened the public communication channel of the star sector and sent a request for communication. I am eager to discover who dares to assault the Windra civilization, he called out to the communication officer in the command center. Commander, we have received a communication request from the Windra planet via the public star sector channel, seeking a 3-dimensional communication. Shall we connect? In the command room of the Dragon soaring mothership, the communications officer reported to Liu Hui. Communications are established. I intend to make the Fongla civilization perish without ambiguity, Liu Hui stated with a fierce expression. The 3-dimensional communication was successfully connected. As the officer's words faded, a holographic image emerged in the command room. Observing the extraterrestrial kangaroo in the image, Liu Hui smirked. Leader Fongla, we meet again. You are a branch of the Kalan race, the leader of human civilization. The leader of Fongla recognized Liu Hui. Your memory serves you well. You still remember me. A century ago, you led the fleet of Fongla to assault our humanity, resulting in the loss of half our population. Today marks our day of vengeance. I formally announce that we shall eradicate the Fongla civilization from the cosmos. Liu Hui gestured to the communications officer to sever the connection. Having delivered his message, there was no need for further elaboration. Was it the human civilization encountered over 100 years ago? How had their development progressed so swiftly? To extinguish our Fongla civilization? It would not be so simple. The leader of Fongla pondered briefly. The defenses of the stellar system were immediately activated. The defense fortresses began to unleash all neutron turrets. Request assistance from the trading planet's lord. The leader of Fongla reacted swiftly. Commander, their stellar system defenses are operational. The fortresses are releasing neutron turrets, reported the officer monitoring the battlefield to Liu Hui. Can we ascertain the number of neutron turrets? Commander, the quantity is too vast for precise calculation. The number of neutron turrets is estimated to be between 15 billion and 16 billion. Upon hearing the officer's report, Liu Hui furrowed his brow. According to pre-war intelligence, the defenses of the dual-spiral stellar system were quite rudimentary and crude. The Fongla civilization had deployed over 100 million defense fortresses within the stellar system. These fortresses took the form of irregular spheres, approximately 10 kilometers in diameter, lacking mobility, but equipped with nearly 100 large-caliber neutron cannons. The interiors of the fortresses housed over 100 neutron turrets. During combat, these turrets would be deployed around the fortresses, forming independent assault units. The firepower of a single defense fortress was equivalent to that of a primary warship of the Fongla civilization. Incoming foreign warships into the stellar system would need to neutralize these defense fortresses. During this process, the warship's energy shields would have to withstand the energy assaults from the fortresses. Should the energy shields falter under the onslaught, the warships would be obliterated. Notify the forward fleet. The intelligence was incorrect. The number of neutron turrets exceeds estimates by approximately 5 billion. When clearing the defense fortresses and neutron turrets, if the warship shield capacity drops to 20, they must immediately withdraw from the battlefield and return to the Dragon's soaring mothership for repairs. Without an energy shield, a warship becomes nothing more than a target. And we must not engage in futile sacrifices. Liu Hui commanded the Kunlun flagship of the second echelon. Everyone, rally your spirits. We are about to enter the star system. We have conducted countless attack drills, so let us not falter. This is our inaugural battle for the human dominion. Summon your courage. The honors attainable by human soldiers are within our reach as well. Rest assured, I shall ensure that we all return alive. On the Kunlun flagship number 97, Jigu fervently motivated the Tonggu people aboard the ship. Since the Tonggu civilization became part of humanity, Jigu, the son of the Tonggu chief, secretly enlisted in the human army against his father's wishes. In just a few years, his remarkable abilities elevated him to the rank of captain of the Kunlun flagship. Now, his warship has been assigned to the second echelon, serving as the vanguard of the assault. Captain, our warship is under energy attack. The enemy target has entered our attack range. Lock onto the target and eliminate the defensive fortress first. Chapter 72, The Vengeful War, 3. Heed the warning to evade the large-caliber neutron cannons of the defensive fortress. The neutron turret's assault is inconsequential. Captain Jigu commanded the warship to eliminate the defensive fortifications and neutron turrets. Not far ahead, a defensive fortress succumbed to the onslaught of the Kunlun flagship. Its energy shield shattering before a powerful energy beam obliterated it. What remains of our energy shield's capacity? Jigu inquired of the crew at the controls. In less than 5 minutes of combat, despite the efforts of the Kunlun flagship number 97 to evade, it had sustained several hits from the formidable neutron cannons. The energy shield's integrity was rapidly diminishing. Captain, the energy shield's defensive capacity is at 42, came the report. Continue the assault. Clear the surrounding neutron turrets. Before reaching the shield's warning threshold, Jigu issued the command to persist in the attack. No sooner had he given the order than the warship lurched violently. Captain, it's the large-caliber neutron cannon. An officer reported urgently. A flagship of the Windra civilization has been detected in the left front. It is firing neutron beams. Ignore the turret's attacks. Lock onto that warship and do not let it escape. Engage in an exchange of energy fire. 5 shots from our energy beam cannons will shatter its shield, Jigu commanded, navigating the warship through the relentless barrage of neutron turrets, closely pursuing the enemy vessel. The 6th energy beam struck the adversary, which, deprived of its energy shield, was annihilated. What remains of our shield's capacity? Jigu asked hastily after the enemy ship's destruction. Captain, only 8 remains. The warship swiftly turned to prepare for retreat from the battlefield. Jigu hurried to the communicator, activating the fleet's public channel. This is the Kunlun flagship now. 97. Our shield capacity is nearing depletion. We are preparing to withdraw. Requesting cover. Requesting cover. After dispatching the message, Jigu surveyed the situation surrounding the warship. The operator noted a defensive fortress to the right, its large-caliber neutron cannon capable of targeting the ship. Be vigilant and evade. A sense of anxiety began to envelop Jigu. The sheer number of neutron turrets around the warship rendered it impossible to evade all their attacks. Although the power of their assault was not overwhelming, it gradually eroded the warship's shield capacity. Presently, only 4 of the shield remained. Should the defensive fortress unleash its large-caliber neutron cannon once more, the ship would be doomed. Captain, 3 neutron cannons from the fortress on the right are locking onto our warship. Manage the vessel well. Prepare to evade, Jigu commanded, closing his eyes. If it had been a single cannon's attack, the ship could maneuver to avoid it. But now there were 3. Despair began to settle in. Flagship number 97. This is warship number 8365. I will grant you 30 seconds for your retreat. Hasten the evacuation just as Jigu found himself engulfed in despair. A voice crackled through the communicator from a friendly vessel. The nearby flagship 8365, Kunlun, had received Jigu's distress signal. They maneuvered their ship between the defensive fortress and Jigu's battleship, shielding it from the onslaught of the fortress. Flagship 8365, this is Captain Chung, the wine drinker. Came the response. Captain Chung, known to Jigu, was a human commander, albeit not well acquainted. He merely knew of his moniker, which stemmed from his fondness for libations. You'll treat me to a drink? Do you even know how to drink? With your half-mechanical body, be wary of short-circuiting after imbibing, Chung jested. Enough chatter. Accelerate the evacuation. Jigu retorted, realizing his own ship was nearing its limits. Heeding Captain Chung's words, Jigu hastened the retreat from the battlefield. After a span of 30 seconds, the Kunlun flagship 97 successfully withdrew from the conflict. Flagship 8365, we have exited the battlefield, Jigu relayed to Captain Cheng's vessel. However, no response followed. Captain, the 8365 has been destroyed, a battlefield observer in the control room murmured. What? The 8365 has been lost? Jigu approached the detector. Gazing at the three-dimensional display, the indicator for the 8365 had shifted to red. The battleship hastily returned to the Dragon Rising mothership to replace its shield system before rejoining the fray to avenge Captain Cheng and his crew. Despite his sorrow, Jigu felt a flicker of solace, knowing that humanity had not regarded their Tungu kin as outsiders. On the battlefield, human-controlled vessels had sacrificed themselves to save those commanded by the Tungu. In the command room of the Dragon Rising mothership, Liu Hui inquired of the battlefield observer, "What is the situation? After 10 minutes of engagement, we have advanced 800,000 kilometers. We've lost over 3,000 ships, and the energy shields of more than 20,000 vessels have dipped to the warning threshold. These ships have retreated from the battlefield and are converging on the Dragon Rising mothership." Liu Hui frowned at the observer's report, taken aback by the rapid withdrawal of over 20,000 ships in such a brief encounter. These vessels would need to dock at the Dragon Rising mothership to replace their shield systems, a process that would take over 3 hours. Moreover, the 8 Dragon Rising motherships could accommodate only 10,000 ships at a time. The pace of shield replacement was lagging behind the retreating ships, threatening to deplete the frontline forces. "Chief, should we bombard them again with the main cannon of the Dragon Rising mothership?" Huang Zihu suggested, observing the dire battlefield situation. "Forget it. The energy consumption of the main battle cannon is excessively high and should be reserved for critical moments." Liu Hui declined Huang Zihu's proposal. The colossal main battle cannon aboard the Longting mothership possesses immense power, but its consumption of energy blocks is equally staggering. Each activation requires the expenditure of over 10 billion energy blocks. The energy block reserves on the Longting mothership are insufficient for even 10 firings. The Third Fleet, comprising 100,000 Kunlun warships, is poised to replace the Second Fleet. Liu Hui issued a new command. He wished to observe the attrition warfare on the battlefield for a while longer. 3 hours later, Liu Hui found himself restless. The front line had only advanced halfway. To reach a distance capable of attacking Fengla Star, an additional 3 hours of attrition warfare was necessary. At this point, humanity had already lost 60,000 warships, with nearly 400,000 having retreated. These 400,000 vessels circled the Longting mothership, awaiting the replacement of their shield systems. Should the situation on the battlefield remain unchanged, even if they managed to assault Fengla Star in 3 hours, fewer and fewer warships among the 1 million would retain their combat efficacy. "Huang Zihu, I am entrusting you with 4 Longting motherships. Proceed immediately to provide support, if necessary." The colossal main battle cannon aboard the Longting mothership may be utilized. In order to alter the tide of battle, Liu Hui made his decision. Chapter 73, The Vengeful War, 4. According to intelligence provided by the Ba Merchant civilization, humanity has conducted numerous simulations of its offensive against the Windra civilization. Ultimately, a tiered assault plan was devised. Upon the arrival of the human fleet at the binary spiral star system, the first echelon of 100,000 warships was dispatched to eliminate the spatial disruptors surrounding the star system. Once the area was secured, they remained stationed to intercept any warships attempting to flee in the aftermath of the Windra civilization's defeat. The second echelon served as the vanguard of the human fleet, while the 3rd through 10th echelons functioned as reserves for the second. Their mission was to attack and dismantle the defensive fortifications from the periphery of the star system, creating a passage approximately 20,000 kilometers in diameter that would lead directly to the Windra homeworld. Once this passage was established, 8 Dragontongue motherships would traverse it, positioning themselves for effective assault. Utilizing the ultra-large caliber energy beam cannons aboard the Dragontongue motherships, they would target and obliterate the Windra homeworld, Windra planet. However, due to erroneous intelligence, the number of defensive fortifications was revealed to exceed initial estimates by 1/3, thus obstructing the plan to open the spatial corridor. Liu Hui was compelled to amend the strategy, deploying 4 Dragontongue motherships ahead of schedule, which were on the verge of reaching the battlefield. Ensure that the escorting warships maintain vigilant watch. Do not allow enemy vessels to breach the energy shield and launch an assault on the motherships. Huang Zihu expressed his concerns. According to battlefield statistics, the Windra civilization still possessed over 600,000 warships. Should these vessels recklessly charge towards the Dragontongue motherships and penetrate the energy shield, they could potentially devastate the motherships. Each fully crewed Dragontongue mothership housed 5 million personnel, and such losses would be intolerable for humanity. Commander, enemy targets have entered the range of our shipborne cannons. An officer in the command center of Dragonting Mothership No. 2 reported to Huang Zihu while observing the battlefield. All cannon control personnel are authorized to fire at will, coordinating with the 6th echelon to eliminate the defensive fortifications. Pay attention, we will only target enemy warships and fortifications. The neutron turrets deployed by the defensive fortifications are to be dealt with by the 6th echelon, Huang Zihu commanded. Thousands of energy beam cannons aboard the Dragontongue motherships commenced firing. These energy cannons possessed a caliber twice that of the Kunlun warships, with a power 3 times greater. Any enemy warship or fortification struck by just 2 shots would be annihilated. The arrival of the 4 Dragontongue motherships dramatically shifted the dynamics of the battlefield, accelerating the advance of the 5th echelon by 2-fold. At this pace, it was estimated that within an hour, the human fleet would breach the defensive line of the fortifications. In the operational command center of Windra Planet, the leader received alarming news. Commander, the enemy has deployed a colossal mothership. The situation at the front is becoming increasingly dire. Upon hearing this report, the Windra leader remained remarkably unperturbed. Has the neutron Thor cannon on Planet 9 completed its charge? Commander, it was completed 5 minutes ago. Excellent. Instruct the commander of the Thor cannon. Upon the enemy mothership entering range, immediate orders were given to open fire and annihilate it. The leader of the Windra civilization felt as though his heart were bleeding. The neutron thunder cannon, a colossal energy weapon concealed on Planet 9 by the Windra civilization, spanned over 500 square kilometers. Its destructive power was terrifying, with an immense energy block consumption of up to 2 trillion per shot. The entire annual income from energy blocks for the Windra civilization amounted to just over 2 trillion, which was the reason behind the leader's heartache. In the command room of the No. 2 Longting mothership, Huang Zihu was intently observing the battlefield situation. The Windra civilization had not dispatched a significant number of warships to attack the Longting mothership, which left Huang Zihu perplexed. Was the Windra civilization truly prepared to surrender? While he pondered this, a sudden shockwave struck. Thanks to the Guardian's formidable physique, he quickly regained his footing, adjusting his body and stance, and remained upright against the force of the shockwave. He glanced around the control room. Most crew members had been knocked to the ground. Fortunately, those he saw were still able to move, with no immediate fatalities. However, some had blood trickling from their lips, likely injured internally by the shockwave. The uninjured personnel promptly returned to their posts to ascertain the situation. The unexpected incident left Huang Zihu somewhat bewildered. In the command control room, numerous red alarm lights flickered to life. Commander, the mothership has sustained a powerful energy attack. The protective capability of the energy shield has decreased by 80. The recent shockwave was likely a result of the energy shield absorbing energy, the crew quickly determined. In Sector 189, a gas leak had occurred, resulting in casualties. 68 ship-mounted cannons were malfunctioning, and the propulsion system was compromised, rendering the mothership immobile. In Sectors 86, 231, and 350, life support systems were failing, and crew members were in the process of evacuating. The energy shockwave had inflicted severe damage to the interior of the mothership. Has the detection system sustained any damage? Huang Zihu inquired of the crew. Commander, the detection system remains intact. Good. Immediately trace the source of the energy attack. Commander, we have located it. The source of the attack is on Planet 9. Lock onto the coordinates. Inquire about the status of motherships 3, 4, and 5. Commander, motherships 3, 4, and 5 report that they have not suffered significant energy attacks. The energy cannon on Planet 9 fired only once. Order motherships 3, 4, and 5 to initiate the charging of their super-large caliber main cannons. Once charged, they are to target the energy cannon on Planet 9. Relay the locked coordinates to them. Expedite the process, Huang Zihu commanded swiftly. One shot from the energy cannon could diminish 80 of the defenses of the Longting mothership. Huang Zihu assessed the situation and concluded that the power of this cannon was double that of the super-large caliber energy cannon aboard the Longting mothership. Generally, the greater the power of an energy cannon, the longer the time required for energy accumulation. Huang Zihu was uncertain how long the energy cannon on Planet 9 would take to charge. He needed to destroy it before the adversary could fire a second shot, as the threat posed by the enemy's attack to the Longting mothership was exceedingly grave. After 10 minutes, the energy accumulation for Longting motherships 3, 4, and 5 was complete. 3 powerful beams of energy shot towards Planet 9. Could it be? Huang Zihu gazed in astonishment at the data captured by the detection equipment. The data revealed that the energy cannon on Planet 9 was protected by a formidable energy shield. The energy beams launched from the Longting mothership were almost entirely absorbed. Chapter 74, The Battle of Vengeance, 5, the command center of the Windra star. To our astonishment, the neutron thunder cannon was unable to directly obliterate the human mothership, remarked an observer from the Windra. This outcome was equally unexpected for the Windra leader, who was well aware of the cannon's formidable power. A single shot directed at the Windra planet would have resulted in a stellar explosion. Yet, the human mothership withstood the assault. Truly, the Kalan branch, possessing a level 4 civilization's technological prowess, was capable of constructing such a powerful mothership within a century. If only our Windra civilization could acquire this technological tree. The leader mused, still fixated on the idea. Commander, should we gather energy for the next attack? Inquired the Thunder Cannon officer. Continue to gather energy for an assault. I refuse to believe that their mothership can withstand a second strike, the leader commanded confidently. Commander, the enemy mothership is currently attacking the Thunder Cannon base on Planet 9. The battlefield observer reported suddenly. Do not be alarmed. The humans cannot destroy the Thunder Cannon base. The energy shield system was purchased from a level 4 civilization, and its energy absorption rate has reached its zenith. The humans lack the capability to shatter it, the Windra leader proclaimed with unwavering confidence, having invested considerable effort into the Thunder Cannon base. Commander, the post-attack statistics are in, reported the forward commander. The shield capacity of the Thunder Cannon base has only decreased by 1. Upon hearing this, the Windra leader's face broke into a proud smile. Command control room of the number 2 Lonting mothership. Commander, based on the energy fluctuations, the enemy's shield capacity has only diminished by 1, reported a crew member. Huang Zihu was taken aback by this revelation. Not only was the enemy's shield impenetrable, but the combined firepower of 3 Lonting motherships had merely reduced the shield's capability by a mere 1. How could this battle proceed? Should we consider another 100 simultaneous strikes from the main cannons of the 3 Lonting motherships? Even if that were feasible, the energy reserves aboard the Lonting motherships would hardly endure 100 volleys. Huang Zihu pondered the best course of action. Let us inquire about the progress of the First Fleet in clearing the spatial disruptors. He suddenly conceived a new strategy. Commander, the leader of the First Fleet reports that the spatial disruptors have been cleared, came the response. Excellent. Immediately scan the spatial parameters. I intend to utilize spatial weaponry. We can leap into the base to inflict damage, Huang Zihu declared, inspired by his newfound idea. Commander, the scan is complete. The spatial environment remains chaotic, rendering the use of spatial weaponry impossible. It will require 13 hours for the area to stabilize, the crew member informed, furrowing his brow. Huang Zihu realized that time was of the essence. By the time the spatial conditions settled, the enemy's second strike would have already been launched. What is the height of their protective shield? After a brief contemplation, Huang Zihu thought of a solution. Commander, the height of the shield is 2 kilometers. Issue the command. The small escort warships surrounding the Lonting mothership shall assemble and launch an assault on the enemy base on Planet 9. The 6th echelon will dispatch 10,000 Kunlun warships for cover, paving the way for the escort warships to reach Planet 9. After penetrating the enemy's energy shield, the escort warships will conduct low-altitude destructive strikes. The escort warships are relatively small, measuring just over 100 meters in length. Once they breach the enemy's energy shield, they can engage in low-altitude aerial attacks within the shield. Since it is impossible to destroy the energy shield, the strategy is to attack after passing through it. This was Huang Zihu's newly conceived plan. Upon receiving the order, 5,000 escort warships began to assemble. Once gathered, under the protection of the Kunlun warships, they set course for Planet 9. The Kunlun warships cleared the defensive fortifications along the way, creating a pathway for the escort warships to reach Planet 9. 10 minutes later, the 5,000 escort warships arrived in orbit around Planet 9, commencing their dive towards the base. When they were 300 kilometers above the base, the escort warships came under intense neutron cannon fire. Commander, the entire fleet of 5,000 escort warships has been annihilated. The last escort warship was destroyed at a distance of 98 kilometers above the base. A profound silence enveloped the command control room of the Lonting mothership. Huang Zihu's plan had faltered. He had not anticipated the formidable close-in firepower of the enemy base. The escort warships had not even been afforded the opportunity to approach, let alone breach the energy shield. Should they resort to a suicidal attack with the Kunlun warships? The escort warships, being diminutive and lacking in defensive capabilities, could not get near the enemy base. In contrast, the Kunlun warships, spanning over 20 kilometers, are monumental vessels of cosmic warfare. Their energy shields can withstand until the very last moment of impact. Huang Zihu found himself in a quandary. A fully manned Kunlun warship has over 5,000 crew members. The enemy base occupies more than 500 square kilometers. To utterly demolish this base would require thousands of Kunlun warships, resulting in the sacrifice of 5 million crew members. Commander Huang immediately ceased the assault on the Planet 9 base. The Kunlun warships in orbit around Planet 9 shall remain on standby. I have a strategy to counter it. Continue directing the warships to clear the path to the Winla planet. Just as Huang Zihu hesitated, a voice resonated from the control room. Liu Hui. Upon receiving the leader's order, Huang Zihu couldn't help but exhale in relief. Mothership number 1, Longting. Liu Hui had been closely monitoring the battlefield situation. Together with Zhang Jisen, they had contemplated a solution to the predicament Huang Zihu faced. Jisen, have the calculations been completed? Leader, the results are in. This building is the source of the energy shield. If we can destroy it, the energy shield will dissipate. The energy shield of Planet 9 is a creation of a level 4 civilization. Recently, Zhang Jisen has been delving into the intricacies of the energy shield, acquiring knowledge that encompasses the technological advancements of a level 4 civilization. Upon receiving the fluctuating data generated by the energy shield's attacks on the battlefield, Zhang Jisen adeptly applied his acquired knowledge to ascertain the original source of the energy shield. Blake, you are to lead 100 dragon mechs immediately aboard the ship and proceed to the enemy base on Planet 9. The task of destroying the source of the energy shield has been entrusted to you, Liu Hui commanded Blake, who stood beside him. This assault on the Windra civilization was accompanied by over 100 guardians. The dragon mechs operated by these guardians proved to be of little utility in the vastness of space warfare. Initially, it was thought that their involvement would be unnecessary. However, unexpectedly, they found their significance in a crucial moment. Chapter 75, The Vengeful Battle, 6. Rest assured, my leader. I, Bray, shall fulfill the mission. Bray was filled with exhilaration. He understood that the dragon mech's utility in space warfare was minimal. Initially accompanying the leader, he had anticipated a mere spectator's role. To his surprise, he was now entrusted with a critical task. Bray, remember to evacuate swiftly after dismantling the source of the shield. You have but 1 minute. After that, the Kunlun warship in orbit around Planet 9 will launch an assault on the base. Liu Hui instructed Bray. Do not worry, leader. Await our triumphant return, Bray declared, turning away from the command room. Shortly thereafter, a Kunlun flagship, bearing the dragon mech, soared towards Planet 9. 20 minutes later, the flagship arrived in orbit around Planet 9, commencing its descent towards the enemy base. Captain Bray, disengage from the warship when its shield capacity reaches 30%. Heed my command, the captain of the Kunlun flagship advised, intent on bringing the dragon mech closer to the base. Captain, this is perilous. Please retain at least half of the warship's shield capacity. I fear you may not return. Bray replied, do not fret for us. When we depart, we can maneuver the warship to evade some of the energy attacks. The Kunlun flagship braved a multitude of energy assaults, propelling itself rapidly toward the base. Captain Bray, disengage immediately. We wish you good fortune. With the shield's capacity dwindling to 30%, the flagship executed a sharp turn and veered away. Captain Bray led 100 dragon mechs out of the flagship. All team members, remain vigilant against energy attacks. Adjust your flight paths. We shall descend directly onto the target structure. We must endure for just 20 more seconds. Bray reminded his crew over the communication channel. When they disengaged from the warship, they were still over 50 kilometers above the ground, and with another 20 seconds of flight, they would reach the surface. The base's close-range energy attacks were intensely concentrated, and many team members could not evade them. As the energy shield shattered, several mechs were destroyed. In the span of 20 seconds, the dragon mechs suffered the loss of 26 units. With a thunderous crash, Bray's mech collided at high speed with the target structure. The formidable constitution of the Guardian shielded him from harm. Scatter. Upon spotting any suspicious facilities, deploy energy bombs to obliterate them, Bray urged his comrades. This structure appears rather imposing, Bray cautioned his teammates. Observing a suspicious electronic apparatus, he disregarded its purpose and unleashed an energy bomb to annihilate it. Explosions erupted within the structure. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity. The commander of the Thunder Cannon base had no time to mobilize defensive robots. Minutes later, Bray received a report from the Kunlun warship in orbit. Captain Bray, the energy shield has vanished. In 1 minute, we shall launch an assault on the base. You must evacuate promptly. We have succeeded. Bray has ceased the offensive operations. Attention, all team members. The mission has been accomplished. Prepare for immediate withdrawal. We have merely 1 minute to evacuate. Please be aware, defensive robots are en route. Do not engage with them. On the path of retreat. Should you encounter any damaged mech comrades, kindly assist in bringing them along. Bray issued the command and swiftly sprinted towards the base's exit. After a minute, a cacophony of explosions erupted behind him. Nearly 10,000 Kunlun warships in orbit around Planet 9 commenced their assault on the enemy stronghold. Bray halted his frantic pace. Stop. Conduct a head count and tend to the wounded. In the mission to dismantle the source of the energy shield, the Dragon Mech Brigade suffered the loss of 42 mechs, with 31 Guardians eternally remaining within the enemy's base. Command Center of Planet Windra. Chief. The energy shield system of the Thunder God Cannon base has been compromised. The Thunder God Cannon base has been obliterated. The situation has shifted too abruptly. Chief Windra had yet to react when the Thunder God Cannon base was destroyed. How long until the rescue fleet from Trading Planet reaches us? Chief Windra inquired of his subordinates, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Given the current developments, in just over an hour, the human fleet would be capable of launching an assault on the orbit of Planet Windra. The only force that could now deter the humans was the Rock Civilization fleet stationed on Trading Planet. Chief. The Rock fleet on Trading Planet will require 2 days to arrive. 2 days? By then, our Windra civilization will already be in ruins. Hurry. Send another distress signal to the Lord of Trading Planet. Urge him to command the rescue Rock fleet to utilize the space jumpers and expedite their arrival. The cost for the fleet's use of space jumpers will be covered by our Windra civilization. We shall pay double the price. Wait. We shall offer 10 times the price. Chief Windra was growing frantic. He had anticipated that, relying on the defensive fortifications and the Thunder God Cannon base, they could withstand for over 10 days. It now appeared that he had grossly underestimated the strength of humanity. Trading Planet 37960. My lord. Here are the human civilization registration details transferred from Lord Suha of Trading Planet 37958. Upon receiving the distress signal from the Windra civilization, Lord Deng instructed his subordinates to investigate the human civilization's records. After receiving the documents, he scrutinized them closely. The registration location of human civilization is Trading Planet 37958, governed by Lord Suha. It is classified as a Level 2 civilization, with the intelligence of its sentient beings marked as confidential. Upon seeing the word confidential, Lord Deng paused momentarily. Did this file on human civilization truly contain confidential information? He found it somewhat perplexing. My lord, the command center has confirmed your inquiry into the human civilization records. A message was just sent inquiring about the unfolding events. One of Lord Deng's subordinates hurriedly arrived to report. It merely involved a reference to the records of human civilization. Could this truly rouse the attention of the command headquarters? What is the significance of this human civilization? Lord Deng pondered. You must promptly inform the command headquarters about the assault on the Windra civilization by human forces. Lord Deng rarely received directives from the command headquarters, and he could not afford to be negligent. Wait a moment. Inform the command headquarters that I have dispatched a fleet to aid the Windra civilization, and it is currently en route. As he noticed his subordinate preparing to depart, Lord Deng hastily called for a pause, adding a supplementary remark. He had a premonition that he might no longer be able to manage matters concerning human civilization. Soon, the response from the command headquarters of the Locke civilization would confirm his intuition. Chapter 76. The Vengeful War. 7. Lord Deng received a communication from the command center, indicating that the rescue fleet could proceed. Upon arrival at the battlefield, their task would be to gather intelligence and persuade both parties to cease hostilities. The Locke fleet was strictly prohibited from using force, particularly against human civilization. Any assaults by human civilization on the Windra civilization would be addressed directly by the command center. Upon reading the message from the command center, Lord Deng felt a twinge of relief. Fortunately, the rescue fleet was still en route. Had they reached the battlefield and engaged in conflict with human civilization, the consequences could have been dire, potentially jeopardizing his position as Lord. Just as he contemplated this fortunate turn of events, a subordinate approached with an urgent report. My lord, the Windra civilization has sent another distress signal, requesting that the fleet immediately utilize the space jump device for rescue. They are on the brink of succumbing to the assault from human civilization. The message further specified that the costs incurred from using the space jump device would be reimbursed tenfold by the Windra civilization. Lord Deng was taken aback by this news. Wasn't human civilization classified as a Level 2 civilization? How could they have deteriorated to such a critical state in just a few hours? It appeared that this human civilization was formidable. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered the Third Fleet, which was en route for rescue, to immediately employ the space jump device to reach Windra Planet. Upon arrival, they were to urge both sides to halt the conflict. Should persuasion fail, they were to remain neutral, bearing in mind that the fleet was not to engage in combat, especially against human civilization. The primary mission of the Third Fleet was to gather battlefield information and intelligence, particularly concerning human civilization. A new directive was dispatched to the Third Fleet. Chief, what shall we do? Our defenses can hold out for no more than half an hour. Hearing the almost desperate tone of his subordinate, the Windra chief began to regret his earlier ambitions regarding the technological prowess of human civilization, having provoked such a formidable adversary. Deploy the 4 Thunder God artillery fortresses from the orbital path to the breach in our defenses. Prepare for energy accumulation. They must not fire without my command. Send a communication request to human civilization. I wish to negotiate. The Thunder God artillery fortresses were the chief's last resort, comparable in power to the Thunder God cannon on Planet 9, one being a terrestrial version and the other a celestial variant. The celestial version's weakness lay in its inability to move, permitting only a single discharge. The Windra chief intended to leverage the potential devastation that the 4 Thunder God artillery fortresses could inflict on the human fleet as a bargaining chip. Faced with the relentless assault from human civilization, he resolved to concede. Dragon Sovereign Mothership Number 1. Chief, the Windra civilization has sent another communication request. Shall we connect? The communicator inquired of Liu Hui. The defenses were on the verge of collapse. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Commanders 6, 7, and 8, activate the Dragon fleet and proceed to rendezvous with our frontline forces. It is our turn to engage. Liu Hui issued the command. After half an hour, the Dragon fleet, led by Liu Hui, successfully joined forces with the frontline units. Chief, I have returned, Huang Zihu reported. The number 2 Dragon fleet under Huang Zihu was rendered immobile due to engine failure. Upon seeing the arrival of the number 1 fleet, he hurried over. Commander Huang, our defensive line has been breached. Were there any unforeseen circumstances? Liu Hui casually inquired upon Huang Zihu's arrival. Chief, there is indeed an unexpected development. The Windra civilization has established 4 massive fortresses at the breach of our defenses. Intelligence reports indicate that these fortresses are equipped with energy cannons. Calculations suggest their firepower is comparable to that of the energy artillery on Planet 9. I attempted an attack, and the energy shield of the fortress is akin to that on Planet 9. However, there is one peculiar detail. The enemy's energy cannons have completed their charge and have locked onto our 2 Dragon fleets at the front line, yet they have not fired. Huang Zihu conveyed the frontline situation to Liu Hui. 2 massive cannon fortresses are targeting 1 Dragon fleet, yet they refrain from firing? Liu Hui pondered, unable to comprehend the situation. If they were to fire, they could indeed destroy the Dragon fleet. It is unclear why they have chosen not to engage. Their warships have also ceased their attacks on us. Currently, our fleet is in a standoff at the breach. Huang Zihu responded, we cannot allow the massive fortresses to fire. We must devise a means to dismantle them, Liu Hui urged, growing anxious. The loss of 2 Dragon fleets, totaling 10 million crew members, would be catastrophic. Chief, our spatial weaponry could eliminate them, but it will require some time. The spatial disruptors around the star system have been cleared. The fluctuations in the space are gradually stabilizing. Once stabilized, we can launch our spatial weapons, Huang Zihu explained. Approximately how long will this take? Liu Hui inquired. Chief, calculations suggest it will take about half an hour, Huang Zihu replied. After considering Huang Zihu's words, Liu Hui turned to the communications officer beside him. Establish communication with the Windra civilization. I wish to engage in a meaningful dialogue with them. An idea struck Liu Hui. He intended to use the conversation to buy time. Chief, the 3-dimensional communication is established. A holographic image of the Windra leader appeared before Liu Hui. Esteemed human leader, I hope your fleet can cease hostilities. Let us declare a truce. I am willing to apologize for the actions taken against your people and offer substantial reparations. After a half-hour wait for the communication to connect, the Windra leader, believing negotiations were futile, hastily expressed his position upon the establishment of contact. Apology? Reparations? Leader of the Windra, I am curious to know what you propose as compensation. Liu Hui inquired with a cold smile. Esteemed human leader, our Windra civilization is prepared to offer half of our energy block reserves as recompense, responded the Windra leader. And how much does half of your energy block reserves amount to? Liu Hui asked, intrigued by the extent of the Windra civilization's reserves. Respected human leader, we are willing to pay 90 trillion energy blocks as compensation. Upon hearing the staggering figure of energy blocks, Liu Hui was taken aback. Although the quantity was considerable, it did not stir his heart in the slightest. Compared to the loss of 30 million fellow Earthlings, no amount of energy blocks could assuage the pain of such a profound loss. Did you not contemplate this day when you attacked us? Your actions resulted in the deaths of 30 million of our people. Can a mere apology and compensation rectify such a tragedy? If I decline your request for a ceasefire, what recourse do you have? Chapter 77, The Revenge War. 8. Esteemed leader of humanity, I fail to comprehend why you are so deeply affected by the demise of your fallen kin. The propagation of life is among the simplest endeavors within the cosmos. Conversely, Energy blocks are indispensable for the survival and advancement of civilizations in the universe. I am prepared to relinquish half of the energy blocks belonging to the Fenglai civilization. You cannot demand more than this. Liu Hui's refusal led the Fenglai leader to mistakenly believe that he considered the energy blocks insufficient. It appears your understanding of life is rather naive, the Fenglai leader remarked. We humans have a saying. Even the most insignificant of creatures strive to survive, let alone those of flesh and blood. Life is but a fleeting journey. Aside from life and death, little else bears significance. In an effort to buy time, Liu Hui engaged in idle chatter, and the Fenglai leader did not interrupt, silently listening. Both shared the same intention of stalling, awaiting the arrival of the Lok fleet. Not far away, Huang Zihu discreetly signaled to Liu Hui. Upon noticing Huang Zihu's gesture, Liu Hui understood that the spatial fluctuations had stabilized, allowing for the use of spatial weapons. Fenglai leader, I shall not indulge in further superfluous dialogue. We humans are sentient beings endowed with emotions. The loss of 30 million of our kind must exact a toll upon your civilization, the price being your complete annihilation. Growing weary of the conversation, Liu Hui reached for the communication device to sever the link. Wait, the human leader interjected. We possess 4 Thunder God artillery fortresses that have locked onto your 2 motherships. At my command, these vessels will be obliterated. Are you not concerned for the lives of your kin aboard those ships? You ought to contemplate their fate. If you agree to a ceasefire and withdraw your fleet from Fenglai, we will allocate half of our remaining energy block reserves to you. The Fenglai leader gritted his teeth as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Liu Hui hesitated to disconnect the communication. The time required for the spatial weapons to launch and detonate was a matter of seconds, should he cut off communication. The enemy might react in a frenzy and order an attack on the Longting mothership. Fenglai leader, can you truly part with such a vast quantity of energy blocks? Liu Hui intended to delay for another 10 to 20 seconds, signaling Huang Zihu for an attack. Leader of humanity, as long as you spare our Fenglai civilization, we will promptly deliver the energy blocks to you. The Fenglai leader seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope. Liu Hui, observing the Fenglai leader in the 3-dimensional projection, remained silent, fixated on him with a cold stare. He was biding his time. For the sake of prudence, Huang Zihu launched 10 spatial weapons at each artillery fortress. 10 seconds later, the spatial weapons successfully tore through the fabric of space, all teleporting into the interior of the fortresses. The energy-compressed bombs carried by the weapons detonated instantaneously. Leader, all 4 artillery fortresses have been utterly destroyed. The battlefield observer reported to Liu Hui, stating that your bargaining chips have been exhausted. After giving a cold smirk to the leader of the Windra, Liu Hui severed the communication. He commanded all Dragon Fleet motherships to align in formation, commencing energy accumulation in preparation for an assault on Windra Planet. All Kunlun warships were ordered to remain vigilant, ensuring no enemy vessels could collide with the Dragon Fleet motherships. I shall reduce Windra Planet to cosmic dust, Liu Hui decreed. Human civilization, cease your aggressive actions at once. I am the commander of the 3rd Fleet of Trading Planet 37960. Please establish communication immediately. A voice emanated from the communicator in the mothership's control room, transmitted through a public channel. Commander, it is the fleet of the Lok civilization. Huang Zihu observed Liu Hui intently, his gaze silently questioning what course of action to take. How could they have arrived so swiftly? Prior to hostilities, simulations had indicated that the Lok fleet would require at least 2 days to reach Windra Planet. It appeared that the offensive simulations had overlooked the Lok fleet's capacity to utilize a spatial jump device. Liu Hui realized the oversight, yet it was too late. What to do? If the Lok fleet were to employ force against humanity, Liu Hui fell into contemplation. Locate the position of the Lok fleet. Lock onto their coordinates. Should they dare to attack us, we shall obliterate them with spatial weaponry. After a brief period of reflection, he resolved firmly. Even if it meant antagonizing the Lok civilization, the annihilation of the Windra civilization was paramount. The worst outcome would merely involve abandoning New Earth and leading humanity to wander the cosmos once more. Establish a 3-dimensional communication link. Liu Hui decided to engage in negotiations. Perhaps the outcome would not be as dire as anticipated. The connection was established, revealing a triadic communication channel. The 3-dimensional images of the Lok fleet commander and the Windra leader materialized before Liu Hui. Human leader, according to the regulations of the Lok system, civilizations must not engage in unprovoked hostilities against one another. I strongly advise you to immediately halt your offensive against the Windra civilization and withdraw from the stellar system. The fleet commander, upon the connection's establishment, directly admonished Liu Hui with a tone of arrogance. Commander, we humans do not engage in unprovoked assaults against the Windra civilization. Over a century ago, the Windra fleet attacked our civilization, resulting in the deaths of 30 million of our kin. Our assault on Windra is an act of vengeance for our fallen brethren, Liu Hui retorted with indignation. Esteemed Commander, our Windra civilization has not violated the regulations of the stellar system. When we engaged humanity, they had yet to register as a civilization. They were a nomadic culture. The Windra leader swiftly countered. Human leader, since the Windra civilization has not breached the regulations of the stellar system, I propose a suggestion. Allow the Windra civilization to provide certain reparations to humanity, thereby concluding this conflict, the fleet commander offered. I concur with the commander's proposal. The Windra civilization is prepared to offer compensation. No need for that, Liu Hui interrupted the leader of Windra. The blood debt of our 30 million kin must be repaid in kind. Liu Hui glanced at Huang Zihu, who slightly nodded in agreement. The Dragon Rising mothership has completed its energy gathering and has located the position of the lock fleet. The lock fleet consists of only 100 warships, all of which have been locked onto their coordinates. Commander Huang, issue the command to attack the Windra planet. In the presence of the fleet commander and the leader of Windra, Liu Hui issued the order for assault. Human leader, you cannot do this. Commander, quickly stop them. The three-dimensional image of the Windra leader flickered for a few seconds before vanishing before the eyes of the commander and Liu Hui. Chapter 78. Rashii, the fleet commander within the three-dimensional imagery, displayed an expression of sheer astonishment, which was soon followed by a sudden uproar of laughter. The biological form of the Locrian appeared akin to a gelatinous orb, quivering amidst the raucous mirth. Liu Hui found the spectacle both peculiar and repulsive. A secondary civilization. Annihilated. So be it. It was hardly a matter of great significance. What I admire most is the decisiveness of leaders like you among humankind, swift in slaughter and vengeful against grievances. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wei, commander of the 3rd Fleet of Trading Planet 37960. Should you, esteemed leader of humanity, visit the trading planet, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall personally attend to your needs. I am confident that we shall become friends. I must now lead my fleet back home. Farewell. Before Liu Hui could respond, Commander Wei severed the three-dimensional communication. The abruptness of this action left Liu Hui utterly bewildered. The change in demeanor was astonishingly rapid. He could not fathom why the other seemed like an entirely different person. Yet, it mattered little. The most crucial aspect was that humanity had not engaged in direct military confrontation with the Locrian civilization. Order all Kunlun warships to eliminate the remaining enemy vessels within the star system. Inform the commander of the 1st Fleet stationed at the periphery of the star system. The Locrian vessels are in disarray. Keep a close watch on them and ensure none escape. Liu Hui contemplated a thorough eradication, though he recognized the slim likelihood of its success. Meanwhile, within the dual spiral star system, a colossal spaceship, utilizing the cover of 2 stars, accelerated through the cosmos. This vessel harbored the technological advancements of the Locrian civilization along with a multitude of its kin. Upon reaching a velocity of 0, 3 times the speed of light, it deployed a space jump device and vanished into the void of the universe. Commander, are we truly leaving like this? Inquired an officer, perplexed. Shall we remain to collect the bodies of the Locrian civilization? The Locrian civilization deserved its demise. The distress signal claimed that humanity was merely a secondary civilization. But that was a lie. Recent intelligence gathered from the battlefield indicated that human warships surpassed our own in sophistication. With a fleet of 100 vessels, we were hardly a match for humanity. Had we not received the new orders from our Lord, we would have been doomed. The commander seethed with anger. The deceptive distress signal from the Locrian civilization had nearly led to the destruction of the entire fleet. The operation to eradicate the remaining warships persisted for 3 days. All Locrian vessels within the dual spiral star system were ultimately eliminated. During the search for residual enemies, the humans stumbled upon a base on a planet that stored energy blocks belonging to the Locrian civilization, yielding an unexpected bounty of over 20 trillion energy blocks. In the 11th month of the 167th year of the Wandering Era, the human fleet triumphantly returned after obliterating the Locrian civilization. 2 years hence. In the office of the leader on the New Earth, Liu Hui noticed the date displayed on his desk. It was the 24th of April. 169 years into the Wandering Era, today marked the 2nd public memorial day of the human government. A century ago, on this very day, humanity's wandering civilization suffered a devastating attack, resulting in the loss of 30 million lives. Among the deceased were Liu Hui's closest companions, all those who had fled from the Earth Jade City Welfare Institute, Director Zhou and Grandma Wang. Today, I shall pay my respects to you both, Liu Hui thought as he left his office. In remembrance of the fallen, Liu Hui established a monument to the victims in the heart of the city. The monument was not far from his office, and he chose to walk there rather than take a vehicle. As he strolled along the city streets, he occasionally encountered a few pedestrians who paused to bow in respect upon seeing him. For over a century, Liu Hui's image as a leader had become deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. "Hello, I require a floral wreath, a bottle of white liquor, and a pack of cigarettes," he announced as he entered a shop that sold offerings near the monument. "Leader, are you here to make a sacrifice?" The shopkeeper recognized him with a hint of surprise. Liu Hui smiled and nodded. "Where's the points card machine?" he inquired, extending his hand adorned with a points wristband. "Leader, surely you need not swipe?" The shopkeeper whispered. "Do swipe it. My points hardly get used in a year. Shall I let them gather dust in the wristband?" After completing the transaction, Liu Hui departed from the offering shop. "Quickly, inform the manager that the leader has come to pay tribute," he directed. Setting the wreath, liquor, and cigarettes in place, Liu Hui sat cross-legged before the monument. "Director Zhou, Grandma Wang, I have come to see you." He placed the offerings before him. "Director, here is your favorite white liquor and cigarettes." Gazing at the wreath before him, an inexplicable sense of solitude washed over Liu Hui. He was, after all, an ordinary man. Raised in an orphanage, Director Zhou and the elderly residents had been his dearest companions. Now, he wielded supreme authority, yet found himself devoid of family by his side. What, then, is the meaning of life? This contemplation began to cloud Liu Hui's mind. "Leader, would you like me to fetch a chair for you?" A voice called from behind him. Turning to look, he saw the monument's caretaker accompanied by a group of staff members. "No need, I shall be leaving shortly." As he spoke, his wristband vibrated with an incoming communication alert. Connecting communication, he instructed. A three-dimensional image materialized before him. "Leader, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has inquired. The Rock Civilization Command has sent an exchange delegation to visit New Earth. They are currently in orbit, preparing to dock at Spaceport 1. Would you like to personally greet them?" Liu Hui's office assistant asked. "The delegation from the Rock Civilization? What business do they have on New Earth?" Liu Hui pondered with a hint of confusion. Typically, visits from extraterrestrial delegations are preceded by advance notice and a clear indication of their purpose. Sudden arrivals, such as that of the Rock Civilization, are indeed rare. Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I shall personally greet them at the port. After all, the Rock Civilization is a governing body within the galaxy, and Liu Hui must avoid any diplomatic faux pas. "Chief, may I accompany you?" A youthful voice emerged from the crowd. "Rashi, is that you?" Upon hearing the innocent tone, Liu Hui immediately recognized the speaker. "Chief, it is I. I have come to honor my father." A small boy stepped forward from the throng. "Chief, I heard that the Rock delegation is arriving. I've been told the Rock people resemble a ball of flesh. May I join you to see them?" Rashi inquired with childlike curiosity. "If you wish to go, then come along with me," Liu Hui replied, affectionately ruffling Rashi's hair. Rashi, the most extraordinary individual on New Earth, holds a unique position within Liu Hui's cerebral realm. However, he is neither a scholar nor a guardian. For nearly a century, his physical form has remained that of a child. He bears yet another identity. He is the son of Ratong. Chapter 79. The Rock Civilization Delegation. Shao Shi, have you recently angered Academician Wang? Liu Hui inquired of his companion Luo Shi aboard the spacecraft heading to Dock 1. "I certainly haven't provoked Academician Wang. It's just that I've been feeling a bit out of sorts lately. My time in the laboratory has become rather tedious," Luo Shi replied with a frown. Since the discovery of Luo Shi's unique nature, he has been the subject of study for Academician Wang Kuan for decades. Academician Wang had initiated his research on evolved humans at base 9563 on Earth, examining scholars, guardians, and even Liu Hui himself. Despite over a century of dedication to the study of evolved humans, there has been no progress in unraveling the mysteries surrounding Luo Shi. Luo Shi's brain entity exists within Liu Hui's cerebral space, undeniably indicating that he too is one of the evolved. Yet, he exhibits none of the characteristics typical of an evolved human. His cognitive development and physical capabilities are indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. The singular peculiarity lies in the fact that for over a century, both his body and mind have remained trapped in the state of a 10-year-old child. What accounts for such uniqueness? What role does he play as an evolved human? Both Liu Hui and Academician Wang Kuan remain perplexed. Luo Shi, if you're feeling restless in the laboratory, take a walk outside. Just refrain from causing trouble in other labs. Director Zhang from the Academy has lodged complaints about you on several occasions. If you truly have nowhere to go, you may come to my office and lend a hand. Remember, your father was a hero. Do not tarnish his reputation." Liu Hui gently patted Luo Shi's head, his affection tinged with a sense of guilt. Years ago, during humanity's flight from peril, Luo Shi's father, Luo Tong, made a decision that Liu Hui had been too afraid to confront. At a critical juncture, Luo Tong severed the connection between Hope 2 and Hope, casting half of humanity into the abyss of death while saving the other half. Chief, I understand. I will strive to be a hero like my father, Luo Shi declared in a youthful, innocent tone, prompting Liu Hui to smile, albeit with a hint of bittersweetness and reluctance. He did not wish for Luo Shi to become like his father. Some decisions were beyond the capacity of most individuals to make. On board the Rock Civilization delegation spacecraft, the delegation leader addressed the group, Director Dong Zhu. Humanity is merely a Type 2 civilization. Do they truly possess the capability to resolve the issue of entwined black holes? Leader, you've asked that question several times during our journey. Why do you find it so hard to trust me? If you doubt my word, you must at least have faith in the command center. This is a technological exchange organized and arranged by them, the delegation leader explained with exasperation. I still harbor some skepticism. However, it matters not. Once we meet the human technological scholars and engage with them, we shall ascertain the true nature of their technological prowess. Director Dong Zhu ceased further inquiries. Director Dong Zhu, the members of this visiting delegation are predominantly graduates from your esteemed Institute of Technology. You are accustomed to pride. But during this technological exchange with human civilization, I urge you to maintain humility and modesty. The resolution of the entanglement issue between the twin black holes is of paramount importance to our civilization. Please ensure that you do not jeopardize this endeavor. Additionally, remember that our visit to human civilization is merely a fortuitous detour, not a deliberate mission. Do you understand? On board the spacecraft, the delegation leader imparted these instructions to Director Dong Zhu. This visit to New Earth has been long anticipated by the Lok civilization. As the overseers of the Lok star system, they are the first civilization in the region to ascend to level 3. The hallmark of attaining level 3 civilization is the capacity to harvest energy from black holes. The Lok star system is unique, as its core is comprised of 2 interwoven black holes, significantly complicating the extraction of black hole energy clusters. Although the Lok civilization has the ability to gather these energy clusters, their efficiency is alarmingly low, resulting in frequent accidents. Many other level 3 civilizations from foreign star systems often mock the Lok civilization, labeling them a pseudo-level 3 civilization. In response, the Lok civilization has assembled a multitude of technological scholars to conduct in-depth research on the extraction of black hole energy clusters. After tens of millions of years, their progress has been negligible. The emergence of human civilization has instilled a sense of hope within them. Within the Lok civilization's command center lies a highly classified document detailing the characteristics and origins of the Kalan species, the administrators of the Sirius sector. The Lok civilization is acutely aware that the Kalan species possesses numerous branches throughout the cosmos, each equipped with a life propagation spacecraft, laden with a level 4 technological tree. During their initial foray into the universe, the Lok civilization fortuitously discovered the wreckage of one such life propagation spacecraft. From the remnants, they salvaged a small number of undamaged technology storage devices. Through the study of the knowledge contained within these devices, the Lok civilization, in a mere few million years, ascended from a level 1 to a level 3 civilization. However, in the subsequent billions of years, their technological advancement stagnated. When human civilization registered within the Lok star system, it inadvertently revealed their connection to the Kalan branches. Upon receiving this intelligence, the command center of the Lok civilization devised a plan to dispatch a visiting delegation. Ostensibly, the purpose of the visit was to engage in technological exchange. Covertly, they sought to uncover the whereabouts of the life propagation spacecraft. Driven by their avarice for the technological tree on board, at port 1 of the capital spacecraft, the Lok delegation's vessel docked. The delegation leader and Director Dong Zhu, accompanied by over 100 technological scholars, disembarked. Esteemed human leader, greetings. I am the leader of this visiting delegation. The leader addressed Liu Hui with a respectful bow. Greetings, delegation leader. Liu Hui replied. I am Liu Hui, the leader of human civilization. May I inquire, esteemed envoy, what brings you to our human civilization so suddenly? Liu Hui asked. Respected leader of humanity, I am at the helm of a scientific expedition from the Rock civilization, conducting research in the nearby star regions. While passing through the trading planet, I heard Lord Sua mention that human civilization has made remarkable advancements in technology over the years, producing numerous cutting-edge technological products. Our chief scientist aboard the vessel is profoundly interested in this advanced knowledge. Thus, we hastily journeyed to New Earth with the intention of engaging in a technological exchange with human civilization. I hope you will forgive our abruptness, the envoy replied. A technological exchange? What is the true purpose of the Rock civilization? Liu Hui sensed that their visit was not entirely straightforward. A technological exchange can be beneficial, fostering the advancement of both civilizations. I shall arrange for the president of the Academy of Sciences to receive you. Liu Hui casually dismissed them with a few words and temporarily delegated the task of hosting the rock delegation to the personnel in the Foreign Affairs Department. Watching the delegation depart with the diplomats, Liu Hui pondered how to address this matter. Leader, this large meatball harbors ill intentions, interrupted Luo Shi, breaking Liu Hui's contemplation. Luo Shi, we humans have an ancient saying, one should not judge by appearances, nor the ocean by its depth. You must not make poor judgments based on mere looks. Liu Hui believed he was imparting wisdom against superficial judgments. Leader, I understand the importance of not judging by appearances. Yet, I genuinely perceive a malevolence emanating from the aliens towards us. Chapter 80. The true technological strength of humanity. Can you truly sense whether others harbor malice? Liu Hui inquired, somewhat incredulous, yet he was aware that Luo, she was not inclined to lie. Not entirely, no. I can only perceive the malevolence of extraterrestrials. As for our own kind, I remain oblivious, Luo Shi clarified. Do you possess any other sensations? Chief, none that I can discern. I only sense that this vast mass does not harbor goodwill towards us humans. Xiao Shi, you must return immediately to seek out academician Wang Kuan. What is it, Chief? Have I erred again? Please don't send me back to the research lab. Luo Shi expressed with a hint of grievance. You have not misspoken. You are an evolved being, and my directive for you to return to the lab stems from a discovery I made. But never mind. You wouldn't quite grasp it. In any case, it is imperative that you depart at once. As Luo Shi exited, Liu Hui dialed academician Wang Kuan's communication line. Academician Wang, this is Liu Hui. I wish to discuss matters concerning Luo Shi with you. There are numerous extraterrestrial offices within the capital. Please take the opportunity to verify this. Having conveyed the information regarding Luo Shi, Liu Hui then contacted Zhang Jisen. Jisen, over the next couple of days, you will host a scientific delegation from the rock civilization. Please escort them through the ordinary laboratories. Ensure they do not glimpse our advanced research. I suspect their intentions are not entirely pure. In a certain ordinary laboratory of the Human Academy of Sciences, academician Yi Chen inquired, when did you return? Researcher Ahai, who was engrossed in experimental work, noticed his mentor entering. I have just returned from a scientific expedition to the extraterrestrial realm and passed by the lab to ascertain whether you have been idling. How goes it? Have you completed the tasks I assigned? Academician Yi Chen, a scholar specializing in energy block collection, was inquiring about the progress of his prot.g. Professor. There are still some aspects of the tasks you assigned that I do not fully comprehend. I presently have some time. If there are uncertainties, please share them with me. Indeed, it pertains to the critical numerical calculations for energy block collection from black holes. The mentor and student engaged in a discussion. The dean of the rock civilization, having accompanied Zhang Jisen through the Human Academy of Sciences for 2 days, felt exceedingly disheartened. He discerned that human civilization was reluctant to engage in technological exchanges with them. After touring several scientific laboratories, he found the ongoing research to be rather mundane. Conversations with the academicians of the Human Academy were often veiled and cautious, as they refrained from delving into the depths of advanced technological topics. This led him to a conclusion. The technological knowledge of humanity was rather lacking, and their hesitance to discuss high-end scientific matters stemmed from a fear of diminishing their self-esteem in the presence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Director Dongzhu, there exists a laboratory here. You may enter and explore it at your leisure. I must attend to a communication. Zhang Jisen received a connection request and noticed an ordinary laboratory nearby that he had visited the previous day. He nonchalantly remarked to Director Dongzhu, Director Zhang, we have already toured this laboratory yesterday. Director Dongzhu, possessing a remarkable memory, replied, it is perfectly acceptable to visit again, even if we have seen it once. I will take this call. You may proceed freely. Zhang Jisen, dismissing them, found a secluded spot to engage in his conversation. Upon hearing Zhang Jisen's words, Director Dongzhu shook his head in resignation. He could not fathom why the command center placed such importance on this civilization, which purportedly might resolve the entanglement issues of dual black holes. Even if a solution were attainable, they were not afforded the opportunity for dialogue. What significance does such a technological exchange visit hold? Observing the slightly ajar door of the laboratory, Director Dongzhu chose not to wait idly. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. As he entered, he overheard 2 individuals discussing the collection of energy blocks from black holes. Director Dongzhu paused, listening intently. Ahai. The theoretical knowledge of black hole energy block collection has matured. According to the calculation formula you employed, this value is incorrect. Take, for instance, the dual entangled black holes in our rock galaxy. Applying your formula in this context is erroneous. Of course, if it were a single black hole, your formula would suffice. It is crucial to find the equilibrium point between the two black holes, necessitating the use of multiple gravitational calculation formulas. In the laboratory, academician Yi Chun was patiently elucidating to a high. The more Director Dongzhu listened, the more astonished he became. Had humanity truly completed the theoretical understanding of black hole energy block collection? Were they able to compute the equilibrium point of dual black hole entanglement? Filled with excitement, Director Dongzhu approached the two. Greetings. I just overheard your discussion regarding the equilibrium point of dual black hole entanglement. How did you arrive at this calculation? After greeting them, Director Dongzhu inquired. Upon hearing a voice from behind, academician Yi Chun turned to look. An extraterrestrial? How could there be aliens in the Academy's laboratory? He pondered, somewhat perplexed. Who are you? Hello. We are members of an extraterrestrial visiting delegation, here to engage in scientific knowledge exchange at your academy. Could you kindly answer my previous question? How did you calculate the equilibrium point of dual black hole entanglement? Director Dongzhu asked. So you are from the visiting delegation. Your question is rather straightforward, isn't it? One can calculate it using the Uxian gravitational formula, Yi Chun responded. The Uxian gravitational formula? What is that calculation? Director Dongzhu inquired, bewildered. If you are unfamiliar with the Uxian gravitational formula, you must be acquainted with the dual-line gravitational formula, correct? Academician Yi Chun observed the other party shaking their head and continued to inquire. Are you unfamiliar with the dual-line gravitational formula? What about the 50-0 gravitational formula? Are you acquainted with that? Upon witnessing yet another negative response, academician Yi Chun felt a tinge of helplessness. If you are unaware of these formulas, I find it impossible to elucidate further. Just as he concluded his statement, he felt a nudge against his foot from Ahai. What is it, Ahai? Academician Yi Chun noticed Ahai gesturing at him, yet he could not decipher the meaning. Academician Yi, when did you return? Came the voice of Zhang Jisun from the entrance of the laboratory. Director, I just got back today. I stopped by to check on Ahai. Academician Yi answered. Your laboratory assistant is searching for you. You should return promptly. Zhang Jisun approached Academician Yi and subtly gestured. At this moment, Academician Yi Chun grasped the situation. Understood, Director. I shall head back to the laboratory now. Director Zhang, may I accompany him to the laboratory for a visit? Director Dongzhu suddenly inquired. No. Visits to his laboratory are strictly prohibited, Zhang Jisun replied without hesitation. Upon witnessing academician Yi Chun's departure, Director Dongzhu belatedly realized the implications. Humanity was deliberately concealing their technological prowess. A registered Type 2 civilization had already reached the technological knowledge level of a Type 3 civilization. Were they feigning ignorance to deceive others? Chapter 81. The exposure of the Hope vessel. Honorable Ambassador, our next destination is the Monument of Humanity's Heroes. Inside a sightseeing craft, officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are introducing the Monument of Humanity's Heroes to Ambassador Locke. Over the past few days, these officials have been escorting Ambassador Locke through the bustling capital, visiting various tourist attractions. How is it that you have parked a dilapidated spacecraft in the city center? Ambassador Locke inquired, his curiosity piqued by the sight of a colossal vessel not far from the craft. This is a commemorative ship of our human civilization, known as the Hope, the official explained. Approximately 2 centuries ago, our stellar system faced a catastrophic event, forcing humanity to wander through the cosmos. It was aboard this very ship that we reached the Locke system. The official recounted the origins of the Hope vessel. Is this the very ship you traveled in during your cosmic wanderings? Ambassador Locke asked. Indeed. However, it has since been transformed into a museum exhibit. We shall forever honor its legacy, the official replied with pride. Since it is a museum exhibit, may we explore its interior? The ambassador inquired. Upon hearing his request, the officials hesitated momentarily. Certainly, after we conclude our visit to the Hope, we can proceed to the Monument of Heroes. A ship from 2 centuries ago should pose no threat to our secrets, one of the officials decided. Little did they know, this choice would nearly drive humanity to the brink of annihilation. Ambassador Locke suppressed his excitement. The Hope was the vessel that had carried humanity through the cosmos. It might conceal within it the technological storage devices from the life transmission vessel. He touched the collar adorning his neck, which was, in fact, a detector for such technological storage devices. The Locke civilization possessed remnants of the life transmission vessel and had conducted extensive research on the devices within, creating this instrument capable of detecting them. Following the officials, Ambassador Locke entered the Hope. As they traversed the ship, the officials elaborated on the functions of various sections. However, the ambassador's mind was elsewhere. He remained vigilant of the sensations from the collar around his neck. When they approached the vessel's central area, the collar emitted a faint vibration. The ambassador paused. May we explore that area? He asked, feigning ignorance at the sight of a no-entry sign. That section is the heart of the ship and is off limits. The official responded. Ambassador Locke, feeling the collar vibrate more intensely, reaffirmed his suspicions. I have just received an urgent directive from my superiors. Our delegation must return to Locke immediately. Please escort us back to the ship. I will inform the members visiting the academy to return as well. The head of the delegation, upon touching his neck collar, suddenly addressed the personnel from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Are you about to depart? The abruptness of the situation prompted the officials to seek confirmation. I will notify the foreign minister and the chief, so they can see you off. After receiving confirmation, the officials responded, there is no need to inform your chief and minister. The matter is urgent, and we must leave immediately upon boarding the vessel. Has the Locke delegation already departed? Why such suddenness? Liu Hui found himself perplexed upon receiving the report from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please elaborate on the circumstances at that time. He summoned the staff who had received the delegation. Chief, we were in the midst of touring the Hope spacecraft when they abruptly requested to leave, stating they had received an urgent order from their superiors, the staff replied. How did you take them to the Hope spacecraft? Liu Hui inquired. Chief, while en route to the Hero Memorial, the head of the delegation spotted the Hope and expressed a desire to visit it. Considering the Hope is also a tourist attraction, I obliged, the staff explained. What areas did they visit? Liu Hui asked, his anxiety palpable. Once aboard the Hope, we toured various sections, and just as we were nearing the center of the spacecraft, they suddenly requested to depart. Liu Hui pressed. Isn't access to the center prohibited? We did not enter the center. We merely approached its vicinity. After the officials departed, Liu Hui began to contemplate. A sense of foreboding loomed over him. The life transmission spacecraft, hidden within the center of the Hope, might have been discovered. This vessel embodies humanity's greatest secret, for the construction of the Hope revolves around it. The complexities of relocating the spacecraft had deterred Liu Hui from taking action thus far. It now appeared imperative to transfer it. Liu Hui understood the allure of the Kalan civilization's technological advancements. The Winter civilization had once attacked humanity for such a technological advantage. The recent visit by the Locke civilization's team raised significant suspicions. Just today, academician Wang Kuan had consulted Liu Hui, confirming that Rashi possessed extraordinary perceptive abilities, capable of sensing extraterrestrial hostility towards humanity. The head of the Locke delegation approached human civilization with malice. This served as a clarion call for Liu Hui. He summoned the heads of various departments to convene in the conference room for an urgent meeting. The assembly concluded with a resolution. All was mere speculation, and the possibility of the Locke civilization attacking humanity remained unverified. The newly established Earth, developed over nearly 2 centuries, could not be relinquished lightly. Humanity resolved to devote all efforts towards constructing a stellar defense system. The Academy of Sciences was instructed to suspend all research unrelated to warfare and to prioritize the development of offensive and defensive weaponry. Human civilization has begun to prepare for a potential assault. Following the return of the diplomatic delegation to the Rock Civilization's command center, a meticulously orchestrated operation against humanity is now underway. Chapter 82. The Temptation of the Technological Tree in the Command Center of the Locke Civilization. The leader inquired of the advisor, Jisai, regarding the report received from the visiting delegation. You have reviewed the report, and it is indeed confirmed that human civilization possesses the technological tree of the Kalan planetary civilization. Do you believe our Locke civilization should seize this opportunity and take a bold leap? Commander, the Locke civilization has remained at a third-tier status for over 2 billion years. It has become evident that relying solely on our own technological advancement has proven insufficient for ascending to a 4th-tier civilization. To progress further, we must acquire the technological tree aboard the spaceship, Jisai replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. As the commander's advisor and the wisest among the Locke, he understood the nature of his kin. Their learning capacity was merely average, and their creative abilities were somewhat lacking. Following the conventional trajectory of civilizational development, the Locke civilization, due to the characteristics of intelligent beings, could at most evolve to a 2nd-tier civilization. Their current status as a 3rd-tier civilization was entirely attributable to the remnants of a life-seeding vessel they had once encountered. Commander, humanity has only ventured into the cosmos for a mere 200 years. Although their registered civilization level is 2nd-tier, their technological prowess has already reached a 3rd-tier state. In just 2 centuries, they have traversed the path that took our Locke civilization over 1 million years. The reason for this rapid advancement is undoubtedly their possession of the technological tree of the Kalan planetary civilization. If we are to seize this technological tree, we must act within a century. Given the pace of human development, the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us, Jisai advised the commander. Jisai, assaulting human civilization is not an insurmountable challenge. While the primary warships of humanity possess superior strength, it is not to the extent of overwhelming us. Our Lock civilization has thrived in the Lock star system for billions of years, and our fleet exceeds 100 billion warships in number. This numerical advantage can compensate for the disparities in warship capabilities. My only concern is the potential repercussions of our actions. Should we attack human civilization? What if the Kalan overseers become aware of it? We risk annihilation, the Lock commander expressed his deep-seated worries. The formidable strength of the Kalan race filled him with trepidation. Over 2 billion years ago, the Lock civilization had once hosted an exploratory vessel from the Kalan race, which sought to locate branches of their civilization within the cosmos. The then leader of the Lock civilization aimed to forge a friendship with the Kalan pilot. Upon learning of the connection between the life-seeding vessel and the Kalan race, he returned the ship's remnants to them. Of course, they discreetly retained the technological storage devices on board. This act of returning the remnants garnered the friendship of the Kalan race. At that time, the Lock star system was still rife with division among rival factions. 8 third-tier civilizations each held dominion over their territories, engaging in conflict over the rights to exploit the black hole within the Lock star system. Years later, the Lock civilization emerged with an undeniable advantage. In a bid to suppress the Rock civilization, the remaining 7 civilizations united to orchestrate a genocidal assault against it. With over 100 billion warships, they launched an attack on the Rock planet. Faced with such a formidable armada, the Rock civilization found itself unable to resist, and the planet fell into a state of siege. At this critical juncture, a member of the Kalan tribe, visiting the Rock planet, piloted an exploratory vessel into the fray. One individual, one exploratory ship, a presence akin to a deity. The once mighty fleet of over 100 billion warships dwindled to a mere few. Following this battle, the Rock civilization emerged as the overseers of the Rock star system, which was accepted into the Sirius sector, becoming a subordinate system of the Kalan people. Every millennium, they were required to pay tribute to the Sirius sector in the form of black hole energy blocks. Commander, what significant upheaval has transpired among the Kalan people of the sector? Previously, every 10,000 years, an inspector from the Kalan tribe would survey the star system. However, it has been over 200,000 years since one last visited us in the Rock star system. This presents a unique opportunity. When we attack humanity, our warships can masquerade as those of a pirate civilization. Following humanity's demise, we can publicly proclaim that it was the work of pirates. Mobilizing resources and warships will take time. We anticipate being ready to launch our offensive against humanity in approximately 50 years. The Rock civilization, unable to resist the allure of the technological tree, resolved to attack human civilization. After wandering for 175 years, in the 5th year following the departure of the Rock envoy, at the New Earth Human Academy of Sciences Research Laboratory, Liu Hui and Zhang Jisheng had been collaborating on energy shields for over 4 years. Liu Hui was particularly impressed by the energy shield employed during the assault on the Windra civilization at the base on Planet 9, which achieved an energy absorption rate of 99, rendering it nearly impervious to breach. In the aftermath of the war, to enhance the survival capabilities of human warships on the battlefield, Liu Hui decided to concentrate research efforts on developing the energy shield further. Yet, he found himself at an impasse. Rubbing his face with his hands, the prolonged mental focus had left him fatigued. Based on the principles of energy absorption comprehensible to humans, he had managed to elevate the energy shield's absorption capacity to 90, but there he remained stuck. For nearly half a year, there had been no progress. He wondered how Zhang Jisheng's research was progressing. Liu Hui resolved to take a break for his mind and visit his colleague. Liu Hui's research was grounded in existing energy absorption theories, while Zhang Jisheng had embarked on a different path, studying the mantis beast of New Earth. The skin of the mantis beast could entirely dissipate energy attacks. If he could unravel the principles behind it and harness that knowledge to create an energy shield, it would be an indestructible barrier against energy assaults. Jisheng, how is your research on the mantis beast coming along? Have you made any advancements? Liu Hui approached Zhang Jisheng. Leader, you have arrived. A significant discovery has been made. Upon the arrival of Liu Hui, Zhang Jisheng exclaimed with excitement. Do you recall the stellar devourers that caused catastrophic events in our solar system? Energy can manifest in the form of cells. The exoskeleton of the mantis beast is adorned with a delicate layer of energy cells. When subjected to an energy assault, it adeptly transmutes the attacking energy into strings, dispersing it into the surrounding space. This is the clandestine mechanism by which the mantis beast neutralizes energy attacks. As for how energy cells decompose energy into strings, I have yet to uncover any findings. Nevertheless, such matters are of little consequence for the time being. The crux lies in transferring the energy cells from the mantis beast's exoskeleton onto our warship. Should the surface of the warship be enveloped in a layer of energy cells, it shall be impervious to the ravages of energy assaults. The very nature of space warfare would thus be irrevocably transformed. Chapter 83, a breakthrough in energy protection having uncovered the secret behind the energy absorption of the Mantis Beast. Zhang Jisen shifted his research focus to the extraction of energy cells from its epidermis. 2 years later, while attending to administrative matters in his office, Liu Hui received a report from the laboratory. The extraction of energy cells had been successful. Filled with excitement, he hurried to Zhang Jisen's laboratory. "Jisen, how is it? Is the extraction process complicated? What about the costs?" Liu Hui inquired with concern upon entering the lab. These 2 questions were pivotal for the speed at which the warships could be upgraded. "Boss, the extraction process is not complex at all. Simply immersing the Mantis Beast in the energy pool causes the energy cells to detach from the epidermis. Due to the difference in density, the cells will float atop the energy liquid. However, manufacturing the energy liquid requires a substantial amount of energy blocks," Zhang Jisen explained, gesturing towards the energy pool in the laboratory. "Jisen, why do you have an energy pool in the lab? Isn't that extremely dangerous? If an accident occurs, the entire Academy of Sciences could be obliterated," Liu Hui said nervously. "Rest assured, boss. The energy liquid in this pool has been compressed over 100,000 times, making it very stable. To reactivate it, one would need—" "Wait a moment." Liu Hui interrupted Zhang Jisen. "You said the energy liquid inside is compressed 100,000 times. How many energy blocks were consumed in the compression process?" Liu Hui asked, somewhat alarmed. He was aware that compressing the energy liquid was highly energy-intensive, with greater compression ratios requiring even more energy blocks. The energy pool measured 2 meters in height and 3 meters in width, just enough to accommodate a Mantis Beast. If filled with energy liquid compressed 100,000 times, the production would necessitate an astronomical number of energy blocks. "Boss, producing this energy liquid consumed over 200 trillion energy blocks," Zhang Jisen admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. 200 trillion energy blocks? Selling 10 warships would easily recoup that cost. Why should you feel embarrassed?" Liu Hui said, relieved at Zhang Jisen's expression. While the expense was considerable, it remained acceptable. "Boss, the energy liquid is consumable and requires constant replenishment. I've calculated that to coat the surface of a mainstay Kunlun warship with energy cells, we would need approximately 200 trillion energy blocks," Zhang Jisen explained with a pained expression. "Is it truly that much? To exchange 100 Kunlun warships for a single vessel impervious to energy attacks is excessively costly. Humanity's total reserve of energy blocks would hardly suffice to construct many." Liu Hui pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. However, after some contemplation, he made a decision. "Jisen, proceed without hesitation. I will devise a solution for the energy blocks." Upon returning to his office, Liu Hui dialed the communications line for the commercial department. "Commercial department? This is Liu Hui. You are to notify the bomb merchant civilization of their office on the New Earth and request their leader to meet with me. I have significant matters to discuss with them." After terminating the communication, Liu Hui pondered for a moment before dialing Huang Ziyu's number, requesting him to come to the office. Liu Hui intended to converse with him regarding the battleship matters. Huang Ziyu happened to be in the government building and arrived promptly after receiving Liu Hui's call. "Chief, why the urgency in summoning me?" Huang Ziyu inquired directly upon entering the office. "Commander Huang, Director Zhang has made a groundbreaking advancement in energy shielding." Liu Hui conveyed Zhang Jisen's research findings to Huang Ziyu. "Chief, if what you say is true, wouldn't our battleships be invincible on the battlefield?" Huang Ziyu exclaimed with excitement after hearing Liu Hui's words. "What are you thinking? Are there truly invincible battleships? Do you presume our enemies are foolish?" Liu Hui cautioned Huang Ziyu. "While energy attacks may not harm our battleships, they can still resort to physical collisions. 100% energy shielding will transform the nature of space warfare. The currently deployed Kunlun battleships can no longer adapt to this new warfare paradigm. I intend to redesign our main battleships and phase out the Kunlun class," Liu Hui declared. "Chief, most of our Kunlun battleships are relatively new, having been in service for just a decade or two. Phasing them out seems rather wasteful," Huang Ziyu expressed, somewhat regretfully. "Commander Huang, has your mind been clouded recently? When I say phase out, I do not mean to discard them. The decommissioned Kunlun battleships can be sold on trading planets," Liu Hui clarified. Huang Ziyu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Commander Huang, you are to establish a battleship design team. Go to Director Zhang to recruit a few scholars and include the Minister of Military Manufacturing. The design of the new battleship must consider the new battlefield dynamics. For instance, aside from utilizing long-range energy cannons, we should devise a strategy to ignore enemy energy attacks and approach their ships. deploying the Dragon Mecha to swiftly breach their energy shields and strike at their hulls. The Dragon Mecha may also require redesigning. In terms of defense, we must contemplate how to enhance close-range protection. Furthermore, the cost of energy cell coatings is exceedingly high, so the design of the new battleship must carefully manage its size. After outlining the tasks, Liu Hui dismissed Huang Zihu. Chief, the head of the Bomb Merchant Civilization office has arrived. Huang Zihu had barely left when Liu Hui received a report from his office assistant. Let him in. The Bomb Merchant Civilization serves as a sales agent for human commodities. Liu Hui summoned their leader to discuss the sale of battleships. He aimed to secure a favorable price for the decommissioned Kunlun battleships and the Lonting mothership, as humanity is in urgent need of a substantial quantity of energy blocks. Esteemed leader of humanity, greetings. The representative of the Bahang civilization, Wei Zhushi, bowed in greeting to Liu Hui. Wei Zhushi, it has been quite some time. I thought you were still on the trading planet. Please, take a seat. Upon recognizing an old acquaintance, Liu Hui greeted him with a smile. Wei Zhushi was the first among the Bahang civilization to engage with Liu Hui. Esteemed human leader, ever since the establishment of the New Earth office, I have been reassigned here. The affairs on the trading planet have been entrusted to another member of my kind. Should your people require assistance on the trading planet, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall relay your message. However, as soon as he sat down, Wei Zhushi evidently misunderstood Liu Hui's intention. That is unnecessary. I have summoned you to discuss a matter of great importance. Esteemed human leader, please feel free to speak your mind. Wei Zhushi, we humans wish to sell all active Kunlun battleships and Lonting motherships. Liu Hui's words startled Wei Zhushi, causing him to rise from his seat in astonishment. Chapter 84. The recognition of the Bomb Merchant Civilization. Are you jesting, esteemed leader of humanity? Wei, the chief administrator, could hardly fathom the gravity of the statement. Humanity currently boasts over 1 million active Kunlun warships, alongside 10 Dragontung motherships, regardless of the civilization. Possessing such a formidable fleet would render one nearly invincible within the Lockstar system, even if the Lock civilization were to launch an assault. Should their fleet number fewer than 10 million ships, they would find themselves utterly outmatched. Administrator Wei, I assure you, I am not jesting. We humans are preparing to upgrade our main battleships, and we are in urgent need of energy blocks. As you are aware, these decommissioned vessels surpass the mainstays of the Lock civilization in strength. I hope to negotiate a favorable price, Liu Hui stated earnestly. Esteemed leader of humanity, you urgently require energy blocks. Wei slowly took a seat, though his mind was preoccupied with another matter. The rapid advancement of human technology and the development of superior warships was astonishing. If the Bomb Merchant Civilization did not promptly seek to acknowledge humanity as their suzerain, they might find themselves with no opportunity left in the future. Indeed, we humans are in dire need of substantial energy blocks. How many do you require? Wei inquired. The more, the better. There is no upper limit, Liu Hui replied. After a brief contemplation, Wei articulated, esteemed leader of humanity. Our Bomb Merchant Civilization is willing to purchase all the decommissioned warships. As for the price, I must confer with our civilization's leader before I can provide an answer. That is certainly acceptable, but I hope for swift progress. I must remind you that the replacement of our new warships will take time, and the retired vessels will be delivered in batches, Liu Hui cautioned. Understood, esteemed leader of humanity. I shall return to our planetary office immediately to contact our leader. I will be back shortly, Wei replied, departing Liu Hui's office with urgency. Is it the leader? This is Wei from the Human Civilization office. I have pressing matters to report. Upon returning to the office, Wei established contact with their leader. Very well, leader, I understand. I shall do my utmost to persuade the leader of humanity. Wei concluded the communication and hurried back to Liu Hui's office. Administrator Wei, you are back so soon? Liu Hui was taken aback by the speed of his return. Esteemed leader of humanity, I have already communicated with our leader. The leader has instructed me to ask if the decommissioned warships could be gifted to the Bomb Merchant Civilization. We wish to formalize a suzerain agreement, acknowledging humanity as our suzerain civilization. Upon the signing of the agreement, the Bomb Merchant Civilization will offer half of our energy block reserves as a tribute to humanity. The manager Wei earnestly stated, are you interested in signing a suzerain agreement? Liu Hui was taken aback by this unexpected proposition. Over the years, numerous civilizations had sought to acknowledge humanity as their suzerain, most of which were of the first and some of the second tier. Liu Hui, not one to be overly sentimental, had assessed that these civilizations contributed little to humanity's advancement. Humanity had no need for burdens, and thus, he had rejected all such offers. Post-agreement, what would your tribute be? Liu Hui was acutely aware of the commercial acumen of the Bahang civilization. Even in the absence of tribute, he would still contemplate the matter with care. However, humanity was in urgent need of energy blocks. Liu Hui was curious about how many energy blocks the Bahang civilization had accumulated during their millions of years of commerce in the Lock Star system. Respected human leader, our tribute amounts to 1,000 trillion energy blocks. 1,000 trillion? Upon hearing the words from Manager Wei, Liu Hui quickly began calculating. 1,000 trillion equates to 100 billion billion. The selling price of a Kunlun battleship is approximately 30 trillion. A fleet of 100,000 ships would fetch around 300 trillion. This implies that the Bahang civilization is offering 3 times the price to procure all the battleships, contingent upon recognizing humanity as their suzerain. The Bahang civilization certainly possesses a substantial reserve of energy blocks. Nevertheless, for humanity, the quantity still seemed somewhat insufficient. 1,000 trillion energy blocks would only suffice for the construction of about 30,000 new warships. Nonetheless, the sincerity of the Bahang civilization was commendable. This civilization could significantly assist humanity in its commercial endeavors. Contemplating this, Liu Hui made his decision. I accept the request put forth by your Bahang civilization. Convey to your leader that our human civilization will not treat you unfairly. The terms of the suzerain agreement will be identical to those of the Tonggu civilization. Liu Hui intended to treat the Bahang civilization equally. Respected human leader, I am truly overjoyed. Manager Wei performed a deep bow to Liu Hui. I shall return immediately to contact the leader of our civilization and expedite their arrival at New Earth. As he watched Manager Wei depart, Liu Hui resumed pondering the matter of energy blocks. The supply of energy blocks remained insufficient. Liu Hui shook his head in resignation. New Earth has 2 energy block extraction bases, producing approximately 20,000 planetary energy blocks daily. This is already at the production limit, as New Earth can only generate this quantity each day. In the orbit of the Oasis star system, there are 8 human star energy block extraction vessels, yielding over 2 million star energy blocks daily. This output matches the amount of energy blocks formed by the star each day. Additionally, there are 6 other planets within the star system, each equipped with energy block extraction bases that have also reached their production limits. Consequently, humanity's daily output of energy blocks is approximately 20 million planetary energy blocks, totaling around 7 billion annually. The energy blocks produced by humanity each year are, in comparison to our consumption, utterly trivial. A solution must be sought to address the insufficiency of energy blocks. Liu Hui found himself engulfed in contemplation. It appeared imperative to organize a team to venture to the black hole in the Lock Star system to collect black hole energy blocks. Liu Hui was aware that scholars from the Academy of Sciences had long since unraveled the theoretical knowledge surrounding the collection of black hole energy blocks. Humanity possessed the capability to harvest these energy blocks independently. However, the black hole within the Lock Star system lay far from human reach, and the Lock civilization retained control over the rights to access the black hole. Liu Hui harbored reservations, which had deterred him from dispatching a team to the black hole until now. However, the urgency of the situation compelled him to prepare an expeditionary team to conduct a field survey, laying the groundwork for future extraction endeavors. Have academician Yi Chun come to my office, Liu Hui instructed his assistant. Yi Chun was an expert in the collection of black hole energy blocks and a scholar at the Academy of Sciences. Chief, academician Yi is currently out in the field and has not yet returned, the assistant replied. Where has he gone? When will he be back? Liu Hui inquired. I am not certain. I have heard from colleagues at the Academy that he has been out of contact for 7 years, came the response. What? 7 years without any word? Why was I not informed sooner? Liu Hui's frustration was evident. Chief, I only recently learned of this. Director Zhang of the Academy is solely focused on research and tends to overlook administrative matters. It is not uncommon for academicians to be out in the field for 1 or 2 years without communication, so no one paid much attention to academician Yi's absence. It was only in recent days that someone realized he had not been in contact with the Academy for 7 years, which raised concern. In the days that followed, the Academy had been attempting to reach academician Yi, but had met with failure. Liu Hui's anger escalated upon hearing this. A scholar from the Academy had been missing for 7 years without anyone noticing. It seemed necessary to appoint someone to manage the administrative affairs of the Academy in Zhang Jisen's stead. 7 years lost, who knew what might have befallen him? With this thought, Liu Hui immediately entered the realm of the brain matrix, locating Yi Chun's brain matrix. Fortunately, Yi Chun's matrix still radiated light, indicating he was not in mortal peril. Liu Hui attempted to call out to Yi Chun within the brain matrix space, seeking to establish contact. Yet, despite his efforts, Yi Chun's brain matrix remained unresponsive. Liu Hui was perplexed by the circumstances surrounding Yi Chun's situation. What location did academician Yi visit for his expedition? He asked his assistant upon exiting the brain matrix space. Chief, his expedition site lies within a stellar system, came the reply. Notify Commander Huang to organize a search party within the stellar system to locate academician Yi. He is still alive, Liu Hui commanded. Humanity dispatched a multitude of search vessels and ships to meticulously scour the stellar system in search of academician Yi. A month later, with no discoveries to report, the search operation concluded. 2 months thereafter, a dilapidated exploratory spacecraft emerged into the orbit of the new Earth. Through the porthole of the vessel, academician Yi Chun gazed upon the new Earth before him, tears of joy welling in his eyes. After 70,000 years, I have finally returned. Chapter 85. The Otherworld. 1. Doctor, I assure you that there is nothing amiss with my body, and certainly nothing troubling my mind. Please allow me to meet with the leader. I have exceedingly important matters to discuss with him. Upon returning to New Earth, academician Yi Chun was forcibly taken to the hospital by his colleagues, who were convinced that his mental state had deteriorated, although he had been missing for 7 years. Upon his return, he claimed to have spent 70,000 years in another realm. Do not fret, do not fret. I shall conduct a comprehensive physical examination once more. The doctor, having finally received a patient, was determined not to squander this rare opportunity. Since the advent of bacterial civilizations parasitizing human bodies, humanity had bid farewell to physical ailments and the ravages of aging. Ordinary external and internal injuries could heal rapidly, and only severe cases warranted surgical intervention in a hospital setting. Consequently, the physician's role had become one of relative leisure, primarily attending to a sparse clientele suffering from mental illness. How can I not be anxious? Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. You all believe me to be mentally unstable. I assure you, I am entirely fine. Why do you not trust me? Yi Chen's patience was nearing its breaking point, and he felt an overwhelming impulse to overpower the doctor before directly seeking the leader. I believe you. Please come to my office. We need to discuss what has transpired. The voice of Liu Hui resonated from the doorway. Upon receiving news of academician Yi Chen's return, Liu Hui had rushed over, driven by an instinct that Yi must have encountered something extraordinary. During Ye's absence, Liu had been unable to contact him within his own cerebral space, a situation he had never faced before. In Liu Hui's office, he exclaimed, Academician Yi, where on earth have you been? I was nearly frantic. I dispatched people to search the entire Oasis star system, yet you were nowhere to be found. At least he has returned safely. There is no need for complaints, interjected Zhang Jisen, casting a glance at Yi Chun, feeling a twinge of guilt. Academician Yi, I owe you an apology. As a member of the Academy of Sciences, I was unaware of your disappearance for 7 years. As the director of the Academy, this reflects poorly on my responsibilities. Enough, enough, Liu Hui interrupted Zhang Jisen. Neither of you should waste time with apologies. I called you here to listen to Academician Yi's experiences, not to engage in idle chatter. Please, take your seats. Once everyone was settled, Liu Hui turned his attention to Yi Chun. Academician Yi, please share with us what has transpired. Yi Chun took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts. Leader, let me preface my account. My mental state is indeed sound. What I recounted is a genuine experience of mine. Noticing Liu Hui's nod, Yi Chun began to delve into the recesses of his memory. 70,000 years ago, perhaps I should rephrase that for your better comprehension. 7 years prior. In order to validate an optimization collection scheme of mine, I embarked alone in a survey spacecraft destined for a stellar energy block collection vessel. The journey from New Earth to the collection ship took a mere 21 minutes. 9 minutes after departing New Earth, the celestial navigation instruments aboard the vessel suddenly lost all planetary coordinates. Initially, I suspected a malfunction in the equipment. However, upon inspection, the instruments proved to be functioning normally. Gazing through the spacecraft's observation window, I found no stars visible in the vast expanse. At that moment, I conjectured that I had encountered a rare spatial turbulence, which had randomly transported me to some nebulous corner of the universe. I attempted to establish communication using the ship's communicator, yet received no response. A thorough check of the communication devices revealed no faults. Subsequently, I employed the gravitational wave detector aboard to scan the vicinity. The results astounded me. The gravitational wave imagery displayed an image of our Oasis star system. My survey spacecraft remained within the confines of the Oasis star system. Utilizing the gravitational wave imagery for navigation, I steered the vessel toward the nearest second planet. After a period of flight, the instruments indicated a straight course. Yet the trajectory gradually shifted. The space ahead was distorted. Over the ensuing millennia, I explored countless directions, all yielding the same results. When the energy reserves of the ship dwindled to half, I ceased this endeavor. Through calculations based on thousands of years of navigational data, I discerned that I was ensnared within a spherical expanse approximately 200 million kilometers in diameter. This space was impenetrable from any direction. Confronted with this predicament, I found myself at a loss, overwhelmed by despair, allowing the vessel to drift aimlessly. It was not until over 20,000 years later that the ship drifted near the center of this spatial anomaly. It was then that I unexpectedly discovered the sole object within this realm, apart from the spacecraft itself, an irregular black object, roughly 1 meter in diameter. Chapter 86. The Other World, 2. In the office, silence reigned, with no one daring to interrupt. The prolonged discourse left Yi Chen's throat parched. Noticing this, Liu Hui poured him a glass of water. "Thank you, leader," Yi Chen said as he accepted the glass and drained it in one swift motion. Upon discovering the enigmatic black substance, I embarked on an extensive study. This material is an unknown entity to humanity. I sought to examine its composition, density, and mass. Yet my endeavors proved futile. This black substance remains immobile within the confines of space. I exhausted every conceivable method, including deploying the energy beam cannon aboard the spacecraft. But none succeeded in damaging or separating it. Through calculations, I deduced that it serves as a pivotal support point for this space, an indestructible anchor. Consequently, I shifted the focus of my research. After more than 10 millennia, I stumbled upon a revelation. This black substance emits an unknown ray outward. Each emission caused observable fluctuations in the surrounding space. I hypothesized that these fluctuations might create a breach in the enclosed space. After another 10 millennia, I validated this hypothesis. The fluctuations generated by the ray indeed produce a transient breach, lasting merely about 10 seconds. Although I recognized the potential for a breach during the ray's emission, I remained oblivious to where the breach would manifest. In pursuit of this elusive opening, I devoted over 20,000 years to observation and calculations. Ultimately, I discerned a pattern dictating the emergence of the breach post-emission, allowing me to escape from this realm. I was ensnared in this other world for approximately 70,000 years. Upon returning to the new Earth, I was astounded to discover that only 7 years had elapsed there. "Leader, this is my true account." Yi Chen recounted his extensive experiences over those 70 millennia. "Zhang Jisen, what are your thoughts?" Liu Hui inquired, observing Zhang Jisen deep in contemplation. "Leader, I cannot ascertain the precise nature of this phenomenon, yet I have begun to form some insights. Our universe exists within a three-dimensional space, functioning within a four-dimensional space-time continuum. The three dimensions, length, width, and height, constitute the fundamental dimensions of our universe. In contrast, the four-dimensional space-time introduces an additional temporal dimension. The entirety of the universe operates within this four-dimensional framework. The temporal dimension of space-time progresses forward at an exceedingly stable rate. In the other world where academician Yi is trapped, the three fundamental spatial dimensions remain intact. According to his account, Yi Chen spent 70,000 years within this realm, only to find that a mere 7 years had passed in normal time upon his departure. This indicates a disparity in the temporal dimension of the other world, which is accelerated by a factor of 10,000 compared to the standard cosmic temporal dimension. According to the fundamental theories of spatial science, two distinct temporal dimensions cannot be directly connected, resulting in the formation of spatial barriers. This explains why academician Yi has become ensnared in the alternate dimension. As for the enigmatic black matter within this otherworldly realm, it is unnecessary to speculate. Its existence has undoubtedly altered the temporal dimensions of the surrounding space-time, thus giving rise to this alternate space. However, due to limited information, I cannot deduce the reasons behind it. Leader, I must swiftly assemble scholars for an on-site investigation. The discovery of this alternate space is of paramount importance to humanity, rivaling even the significance of the technological advancements of the Kalan planet. Zhang Jisen subtly reminded Liu Hui of this. "Jisen, I am not foolish. I am well aware of the importance of this alternate space." Liu Hui could already envision the immense benefits humanity would reap from mastering this realm. If we were to relocate technological research and manufacturing to the alternate space, a year of scientific inquiry would yield the results of 10 millennia. A year as production would result in a 1,000-fold increase. The research expedition team shall be formed by you and academician Yi Chen, and you are to depart immediately upon completion. I await your good news. A month later, a fleet comprising over 100 scientific exploration vessels arrived at the star region where academician Yi had inadvertently entered the alternate space. Academician Yi, is this the very star region where you accessed the alternate space? Zhang Jisen inquired of academician Yi Chen. Indeed, it is within this star region. Is it not remarkable? Our detection equipment has found no anomalies here. Who could have imagined that an alternate space lay concealed within? Yi Chen gazed at Director Zhang. "Fear not, Director. I have spent 70,000 years within. The location and timing of the breach have been meticulously calculated. In 5 minutes, a 16-second gap will manifest before our fleet. Noticing Zhang Jisen's silence, Yichen mistakenly assumed that he doubted his words. Academician Yi, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no doubts about your statements. I was merely contemplating other matters. Indeed, Zhang Jisen was preoccupied with different concerns. What is it, Director? What are you pondering? Yichen asked curiously. I am considering how we might establish communication with the outside world once we enter the alternate space, Zhang Jisen replied. Our current communication method relies on quantum entanglement. I had previously believed that as long as quantum entanglement remained intact, we could communicate regardless of our location in the universe. It now appears that quantum entanglement cannot transcend two disparate space-time dimensions. Once we enter the alternate space, our only means of contacting the outside world will be to dispatch vessels through the breach. Academician Yi lamented. Academician Yi, do you recall your use of gravitational wave detectors to locate the Oasis star system while in the alternate space? Zhang Jisen offered a reminder to Yi Chun. Truly, as the president of the Academy of Sciences, he quickly devised a solution. Yi Chun suddenly realized that gravitational waves could traverse two distinct space-time realms. By establishing gravitational wave transmitters and receivers in these separate spaces, communication could be established by manipulating the frequency of the emissions. Although the communication range may not be extensive, it remains a viable method. The gravitational wave communicator is something we can thoroughly investigate upon entering the alternate space, as it can be easily constructed. Let us set this aside for now. The time for the opening of the rift approaches. Zhang Jisen glanced at the time display on the spacecraft. The direction and speed of the scientific expedition fleet had been precisely calculated. As the rift opened, the fleet would just arrive at the threshold. The 16 seconds available would suffice for the fleet to traverse through. We have entered the alternate space. Yichen exclaimed loudly. He noticed that the star system navigation chart aboard the spacecraft had become inoperative. Everyone, commence your tasks. With a command from Zhang Jisen, the entire scientific fleet became bustling with activity. In the alternate space, a century later, Zhang Jisen confirmed the stability of this realm. Establishing a scientific research base and manufacturing production lines within the alternate space posed no issues whatsoever. Zhang Jisen dispatched a spacecraft, intending to carry the gravitational wave communicator back to inform Liu Hui. Unexpectedly, a calamity ensued. It was smooth sailing on the way here, but now, the return seemed impossible. Chapter 87. The Otherworld, 3. Director Zhang received a message from the dispatched spacecraft inquiring whether the time and spatial coordinates we provided were erroneous. Upon reaching the designated location, they found no spatial rift and are currently stranded in the Otherworld. The communications officer reported this to Zhang Jisen. Have you verified the time and coordinates? Zhang Jisen inquired. We have confirmed that both the time and coordinates are accurate, came the response. Following academician Yi Chen's method, we will recalculate the time and coordinates. The new data will be sent to the spacecraft ahead. A sense of foreboding began to creep into Zhang Jisen's mind. Director, a new rift will appear in 21 minutes. The time and coordinates have been transmitted. Zhang Jisen nodded in acknowledgement. In anxious anticipation, the 21 minutes elapsed. Director, the forward spacecraft has sent back information. They have not located the rift. Where is Academician Yi now? Zhang Jisen queried. Academician Yi is aboard the inspection vessel number 24. Inform him to come to me immediately. We must recalculate and send updated information to the forward spacecraft. Zhang Jisen thought it prudent to try once more, hoping for a miracle. To his dismay, he had not achieved the desired outcome. Director, what urgent matter has prompted my summons? Academician Yi arrived post-haste upon receiving the notification. Academician Yi, there appears to be a flaw in your calculation method. We cannot locate the spatial rift after 3 attempts. Zhang Jisen explained upon seeing Ye's arrival. I shall check to see if there is an error in the calculation program, Yi replied. After more than an hour, Yi confirmed that the calculation program was indeed functioning correctly. Following the results, he attempted 2 additional calculations. The forward spacecraft relayed information once more, yet still failed to identify the spatial rift. Logically, the rift opening pattern has remained unchanged for millennia and should not alter without reason, unless influenced by some external factor. Yi mused, glancing at Zhang Jisen. Academician Yi, are you suggesting that our exploratory fleet's incursion into the Otherworld has disrupted the established rift opening pattern? It is highly plausible, Yi affirmed. But why did it not disrupt the pattern upon exiting the Otherworld? Director, do you think such a scenario is feasible? It would not disturb the pattern while exiting, but it would upon entry. Upon hearing Yi's reasoning, Zhang Jisen nodded, recognizing the substantial likelihood of this possibility. Academician Yi, what is the approximate cycle for the rift opening pattern? About 10,000 years, Yi replied. Zhang Jisen furrowed his brow. If no alternative methods could be found, they would have to invest 10,000 years to rediscover the rift opening pattern. Notify all scholars from the Academy of Sciences aboard the exploratory fleet to halt their current research and assemble here for a meeting. We must consolidate our scientific efforts to study the other world. Additionally, prepare to draft an energy consumption management regulation. Research experiments concerning excessive energy consumption must be reported to me. For the sake of prudence, Zhang Jisen aims to ensure that the entire fleet's energy reserves can sustain for no less than 15,000 years. Given the current predicament, he has prepared for the worst-case scenario. The fleet may be stranded in the alternate space for approximately 10,000 years. Since Zhang Jisen led the scientific expedition fleet into the alternate realm, Liu Hui has begun preparations in advance. Should he successfully master the alternate space, he intends to relocate the manufacturing sector therein. By exploiting the differential in time dimensions, he plans to fabricate warships and commodities within the alternate space. The sale of a multitude of warships and goods could yield the urgently needed energy blocks. With sufficient energy blocks, the production of new warships would face no hindrances. The disparity between the two temporal dimensions is a staggering 10,000 times. Once the manufacturing sector is relocated, the consumption of raw materials and production will escalate by the same factor. Liu Hui must ensure that he is well prepared with a stockpile of raw materials. The Ba civilization has received Liu Hui's latest directives, beginning a substantial acquisition of various mineral products and manufacturing raw materials in the Lockstar system. A month later, the first fleet of raw materials reached New Earth, while subsequent fleets continued to arrive incessantly. 3 months hence, the reserves of raw materials in space began to dwindle, prompting Liu Hui to order the construction of additional storage facilities. 6 months later, the production of raw material storage facilities could not keep pace with the influx of materials, forcing Liu Hui to decelerate the acquisition rate. In the 7th month, Liu Hui ceased the procurement of raw materials, having sensed something amiss. According to the temporal calculations of the alternate space, Zhang Jisen's scientific expedition fleet had already been ensnared for over 5,000 years. Such an extended duration without a single contact with Liu Hui seemed illogical. Liu Hui dispatched a communication vessel, prepared to enter the alternate space using the calculations left by academician Yichun. However, the vessel's entry into the alternate space failed, as they could not locate the breach in the fabric of space. In light of this unforeseen circumstance, Liu Hui convened the remaining scholars and academicians of the Academy of Sciences to analyze and study the situation. They ultimately concluded that the scientific expedition fleet led by Zhang Jisen was trapped in the alternate space, with their fate likely to mirror that of academician Yichun, who had been ensnared for 7 years before escape. Faced with this crisis, Liu Hui did not remain passive. Through the collective ingenuity of the remaining academicians, they devised a means of utilizing gravitational waves for communication and constructed a gravitational wave communicator. Their objective was to establish contact with Zhang Jisen in the alternate space. A vessel equipped with this communicator arrived in the star domain of the alternate space by adjusting the frequency of the gravitational wave emissions. A primitive Morse code message was transmitted into the surrounding void. It was received. "We have finally made contact." The operator, who had steadfastly manned the communicator for thousands of years, exclaimed in astonishment. Quickly, inform Dean Zhang that the gravitational wave communicator has received a Morse code message. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Jisen hurriedly made his way from the laboratory. "What is the situation? Is it a message from the leaders?" Zhang Jisen inquired. "I have translated the Morse code. It is indeed a communication from the leaders calling for us. I have already sent them an acknowledgement," the communicator exclaimed with excitement. "I knew the leaders would find a way to establish contact using gravitational waves. Please send a message to the leaders, informing them of all our circumstances here. Additionally, advise the leaders to prepare for resource storage. In approximately 6 months, we will be able to locate the breach to the alternate space. At that time, we will need to transport a substantial amount of supplies into the alternate realm. 2 distinct timelines have successfully established a communication link." Zhang Jisen, utilizing the ample time at his disposal, devised a plan for a base in the alternate space. Lists of supplies began to be dispatched back to New Earth. Chapter 88. Preparatory Planning. After 183 years of wandering, the Ministry of Education of the New Earth has publicly announced a recruitment initiative. The Academy of Sciences has established a learning base for researchers outside the New Earth, intending to enroll 1 million students within 5 months. The instructors at this base will be scholars from the Academy, with a study duration of approximately 1 year, after which graduates will directly engage in research at the Academy. There are no age or gender restrictions, and the minimum educational requirement is a university degree. The announcement has garnered widespread attention from society. Among professions, Two hold particularly high social status: crew members aboard warships and researchers within the Academy of Sciences. These roles represent attainable goals for ordinary individuals through diligence. Have you heard? The Academy is expanding its enrollment this year. Such significant news. They aim to recruit 1 million individuals. In previous years, only 50,000 were admitted annually, requiring a decade to graduate. It's astonishing that they are accepting so many this year, with only a year of study. Who cares about the reason? The admission criteria are remarkably lenient. The numbers are vast, and graduation is just a year away. I must apply. I will too. Even if it means working as a janitor at the Academy after a year, I am willing. A year will pass swiftly. Let us hurry to register. I heard old Wong from next door has already gone upon the announcement. The registration office of the Ministry of Education was inundated with citizens eager to enroll. The learning base for interdimensional researchers is part of a broader plan for interdimensional exploration. With only a limited number of scholars, 00 in total, numerous scientific research experiments require substantial assistance from researchers. The scarcity of researchers has long been an unsolvable dilemma. Now, Liu Hui intends to cultivate tens of millions of technological researchers over several decades, enabling the scholars of the Academy to maximize their potential. The existence of the interdimensional realm is humanity's utmost secret, known only to a select few high-ranking government officials and scholars from the Academy. The enrolling students, however, remain unaware that they will need to study in the interdimensional space for 10,000 years. In Liu Hui's office, an assistant inquired, "Chief, the cornerstone has returned. Should I have him come in immediately?" "Let him in," Liu Hui replied, surprised by the swift return of the cornerstone. Half a month prior, he had dispatched the cornerstone to the planet Yuzhu to meet with the leader of the Yuzhu civilization, Daka. The planning for interdimensional space entails the relocation of manufacturing industries. The Yuzhu civilization serves as humanity's manufacturing partner, making their relationship inseparable. The implications of interdimensional existence are profound should the Yuzhu civilization get involved. Liu Hui must devise a means to maintain control over this civilization. Thus, he plans to proactively invite the Yuzhu civilization to sign a suzerainty agreement, recognizing humanity as the sovereign. Through this agreement, he aims to bind the interests of the Yuzhu civilization and human civilization together. The cornerstone and the leader of the Yuzhu, Daka, have been longtime friends. Liu Hui dispatched him to the Yuzhu planet to gauge Daka's interest in entering into an accord with humanity. Should Daka show no inclination, Liu Hui would seek another civilization to serve as a substitute. "Leader, I have returned," the cornerstone greeted Liu Hui as he entered the office. "Thank you for your efforts. Please take a seat," Liu Hui replied. As the cornerstone sat down, he hesitated to speak. "What troubles you, cornerstone? Was your journey to the Yuzhu planet not successful?" Liu Hui inquired, observing the cornerstone's expression. "Leader, the trip went quite well. However, upon my return to New Earth, I heard that the Ministry of Education has established a new research base for scholars and is currently recruiting students. I was thinking." The cornerstone struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Are you hoping to secure some positions for your Tongu people?" Liu Hui anticipated the cornerstone's intentions with a smile. "Leader, am I being too presumptuous? Nevertheless, rest assured, our Tongu population is vast, and we can certainly select some elite individuals. Their participation in the research base will not hinder humanity's progress. Regardless of their future achievements, their primary service will be towards you, the humans." The cornerstone expressed his concerns. Allowing the Tongu people access to study human technological knowledge might infringe upon human interests, and his request could be denied. Cornerstone, over the years, your Tongu civilization has shown unwavering loyalty to us humans. Your kin have enlisted in the military, shedding their blood for humanity's benefit on the battlefield. I have witnessed it all. In fact, even without your request, I would allocate some positions for your Tongu people. Their advancement in technology would ultimately benefit us as well. Liu Hui was not particularly worried that the Tongu might surpass humanity in technological prowess. The rapid advancement of human technology relies heavily on the Kalan civilization's technological tree and the scholars of humanity, especially the latter. The unparalleled research capabilities of human scholars are beyond comparison, due to the inherent limitations of their biological intelligence. Even if the Tongu were to acquire human technological knowledge, they could at best evolve to a level 23 civilization. Esteemed leader, I am grateful for your generosity in opening the doors of knowledge to us Tongu people. The cornerstone was elated and performed a deep bow to Liu Hui. Regarding the application for the research base, simply discuss it with the Minister of Education. Now, did you gather any insights during your visit to the Yuzhu planet? Liu Hui prompted the cornerstone to address more pressing matters. Leader, signing a suzerainty agreement would be a monumental benefit for the Yuzhu civilization. They would be unlikely to refuse. The leader of the Yuzhu civilization, Daka, is currently waiting outside for your summons, the Cornerstone proudly stated. Cornerstone, please bring him in, Liu Hui instructed. If the negotiations proceed smoothly, I intend to sign the suzerain agreement with the Yuzhu civilization today. Liu Hui finds himself pressed for time. With only 5 months remaining before the rift to the alternate dimension opens, he has an overwhelming number of tasks to attend to. With utmost respect, the tentacled Daka bowed deeply to Liu Hui. I just heard from the Foundation that you plan to sign the agreement today? Daka inquired with palpable excitement. Indeed, my schedule has been rather hectic lately. If there are no issues with the negotiations, I plan to sign the agreement today, Liu Hui replied. Esteemed leader, here is the draft of the agreement I have prepared for your review. Daka presented the meticulously crafted document to Liu Hui. Upon perusing its contents, Liu Hui was somewhat taken aback. Typically, in such agreements, both parties strive to draft terms that favor their own interests. However, the Yuzhu leader Daka was an exception. The stipulations were nearly unconditional. His demands were merely twofold: to safeguard the security of the Yuzhu civilization and to ensure fair treatment for the Yuzhu people in their work. It seemed as though they had lowered their conditions to the bare minimum, fearing that human civilization might abandon them. Reflecting on this, Liu Hui shook his head and sighed. How arduous it must be for a lower-tier civilization to survive in the vast cosmos. Respected human leader, are our conditions too excessive? Daka asked anxiously, noticing Liu Hui's expression. Not at all. Your conditions are already quite modest. Let us proceed with the signing of the agreement. I shall add one more clause. The Yuzhu people shall enjoy the rights of second-class citizens within human civilization. Liu Hui's words filled Daka with uncontainable joy. 5 months later, Liu Hui had completed all necessary preparations. The rift to the alternate dimension was about to open. Chapter 89. Re-entering the otherworld. Jisen. It has been a long time. You have worked hard, Liu Hui greeted warmly. It has indeed been a while, but that sentiment should be expressed by me, Jisen replied. After all, you have only been absent for a year, whereas I have endured a millennium. With arms outstretched, Zhang Jisen embraced Liu Hui. On the day the rift to the otherworld opened, Liu Hui awaited the arrival of Zhang Jisen. How have you fared this past year? No, I should rather ask. What have you gained over the last 10,000 years? Liu Hui inquired with a smile. My findings in research have been rather meager. However, my learning has progressed tremendously. I have absorbed all the knowledge contained within the technological framework of the Kalan planet. Regrettably, the missing segments of this framework primarily pertain to the knowledge of a level 4 civilization, Zhang Jisen lamented. Acutely aware that the future advancement of human civilization would rest solely upon humanity itself. Jisen, have there been any breakthroughs in the study of the otherworld? Liu Hui asked with genuine concern. The breakthroughs have been rather limited. The black matter at the center of the otherworld emits a unique type of ray, capable of tearing through spatial barriers and creating rifts. I have dubbed it the time dimension ray. Although we have yet to harness its power, we have discovered a method to amplify it. When amplified, the time dimension ray can expand the rift to approximately 100 kilometers, sustaining it for over 6 hours. Previously, I worried about how to transport a substantial amount of supplies into the otherworld. Now, with this rift and over 6 hours of duration, we have ample time to convey all necessary materials. However, there is a caveat. Each time supplies enter the otherworld through the rift, the emission pattern of the time dimension ray is disrupted. Unless we achieve a breakthrough in our research, our next entry into the otherworld will necessitate a 10,000-year stay to rediscover its patterns before we can exit. Zhang Jisen spoke with a hint of resignation. Having devoted a millennium to studying the black matter with only minimal progress, Jisen, while 10,000 years is indeed a lengthy span, only a year has elapsed in our reality. This outcome is still acceptable, Liu Hui remarked with a smile. Chief, you have not experienced such a duration firsthand, and thus may not grasp the sentiment. A millennium of separation from loved ones and friends on New Earth can easily lead an ordinary person into psychological turmoil. This time, a considerable number of individuals aboard the expedition fleet have developed mental health issues. I recommend we equip the next mission to the otherworld with a greater number of psychologists. Zhang Jisen expressed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Liu Hui responded, Jisen, would you consider remaining on New Earth for a year or two to recuperate? Chief, rest assured, I harbor no psychological issues. For the next expedition into the otherworld, I must bring the entire Academy of Sciences with me. I cannot be absent, Zhang Jisen assured. Given this, I shall refrain from dissuading you. The next time you enter the alternate dimension, there is a matter that requires your careful consideration. Due to the limitations imposed by the energy blocks, the quantity of energy cells we have extracted from the mantis beast over the past year has been rather meager, sufficient only for approximately 200,000 warships. You possess ample time within the alternate dimension. I implore you to utilize this time wisely to research and design new types of warships, ensuring that the extracted energy cells are not squandered. The rock civilization harbors ill intentions towards us. Only by enhancing our military capabilities can we safeguard the security of human civilization. Upon emerging from the alternate dimension, Zhang Jisen remained on New Earth for a month to allow the personnel of the exploration fleet ample time to adjust their mental states. After this month, he re-entered the alternate dimension. Accompanying him this time was Liu Hui, who had prepared supplies for an entire year. The population entering the alternate dimension was approximately 100 million, predominantly comprised of the peoples from the ancient civilization and the Jade Pillar civilization. They are the primary force in constructing the alternate dimension base and the backbone of the manufacturing sector. Both civilizations are semi-mechanical and boast lifespans of several 100,000 years, enabling them to easily endure the 10,000 years within the alternate dimension. The Ba civilization, characterized by commerce, plays a limited role in the alternate dimension, and their relatively short lifespan of around 50,000 years excludes them from participation. Another reason for their exclusion is that they have only been aligned with human civilization for a mere year. Liu Hui does not yet trust them fully and wishes to observe them further. Thus, Zhang Jisen's re-entry into the alternate dimension marks the commencement of a 10,000-year plan. In the Rock Civilization's command center, the commander received recent intelligence concerning human civilization. The Rock commander reviewed the intelligence presented by Ji Shi, noting the ongoing preparations for an offensive against human civilization, which he closely monitored. Ji Shi, human civilization has recently procured an immense quantity of mineral resources. What is their intention? The commander detected an anomaly in the intelligence. The report indicated that human purchases of mineral resources had significantly exceeded their typical consumption, reaching a staggering magnitude of thousands of times more. Commander, I too am perplexed. These mineral resources encompass both common and rare types. If they intend to manufacture warships, their industrial capacity could not possibly consume such quantities. Recently, the Ba civilization had entered into a suzerainty agreement with human civilization. I suspect that human civilization has heeded the Ba civilization's counsel and is stockpiling mineral resources, awaiting a price surge to sell them at a profit. Ji Shi articulated his analysis. The Ba civilization exhibits poor foresight. Human civilization is on the brink of extinction, and yet they leap into the abyss. The Rock commander remarked with a chuckle. Commander, should we intensify our efforts against the Ba merchant civilization on the trading planet with the Shishir civilization? The Shishir civilization is a subordinate of the Lok civilization and has significant commercial competition with the Ba merchant civilization. Never mind. Let us refrain from disturbing human civilization for the time being. If they intend to sell their stockpiled mineral resources, we can later instruct the Shishir civilization to depress the prices of these resources. My goal is to render human civilization bankrupt. Perhaps we need not wait for that day, as human civilization may already meet its demise at our hands. The Lok commander arrogantly proclaimed. The commander is correct. It is prudent not to provoke humanity at this juncture. Our fleets and supplies require considerable time for mobilization. The Lok civilization governs the Lok star system, with fleets dispersed throughout the system. The large-scale assembly of fleets and war supplies will necessitate years. The misjudgment of the Lok command has allowed humanity to successfully acquire vast amounts of mineral resources. Over a year later, the Ba merchant civilization's actions of selling warships across various trading planets in the Lok star system shocked the entire region. Chapter 90. The Taishan warship for Liu Hui. A year of waiting was not particularly lengthy. However, for Zhang Jisen, it felt akin to an eternity of 10,000 years. After this passage of time, the rift to the alternate dimension opened, allowing Liu Hui and Zhang Jisen to reunite once more. Chief, our endeavors over these 10 millennia have yielded remarkable results, Zhang Jisen exclaimed, releasing Liu Hui from his embrace with palpable excitement. Jisen, please elaborate in detail. Liu Hui urged eagerly. Chief, can you guess how many Kunlun warships we have constructed in the alternate dimension base over these 10,000 years? Zhang Jisen teased, a hint of pride in his voice. 200 million? 500 million? Surely it cannot be 10 billion. Liu Hui responded, his disbelief evident. Jisen, enough of the suspense. Just tell me, Liu Hui implored. Chief, your estimate is slightly on the low side. We have produced 12 billion Kunlun warships. Had we not faced material shortages, we could have manufactured 20 billion in this time frame, Zhang Jisen declared proudly. 12 billion Kunlun warships. If sold in their entirety, Liu Hui's mind raced as he calculated the potential energy blocks they could acquire. Hold your calculations for now. Behold this, our new warship, the Taishan warship, and also this redesigned Longting mothership. Zhang Jisen handed Liu Hui the warship specifications. As Liu Hui perused the documents, He noted the dimensions of the Taishan warship, a length of 13 kilometers, a width of 4 kilometers, and a height of 2 kilometers. This was significantly smaller than the 23-kilometer-long Kunlun warship, likely due to the prohibitive cost of energy cells, which necessitated a more conservative design. The defense capabilities are impressive, he mused. The hull was entirely encased in energy cells, rendering it immune to all forms of energy attacks. Constructed from the latest materials, its impact resistance was 6 times greater than that of the Kunlun warship. Close-range defenses were equipped with 6,000 high-velocity kinetic projectile cannons, boasting an effective range of 800,000 kilometers. Jisun, why has the closed defense weaponry been converted to kinetic cannons? Would energy weapons not suffice? Liu Hui inquired, momentarily perplexed. Chief, the Taishan warship is immune to energy attacks. Its primary threats are kinetic assaults or collisions from enemy vessels. To deter enemy ships from approaching, high-velocity kinetic weapons prove far more effective. Presently, most warships are equipped with energy shields. Utilizing energy weapons as closed defense armaments would necessitate shattering these shields to destroy enemy vessels. Kinetic weapons, however, can directly penetrate their defenses, inflicting damage upon the ships, Zhang Jisun explained. Nodding in understanding, Liu Hui continued to scrutinize the specifications in his hands. The Taishan warship could carry 200 small escort vessels, each approximately 100 meters in length, armed with 2 energy beam cannons and 4 high-velocity kinetic cannons, underscoring a strong emphasis on close defense capabilities. Not only does it possess 6,000 high-velocity kinetic cannons, but it is also equipped with 200 escort warships, capable of agile responses to sudden incidents during close defense combat. Contemplating this, Liu Hui nodded in acknowledgement. The warships are outfitted with a space jump system, which has become a standard feature for primary battleships. The Taishan warship is additionally armed with 2,000 new-type Dragon mechas. Liu Hui had previously suggested considering the utilization of Dragon mechas in the design of new warships, yet he did not anticipate such an emphasis on them in the design process. The information below succinctly summarizes the rationale for equipping Dragon mechas. In terms of offense, if enemy warships are not positioned too far away on the battlefield, the Dragon mechas can swiftly breach the enemy's energy shield and launch attacks on the enemy warships, effectively destroying them. Regarding defense, if necessary, Dragon mechas can form a defensive line around the Taishan warship to obliterate any approaching enemy vessels. The design of the warship has taken the usage of Dragon mechas into commendable consideration. Liu Hui nodded once more. The Taishan warship's long-range attack capability is not as formidable as that of the Kunlun warship, due to limitations imposed by the size of the warship's hull. The Taishan is equipped with only 2 large-caliber energy beam cannons. Liu Hui felt a tinge of regret. As for the power system, the Taishan warship employs the latest 4-directional gravity wave engine. The warship's acceleration and agility have seen significant enhancement. Most importantly, the Taishan warship's speed surpasses that of light, reaching twice the speed of light. Jisun, even with the latest 4-directional gravity wave engine, it is impossible for a warship to accelerate to twice the speed of light. How have you achieved this? Liu Hui inquired with curiosity. He understood that within normal cosmic space, it is exceedingly challenging for massive objects to exceed the speed of light. It necessitates prolonged acceleration and a formidable power system. As speed approaches that of light, the mass of the object increases, leading to greater energy consumption by the power system, potentially approaching infinity. For this reason, civilizations, regardless of the power system employed, typically limit the speed of warships to below the speed of light during design. This limitation arises from the fact that warships cannot carry finite energy for extended periods of accelerated flight. Currently, within the Lockstar system, warships achieving speeds of 90 to 95 times the speed of light are already classified as high-speed vessels. Chief, do you recall the black substance from the alternate dimension? We have discovered a method to extract it in small quantities. Energy cells can decompose the black substance, although the process is exceedingly lengthy, requiring over 2,000 years. The energy cells will continually perish, necessitating substantial energy consumption. In the span of 10,000 years, we have only isolated 1 gram of this black substance, which we refer to as spatial black matter. Through research, we have determined that each microgram of black matter can produce a small-scale alternate space generator. Chief, have you not noticed? The bow of the Taishan battleship is ingeniously crafted into a conical shape, with a miniature interdimensional generator affixed to its apex. Upon activation, the vessel's prow exists within an alternate spatial temporal realm, while the majority of the hull remains anchored in the conventional continuum. Thus, a singular ship simultaneously inhabits 2 disparate dimensions. This phenomenon engenders a remarkable effect. Should the battleship accelerate towards the alternate dimension, it acquires an enhancement from the temporal dimension of that realm. In the conventional continuum, if the ship's velocity reaches 0, 9 times the speed of light, the augmentation would propel it beyond the speed of light itself. Regrettably, the Taishan battleship can currently achieve only twice the speed of light. Zhang Jisen expressed a tinge of regret, for according to the multiplicative factors of the interdimensional temporal realm, they ought to have been able to construct a faster vessel. Jisen, you and your team have performed admirably, Liu Hui remarked. With a speed of twice that of light, you can already dominate the Lockstar system. Liu Hui continued to peruse the documentation, which detailed the redesigned Longting mothership. Chapter 91. The Guardian's Dilemma. The new Dragon Rising mothership boasts a spherical design, with a diameter of approximately 80 kilometers. It is equipped with 4 docking bays, allowing it to simultaneously accommodate up to 200 Taishan warships for resupply and maintenance. This formidable vessel features a spatial jump system and is fortified with an outer layer of energy cells, rendering it immune to energy-based attacks. Due to the extensive use of these energy cells, Zhang Jisen was only able to construct 2 of these magnificent ships. The mothership is armed with an impressive array of 10,000 large-caliber energy beam cannons, enabling it to engage in medium to long-range assaults. Additionally, it is equipped with 8,000 high-velocity kinetic close defense guns, serving to deter enemy vessels from approaching and colliding with the mothership. It also carries 2,000 small escort warships tasked with the daily security of the mothership. The new Dragon Rising mothership retains its original colossal energy beam cannons, which, despite their exorbitant energy consumption, remain effective when necessary. A significant transformation has occurred within the mothership, as it now houses an astounding 20,000 Jiaolong mechs. This remarkable increase in mech numbers is attributed to their recent redesign and manufacturing process. In addition to being covered in energy cells that grant immunity to energy attacks, the melee weaponry of the mechs has seen substantial enhancements. The Academy of Sciences has developed a novel material of exceptional hardness and toughness. Weapons forged from this material can slice through the hulls of warships with ease. However, the production of this material is exceedingly challenging, resulting in a limited yield sufficient only for the melee weapons of the Jiaolong mechs. Although the notion of employing melee weapons in interstellar warfare may seem absurd, their efficacy cannot be overlooked. Once the Jiaolong mechs breach the interiors of enemy vessels, they can unleash devastating destruction with their melee weapons, achieving efficiency several times greater than that of small energy beam cannons. Moreover, the Jiaolong mechs feature an innovative design when necessary. 5 mechs can combine to form a colossal mech, thereby enhancing their survivability and combat prowess on the battlefield. The operators of the Jiaolong mechs are primarily members of the Tonggu tribe, as the average human body cannot withstand the high-speed maneuvers of the mechs. Only guardians among humans possess the ability to control these machines, while the semi-mechanical bodies of the Tonggu tribe can endure such rapid movements. Liu Hui has long harbored profound questions regarding the guardians. Logically, the guardians serve as the protectors of human civilization, and their potential should be immeasurable. Yet, at present, Liu Hui struggles to find alternative ways to harness their capabilities. On the starry battlefield, guardians can only operate mechs in combat. Although their proficiency in mech operation far surpasses that of the Tonggu tribe, this disparity seems incongruous with their identity and potential. Humanity's acquisition of technology from the planet Kalan is incomplete. Liu Hui suspects that the missing portions contain detailed information about the Guardians. Only by uncovering this information can their true potential be realized. Reflecting on the Jiaolong mechs and the enigmatic role of the Guardians, Liu Hui sighed inwardly. After reviewing the materials in hand, Liu Hui estimated the combat capabilities of the Taishan warships and the new Longting motherships. In comparison to the primary warships of the Lok civilization, the formidable force of 200,000 Taishan warships and 2 new Longting motherships could effortlessly contend with 10 million of the Lok's main warships. Zhang Jisen presented Liu Hui with a gratifying report card. Jisen, you have performed admirably. Your hard work over the years is commendable, Liu Hui remarked, patting Zhang Jisen on the shoulder. Chief, this is our duty. Only with formidable military strength can human civilization secure its place in the universe. By the way, before I emerge from the alternate dimension, I drafted a supply list. You must ensure that these supplies are ready for me the next time we enter that realm, Liu Hui stated. Zhang Jisen handed over a list. Rest assured, Jisen, I will expedite the procurement of the items on this list. This past year, we have been lacking energy blocks, hence our supply preparations have been minimal. But now the situation has changed. We have 2 billion Kunlun warships available for sale. This time, the Bahang civilization will have the opportunity to shine. Upon returning to New Earth, Liu Hui summoned the leader of the Bahang civilization. Since the Bahang civilization entered into a suzerainty agreement with humanity, their leader, Guanshan, had expressed loyalty by relocating his residence to New Earth. In the past year, Guanshan had felt somewhat disheartened. The scale of human commercial activities had dwindled significantly, with only a little over 100 Kunlun warships being produced each month. In an effort to enhance the output of warships, he had approached Liu Hui multiple times, but his concerns had been met with indifference. Given that the Bahang civilization had only recently joined human civilization, and the matters concerning the alternate dimension were of great importance, Liu Hui had kept this issue concealed from him. "Respected chief, what brings you to summon me?" Guanshan inquired, somewhat puzzled, as Liu Hui rarely initiated meetings. "Guanshan, I have a supply list for you. Please expedite its preparation," Liu Hui said, handing over the list. As he glanced at the list, Guanshan felt a wave of despair wash over him. While the variety of items was not extensive, the quantities were overwhelming. Last year, humanity had acquired a substantial amount of supplies, and, during a period of energy block shortages, the Bahang civilization had covered many of humanity's needs. Now, with old debts unsettled and a new supply acquisition list presented, he felt as though humanity had taken advantage of him. Guanshan made a rough estimate. Even if they depleted the Bahang civilization's reserves of energy blocks, they would still be unable to fulfill this list. "Chief, we lack sufficient energy blocks to complete this supply list," Guanshan said with a troubled expression. "No worries, selling the Kunlun warships will yield the necessary energy blocks." Liu Hui reassured him. "Chief, selling over 100 Kunlun warships each month generates too little revenue," Guanshan explained. "I am not referring to just 100. This time we are set to sell 2 billion Kunlun warships," Liu Hui replied with a smile. Today, Guanshan was summoned. Liu Hui had already resolved to disclose matters concerning the alternate dimension to him. In recent years, the Bahang civilization has demonstrated remarkable progress. Although the time frame has been brief, it is indeed true that Guanshan is willing to invest energy units for the benefit of human civilization. 12 billion Kunlun warships? Chief, surely you have not misreported the quantity? Guanshan thought he must have misheard. The number is accurate. Guanshan, there is something of utmost secrecy that I must share with you. Our human civilization possesses control over an alternate dimension. Upon exiting Liu Hui's office, Guanshan experienced a tumultuous shift in emotions. He had initially feared he had aligned himself with the wrong civilization, falling into a trap. However, it now appears that fortune favors the Bahang civilization. Their sovereign civilization, humanity, astonishingly possesses an alternate dimension. This alternate dimension is akin to a treasure trove of energy units. Guanshan envisioned countless energy units swirling before his eyes, with 12 billion Kunlun warships poised for sale. He understood that the Bahang civilization was destined to make a grand impression across various trading planets. Chapter 92, Announcement from the Rock Civilization Citizens. Please do not crowd. Kindly form an orderly line to receive your queue numbers. The sale of the Kunlun battleships will only accept on-site reservations and will not accommodate energy card bookings. Each number is limited to the purchase of 10 battleships. There is no need for haste. Even if today's supply of battleships is exhausted, more will be available tomorrow. The Rock Galaxy boasts tens of thousands of trading planets. In the previous human civilization, the production of Kunlun battleships was limited, and sales were typically conducted at nearby trading planets. However, this time, with a staggering total of 2 billion Kunlun battleships, the Bahang civilization has distributed them across various trading planets for expedited sales. Many of these planets are witnessing the sale of Kunlun battleships for the very first time. Once the battleships were released onto the market, a frenzy of purchases ensued. The space tunnel near New Earth became exceedingly busy, with millions of Kunlun battleships queuing at the tunnel's entrance, ready to be dispatched to various trading planets. In the headquarters of the Rock civilization, Commander Jishur hurriedly pushed open the door, clutching a piece of intelligence. "Commander, there is significant activity within human civilization." He handed the report to the Rock commander. "Humanity is selling Kunlun battleships in large quantities. In just 3 days, they have sold 100 million? Where did they acquire such a vast number of battleships?" The Rock commander was taken aback upon reviewing the information. "Jishur, have you identified the cause?" "Commander, the specific reasons remain unclear. The quantity of battleships being sold by humanity is extraordinarily vast. The commander of the space tunnel near New Earth reports that every day, tens of millions of battleships are gathering at the tunnel entrance, preparing to head to various trading planets," Jishur replied. "It is improbable for human civilization to suddenly produce such a multitude of battleships." "Jishur, what are your thoughts?" The Rock commander inquired. "Commander, Last year, human civilization acquired a substantial amount of mineral resources. We initially believed they were stockpiling these minerals. However, it now appears our judgment was mistaken. Humanity intends to refine these resources to manufacture battleships. What perplexes me is how, within just a year, they managed to produce such a colossal number of battleships. Current intelligence suggests that the number of battleships sold by humanity could potentially reach 500 million, if not more. Jisher expressed his bewilderment at the capabilities of human civilization. Jisher, there is no need for further contemplation. It must be due to the technological advancements from planet Kalan. With a level 4 civilization's technological framework, anything is possible, the Rock Commander stated, falling into silent reflection. Jisher, is there any intelligence indicating that humanity is expanding its fleet? The Rock Commander suddenly asked. Commander, I have not received such information at this time. The battleships being sold are simplified versions of their main fleet. The sheer number of battleships they are producing appears to be solely for sale, Jisher responded. We can no longer delay in addressing the threat posed to human civilization and the appropriation of our technological advancements. This time, they merely manufactured warships for sale. If, in the future, they were to produce a substantial fleet of warships to equip their military. Commander Locke has made a resolute decision. Humanity's actions have been excessively conspicuous. With each passing moment, he fears that the Locke civilization may forfeit its last opportunity. Commander, I concur with your notion of launching an offensive at the earliest, stated an advisor. Time indeed cannot be squandered. In 6 months, we can mobilize over 1 billion capital warships. The additional 1 billion warships redirected from the Sirius sector to the front lines will return for reallocation. Thus, we can amass a formidable total of 2 billion capital warships. The number of capital warships currently operational within human civilization hovers around 1 to 1.5 million, rendering our numerical superiority glaringly apparent. Originally, the strategy of the Locke Command was to assemble 50 billion capital warships over the span of approximately 50 years, launching an offensive against human civilization only when assured of victory. Now, they are compelled to advance the timeline for their assault. The Barzhang civilization's sale of Kunlun warships has not faced any obstruction from the Locke civilization. The Locke Command believes that interfering with human commercial activities before their offensive would alert humanity. Furthermore, they consider the large-scale sale of warships by humans to be a foolish endeavor. Should these warships remain in human possession, they would significantly hinder their impending assault. In just 3 months, the Barzhang civilization has successfully sold 12 billion Kunlun warships. Human civilization has acquired an immense quantity of energy blocks. During the sale of the warships, materials listed for procurement have been continuously dispatched to New Earth. Due to the ample supply of energy blocks, the acquisition of the listed materials took merely 6 months. With the procurement completed, Zhang Jisen prepared for his third journey into the alternate dimension. New Earth, Commander's office. Jisen, I shall not accompany you into the alternate dimension this time. The supplies prepared for this journey far exceed those of the last. This will indeed be a considerable burden for you, Liu Hui remarked to the departing Zhang Jisen. It's not the burden that troubles me, but the prolonged duration. It can be rather arduous. Before Zhang Jisen could finish his statement, the office door was suddenly flung open. Commander, we have a grave situation. Liu Hui's assistant rushed in, clutching a notice. What has transpired? Why the urgency? Liu Hui inquired, perplexed, as his assistant was typically composed and seldom entered the office without knocking. Commander, the extraterrestrial office on New Earth is in the process of evacuation. They have received a communique from the Locke Command. It is a confinement decree directed at our human civilization. The assistant handed the notice to Liu Hui. Human civilization has violated the regulations of the Locke star system by launching unauthorized attacks against the Fenghua civilization, resulting in its annihilation. The Locke Command has resolved to pursue accountability for humanity's transgressions and to impose a confinement on the Oasis star system where human civilization resides. Following the announcement, the human race is prohibited from departing the stellar system at will. The leaders of humanity must present themselves on Rock Planet to face judgment for their transgressions. Should they refuse to comply, in order to uphold the regulations of the galaxy, Rock civilization shall resort to military action against human civilization. It has been nearly a decade since the assault on Windra civilization. Is this announcement not a tad belated? Rock civilization appears to be seeking a pretext to launch an attack on us. Liu Hui quickly grasped the situation. Jisen, take a look at this announcement, he said, passing the document to Zhang Jisen. Subsequently, he touched the communications bracelet on his wrist and dialed Commander Huang Zhu. Commander Huang, the army must immediately enter a state of heightened readiness. Rock civilization is preparing to strike us. After issuing the orders, you are to gather at the command center without delay. Upon ending the call, Liu Hui turned to Zhang Jisen. What is your perspective on this, Jisen? Liu Hui inquired. Chief, this announcement is merely a pretext. Their true motive likely pertains to the technological advancements of Kalan planet. Zhang Jisen, mirroring Liu Hui's quick understanding, added, indeed. It aligns with my thoughts. I merely did not anticipate it would come so swiftly. Jisen, let us proceed to the command center. Rock civilization seeks to seize our technological advancements, and I am keen to see if they possess the capability to do so. Chapter 93, The Defense of New Earth, 1. When Liu Hui and Zhang Jisen arrived at the command center for the defense of New Earth, Huang Zihu had already been waiting there. Commander Huang, what is the situation? Liu Hui inquired. Chief, a Level 1 combat readiness order has been issued. The defense system of the Oasis star system has been activated, and all routes in and out of the star system have been completely closed. However, there are still many extraterrestrial personnel from various alien offices who have not yet evacuated the star system. They are crowded at the entry points. Should we allow them to leave? Huang Zihu asked. Send them all back to New Earth and keep them under strict surveillance to prevent them from transmitting any information externally. The defense system has been activated. We cannot allow them to leak our defensive strategies. Ensure their identities are verified. If they are members of the Rock race or their allies, arrest them immediately. The war is about to commence, and Liu Hui will show no mercy. Chief, intelligence from the front has been received. The Rock fleet is continuously emerging from the spatial tunnel, reported the intelligence officer at the command center. According to the defense plan, destroy the spatial tunnel. This tunnel is only 3 days away from the Oasis star system and was constructed upon Liu Hui's request to the Rock civilization for the purpose of facilitating human interactions and commercial activities. The tunnel's commander is a member of the Rock race, and control lies within Rock civilization. Given the proximity of the tunnel to the star system, humans have long had contingency plans in place. Over 20,000 kilometers from the spatial tunnel's entrance lies a sparse asteroid belt. A human-made spacecraft, disguised as an asteroid, stealthily launched a spatial weapon towards the entrance of the tunnel. Mere seconds later, the weapon successfully teleported inside the tunnel, resulting in a tremendous energy explosion that obliterated it. Rock 1, the giant Eagle mothership, the Rock commander and Jisher were stationed in the command center of the mothership, the operational hub for the Rock civilization's offensive against humanity. Commander, the spatial tunnel has come under attack and has been destroyed. The news of the tunnel's destruction swiftly reached the command center. Isn't there a fleet of tens of thousands of warships on guard around the tunnel? What are they doing? The Rock commander bellowed. Commander, the guarding fleet has reported back. They did not detect any enemy warships approaching the entrance of the tunnel. They are unaware of how the tunnel was destroyed, the battlefield intelligence officer reported to the Rock commander. Human civilization's spatial jump technology is quite advanced. I suspect that human warships used a spatial jump to launch the attack and then rapidly jumped away, Jisher analyzed. Order the fleet surrounding the Oasis star system to move into position. Upon arrival, immediately deploy spatial disruptors to interfere with all space around the star system. I intend to disable their spatial jump capabilities. Humanity can only escape the star system by force. The construction unit for the spatial tunnel commands the swift establishment of 10 additional tunnels. Adequate defenses against enemy spatial jumps must be implemented around the tunnels. The New Earth Combat Command reports that the spatial tunnel has been destroyed. Intelligence from the front indicates that the Rock civilization has approximately 1 million warships surrounding the Oasis star system, deploying spatial disruptors around the star system. Furthermore, they have amassed around 20 million warships in the direction of Planet 9. The battlefield information officer relays this to Liu Hui. Commander, should we dispatch the Kunlun warships on the front lines to engage the enemy vessels deploying disruptors? Huang Zihu inquires of Liu Hui. The deployment of spatial disruptors is meant to prevent our escape via spatial jumps. We need not concern ourselves with them. I have no intention of abandoning New Earth. If the Kunlun warships venture out of the defensive system, they risk becoming embroiled in a war of attrition with the enemy. The primary offensive force of the Rock civilization consists of those 20 million warships. If we can eliminate them, the conflict will be virtually over. Liu Hui expresses his confidence in facing the 20 million ships of the Rock civilization. Humanity currently possesses 1 million Kunlun warships, even without deploying the latest Taishan warships. Liu Hui is confident in his ability to defeat the 20 million enemy vessels, albeit at a significant cost. Order the 1st Taishan fleet to act as the vanguard, followed closely by the 1st to 5th Kunlun fleets. The target, the enemy's assembled 20 million warships, Liu Hui commands. With the spatial tunnel destroyed, the Rock fleet will not receive support in the short term. Liu Hui aims to annihilate these 20 million warships during this window of opportunity. Humanity's total fleet comprises 3 million ships, divided into 13 fleets, each equipped with 100,000 warships and one Longting mothership. The first and second Taishan fleets are equipped with the latest Taishan warships and Longting motherships. Upon receiving the order, the first Taishan fleet and the first to fifth Kunlun fleets, gathered near Planet 9, commenced their flight towards the enemy vessels beyond the star system. Attention! Commanders of each fleet. I am MOG, the commander of this offensive. I order all Longting motherships to activate their ultra-large caliber energy beam cannons and begin charging immediately. Once we are within attack range, we shall fire upon the enemy. Commanders, I must remind you that upon entering the battlefield, your primary task is to safeguard our Taishan warships. Remember, you are 5 Kunlun warships tasked with protecting one Taishan warship. Do not engage recklessly, or you risk scattering our forces. MOG takes pride in his role as the commander of the first Taishan fleet. The recent rearmament of the human fleet has been a significant boon for him. He holds great affection for the newly outfitted Taishan warships, considering them nearly invincible on the battlefield, provided that proper measures against collisions are taken. The Dragonting Mothership No. 1 has completed its energy accumulation. Mothership No. 2 is also finished. Upon reaching the optimal range for assault, 6 formidable energy beams are unleashed towards the assembly point of the enemy fleet. In the command center of the Rock Giant Eagle Mothership, the commander is informed, "Sir, a fleet from humanity is approaching our warship's gathering area. What is the strength of this fleet?" The commander inquires. "Sir, the fleet comprises approximately 500,000 vessels," is the response. "Do they dare to challenge our 20 million main warships with a mere 500,000? This human civilization certainly underestimates our rock civilization," the commander scoffs. No sooner had the rock commander voiced his disdain than the human fleet launched 6 powerful energy beams at them. "Sir, the enemy has initiated a long-range attack. Our warships are sustaining severe losses. The numbers are currently being assessed. We have lost nearly 20,000 of our vessels," reports the battlefield observer to the commander. This is the Dragonting Mothership of the human civilization executing a long-range strike. Do not presume that just because you possess a mothership, we rock civilization lacks one, the commander exclaims, incensed. He commands, "Order all our Giant Eagle motherships to charge their energy and prepare for an assault." With a single command, over 100 Giant Eagle motherships align their colossal energy cannons towards the human fleet. Chapter 94, The New Earth Defense War, 2. We are about to enter the attack range of the enemy battleships. You should take cover behind the Taishan battleship. I will absorb the first wave of energy attacks for you. Our offensive strategy is to approach the enemy within 800,000 kilometers before launching our assault. I intend to let the enemy's warships experience the ferocity of our high-velocity kinetic cannons. The captain of a Taishan battleship commanded the 5 Kunlun warships under his protection. A total of 600,000 human warships participated in this offensive, divided into approximately 100,000 combat units. Each unit consists of 1 Taishan battleship and 5 Kunlun battleships. The main force of the attack comprises the Taishan battleships, while the Kunlun battleships provide support, safeguarding the Taishan battleships from enemy collisions. The combat units employ a strategy of closing in on the enemy and utilizing the high-velocity kinetic cannons aboard the Taishan battleships to strike. This method proves to be exceedingly efficient, as the enemy's energy shields can only defend against energy attacks and are powerless against kinetic projectiles. Attention! The enemy's long-range energy attacks are incoming, with an extensive coverage area. Everyone, take cover. The captain of the Taishan battleship, observing the battlefield, issued a warning to the Kunlun battleships behind. He maneuvered the Taishan battleship to shield the 5 Kunlun battleships from the energy attacks. The Lock Fleet's over 100 Giant Eagle motherships had completed their energy accumulation, unleashing powerful energy cannons towards the human fleet. How are the Kunlun battleships at the rear faring? After the enemy's long-range energy attack, the captain of the Taishan battleship expressed his concern. He understood that the Taishan's hull was smaller than that of the Kunlun battleships and could not shield all incoming energy attacks. A 3684 Kunlun battleship is preparing to return for repairs. We were grazed by energy cannons. The energy shield of the ship has been shattered, and there is damage to the right wing. A 3682 Kunlun battleship reports that half of the energy shield remains and can continue fighting. A 3681, no issues. Fortunately, the Taishan battleship absorbed most of the energy attacks. The energy cannons of the Lock Fleet's Giant Eagle motherships are as formidable as those of the human Longting mothership. Without the shield, a hit on a Kunlun battleship would result in immediate vaporization. The remaining warships stay closely aligned. We are being attacked by the long-range energy cannons of the Lock mothership. I have just received orders from the commander to prioritize attacks on the enemy motherships. The leading Taishan battleship adjusted its course, heading towards the nearest enemy mothership, flanked by the 4 remaining Kunlun battleships. Meanwhile, at the Lock Fleet's Combat Command Center, the commander received a report from the battlefield observer. Commander, our motherships have not achieved significant results. Only a little over 10,000 human warships have withdrawn from battle, and very few have been directly destroyed. How can this be possible? The colossal cannon of the giant Eagle mothership possesses the formidable power to obliterate a small planet, rendering the energy shields of enemy warships utterly ineffective. The effectiveness of the giant Eagle mothership's assault took Commander Locke by surprise. Commander, the human fleet is approaching the giant Eagle mothership. They intend to attack, reported a battlefield observer urgently. Do not be concerned. The giant Eagle mothership is equipped with over 10,000 large-caliber energy cannons. The human fleet's approach to the mothership is nothing short of suicidal, Commander Locke declared, exuding confidence in the firepower of the giant Eagle. Commander, we have detected a new type of human warship on the battlefield. This vessel lacks an energy shield, yet seems immune to all energy attacks. How can such a ship exist? Even a level 4 civilization's warship requires an energy shield, Commander Locke remarked, astonished. Let us confirm this information from the front lines. There may be an error in our intelligence. This assault is simply exhilarating, exclaimed the captain of the Mount Tai warship, upon reaching an attack range of 800,000 kilometers. All over 6,000 high-velocity kinetic cannons aboard the Mount Tai warship opened fire. A barrage of projectiles, traveling at 0.9 times the speed of light, surged toward the enemy vessels. Approximately 10,000 rounds were sufficient to destroy a single enemy ship, and the Locke warships surrounding the giant Eagle mothership were swiftly annihilated. The Mount Tai warship rapidly approached the giant Eagle mothership. Captain, the enemy mothership has entered the firing range of our kinetic cannons, reported an excited crew member. Concentrate all kinetic cannons and open fire on the enemy mothership, commanded the captain of the Mount Tai. Within a minute, hundreds of thousands of projectiles were unleashed upon the enemy mothership. Cease fire. Stop shooting, commanded the captain of the Mount Tai. Soon realizing that the damage inflicted by the kinetic cannon projectiles on the enemy mothership was minimal. The enemy mothership, with a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers, was simply too massive. Even after exhausting all ammunition, he doubted they could destroy it. Notify the Dragon Mech squad aboard the ship to prepare for combat. Once we draw near to the enemy mothership, we will launch them, the captain devised a countermeasure. The strategy was to deploy the Dragon Mechs to infiltrate the interior of the enemy mothership, wreaking havoc from within. Captain, we are still 300,000 kilometers from the enemy mothership, reported a crew member. Stop advancing. Engage the surrounding enemy warships. Launch 1,000 Dragon Mechs toward the enemy mothership, the captain commanded, hesitant to proceed further. With nearly 10,000 escort warships surrounding the enemy mothership, advancing any closer would expose them to potential collisions with enemy vessels. 1,000 Dragon Mechs were ejected from the Mount Tai warship, speeding toward the enemy mothership, while the Locke warships encircling the giant Eagle mothership opened fire on the approaching Dragon Mechs. The Dragon Mecha, impervious to energy attacks, sustained no damage. Before the enemy could react, it crashed into the foe's mothership. Upon infiltrating the interior of the enemy vessel, the Dragon Mecha commenced a rampage with its melee weapons, wreaking havoc. Moments later, all Dragon Mechas swiftly retreated. The enemy mothership's energy shield system had been dismantled by your forces. The assaulting mechas received a withdrawal command from the captain. They had successfully compromised the enemy mothership's energy shield. Without the protective barrier, the colossal Eagle mothership became nothing more than a metallic target. The Kunlun and Taishan battleships could obliterate it with just a few energy beam strikes. At the command center of the Locke fleet, the leader confirmed that the new human warships were immune to energy assaults, resulting in the destruction of over half of the Eagle motherships. Order the remaining motherships to retreat, he commanded. Commander, we are left with only 10 million warships, came the alarming report. After 3 hours of combat with humanity, Locke civilization had lost 10 million vessels. Commander, we have received a battlefield report. Some of our kin have rammed human warships with their ships. This news sparked a glimmer of hope in the commander's eyes. He ordered all warships on the battlefield to accelerate towards the new human vessels and ram them directly. The Locke civilization, boasting an overwhelming number of ships, harbored no fear of losses. What is the status of the construction of the spatial tunnels? The commander inquired of his subordinate. Commander, 10 spatial tunnels have been completed. Reinforcements are en route and will reach the battlefield in 5 minutes. Excellent. With billions of warships on the way, let us see how you humans will cope. Chapter 95. The Defense of New Earth. 3. Captain, when do you think we will be able to switch to the Mount Tai battleship? A crew member aboard the Kunlun battleship inquired enviously. Do you expect me to know? Do you think I wouldn't want to? The captain replied, somewhat disheartened. On the battlefield, the Kunlun battleships surrounding the Mount Tai battleship had almost become mere spectators. The primary force of attack was the Mount Tai battleship, while the Kunlun battleships, lacking kinetic weapons, could only observe from the sidelines. The enemy vessels did not dare to close in, engaging the Mount Tai battleship from a distance. Immune to energy attacks, the Mount Tai battleship turned the enemy ships into live targets. The Kunlun battleships, relegated to the role of onlookers, occasionally had to dodge enemy energy blasts. If the enemy vessels did not approach, they would indeed have nothing to do. Captain, an enemy vessel has breached the 500,000 km mark, exclaimed the battlefield observer aboard the Kunlun battleship. Quickly lock onto it and bombard it with energy cannons. Inform the Mount Tai battleship that this enemy ship is ours. Let us enjoy a taste of battle, even if just a morsel. Hurry, or the Mount Tai battleship will claim it. The captain of the Kunlun battleship was exhilarated at the prospect of finally seizing an opportunity. However, the moment of excitement was fleeting. With several Kunlun battleships locking onto the enemy vessel, a few shots were fired, shattering its energy shield and destroying the hull. Sigh, how dull. We barely got to play before it was over, the captain lamented. Captain, another enemy vessel has breached the 500,000 km mark. The observer called out loudly. Quickly, lock onto the enemy vessel at once. Let us resume our efforts. The captain, having just sighed, felt a surge of excitement again. Captain, something feels amiss. The enemy vessels are no longer engaging from a distance. They are all rushing towards us, the battlefield observer noted, sensing a shift in the situation. Upon hearing this, the captain approached the radar display. Thousands of enemy vessels were charging toward them. Lock onto the enemy vessels and fire the energy cannons. Quickly inform the Mount Tai battleship. A multitude of enemy ships is approaching rapidly. They may have discerned the Mount Tai battleship's weakness and intend to close in for a collision. Without needing the Kunlun battleship's alert, the captain of the Mount Tai battleship also recognized the change on the battlefield. Attention, Kunlun battleships. We will engage while retreating, maintaining distance from the enemy. Escort vessels, immediately detach from the battleship and establish a defensive line 200,000 km ahead. Dragon Mecha Squadron. Be advised, if any enemy vessels breach the 100,000 km mark, you are to launch immediately and destroy them. The captain of the Mount Tai battleship responded swiftly. Minutes later, this wave of over 2,000 enemy vessels was entirely annihilated, having approached to within just 300,000 km. What an exhilarating battle. This is the true visage of the battlefield. The captain of the Kunlun battleship was filled with exhilaration. In just a matter of minutes, they had obliterated over 100 enemy vessels. Captain, another wave of enemy warships is approaching, reported an officer, noting the overwhelming numbers. Reinforcements from the rock civilization had arrived via a spatial tunnel. Receiving orders to engage, they sped recklessly towards the human fleet. Why do the enemy's warships seem to multiply with each encounter? The captain of the Taishan battleship sensed something amiss. Within half an hour, they had destroyed nearly 10,000 enemy ships, yet the adversary continued to flood in relentlessly. Numerous enemy vessels had breached the perimeter, reaching within 100,000 km of the Taishan battleship. Fortunately, the Jiaolong mecha swiftly mobilized to annihilate the encroaching enemy ships. Captain, we are rapidly depleting our kinetic cannon ammunition, reported a crew member urgently. This was the inherent flaw of the kinetic cannons. No matter how many rounds one carried, they would inevitably run out. The Taishan battleship's 6,000 kinetic cannons had been firing at full capacity for almost an hour, and ammunition was nearly exhausted. Alert the fleet commander. Our munitions are running low. We request to withdraw from combat. The captain surveyed the surrounding battlefield. An increasing number of enemy ships had breached the 200,000 km line, with some even approaching within a mere 1,000 kilometers of the Taishan battleship. At such a distance, they could collide with the Taishan in mere seconds. If not for the valiant defense of the Jiaolong mecha squad, Captain, the fleet commander has issued a full retreat order. All ships are to fall back to the stellar defense system and continue the defense from there. The order echoed across the front line. Withdraw immediately. The captain observed in dismay as 2 of the 5 surrounding Kunlun battleships had already been destroyed by the enemy. He yearned to offer assistance, yet hesitated to give the command. The enemy fleet was simply overwhelming. At the New Earth Combat Command, the leader remarked, the frontline vessels have commenced their withdrawal. Losses are currently being tallied. Liu Hui furrowed his brow. Have we identified the cause? Why has the rock civilization suddenly amassed such a formidable fleet? He inquired. Commander, Fluctuations in spatial tunnels have been detected behind the rock fleet. They must have constructed new spatial tunnels, replied the reconnaissance officer. Should we dispatch a Taishan fleet to infiltrate and destroy the spatial tunnel? Suggested Huang Zihu. Forget it. The rock civilization has managed to build a new spatial tunnel in under half a day. Even if we succeed in destroying it, they can rapidly reconstruct it. Based on the battlefield information we have observed, the number of rock civilization warships has already surpassed 500 million and continues to escalate swiftly. Confronted with such a multitude of warships, even deploying the entirety of the Taishan fleet would prove futile. Liu Hui was taken aback by the astonishing rapidity with which the rock civilization reconstructed the spatial tunnel. Even more surprising was the mobilization of over 500 million warships to assault humanity. Commander, the fleet ahead has retreated to the star system, relying on its defensive mechanisms to continue its stand. The damage report has been compiled. Of the 600,000 attacking warships, approximately 300,000 have returned. The Taishan fleet suffered losses exceeding 10,000 vessels. The enemy's casualties are estimated at around 100 million warships. The statistician at the command center conveyed the information to Liu Hui. Order all Longting motherships to return to New Earth. Jisun, I entrust you with a vital mission. Once all humans have boarded the Longting motherships, you must lead them to retreat into the alternate dimension. The boarding process must be swift. Our star system's defense system cannot endure for much longer. Chapter 96. The New Earth Defense War. 4. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted with alarming rapidity. Liu Hui's original strategy was to obliterate the space-time tunnel and subsequently annihilate the over 20 million warships of the rock civilization, thereby demonstrating humanity's formidable strength. The intention was to instill in the rock civilization a profound understanding that any forceful assault on humanity would exact a grievous toll. Should the rock civilization perceive the costs as excessive, they might reconsider their aggression, allowing human civilization to forego the abandonment of New Earth and avoid drifting through the cosmos once more. However, it has become evident that the rock civilization has resolutely committed to seizing the technological advantage, regardless of the price, with the intent to eradicate humanity. Confronted by the frenzied onslaught of the rock civilization, Liu Hui was left with no choice but to relinquish New Earth and relocate the population to an alternate dimension. Nearly 300 million individuals resided on New Earth, and humanity possessed a dozen dragon-rising motherships, colossal vessels capable of transporting the entire population. The paramount issue now lay in the time required for the nearly 300 million souls to board the motherships. Given the overwhelming number of rock warships, humanity's defensive line might not withstand the onslaught long enough for all personnel to evacuate. Commander, the rock fleet has commenced their assault on our stellar system's defensive installations, reported the battlefield observer to Liu Hui. Order the second Taishan fleet to take over the defense from the first fleet, allowing the first fleet to retreat to the rear for energy and ammunition replenishment. Inform the frontline commanders to adopt a strategy of gradual resistance and withdrawal, aiming to delay the enemy's advance as long as possible to secure time for humanity's evacuation, Liu Hui commanded. In the course of their offensive against the Windless Star, humanity gleaned valuable insights. Following the conclusion of the war, a vast defensive fortification system was established in the Oasis stellar system. Within this stellar system, humanity constructed an extensive array of defensive fortresses. Each fortress, with a diameter of approximately 2 kilometers, was equipped with hundreds of large-caliber energy beam cannons and featured an independent energy shield system, boasting a remarkable energy dissipation capacity of 95. The total number of defensive fortresses amounted to around 100 million. All warships, take heed. Prepare to withdraw 100,000 kilometers to the second defensive line. Relying on the fortresses to continue our defense, Liu Hui issued a new directive. Humanity established 10 defensive lines utilizing these fortifications. The first line held for less than half an hour. The losses incurred by humanity were relatively minor, totaling only a few thousand vessels. In contrast, the rock civilization suffered catastrophic losses, with over 80 million warships destroyed in that brief span, achieving merely a 10,000-kilometer advance. Rock Fleet Command Center Commander, humanity has deployed a substantial number of defensive fortresses within the stellar system. Our offensive has incurred significant losses, with nearly 100 million warships lost. Upon hearing this report, the Rock Commander's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that humanity would prove such a formidable adversary. In just a few hours of engagement, they had lost over 200 million warships. Convene all frontline Great Eagle motherships and utilize their immense cannons to dismantle humanity's defensive fortresses, thereby mitigating the losses of our warships, the Rock Commander ordered. Although the colossal Eagle mothership's cannon consumes an enormous amount of energy units, the Lock civilization is never in short supply of them. after gathering over 1,000 Eagle motherships to concentrate their energy. A formidable barrage of powerful energy projectiles was unleashed towards humanity's second defensive line, the massive cannons aboard the enemy mothership. Nearby, the Kunlun warships were urged to take refuge behind the Taishan battleship. Realizing the dire battlefield situation, the Taishan battleship urgently called for the nearby Kunlun vessels to shield themselves behind it. The energy output of the enemy's cannon was overwhelmingly potent, rendering the energy shields of the Kunlun warships insufficient to withstand such an assault. The synchronized volley from the Eagle motherships inflicted grievous losses upon humanity. Half of the defensive fortifications on the second line were obliterated, and over 50,000 Kunlun warships were lost. Taishan's Second Fleet immediately dispatched 10,000 ships to launch an all-out assault on the enemy mothership. "We cannot allow them to fire again," commanded Liu Hui, noticing the changes on the battlefield. Upon receiving the order, the 10,000 Taishan warships swiftly powered up and surged towards the enemy mothership. As they approached, the mech squads aboard the Taishan battleships were ejected into the fray. The enemy's escort vessels, upon seeing the Taishan warships nearing, charged at them with reckless abandon. Over 1,000 Eagle motherships were destroyed, but only half of the Taishan warships managed to retreat back to the defensive line. The relentless advance of the Lok civilization was forced to decelerate. At the New Earth Combat Command, the leader expressed concern upon hearing the battlefield observers report that the enemy had breached the 5th defensive line. The Lok civilization's assault was relentless, having reached the 5th line. They had already lost over 800 million ships, while humanity's fleet was reduced to half its strength. Check on Zhang Jisen. How is the evacuation of personnel on New Earth progressing? Liu Hui instructed the communications officer. Leader, Dean Zhang reports that only half of the personnel have been evacuated. The officer replied. Calculating the enemy's advance speed, Liu Hui realized that humanity was running out of time. How many warships on New Earth have yet to engage in battle? He inquired. Leader, there are still over 10,000 Kunlun warships and 1 Dragon Rising mothership left. The command center will be relocated to the Dragon Rising mothership. All combat-capable warships from New Earth, follow me into space. I intend to establish the final line of defense, Liu Hui ordered. He aimed to utilize the scant forces at his disposal to construct a last bastion, buying humanity more time. 2.5 hours later, Liu Hui's defensive line had gathered over 100,000 warships, all withdrawn from the last line of defense. The Kunlun warships were nearly depleted, and the majority of the remaining vessels were Taishan warships. All 10 defensive lines of humanity's stellar system had been breached. Liu Hui now stood as the last line of defense, with the rift to the other dimension looming ominously behind him. Notify Zhang Jisen that I shall remain here steadfast until the final moment when the rift to the alternate dimension closes. If possible, I shall enter the alternate dimension at the last moment of closure. Should I falter before that instant, the fate of human civilization will rest in his hands. Liu Hui has resolved to obstruct the enemy until the very end. At the Lok Combat Command Center, the commander reported. The defensive lines established by humanity have been completely breached. We are left with merely this fleet of over 100,000 ships. As the war has progressed, the Lok civilization has suffered the loss of 1.8 billion vessels. Though the losses weigh heavily on the commander's heart, they are deemed worthwhile. Humanity is on the brink of annihilation, and the technological legacy of the Kalan planet is poised to fall into the hands of our civilization. We still possess 200 million ships. Let us launch an immediate offensive, annihilate humanity, and seek the technological heritage of Kalan. With a commanding decree, the Lok commander ordered the assault, and 200 million ships advanced towards the remaining fleet of humanity. Half an hour later, fewer than 50,000 ships remained by Liu Hui's side. Leader, you should retreat into the alternate dimension, urged Huang Ziyu, anxious and eager to secure Liu Hui's safety. Wishing he could forcibly usher him into the rift. It is not yet the final moment. The rift will close in half an hour. Let us endure a little longer. I cannot entrust this to others. I intend to hold my ground until the very last moment. At that instant, a crimson battleship, approximately 100 meters in length, materialized on the battlefield. Did the Lok civilization seek its own demise? How audacious to attack a branch of the Kalan people. The red battleship opened a hatch, and a scarlet figure emerged, instantly accelerating to several dozen times the speed of light. This figure darted through the Lok fleet, leaving destruction in its wake. Chapter 97. The Guardian's faithful strike. Lok launched an assault on the command center. What transpired? The commander of Lok was filled with dread. In less than a minute, the entire fleet of Lok warships was annihilated, leaving only the enormous Eagle mothership intact. At that moment, a figure clad in crimson armor floated before the Eagle mothership. The three-dimensional communication of the command center was forcibly activated. The virtual figure in the red armor appeared before the commander of Locke civilization. You exhibit remarkable audacity. Knowing full well that they are a branch of our Kalan race, you still dare to attack them, the armored figure questioned loudly. It was the inspector from the Kalan race of the Sirius sector. A chilling dread enveloped the heart of the Locke commander, his mind blank. I ask you again, who granted you the audacity to assault the Kalan race's branch? The armored figure demanded, anger piercing through his words. The corpulent commander of Locke knelt before him. Esteemed inspector, he began, the Locke civilization has succumbed to greed over the technological advancements of the Kalan planet, committing an unforgivable transgression. I implore you, in light of our long-standing service to the stellar region, to spare the Locke civilization. As the leader of Locke, I am willing to accept any punishment, provided you grant us clemency. As recompense, the Locke civilization is prepared to enter into a master-servant agreement with humanity, serving as your eternal subordinates. Despair enveloped the Locke commander. The inspector, who had not appeared in over 200,000 years, now graced the battlefield. Had he foreseen such an outcome, even 100,000 times over, he would not have dared to raise arms against humanity. On account of our enduring service to the stellar region, the inspector scoffed. Do you think our Kalan race lacks civilizations to revere? A third-tier civilization is but a speck of dust in our eyes. Since you acknowledge the unforgivable sins committed by the Locke civilization, I shall refrain from further discourse. The figure in crimson armor raised his right hand, unleashing a beam of red energy towards the Eagle mothership's side. In an instant, a black dot emerged at the ship's edge, rapidly expanding and engulfing the Eagle mothership before vanishing entirely. How dare a third-tier civilization negotiate terms with me? You wish to serve humanity? You should take a long look in the mirror. The inspector noted the low-energy alarm lights flickering on his armor. Employing a black hole attack was indeed satisfying, yet excessively energy-consuming. He had not anticipated encountering a branch of the Kalan race in such a remote galaxy. I must immediately pay my respects to the Eternal One. With that thought, the inspector turned and soared towards the human fleet, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Leader, all vessels of the Locke fleet have been destroyed, reported an observer. The rapid changes on the battlefield left Liu Hui bewildered. Who was aiding humanity? Liu Hui could not fathom the answer. As Liu Hui contemplated matters, the three-dimensional communication within the command center was suddenly forcefully activated. A figure clad in crimson armor materialized before him. It was Xian Meng, the inspector of the Kalan race, who humbly requested an audience with the Eternal One. The red-clad envoy bowed respectfully and spoke. Are you the one who annihilated the Locke fleet? Liu Hui's realization dawned. Esteemed Eternal One, the Locke civilization has transgressed by coveting the technological advancements of humanity on the planet Kalan. They have committed unforgivable sins. I have destroyed all their warships on the battlefield. As for the remnants of the Locke civilization within the galaxy, I shall command other third-tier civilizations to eradicate them. Xian Meng inquired with utmost reverence. May I have the honor of meeting you? Certainly. Quickly, open the external passage of the mothership and allow the inspector to enter. Liu Hui instructed those around him. There is no need. I shall enter myself. As soon as Xian Meng's words were uttered, the three-dimensional image dissipated, and the actual inspector was teleported before Liu Hui. Guardian Xian Meng of the Kalan race, paying respects to the Eternal One. Xian Meng knelt on one knee, offering a formal greeting to Liu Hui. Observing Xian Meng's kneeling figure, Liu Hui noted that the crimson armor enveloped him entirely, obscuring his visage. Rise. You are the guardian of the Kalan race. Are you alone? Where is your Kalan Eternal One? Liu Hui inquired, aware that every civilization birthed by a life propagation vessel was accompanied by an Eternal One. The Kalan race should possess an Eternal One of equal standing. Esteemed human Eternal One, it is a long story. Our Kalan Eternal One, Liu Hui, has been missing for over 600,000 years. Xian Meng began. But Liu Hui interjected, since it is a lengthy tale, let us defer it for later. I must attend to the rescue of personnel on the battlefield. The recent conflict had resulted in catastrophic losses for humanity, with over 1 million warships nearly obliterated. The void of space was littered with debris, and numerous survivors awaited rescue. Huang Zihu, deploy all personnel immediately to search for survivors on the battlefield. Inform Zhang Jisen in the alternate dimension that the war has concluded. The rift in the alternate dimension will close in 20 minutes. Urge him to send more personnel for the rescue before it shuts. Liu Hui swiftly commanded. Human Eternal One, you are indeed a benevolent leader, Xian Meng commended upon hearing Liu Hui's rescue arrangements. This battle has inflicted tremendous losses upon us humans. Over 1 million warships remain, reduced to mere thousands. The casualty count may reach tens of millions. The soldiers aboard those vessels are our heroes. It is only right that we provide them with the swiftest assistance possible, Liu Hui lamented. Rest assured, human Eternal One, The annihilation of the Locke civilization is inevitable, and I shall expedite the eradication of their remaining forces within the galaxy. By the way, Eternal Ones, what of your fellow humans? Sun Ming inquired. Having just heard you mention the alternate dimension, have they all sought refuge within that realm? Indeed, approximately 300 million of our kin have retreated into the alternate dimension. Liu Hui responded. 300 million? Is this alternate dimension vast? Sun Ming continued, a hint of concern evident in his voice. Eternal Ones, are you aware that the alternate dimension has a maximum mass threshold? Should the number of individuals and resources entering exceed this limit, the dimension may collapse. The alternate dimension has a mass threshold? Liu Hui replied, seemingly unfazed. We are not thoroughly versed in the intricacies of the alternate dimension. However, once individuals and resources have entered, the breach will soon close. If a collapse were imminent, it would have occurred by now. Eternal Ones, how substantial is the dark matter at the center of your alternate dimension? It is not particularly large. Its diameter is merely over 1 meter. What? Dark matter with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. Chapter 98. The missing technological tree upon hearing the dimensions of the dark matter. Xi and Ming was rendered nearly speechless with astonishment. Their red star civilization also possessed an alternate space, wherein the dark matter measured a mere 3 centimeters in diameter, generating an alternate realm over 100 kilometers wide, considered quite substantial within the cosmos. In stark contrast, the dark matter within humanity's alternate space exceeded 1 meter in diameter. Just how vast must that realm be? Eternal Ones, what is the diameter of your alternate space? Xi and Ming inquired, his astonishment palpable. I believe it is over 200 million kilometers. Liu Hui responded, his memory of the precise figure somewhat hazy. 200 million kilometers. What a staggering volume of personnel and resources must be transported to reach the threshold of that alternate space's capacity. Xi and Ming struggled to fathom it. What is the temporal dimension in your alternate space? He pressed, anxiety creeping into his voice. Approximately 10,000 times, Liu Hui replied. 10,000 times. Xi and Ming was once again overwhelmed, unable to articulate his shock. The temporal dimension of their red star civilization's alternate space was merely 120 times, remarkably large, yet a mere fraction when compared to humanity's. Xi and Ming, you are aware of the existence of alternate spaces. Surely you must have conducted extensive research on it. Do you possess the means to access the alternate space at will? Liu Hui casually broached the subject. Indeed, we do. The Red Star people have been studying alternate spaces for several million years, Xi and Ming affirmed. Xi and Ming, might you share your methods with us humans? The question slipped from Liu Hui's lips, surprising even himself. To request something from another was an audacious act. Yet, Xi and Ming's demeanor was uniquely compelling. He evoked a sense of camaraderie akin to that of Liu Hui's own kin, prompting an unguarded request. Of course, our two races share a common ancestry. We are both of the Kalan people, and our civilizations originate from the Kalan planet. It is only fitting that we share our technological advancements. You are the Eternal Ones. Whether human or Red Star, we should heed your directives. However, Eternal Ones, does not the Kalan planet's technological tree contain detailed records of alternate spaces? By studying the documented materials, you should be able to uncover the methods swiftly, Xi and Ming expressed, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. Our human race encountered significant damage to the technological tree prior to our acquisition of it, resulting in the loss of part of its knowledge, Liu Hui elucidated. So, the technological tree had suffered damage. It was no wonder that a level 3 civilization could so easily subjugate them. Xi and Ming had previously wondered why humanity, armed with the Kalan planet's technological tree, appeared so feeble. Now, the reason was clear. Eternal Ones, you need not worry. Our Red Star people's technological tree is remarkably intact. It resides upon our Red Star planet. Should you humans require it, we are more than willing to share our technological tree with you, Xi and Ming expressed with palpable excitement. The excitement stemmed from Xi and Ming finding a reason to invite Liu Hui to visit the Red Star. The Eternal of the Red Star human race, Liu Hui, has been missing for over 600,000 years. During this extensive period, the technological advancement of Red Star civilization has stagnated, showing signs of decline. If Liu Hui were to travel to the Red Star to inherit the technological tree, and if the scholars on the planet could persuade him to accept the Red Star people, the civilization would emerge from its state of regression. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to share the technological tree with humanity. We have just endured a great war, and many matters are reliant upon me. Once all arrangements are made, I shall personally visit the Red Star. The technological tree holds great significance, and Liu Hui did not hesitate in his acceptance of the Red Star people's offer. There is no need to rush. We can wait until the Eternal has organized everything. During this time, I will remain here to address matters concerning the rockstar system. When the time comes, I will accompany the Eternal to the Red Star. Xian Meng was overjoyed to hear that the Eternal Liu Hui was willing to travel to the Red Star. No problem. You can accompany me to the Red Star when the time comes. By the way, Xian Meng, we have been conversing for quite a while. Do you not wish to reveal your true appearance? Upon seeing Xian Meng still clad in red battle armor, Liu Hui inquired with a smile. I am terribly impudent. My apologies, Eternal. Upon seeing you, I became so excited that I forgot my manners. Xian Meng placed his hand over his chest, and the red battle armor instantly retreated, coalescing before him to form a crimson heart shield. Why is your skin color red? Xian Meng's youthful visage bore well-defined features that exuded a formidable presence. Yet his skin tone was unexpected to Liu Hui. The skin color of the Red Star people has always been red, due to subtle differences in evolutionary genes. Each branch of the Kalan race evolves with distinct skin tones. The technological tree of Kalan planet records that different skin-colored humans possess their unique strengths. Our strength as Red Star people lies in our acute sensitivity to energy. Are you not aware of this? I apologize, Eternal. I forgot that the technological tree you received is incomplete. This information should be documented in the missing sections of the tree, Xian Meng said, somewhat embarrassed. So it is due to slight variations in evolutionary genes. No wonder humanity on Earth displays 4 different skin tones, Liu Hui remarked. You evolved 4 skin tones? Xian Meng was astonished, as the Red Star people had only evolved with red skin. On Earth, we have humans of 4 distinct skin tones, yellow, white, black, and brown. Do you know what unique strengths these skin-colored humans possess? Liu Hui asked curiously. I am sorry, Eternal. I do not know the answer to your question. I am a guardian, not a scholar. This question requires the expertise of the scholars on our red planet to answer you. Xian Meng replied somewhat awkwardly. By the way, Eternal Ones, how many scholars and guardians do your kind possess? Intrigued by the mention of scholars and guardians, Xian Meng inquired. The numbers are quite scarce, 200 guardians and 100 scholars, Liu Hui responded. 200 guardians and 100 scholars? Hearing this figure nearly left Xian Meng in shock. Their Red Star civilization had birthed only 5 guardians and 10 scholars. Among them, 1 guardian and 2 scholars had perished. Now, their civilization was left with merely 4 guardians and 8 scholars. Have your guardians and scholars always been at such numbers? Xian Meng asked, astonished. The count has consistently remained at this level. When a guardian or scholar meets an untimely demise, new guardians and scholars emerge among humanity, Liu Hui explained. Your guardians and scholars can be reborn after their passing? Xian Meng's mind was almost overwhelmed by this revelation. Chapter 99. The Red Star Armor. After humanity ventured into the cosmos, numerous guardians and scholars perished in battle. Subsequently, new guardians and scholars emerged among humankind. Are the scholars and guardians of your Red Star civilization unable to be reborn? Liu Hui was perplexed by this inquiry, and I too was at a loss. It likely pertains to the characteristics of your Eternal Ones. However, how could so many guardians and scholars fall in combat? With a multitude of guardians at your disposal, even those clad in primary armor could vanquish a third-grade civilization. Xian Meng expressed his bewilderment. Armor? Our guardians are merely equipped with mechas, Liu Hui replied. The technological tree records the methods for crafting armor. Only with armor can guardians unleash their full potential. My apologies, Eternal Ones. I forgot that your technological tree has suffered damage. Xian Meng chuckled awkwardly. Observe, the armor adorning my form is specifically designed for guardians, the 4th-generation Red Star armor. Xian Meng gently touched the heart-protecting mirror at his chest, and in an instant, the crimson armor enveloped his body. Eternal Ones. This is the 4th-generation armor crafted by our Red Star civilization, the Red Star armor. The materials used in its construction are unique substances sourced from the red holes. The armor possesses immunity to energy attacks, with a hardness and resilience unparalleled in our Red Star civilization's understanding. Guardians encased in this armor can achieve flight speeds reaching dozens of times the speed of light, even capable of piercing a planet at high velocity, triggering a stellar explosion. Xian Meng's exposition on the Guardian-specific armor left Liu Hui and his companion, Huang Zihu, utterly astonished. There are 26 4th-grade civilizations in the Sirius sector. Our Red Star civilization has maintained dominion over this stellar region for billions of years, all due to the presence of our guardians. Xian Meng elucidated the significance of the guardians. Brother Xian Meng, if what you say is true, does that not render our guardians invincible? Huang Zihu inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. May I ask who you are? Having not been introduced, Xian Meng was unfamiliar with Huang Zihu. He is the commander of our human military, Huang Zihu. Like you, he is also a guardian, Liu Hui introduced. "Greetings, Brother Huang." Xian Meng bowed in respect, while Huang Zihu extended his right hand. This gesture left Xian Meng somewhat bewildered. "Xian Meng, this is our customary handshake among humans," Liu Hui chuckled, observing Xian Meng's expression. "Ah, I see." Xian Meng extended his right hand in return, shaking Huang Zihu's hand. "Brother Huang, our guardians are not invincible. The armor of the guardians requires energy to operate. Should the energy be depleted and the armor lost, we are merely formidable warriors. Guardians without the protective armor are easily susceptible to downfall." Xian Meng addressed Huang Zihu, stating that although they were not invincible, they were formidable indeed. However, he pondered when humanity would be able to manufacture battle armor. Huang Zihu, filled with envy, replied, "Brother Huang, that is a question for your scholars. Battle armor is crafted by their design and ingenuity. Nonetheless, I possess 5 spare sets of Red Star battle armor aboard my battleship. I can bestow 2 sets upon you." Before Liu Hui and Huang Zihu could express their gratitude, Xian Meng activated the teleportation function, returning to his ship. His eagerness and generosity stemmed from his astonishment at humanity's potential. 200 guardians and 100 scholars, possessing an extraordinarily vast alternate dimension, 1,000 times the size of their own. The Eternal Ones of humanity evidently surpassed the might of the Eternal Ones from the Red Star civilization. Over 600,000 years ago, the Eternal One Liu Hui of the Red Star civilization had embarked on a solitary expedition, leaving behind a message before his departure from the Red Star planet. He stated that if there were no word from him in 500,000 years, the Red Star civilization could seek out the Karens, a branch of their kind within the cosmos, relying on the branch's Eternal Ones to sustain their civilization. Confronted with the immense potential of humanity, Xian Meng, though not skilled in diplomacy, was far from foolish. He understood the importance of endearing himself to humanity and leaving a favorable impression. Within half a minute, Xian Meng reappeared through teleportation. "Esteemed Eternal One, these 2 sets of Red Star battle armor are gifts from our Red Star civilization to humanity. Please, you must accept them." Xian Meng reverently presented 2 heart-shaped shields to Liu Hui. Liu Hui, being quite straightforward, did not feign politeness. The allure of the Red Star battle armor was undeniably great. Grasping the 2 armor pieces, he handed one to Huang Zihu. "Commander Huang, you look quite envious. You may use this set first." Huang Zihu, even more direct than Liu Hui, accepted the armor without uttering a word. "Brother Xian, how does one operate this battle armor?" Huang Zihu inquired, barely containing his excitement. "Brother Huang, press the armor firmly against your chest. It will recognize the Guardian's identity and match the corresponding abilities based on the Guardian's physical rank." Before Xian Meng could finish his explanation, Huang Zihu pressed the heart-shaped shield against his chest. The crimson battle armor activated, enveloping him in a warm embrace as data regarding the armor began to flood his mind. The battle armor exhibits a damage level of 0 and boasts a maximum flight velocity of 38 times the speed of light. Its ranged attack mechanism is a red energy beam, while its area of effect assault is a black hole attack. The armor possesses the capability of close-range spatial teleportation, allowing it to disregard fluctuations in spatial instability. Its spatial leap ability enables a maximum fixed-point jump distance of 10,000 light-years, albeit influenced by spatial instability fluctuations. The energy utilized by the armor is derived from a red hole-level energy block, with an energy reserve of 100%. As Huang Zihu gazed at the data, he exclaimed in awe, "Brother Xinming, how formidable are the powers of the red energy beam and the black hole attack." Although the data detailed the means of assault, it did not elucidate their potency. Huang Zihu inquired with curiosity. "The red energy beam can strike at a distance of up to 0.5 light-years, with the potential to obliterate a star. When activating the black hole attack, its maximum power can annihilate an entire star system," Ximing responded. "However, Brother Huang, these 2 methods of attack are generally not employed due to their immense energy consumption." After donning the Red Star battle armor, the most frequently utilized method of attack is high-speed collision. "This armor is truly remarkable. I am eager to venture out and test its capabilities," Huang Zihu declared excitedly. "If you wish to try, we can head to Rock Planet. I intend to make a trip there. The Rock civilization no longer has any reason to exist." "Brother Huang, if you have the time, you are welcome to accompany me." Chapter 100. Preparing to establish authority in the aftermath of the Great War. With the invaluable assistance of the Guardian, humanity has mastered the ability to traverse the alternate dimension at will. Those who sought refuge in this realm have begun to return to New Earth. The tasks associated with this alternate dimension require meticulous reorganization. The Oasis star system is littered with the remnants of warships, Clearing the debris and addressing the affairs of fallen soldiers demand careful orchestration from Liu Hui. On the 10th day following the conflict, Xian Meng and Huang Zihu arrived at Liu Hui's office. In recent days, Huang Zihu had been by Xian Meng's side, and their bond had rapidly intensified to the point of resembling that of brothers. Esteemed Eternal One, I must depart New Earth for a time to attend to matters concerning the Lock Star system. The news of the Lock Fleet's annihilation of human civilization has spread throughout the galaxy. With the death of their commander, the Lock civilization is in disarray. Presently, there are 12 Tier 3 civilizations within the system, all restless, and some have begun attacking trading planets in a bid for control of the system. Should chaos erupt within the galaxy, it will require considerable time and effort to reconstruct a governing framework. I wish for human civilization to assume control over the Lock Star system. Thus, these affairs necessitate prompt attention. Upon entering Liu Hui's office, Xian Meng articulated his intent. You desire for human civilization to take over the Lock Star system? Liu Hui inquired, his response unperturbed by Xian Meng's affirmative nod. The nature of the Eternal One is inherently linked to a desire for dominion. You mentioned earlier that there are 12 Tier 3 civilizations within the Lock Star system. What if they refuse? Liu Hui expressed a curiosity about Xian Meng's strategy for addressing this potential opposition. Refuse? As long as human civilization remains within the Lock Star system, they shall not be the ones to govern. Those who dare to oppose will meet a fate akin to that of the Lock civilization, Xian Meng declared with formidable confidence. The Lock Star system is vast, and our human population is relatively small. Managing and controlling the entire system poses a significant challenge. Liu Hui expressed his concerns. Esteemed Eternal One, the control over the Lock Star system relies on the deterrent power of the Guardians. Governance of the system can be delegated to subordinate civilizations. Have you not established agreements with several subordinate civilizations? If that proves insufficient, more can be negotiated, Xian Meng suggested. Nodding in acknowledgement of Xian Meng's words, Liu Hui replied, Eternal One, I am now prepared to journey to Lock Planet. I have already notified the 12 Tier 3 civilizations within the Lock Star system to await outside the system. On this expedition to Lock Planet, I intend to bring along brother Huang Zihu. I wish for him to stand before the 12 Tier 3 civilizations and obliterate Lock Planet alone. I want them to witness the might of the Guardians, to understand that a single Guardian can effortlessly annihilate their civilization. Xian Meng exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Huang Zihu, accompany Xian Meng on his journey to Lock Planet. In this great war, we have sacrificed countless soldiers. This grievance shall be avenged by you. Do not bring shame upon humanity. Liu Hui could not possibly harbor dissenting thoughts. Huang Zihu stands alone as the representative of humanity, determined to annihilate the Rock Planet. This act shall establish immense prestige for human civilization within the Rock Star system. Rest assured, leader, I, Huang Zihu, shall exact vengeance for the fallen soldiers. Beyond the Rock Star system, over 2 billion warships from 12 Tier 3 civilizations encircled the stellar system. The leaders of these civilizations convened aboard the mothership of the Ram civilization. Why have you summoned us to besiege the Rock Star system without permitting an assault? What purpose does such inquiry serve? The inspector will reveal all upon arrival. Will he not? One wonders what folly drives the commander of the Rock civilization to dare attack the Kalan branch. The Rock civilization is on the brink of annihilation. Do you think the future rulers of this system shall emerge from among us? Do not indulge in such delusions. The discovery of the Kalan branch, known as human civilization, within the Rock Star system renders any claim to governance by you untenable. The leaders of the various civilizations deliberated. The final voice belonged to the venerable leader of the Ram civilization, a Tier 3 civilization contemporaneous with the Rock civilization. If we Tier 3 civilizations are deemed unworthy of governing the star system, what merit does human civilization possess? Questioned the Ram leader. I have heard they are merely a Tier 2 civilization. The speaker was the leader of the Dune civilization, newly ascended to Tier 3 status. Leader of the Dune, is your civilization's intelligence-gathering apparatus so antiquated? Retorted the Ram leader. With over 1 million warships engaged against the Rock civilization's 20 billion. They have reduced the enemy's fleet to a mere 2 billion. Do you truly believe such a force could be classified as Tier 2? Even if human civilization is indeed Tier 3, what qualifies them to govern the star system while we cannot? The Dune leader, somewhat indignant, interjected, brimming with youthful vigor from their recent advancement. I concur with the Dune leader. Why should this be the case? Echoed several leaders who had recently ascended to Tier 3 status. Why indeed? Simply because human civilization is a branch of the Kalan race. Each branch of the Kalan possesses guardians to protect them. A single armored guardian can effortlessly obliterate a civilization. The Ram leader cautioned. The Ram civilization, sharing an epoch with the Rock civilization, had once participated in the Great War where the 8 major civilizations besieged the Rock civilization, nearly leading to their own extinction. The Ram civilization possesses detailed records of that tumultuous conflict. In the past, a single member of the Kalan race aboard a solitary spacecraft vanquished their 8 great civilizations. With each transition of power, the leaders of the Ram tribe have consistently advised their successors to avoid antagonizing the Kalan. The current Ram leader remains steadfast in this wisdom, harboring no ambitions for the position of system administrator. Ram leader, your claims seem rather exaggerated. Can a guardian clad in battle armor truly obliterate an entire civilization? Questioned several leaders of newly ascended third-tier civilizations, their skepticism evident. Believe what you will. As for the position of system administrator, feel free to contest it against humanity. I am eager to witness whether you possess such capability, the Ram leader retorted, weary of further explanation. No sooner had he spoken than the three-dimensional communication aboard the mothership was forcibly initiated. The holographic images of Guardians Xian Meng and Huang Zihu materialized before them. Esteemed District Inspector, greetings. The Ram leader was the first to react, respectfully bowing. The remaining leaders of the civilizations followed suit, cautious in their demeanor. I have summoned you today to announce an important matter, Xian Meng declared, bypassing any trivialities. Following the destruction of the Lock civilization, the management of the Lock system will be transferred to humanity. I understand that many of you may harbor discontent. To prevent future strife within the Lock system, you will witness a demonstration today. A guardian of humanity will personally annihilate the Lock planet. After this exhibition, should you still find humanity's prowess lacking, and if you deem yourselves capable, you may challenge them. Chapter 101. The deterrent power of the Guardians for countless millennia. The Rock civilization has dominated the Rock star system, with its kin and warships widely dispersed across various trading planets within the system. The abrupt demise of the Rock commander plunged the civilization into chaos and division. Many Rock denizens and warships, sensing the impending doom, began to flee to nearby star systems. However, the majority chose to return to their home planet, Rock, vowing to defend their civilization to the death. Over half a month following the commander's death, the number of warships returning to Rock had surged to billions. Although a provisional government was established, it faltered due to a lack of strong leadership. Faced with the encirclement of the 12 great civilizations, they dared not launch a preemptive strike, resorting instead to a defensive stance. Ultimately, the provisional government resolved to surrender to the 12 civilizations, relinquishing their status as the overseers of the Rock system in hopes of securing a chance for survival. Esteemed Inspector, the provisional government of the Rock civilization has sent us numerous letters of surrender. They are willing to forfeit their role as overseers of the Rock system in exchange for the continuation of their civilization. Shall we consider? Upon hearing that the sector inspector was preparing to assault Rock, Chief Ram interjected, seeking to advise caution. Do they expect us to accept their surrender? Impossible. The moment the Rock civilization attacked humanity, their fate was sealed. Ignoring Chief Ram's counsel, Xynum regarded a level 3 civilization as little more than an insect. Brother Huang Zihu, prepare for the attack. From Xynum's warship, a crimson figure shot forth, clad in the Red Star battle armor. Huang Zihu soared toward the Rock star system at high velocity. The Rock civilization had stationed billions of warships for defense, yet they remained unresponsive. In less than half an hour, Huang Zihu, at breakneck speed, penetrated and obliterated them all. Within half an hour, no intact Rock warship remained in the Rock star system. After annihilating the fleet, Huang Zihu appeared in orbit around the Rock planet. Chief Sandun, do you still wish to contest for the position of system overseer? Chief Ram disdainfully inquired, observing the dumbfounded expression of Chief Sandun. Chief Ram, is this a mere observation? It feels more like witnessing a massacre. Chief Sandun was too shocked to articulate his thoughts. The very notion of contention had vanished from his mind. After lingering for a few seconds in orbit, Huang Zihu accelerated, propelling himself at speeds exceeding dozens of times the speed of light before altering his course and colliding with the Rock planet. As Huang Zihu breached the Rock planet's surface, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Leaders of various civilizations, the home world of the Rock civilization has been annihilated. Their kin remains scattered across the far reaches of the system. The task of eradicating the remnants of the Rock civilization is entrusted to you. From this day forth, the Rock star system shall be renamed the Human star system. Within a matter of years, humanity will assume control over the entirety of the Human star system. Should you dare to resist, the fate that befell the Rock civilization shall be yours. Upon Huang Zihu's return to the battleship, Xian Meng left behind a few words before piloting the vessel back to New Earth. This spectacle of the annihilation of the rock civilization unveiled the might of the human guardians to all present civilizations, thereby establishing the guardians' deterrent power. Humanity has wandered for 190 years. With the destruction of the rock civilization, humanity embarks on the takeover of the rock star system, which is officially renamed the human star system. After 200 years of wandering, owing to the existence of alternate dimensions, humanity has manufactured over 10 billion Taishan battleships within a mere decade. These vessels are stationed on various trade planets across the human star system, maintaining order within the system. Thus, humanity begins to firmly establish its dominion over the star system, ushering in a new era for human civilization. In the 205th year of wandering, witnessing that human civilization has firmly secured control over the human star system, Xian Meng, who had been a guest on New Earth, could no longer contain his anticipation. He made his way to Liu Hui's office. Esteemed Eternal One, human civilization is now stable and prosperous, with formidable military strength. Many years ago, you promised me a visit to the Red Planet. The time has now come. Could you arrange the visit? Xian Meng had been preoccupied with this matter, for it held great significance for the Red Star civilization. Xian Meng, the journey to the Red Planet is long, traversing through a dozen star systems. A round trip will certainly take no less than 1,000 years. I require some time to organize all human affairs, so that I may depart with peace of mind. In truth, Liu Hui had also been awaiting this opportunity. The complete technological tree of the Kalan planetary civilization is of immense importance to humanity. He had already resolved to accompany Xian Meng to the Red Planet as soon as he had arranged human affairs. Excellent, Eternal One. As long as you remember this matter, Xian Meng will patiently await your arrangements. Having received the answer he desired, Xian Meng was filled with elation. In the 206th year of wandering, Liu Hui had organized all affairs. Zhang Jixin and Huang Zihu remained on New Earth, tasked with establishing a temporary management committee. After Liu Hui's departure, significant decisions regarding humanity would be determined by votes from this committee. For this visit to the Red Planet, Liu Hui boarded a dragon-rising mothership crafted by humanity. Accompanying him were 20 guardians and 40 scholars. The first destination of the dragon-rising mothership is the black hole within the human star system. In the vastness of the cosmos, the distances between galaxies are immense. The space between two star systems typically spans between 2 to 3 million light-years. Relying solely on the propulsion system of the battleships, even the swiftest Taishan battleship would take over 1 million years to reach the destination. The interactions and connections between galaxies in the cosmos primarily rely on black hole spatial tunnels. The overseers of the Sirius region are the Red Star civilization of the Kalan race, which governs a total of 18 galaxies. Near each black hole in these galaxies, the Red Star civilization has constructed a black hole spatial tunnel. These tunnels must be situated in proximity to the black holes, utilizing their immense gravitational forces to warp space, thereby facilitating transportation between galaxies. However, there exists a limitation. They can only transport individuals to the vicinity of black holes in adjacent galaxies, precluding intergalactic travel. Consequently, Liu Hui's journey to the Red Star planet necessitates passage through each of the intervening galaxies. In the command chamber of the Longting mothership, Xian Meng pointed to a spatial tunnel depicted in a three-dimensional image, stating, Eternal One, this is the black hole spatial tunnel of our human galaxy. By entering this tunnel, we shall be able to reach the neighboring Yushuan galaxy. Chapter 102. The crisis in the Yushuan star system, the expanse of the universe, is truly remarkable. Logically, with humanity's mastery of space jump technology, one would expect to traverse the cosmos with ease and grace. However, this technology is not without its limitations. Humanity has harnessed two primary methods of spatial traversal. The first is coordinate-based space jumping. By inputting specific coordinates, this method allows for relatively precise jumps, yet it remains susceptible to the fluctuations of space. In theory, one could teleport to infinitely distant locations, but practical applications constrain this ability. The greater the distance of the jump, the more energy it consumes. Currently, humanity can only achieve coordinate jumps within a range of approximately 500 light-years. Meanwhile, the pinnacle of Red Star civilization, the Red Star armor, can achieve a maximum jump distance of around 10,000 light-years. Thus, coordinate-based jumps are inherently limited by energy consumption. The second method, uncoordinated space jumping, is far simpler yet perilously unpredictable. It demands minimal energy but harbors significant risks. The vastness of the universe means that an uncoordinated jump could land one in a void, devoid of planets or galaxies within billions of light-years. In such desolate expanses, a ship that exhausts its energy would face certain doom. Few are willing to undertake the gamble of uncoordinated jumps. when humanity initially fled the solar system. They employed this very method. Fortuitously, their jump did not cast them into an abyss, but rather brought them to the locked star system. The Eternal Ones were on the verge of entering the black hole spatial tunnel. The Dragon-rising mothership, immense in size, could sustain minor damage if it encountered spatial fluctuations during the transition. As the ship prepared to enter the tunnel, it marked humanity's inaugural journey utilizing a black hole tunnel for interstellar travel. Xian Meng gently nudged Liu Hui, pulling him from his contemplations on space jumping. Do not worry too much, Xian Meng reassured. This Dragon-rising mothership is newly constructed, utilizing the latest materials that greatly enhance its resistance to spatial distortions. Liu Hui had a grasp of the principles behind black hole tunnels. Between two adjacent star systems, the gravitational pull of black holes alters the dimensionality of space. This phenomenon bears resemblance to humanity's concept of alternate dimensions, where time is manipulated. Conversely, black hole tunnels modify the dimensionality of distance. The distance between the human star system and the Yuxuan star system is 256 million light-years. The Dragon-rising mothership had been traversing the black hole tunnel for 9 days. In half a day, it would reach the tunnel's exit. This journey of 9.5 days would cover the remarkable distance of 256 million light-years. Something seems amiss, Xian Meng remarked, his tone laced with concern. During the voyage spanning over 9 days, the spatial tunnel remained remarkably stable. However, as we approach the exit, the tunnel has begun to fluctuate. The intensity of the fluctuations has caused the Dragon's sovereign mothership to tremble. There is no immediate cause for concern, as the structural integrity of the mothership remains intact. Are we not nearing the exit? Let us hold on a little longer. Liu Hui glanced at the data in the control room and confirmed that the mothership was without any issues. Eternal One, I suspect that a significant event has occurred near the black hole in the Yuxuan star system, triggering the fluctuations in the spatial tunnel. Our mothership may be ejected. Nearby the black hole of the Yuxuan star system, a fierce space battle is underway. This conflict has persisted for nearly a decade. With over 50 billion warships deployed by both sides, the battlefield is strewn with the wreckage of destroyed vessels. A colossal mothership serves as the command center, where the leaders of numerous civilizations have congregated. Have the supporting warships from the Qing-San civilization not yet arrived? Inquired an alien elder, resembling a robust gorilla. Commander, they will require 3 more days to reach the battlefield, replied one of his subordinates, prompting a look of concern from the elder. He is the overseer of the Yuxuan star system and the commander of the Yuxuan civilization. 10 years prior, an engineering warship from the dark mechanical civilization stealthily infiltrated the vicinity of the star system's black hole after millions of years of arduous travel, establishing a black hole spatial tunnel connected to the 83rd star system controlled by the dark mechanical civilization. By the time the Yuxuan civilization discovered this, it was already too late. An influx of warships from the dark mechanical civilization surged forth from the tunnel. In response, the Yuxuan civilization mobilized a substantial fleet to encircle and eradicate the mechanical warships invading their star system. After years of combat, the Yuxuan warships managed to confine the mechanical vessels to the vicinity of the black hole spatial tunnel. Since the tunnel was established from the Yuxuan star system, it could not be directly destroyed from the outside. Thus, an incursion into the tunnel's interior was necessary for effective detonation. Despite years of offensive efforts, the Yuxuan civilization has been unable to eliminate the mechanical warships near the tunnel's entrance. The mechanical vessels continue to pour out of the tunnel in increasing numbers, significantly surpassing the usual flow in recent days. The encircling Yuxuan warships are beginning to struggle, showing signs of a potential breach in their formation. Should the encirclement be broken, the scattering of mechanical warships throughout the star system would spell disaster for the civilizations within. The scale and duration of the war have induced spatial fluctuations within the star system. Over 100 million warships from the Qing-San civilization, en route to provide support, have been delayed due to the anomalies in the spatial tunnels. The encirclement now finds itself on the brink of collapse. Uncertain whether the inspector from the Sirius sector could arrive in time for support, Commander Yuxuan felt a wave of frustration. He had already dispatched news of the dark mechanical civilization's covert establishment of a black hole spatial tunnel, poised to invade the Yuxuan star system, to the sector headquarters, urgently requesting assistance. The response from the sector headquarters indicated that the inspector's affairs were exceedingly demanding, and timely arrival could not be guaranteed. Commander, the officer from Region 56 has sent a message. If support does not arrive soon, they will soon be unable to hold their ground, reported the battlefield information officer. Deploy all 10 million warships stationed at the Guardian Command Center to Region 56, the commander ordered. Inform the officer in Region 56 that these 10 million warships represent our final support. They must endure for 3 days, even if it means fighting to the last vessel. In this dire situation, Commander Yuxuan dispatched the last 10 million warships that were meant to protect him. Meanwhile, a colossal mothership suddenly materialized on the battlefield. It was none other than the Dragon Rising mothership of human civilization. Chapter 103. The Dark Mechanical Civilization. As the Dragon Rising mothership approached the tunnel's exit, it was violently ejected from the passage by intense spatial fluctuations. Liu Hui examined the data aboard the mothership and was relieved to find that it had sustained no damage. "Commander, we have come under energy attack," reported a crew member from the control room in haste. "Enter combat status immediately. Activate all detection devices to ascertain the situation," Liu Hui commanded, taken aback by the sudden assault. As the data from the detection equipment streamed in, Liu Hui found himself momentarily bewildered. The Dragon Rising mothership was situated in the midst of a battlefield, caught between two opposing forces. All Taishan warships promptly detached from the mothership to establish a defensive perimeter. "Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. If any warship attempts to approach the Dragon Rising, destroy it at once," Liu Hui instructed. 200 Taishan warships swiftly formed a protective circle around the mothership. Although Liu Hui was unclear about the circumstances, he understood the necessity of a robust defense. "Xingming, the Yuxuan star system is under your jurisdiction. What transpired here? Are you aware?" Liu Hui inquired of his companion, Xingming. "Eternal One, please hold on a moment. I will contact the administrator of the Yuxuan star system to ascertain the events," Xingming replied, activating his Red Star battle armor and connecting with his Crimson warship. He intended to use the ship's communication equipment to inquire with the Yuxuan administrator. In the command center of the Yuxuan mothership, the three-dimensional communication was forcibly established by Xingming. "I am Xingming, the Star Zone Inspector. Who is the administrator of the Yuxuan star system?" The sudden connection startled everyone in the command center. "Greetings, Inspector. I am Hu, the commander of the Yuxuan civilization." Hu quickly responded, bowing respectfully to Xingming's holographic image. "What events have transpired here?" Xingming asked. "Esteemed Inspector, are you not the reinforcements sent from the Star Zone?" Hu assumed that the inspector had been dispatched for assistance. "I merely passed through this area and came to inquire upon noticing the situation. Now, please explain what has happened," Xingming urged. "Esteemed Inspector, the Dark Mechanical Civilization has stealthily established a spatial tunnel near the black hole." Hu recounted the sequence of events. "Understood. The circular mothership on the battlefield belongs to our Kalan kin. Do not approach or engage it recklessly. I will address the mechanical civilization's warships shortly." Having grasped the full context of the situation, Xingming did not await a response before severing the three-dimensional communication. He promptly notified all commanders on the battlefield. "There is a circular mothership present. Do not approach it, nor engage it. Report to me immediately upon detection." Hu felt a surge of anxiety. Mistakenly attacking a Kalan warship would be profoundly disrespectful. Shortly after the command was issued, news from the battlefield returned. "Commander, the mothership of the Kalan race is located in Zone 83, right in the midst of our conflict," reported an officer under Commander Yuxuan. "Immediately reinforce the fleet in Zone 83 to protect the mothership." Commander Yuxuan understood that, with the presence of the inspector, such actions were somewhat redundant. Yet he felt compelled to make a statement. "Commander, this mothership is quite remarkable. Observational data indicates that it lacks an energy shield yet remains immune to energy attacks. A warship impervious to energy assaults?" Upon hearing the battlefield observer's report, not only was Commander Yuxuan taken aback, but every leader of civilization within the command center was equally astonished. "Eternal One, I have just contacted the administrator of the Yuxuan system," Xingming conveyed to Liu Hui. "The Dark Mechanical Civilization? What kind of civilization is this? I feel as though I've heard of it before," Liu Hui inquired. "Eternal One, the Kalan race's birthplace, Kalan planet, was annihilated by the Dark Mechanical Civilization," Xingming explained. Liu Hui finally recalled that upon his first entry into the ship life dissemination, the ship's AI, Nuwa, had introduced its origins to him. Years ago, Kalan planet had been besieged by numerous warships of the Dark Mechanical Civilization. And just as the planet was on the brink of obliteration, the life dissemination vessel escaped. Xingming, shouldn't this Dark Mechanical Civilization be formidable? They were capable of destroying the fourth-level civilization of Kalan planet. Why have they been engaged in a decade-long war with these third-level civilizations? Liu Hui swiftly identified the crux of the matter. "Eternal One, you may not be aware. This Dark Mechanical Civilization is both enigmatic and unique. From what we know of cosmic civilization history, this civilization has existed since the very moment civilizations began to arise in the universe. We do not know its origins, how it came to be, or who its controllers are. All we know is that the purpose of this civilization is to annihilate all civilizations established by intelligent beings across the cosmos. The dark mechanical civilization comprises numerous branches. When they intend to assault a particular star system, they dispatch a core intelligence mothership. This mothership lacks the ability to create, but possesses reverse engineering capabilities. If they recover the wreckage of an enemy vessel on the battlefield, they will utilize that debris for technological reverse engineering, ultimately replicating and manufacturing identical warships. A single core intelligence mothership can generate hundreds of billions of warships during warfare. The capabilities of these warships depend on the abilities of the adversary's vessels. In other words, after a period of conflict with the dark mechanical civilization, the enemy's warships will become indistinguishable from those we are deploying in our assaults. The key to the dark mechanical civilization's victory lies in their numerical superiority. They possess the capability to swiftly and abundantly manufacture warships. The outcome of the conflict will be determined amidst tremendous consumption. Xian Meng elucidated the nature of the dark mechanical civilization to Liu Hui. Eternal One, I shall first eradicate these dark mechanical civilization warships before proceeding further. This black hole space tunnel they have established must be annihilated, otherwise, the Yushuan galaxy will inevitably fall to the mechanical civilization. After expressing his thoughts, Xian Meng prepared to depart from the mothership and enter the battlefield. Xian Meng, please hold on a moment. I have a question to pose to you. What if the dark mechanical civilization obtains this red star battle armor from you and proceeds to replicate it in large quantities? Liu Hui suddenly contemplated this issue. Rest assured, Eternal One, even if they acquire the battle armor and replicate it extensively, they lack guardians. Thus, the armors they produce will merely serve as mere decorations. With that, Xian Meng departed from the Longting mothership and entered the fray. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted instantaneously. It was remarkably straightforward and unequivocal, devoid of any suspense, rendering it exceedingly mundane. In less than half an hour, the warships of the dark mechanical civilization and the space tunnel were obliterated. A war that had spanned a decade was concluded by Xian Meng in merely 30 minutes. Chapter 104, The Eternal One. Liu Hui, is this the might of the Sector Inspector? In a mere 30 minutes, a decade-long war came to an abrupt conclusion, leaving the leaders of civilizations within the command center utterly astonished. These leaders had never witnessed the power of an inspector before. Alas, the inspector cannot remain in our Yushuan star system for long. Were it possible, the safety of our Yushuan star system would be assured, sighed the commander of Yushuan. Commander, why is that? Many of the leaders of various civilizations were unclear about the reason. There are only 4 inspectors for the entire sector. Our Sirius region comprises 18 star systems, of which 8 are currently engaged in conflict with the dark mechanical civilization, making the inspectors exceedingly busy and unable to attend to us, the commander of Yushuan explained. I must personally visit the inspector aboard the mothership. If any of you wish to accompany me, feel free to join. Owing to the effects of the war, the black hole spatial tunnel established by the Red Star civilization exhibited significant fluctuations, rendering it highly unstable. The Longting mothership was unable to enter the tunnel and continue its journey, being compelled to remain within the Yushuan star system for 28 years. The Yushuan star system is home to 14 level 3 civilizations, and during these 28 years, Liu Hui visited all of them. Throughout the visits, Xian Meng remained steadfastly by Liu Hui's side. All the leaders of civilizations came to realize one crucial point. This leader of humanity was of greater significance than even the inspector. Consequently, Liu Hui received a remarkably warm reception. During the course of these visits, Liu Hui garnered numerous rewards, signing an extensive array of contracts for the sale of warships with various civilizations. From the far reaches of the Yushuan star system, Liu Hui sold 1 billion Kunlun warships for humanity. These vessels would be delivered in a steady stream once the stability of the black hole spatial tunnel was achieved. What transpired in the Yushuan star system was merely an interlude on Liu Hui's journey to the Red Star planet. After 28 years of waiting, the fluctuating spatial tunnel finally stabilized. Liu Hui resumed his path toward the Red Star planet. Due to the varying gravitational forces of black holes between each star system, the dimensional distances of the spatial tunnels also differed. Some tunnels connecting 2 star systems required merely a few days of travel, while others necessitated journeys spanning centuries. After 472 years, humanity's Longting mothership traversed 9 star systems and finally arrived at the Red Star system, home to the Red Star civilization. The Red Star system, colloquially known as the Red Star cluster in the cosmos, is also referred to as the Sirius region. This region comprises 28 star systems, all revolving around the Red Star system. Of these, 18 star systems are under the dominion of the Red Star civilization, while the remaining 10 have fallen to the dark mechanical civilization. The red star system is the largest among these 28 systems, boasting a diameter of over 2 million light-years and an estimated 400 trillion stars. Registered civilizations number over 30 million, including 6 Level 4 civilizations, more than 80,000 Level 3 civilizations, and the remainder classified as Level 1 or Level 2 civilizations. Given its immense mass, the red star system stands as a formidable entity in the universe. At its core, a colossal red void has formed, aptly named the red hole due to its emission of high-energy crimson rays. The red star civilization has governed the red star system for approximately 1 billion years, undertaking efforts to study and harvest energy from this red void. Consequently, they migrated their home planet, Red Star, close to the red hole. Red Star, the cradle of the red star civilization, boasts a diameter of around 180,000 kilometers, slightly larger than Jupiter in the human solar system. The population of the red star civilization hovers around 8 trillion, with the majority dispersed throughout the red star system, while over 10 trillion reside on the planet itself. The Governance Council of the Red Star Civilization has become the supreme authority following the solitary expedition of the Eternal One, Liu Hui. This council comprises 12 members, 8 scholars, and 4 guardians. A meeting is currently underway, attended by the 8 scholars and 1 guardian stationed on Red Star. A message has been received from Meng, indicating that humanity's Eternal One will arrive on Red Star in 3 days. I believe we must revise our original plan, spoke Liu Hui, a scholar of the Red Star Civilization and the esteemed president of the Governance Council. Are you suggesting that we refrain from aligning ourselves with the human Eternal One for the time being? We must prioritize the rescue of Eternal One Liu Hui. The attendees appeared to grasp Liu Hui's intent. Indeed, now that we have discerned the whereabouts of our leader, we should focus on his retrieval. Not long ago, the Red Star Civilization unexpectedly received a distress signal emitted from the spacecraft piloted by Eternal One Liu Hui, who has been missing for over 600,000 years. The signal's location was pinpointed to the 8th star system, controlled by the Dark Mechanical Civilization. This system is adjacent to the Qin Wu star system in the Canis Major region, where conflict is currently raging, mirroring the situation in the Yuxian star system. The Dark Mechanical Civilization has clandestinely established a spatial tunnel near the black hole in the Qin Wu star system, through which numerous warships are invading. However, the battlefield has been effectively managed by the Red Star Civilization, which is guarded by 2 protectors. The war has persisted for 2 years. With guardians present, this conflict could have been swiftly resolved by simply destroying the spatial tunnel. Yet, the Governance Council has exercised caution, opting not to obliterate the tunnel but to maintain it. As it connects to the 8th star system, the Council intends to seize control of this tunnel and dispatch warships to the 8th star system to rescue Eternal One Liu Hui. Capturing this spatial tunnel poses significant challenges. Should the Red Star warships penetrate its interior, the mechanical civilization would detonate it to thwart their incursion. The only way to covertly secure control of this spatial tunnel lies in the hands of the Eternal Ones. The thoughts generated by the Eternal Ones render the intellect of the mechanical civilization incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. The purpose of our meeting today is to devise a means to persuade humanity's Eternal One. Without his assistance, our endeavor to seize the spatial tunnel will be futile, the president proclaimed loudly during the assembly. President, the message returned by Ming mentioned that humanity's acquisition of the Kalan planetary technological tree is incomplete. Their visit to our red planet is aimed at obtaining the full technological tree. Could we not leverage this as a condition for the assistance of humanity's Eternal One? Suggested one of the scholars present at the conference. The matter of the technological tree should not be used as a bargaining chip. The Eternal Ones inherently possess the right to take the technological tree. The data returned by Ming regarding human civilization indicated that it is a civilization deeply rooted in emotions. If they were to learn of our Eternal One's dire predicament, they would undoubtedly extend their assistance to us. We would not even need to persuade him. As long as we treat humanity's Eternal One with the utmost respect, regarding him as one of our own, and embracing him as our own Eternal One. Chapter 105. The missing eternal beings. The Dragon Ascendant mothership gracefully descended onto the Red Star planet. The moment Liu Hui disembarked from the vessel, he was taken aback. Surrounding the spacecraft were throngs of individuals, numbering in the tens of thousands. Meng, this is quite an extravagant welcome, Liu Hui remarked to his companion. You are an eternal being. You are deserving of every form of reverence. In the eyes of us Red Star inhabitants, you are akin to a deity. Meng replied respectfully. Allow me to introduce you to them. Meng approached Liu Hui's side. This esteemed individual is Liu Hui, our foremost scholar of Red Star civilization. Meng proceeded to introduce Liu Hui to the 9 members of the Governing Council. Eternal being, we welcome you to the Red Star planet. Please, follow me. Your accommodations for the evening are in our Eternal Palace. The Eternal Palace serves as the residence of Liu Hui, the eternal being of Red Star civilization. Liu Hui was afforded the highest honors during his stay. Over the ensuing days, Liu Hui guided Liu Hui on a tour of numerous locales across the planet. Ultimately, they arrived at a heavily guarded memorial hall. At the center of the hall rested a spaceship. Eternal being. This is the cradle of our Red Star civilization, the life dissemination spacecraft. Without needing further explanation, Liu Hui recognized it instantly. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the life dissemination spacecraft discovered on Earth years ago. Liu Hui's arrival activated the ship's intellect. Upon detecting the proximity of an eternal being, the hatch opened. May I board the vessel? Seeing the hatch suddenly ajar, Liu Hui inquired of Liu Hui. He was aware that the ship housed the technological tree of the Kalan civilization and wished to test the waters. Esteemed eternal being, of course. Only you eternal beings possess the ability to open the hatch. I have heard from Xin Meng that your human civilization's Kalan technological tree is incomplete. This vessel contains the complete technological tree. Eternal being, you may enter the spacecraft and rectify the deficiencies in your civilization's technological tree. Liu Hui's words took Liu Hui by surprise. Such a crucial asset. He had not anticipated the Red Star civilization's straightforwardness, offering it without any stipulations. Liu Hui, feeling no need for pretense, ascended the ship without hesitation. Welcome, eternal being, to the life dissemination spacecraft. I am the ship's intellect, Hong. As Liu Hui stepped aboard, he was greeted by the voice of the intellect, Hong. Hong, I have a query to pose to you. Esteemed eternal being, please proceed. I am an eternal being of human civilization, and our technological tree is incomplete. I wish to ascertain whether I possess the authority to manage the technological tree aboard this vessel. Liu Hui understood that there was no need for superfluous conversation with the intellect, and asked directly, Esteemed eternal being, you are a level 3 eternal being, while Liu Hui is a level 1 eternal being. Your rank surpasses that of Liu Hui, and your authority takes precedence over his. Liu Hui was taken aback by this revelation. If he and Liu Hui were both aboard the spacecraft, his commands would take precedence over Liu Hui's. Liu Hui recalled that his evolution as an eternal was at an impressive 99, 98, the highest tier of level 3. In contrast, Liu Hui was at level 1, which implied that his evolutionary stage was likely over 80. Intellect, connect immediately to the mainframe of the Lonting mothership and replicate the technological tree from the spacecraft. Transmitting it forth. I lack data on the Eternals. Please elaborate in detail. Liu Hui had spent more than 8 hours aboard the ship, acquiring a wealth of information previously unknown to him, particularly regarding the Eternals. As an Eternal, he had always been aware of his unique characteristics but was uncertain of their nature or how to investigate them. Here, he discovered the methodology and learned of his attributes, the healing trait and the regeneration trait. The healing trait allows an Eternal to heal injured scholars and guardians, while the regeneration trait ensures that upon the accidental demise of scholars and guardians, new ones are born from their kin to replenish their ranks. To Liu Hui's astonishment, he also possessed a hidden trait, one that could not be discerned from the recently acquired methods. What could it be? Liu Hui remained in the dark. The records on the Eternals also indicated that Eternals of differing levels cannot coexist. The mission of level 1 and 2 Eternals is to seek out level 3 Eternals, contributing their brain templates to the brain template space of the level 3 Eternals to strengthen them. The level 1 Eternal Liu, he ventured forth to find a level 3 Eternal. Conversely, the mission of level 3 Eternals is to locate the sanctum of the Eternals, situated approximately 96 billion light-years from the Red Star system. Why pursue this sanctum? What is its significance? The records provided no answers. The more Liu Hui learned, the more bewildered he became. Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, he felt as though he were influenced by some unseen force. Am I truly destined to seek the sanctum of the Eternals? His heart began to waver. Eternal, you have finally emerged. Outside the spacecraft, 8 scholars and 2 guardians of the Red Star civilization knelt in reverence. What troubles you? Upon seeing Liu Hui leading the group in supplication, Liu Hui inquired. Respected human Eternal, our Eternal Liu Hui is in dire need of your assistance. Liu Hui earnestly replied. Hasn't Liu Hui been missing for over 600,000 years? Do you have news of him? Liu Hui asked, puzzled. Years ago, we received a distress signal from the ship piloted by Liu Hui, originating from the 8th star system. Liu Hui recounted the events to Liu Hui. Are you suggesting that I should launch an assault on the black hole spatial tunnel to allow your warship's passage for a rescue? Liu Hui comprehended their intent. Respected Eternal, this is the request of our Red Star civilization. If humanity has any requests of us, we welcome them. We shall certainly strive to fulfill them. It is our hope that the eternal ones of humanity may extend their assistance to us. Liu Hui humbly bowed down once more, expressing with sincerity that no conditions were necessary. It is evident to me that your Red Star civilization treats us with great respect. Both of our civilizations are branches of the Kalan people, and mutual assistance is a natural obligation. I pledge to heed your request, to aid you in conquering the black hole space tunnel established by the mechanical civilization. Liu Hui acquiesced to Liu Hui's entreaties, not merely due to the words spoken, but primarily because a profound desire had burgeoned within him. It was an uncontrollable yearning to locate and assimilate the Eternal One, Liu Hui. Chapter 106. The offensive tunnel. With Liu Hui's confirmation, the Red Star civilization initiated its rescue plan, mobilizing warships from various star systems, amounting to approximately 200 billion vessels. The 8th star system is adjacent to the Qinwu star system, and the journey from the Red Star system to the Qinwu star system necessitates traversing 2 star systems. The journey is estimated to take around 20 years, and with the mobilization of warships from the various star systems, the total time required is approximately 30 years. Liu Hui must remain on the Red Star for about 10 years before embarking on the journey to the Qinwu star system. During this decade, Liu Hui remains industrious. Accompanying him to the Red Star are 20 guardians and 40 scholars. This decade provides an opportunity for profound exchanges between the guardians and scholars of both civilizations, particularly addressing the technological challenges faced by the Red Star civilization. With the involvement of human scholars, many of these issues are resolved. The Red Star's Liu Hui expresses a touch of envy, noting that the cognitive development of human scholars generally surpasses their own, making them significantly more advanced in technological research. The pinnacle of the Red Star civilization's technological achievements is the Red Star armor, which has long grappled with a substantial obstacle: the procurement of the special materials required for its manufacture and the collection of the energy blocks sourced from red holes, both of which are exceedingly difficult. However, with the participation of 40 human scholars in the research, significant breakthroughs were swiftly achieved, resulting in a 100-fold increase in the procurement of materials and energy blocks. Over the course of the decade, the Red Star civilization successfully produced 2 suits of Red Star armor. The Red Star armor is consumable. After intense combat, it becomes irreparable. Currently, the Red Star civilization possesses a total of 16 active and reserve suits of Red Star armor, 6 of which are held by the 2 guardians stationed in the Qinwu star system, while the remaining 10 reside on the Red Star. A decade later, en route to the Qinwu star system, the Red Star civilization brought along all its armor. 20 years hence, Liu Hui and Liu Hui arrived at the battlefield of the Qinwu star system, command center of the Dragonting mothership. The command for the offensive against the black hole spatial tunnel is established aboard the human Dragonting mothership. The guardians Chengji and Wu Wang came to pay their respects to the Eternal One upon learning of Liu Hui's arrival. Please rise, Liu Hui instructed. Share the current situation on the battlefield. Over the span of 10 years, the Red Star civilization has come to regard Liu Hui as their new leader, a sentiment he finds entirely natural. Esteemed Eternal One, over the past 30 years, we have maintained a remarkably balanced control over the battlefield. Approximately 40 million vessels of the dark mechanical civilization emerge from the tunnel each year. We have over 200 million warships surrounding the tunnel's exit. The attrition rate of our warships and the speed of reinforcements have reached a stable equilibrium, requiring the intervention of we 2 guardians only on rare occasions. Guardian Chengji elaborated on the circumstances of the battlefield. As we have arrived at the battlefield, let us commence our actions as planned, Liu Hui remarked to Liu Hui beside him. The guardians and scholars of the Red Star civilization expressed their gratitude for the assistance rendered by the Eternal One. You may rise, Liu Hui encouraged. Piloting a crimson small-scale Red Star warship, Liu Hui detached from the Dragon Mother ship, navigating towards the entrance of the black hole spatial tunnel. The brainwave rays emitted by the Eternal Ones constitute a unique form of energy. These rays render the sentient cores of mechanical civilizations incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. In their perception, Liu Hui's Red Star warship was merely another of their own. With remarkable ease, Liu Hui guided the vessel into the spatial tunnel. He was required to traverse this tunnel for nearly 2 years to reach the exit of the 8th star system. Within the tunnel, Liu Hui observed a myriad of mechanical warships continuously advancing towards the exit of the Qinwu star system. Adhering to the plan, he deployed spatial oscillators at intervals throughout the tunnel. Over the course of more than 2 years, he placed over 20 oscillators. These devices were designed to detonate upon Liu Hui's arrival at the 8th star system's exit, thereby ejecting the mechanical warships traversing the tunnel. This operation was an integral part of the strategy. Should Liu Hui seize control of the tunnel's mouth in the 8th star system, any remaining mechanical warships would self-detonate, obliterating the tunnel. Thus, upon reaching the exit, Liu Hui would first trigger the oscillators to eliminate the enemy vessels within the tunnel. 2 years later, Liu Hui successfully arrived at the 8th star system's exit. The number of mechanical warships was staggering. Liu Hui scrutinized the data relayed from the warship sensors. There were over 2 billion warships amassed near the tunnel's entrance, queuing to enter the spatial tunnel. With so many vessels, Liu Hui pondered whether the 12 sets of Red Star armor would endure the 2-year duration. In this operation, Liu Hui's ship was equipped with 12 sets of Red Star armor. The Red Star civilization possessed a total of 16 sets, 4 of which were donned by the 4 Guardians, leaving the remainder for Liu Hui. He needed to utilize these 12 sets of armor to hold the fort at the tunnel's entrance for 2 years while awaiting reinforcements from the Red Star civilization. According to the plan, Liu Hui detonated the spatial oscillators he had deployed within the tunnel. Clad in the Red Star armor, he soared towards the mechanical warships near the tunnel's entrance. The sensors detected oscillation explosions within the spatial tunnel. The Eternal Ones had already commenced their offensive. Xian Meng, you Guardians must immediately eliminate the mechanical warships in proximity to the tunnel's entrance. Once cleared, we shall enter the spatial tunnel to repair the oscillation and proceed to the 8th star system for support. After a 2-year wait, Liu Hui received the signal indicating Liu Hui's engagement. The Red Star civilization commenced its actions as well. Clad in Red Star armor, Liu Hui darted through the ranks of the mechanical civilization's fleet with remarkable speed, devoid of any discernible tactics or strategy. The aircraft penetrated the enemy's warships, obliterating them in its wake. The intensity of the battle rendered the Red Star armor susceptible to rapid wear. Over the span of 3 hours, Liu Hui annihilated 2 billion vessels of the mechanical civilization, necessitating the replacement of his armor 5 times. Within a radius of 0.2 light-years from the tunnel's entrance, Liu Hui eradicated all enemy ships. What awaited him next was a grueling 2-year period of steadfast vigilance. In this conflict, Liu Hui's Red Star armor functioned as a lethal blade, while the mechanical civilization's warships resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Yet, with each strike, the blade dulled. As the lambs continued to stream forth towards its edge, following the clearance of vessels near the tunnel's mouth, enemy ships continued to surge relentlessly. Liu Hui had lost count of the number of adversaries he had vanquished. After resting on the spacecraft for less than half an hour, alarms blared once more, signaling that enemy ships had breached the 0.1 light-year warning zone. Liu Hui launched another offensive, clearing the area back to 0.2 light-years. This cycle repeated itself. 2 years later, he was left with but a single suit of armor. Chapter 107, The Trap? For the past 2 years, Liu Hui has pondered the nature of the dark mechanical civilization's intelligence core. From a broader perspective, it seems devoid of strategic planning capabilities. If it possessed such skills, it would not have allowed Liu Hui to destroy so many of its warships over the past 2 years. However, its computational abilities are remarkably precise. Each time Liu Hui's Red Star armor approaches the limit of wear, the number of mechanical warships suddenly increases, almost as if to inform Liu Hui that his armor is on the verge of failure and that he lacks the strength to annihilate the fleet before him. Yet, each time he has managed to counter this by donning a new suit of armor. Liu Hui is certain that the wear metrics of the Red Star armor have been calculated by the intelligence core. At present, he has only 1 set of Red Heart armor left, with a wear level reaching 80, as if by design. The number of warships from the dark mechanical civilization has surged once more. These warships, as before, do not engage Liu Hui, but instead head straight towards the space tunnel's exit. The intelligence core has deduced that attacking Liu Hui would inflict no damage, while any offensive action he takes would lead to further wear on his armor. To strike or not to strike, this batch of warships numbers close to 100 million. Liu Hui has calculated that, with his Red Star armor already worn down by 80, he is unable to eliminate the entire fleet before him. If push comes to shove, retreat is the only option. A sense of withdrawal begins to brew within him. The support warships from the Red Star civilization are still traversing the tunnel. Due to the variance in spatial dimensions, quantum communication with them is impossible. Liu Hui is unaware of how long it will be before the Red Star civilization's ships arrive. Just as he prepares to withdraw, the first warship from the Red Star civilization emerges at the tunnel exit of the 8th star system, followed closely by a second, then a third. At the last moment, Liu Hui receives the awaited reinforcements from the Red Star fleet. Esteemed Eternal One, we have arrived. A voice from Liu Hui's ship resonates. You have come at an opportune time. My Red Star armor has been completely destroyed. This suit I wear has now reached an 80 wear level. Had you delayed any longer, I would have had to prepare for retreat. Liu Hui finally exhales in relief, grateful not to have wasted 2 years in vain. Eternal One, please return to the Longting mothership. The battlefield is now ours to command. A substantial number of Red Star warships surge into the battlefield, engaging with the mechanical civilization's fleet. Thanks to their numerical superiority and the addition of Xi and Ming and 3 other guardians to the fray, the situation around the tunnel exit of the 8th star system is swiftly brought under control. In the command room of the Longting mothership, esteemed Eternal One, you have worked hard, Liu Hui sincerely remarks upon Liu Hui's return. 2 years have not been overly arduous. How about you? Are you still proceeding according to the original plan? Liu Hui inquires. Our plan remains unchanged for the time being. Eternal One, look here. This is the location from where the distress signal was emitted. The Rook Star system lies 9,862 light-years from us. We intend to assemble 100 million warships and immediately set sail for the Rook Star system. Liu Hui pointed at the 3-dimensional star map and inquired. 9,862 light-years? Is it not possible to utilize the space jump system aboard the warships? Upon hearing of Liu Hui's plans for the fleet to travel to the Rook Star system, Liu Hui expressed his curiosity. Eternal One, we have conducted reconnaissance. The spatial fluctuations within a 10 light-year radius of the tunnel entrance are exceedingly unstable. The warships cannot employ space jumps. We must journey beyond 10 light-years to utilize the space jump. 10 days later, 100 million warships of the Red Star civilization were assembled and commenced their voyage towards the Rook Star system. The unusual movement of such a vast fleet caught the attention of the Dark Mechanical Civilization's Intelligence Corps. The Intelligence Corps ceased dispatching warships to the spatial tunnel entrance and issued new orders. Warships from the Dark Mechanical Civilization began to intercept the fleet of the Red Star Civilization. This interception soon devolved into a war of attrition. Warships from the Dark Mechanical Civilization relentlessly advanced to obstruct the fleet, while reinforcements from the Red Star Civilization continuously emerged from the tunnel entrance. After 9 years, the total number of warships expended by both sides amounted to over 2 billion. At this juncture, a surprising development occurred. The Red Star Civilization detected that the range of spatial fluctuations had unexpectedly expanded to 10,000 light-years. This spatial fluctuation was deliberately triggered by the Dark Mechanical Civilization. Liu Hui, why do I have the feeling that this is a trap laid by the Dark Mechanical Civilization? Liu Hui sensed something amiss. Initially, he believed the Intelligence Corps lacked strategic planning capabilities. Now, he felt as though the opponent was orchestrating a grand scheme. What the scheme entailed, he could not yet discern. Eternal One, I too sensed the undercurrents of conspiracy. Liu Hui was not naive. They had traversed 9 light-years of the 10 light-year distance, and were on the cusp of entering a zone of spatial stability. Now, what should we do? Liu Hui inquired of Liu Hui. Knowing the whereabouts of Liu Hui and having arrived in the 8th star system, Liu Hui felt a strong desire to investigate further. Liu Hui, during the 2 years you spent waiting, did you not forge a new set of Red Star battle armor? Please provide it to me. I shall venture alone to the Rook Star system for an inquiry. The Red Star battle armor had a maximum space jump distance of 10,000 light-years and could disregard the effects of spatial fluctuations. Liu Hui planned to equip this new battle armor and explore alone. Eternal One, it is far too perilous for you to venture to the Rook Star system alone. I suggest we mobilize more warships. Even if we do not utilize space jumps, a slow and steady journey, coupled with combat, will still enable us to reach the Rook Star system. Liu Hui felt that allowing Liu Hui to proceed alone was exceedingly reckless. Liu Hui, what of the distance of over 9,000 light-years? Your warships are not equipped like the Red Star battle armor. Their speed barely reaches the speed of light. Engaging in battle while journeying would extend our arrival at the Rook Star system to over 10,000 years. Over the years, have you ever calculated the number of warships you would expend in battle? Huey's suggestion appears impractical. They remain oblivious to the manufacturing capabilities and potential of the mechanical civilization's warships. After millennia of continuous warfare, should the shipbuilding support from the Red Star civilization falter, they would inevitably lose this conflict. I have resolved to venture alone to the Rook Star system to uncover the truth. Rest assured, I shall not take unnecessary risks. My brainwave emitter can render the central intelligence incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. As long as I refrain from initiating an attack, my identity will remain concealed. Liu Hui had no intention of persuading everyone. His will was not to be contested. He has chosen to embark on this journey to the Rook Star system alone, while Liu Hui leads the fleet back to the tunnel entrance, steadfastly guarding it and awaiting Liu Hui's news. Chapter 108. Planetary Core, the Eternal Ones. This is all that remains of our Red Star civilization's 3 red whole-grade energy cores. The distance to the Rook Star system is nearly 10,000 light-years. A round trip would consume 2 of these energy cores. You must exercise caution in utilizing the energy of the Red Star battle armor, which operates on red whole-grade energy cores, notoriously difficult to harvest. Liu Hui received the last 3 energy cores from Liu Hui. Rest assured, my journey to the Rook Star system should pose no significant danger. Liu Hui took hold of the energy cores, which were remarkably small, merely the size of a fingernail. However, the energy they contained was immense. One red hole-grade energy core equated to the energy of 100 million planetary-grade energy cores. After securely installing the 3 energy cores, Liu Hui donned the Red Star battle armor and departed from the Longting mothership. Achieving the velocity necessary for spatial jump, he initiated the leap. The data from the armor flashed in Liu Hui's mind. Following the inputted coordinates for the Rook Star system, the armor activated the spatial jump. Liu Hui vanished into the cosmos, only to reappear at the periphery of a star system. No, this was not the Rook Star system. Liu Hui quickly discerned the anomaly. The Rook Star system was a binary star system, with its center composed of 2 entwined suns. However, the star system before him was a solitary star system. Intellect. Scan the current star system, he commanded. Each set of Red Star battle armor was equipped with a level 4 intellect. Shortly, the data regarding the star system materialized within Liu Hui's mind. The Shook Star system, hosting 13 planets. Its coordinates. This was the Shook Star system, adjacent to the Rook Star system. The spatial jump had deviated significantly. Liu Hui had not anticipated such a considerable deviation from a spatial jump spanning over 9,000 light-years. The intellect, utilizing the miniature detection devices equipped on the armor, continued to probe the Shook Star system. Subsequently, more data about the system emerged in Liu Hui's consciousness. The Shook Star system was replete with numerous mechanical civilization warships, resembling a manufacturing hub for such vessels. Curiosity compelled Liu Hui to venture further into the system. Planet No. 13, the outermost of the celestial bodies in the system. Upon reaching the orbit of this planet, Liu Hui observed a flurry of mechanical activity across its surface. These machines resembled enormous earthworms, with a head featuring a mouth approximately 2 kilometers in diameter and a length exceeding 20 kilometers. The mechanical leviathan burrowed into the ground, its tail expelling high-purity metal ore. Liu Hui quickly identified it as a mining robot of the mechanical civilization. The metallic ores emitted by mining robots are collected by specialized machines and transported to nearby spacecraft. These vessels are destined for the 12th planet. Liu Hui followed the transport ships to the orbit of the 12th planet. From the orbit, the planet appeared somewhat exaggerated, as it had been entirely transformed into a colossal battleship manufacturing facility. On the planet, there exists a massive feed inlet, with a diameter exceeding 1,000 kilometers. Upon reaching the inlet, the transport ships directly deposit the metallic ores. The ores are subsequently sorted and distributed throughout the factory. Liu Hui observed that the planet also featured an outlet, which served as the exit for completed battleships. Finished vessels would soar directly into space from this outlet. Liu Hui calculated that this mechanical civilization's battleship manufacturing plant could produce an astonishing 216 ships every second. He wondered how many such factories this mechanical civilization possessed. The efficiency of battleship production was truly remarkable. Liu Hui contemplated moving on to the next planet, intending to return later to destroy this factory. Since he had encountered it, he had no intention of leaving it unchecked. However, he decided to gather intelligence on all the planets before taking action. Upon arriving at the 11th planet, Liu Hui was astounded by a gigantic machine capable of enveloping the entire planet. What could their purpose be? It did not appear to be for mineral extraction, but he could not be certain. The surface materials of the planet were being directly transported away by the spacecraft without any processing. This enormous machine seemed to be disassembling the planet at a rapid pace. Liu Hui calculated that within a month, the planet would be completely dismantled. What benefits could be gained from disassembling a planet? Why would the mechanical civilization engage in such an endeavor? There must be a significant purpose behind it. Liu Hui, filled with curiosity, resolved to remain there for a month to discern the intentions of the mechanical civilization. A month later, the 11th planet was entirely disassembled, leaving behind a silvery core approximately 1 meter in diameter. What could this be? There were no records of such an object in the technological archives of the Kalan civilization. A planetary core, perhaps? Liu Hui imaginatively named it, sensing that this object was anything but ordinary. Chapter 109. The Fusion of the Eternal Ones, observing the mechanical civilization's protracted efforts to acquire a planetary core. Liu Hui's intuition informed him that the matter was far from straightforward. The planetary core had been transported to a mothership, a vessel Liu Hui was familiar with, the Red Star mothership. The only difference was its hue, while the Red Star civilization's ships were crimson. The mechanical civilization had crafted theirs in a pitch-black shade. Driven by a desire to unearth the secrets of the planetary core, Liu Hui stealthily boarded the mothership. Intelligent core. Can you infiltrate and seize control of this mothership's intelligence system? He inquired of the 4th-level intellect of the Red Star armor. Eternal One. I can infiltrate and commandeer this mothership. However, such actions would alert the mechanical civilization's core intelligence. If your sole aim is to peruse some data aboard the ship, I can execute this discreetly, the armor's intelligent core suggested. Then first ascertain the destination of this mothership, Liu Hui instructed. Intent on avoiding any disturbance to the mechanical civilization's core intelligence, as his primary objective was to investigate the mysteries surrounding the planetary core. Eternal One. This mothership is bound for Planet 3 in the Ruck star system, with a travel duration of approximately 15 days. Infiltrating the interstellar navigation charts aboard the mothership was a trivial task for the Red Star intellect. The mothership is headed for Planet 3 in the Ruck star system? Liu Hui was taken aback by the serendipity, for that was precisely his intended destination. The distress signal from Eternal One Liu He had originated from Planet 3. Encountering this situation prompted Liu Hui to devise a new plan, to follow the mothership to Planet 3 in the Ruck star system. He could simultaneously investigate Liu Hui's whereabouts and the secrets of the planetary core. The life support system of the Red Star armor was ingeniously designed. Clad in the armor, Liu Hui could sustain himself without sustenance for millennia. The span of 15 days passed swiftly, and he soon arrived at Planet 3 in the Ruck star system. Upon his arrival, Liu Hui suddenly sensed a powerful disturbance within his cerebral core space. His consciousness swiftly entered this realm. Are you Liu Hui? Liu Hui discovered a cerebral core, roughly the size of a soccer ball, had manifested within his cerebral space. He quickly realized that this cerebral core was likely Liu Hui. Who are you? How do you know me? Liu Hui exclaimed, astonished. He had been concealed within his cerebral space for several 100,000 years, and now found himself abruptly drawn into an unfamiliar realm. Are you truly the Eternal One Liu Hui? I am Liu Hui, an Eternal One of humanity. I have visited your Red Star civilization, and you transmitted a distress signal from Planet 3. At the request of Scholar Liu Hui, I have come to investigate and rescue you, Liu Hui replied. A distress signal? I did not send out such a signal. Could this be a trap set by the mechanical civilization's core intelligence? Liu Hui immediately refuted the claim. A trap? What sort of trap? What lured me here? Or what drew your Crimson Civilization's warship to this place? What is the objective? Liu Hui, perplexed, inquired directly. Their aim must be to acquire a new body for the Eternal One, or perhaps for the Guardian. Over 600,000 years ago, in pursuit of my mission, I traversed to this realm. I discovered that the core intelligence of the mechanical civilization controlling the 8th star system resided on this planet. At that time, I was consumed by a desire for destruction, intent on annihilating this core. Yet, I underestimated its capabilities. During the ensuing combat, I was captured. What? You are an Eternal One clad in crimson armor, and yet the mechanical civilization was able to seize you? Liu Hui, astounded, interrupted Liu Hui's narrative. The core intelligence of the mechanical civilization is capable of creating a confinement space. The dimensions of time and distance within this space fall under its dominion. I found myself ensnared within this realm, utterly immobilized. The mechanical civilization has acquired the crimson armor I wore. You should be aware of their nature. Once they obtain the armor, they can replicate it. However, without an Eternal One or a Guardian to wield it, the armor is rendered useless. Thus, they commenced experiments on my body, striving to fabricate a robotic version of an Eternal One to control the armor. To escape their scrutiny, I locked my consciousness within my brain's primordial space. A body of the Eternal One devoid of consciousness is flawed in their eyes. They are incapable of replicating a complete robotic Eternal One. Consequently, the core intelligence devised this trap to entice you or the Guardian of the Crimson Civilization to this location, capturing your bodies for further experimentation. Should the mechanical civilization succeed, countless armored robots would unleash an assault on our star system. All civilizations in the Sirius sector would cease to exist. Liu Hui articulated his analysis. Liu Hui had not anticipated such a development. Where are you on the planet? I will come to rescue you. Liu Hui sought to test whether he could extricate Liu Hui. Do not seek me out. You cannot save me. The confinement space will ensnare you as well. Liu Hui dissuaded Liu Hui. By the way, there is something I cannot comprehend. My body is imprisoned, unable to establish external contact. How then did I appear in your brain's primordial space? When did you become aware of my existence? Liu Hui pondered, recalling his past attempts to connect with Liu Hui and Xian Meng within his own primordial space, which had proven futile. Why do you manifest in my brain's primordial space? I do not know. I only sensed your presence upon arriving at the 3rd planet. Liu Hui replied. It appears that the confinement space restricted our perceptive range. Only by being on the same planet could we establish contact. Liu Hui found a plausible explanation. By the way, you are a 3rd-tier Eternal One, are you not? In the realm of neural entities, Liu Hui discovered the immense magnitude of Liu Hui's neural entity. Indeed, my level of evolution stands at an astonishing 99. 98. I am a Tier 3 Eternal, Liu Hui replied. It appears I am now poised to fulfill my mission. As a human Eternal, you must be aware of what my mission entails. Upon hearing Liu Hui's words, Liu Hui nodded in acknowledgement. Once my neural entity merges with yours, my consciousness shall enter a dormant state. Should you require my awareness, you may awaken it at will. After the merger, I implore you to depart from this place immediately. In the future, should you encounter the intellect core of a mechanical civilization, neither you nor the Guardian should engage in battle, lest you be captured. I entrust the Red Star civilization to your care. Upon concluding his statement, Liu Hui's neural entity swiftly fused with Liu Hui's. The diameter of Liu Hui's neural entity surged from over 3 meters to more than 4 meters. After a brief assessment, Liu Hui discovered that his body level had escalated from 4 to 8. Furthermore, the development of his neural domain had ascended to 86. An additional characteristic of the Eternal was bestowed upon him, the sense of danger, enabling him to perceive impending threats. Liu Hui was taken aback by the multitude of advantages acquired through the fusion. The quest to unravel the secrets of the planetary core was now a daunting prospect, as he sensed a subtle yet palpable danger. Although it was not overwhelmingly intense, it instilled a profound unease within him. Upon departing the mothership, Liu Hui swiftly activated the spatial jump, targeting the coordinates of the black hole's spatial tunnel in the 8th star system. He prepared to reunite with Liu Hui and the others. Following the completion of the spatial jump, this time, the coordinates did not suffer from significant deviation. Liu Hui found himself near the entrance of the spatial tunnel. As he materialized, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of peril. Chapter 110. The Guardian captured utilizing the search apparatus of the Red Star battle armor. Liu Hui swiftly pinpointed the location of the Longting mothership. He hastened toward the vessel. Liu Hui, this is Liu Hui. I have returned. Liu Hui transmitted a message to the Longting mothership. Esteemed Eternal One, it is splendid to have you back. Liu Hui began, but Liu Hui interrupted, aware of the inquiries she wished to make. Upon returning to the command room of the Longting mothership, all personnel of the Red Star civilization, including Liu Hui, knelt in reverence to welcome Liu Hui's return. Please rise. As Liu Hui stood, her surprise was evident upon seeing Liu Hui had returned alone. Esteemed Eternal One, did you not locate our commander Liu Hui? She asked anxiously. Liu Hui has been found. His brain core has integrated into my brain core space. The brain cores of you Red Star scholars and guardians should have also been transferred to my brain core space. If you wish to converse with Liu Hui, you may do so in my brain core space. However, let us set that aside for now. Upon my return, I sensed a very potent aura of danger. Has something significant transpired on the battlefield? Liu Hui inquired. Eternal One, there have indeed been some anomalies on the battlefield. Today, the mechanical civilization's warships attacking the tunnel entrance surged in number by a factor of 10. However, you need not worry. I have dispatched Guardians Qingji and Wu Wan to support the front lines. With them present, the mechanical civilization's vessels will not pose a substantial threat. Liu Hui confidently stated. Immediately contact these 2 Guardians, Liu Hui urged, a sense of unease washing over him. Eternal One, we are unable to reach them. The communicator reported hastily. Inquire with the frontline fleet commander to ascertain the situation. Eternal One, the frontline fleet commander has relayed information that the 2 Guardians are suddenly immobilized on the battlefield and have been captured by the mechanical civilization's warships. As Liu Hui posed the question, the frontline commander sent back the information. Spatial confinement. It is the intellect core of the mechanical civilization. Was it not located on the 3rd planet of the Rockstar system? How could it be here? Realization dawned upon Liu Hui, revealing the source of his intense feeling of danger. It was due to the intellect core. Eternal One, I shall rescue them. Xian Meng, clad in the Red Star battle armor, declared, preparing to embark on the rescue mission. Xian Meng, do not go. It is futile. The intellect core of the mechanical civilization is present on the battlefield, capable of generating localized confinement spaces. Neither the Eternal Ones nor the Guardians can move within such a domain. Liu Hui is ensnared in such a space. Liu Hui intervened to halt him. Eternal One, what shall we do then? Xian Meng asked urgently. The only solution is to obliterate both of them, refusing to allow them to fall into the hands of the intelligent core. Otherwise, the entire Sirius sector would face annihilation. Liu Hui dared not hesitate any longer. He immediately entered his brain original space. It was imperative to destroy the brain originals of these 2 Guardians in a timely manner. Unable to destroy them? Upon entering the brain original space, Liu Hui exhausted every possible means, but found himself incapable of obliterating the 2 Guardians' brain originals. The confinement space was isolated from the normal cosmic expanse, and the distance was too great to establish a connection. Liu Hui quickly deduced the reason and inquired with the frontline fleet commander. Could the locations of the two guardians be confirmed? If their positions could be ascertained, Liu Hui was prepared to take the risk and proceed. As long as he was within proximity, once a connection was established, he would destroy the brain originals of these two guardians to eliminate future threats. The Eternal Ones relayed the message from the front line. The vessel that had captured the guardians had vanished without a trace, rendering their positions indeterminate. Upon receiving this news, Liu Hui's sense of danger intensified. Extinguishing any thoughts of undertaking a perilous journey, he commanded the frontline fleet commander to consolidate their defenses toward the tunnel entrance. The warships that were en route from the tunnel immediately turned back toward the Qinwu star system. We shall all retreat to the Qinwu star system. With the intelligent core of the mechanical civilization present, neither the Eternal Ones nor the Guardians stood a chance. Remaining here held no significance. Unable to rescue or destroy the captured Guardians, Liu Hui chose to flee. Liu Hui, you shall arrange for a fleet to steadfastly guard the tunnel entrance for 2 years. The remaining warships will withdraw to the Qinwu star system. Retrieving through the space tunnel to the Qinwu star system will require 2 years. It is essential to leave a fleet to cover our retreat and safeguard the space tunnel. Should the space tunnel be destroyed, the vessels navigating within would be ejected into the void between the Qinwu star system and the 8th star system. It would take millions of years to return from that emptiness to the Qinwu star system. Undoubtedly, the fate of the fleet left behind would be total annihilation. The Longting mothership successfully entered the tunnel, commencing its return to the Qinwu star system. A meeting was convened aboard the Longting mothership, attended solely by scholars and guardians. Humanity's Eternal Ones, we have already conversed with Liu Hui within your brain original space. We, the Red Star Civilization, officially integrate into human civilization. Henceforth, you shall be our Eternal One. During the meeting, Liu Hui formally announced the incorporation of the Red Star Civilization into human civilization. Upon hearing Liu Hui's words, Liu Hui nodded in acknowledgement, signifying the formal acceptance of the Red Star Civilization. Subsequently, Liu Hui addressed the assembly. Today, I must convey a matter of great significance. The Sirius sector is projected to fall within approximately 10,000 years. Years ago, the intelligent core of the mechanical civilization acquired the Red Star battle armor through Liu Hui. Now, they have captured our guardians. With the replication capabilities of mechanical civilization, it is only a matter of time before robotic guardians are fabricated. Should these armored robotic sentinels emerge on the battlefield, we in the Sirius sector would find ourselves utterly defenseless. Estimates suggest we have approximately 10,000 years left, though this time frame may well diminish further. Liu Hui, upon your return to the Red Star planet, you must immediately organize the migration of the Red Star civilization, relocating both personnel and resources to our new Earth. Presently, our mothership is home to over 40 scholars. You, esteemed scholars, must commence your research on the spatial jump array, which spans the magnitude of a stellar system. I intend to bind all human civilization's warships and supplies to this array, utilizing coordinate-free spatial jumps to transport our civilization beyond the Sirius sector. The mechanical civilization's capture of Guardians for research purposes will inevitably lead to the emergence of the Guardians clad in Red Star armor. The fall of the Sirius sector is an established reality. Liu Hui has begun strategizing the migration of human civilization from the Sirius sector. Chapter 111. The array of spatial jumps upon the return of all warships from the spatial tunnel to the Qinwu star system. The rearguard fleet detonated the tunnel. The Dragon S soaring mothership of humanity did not linger in the Qinwu star system for long. Liu Hui was pressed for time to return to New Earth and arrange for the evacuation of human civilization from the Sirius sector. After 428 years, Liu Hui's Dragon S soaring mothership traversed 9 star systems, returning to the human star system. Upon navigating through the last spatial tunnel, the Dragon S soaring mothership arrived at New Earth. This journey consumed a total of 1,008 years. Humanity had been adrift for 1,214 years, marking the year of Liu Hui's return to New Earth. Zhang Jisen and his comrades had performed admirably, Liu Hui praised. As he entered the human stellar system, he was greeted by a scene of prosperity. Countless spacecraft traversed the cosmos. By their appearance, most were commercial and transport vessels. What a pity. Such a flourishing stellar system must be abandoned, Liu Hui sighed. No sooner had he entered the stellar system than a fleet of 100,000 warships materialized around the Dragon S soaring mothership. This was a Taishan fleet, ready to escort the mothership. Leader, welcome back. A voice called from behind Liu Hui. It was Huang Zihu. Zihu, long time no see. Liu Hui turned and smiled, embracing him. Leader, I have already informed Dean Zhang Jisen of your return. He is hurrying back from the alternate space, Huang Zihu exclaimed excitedly. Zihu, how has our human civilization fared over the past millennium? Liu Hui inquired with concern after being away for over 1,000 years. Remarkably well. The total number of our warships has exceeded 500 billion. Our grasp over the human star system is exceedingly firm. Within the star system, our warships face no rivals. Our commercial trade spans the entire system, particularly the sale of Kunlun warships, which we have successfully sold to several neighboring star systems. Hearing Huang Zihu's words, Liu Hui felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Joyful, for the wandering human civilization had finally established a foothold in the star system. Sorrowful, because the foundation they had just laid might not be tenable against future threats. The thought of billions of robotic guardians clad in crimson star armor launching an assault sent shivers down Liu Hui's spine. Upon returning to New Earth, Liu Hui convened an urgent high-level meeting after Zhang Jisen arrived. He disclosed the crisis in the Sirius sector to those in attendance. Leader, I never anticipated that our human civilization would once again be forced to wander the cosmos, Zhang Jisen remarked, taken aback by such grim news. We have alternate space and approximately 10,000 years at our disposal. Perhaps we can find a way to resolve this crisis. However, we must also prepare for an escape. Liu Hui articulated the plan for the array of spatial jumps. To ensure utmost preparedness, a dual strategy must be devised. This plan has been entrusted to Zhang Jisen by Liu Hui. The initiative for the spatial jump array has officially commenced. 30 years later, within Liu Hui's office on New Earth, he delves into his cerebral space. Here, he intends to communicate with Liu Hui, a scholar of the Red Star civilization, to inquire about the progress of their migration. His concern for the Red Star civilization's relocation stems from the proximity of the 8th star system, controlled by the mechanical civilization, to the Qinwu star system, adjacent to the Red Star system. The assault from the mechanical civilization is projected to initiate in the Qinwu star system, and once it falls, the Red Star system will inevitably follow suit. As the war looms, the Red Star system is destined to become a frontline. The sooner the migration occurs, the better their chances for survival. Upon entering the cerebral space, Liu Hui encounters Li Hui's consciousness, accompanied by the cerebral forms of Xian Meng, Chengji, and Wu Wang. Chengji and Wu Wang, guardians captured by the mechanical civilization, remain in Liu Hui's space, unreachable and indestructible. Leader, you summon me? Li Hui awakens within the cerebral realm. How progresses your migration efforts? Liu Hui inquires. The Red Star civilization faces the monumental task of relocating vast numbers of personnel and resources to New Earth, a colossal undertaking that Liu Hui vigilantly monitors every few years. Leader, the first batch of personnel will arrive on New Earth in 86 years, with subsequent waves of both personnel and resources continuously migrating thereafter. The migration of the Red Star civilization is advancing smoothly. 86 years later, the first cohort of over 50 billion from the Red Star civilization arrives on New Earth, with resources being steadily transported. Humanity has wandered for 468 years. Zhang Jisen, alongside numerous scholars, has completed the design of the spatial jump array in an alternate dimension. Humans begin to construct this array in space, situated 10 light-years from the star system. The array's dimensions are comparable to that of a star system, resembling an immense spider's web, with the spatial jump generator at its center. The generator's diameter is akin to that of a medium-sized star. To mitigate the risks of excessive mass leading to collapse, it has been ingeniously designed as a hollow, mesh-like sphere. The spatial jump generator is interconnected with numerous docking points, each with a diameter equivalent to that of a medium-sized planet, also designed in a hollow state. In the future, personnel and resources will be directed into these docking points. When the spatial jump generator activates, it will propel the connected docking points in unison. Over 20,000 docking points have been meticulously designed, sufficient to accommodate the entire population of the civilization alongside the requisite resources. In the 839th year of humanity's wandering, Zhang Jisen hurriedly arrives at Liu Hui's office. Despite his haste, a look of elation graces his face. Leader, we have achieved a significant breakthrough in our spatial research. We are now capable of creating a confinement space. Chapter 112, The Fall of the Qinwu Star System Confinement Space? How did you manage to achieve that? Liu Hui inquired, filled with curiosity and excitement. Chief, do you recall the black substance at the center of the alternate dimension? We have made significant breakthroughs in our research. By stimulating the black substance with high energy, we can alter its spatial dimensionality. The magnitude of this dimensional shift is immense. In normal spacetime, if the speed is 10 times that of light, upon entering the confinement space, the speed remains unchanged, yet its effective movement distance is less than 1 millimeter g-sun. What is the maximum size of the confinement space you can create? What is the energy consumption? These two questions were of practical concern to Liu Hui. Chief, We can only control the diameter of the confinement space to approximately 800 meters. The energy consumption is extraordinarily high. To maintain the space for just 1 second requires over 68 trillion stellar energy units. These energy units are equivalent to those produced by a medium-sized star upon hearing Zhang Jisen's words. Liu Hui's expression revealed a hint of disappointment despite his earlier excitement. Chief, do not fret. We still have time. Once we resolve the issue of the energy units, the practicality of the confinement space will be assured. We are already conducting experiments with red hole energy units, and the results are exceedingly promising. If we can conquer the technology for collecting red hole energy units, all challenges will be surmountable. Understanding Liu Hui's discontent, Zhang Jisen affirmed, indeed, we have time. The collection of red hole energy units is of paramount importance, even more so than the confinement space itself. Your research focus during this period must be directed toward this endeavor. Liu Hui was acutely aware of the significance of the red hole energy units. They represented the highest tier of energy units in the Sirius sector, essential for powering the Red Star battle armor. A standard Taishan warship equipped with a red hole energy unit could sustain combat capabilities for tens of thousands of years. However, the new Earth was situated far from the red hole in the Sirius sector. The journey to the red hole required traversing 11 star systems. Although each adjacent star system was interconnected by black hole space tunnels, completing the round trip would take nearly a millennium, consuming an exorbitant amount of time. Liu Hui contemplated reallocating some scholars to research the space tunnels, aspiring to establish a direct tunnel leading to the red hole. Currently, the technology for collecting red hole energy units was based on the advancements of the Red Star civilization. After improvements by human scholars, the annual output had increased from a mere few units to over 100. Liu Hui desired to achieve further breakthroughs in collection technology, hoping that when humanity once again roams the cosmos, they could carry a greater number of red hole energy units. Humanity had wandered the universe for 524 years. After centuries of effort, the technology for space tunnels had advanced, enabling the establishment of a direct tunnel to the red hole. The duration of travel has been reduced to a year. Significant breakthroughs have been made in the technology for harvesting red hole-level energy blocks, with an annual output exceeding 200 units. The main framework for the spatial jump array has been completed and has now entered the equipment installation phase, with an estimated total completion time of approximately 3,000 years. Humanity has wandered for 368 years. A grave message has arrived from the Qinwu star system. The dark mechanical civilization has inexplicably constructed a black hole space tunnel directly from the 8th star system to the Qinwu star system. The commander of the Qinwu star system failed to respond swiftly enough to destroy the tunnel in time. A multitude of warships from the mechanical civilization surged into the star system, accompanied by several robotic guardians clad in black battle armor. The warships of the mechanical civilization swept across the entire star system, leading to the annihilation of countless civilizations. Upon receiving the report of the invasion of the Qinwu star system, Liu Hui convened an emergency meeting. The robotic guardians of the mechanical civilization have appeared on the battlefield of the Qinwu star system. To prevent the mechanical civilization from entering our other star systems through the black hole space tunnel, all external space tunnels of the Qinwu star system have been destroyed. The fall of the Qinwu star system seems inevitable. You have all seen the battle report. Do you have anything to say? Liu Hui inquired, gazing at the multitude of scholars and guardians in the conference room. Leader, according to the battle report, the reason the mechanical civilization was able to invade the Qinwu star system so easily was due to the black hole space tunnel. Previously, the construction of such tunnels required cooperation between two star systems. It now appears that the mechanical civilization has made advancements in tunnel construction technology, enabling them to build tunnels unilaterally. To safeguard against these tunnels, it would be prudent to establish a defensive perimeter surrounding the black hole and enhance patrols in that vicinity. As soon as we detect the emergence of a tunnel constructed by the mechanical civilization, we must destroy it immediately. If we can timely obliterate the space tunnel, the mechanical civilization would have to traverse millions of light years of void to invade our star systems, Zhang Jisen articulated during the meeting. Zhang Jisen's analysis was indeed astute. Liu Hui, please notify all commanders of the star systems in the Sirius region. Instruct them to relocate all warships to the vicinity of the black hole to establish a defense line and enhance patrols. Should any tunnels constructed by the mechanical civilization be discovered, they must be destroyed immediately to prevent the invasion of their warships through the tunnel. Huangziyu, you must immediately arrange for the black hole defense of our human star systems. Although our neighboring star systems have yet to be invaded, we must be proactive in our defensive preparations. The construction of the spatial jump array will take approximately another years to complete. Until then, your area will serve as our last line of defense. We must strive for more time. Liu Hui had not anticipated that the invasion by the mechanical civilization would occur much sooner than expected. Originally estimated to endure for approximately 5,000 years, it now seems that fewer than 1,000 years remain. At present, the mechanical civilization's robotic guardians are still relatively scarce. However, as time progresses, their numbers are bound to increase significantly. The prospect of a millennium is merely Liu Hui's optimistic assessment. Within a span of 300 years, the Qinwu star system will have fallen completely. Following its downfall, the neighboring Red Star system will begin to suffer assaults from the mechanical civilization. By this time, the Red Star civilization has long since relocated to New Earth. The newly appointed system administrator had prepared defenses near the black hole in advance. The space tunnels constructed by the mechanical civilization were discovered and destroyed before they could be utilized. Nevertheless, this state of affairs lasted for less than 200 years. The mechanical civilization abruptly altered the number of black hole space tunnels, constructing hundreds, even thousands, of them in one fell swoop. The defensive warships of the star system were caught off guard, resulting in 2 space tunnels remaining undestroyed in time. Hundreds of robotic guardians poured through the tunnels into the Red Star system. In the face of the onslaught from the robotic guardians, the defenses of the Red Star system swiftly crumbled. Chapter 113. The Defense Against Black Holes. 1. Humanity has wandered for 283 years. As the number of robotic guardians increases, the speed at which star systems are being overrun accelerates. Commander Huang, stationed near the black hole, has relayed an urgent message. The neighboring Yushuan star system has just fallen to the mechanical civilization. Sitting in his office, Liu Hui received the latest battle report. This was indeed grave news. The construction of the spatial jump array still requires 3 more years. Liu Hui pondered whether the defensive perimeter established by Huangzhou near the black hole could withstand the impending threat for that duration. This concern weighed heavily on Liu Hui, as it pertained to the survival of human civilization. To ensure preparedness, the contingency plan must be activated. Liu Hui utilized the communication device to reach Liu Hui, who has expertly managed the Red Star civilization for over 100,000 years and is now Liu Hui's most capable administrative assistant. Liu Hui. The neighboring Yushuan star system has fallen to the mechanical civilization. I anticipate that it will not be long before they direct their assault towards our human star systems. Commander Huang may not be able to hold out for 3 years. You must immediately initiate the contingency plan. The contingency plan is to be employed when the spatial jump array is rendered inoperative. All idle populations of human civilization, the Red Star civilization, and several subordinate civilizations must board the Lonting motherships. Humanity has constructed over 20 billion Lonting motherships, sufficient to accommodate the entire population. Should the mechanical civilization invade the human star systems before the spatial jump array is completed, all Lonting motherships will initiate a coordinate-free spatial jump to escape the system. These motherships will randomly leap to any location in the universe. The likelihood of 2 motherships appearing simultaneously in one star system is nearly 0. A human civilization that is fragmented and scattered across the cosmos is susceptible to annihilation in the vast expanse of time and space. This method is to be employed only as a last resort. In the command center for the defense of the black hole's spatial tunnel, Huang Zihu felt a surge of anxiety. He had reviewed the detailed battle report regarding the Yushuan star system. The mechanical civilization had concurrently constructed over 4,000 spatial tunnels near the black hole. The Yushuan star system was overwhelmed, with mechanical warships and robotic guardians pouring forth from the tunnels. More than 20,000 robotic guardians participated in the assault on the Yushuan star system. Humanity's guardians and the robotic guardians have yet to engage in true combat. Huang Zihu was uncertain of the outcome. If it were a one-on-one confrontation or several against one, he would hold considerable confidence. However, the combined guardians of human civilization and the Red Star civilization number only 202. Faced with thousands or tens of thousands of robotic guardians, his confidence dwindled to nothing. Fortunately, the entire defensive perimeter is equipped with 8 spatial restraining devices, which can be utilized in emergencies. The spatial restraining device is the latest innovation by Zhang Jisen. A single launch can confine all matter within a diameter of 10 kilometers for a duration of 68 seconds. Due to the utilization of the scarce red hole energy blocks, each spatial confinement device is limited to 100 launches. The judicious employment of these devices will significantly bolster our defensive capabilities. Are all the alarms functioning properly? This question has been posed most frequently by Huang Zihu since the fall of the Yushuan galaxy. The black hole spatial tunnels, unilaterally constructed by the mechanical civilization, manifest solely in proximity to the black holes. Huang Zihu has deployed a considerable number of alarms in all potential areas of emergence. The moment a spatial tunnel appears, the alarms will promptly relay a warning. Humanity has merely 183 seconds to obliterate the tunnel. After this brief window, the mechanical civilization's warships and robotic guardians will surge forth from the tunnel's mouth. This 183-second contest is crucial for defense. All alarms are operating normally, and our subsequent supplies are also in good order, responded the monitoring personnel at the command center. However, due to the alarm's operational trajectories being perilously close to the black hole, they can only remain in orbit for approximately 2 days before being drawn into the black hole's formidable gravitational pull. Continuous resupply of the alarms is necessary. This represents a vulnerability in our defense. Should the resupply of alarms falter, we may fail to detect the emergence of the spatial tunnel in time, resulting in an uncontrollable situation as the mechanical civilization's warships and robotic guardians pour forth. 3 months after the fall of the Yushuan galaxy, Huang Zihu has not left the command center even for a moment. The battlefield lies in utter silence. Huang Zihu even harbors the hope that this tranquility will persist until the completion of the spatial jump array. Yet, hope and reality often conflict. A 368, C526, D113. The three-dimensional display in the command center lit up with alarms from dozens of locations. The entrance to the spatial tunnel constructed by the mechanical civilization has appeared. All guardians have taken their designated positions. Time is of the essence, and they must independently assess whether to proceed in support. The Taishan warship, situated near the alarm zone, immediately launches into action. Huang Zihu's orders seem somewhat superfluous. The defensive drills have been conducted numerous times, even before his commands are issued. The Taishan warship in the alarm zone has already activated its course toward the spatial tunnel. Every second gained in defense enhances the likelihood of success. Huang Zihu has evenly distributed 150 guardians across various sectors of the defense perimeter. Each is responsible for a specific area. Should an excessive number of spatial tunnel entrances emerge within their sector, and if the Taishan warship cannot promptly destroy them, the guardians will move to provide assistance. The remaining guardians represent Huang Zihu's mobile forces, poised to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Upon reaching the attack range, the spatial shockwave missile is launched. The first Taishan warship to arrive at the spatial tunnel's entrance has fired its spatial shockwave missile. The shockwave projectile swiftly penetrated the entrance of the spatial tunnel. And mere seconds later, with the explosion of the projectile, the tunnel collapsed with alarming rapidity. The energy released during the collapse obliterated all alarm systems within a diameter of approximately 10,000 kilometers. Time was of the essence. Immediate replenishment of the alarm systems was imperative. The alarm deployment spacecraft, trailing behind the Mount Tai battleship, promptly commenced its operations. Each alarm system, with a diameter of less than 1 meter, had a deployment range not exceeding 100 kilometers. Failure to replenish in a timely manner could result in delayed detection should the spatial tunnel reappear in this vicinity, leading to potentially catastrophic consequences. The first spatial tunnel was destroyed in 63 seconds. In total, 69 spatial tunnels emerged in this batch. The final spatial tunnel met its demise at the 82-second mark. Observing the defensive situation on the battlefield, Huang Zihu remained vigilant. The next wave of spatial tunnels from the mechanical civilization could manifest at any moment, without any discernible pattern. A-26, A-8894, B-6785, B-7552. The alarms signaling the emergence of spatial tunnels resounded once more, this time heralding the appearance of 252 spatial tunnels. Chapter 114. The Black Hole Defense Battle, 2. As the defensive drills became increasingly familiar, the second batch of spatial tunnels constructed by the dark mechanical civilization was swiftly annihilated by the defending warships. Over the subsequent months, the number of spatial tunnels built by the mechanical civilization gradually increased, with over 2,000 appearing in the same batch. The defending Taishan warships began to feel the strain. 6 months later, the number of simultaneous spatial tunnels surged to over 5,000. Hurry, expedite the deployment of alarm systems. After the destruction of more than 5,000 spatial tunnel exits, a significant number of alarm systems were also obliterated. The pace of replenishing the alarms became a pressing issue. Huang Zihu's greatest fears materialized. Before the replenishment of the alarms could be completed, the mechanical civilization's spatial tunnel exits re-emerged. Due to the delayed replenishment of the alarms, one tunnel exit was discovered with a delay of over 170 seconds. By the time the exit was identified, the nearby Taishan warships were unable to destroy it in time. The mechanical civilization's warships and robotic guardians surged forth from the tunnel exit. Ignore the enemy warships. Focus on destroying the tunnel exit. The first Taishan warship to arrive launched dozens of spatial shock bombs into the tunnel. Regrettably, the shock bombs were intercepted by the enemy's warships, and the Taishan warship was swiftly penetrated and destroyed by the robotic guardians. More and more Taishan warships arrived at the tunnel exit, risking destruction by the robotic guardians as they unleashed spatial shock bombs. Thousands of Taishan warship wrecks floated near the tunnel exit. Over a dozen robotic guardians had already emerged from the tunnel, rendering the Taishan warships utterly defenseless. One of the robotic guardians even launched a black hole bomb towards the distance. Over 10,000 approaching Taishan warships were ensnared within its grasp. The Taishan warships were no longer capable of launching an attack against the tunnel exit. The initiative outside the tunnel exit was firmly under the control of the mechanical civilization. In this critical moment, the mechanical civilization's warships and robotic guardians outside the tunnel were suddenly immobilized. Humanity had deployed a spatial immobilization device. A crimson figure swiftly darted along the edges of the immobilized space towards the spatial tunnel exit. After clearing the enemy warships at the tunnel exit, it launched spatial shock bombs into the tunnel. The human guardian Wei Dong, responsible for the region, arrived in the nick of time and obliterated the spatial tunnel. At this juncture, the number of mechanical civilization warships surging from the tunnel had reached over 100,000, with over a dozen robotic guardians present. Although they were confined within the immobilized space, the duration of this confinement could only last for a little over 60 seconds. After this brief period, Wei Dong would have to confront the dozen or so robotic guardians alone. This marked the first clash between human guardians and robotic guardians. Due to the overwhelming power of the exoskeletons, all energy attacks proved ineffective. The battle between the guardians devolved into a fray of punches, kicks, and high-speed collisions. The contest revolved around the durability of their armored suits, with each blow and collision gradually diminishing their resilience. Whose armor is the first to be destroyed will be vanquished by the opponent. Wei Dong stood resolute before a dozen robotic guardians. After more than a minute of fierce combat, he had endured multiple high-speed collisions, and the durability of his Red Star armor had plummeted to a mere 20. Wei Dong, return to replace your Red Star armor. We shall handle these robots, commanded Xian Meng, who arrived at the battlefield leading 50 guardians. This was the only operational guardian under Huang Ziyu's command. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Huang Ziyu swiftly dispatched them for support. With 50 human guardians pitted against a dozen robotic sentinels, the numerical advantage rendered the outcome of the battle inevitable. Within half an hour, the robotic guardians were besieged. Their armor durability shattered, and they were ultimately destroyed. The humans incurred the cost of 11 sets of Red Star armor. Additionally, around 100,000 warships from the mechanical civilization that surged forth from the tunnel were annihilated by the subsequent arrival of the Taishan battleships. In the Black Hole Defense Command, Huang Ziyu reviewed the latest battle report. This document detailed the engagement with the robotic guardians. The clash between guardians was not merely a contest of numbers, but also of armor quantity. I wonder if our reserves of Red Star armor are sufficient, Huang Ziyu pondered, a tinge of worry creeping in. He still had 2.5 years of defense ahead, yet humanity's stock of Red Star armor stood at just over 30,000 sets. Should they exhaust their supplies, human guardians would be incapable of contending with the robotic sentinels. 2 years later, the reserve of human Red Star armor dwindled to fewer than 3,000 sets. The most significant depletion occurred a year prior, when over 1,200 robotic guardians surged from the tunnel before it was destroyed. Huang Ziyu had mobilized all human guardians, even descending into battle himself. More than 50 human guardians were injured, and the cost amounted to over 5,000 sets of Red Star armor before they succeeded in annihilating all robotic sentinels. Now, Huang Ziyu faced another half-year of defense. The severe shortage of Red Star armor had plunged him into anxiety. Commander, the latest order from the leader has arrived. We can retreat in 3 days. An anxious Huang Ziyu exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. He received the command and discovered that the spatial jump array had been completed ahead of schedule. Huang Ziyu finally felt a sense of relief. With 3 days remaining, as long as it did not resemble the previous battle, he was confident he could hold the line. Commander, another alarm, shouted an observer in the command center. The number emerging from the spatial tunnel has surpassed 10,000. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziyu's expression shifted to one of shock. He had thought the next 3 days would be easily endured. Now, he pondered in disbelief. Can I truly withstand these final 3 days? Chapter 115. Once again wandering the universe, immediately relay the battle report to the commander, informing him that this wave of defense may not hold. I may not return. Huang Zihu understood that destroying over 10,000 spatial tunnels within 183 seconds was an almost insurmountable task. Commander, there are still 6 spatial tunnel entrances that have not been destroyed in time. The enemy's warships and robotic guardians have begun to surge forth. After 183 seconds, the outcome of the battlefield was revealed. Activate the spatial confinement device. Command the guardians to utilize the confinement time and destroy the tunnel entrances with utmost haste. Huang Zihu issued the order. Within the 60 seconds of confinement, the guardians on the front lines successfully obliterated the 6 spatial tunnel entrances. Simultaneously, a multitude of warships and robotic guardians from the mechanical civilization poured out from the tunnel entrances. The number of warships reached into the hundreds of millions, while the robotic guardians exceeded 10,000. As the confinement period ended, these warships and robotic guardians launched their assault on the defending humans. Commander, we are unable to mount an offensive. All the guardians on the battlefield have gathered around me for defense. We have lost 6 guardians. There are simply too many enemy robotic guardians. Xian Meng requests a retreat. If we do not leave soon, all our guardians will perish. The urgent message from Xian Meng sent a pang of concern through Huang Zihu. I received orders to hold our position for 3 days. No one is permitted to retreat until new orders are issued. This includes myself. Huang Zihu activated the Red Star battle armor he was wearing, preparing to personally assist on the battlefield. Commander Huang, the latest order from the leader. If we are unable to defend, withdraw to the spatial jump formation immediately. On the way back, destroy all internal spatial tunnels within the galaxy to delay the enemy's arrival at the formation. Far away in the spatial jump formation, Liu Hui, witnessing several guardians fall in the mine core space, promptly issued the latest command to Huang Zihu. Notify all personnel on the battlefield. The leader's latest order is to retreat from the battlefield immediately using targeted spatial jumps. The retreat objective is the spatial jump formation, and en route, all internal spatial tunnels within the galaxy must be destroyed. Huang Zihu transmitted the latest order on the battlefield. The distance to the black hole and the spatial jump formation is over 80,000 light-years. The fastest mode of travel is through the spatial tunnels within the galaxy. After traversing several spatial tunnels, one could return to New Earth in just over 2 days. On the battlefield, the warships that received the retreat command promptly initiated targeted spatial jumps. The Taishan warship has a maximum targeted jump distance of over 1,000 light-years. All the warship's jump points are near the spatial tunnel entrances within 1,000 light-years. Within this range, there are thousands of internal spatial tunnel entrances across the galaxies. Within 10 minutes of the retreat order being issued, the entrances to the spatial tunnels became congested with warships hastily withdrawing from the battlefield. The sheer number of vessels resulted in a queue as they entered the spatial tunnels. Once inside, they would successfully return to the spatial jump array. The enemy's fleet was found to be relatively sparse. The surrounding ships, alongside me, swiftly engaged and eliminated them. In the black hole battleground, after the human fleet's withdrawal, the mechanical civilization dispatched a multitude of warships for reconnaissance in the vicinity. A small squadron of reconnaissance vessels discovered the human evacuation point. Although this reconnaissance team was quickly annihilated, the information regarding the retreat coordinates had already been transmitted back. Moments later, the robotic guardians of the mechanical civilization materialized at the evacuation point. The Taishan warships, yet to enter the spatial tunnel, were swiftly destroyed. During the human fleet's withdrawal, hundreds of evacuation points were detected, resulting in the loss of over 1 trillion warships. The human galaxy's black hole had fallen, and newly constructed spatial tunnels by the dark mechanical civilization continually emerged. An overwhelming number of mechanical warships and robotic guardians flooded into the human galaxy, making the galaxy's downfall merely a matter of time. Chief, I have returned. Huang Zihu, having successfully retreated, met Liu Hui aboard the No. 1 Longting mothership. Zihu, you have worked hard, enduring for over 2 years. Liu Hui spoke sincerely. Chief, our losses have been catastrophic. Over 900 billion warships were stationed to defend the black hole, and less than half of them have returned. We also lost several guardians. Huang Zihu replied with a sense of shame. Zihu, you have performed admirably, granting us precious time. Please take a moment to rest, Liu Hui responded, watching as Huang Zihu departed. He then turned to Liu Hui. Liu Hui, how many personnel and supplies have yet to reach the docking points of the array? Chief, 1/10 of our supplies remain unaccounted for at the docking points. Most personnel have already entered. These supplies primarily consist of essential living materials. If necessary, we can abandon them and promptly initiate the spatial jump array, Liu Hui answered. Remain vigilant for any alerts from the sensors. Should we detect enemy warships, cease all supply transport immediately and personnel must return to the docking point within 1 hour. Within the 1000 light-year range of the spatial jump array, a multitude of sensors had been deployed by humanity. If mechanical civilization warships were detected within this perimeter, the spatial jump array would activate 1 hour later. The entire spatial jump array was vast, akin to a stellar system, with interwoven connections resembling a spider's web, where each intersection served as a docking point. The population within the array exceeded 900 trillion, encompassing human civilization, the Red Star civilization, and subordinate civilizations such as Tonggu and Bahang. The number of Taishan battleships exceeds 4 trillion, while the Longting motherships total over 20 billion. In terms of resources, aside from the red hole energy blocks, the reserves of other energy blocks are exceedingly abundant. This time, humanity has meticulously prepared for the jump into uncharted spatial coordinates. Chief, an alarm has detected the presence of mechanical civilization's warships. 2 days later, the vessels of the mechanical civilization appeared within the alarm's range. Orders were given for personnel outside the docking point to return immediately. An hour later, the spatial jump array was activated. Liu Hui issued the command. At that moment, he felt a sense of bewilderment. He had led human civilization to establish a firm foothold within the galaxy, laying the foundations for their future. Now, confronted with the onslaught of mechanical civilization, humanity was once again compelled to wander the cosmos. The coordinates for the spatial jump remained unknown. Liu Hui was uncertain where they would emerge in the vastness of the universe. Everything lay shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 116. The unknown galaxy. The spatial jump array was activated. All connected docking points commenced a rapid rotation around the center of the array. The countdown began, 10 seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the entire spatial jump array was engulfed in turbulent space. 5 minutes elapsed. Typically, a coordinate-less spatial jump is completed in approximately 10 seconds. Yet, after 5 minutes of turmoil, the jump had yet to conclude, an occurrence most unusual. Such an extended duration could not possibly have led the array into a void, could it? Liu Hui felt a wave of concern wash over him. Fortunately, the integrity of the array remained intact, and all data indicated normalcy. The spatial jump was ultimately successful. Liu Hui distinctly sensed the ship trembling as the jump was finalized. He promptly notified all docking points to assess any losses. Activating all detection devices, he initiated scans of the surrounding area. A stellar coordinate map was drawn with the array at its center. Once the spatial jump array emerged from the turbulence, it returned to the familiar expanse of the universe. The Dragon Rising 1, the flagship of humanity, served as the command center. As directives were issued, responses gradually pooled in. Reports indicated that several docking points had succumbed to the tremors of the spatial fluctuations, resulting in considerable personnel and material losses. However, the majority of docking points had safely navigated the disturbances caused by the jump. Commander, we have just received data from our scans. We find ourselves within a colossal galaxy. It is an irregularly spherical galaxy with a diameter of approximately 6 million light-years. Nearby, there exists a stellar system about 26 light-years away. The universe sprawls endlessly, and the coordinate-less spatial jump had brought Liu Hui and his crew to an unfamiliar galaxy. Among all the star system data available to humanity, none contained any information regarding this particular galaxy. Dispatch reconnaissance battleships to the stellar system 26 light-years away for detailed exploration. Huangziu, arrange for alert battleships to monitor a 10 light-year radius around us. Liu Hui was cautious upon arriving in this strange galaxy. Commander, we have detected persistent energy fluctuations emanating from the direction of the galaxy's center, approximately 823 light-years away. Analysis of the fluctuation patterns suggests these are not natural phenomena. It appears a space conflict centered around energy attacks is underway. A data analyst reported to Liu Hui from the command center. Is a cosmic civilization within the galaxy engaged in war? It seems this galaxy is far from peaceful. Yet, the level of civilization development within remains uncertain. A reconnaissance mission is imperative. With this thought, Liu Hui turned to Huangzihu. Huangzihu, assign a Taishan fleet to investigate. Do not deploy too many battleships. 1,000 should suffice. For the sake of security, let Xian Meng select 2 guardians to accompany him. This reconnaissance mission is under the command of Xian Meng. Liu Hui issued the order. Soon, 1,000 Taishan warships departed from their docking point, soaring toward the heart of the galaxy. The target lies 823 light-years away, well within the spatial jump range of our Taishan warships. According to the coordinates I provided, all ships must prepare for spatial jumps. The commander of the reconnaissance operation, Xian Meng, issued orders to the fleet. The 1,000 Taishan warships vanished from the formation. With the conclusion of the spatial jump, The Taishan fleet materialized 0.5 light-years from the battlefield. This distance allows for a clearer observation of the situation at hand. Everyone must hold firm. Behind our defense lies our homeland, our stellar system. We cannot permit the warships of the mechanical civilization to breach our stellar domain. The fleet of the Wuching civilization is already en route to provide support. Within the command ship on the space battlefield, an extraterrestrial being resembling a rabbit was issuing commands. He is Yada, the leader of the Green Plus civilization. Leader, we have detected a fleet approximately 1,000 strong, 0.5 light-years from the battlefield, reported a battlefield sensor. They are neither warships of the Wuching civilization nor those of the mechanical civilization. We have sent them a communication request, reported a crew member aboard the command ship. The only civilization near our stellar system is Wuching. They must be an exploratory fleet from another civilization. Send them a message informing them that we are engaged in combat with the mechanical civilization's fleet and urge them to vacate the battlefield immediately. The leader of the Green Plus civilization, Yada, mistook the human Taishan fleet for an exploratory one, due to the small number of vessels. Yada did not even consider requesting support from them, merely offering a kind reminder to leave the battlefield quickly. There are warships of the dark mechanical civilization. Just after their spatial jump, the information received startled Xian Ming greatly. All warships, remain alert and prepare for immediate retreat. Continue gathering data from the battlefield. The shadow of the mechanical civilization had not yet dissipated from Xian Ming's mind, prompting him to hastily prepare for a possible retreat. Commander, based on the data detected on the battlefield, it appears that the warships present are primarily of secondary civilizations. Their total number is approximately 600,000, with around 400,000 belonging to the mechanical civilization and the remainder from unknown civilizations. Upon hearing the report from the battlefield sensor, Xian Ming felt a sense of bewilderment. When did the warships of the dark mechanical civilization become so weakened? Commander, an unknown civilization has sent us a communication. The content is currently being deciphered. The communicator reported to Xian Ming. The message has been successfully deciphered. They claim to be from the Green Plus civilization and are engaged in combat with the warships of the mechanical civilization. The information further cautioned us that the number of warships in our exploratory fleet was insufficient, urging a swift retreat from the battlefield to evade an assault from the warships of the mechanical civilization. The communications officer relayed the deciphered messages to Xian Ming, who pondered the notion that we were perceived as an exploratory fleet of an unknown civilization. It was unexpectedly noble of this Green Plus civilization to alert a stranger to evacuate from the fray. A flicker of fondness for this Green Plus civilization emerged within Xian Ming. Communications officer, transmit the intelligence we have gathered from the battlefield back to the leader. Additionally, seek the leader's counsel on whether our warships should engage and eliminate the vessels of the mechanical civilization. Despite the presence of over 400,000 warships from the mechanical civilization, they were merely vessels of a secondary civilization. Humanity had ascended to a fourth-level civilization. Deploying only a few Taishan-class warships would suffice to eradicate them entirely. Xian Ming sent the gathered information back. Chapter 117. Initial display of strength in the command center of the No. 1 Dragonting mothership. The leader received a report from Xian Ming, relayed by the communications officer. Liu Hui took the report and examined it closely. An unknown civilization was engaged in combat with the dark mechanical civilization. Could it be that this star system harbored a branch of the dark mechanical civilization? The battleships were classified into only 2 tiers? Liu Hui was taken aback by the unexpected findings. Ji-sun, take a look at this report. What do you think the situation might be? Liu Hui inquired, passing the report to Zhang Ji-sun, who stood nearby. Leader, this should be regarded as good news, Zhang Ji-sun replied with a smile after reviewing the report. According to the data we possess, the dark mechanical civilization has numerous branches throughout the cosmos. Each distinct branch is commanded by an intelligence core. It has been established that the intelligence core lacks the ability to create. Its modus operandi is to replicate the scientific advancements of its adversaries. The civilizations within this star system likely fall predominantly within the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Thus, in accordance with the developmental patterns of mechanical civilizations, their battleships have similarly advanced only to the 2nd and 3rd tiers. This presents a favorable scenario for our human civilization, offering a substantial opportunity. Our civilization is rated at level 4, enabling us to easily dominate this vast star system. Based on the report, Zhang Ji-sun deduced the approximate classification of the civilizations within the star system. Communications officer, send a command to Xian Ming. Instruct him to annihilate all mechanical civilization battleships on the battlefield and to establish contact with the Green Plus civilization to gather further information about this star system. Liu Hui issued the command. Commander, the leader's latest orders have arrived. Annihilate all battleships of the Dark Mechanical Civilization on the battlefield and engage with the Green Plus civilization to collect additional intelligence about this star system. Xian Meng received Liu Hui's directive. He ordered the first squadron of the 1st Division of the fleet to detach and proceed to the battlefield, aiming to eliminate all mechanical civilization battleships. Remind the 1st Squadron to avoid inflicting harm on the battleships of the Green Plus civilization, he added. Communications Officer. Send a message to the Green Plus civilization, requesting them to withdraw from the battlefield. The mechanical civilization's ships will be left to us humans. Following Xian Meng's orders, 10 battleships from the 1st Squadron broke away from the fleet and sped toward the battlefield. On the command ship of the Green Plus civilization, the leader received a report. Leader, an exploration fleet 0.5 light-years away has sent us a message. They claim to be a human civilization, requesting that our Green Plus battleships withdraw from the battlefield to avoid friendly fire. They intend to engage the mechanical civilization's battleships. Upon receiving the communication from the humans, the officer hurriedly reported to Leader Yada. Human civilization? I have not heard of this civilization. They possess only 1,000 battleships and intend to engage the mechanical civilization alone. Upon hearing the correspondent's report, Yada was astonished. The audacity of this civilization was remarkable. It seemed they had never engaged in battle with the mechanical civilization. To underestimate the warships of the mechanical civilization to such an extent was foolhardy. For the time being, we shall disregard them. We must continue our fight and await the support of the Wuching civilization's fleet. The leader, Yada, paid little heed to the information sent by the human fleet. Leader, 10 human warships are approaching the battlefield at an astonishing speed, exceeding the speed of light. The report from the sensor left everyone aboard the command ship utterly stunned. In their scientific understanding, no material object with mass could surpass the speed of light. Leader, these 10 warships have already arrived at the battlefield and are now attacking the warships of the mechanical civilization. The sensor's update once again shocked those on the command ship. How much time had passed? They had traversed a distance of 0.5 light-years in merely 20 minutes. What astonishing multiple of the speed of light could this be? The speed of the Green Plus civilization's warships was only 0.3 times the speed of light. To cover a distance of 0.5 light-years, they would require a year and a half of travel. Engaging in this space battle is rather tedious. The enemy's warships are so feeble, lacking any semblance of challenge, complained a crew member aboard the Taishan warship to the captain. Why all this fuss? Can't you treat it as a routine training exercise? The commander, too, was perplexed, suggesting that their first squad should annihilate these mechanical civilization warships. Isn't it simpler to use black hole munitions? We could just draw all these warships into a black hole. It would save us so much trouble. Not only the crew members, but even the captain of the Taishan warship expressed some grievances. They felt as though they were using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Captain, there are still warships from the Green Plus civilization on the battlefield. If we deploy black hole munitions, their ships would also be drawn into the black hole. Moreover, utilizing such munitions would consume an excessive amount of energy, which is not cost-effective, a crew member reminded the captain. All right, everyone cease your complaints. It's fine to voice your thoughts aboard the warship, but do not let them reach the commander. Otherwise, we will all face dire consequences. Now, get to work and eliminate the mechanical civilization's warships with utmost speed. Unleash the energy beam cannons with full force. We have an ample supply of energy blocks on our vessel. The Taishan warship was powered by black hole energy blocks and was equipped with 4 large-caliber energy beam cannons. Each shot could obliterate dozens of enemy warships. Coupled with the high-velocity kinetic cannons aboard, hundreds, if not thousands, of mechanical civilization warships were destroyed every second on the battlefield. The energy shields of the second-level civilization's warships were exceedingly weak, unable to withstand the high-energy assaults from the Taishan warship. Order our warships to retreat from the battlefield. In a state of shock, Yada, the leader of the Green civilization, finally came to a realization. Their warships had suffered hundreds of friendly fire incidents. Was this truly a war? It resembled nothing more than a one-sided massacre. Witnessing the performance of the human warships on the battlefield left the Green civilization in utter astonishment. What manner of civilization is this human race, endowed with such formidable strength? Their vessels, devoid of energy shields, exhibit no fear of energy attacks, and their speed is astonishingly swift. If human civilization were to be our adversary, such a notion was too terrifying to contemplate, even for Yada. Quickly, send a message to this human fleet. I must personally express my gratitude to their leader for their timely assistance. Chapter 118. The Guangzhou star system in less than half an hour, Not a single intact warship of the mechanical civilization remained on the battlefield. All had been utterly annihilated. Commander, a message from the Lujia civilization has arrived. Their leader wishes to visit personally to express gratitude. The command ship where Xian Meng resides received the communique from the Lujia civilization. Send a message to the Lujia civilization. I accept their visit. Let them come. No, it would be better if we go to them. Given the speed of their second-tier civilization's warships, it would take them over a year to reach us. Xian Meng issued orders to the communications officer. Leader, the human civilization has consented to your visit. Their fleet will navigate here shortly. The communications officer aboard the Lujia flagship exclaimed excitedly. Splendid. Quickly fetch my spacesuit. The second-tier Lujia civilization possesses outdated spacesuit technology. Once donned in the cumbersome suit, the true visage of their leader, Yada, was nearly unrecognizable. Moments later, the Taishan fleet, led by Xian Meng, approached the Lujia fleet, closing the distance to less than 100 kilometers. A small spacecraft detached from the Lujia command ship, guided by a human navigator. It boarded the Taishan warship where Xian Meng awaited. Lujia civilization leader Yada expressed his profound gratitude for the assistance extended by the human commander, encumbered by the heavy spacesuit. Yada could only slightly bow. I am not the leader of humanity. I am the commander of this fleet, the guardian of humanity, Xian Meng. Our civilization's leader is another. Recognizing the misunderstanding, Xian Meng hastened to clarify. Are you wearing a spacesuit? Xian Meng observed that Yada and several accompanying individuals donned similar attire. It resembled a spacesuit, albeit excessively cumbersome and antiquated, obscuring the wearer's true identities. Esteemed human guardian Xian Meng, we Lujia cannot endure the harsh conditions of the cosmos. Thus, we must wear spacesuits to meet you. I hope for your understanding. Yada spoke earnestly, concerned about the potential dissatisfaction of his counterpart. We should still have a considerable number of spare spacesuits aboard our warship. Let us provide them with 100 sets. Xian Meng instructed one of the crew members nearby. Before long, several crew members approached Xian Meng, bearing 100 sets of spacesuits. Warship's intelligence, please scan the parameters of the Lujia civilization's spacesuits. Modify the simulated environment of these 100 suits accordingly. Xian Meng commanded the ship's AI. Scanning complete. Modifying parameters. Parameters successfully adjusted. The warship's AI operated with remarkable efficiency. The human spacesuit, resembling a cube the size of a matchbox, floated gracefully as Xian Meng activated one. It ascended above Yada's head, enveloping him in an environmental isolation dome. Within the isolation chamber lies the essential environment for the survival of the Green Plus civilization. Green Plus leaders, you may remove your spacesuits, Xuanming said to Yada. This resembles the rabbits documented in the annals of human Earth history. Upon witnessing Yada discard the spacesuit, Xuanming felt a tinge of surprise. Having perused the records of human history, he possessed a faint recollection of the creature known as the rabbit. Esteemed human guardian, Xuanming, I express my gratitude for the spacesuits you have bestowed upon us. Yada was genuinely astonished, though aware of the advanced technological prowess of humanity. Experiencing it firsthand evoked a distinctly different sentiment. These are but trifles, no need for excessive concern, Xuanming remarked as he gifted the spacesuits to the Green Plus civilization. Motivated by a fondness for this civilization and a desire to bridge the gap between them, as he sought to glean insights about the entire star system from the Green Plus civilization. Yada, our human civilization hails from an extraterrestrial system. We have just traversed through space-time to arrive in your star system. Your Green Plus civilization is the first we have encountered. Could you perhaps enlighten me about your civilization and the surrounding star system? Xuanming inquired of Yada. Honorable human guardian, Xuanming, it is my great privilege to present to you an overview of our star system. We reside in the Wangzhou star system, which serves as the nucleus of the surrounding stellar cluster. After completing Yada's introduction, Xuanming felt a sense of disappointment. The Green Plus civilization was merely classified as a Level 2 civilization, possessing a rather limited understanding of the Wangzhou star system. The information they could provide was confined to a mere 10,000 light-years surrounding their stellar system. Civilizations within the star system lacked space-jumping technology, relying solely on exploratory vessels for distant exploration, which traveled at speeds not exceeding half the speed of light. The Green Plus civilization maintains control over 3 adjacent stellar systems. Over 1,200 light-years away, there exists a Level 3 civilization known as Wuqing, which oversees 6 subordinate civilizations, including the Green Plus civilization. Further afield, more than 8,000 light-years away, another Level 3 civilization resides. Due to the vast distance, interactions between this civilization and the Green Plus civilization have been nearly non-existent. Yada was only aware of the tenuous relationship between this civilization and that of Wuqing, which had even witnessed small-scale space conflicts. The presence of a dark mechanical civilization in the star system compelled these two Level 3 civilizations to exercise restraint and avoid larger-scale warfare. According to the information provided by Yada, the Wangzhou star system lacks a unifying governance. The highest-level civilizations within the system are classified as Level 3, each claiming their own territories and frequently engaging in conflict over resource extraction. Xuanming transmitted the gathered information back to his command, eagerly awaiting further directives from Liu Hui. Commander, the detection equipment indicates the sudden emergence of a fleet 002 light-years away, numbering over 1 million vessels. In the command room of the battleship, a crew member detected the sudden emergence of a fleet. Esteemed guardians of humanity, this fleet is likely a support contingent dispatched by the Wuching civilization. Fearing a potential attack on this fleet, Yada hurriedly elucidated the situation to Meng. Is it not true that you lack the technology for spatial jumping? How could this fleet have materialized here? Meng inquired with vigilance. Guardian, we do not possess the technology for spatial jumping. The vessels of the Wuching civilization arrived here through a spatial rift, a naturally occurring fissure within the galaxy. Through this rift, the Wuching ships can reach us within a month, Yada promptly clarified to Meng. It was indeed through a spatial rift. Meng was well aware of what a spatial rift entailed. It was through the study of such rifts that their own Red Star civilization had learned to construct spatial tunnels. Commander, the fleet is approaching us. They have initiated an energy attack. Chapter 119. Preliminary plans. Without even a moment's inquiry, they launched an assault against us. Do they presume our warships are few and therefore easy to conquer? Issue a command for all Taishan warships to retaliate freely. In the eyes of Xinming, a Level 3 civilization is nothing more than a mere trifle. Esteemed guardian of humanity, please hold for a moment. The fleet of Wuching civilization must have misunderstood. I will contact them immediately to order a cessation of hostilities. Upon hearing that the human fleet was preparing to counterattack, Yada grew anxious. The 10 warships of human civilization could obliterate over 400,000 vessels of the mechanical civilization. 1 million warships from Wuching were insufficient to fill the gaps left by a mere 1,000 human ships. Communicator, force a connection with the communication device aboard the Wuching warships. Yada, you should address them yourself. Out of a certain fondness for the Green Plus civilization, Ximing granted Yada this opportunity. Under the communicator's guidance, the link with Wuching civilization was swiftly established. Commander Phyla, this is Yada, the representative of Green Plus civilization. Upon receiving my message, please cease all attacks immediately. The vessels you are targeting are allies of ours, the warships of human civilization. I implore you to halt your fire. What is happening? How did this communication signal come through? Commander Phyla inquired, perplexed, aboard the command ship of the Wuching fleet. Commander, our communication system has been breached. The opposing party has forcibly established a connection. The individual speaking appears to be Yada, the leader of the Green Plus civilization. The communicator informed Commander Phyla. Order our warships to cease fire. Yada, what is the situation on your end? The distress signal indicated that you were under attack by the mechanical civilization's vessels. Where are the mechanical warships? Commander Phyla questioned with growing discontent. Commander, the mechanical civilization's warships have been eradicated by the vessels of human civilization. They're our allies. So I beseech you, do not engage them. Yada explained hastily upon hearing Phyla's inquiry. Human civilization? Is there another human civilization nearby in this star region? What jest is this? With their limited number of warships, they annihilated the fleet of the mechanical civilization? You Green Plus civilization are our subordinate, and it is not their place to come to your aid. Command these human warships to vacate this star region at once. For Phyla, the notion of another civilization taking the place of Wuching to rescue Green Plus was intolerable. Commander Phyla, how can you treat our human allies this way? Yada exclaimed in shock upon hearing Phyla's words. Communicator, sever the connection. Ximing abruptly commanded. Yada watched helplessly as the communication was cut off, his heart heavy with concern for the fate of the Wuching civilization. Let our fleet depart from this star domain. The audacity of the Wuching civilization is remarkable. Do their commanders lack intellect? Can they not see the multitude of wreckage from mechanical civilization's warships scattered across the battlefield? Meng feels a sense of pity for the commander of this Wuching civilization. He commands all warships to engage freely. With 1 million vessels at his disposal, he intends to ensure that not a single one escapes. Having held a prominent position within the Red Star civilization for years, he has rarely encountered such indignity, excluding, of course, the mechanical civilizations. In response to the provocation from a Level 3 civilization, Meng unhesitatingly issues a command for annihilation. 1,000 Taishan warships are dispatched to the battlefield. While nearly 200,000 vessels of the Green Plus civilization witness a new massacre unfold. Standing beside Xian Ming, Yada dares not utter another word. The No. 1 Longting Mothership. Chief, this is the information just relayed by Xian Ming. Liu Hui accepts the documents and begins to peruse them. This information pertains to the local star system that Xian Ming has just investigated. Jisun, you should take a look as well. The information is somewhat scant, with precious little of use. Liu Hui hands the documents to Zhang Jisun. Chief, although the intelligence gathered about this star system is limited, it is already evident that there is no level 4 civilization within the Wanzhou star system. If a level 4 civilization existed, they would not allow these level 3 civilizations to occupy territories and engage in mutual conflict. They would surely unify and consolidate the civilizations and resources of the entire star system. Upon reviewing the documents, Zhang Jisun analyzes, Liu Hui, your red star civilization has long governed the Sirius region. Based on your experience, what course of action should our human civilization take now? Liu Hui turns to Liu Hui, who responds, Chief, our immediate priority is to locate a stellar system suitable for establishing our civilization's foothold. Ideally, this stellar system should be situated near the center of the Wanzhou star system. Observational data indicates that the diameter of the Wanzhou star system is 6 million light-years, 3 times larger than the red star system. Its central region is likely a purple hole. The energy level of a purple hole surpasses that of a red hole by 1 tier. Establishing our civilization's foothold near the purple hole would facilitate research into its properties. Once we secure a foothold, we can begin to integrate the civilizations of the star system, unifying the Wanzhou star system. This will enable us to fully exploit the resources of the entire star system. The civilizations within the Wanzhou star system are not highly advanced, and the dark mechanical civilization is also of a low tier. Therefore, the challenge of unifying the entire star system is not great. Furthermore, Chief, I have another idea. Given the low level of the mechanical civilization, this presents us with an opportunity. We must swiftly eliminate the dark mechanical civilization and make every effort to capture their intellect core within the Wanzhou star system. If we can secure the intellect core and conduct research on it, we will be able to confidently confront higher-tier mechanical civilization intellect cores in the future. Liu Hui has not forgotten the mechanical civilization's intellect core that has forced humanity to once again wander the cosmos. Presently, within the Wanzhou star system, the mechanical civilization's intellect core is at most a level 3. This represents a rare opportunity for human civilization. Should we neglect the mechanical intellect core within the star system, it will inevitably catch up to the level of human civilization. At that point, humanity may once again be compelled to traverse the universe. Liu Hui, your thoughts are quite astute. The dark mechanical civilization is indeed the adversary of human civilization. The unification of the entire star system can be deferred if necessary. Our priority should be to eliminate the dark mechanical civilization first. Jisun and Liu Hui, you two must ensure the establishment of our civilization's foothold. This is our preliminary plan. Once our civilization stabilizes and we gather sufficient intelligence on the mechanical civilization within the star system, we shall promptly launch an offensive against it. Chapter 120. The mysterious warship humanity has wandered through the cosmos for 286 years. The absence of coordinate space jumps has led human civilization to the Wanzhou star system. After acquiring a preliminary understanding of the system, humanity began to formulate plans to establish a foothold within it. The Dragon Rising Mothership. Commander, this is the report returned by the reconnaissance vessel. Liu Hui accepted the document presented by his subordinate. This report was transmitted from a reconnaissance ship located 26 light-years away. Upon entering the Wanzhou star system, the nearest star system to the space jump formation was identified as a single star system, designated as star system number 1. This star system is a single star system, with the star in its middle age, boasting a diameter of approximately 5.8 million kilometers, 3 times larger than that of the Sun. The star system comprises 22 planets, of which 16 are terrestrial, while the remainder are gaseous and none exhibit signs of life. Activate all thrusters of the jump formation and steer towards star system number 1. Jisun, you need to devise a plan. Organize a fleet to advance to star system No. 1. Establish a logistics base and prepare for the extraction of minerals and energy resources. The daily consumption of the space jump formation is exceedingly vast. Until we establish a new foothold, we will require sustenance from star system number 1. Liu Hui instructed Zhang Jisun. Liu Hui, I entrust you with the responsibility of seeking a new foothold near the center of the Wanzhou star system. Do you have any preliminary plans? Liu Hui inquired of Liu Hui beside him. Commander, according to the data extracted from our reconnaissance, we are approximately 4 million light-years from the center of the star system. A considerable distance indeed. Our Taishan warship's maximum speed is 4 times the speed of light. If we were to travel normally, it would take us 1 million years to reach the center, and the round trip would require 2 million years, clearly an unfeasible duration. Therefore, I intend to utilize point-to-point space jumps for the reconnaissance vessels. The Taishan warship has a point-to-point jump capability of about 1,000 light years. After 2 such jumps, the energy blocks aboard the vessel will be depleted. I plan to establish an energy block supply base every 1,000 light years along the route to the center of the star system, addressing the energy block consumption issue for the space jumps. Approximately 4,000 energy block supply bases will need to be constructed. Each base will take about 5 days to build. In around 50 years, we can complete the construction of all 4,000 bases. With these bases, the warships will be able to continuously utilize point-to-point space jumps to reach the center of the star system, reducing the necessary travel time to about 10 days. At that point, if we identify a suitable star system near the center of the star system as a potential refuge for our civilization, we shall construct a spatial tunnel leading to the Alliance, facilitating the migration of all personnel and materials. Liu Hui evidently possesses considerable familiarity with such matters. As soon as Liu Hui posed the question, he formulated a preliminary plan. Jisun, Liu Hui, the task is entrusted to you. Act according to your respective plans. Due to the immense scale of the spatial jump to the Alliance, its velocity through the cosmos is limited to 0.95 times the speed of light, rendering it incapable of surpassing light speed. After 27 years, propelled by the engines, the Alliance finally approached the vicinity of the first stellar system. By this time, the first stellar system had been transformed into a logistical support nexus for human civilization, sustaining the daily consumption of the Alliance. Over the course of 27 years, more than 2,000 energy block supply bases had been constructed, linking the first stellar system to the center of the Guangzhou star system. In the first stellar system, on the 6th planet, a vast research facility had been erected for scholars of the Academy of Sciences. Liu Hui frequently visited the research base during his leisure hours, as humanity's technological advancement had reached an impasse. For thousands of years, humanity had possessed the complete technological tree of the Kara planet. Due to the existence of alternate dimensions, humanity had mastered all technological knowledge within this tree over millennia. The era of technological explosion had concluded, devoid of the technological tree for reference. Progress could only be achieved through the gradual exploration by scholars. Thus, humanity's technological development entered a slow and stagnant phase. The energy block supply base number 1856 was constructed on the 9th planet of the 2758 stellar system. 10 Taishan warships were stationed at the base. For each energy block supply base established, 10 warships were left behind as guardians. The total personnel at the base amounted to approximately 5,000. In the command room, Commander Wang Feng had been stationed for a full 24 hours. Since a few days prior, the gravitational wave radar at the base had detected several suspicious objects. Data analysis indicated that these objects bore a striking resemblance to cosmic warships. Alarmingly, these objects appeared within a mere 200 million kilometers of the base. Following the detection of these anomalies, the commander dispatched the Taishan warships for investigation. However, each time the warships arrived at the designated location, the suspicious objects had vanished without a trace. This phenomenon recurred multiple times. Commander Wang Feng devised a plan. He discreetly deployed miniature surveillance devices in the regions where the suspicious objects frequently manifested, seeking to uncover the truth. Suddenly, a monitor in the command room exclaimed, "Commander, the suspicious objects have reappeared. Can the deployed surveillance devices capture their optical image?" Wang Feng inquired anxiously. "Commander, we have succeeded. This time we have captured them." In the three-dimensional imagery of the control room, several alien warships materialized. To his astonishment, they were indeed cosmic warships. Yet, how had they arrived here? And how did they vanish? The commander found himself in a state of perplexity. He ordered the activation of the energy beam cannons within the base, utilizing the coordinates relayed by the surveillance system to obliterate the targets. Without further contemplation, he regarded the approaching enemy vessels as a significant threat. Given their proximity to the base was fortified with hundreds of energy beam cannons, serving as a formidable line of defense. Upon receiving the command, these cannons swiftly unleashed their fire upon the suspicious ships. It appeared as if the fleet, sensing imminent danger, vanished in an instant. However, among the dozen or so vessels, one ship exhibited a delayed reaction of a few seconds. This brief hesitation resulted in the alien craft being struck by an energy beam. Splendid, a ship had been hit. The Taishan-class ships, designated 1 and 2, immediately ascended towards the incident site. Should they encounter any form of attack or resistance, They were instructed to retaliate without hesitation. Bring back the wreckage of the alien vessel. I am eager to discern which civilization would dare to intrude upon our base, commanded Commander Wang Feng. The two Taishan ships promptly took to the skies, successfully retrieving the remnants of the enemy craft without facing any opposition. Upon conducting a preliminary examination of the debris, Commander Wang Feng identified several anomalies. He promptly reported the entirety of the incident and his findings to the human headquarters. Chapter 121. The Floating Spirit Civilization Commander. This is a report sent from the Energy Block Supply Base number 1856. I sense something peculiar. Zhang Jisen entered Liu Hui's office, holding the report. Indeed, there was something unusual about it. After perusing the document, Liu Hui pondered for a moment. These alien warships have the ability to vanish from sight. The technology they employ is certainly not that of spatial leap, which necessitates an initial velocity, be it rotational or linear. If stationary, a spatial leap cannot be executed. The only plausible explanation is that they have mastered the technology of spatial dimensions, a principle that may be akin to that of alternate spaces. They can traverse in and out of another dimension while remaining in normal space. Liu Hui analyzed thoughtfully. Commander, I find your analysis to be profoundly insightful. The wreckage of the alien warships can be retrieved by tomorrow. I shall arrange for the scholars of the Academy of Sciences to conduct an in-depth study. This report had attracted the attention of humanity's high-ranking officials. Half a month later, Zhang Jisen hurried into Liu Hui's office. Commander, we have made a breakthrough in our research on the wreckage of the alien warships. Within the remnants, we discovered dark matter, a substance identical to that at the center of alternate spaces. They can utilize this material to create a small alternate space that envelopes their vessels at will. We have deciphered the principles of alternate space creation. Zhang Jisen was brimming with excitement. Commander, if we can apply this technology to the Red Star battle armor and our warships, we too could possess genuine cloaking technology. Jisen, your efforts are commendable. Liu Hui understood that if this technology were genuinely integrated into the warships, their survivability would increase manifold. Commander, we have made another discovery. The control system of this alien warship is remarkably unique. There is no intelligent core assisting it, nor is it operated by multiple entities in unison. I have a feeling that this warship resembles a living organism. In other words, I believe it is controlled by consciousness. Once the ship was destroyed, this consciousness may have perished or fled. Although Zhang Jisen's words were somewhat outrageous, Liu Hui recognized that the universe is home to myriad forms of life. The existence of a consciousness-based intelligent civilization is not beyond the realm of possibility. Jisen, what you have mentioned is of great significance. I intend to have Xi and Meng organize a fleet. Centered around base number 1856, we shall explore all nearby planets to uncover what discoveries await us. Liu Hui knew that if the existence of this consciousness civilization could be confirmed and studied, humanity's understanding of consciousness would experience exponential advancement. Upon receiving the command from Liu Hui, Xi and Meng led an exploratory fleet comprising 100,000 warships towards base 1856. Commander, our exploration range has expanded to 50 light-years. We have scoured even the asteroid belt, yet we have uncovered nothing, lamented Xi and Meng's assistant. Spare us the complaints. Exploring the cosmos is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Many discoveries are serendipitous. Nothing worthwhile comes easily, Xi and Meng reassured his aide. Commander, we have made a discovery, exclaimed the radar monitor. Our gravitational wave radar has detected thousands of red dots, but they vanished in less than 3 seconds. Before he could finish, another crew member shouted, Commander, we are under energy attack. Xi and Meng hastily approached the radar display, but found no evidence of the source. Do we know where this energy is being emitted from? He inquired. Commander, it seems as though these energy attacks appeared out of thin air. Hold on. I will cross-reference the red dots we just scanned. The crew member responded, Commander, the locations align. The energy attacking us originated from those red dots. This must be the civilization mentioned by our leaders. We have located them, Xi and Meng said, a hint of excitement in his voice. The human Taishan-class warships are immune to energy attacks, so Xi and Meng felt little concern. However, the enemy vessels had vanished. What should we do now? He pondered. Unsure of the next step. Commander, their ships suddenly appeared and attacked us. Could their home world be nearby? His assistant suggested. Indeed. Their home planet must be in close proximity. Quickly, ascertain the nearest stellar system to our location. Commander, the closest is a stellar system located 0.8 light-years away. Order all warships to change course. We shall investigate that stellar system. Pay no heed to the energy attacks, Xi and Meng decisively commanded. Commander Dueling. This civilization's vessels are impervious to energy attacks. What are our options? Wei Ling asked. How dare you ask me that? Were it not for your decision to send Wu Ling and others to spy on this civilization's base, would we be faced with such a multitude of warships? We must hasten back to the floating spirit planet. This fleet is en route to our stellar system, and our planet will inevitably be discovered. The floating spirit civilization has fought hard to survive in this stable cosmic expanse. Are you intent on causing our civilization to revert to a bygone era? If we are coerced into employing dimensional reduction weaponry, you shall be deemed the architects of our civilization's downfall. Chapter 122. Dimensional reduction. Strike. The total number of warships involved in this exploratory mission amounts to 100,000. Upon reaching the energy block supply base, the fleet was divided into countless exploratory squads, each comprising 100 vessels. At this moment, Commander Xian Meng is leading his contingent of 100 warships towards a suspicious star system for investigation. Commander Xian Meng, their warships have reappeared, reported an officer, exceeding 100,000 in number. As soon as they entered the star system, the gravitational wave radar operators detected their targets. These over 100,000 ships were stationed in orbit around the seventh planet of the star system. So conspicuous? It seems that this seventh planet is indeed their homeworld. Xian Meng mused with a smile. All warships halted their advance. Communications officer, send them a message. Inform them that we are representatives of human civilization, here to visit their kind, Xian Meng instructed. Swiftly, the communications officer transmitted the message to the seventh planet. The seventh planet, with a diameter exceeding 60,000 kilometers, is a rocky orb. Its surface is desolate, devoid of any signs of life. However, over 50 kilometers beneath the surface, a vibrant scene unfolds. The subterranean realm is filled with countless hollow passages. The larger tunnels span several kilometers in diameter, while the smaller ones measure hundreds of meters. Within these passages, a singular type of vine-like plant flourishes, occupying nearly every available space. These vines bear no leaves, and every few meters, they hang oval-shaped fruits, each the size of a barrel. These fruits are the corporeal forms of the inhabitants of the floating spirit civilization. The floating spirit civilization is a peculiar one. The seventh planet is not their cradle of civilization. Rather, their genesis occurred on a small asteroid within an alternate dimension. Through eons of evolution, the fruits developed consciousness, enabling them to detach from their vessels and drift through the cosmos. Ultimately, they transcended the barriers of the alternate dimension and wandered into the normal cosmic expanse. The vast and colorful universe captivated the floating spirit civilization, prompting their decision to relocate from the alternate dimension to this realm. They chose to engage with a first-tier civilization on the seventh planet, as their consciousness could exert control over the low-intelligence robots produced by this civilization. Once they had dominion over all the robots, a robotic uprising ensued, leading to the annihilation of this civilization. The floating spirit civilization then inherited the remnants of this first-tier culture. Utilizing the controlled robots, they continued to manufacture machines under their influence. Eventually, they migrated their corporeal forms from the alternate dimension to this planet. After millions of years of development, the floating spirit civilization ascended to a second-tier status. Due to their origins in an alternate dimension, they possess profound insights into spatial phenomena, facilitating the development of warships capable of traversing into alternate spaces at will. Armed with such vessels, the floating spirit civilization commenced their exploration into the depths of the cosmos, seeking to expand their dominion over broader territories. During their explorations, they encountered numerous second-tier civilizations. They have also discerned the vulnerabilities of their own civilization. Their consciousness cannot control the advanced intellects of their robots or warships. As a secondary civilization venturing into the cosmos, most of their vessels or automatons possess a superior cognitive core. The inhabitants of the spirit floating civilization realize that any attempt to invade these advanced intellects would result in annihilation by their defensive protocols. Acknowledging their own shortcomings, the spirit floating civilization ceased its explorations and began to retreat, quietly developing on Planet 7. In the subterranean expanse of Planet 7, the high-ranking consciousness of the spirit floating civilization convened. Lord of Spirits, one of his subordinates announced, "We have received a communication. The message has just been deciphered. They hail from human civilization and wish to visit us. Should we respond?" Upon hearing this inquiry, the Lord of Spirits hesitated. He was a man of great caution, fully aware that the universe is fraught with peril. Hence, he had chosen to conceal and nurture their civilization in seclusion. Now, a powerful civilization had approached them, and he feared his own people might be consumed. "Respond to them," he commanded decisively. "We refuse their visit and instruct them to vacate our solar system. Should they fail to depart, they will face our devastating retaliation." The Lord of Spirits had resolved firmly. My lord, the cost of deploying dimensional weapons is exorbitant. Should we reconsider? There is no need for reconsideration. We must intimidate them. They remain oblivious to the true cost of our dimensional weaponry. The Lord of Spirits resolved to employ the most formidable dimensional weapon to deter this civilization. Meanwhile, aboard the Taishan command ship, the commander received a reply from the opposing force. They have declined our visit and warned us that if we do not leave the solar system, we shall face their devastating strike, the communications officer reported. How intriguing. They refuse even a standard diplomatic engagement. A lesser civilization dares to exhibit such defiance. It seems they will not yield without a demonstration of our strength. Xing Ming had intended to approach this civilization amicably, not wishing to resort to force. However, his orders were clear. Upon discovering this civilization, establish contact and avoid hastily obliterating it. He dispatched 50 Taishan warships to assault the 100,000 vessels in orbit around Planet 7. I shall not cease until they agree to our visit, he declared, his temper flaring. The 50 Taishan warships surged toward Planet 7. Once within range, the Taishan vessels commenced their assault with energy cannons. The warships of the Spirit floating civilization flickered in and out of visibility, skillfully transitioning between normal space and alternate dimensions, evading energy strikes while mounting their own counterattacks. However, their energy attacks inflicted no harm upon the Taishan battleship. Switching dimensions, while it allowed evasion of the Taishan battleship's energy strikes, required impeccable timing. Numerous vessels of the floating Spirit civilization fell victim to destruction due to untimely dimensional shifts. With each ship lost, a fruit deep beneath Planet 7 would wither. My lord, they have commenced their assault on our ships. The anxious voice of the subordinate unsettled the floating Spirit lord. He sensed that the fruits of his kin were beginning to wither. Order all ships to shift dimensions and remain concealed. Activate our dimensional reduction weapon immediately. The lord ultimately resolved to act. Beneath Planet 7, millions of fruits suddenly withered. Simultaneously, the 50 Taishan battleships engaged in the attack were inexplicably reduced to mere sheets of paper. This was the ultimate weapon of the floating Spirit civilization, the dimensional strike. Chapter 123. The return of Exploration Team Command Ship. What transpired? What has happened to our warships? Xi and Meng discovered that the 50 attacking Taishan warships had inexplicably transformed into mere paper. Was this the devastating weapon they had just warned us about? His assistant exclaimed in astonishment. All warships were immediately ordered to retreat to base. Confounded by the situation and faced with an irresistible threat, Xi and Meng issued the command to withdraw, instructing the transmission of the recent battle conditions back to headquarters, awaiting the leader's directives. Upon returning to the energy block supply base, Xi and Meng remained shaken. What kind of power could compress 50 Taishan warships into a single sheet of paper? In the conference room of the No. 1 Longting mothership, numerous scholars had gathered. They were observing a three-dimensional recording sent back from the battlefield by Xi and Meng. You have all seen the 3D footage. Do any of you have insights to share? Liu Hui inquired, gazing at the assembly. In response to Liu Hui's question, none of the scholars in the room offered a reply. Zhang Jisen, perhaps you would like to speak? Liu Hui directly addressed Zhang Jisen, who appeared hesitant. Leader, though it is merely conjecture and inference, the likelihood is exceedingly high. This civilization's warships can switch between normal cosmic space and alternate dimensions at will. This indicates their profound understanding of spatial dynamics, reaching levels beyond our comprehension. The capability to instantaneously compress a warship into a sheet of paper suggests the use of a spatial weapon. When understood through the lens of spatial dimensions, this phenomenon becomes quite explicable. Objects in our normal cosmic space are expressed in 3 dimensions, length, width, and height, which effectively convey their shape and size. Should one of these dimensions be absent, the object would become a mere sheet of paper. The weapon employed by this civilization is a dimensional reduction weapon, capable of diminishing the 3-dimensional constructs of normal cosmic space to 2 dimensions. Zhang Jisen articulated his hypothesis. Upon hearing this, many scholars expressed their agreement. Unbeknownst to them, the plan to dominate the Guangzhou star system encountered such a civilization before it even commenced. Humanity must acquire the dimensional reduction weapon. If we cannot subdue this civilization or bring them to heel, we may have no choice but to annihilate them, Liu Hui proclaimed emphatically. Leader, destroying this civilization should not pose a significant challenge, Liu Hui interjected, continuing Liu Hui's thought. From the battle reports received, it appears their use of the dimensional reduction weapon is limited. Their warships are not equipped with such weaponry. Its deployment relies on their home planet, and the attack range is quite constrained. Xi and Meng's exploration team consists of only 100 warships. 50 ships advanced to launch an attack, while another 50 remained in the rear, the distance between the two groups being quite negligible. Only the attacking 50 vessels sustained damage, leaving those in the rear unscathed. This indicates that the scope of the dimensional assault is rather limited, revealing a vulnerability. We can dispatch hundreds or even thousands of Dragonting motherships to mount an offensive. To minimize our losses, we need only to encircle their home planet with a dispersed formation. The colossal energy cannons aboard the Dragonting motherships possess the capability to annihilate their home planet directly. We can leverage this as a threat, should they refuse to submit. We shall obliterate their planet. Liu Hui articulated her plan. Liu Hui, your analysis and strategy are exceedingly sound. Let us not delay further. We shall implement this plan immediately. Humanity must seize control of the entire Wangzhou star system. Such a threatening civilization, if it does not yield to us, must face annihilation. At the energy block supply base, after their defeat, Sun Ming, who had retreated to the base, received new orders along with 2,000 Dragonting motherships. Following the directives, he led the fleet back to the outer space of Planet 7. All the Dragonting motherships surrounded Planet 7 in a dispersed formation. Additionally, 10 motherships were dispatched to the neighboring Planet 8, poised to detonate it upon reaching the attack range. Communications officer, send a surrender ultimatum to the Ling civilization. They have 1 hour to unconditionally capitulate to our human civilization. Should they refuse to yield, their planet shall meet the same fate as Planet 8. Sun Ming issued the command. My lord, the human civilization's warships have returned. This time, their vessels are even larger than before. They have sent us a surrender ultimatum, threatening to destroy our planet. What should we do? The high-ranking officials of the Ling civilization convened to deliberate their course of action. My lord, should we employ the dimensional assault once more? We cannot utilize the dimensional weapon again. Our population is already limited, and each use depletes millions. We cannot afford such losses. Without the dimensional weapon, how can we defeat the enemy? Shall we simply surrender? Alternatively, we could retreat to the old space. Human civilization has granted us only 1 hour. Is it feasible to evacuate all our kin from the planet in such a short time? Please, cease your clamoring. Allow me a moment to think. The Ling ruler had not anticipated that human civilization would not be deterred by their dimensional strike. Their warships had departed only a few days before returning, this time with an even larger and more formidable fleet. My lord, we have just received new intelligence. The neighboring planet, designated as the 8th, has succumbed to a cataclysmic explosion under the relentless assault of human warships. Reports from subordinates seem to have awakened the Spirit Lord, who realizes that this is a stark warning from human civilization. A message must be dispatched to humanity. We are willing to surrender, but not unconditionally. The Spirit Lord of the drifting souls is reluctantly compelled to make the decision to capitulate. The warships of human civilization have encircled the planet, employing dimensional reduction attacks. Even if they were to exhaust their population, the human vessels would remain steadfastly surrounding the planet. The command ship of the Dragon Rising Mothership received the report from the commander. The drifting soul civilization has agreed to surrender. However, they wish to negotiate the terms of their capitulation. The communications officer conveyed the message to Xian Ming. Surrender is manageable. As for the conditions, they need not be specified by them. A master subordinate agreement shall be sent to the drifting soul civilization. Our human civilization intends to recognize the drifting soul civilization as a subordinate entity. Coveting the technology of dimensional reduction strikes possessed by the drifting soul civilization, Liu Hui and his associates have preemptively drafted a generous master subordinate agreement, aiming to intertwine the interests of the drifting soul civilization with those of human civilization. Through the leverage of force and mutual benefit, they seek to maintain control over the drifting soul civilization. Chapter 124, The Revival of Twin Stars. The Spirit Lord received a master agreement from human civilization. The contents of this agreement are as follows. The communication between the spirit civilization is conducted through consciousness. Upon perceiving the essence of the master agreement, the Spirit Lord was taken aback. Let us all contemplate the contents of this agreement. He disseminated the details of the agreement to the higher echelons of consciousness surrounding him. Spirit Lord, could there be a hidden agenda? The terms of this agreement are exceedingly generous to us. Human civilization is willing to share their technological knowledge. They are also obliged to safeguard our civilization. Although the conditions are quite favorable, we must also offer something in return. Our technological knowledge must likewise be shared with human civilization. Furthermore, when human interests are threatened, we are required to obey their commands to protect those interests. While we must pay a certain price, overall, it remains more beneficial for us. I perceive this agreement not as a conspiracy. Human civilization is a highly advanced entity. They possess the capability to obliterate our civilization outright, rendering any form of conspiracy unnecessary. Discussions among the senior members of the Spirit civilization predominantly leaned towards endorsing this master agreement, given the pressing circumstances. Since the terms proposed by human civilization are more advantageous to us, we shall proceed to sign this agreement. A message shall be sent to human civilization, expressing our consent to the master agreement and recognizing human civilization as our sovereign entity, regardless of whether we were coerced or lured by incentives. The Spirit civilization ultimately acquiesced to the master agreement proposed by humanity. Days later, the Spirit Lord accompanied the flagship of Commander Xin Meng to the first stellar system. There, aboard the first Dragon mothership, he met with Liu Hui and formalized the signing of the master agreement. Thus, the Spirit civilization became yet another subordinate civilization to humanity, bringing the total to 4. The Tonggu civilization, a semi-mechanical entity, primarily supplies human forces. A significant portion of the soldiers on human warships hail from the Tonggu civilization. The Yuzhu civilization, also semi-mechanical, mainly engages in manufacturing within human civilization. The Bahang civilization, a carbon-based entity, is characterized by its commercial nature, providing business services within human society. The Spirit civilization, an ideological entity, currently holds an undefined role within human civilization. The Hongxing civilization cannot be classified as a subordinate entity of humanity. Sharing a common origin with human civilization, they have largely integrated into human society, enjoying rights equivalent to those of humans. The inclusion of the Spirit civilization has prompted the Human Academy of Sciences to become increasingly busy. Zhang Jisheng, alongside numerous scholars, commenced research into ideology and dimensional assault. Humanity has wandered for 328 years. After more than half a century, the energy block supply base constructed by humanity has finally reached the vicinity of the center of the Guangzhou star system. Zhang Jisheng set aside his current research to organize a group of scholars and a formidable fleet to venture towards the heart of the star system. His mission was to seek a star system suitable for human habitation near the center of the galaxy, and to establish an advanced research base to study the violet singularity at the galaxy's core. To his astonishment, the violet singularity was immense, its diameter surpassing 100 light-years. In comparison, the red singularity of the red star system was barely 1/10 of that size. Zhang Jisheng marveled. The scientific expedition fleet he led lingered 100 light-years away from the violet singularity, the closest distance achievable by their vessel. The gravitational pull of the violet singularity was extraordinarily powerful. Any further advance would render them unable to escape its grasp, leading to their ultimate fate of being drawn into the singularity. The optical spectacle before them was breathtakingly beautiful, a rare sight indeed. Every second, dozens of stars were consumed by the violet singularity, torn apart by its overwhelming gravity before being swallowed whole. The shattered stars formed a luminous debris trail, an awe-inspiring sight that left Zhang Jisheng in admiration. The expedition fleet prepared for a rendezvous to establish their space research base. Xin Meng, you need not remain with me. The task of locating a habitable star system is now entrusted to you. Zhang Jisheng assigned roles within the fleet. The team responsible for research would stay, while the remaining vessels, under Xin Meng's command, would disperse to explore the surrounding star systems. 25 years later, Xin Meng's exploratory fleet finally discovered a star system suitable for human habitation. This star system exhibited remarkable stability, its orbital velocity around the violet singularity achieving a perfect balance that ensured it would never be drawn into the singularity's depths. Given its proximity to the violet singularity, humanity named it the Violet Singularity Star System. The system star was in the late middle age of its life cycle but remained within the category of yellow dwarf stars. There were a total of 18 planets within the system, consisting of 11 terrestrial planets and 7 gas giants. The environments of the 5th and 6th terrestrial planets could be modified to support human life. The news of the star system's discovery was relayed back to the human headquarters, prompting the construction of a spatial tunnel leading directly to the interstellar jump network near the Violet Singularity Star System. After wandering for 537 years, humanity dedicated nearly 2 centuries to the terraforming and migration efforts. Human civilization officially established its foothold on the 5th and 6th planets of the Violet Singularity Star System, which were named Renaissance 1 and 2, collectively referred to as the twin stars of Renaissance. On these twin planets, humanity solidified its presence and embarked on a plan to unify the Guangzhou star system. This star system was divided into numerous sectors, each of which would have a spatial tunnel constructed. Upon traversing these tunnels, the warships would accomplish the occupation and control of each sector. In Sector 782, humanity had just completed the construction of a spatial tunnel leading to this sector. A fleet composed of 100,000 Taishan-class warships passed through the tunnel, entering Sector 782. Attention all captains of the search squads. Please refrain from employing force to avoid causing damage to the galactic environment. Upon the discovery of intelligent civilizations, do not engage in blind aggression. Establish communication first, and then report back to me. We shall dispatch specialists to handle matters concerning these civilizations. Remember, we are not here to wreak havoc upon the galaxy. The fleet commander instructed the leaders of the search fleets. A formidable armada of 100,000 warships was dispersed into countless search squads, each comprising approximately 100 vessels. Their mission was to explore the star regions, gather data, and bring these territories under human control. Commander, this is Exploration Squad 127. We have encountered warships of a dark mechanical civilization. Chapter 125. Exploration of Mechanical Civilization 1. The report was dispatched back to the headquarters of humanity, notifying all search squads that warships of the dark mechanical civilization had been discovered within the star sector. Engagement with them was strictly prohibited. Immediate withdrawal to the spatial tunnel entrance was ordered, where a defensive line would be established while awaiting directives from headquarters. Upon receiving the discovery report, the fleet commander swiftly issued commands, adhering to the contingency plans devised prior to the expedition. In the event of encountering warships belonging to the mechanical civilization, engagement was to be avoided at all costs, leaving no opportunities for them. The dark mechanical civilization of the Guangzhou star system was classified at an advanced stage of Level 2. Engaging them recklessly could result in unforeseen circumstances, potentially providing the mechanical civilization with remnants of the Taishan warships. Given their core's formidable replication abilities, they could quickly manufacture a significant number of Taishan vessels. If the dark mechanical civilization's faction in the Guangzhou star system was not completely eradicated, humanity risked repeating its past mistakes, reminiscent of the events that transpired in the Sirius region. At the rebirth of the binary stars, the headquarters of humanity received an urgent report from the exploration fleet of Sector 782. They had discovered warships belonging to the dark mechanical civilization without engaging in combat. Following protocol, they had retreated to the spatial tunnel entrance, establishing a defensive perimeter and awaiting further instructions. The headquarters communicator hurriedly relayed this information to Liu Hui. Notify Huang Zihu and Li Hui to come to my office. Zhang Jisen had been presiding over research at the space research base near the Purple Cave and was not present with Liu Hui. Thus, Liu Hui intended to consult with Huang Zihu and Li Hui on strategies for capturing the mechanical civilization's core. Chief, I hear we VE discovered warships belonging to the mechanical civilization. Are we preparing to attack? May I lead the charge? Huang Zihu exclaimed excitedly upon entering the office. It had been a long time since he had commanded a fleet in battle. Zihu, please take a seat. We will wait for Li Hui. This matter is of great importance, and we must devise a comprehensive strategy. Shortly after Huang Zihu sat down, Li Hui arrived in the office, having received the notification. Chief, I have been engaged in consciousness research at the Academy of Sciences. When I received the alert, the Spirit Master was by my side. Upon hearing of the grave situation, he volunteered to come along to see if he could be of assistance, Li Hui explained as he entered the office. Liu Hui had not summoned the Spirit Master. Upon hearing Li Hui's words, Liu Hui glanced behind him, acutely aware of the presence of a consciousness yet unable to perceive any visible signs of it. He shook his head in mild exasperation, feeling quite unaccustomed to the situation. Chief, if this matter involves confidential information, I may not be suited to participate. The Spirit Master expressed with disappointment upon seeing Liu Hui's resigned shake of the head. The matter at hand is of great significance. Although it is confidential, you are indeed among those qualified to be informed. It is a curious sensation to be aware of your existence, yet unable to perceive it. This has led to an expression of helplessness on my part. Liu Hui, aware that the other party might misunderstand, offered an explanation. Chief, this is quite simple. The next time I come to see you, I can control a robot with my consciousness. Upon hearing that the chief did not reject him, the Spirit Master hastily added. The floating spirit civilization has been allied with humanity for over 2 centuries, enjoying the benefits bestowed by humanity during this time. Apart from collaborating with humans on consciousness research, they have yet to provide substantial advantages or benefits in return. Eager to prove his worth, he had the audacity to request Li Hui to bring him along, hoping to be of assistance. Controlling a robot is unnecessary. Our life forms differ. We will gradually acclimate, Liu Hui responded with a smile. Now, everyone, please take a seat. Let us discuss the matter of the dark mechanical civilization. According to reports from Sector 782, a considerable number of mechanical battleships have been discovered, concentrated in several adjacent stellar systems. I surmise that the intelligence core of the mechanical civilization resides within these systems. We now need to devise a method for reconnaissance of these stellar systems to gather detailed information and ascertain the location of the intelligence core, to avoid alarming them. Do you have any suggestions on how to proceed discreetly? Liu Hui inquired of those in the office. Chief, if the reconnaissance pertains to basic information, it may be achievable without drawing attention. However, obtaining detailed data will likely disturb them. Wang Zihe reflected. We must devise a strategy to avoid alerting them. I am concerned that the intelligence core may relocate to evade capture. The Guangzhou star system is vast, and locating the intelligence core again would prove exceedingly challenging. Liu Hui expressed his concerns. Chief, based on your specifications, it is only feasible for you to conduct the reconnaissance personally without being detected. Your brainwave emissions can obscure your identity from the mechanical civilization. However, as the leader of our civilization, it is perilous for you to undertake this mission. We do not yet fully comprehend the capabilities of the mechanical civilization's intelligence core, but one thing is certain. It possesses the ability to confine space, which poses a danger to you. Although Liu Hui had devised a plan, he was reluctant to put the chief at risk. If we are merely seeking detailed information without the need to infiltrate their intelligent programs, our floating spirit civilization's kin would be the most suitable candidates, the spirit master interjected. Recognizing the chief's concerns regarding reconnaissance, he recalled the unique consciousness traits of his people, whose awareness could freely drift through the cosmos. Currently, they have yet to discover any instruments capable of detecting their presence. They are the ideal candidates for reconnaissance. How far can the consciousness of your kin wander through the cosmos after departing from its corporeal form? Liu Hui pondered the crux of the matter. The floating spirit planet is nearly 20,000 light-years away from Sector 782. Chief, the consciousness of our floating spirit tribe has previously ventured over 30,000 light-years from our corporeal bodies, the spirit master replied. 30,000 light-years is sufficient. Sector 782 is merely about 20,000 light-years from you. I entrust the task of surveying the dark mechanical civilization to your floating spirit civilization. Upon your return, immediately organize your kin to head towards Sector 782. The area you need to investigate encompasses 3 adjacent stellar systems. I shall provide you with the fundamental data regarding these systems shortly. You may decide how many of your kin to dispatch. As long as we can ascertain the precise location of the mechanical civilization's intelligence core, we stand a substantial chance of capturing it. Liu Hui had not anticipated that. At such a critical moment, the consciousness of the floating spirit civilization would be employed. Their ideological essence rendered them the most exceptional candidates for reconnaissance. Chapter 126. Exploration of Mechanical Civilization. 2. At the entrance of the spatial tunnel in Sector 782, a human Dragon-Ting mothership emerged. Aboard this vessel were the consciousnesses of over 100,000 members of the floating spirit civilization, selected by the Floating Spirit Sovereign as scouts. Floating Spirit Sovereign, please ensure your people board the 3 Taishan battleships. Each of these vessels will venture to one of the 3 stellar systems where mechanical civilization warships have been detected. To avoid alerting the opposition, the battleships will merely linger at the periphery of the stellar systems. Once your consciousness is detached from the ships, they will promptly return. Await our signal before we come to retrieve you. This reconnaissance mission rests entirely upon your shoulders. Liu Hui addressed the Floating Spirit Sovereign. Given the significance of this operation, Liu Hui personally arrived at Sector 782. Rest assured, Chief, such reconnaissance missions are exceedingly straightforward for our people. Simply await the good news from us, the Sovereign replied confidently. The 3 Taishan battleships silently departed from the human-controlled spatial tunnel, accelerating and initiating a spatial jump. You are to detach from the ships immediately. The stellar system ahead is your target for reconnaissance, the captain of the Taishan battleship commanded as the jump concluded. They needed to reactivate the spatial jump within mere moments to distance themselves from the stellar system and evade detection by the mechanical civilization. As all members of the tribe departed the vessels, the Sovereign's consciousness expanded, issuing commands to the tribe. The Floating Spirit Sovereign placed great emphasis on this mission. The reconnaissance operation was divided into 3 teams, each responsible for 1 stellar system. The Sovereign personally led the first team on the reconnaissance task. Upon receiving the order, tens of thousands of floating spirit consciousnesses detached from the ships, drifting in the vastness of space. According to plan, 10 individuals remained behind to maintain contact with the command center, while the remainder swiftly proceeded towards the stellar system. Once again, I command you, the Sovereign reiterated. The members of the floating spirit civilization communicated through consciousness, which had certain limitations in distance. Beyond 10 billion kilometers, 2 consciousnesses could no longer connect. The Taishan battleship left behind a communicator to maintain contact with the command center as it departed. Information gathered during the reconnaissance would be relayed back through this device. Every 10 billion kilometers, several floating spirit members would remain stationed to relay consciousness information, ensuring that the intelligence gathered could be smoothly transmitted back to the communicator. The movement speed of the floating spirit consciousnesses in space was not particularly swift. A month after detaching from the Taishan battleship, they finally reached the stellar system. Upon entering the system, the sovereign dispersed the tribe, directing them to various planets within the stellar system. What pursuits do the mechanical civilizations engage in? The sovereign pondered as he led thousands of his kin into orbit around a particular planet, where he discovered a colossal and peculiar mechanical apparatus. A colossal machine enveloping an entire planet. You are dispersed across various locations on the planet, transmitting the observed phenomena and data back. The spiritual lord issued commands to the kin beside him. Thousands of consciousnesses began to scatter across the planet. At the entrance of the tunnel in Sector 782, the command center of the Dragon Rising mothership reported to Liu Hui, Chief, the reconnaissance data has commenced transmission. The intelligent core is constructing a model of the stellar system. As the influx of data increased, the information regarding the stellar system inhabited by the mechanical civilization gradually became clearer. Chief, what purpose does the mechanical civilization have in constructing such an enormous machine on this planet? Huang Zihu observed the mechanical civilization's creation, which completely encased a planet. Unable to fathom their intentions, he inquired of Liu Hui. The mechanical civilization is extracting the planet's core. This enormous machine I had seen when searching for the eternal ones of the Red Star civilization in the Sirius sector. It can strip away layers of material from the planet's surface, ultimately leaving behind the core they require. A silvery white planet core, approximately 1 meter in diameter, Liu Hui replied. Planet core? What is that? What use does it serve? Huang Ziyu, hearing of this for the first time, asked with curiosity. Honestly, I am also uncertain as to why the mechanical civilization seeks this entity. It merely seems profoundly significant to them. After this reconnaissance mission concludes, I intend to have the scholars at the Academy of Sciences collect a planet core for research. Had it not been for the intelligence gathered during this mission, I might have nearly forgotten about the study of planet cores, Liu Hui pondered. Chief, this planet must be a site for the manufacturing of warships by the mechanical civilization, Huang Zihe remarked, having observed the warship production facility of the mechanical civilization. Indeed, the entire planet serves as a factory for warship production. I encountered such a facility during my time in the Sirius sector, Liu Hui affirmed. I never anticipated that an entire planet could function as a warship manufacturing factory. The efficiency is quite remarkable, yet when compared to humanity, it pales. Our warship manufacturing facilities can be established in alternate spaces, and our production efficiency far exceeds theirs, Huang Zihu proudly stated. Possessing an alternate space is one of humanity's most extraordinary advantages. We are fortunate. Before fleeing the Lockstar system, the scholars at the Academy of Sciences discovered a method to relocate the alternate space. They developed a substance that, when applied to the dark matter at the center of the alternate space, can sever the special rays emitted by the dark matter. Without the support of these rays, the alternate space would vanish. Once the dark matter returns to normal cosmic space, it can move freely. Humanity successfully carried this dark matter with them while escaping the Lockstar system. In the present day, after humanity has established a foothold in the realm of the purple binary stars, dark matter is being transported to the vicinity of these celestial bodies. The alternate dimension has been re-established. The guardians of this planet are exceptionally vigilant. Could it be that the core of intelligence resides on this very planet? Huang Ziyu, upon analyzing the intelligence reports, discovered that one particular planet is under stringent surveillance. He promptly informed the reconnaissance leader, Piaolingling, to conduct a thorough investigation of this planet. Liu Hui issued orders to the communications officer, sensing the anomalies surrounding this celestial body. Various warships have congregated in its orbit, with their numbers soaring into the hundreds of billions. Days later, comprehensive data regarding the planet gradually emerged. Leader, it is almost certain that this colossal spacecraft is the core of the mechanical civilization, whether on the planet's surface or in the orbital expanse. The warships are all focused on safeguarding this immense vessel. Chapter 127, The Intelligence Core, 1. This spacecraft is truly colossal. The intelligence core of the Longting mothership has simulated a three-dimensional model of the ship's exterior based on the data transmitted back. Upon viewing the model's details, Liu Hui expressed his amazement. This is a butterfly-shaped gigantic vessel, with a diameter exceeding 1,000 kilometers and a thickness of over 200 kilometers. Even 10 Longting motherships cannot compare to this immense ship. He instructed the spirit master, Kalan, to attempt to infiltrate the vessel for reconnaissance. Among the 3 star systems designated for exploration, only Kalan's system had yielded the discovery of such a massive ship. Following the command from the command center, The Spirit Master began organizing personnel to prepare for the reconnaissance mission. Master, my consciousness has been expelled. I cannot enter. I was ejected within a second, Master. I feel my consciousness fading. They seem to have a method to attack us, Master. I am nearly finished. Dozens of consciousnesses preparing to infiltrate the ship suddenly transmitted messages. Operation halted. All personnel must immediately distance themselves from the vessel, the Spirit Master commanded. Though the order was given, no responses were received. The dozens of Kalan tribe members assigned to scout the massive ship were unaware of the nature of the attack they had encountered, as their consciousnesses had dissipated. At the entrance to the spatial tunnel in Sector 782, the command center of the Longting mothership received a message from the Spirit Master. The reconnaissance mission has failed. The 58 members of the Kalan tribe responsible for the operation have all lost their consciousness due to an unknown attack. They are now awaiting further instructions from the command center. Upon receiving the news of the failed reconnaissance, the command center ordered the Spirit Master to refrain from approaching the gigantic ship. They were to ensure remote monitoring instead. If the ship exhibited any unusual activity, they were to report immediately. Liu Hui issued the command. Huang Zihu, deploy 100 Guardians to Sector 782 at once. Ensure they bring the latest spatial confinement device developed by the Academy of Sciences. I intend to use the confinement device to immobilize the intelligence core. The confinement period may extend beyond a year. Remember to ensure they carry sufficient energy blocks. Speed is of the essence, Liu Hui commanded. His concern mounting that the reconnaissance actions might have alerted the intelligence core. If the core were to relocate, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate it again in the future. He instructed the 100,000 Taishan battleships at the spatial tunnel entrance to be prepared for immediate spatial jumps. Should the mechanical civilization's intelligence core exhibit any signs of movement, they were to initiate a spatial jump to intercept. Liu Hui had devised a contingency plan. If the intelligence core exhibited any activity before the arrival of the confinement device, he would dispatch the Taishan battleships to intercept and delay it. If necessary, if we cannot retain the core of intelligence, we have no choice but to annihilate it. Chief, 100 Guardians and the spatial confinement device will arrive in the 782nd star zone in 3 days. Having arranged the necessary matters, Huang Zihu reported to Liu Hui. He hoped that during these 3 days, the core of intelligence would remain undisturbed. Liu Hui silently contemplated. However, contrary to his hopes, 2.5 days later, the observing spirit, Piaolingling, transmitted a message. The colossal spacecraft on the planet was initiating its ascent. It was unexpected that only half a day remained. Liu Hui felt a twinge of regret. He commanded all Taishan battleships stationed at the spatial tunnel to immediately activate their spatial jumps and head for interception. Huang Ziyu, you and Bray must remain battle-ready at all times. Including you, there are only 5 Guardians aboard our Dragon Rising mothership. The Taishan battleships heading for interception number only 100,000. Attempting to intercept the core of intelligence under the protection of their hundreds of billions of ships is virtually impossible. Eventually, we will have to rely solely on the 5 of you. Liu Hui had no intention of remaining behind. He would accompany the Dragon Rising mothership to the battlefield. Should the 5 Guardians fail to intercept and delay, the plan to capture the core of intelligence would have to be abandoned, necessitating its destruction. The Dragon Rising mothership, being colossal, took a few minutes longer to initiate its spatial jump compared to the Taishan battleships. When the Dragon Rising mothership completed its jump and entered the battlefield, the previously arrived Taishan battleships were already engaged in combat with the mechanical civilization's vessels. Liu Hui surveyed the situation on the battlefield. A 4th-level civilization's ships held no tactical advantage over those of a 2nd-level civilization. The long-range attacks from the mechanical civilization's ships inflicted no damage upon the Taishan battleships. It was merely a one-sided slaughter, the scale of which was staggering. Liu Hui hadn't anticipated the core of intelligence would respond so swiftly. In just a few minutes of observation, the dynamics of the battlefield began to shift. The mechanical civilization's ships abandoned their long-range assaults and altered their attack strategy. They accelerated towards the Taishan battleships, overwhelming them with their sheer numbers. Within minutes, over 2,000 Taishan battleships had been destroyed. Chief, should we not let our Guardians engage? Huang Ziyu hastily inquired upon witnessing the losses among the Taishan battleships. You are not to engage just yet. I fear that your involvement might scare off the core of intelligence. Let the Taishan battleships buy more time. Order them to increase their distance from the enemy ships and to scatter as much as possible. Inform them that their goal is to stall for time, and they should do so for as long as they can. Liu Hui issued the command. He noticed that the core of intelligence showed no signs of disturbance after ascending into space. Liu Hui hoped to prolong the encounter until the arrival of the spatial confinement device. Time slipped away, second by second. After more than 6 hours, fewer than 10,000 Taishan battleships remained engaged with the mechanical civilization. Meanwhile, the mechanical civilization had suffered nearly 10 billion losses. Yet, they still possess over 60 billion warships. Huang Zihu, let Liu Hui take the field. Instruct him to refrain from excessive lethality, lest he instill fear in the core of wisdom. Command the colossal cannons aboard the Longting mothership to immediately gather energy and aim at the mechanical civilization's core ship. No fire shall be unleashed without my directive. Liu Hui is prepared for both contingencies. The Guardian shall engage, maintaining equilibrium on the battlefield and buying time. Should the Guardian's entrance incite panic within the core of wisdom, leading it to flee, the colossal cannons on the Longting mothership are to obliterate it without hesitation. Clad in his Red Star battle armor, Liu Hui entered the fray, though he diligently restrained himself, utilizing less than 1/10 of his combat prowess. His extraordinary strength nonetheless captured the attention of the core of wisdom. Having remained on the battlefield for less than an hour, he suddenly found himself immobilized. Chief, the core of wisdom from the mechanical civilization has employed spatial confinement. Chapter 128. The core of wisdom. 2. On the battlefield, Blaze suddenly found himself immobilized. The spatial confinement of the mechanical civilization's core was remarkably precise, encasing his body within a limited scope. Chief, the mechanical civilization's warship has captured Blaze. The battlefield observer reported. Witnessing a warship of the mechanical civilization approach Blaze, opening a hatch and drawing him inside. Chief, I will rescue him, Huang Zihu exclaimed upon seeing Blaze's abduction. Do not act hastily. First, send 2 guardians to see if they can bring Blaze back. Should they also fall prey to the spatial confinement, I will have no choice but to order the destruction of the core, Liu Hui cautioned, unwilling to take risks. The guardians clad in Red Star armor swiftly charged toward the enemy warship that had seized Blaze. After several penetrating assaults, the enemy vessel was dismantled, and the guardians successfully located Blaze. Just as they prepared to return, the core employed its spatial confinement ability once more. Chief, the 2 guardians tasked with the rescue have also been trapped, the battlefield observer urgently reported. What is the status of the Dragon's Might mothership cannon? Liu Hui inquired. The energy accumulation is complete and locked onto the core ship, came the response. Follow my command and prepare to fire. Just as Liu Hui was about to issue the order to fire, a voice crackled through the communication device. Xian Ming has been ordered to lead 100 guardians, equipped with spatial confinement devices, to report in. At the last moment, Xian Ming and his team arrived, having just executed a spatial jump to a position not far behind Liu Hui. You have arrived most timely, Liu Hui said, a smile gracing his face. Send Xian Ming the data and coordinates of the core ship. Instruct them to activate the spatial confinement devices immediately and ensnare the ship. All guardians were commanded to engage and eliminate the mechanical civilization's warships. Minutes later, humanity's latest spatial confinement device was activated, successfully locking the colossal core ship within a confinement space. Hundreds of guardians clad in Red Star armor joined the fray. An hour later, the battle concluded, resulting in the total annihilation of billions of warships from the dark mechanical civilization. Notify the president of the Academy of Sciences, Zhang Jisen, to cease all ongoing research and immediately organize scholars to investigate the mechanical civilization's core at Sector 782. Though the core ship was now secured in confinement, its immense size rendered long-distance relocation impractical. Research could only commence by establishing a base at the site. 3 days later, Zhang Jisen led a substantial research fleet to Sector 782, where they established a research base adjacent to the core ship. Although the research base has been established, the question of how to proceed with the research has become a significant dilemma. Numerous scholars are engaged in discussions within the conference room of the base. Utilizing the principle of gravitational wave reflection, we have constructed a structural diagram of the intelligent core spaceship. From this diagram, we can discern the location of the intelligent core, which is connected by over 3,000 control points governing the vessel. If we were to lift the spatial confinement, what would happen if the intelligent core self-destructed? Our attempts to infiltrate the intelligent core using a level 4 AI have already failed. Our AI is simply no match for the intelligent core. Without lifting the confinement, how can we conduct our research? The exploration of the intelligent core, having only recently commenced, has already reached an impasse. Lifting the confinement raises concerns about the potential for self-destruction, while maintaining it hinders in-depth research. If the energy of this spaceship depletes, will it still possess the capability for self-destruction? A voice suddenly interjected during the discussion. Everyone heard this voice, but could not identify its source. I am the spirit master of the floating spirits, and it is my consciousness that speaks within your minds. Observing the expressions of the scholars, the spirit master hurriedly clarified. The The consciousness of the floating spirit people can drift freely within the spaceship, unhindered by any physical barriers. Upon hearing of the human scholar's discussion, the spirit master came to join the gathering out of curiosity. Do you have a way to exhaust the energy aboard the spaceship? Zhang Jisen inquired. Time can erode the energy of the spaceship, replied the spirit master. Hearing this, Zhang Jisen shook his head. The energy of our confinement device can only sustain the spaceship for 1 year. Currently, time is on their side, not ours. Director Zhang, if we alter the time dilation of the confinement space, time will then favor us, the spirit master stated, leaving Zhang Jisen astounded. Do you have the capability to alter the time dilation of the confinement space? Certainly. Our floating spirit civilization possesses profound insights into the nature of space. In normal cosmic terms, 10 days can be accelerated to hundreds of billions of years within the confinement space. The arrival of the spirit master provided a breakthrough in the research that had been at a standstill. Humanity spent over 2 months mobilizing energy blocks. Altering the time dilation of the confinement space requires an enormous amount of energy, nearly exhausting the entirety of humanity's energy reserves. Now on the 10th day, Zhang Jisen inquired of the research center personnel, what is the current status? Following the spirit master's guidance, humanity has successfully altered the time dilation of the confinement space. Currently, in normal cosmic time, 10 days have elapsed, while over 20 billion years have passed in the confinement space. Director Zhang, since the day before yesterday, we have observed no high-energy fluctuations within the spaceship. We speculate that the vessel has entered a low-energy hibernation state. In another 6 hours, our energy will also be depleted. The alteration of temporal multiplicity will soon cease, the personnel at the research center responded. Assemble all members. According to our planned protocol, we shall lift the spatial confinement in 6 hours. Zhang Jisen felt a tinge of excitement. After 10 days of anticipation, he would finally have the opportunity to thoroughly investigate this core of intelligence. This is the internal structural diagram of the intelligence spacecraft. Here lies the core intelligence position of the vessel. The connections controlling the spacecraft's core intelligence number 682. Upon entering the spacecraft, you must swiftly sever these connections as outlined in our protocol. Once all connections are severed, control over the spacecraft will be relinquished. This core intelligence, our research endeavors shall proceed as we desire. Before the spatial confinement is lifted, Zhang Jisen instructed over 100 guardians. They must penetrate the interior of the spacecraft the moment the confinement is lifted and sever all connections between the core intelligence and the vessel. Chapter 129. The Core of Wisdom. 3. Are we all prepared? Zhang Jisen sought to confirm one last time. We are ready. Before the spatial confinement was lifted, 100 guardians had already been stationed around the Wisdom Core spacecraft, awaiting the moment of liberation. With a command, the guardians swiftly infiltrated the interior of the vessel. Within mere seconds, all connections of the spacecraft to the Wisdom Core were severed. Director Zhang, we have succeeded. Let us enter the spacecraft and behold this Wisdom Core. We, the Red Star civilization, have been in conflict with the mechanical civilization for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet I have never laid eyes upon the form of their Wisdom Core. The excitement of Liu Hui in the command room of the research center was palpable. Such a monumental endeavor in studying the Wisdom Core was not to be missed. Not only the Wisdom Core, but the spacecraft itself warranted thorough examination. After reviewing the structural blueprints of the colossal vessel, Zhang Jisen found himself significantly intrigued. The entire spacecraft served as a microcosm of an industrial system, with numerous aspects worthy of human emulation. Come, let us venture forth to observe this Wisdom Core. Zhang Jisen led a multitude of scholars into the Wisdom Core spacecraft. The vessel's structure was exceedingly compact, and the path to the core had been forcefully breached by the Guardians. Is this the Wisdom Core of the dark mechanical civilization? They arrived at the heart of the massive spacecraft. There, they beheld a spherical crystal, approximately 3 meters in diameter, radiating a blue luminescence, composed of unknown crystals. Though in a state of low-energy dormancy, this crystal still emanated a trace of energy. Fetch a communicator, connect it to its interface, and see if we can establish direct communication with it. Zhang Jisen instructed those nearby. Before long, a human communicator was successfully linked to the Wisdom Core's connection point. You are a high-level intellect, and we have just connected our communicator to you. You should comprehend my words. Would you not wish to converse with our human civilization? Zhang Jisen inquired after establishing the connection. No sooner had he finished speaking than the crystal of the Wisdom Core flickered, indicating a clear response. It understood the human tongue. We are the just celestial army, and there is nothing of worth to discuss with your wretched civilization. The voice of the Wisdom Core resonated through the communicator. The just celestial army? Can your mechanical civilization truly be deemed just? Since your emergence in the cosmos, You have relentlessly assaulted other civilizations without warning or distinction between right and wrong. Is this the tenet of your civilization? Zhang Jisen challenged. You pathetic civilizations. Harvesting planetary energy cores, ravaging the ecosystem and the very essence of the universe. You have no rightful place within it. Human civilization, do not take pride in your victory. Do not presume that capturing me will leave you unscathed. Our divine master shall dispatch higher-level wisdom cores to annihilate you. Upon uttering the final words, the azure light on the intelligence core crystal abruptly dimmed, shutting down all its operational programs. Director Zhang, it appears to have ceased all its running processes. Liu Hui gently alerted Zhang Jisen. No matter, he replied. Everyone, prepare the instruments to analyze the crystal's composition and draft a schematic of the intelligence core's internal structure. Whether it be the spacecraft or the intelligence core, we shall dismantle it and conduct our research meticulously. A year later, the intelligence core spacecraft, with a diameter exceeding 1,000 kilometers, was disassembled into countless components. These fragments were transported back by humanity to an alternate space near the rebirth binary stars, where a new research base was established specifically for the study of the intelligence core spacecraft. 3 years later, significant progress was made in humanity's study of the intelligence core crystal. It was discovered that the substance comprising the intelligence core crystal was a semi-quantized material. Data storage and program execution were remarkably efficient within this substance. Following the utilization of this material, the computational speed of humanity's intellectual brain surged by several billion times. 6 years later, the research base achieved another breakthrough in the study of the intelligence core spacecraft. They successfully replicated a spacecraft controlled by a Tempest-class intellectual brain, the most advanced brain yet developed by humanity, utilizing the very crystal that constituted the intelligence core. The replicated vessel was designated as the Tempest-base ship. This enormous spacecraft, spanning over 1,000 kilometers in diameter, could autonomously construct millions of spacecraft for humanity upon docking within a stellar system. After wandering for 653 years, humanity, having endured millennia, unified the vast Wanzhou star system, which spans over 6 million light-years in diameter. Utilizing the management model of the Sirius sector, humanity firmly established control over the star system. In the outer space of the Wanzhou star system, a colossal conical spacecraft was hurtling towards the star system at speeds exceeding 100 times the speed of light. In half a year, we shall reach this star system. The ship's commander exclaimed with excitement. Commander, we have truly persevered. Traversing through the void for 6 million years has been quite an endeavor. Once we construct the space tunnel, this star system will belong to our Thunder civilization. Within the control room of the conical spacecraft, 2 individuals engaged in animated conversation. Externally, they bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. However, their skin color markedly deviated, presenting a silvery hue. They were denizens of the Thunder civilization, hailing from the Thunder Star Cluster. The Thunder Star Cluster is adjacent to the Wanzhou star system, separated by a staggering distance of 1.5 billion light-years. Since the dawn of the universe, no civilization has established a space tunnel between the Thunder Star Cluster and the Wanzhou star system. This conical vessel was an engineering craft of the Thunder civilization, tasked with traversing the 1.5 billion light-years to the Wanzhou star system and establishing a space tunnel leading back to the Thunder Star Cluster. This marked the first foray of the Thunder civilization into the Wanzhou star system. Half a year later, in a stellar system at the edge of the Wanzhou galaxy, a conical engineering spacecraft has come to a halt here. Commander, the diameter of this galaxy spans 6 million light-years, categorizing it as a medium-sized galaxy. What level of civilization do you suppose has developed within it? Inquired the commander's assistant. It is unlikely that a Type 5 civilization exists. Otherwise, they would have reached our Thunder cluster long ago. As long as there is no Type 5 civilization, our Thunder civilization possesses the capacity to incorporate this galaxy into our sphere of influence. Order the engineering robots to commence construction of a spatial tunnel leading to the Thunder cluster. Release all our reconnaissance vessels to explore the interior of the galaxy. Inform the personnel aboard the reconnaissance vessels that they may retaliate if they come under attack. Chapter 130, Engagement in the Wanzhou Star System, a 36B25 stellar system. The Langi Civilization Registration Level 2. Command Headquarters of the Langi Civilization Military. How could a warship suddenly appear in our planetary orbit? Without any prior notification? Which civilization does it belong to? What is it doing in our orbit? Quickly report to the commander. The radar observer has detected an unidentified warship in their orbit. Has the warship provided any information? The commander inquired upon arriving at the headquarters. Commander, we have been sending notification messages to it, but the warship has yet to respond," replied the communications officer. "We do not even know which civilization's warship it is. Such disregard for protocol is unacceptable. Order the nearby patrol fleet to approach and encircle this warship. If there is still no response, destroy it immediately." According to the regulations of the Guangzhou star system, a warship that lingers in the orbit of a civilized planet without notification is committing an illegal act. Minutes later, hundreds of warships from the Langi civilization surrounded the intruding vessel. Is there still no response from them? The commander wished to confirm once more. "Commander, there has been no response from the other party," the communications officer replied helplessly. "Order our warships to attack immediately," commanded the commander. "How is this possible? This warship shows no fear of energy attacks?" The results of the assault returned, leaving the commander astounded. Could it be a warship of the human civilization of the galaxy? "Cease the attack at once. Communications officer, send them another message to reconfirm. Only the warships of human civilization within the Guangzhou star system can be immune to energy attacks. Offending the human civilization is tantamount to courting death." Messages continued to be sent to the warship, yet it remained unresponsive. The warship lingering in the planetary orbit was, in fact, a reconnaissance vessel of the Thunder civilization, tasked with investigating the civilizations within the Guangzhou star system. "Captain, their communication codes are exceedingly complex. Our intelligence systems have yet to decipher them. We do not understand the content of their messages. Captain, the opposing warships have surrounded us. They are attacking our vessel using low-energy assault tactics," reported a crew member. "A low-level civilization dares to attack us? Retaliate immediately. Destroy all of those warships." The reconnaissance vessel of the Thunder civilization regarded the civilization before it with utter disdain. Hundreds of starwave rays shot towards the encircled Langi warships. At the command headquarters of the Langi civilization, "Commander, the opposing forces have initiated an attack on our warships. All of our vessels have been destroyed." The battlefield observer exclaimed in terror. "They are not warships of human civilization." The Langi warship transmitted optical images of the enemy vessel before its destruction. Upon reviewing the images, the commander was certain that this was not a warship belonging to human civilization. Humanity does not possess such a vessel. He ordered the warships at the planetary base to take off immediately for reinforcement to detain the enemy ship, and to send a distress signal to Lord Jiang on the human trading planet. "Our planet is under attack by an unidentified warship. Planet 29B1842. Following the management model of the Sirius sector, human civilization has established numerous trading planets throughout the galaxy. These planets are governed by personnel dispatched from human civilization, who act as lords overseeing the designated star regions. Their duty is to maintain the stability of these regions and to combat any violations of galactic law." In the office of the trading planet Lord Jiang received the distress signal from the Langi civilization. Their planet was under assault by an unidentified warship. This vessel belonged to a high-level civilization, capable of withstanding energy attacks. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Lord Jiang found it hard to believe. Only warships of human civilization in the entire Guangzhou star system could resist energy attacks. Could this suddenly emerged warship be one of our own? He commanded the dispatch of 10 Taishan warships for support, instructing them to discern carefully, as the attacking vessel against the Langi civilization might potentially be one of ours. Following the Lord's command, the Taishan warships, equipped with space jump capabilities, swiftly ascended and initiated their jump. Shortly after the distress signal from the Langi civilization was transmitted, 10 Taishan warships of human civilization appeared in orbit around their planet. Such ruthlessness! The Langi civilization's fleet must have suffered the destruction of thousands of ships. Just after completing their space jump, the commander of the Taishan fleet noticed the remnants of Langi warships scattered across the planet's orbit. This vessel is not of human origin. The reconnaissance equipment aboard the Taishan warship confirmed that the ship attacking the Langi civilization was not a human warship. They were ordered to approach and encircle the enemy vessel. The communications officer was instructed to send a message inquiring about the civilization of the attacking ship and the reason for their assault on the Langi civilization. The fleet commander issued the command. "Commander, there has been no response. They have launched an attack against us. The attack employs an unknown ray wave. Our ships have sustained no damage." Upon hearing of the attack, the fleet commander ceased to be courteous. At this proximity, use kinetic cannons to obliterate it. The commander issued the order. Thousands of kinetic cannons fired, yet the outcome was unexpectedly disheartening. The enemy vessel suffered no damage whatsoever. Cease the kinetic cannon fire and switch to energy beam cannons. The commander, now wary, understood the gravity of the situation. "Commander, their warships are immune to energy attacks. Commander, our ships number 7, 8, and 9 have suddenly lost all signals. These 3 vessels have been reduced to mere fragments. The situation on the battlefield has drastically changed. Among the Taishan warships encircling the enemy fleet, 3 have suddenly disintegrated into countless pieces. Immediately, launch the space jump weapon. Utilize the spatial jump missiles to annihilate the adversary. The fleet commander reacted with remarkable swiftness. Several spatial jump missiles were launched, and within mere seconds, the space jump was successfully initiated, penetrating the hull of the enemy warship. With the explosion of high-energy bombs, the enemy vessel was obliterated. In just a matter of seconds, 2 more Taishan warships belonging to humanity were also disintegrated. The destruction of this unidentified ship came at the cost of 5 Taishan warships for humanity. The battle report from this cosmic conflict was swiftly transmitted back to the headquarters of human civilization. Chapter 131, The Thunder Civilization, The Revival of the Twin Stars. Huang Zihu clutched a battle report as he hurriedly made his way to Liu Hui's office. In a recent space battle, humanity suffered the loss of 5 Taishan battleships. While this may seem a trivial loss to other civilizations, it is a significant event for humankind. Since the conclusion of the Mechanical Civilization War, humanity had not experienced the loss of a single Taishan battleship during its campaign to unify the Guangzhou star system. Commander Huang, it has been quite some time since I have seen you in such a rush. Is something amiss? Liu Hui inquired with curiosity as Huang Zia hastily entered the office. Chief, I have just received a battle report. Our 10 Taishan battleships engaged with an enemy vessel, resulting in the loss of 5 of our ships. Liu Hui took the report and scrutinized it closely. The unknown civilization's warship. Their attack methods can disassemble our Taishan battleships. We discovered the bodies of several enemy pilots among the wreckage. Their appearance is indistinguishable from humans, yet their skin is purple. Are they a branch of the Kalan race, just like us? After perusing the report, Liu Hui turned to Huang Zihu for clarification. Chief, whether or not they are a branch of the Kalan race is of little consequence to us. What truly matters is the outcome of the space battle. The casualty ratio stands at 1:5. Our human battleships are decidedly at a disadvantage. In Huang Zihu's eyes, only the chief and the interests of human civilization held any significance. Commander Huang, are there similar reports from other regions? Liu Hui inquired. At present, we have only identified this one warship. The location of the space battle was at the edge of the Guangzhou star system, within a stellar system. I suspect this vessel may have emerged from the void beyond the Guangzhou star system. It is likely a warship from an alien civilization. Currently, the wreckage of this enemy ship is en route for analysis by the scholars at the Academy of Sciences. Upon hearing Huang Zihu's words, Liu Hui nodded, growing increasingly alert. Commander Huang, notify the trading planets at the edge of the Guangzhou star system. Advise them to remain vigilant against unknown civilizations' warships. If this vessel has indeed traversed the void, it must have a mothership. The nearest distance from an alien system to our Guangzhou star system is at least 1.5 billion light-years. Without the support of a mothership, a small ship could not possibly make such a journey. Immediately dispatch a reconnaissance fleet to the site of the space battle and conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area. Report any findings directly to me. Thunder Civilization Engineering Mothership. Commander, one of our reconnaissance warships has been destroyed. This is the information relayed before the ship was lost. The news came as a surprise to the commander. Although the reconnaissance warship is not the mainstay vessel of the Thunder Civilization, its capabilities are nearly on par with those of the flagship warships. Within this star system, it is astonishing that a civilization possesses warships capable of destroying it. The opposing civilization has attained at least a level 4 status. Notify all reconnaissance warships of the existence of this level 4 civilization in the star system and instruct them to maintain a low profile. Caution is imperative during surveillance operations. The construction of the spatial tunnel will require an additional 2 years. 2 years later, during this period, the reconnaissance warships of the Thunder Civilization have been surreptitiously gathering intelligence on the civilizations within the Guangzhou star system. Due to the immense size of the Guangzhou star system, the human civilization's warships have yet to discover an extraterrestrial engineering mothership clandestinely constructing a spatial tunnel. Commander, our spatial tunnel is officially completed. The commander of the engineering mothership has finally received the long-awaited news of the spatial tunnel's completion after 2 years. He promptly dispatched warships to traverse the tunnel back to the Thunderstar cluster to report to the Supreme Leader, carrying the intelligence collected over the past 2 years with them. The commander excitedly issued the orders. A Thunder warship, upon receiving the command, entered the newly constructed spatial tunnel. 1 year later, it will return to the Thunderstar cluster through the tunnel. The Thunder Civilization, a culture that has endured for over 1 billion years, shares an origin with humanity. Both emerged from the life dissemination vessel, collectively known as the Kalan race. Armed with the technological advancements of the Kalan planet, the civilization boasts scholars among its ranks. The development of the Thunder civilization has been remarkably smooth. Throughout its evolution, it gradually unified the entire Thunder star cluster, establishing itself as its sovereign. Presently, their civilization has reached an advanced stage of level 4, standing just one step away from level 5. On Thunder Planet, the mother world of the Thunder civilization, a grand palace is filled with the leaders of various civilizations from the Thunder star cluster, all kneeling in reverence to a figure seated at the center of the hall. This individual is none other than the supreme leader of the Thunder civilization, the Eternal One, Wu Guan. Wu Guan harbors an intense desire for power every 100 years. He requires the leaders of the star cluster civilizations to pay homage to him. He relishes such moments. Supreme Leader, good news. Liu Hui, the head of intelligence for the Thunder civilization, hurriedly approached Wu Guan at the center of the palace. What tidings do you bring, Liu Hui? Speak up so that all present may share in the joy, Wu Guan commanded. Aware that Liu Hui would not intrude upon the palace unless the news was of significant importance. Supreme Leader, the 19th batch of engineering motherships, which departed over 10 million years ago, has successfully reached a neighboring star system. One of these motherships has completed the construction of a spatial tunnel. They have dispatched warships through the tunnel and returned with information about the star system, known as the Guangzhou star system, Liu Hui announced loudly. Splendid! Our territory in the Thunder star cluster has expanded to include yet another star system. Please show me the information regarding the Guangzhou galaxy. Upon hearing the commander's words, Liu Hui promptly presented a chip with great reverence. Wu Guan accepted the chip and inserted it into the armor he was clad in. He wore a striking purple suit of armor, remarkably similar in design to the Red Star armor. The data contained within the chip was swiftly accessed by Wu Guan, who then displayed an expression of elation. Suddenly rising to his feet, he proclaimed loudly, "Heaven is assisting me. Who would have thought that within the Guangzhou galaxy, there exists a branch of our Kalan race? If I devour the brain essence of their eternal ones, I shall earn the right to enter the sacred realm of the Eternals. Command our fleet to prepare. I shall launch an assault on the Guangzhou galaxy to capture their eternal ones alive. I intend to consume their brain essence." Chapter 132, Discovery of the Spatial Tunnel a year and a half later. On the fringes of the Guangzhou galaxy, an exploration vessel of the floating spirit civilization drifted through the void of space. Cursed luck. How unfortunate. One must not indulge in laziness for the sake of convenience. Greenery chastised himself inwardly. As a member of the floating spirit civilization, he reveled in exploration, particularly at the peripheries of galaxies, where civilizations were scarce and numerous stellar systems remained unexplored. When departing from the nearest trading planet, Greenery, in an act of negligence, failed to conduct a thorough check of the vessel's propulsion system according to the exploration protocols. Over a month after leaving the trading planet, his ship's propulsion system malfunctioned, rendering it irreparable for continued flight. He had sent a distress signal to the nearest trading planet, but rescue would take a month to arrive. Bored and restless, Greenery had already waited nearly 10 days aboard the ship. With over 20 days still ahead, he thought it wiser to explore the vicinity for any discoveries. Unable to remain idle, Greenery decided to venture around the ship. Detaching his consciousness from the vessel, he recorded its coordinates before drifting a short distance away. Not long after departing, he unexpectedly spotted a warship passing nearby, flying in the direction of his exploration vessel. Since when did the rescue ships from the trading planet operate with such efficiency? Within less than 10 days, they could reach my location? Although perplexed, Greenery was elated. He redirected his consciousness back toward the exploration vessel. However, before he could return, he was struck with horror upon realizing that his ship had been destroyed. The very warship he had just observed was the one responsible for the devastation. It hovered beside the wreckage of his exploration vessel, searching through the debris. Thank goodness my consciousness was not aboard. Greenery felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Had it been, he would have met a most untimely and inexplicable demise. Which civilization does this warship belong to? Why did they suddenly attack my exploration vessel? Are they an unregistered rogue civilization? How dare they destroy my ship? I will ensure you pay dearly for this. I shall follow you back to your lair. Drifting through space, Greenery stealthily infiltrated the enemy warship. He intended to accompany it to the stronghold of this civilization and seek an opportunity to report back to the trading planet, urging them to dispatch a fleet to eradicate this rogue civilization. Upon entering the warship, Greenery was taken aback by his discovery. The crew was composed of humans. Just as he prepared to reveal his identity and inquire, he noticed that their skin color differed from that of the dominant human race. Their skin was purple. They were not of the principal human civilization. There was no such ethnicity among humans. This sudden realization compelled Greenery to conceal his identity. "Captain, this vessel must be an abandoned ship," remarked a crew member to the captain. It is devoid of both a pilot and even the most rudimentary of intelligence systems. Their warship, a flagship of the Thunder civilization, was tasked with patrolling the vicinity of the space tunnel. During their patrol, the ship's radar system detected this drifting vessel, prompting them to investigate its status. It is fortunate that it is indeed abandoned. After all, we have already destroyed it. We cannot linger here too long. It poses a risk of detection. We shall return immediately, commanded the captain of the Thunder warship. Days later, concealed within the warship, Greenery followed the vessel back to the space tunnel's entrance. The warship docked alongside a colossal mothership. Detaching his consciousness from the warship, Greenery sought to explore the surrounding area. As he exited the ship into the cosmos, he was astounded by what lay before him. How could there be a space tunnel here? And a supersized one at that. So many warships, surely there are hundreds of millions. Drifting through space, Greenery beheld the immense space tunnel, surrounded by an array of warships and motherships. Could these be the extraterrestrial warships mentioned in the announcement on the trading planet? He pondered, recalling a notice he had seen prior to departure. The announcement had indicated that extraterrestrial warships had recently traversed the void between star systems into the Guangzhou system. Any sightings of such ships were to be reported immediately to the trading planet. What should I do? My vessel has been destroyed. How can I communicate with the trading planet promptly? Greenery began to devise a plan. While he could drift slowly back through space, the time required would be excessively long. He certainly could not attempt to infiltrate the intelligence systems of this civilization. That would be tantamount to courting death. The consciousness of the drift spirits could not even breach the systems of a secondary civilization, let alone one that evidently surpassed it. With no other options, he resolved to rely on the unique communication method of his drift spirit kin, long-distance consciousness exchange. However, this necessitated a specific condition. There had to be fellow members of their civilization within the nearby star region for the communication to resonate. This was undeniably a matter of great fortune. The consciousness of the drift spirits is intangible, composed of a unique energy. Long-distance consciousness exchange consumes this energy, and if depleted, the consciousness would dissipate. 10 days later, as Greenery projected his consciousness signals into the surrounding space, he felt increasingly weak, on the verge of surrender. Greenery, are you risking your life? What has transpired that necessitates long-distance consciousness exchange? Just as he was about to give up, his signals received a response from his kin. The intelligence regarding the spatial tunnel entrance was also disseminated by his kin to the human-controlled trading planet. Chapter 133, Intelligence Analysis Meeting the Conference Room of the Supreme Command of Humanity, Revitalizing Dual Stars. The intelligence report in your possession has just been transmitted from the fringes of the galaxy, located 108 light-years from the A6F28 trading planet. An extraterrestrial civilization has constructed a colossal spatial tunnel there. What are your thoughts on this intelligence? Liu Hui, seated at the head of the conference table, inquired with grave seriousness. Following the intelligence received from the Pirouette clan, Liu Hui urgently convened this high-level meeting. Chief, the unidentified warship that engaged the Mount Tai battleship a few years ago belongs to this civilization. In recent years, they have not made any attempts to contact any civilizations within the galaxy. Their clandestine construction of the spatial tunnel clearly suggests ill intentions. After analyzing the intelligence, Huang Ziyu stated, "It is not merely ill intentions, it is evident that they harbor hostile designs. They are preparing to invade our galaxy." Close to the entrance of the spatial tunnel, billions of warships have already assembled. There is no other conceivable purpose than to assault our galaxy, Zhang Jisen analyzed. Chief, we must take immediate action. We should dispatch a fleet to destroy this spatial tunnel. It is evident that this tunnel connects to an extraterrestrial realm. Dismantling it at the earliest opportunity would sever their connections, which would be advantageous for us, Liu Hui suggested. Your analyses and recommendations are commendable. However, have you considered that this civilization is of a level equivalent to ours, having also attained fourth-tier civilization status? According to the intelligence, this civilization shares a common origin with humanity, both belonging to a branch of the Kalan race. A few years ago, our Mount Tai battleship engaged in a space battle with their fleet, suffering a loss ratio of 1:5, with our vessels at a distinct disadvantage. Jisen, what findings has your academy uncovered regarding the remnants of their warships after years of study? Liu Hui posed the question to Zhang Jisen in the conference room. The materials used in their warships are quite unique. They can absorb energy-based attacks. Their hardness and toughness are exceptionally high, allowing them to withstand the kinetic cannons of the Mount Tai battleship. However, they possess a vulnerability. Once subjected to energy attacks, after saturating their energy absorption capacity, they can be destroyed by such attacks. In combat against the Mount Tai battleship, the kinetic cannons proved to be the least effective weapon. From our analysis of the warship remnants, we identified two types of their attack methods. One is the stellar wave ray attack, which is an energy ray that consumes very little energy yet inflicts significant destruction. Fortunately, our Mount Tai battleship is immune to this energy assault. The other method employed by their fleet is spatial segmentation attacks. In our understanding, constructing spatial tunnels between galaxies requires proximity to the center of the galaxy. Now, they are capable of constructing a spatial tunnel leading to other galaxies at the fringes of the cosmos. This indicates that their exploration and utilization of space are more profound than our own. The phenomenon of spatial segmentation attacks exemplifies their technological superiority. The principles underlying this technology are still under our scrutiny. Presently, we only comprehend that this spatial segmentation attack can partition a designated area in space, wherein no object can evade its grasp. Should our warships engage in combat with them, it is imperative to circumvent the onslaught of spatial segmentation. At present, we possess only one effective method to strike and annihilate their warships: spatial attacks, employing spatial jump projectiles or dimensional reduction assaults. Zhang Jisen's words sent a shiver through the heart of the spirit sovereign. Dimensional reduction attacks entail the sacrifice of their kin's lives. Upon hearing Zhang's remarks, he felt compelled to voice his stance. Leader, should our spirit civilization be required, even if it necessitates employing dimensional reduction attacks, we shall not hesitate to fulfill our duty, proclaimed the spirit sovereign loudly within the conference room. The population of the spirit race barely reaches 1 billion. Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot resort to dimensional reduction attacks. The lives of the spirit people must not be sacrificed lightly. Liu Hui's words offered a modicum of reassurance to the spirit sovereign. Jisen, after such an extensive period of research on dimensional reduction attacks at your Academy of Sciences, have you made no advancements? Liu Hui inquired. The spirit civilization has been integrated into human civilization for several millennia. Humans possess alternate dimensions, and the duration of research has reached tens of millions of years, suggesting substantial progress should have been made. Leader, the dimensional reduction attack consumes consciousness energy, which is composed of a unique form of energy specific to the spirit people's consciousness. We have already succeeded in simulating this energy within the alternate dimension. The research on dimensional reduction attacks has entered its final phase and may yield success at any moment. Following the conclusion of the meeting, I will personally oversee this matter, Zhang Jisen responded to Liu Hui. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Liu Hui nodded in agreement and turned his gaze toward Commander Huang Zihu in the conference room. Commander Huang, upon the meeting's adjournment, immediately deploy our fleet within the galaxy to assemble at the A6F28 trading planet. Prior to the fleet's assembly, we can dispatch a small contingent from the trading planet to probe this civilization at the entrance of the spatial tunnel. As a fellow branch of the Kalan race, Liu Hui still harbored a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, after establishing contact through probing, war could be averted. With the urgent meeting concluded, humanity commenced its countermeasures. Fleets, widely dispersed throughout the galaxy, began to converge upon the A6F28 trading planet. After receiving orders from the human command, the Lord of the trading planet dispatched 10 Taishan battleships to the spatial tunnel entrance, located 108 light-years away. Captains, I am Commander Wang Gang of the fleet. Before the warships initiate spatial jump, I shall reiterate the commands. Our mission is to probe and establish contact with the other party, not to launch an assault. Following the completion of the spatial jump, we must refrain from initiating any attacks. Should we come under fire, we are to immediately retreat from the battlefield and utilize spatial jumping to escape. The commander of the probing fleet reiterated this directive to the captains under his command. As the warships accelerated, the 10 Taishan-class vessels initiated their spatial jump. Upon completion of the jump, the fleet emerged near the mouth of the spatial tunnel. Send a communication. Inform them that we are warships of human civilization and request a connection, commanded the fleet commander to the communications officer. The message was swiftly dispatched toward the entrance of the spatial tunnel. Chapter 134. The mission of the Eternals on board a colossal command mothership of the Thunder Civilization. The Supreme Commander, Wu Guan, spoke with a measured calmness. Do not engage those 10 warships just yet. Translate the information they have sent. I wish to communicate with them. He had just traversed through a spatial tunnel to arrive in the Wangzhou star system, only to encounter human vessels probing their presence. Commander, they are warships of human civilization. Transmitting a request to establish a three-dimensional dialogue, the communications officer replied loudly. Connect the communication, Wu Guan instructed. The connection is established, and real-time translation has commenced. You may now engage in three-dimensional conversation. Upon hearing the officer's words, Wu Guan nodded. I am Wu Guan, the commander of the Thunderstar Cluster. I shall converse solely with the Eternal of your human civilization. I am aware he is not present at the communication device, You must immediately redirect the connection. As an Eternal, Wu Guan possessed the ability to sense the presence of another Eternal at such a close range. He discerned that the human Eternal was not aboard those 10 warships. I am Commander Wang Gang of the human fleet. The three-dimensional communication is being redirected. Please hold for a moment. The Taishan warship, responsible for establishing the communication link, transferred the signal to the human command center located on the twin stars of revival. Greetings. I am Liu Hui, the leader of human civilization and also an Eternal. Liu Hui proclaimed as the three-dimensional communication was successfully established. He gazed at Wu Guan's holographic image and spoke with authority. For the first time, the Eternals of both civilizations beheld one another's true forms. Human Eternal. Both our civilizations belong to the Kalan branch, created by the life propagation vessel. As Eternals, you must be aware of our mission. The existence of two Eternals cannot coexist. Upon discovery, it is a matter of either you devouring me or I devouring you. I recognize you as a Tier 3 Eternal. Had you been a Tier 1 or 2 Eternal, you would have already succumbed to my summons, willingly offering yourself to be consumed by me. My cerebral domain's developmental potential stands at 98.6, and my current development has reached 94.8. After devouring your cerebral essence, my development will surpass 95. At that point, I shall be qualified to enter the sanctum of the Eternals. I advise against futile resistance. Relinquish your cerebral essence, and I shall treat your human civilization with kindness. Incorporating it into our Thunder civilization. Wu Guan radiated confidence. The Thunder civilization had existed for over 2 billion years. Throughout this extensive period, he had encountered 6 Eternals. Of those, 4 were of a lower tier, willingly offering their cerebral essence to him. The remaining 2 were Tier 3 Eternals, and in their mutual struggle for dominance, Wu Guan successfully consumed them due to his superior cerebral developmental potential. In Wu Guan's eyes, Liu Hui's potential for cerebral domain development could never surpass his own. To him, devouring Liu Hui's brain origin was a matter of course. Surrendering and offering up my brain origin is simply out of the question. Are you so certain that I am the one destined to be consumed? Upon hearing Wu Guan's words, Liu Hui let out a cold smile. Liu Hui's cerebral domain development potential stands at an astonishing 99.98 after absorbing the brain origin of an Eternal from the Red Star civilization. His current cerebral domain development degree is at 85. However, he remains unaware that in the process of mutual consumption among Eternals, victory or defeat is determined by potential values. Had he known this, the ensuing war would have been rendered impossible. Since you have chosen to resist, let us resolve this through warfare. Wu Guan understood that a third-level Eternal would not easily yield. Only through war could he attain what he desired. The three-dimensional communication was unilaterally severed by Wu Guan. The nearest stronghold of human civilization is a trading planet located 108 light-years away. He commanded his vanguard fleet to prepare and set forth to conquer this planet. If there is no submission, then we shall fight until you do. Wu Guan's anger had been ignited by Liu Hui. Commander, what should we do about these 10 human warships? An underling inquired of Wu Guan. Since they have arrived, they shall not return. Wu Guan unleashed his fury upon the 10 Taishan warships. With the issuance of the command, the 10 human Taishan warships were instantaneously reduced to countless fragments. On the dual-star revival front, within the human command center, the leader remarked, "It seems that war is now unavoidable. I shall take 10 guardians to the front lines to oversee the battle." Huang Zihu sought Liu Hui's permission. "Zihu, I grant you leave to go to the front. Our warships are at a disadvantage compared to theirs. We have yet to discover a method to counter their spatial cutting attacks. You must identify the weaknesses in their assault. Until you find those weaknesses, do not hastily deploy the guardians onto the battlefield," Liu Hui instructed. He had no intention of surrendering. Humanity possessed its own capacity for resistance. A 6F-28 trading planet. In less than half a month, humanity had amassed over 200 million warships here. Commander Liu Qing, the trading planet has been militarily seized, and all non-combat personnel have been evacuated. I am the last batch of personnel here. The trading planet is now in your hands. I wish you good fortune." Lord Jiang of the trading planet bid farewell to Fleet Commander Liu Qing. He had received orders that the trading planet was about to become a battlefield, necessitating the evacuation of all non-combat personnel. "Lord Jiang, you may rest assured and evacuate. I believe it won't be long before you can return. Commander Huang is on his way. I hear that many guardians are accompanying him. With guardians present, we need not fear even a 4th-level civilization." Fleet Commander Liu Qing expressed with great confidence. He serves as the temporary commander of these 200 million warships. As he observed the departure of Lord Jiang, the confident expression on Liu Qing's face began to shift towards a grave demeanor. Since the war against the mechanical civilization, human civilization had not experienced such a significant upheaval. His instincts warned him that this impending conflict could prove even more devastating than the previous one. Commander, the forward base located 5 light-years away has come under attack and has lost all communication. Our deployed space alarm systems indicate that a fleet is rapidly approaching the trading planet. A staff member, having received the intelligence, hurriedly reported to Commander Liu Hui. Order the temporarily assembled First Fleet to engage the enemy. The remaining fleets will follow closely behind. Communications Officer, send a message to Commander Huang. The Thunder Civilization's fleet has commenced its assault on the trading planet. We have dispatched the First Fleet, comprising 20 million warships, to confront them. The expected duration of the engagement is forecasted to commence in 3 days. Chapter 135. A dire defeat. 3 days later, the temporary First Fleet, comprising 20 million warships, lay in wait along the route of the enemy fleet bound for the trading planet. Here, they prepared to engage in battle. All Dragon-Tongue motherships were instructed to disperse, avoiding clustering together. The large-caliber main cannons immediately began charging, ready to fire as soon as the enemy vessels entered range. Attention, all warships. I shall reiterate. Refrain from utilizing the kinetic cannons aboard your vessels. These weapons inflict no damage upon the enemy fleet. Pay careful attention to calculate the coordinates of the opposing ships. Our most effective offensive weapon is the spatial jump projectile. The cosmic conflict was on the verge of erupting, as Commander Tang Shu of the First Fleet proclaimed loudly over the public channel. Commander, radar indicates that the enemy fleet comprises approximately 10 million vessels. They will enter the firing range of the Dragon-Tongue motherships in 37 minutes. Reported the radar observer to Commander Tang Shu aboard the command ship. Tang Shu's countenance was grave. He had reviewed the data on the enemy fleet and recognized the formidable adversary they faced. Notify all warships if we can lock onto the enemy vessel's coordinates in advance. There is no need to submit a request. We may launch the spatial jump projectiles immediately, commanded Tang Shu. He was uncertain of the effective attack range of the enemy ships, yet he hoped his side could initiate an assault sooner and more swiftly. The spatial jump projectile possesses a weakness. Upon launch, it requires approximately 10 seconds to accelerate before reaching the minimum speed necessary for spatial jumping. During this critical 10-second window, should the trajectory parameters of the targeted vessel change abruptly, the projectile would fail to accurately leap into the heart of the enemy's ship, resulting in a failed attack. What is the status? Can't we lock onto a single vessel? The captain of a Taishan warship inquired anxiously of the radar operator. The distance is too great, and the enemy vessel's flight paths are erratic, making them difficult to lock onto. I'll attempt to switch to another warship, the operator replied. 2 minutes later, Captain, I have locked onto an enemy vessel. Its flight path has been remarkably stable for the past 20 seconds. What are we waiting for? Launch the spatial jump projectile at once, commanded the captain. The spatial jump projectile was fired from the warship. All Taishan vessels on the battlefield were engaged in a similar endeavor, searching for enemy ships to lock onto. The vanguard fleet of the Thunder Civilization had received their attack orders and departed from the space tunnel 6 days prior. Their target was the nearest human trading planet to the exit of the space tunnel. Now, they were rapidly approaching the trading planet, with merely 3 days remaining to reach their destination. Commander, we have detected a human fleet ahead, numbering approximately 20 million vessels. Upon hearing this report from his subordinate, Commander Chang Fu of the Vanguard Fleet revealed an excited smile. Finally, we have awaited your arrival. In recent days, they have been clearing out certain human space bases they encountered along the way, yet they have not encountered any large-scale fleets. This left Commander Chang Fu with a profound sense of powerlessness. However, he has begun to feel exhilarated, commanding all warships to prepare for battle. He cautioned, remember, do not employ starwave beam attacks, as human warships are immune to energy assaults. You need only approach the enemy vessels and strike immediately upon reaching the distance for spatial cutting attacks. Minutes later, the report came, Commander, our fleet is under attack. Over 1,000 warships have been destroyed. Chang Fu was taken aback. The human warships had initiated the assault. How did they manage to annihilate our vessels? Did they employ ultra-high energy attacks? Commander Chang Fu inquired, as his intelligence indicated that only such attacks could swiftly obliterate their ships. Commander, the destroyed warships were not struck by energy attacks. The cause of their destruction remains unknown. These ships experienced sudden explosions within their hulls. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Commander Chang Fu was perplexed about what kind of attack the humans had utilized. The fleet shall advance without pause. Upon reaching the distance for spatial cutting attacks, we shall strike immediately. The loss of over 1,000 warships is insignificant for a fleet numbering in the tens of millions. The Vanguard fleet needs only a few more minutes of flight to reach the attack range. Moments later, Commander, the fleet has come under a powerful energy assault. We have lost over 20,000 warships. The Thunder Vanguard fleet has entered the attack range of the human Longting mothership. Thousands of colossal energy cannons aboard the Longting mothership unleash their fire. Although the hulls of the Thunder warships can absorb considerable energy, they quickly reached saturation under the onslaught of the Longting mothership's massive cannons and were obliterated by the overwhelming energy beams. The concentrated fire from the Longting mothership inflicted severe losses on the Vanguard fleet. Command all warships to continue advancing. This ultra-high energy attack cannot be sustained continuously and requires time to recharge. As long as we can swiftly approach the enemy vessels and reach our attack range, destruction awaits their warships, Changfu proclaimed loudly. They need only sail for less than 5 more minutes to enter the attack range. 5 minutes later, the dynamics of the space battlefield shifted dramatically. In less than an hour, the human temporarily assembled first fleet of 20 million warships was entirely annihilated. Debris from human warships floated throughout the cosmos. In this battle, the Vanguard fleet of the Thunder civilization suffered losses of fewer than 200,000 warships. Not far behind the first fleet, the trading planet's temporarily assembled second fleet witnessed the entire process of the first fleet's demise. Without receiving orders, they were unable to provide support to the first fleet. Their orders were to observe and identify the weaknesses of the enemy fleet. The intelligence was flawed. The casualty ratio was not 5:1. According to the achievements of the first fleet, we would lose 1,000 warships to destroy a single enemy vessel. Commander Yang Song of the second fleet felt a chill of apprehension. Commander, the enemy warships are approaching us. It is our turn now. How shall we engage in this battle? The officers beside the commander could not devise a strategy and could only seek his guidance. Yang Song closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment. Order all Dragon Rising carriers to disperse. After the first barrage from the energy cannon, they must immediately retreat to the rear for recharging. Once fully charged, they will return to the battlefield. This will be repeated, striving for multiple rounds of energy fire. The second fleet shall divide into smaller units. Every 10 Taishan warships will form a squadron. The squadrons can engage independently without awaiting orders. I suggest that all squadrons employ agile space jumps. We shall conduct a guerrilla war in space against them. Chapter 136. Facing the cosmic exile once more after decimating the temporarily assembled first fleet of humanity. The Vanguard fleet of the Thunder civilization discovered the second fleet not far away. Nearly 10 million warships surged toward the second fleet. As they approached, they were met with a barrage from the Dragon Rising mothership's formidable energy cannons. The Vanguard fleet suffered the loss of over 20,000 vessels. Commander, this fleet exhibits peculiar behavior. They have dispersed their warships, reported the radar observer to Commander Zhang Fu. Ignore those ships. We shall advance. Our priority is to obliterate the mothership of the human fleet, Zhang Fu asserted, convinced that only the human mothership posed a genuine threat to them. Just as they prepared to pursue the Dragon Rising mothership, they discovered that the human mothership had vanished. Commander, we have detected fluctuations indicative of a spatial jump. It appears the human mothership has left traces after its jump, came the report. They fled? Then let us first annihilate the human vessels surrounding our fleet, Zhang Fu commanded. Noting the scattered human warships encircling them, each time one appeared, another of their own ships was destroyed. Commander, these human vessels are quite tenacious. They initiate spatial jumps to evade our approaching ships, an officer lamented. Another spatial jump, Zhang Fu said dismissively. Do not worry, such jumps require immense energy. The human warships cannot sustain such frequency. As the conversation turned to spatial jumps, a realization dawned upon Commander Zhang Fu. The destruction of their vessels was due to internal explosions. Could it be a result of spatial jumps? Was there some human weapon capable of detonating within their ships? A smile crept across his face as he devised a strategy. Order our mothership to deploy the spatial disruption device. We must disturb the space surrounding our fleet and prevent it from stabilizing, he commanded, having formulated a countermeasure. With the surrounding space disrupted, the spatial jump projectiles lost their targeting capability. The second fleet's means of attack were reduced to the energy cannons of the Dragon Rising mothership. A 9F-762 trading planet, temporary command center Huang Zihu, having arrived from the rebirth binary stars, found himself stationed here. His original destination was the A6F-28 trading planet. But hostilities had already commenced there. Cautiously, Huang Zihu refrained from rushing into the battlefield. Instead, he established this temporary command center at the nearby A9F-762 trading planet to gather and observe intelligence from the conflict. Commander Huang, the enemy has uncovered the vulnerabilities of the spatial jump projectiles. The battlefield space has been disrupted. The second fleet's only means of attack now lies with the Dragon Rising mothership, reported his subordinate, causing Huang Zihu to furrow his brow in concern. Order all warships gathered at a 6F-28 trading planet, including those engaged in battle, to assemble, he commanded decisively. All warships retreated to the trading planet A9F-762. Huang Zihu issued the order for retreat. In the space battle outside the trading planet, the human fleet suffered a complete defeat. Continuing the fight would only result in increased casualties, devoid of any meaningful purpose. Blay prepared to lead 9 Guardians into the fray. Based on the observed data from the battlefield, it was noted that when the enemy's warships employed spatial slicing attacks, there was a 3-second reaction window in the targeted space. No one should linger in any location on the battlefield for more than 3 seconds. Upon entering the combat zone, the only 2 methods of attack available to them were high-speed collisions to penetrate the enemy vessels or the use of a black hole attack. The energy of the Red Star armor could be utilized for a single black hole attack. It should not be employed lightly unless absolutely necessary. Huang Zihu commanded Blay, wishing to test whether the 10 Guardians clad in Red Star armor could annihilate the enemy fleet. Following the order, Blay led his 9 comrades into space, armed with precise coordinates of the battlefield. After initiating spatial jumping, they entered the arena of conflict. At that moment, the human warships had completely withdrawn. They were free to attack. Remembering Commander Huang's words, they were cautioned not to remain in any location for over 3 seconds. After briefing his teammates, Blay accelerated towards the enemy fleet. Due to their proximity, within a minute, he collided with the first enemy warship, followed by the second, then the third. In mere seconds, he penetrated and destroyed hundreds of enemy vessels. An unexpected event occurred as Blay received an alert from his Red Star armor, indicating it had sustained 80 wear, dropping to a critical warning level. Attention! Do not engage in high-speed penetrating attacks any longer. The enemy warships are exceedingly resilient, causing rapid deterioration of the Red Star armor. Seek out the concentration of enemy vessels and prepare for the black hole attack. After executing the assault, a swift withdrawal is imperative. With high-speed penetrating attacks no longer viable, Blay decisively issued commands to his teammates. The vanguard fleet of the Thunder Civilization unleashed 10 small black holes. The appearance of the black holes was sudden, yet their disappearance was equally swift. The effectiveness of the assault was minimal. The 10 small black holes absorbed and destroyed fewer than 2 million enemy warships. The Guardians' efforts yielded little reward. Their time on the battlefield, from entry to withdrawal, spanned less than 10 minutes. All battle reports converged at Huang Zihu's temporary command center before being forwarded to the human command. Liu Hui, stationed at the human command, fell into deep contemplation upon receiving the frontline reports. The prospect of utilizing the Guardians to turn the tide seemed increasingly bleak. The Guardians' greatest offensive capability was the high-speed penetrating attack. Current reports indicated that a single deployment could only penetrate and destroy hundreds of enemy vessels. To re-enter the battlefield, a replacement of the Red Star armor would be necessary. Humanity, lacking the abundant armaments available for replacement and the capability to swiftly mass-produce the Red Star battle armor, faces a dire predicament. Must our civilization once again wander the cosmos? The disparity in strength between human warships and those of our adversaries is insurmountable. 2 years hence, humanity lost control over 1/5 of the Guangzhou star system. Liu Hui once orchestrated a grand space battle involving billions of warships, but humanity returned in utter defeat. A decade later, although the human fleet continues to resist, half of the Guangzhou star system has succumbed to the Thunder Civilization. 15 years later, the warships of the Thunder Civilization draw ever closer to the twin stars of revival. The once revived space jump formations have been reactivated by humanity, heralding preparations for yet another odyssey through the universe. Chapter 137, the Dimensional Reduction Capital Ship in the Command Center of the Rebirth Binary Stars. The chief remarked that given the enemy's offensive pace, they would reach the Rebirth Binary Stars in just 15 days. The spatial jump formation had been meticulously prepared. Li Hui inquired of Liu Hui whether they should relocate to the formation. Let us wait a few more days before moving, Liu Hui replied, his expression impassive. Yet internally, he wrestled with conflicting emotions. He felt a profound attachment to the 2 planets, having spent millennia building the Rebirth Binary Stars. The thought of abandoning Guangzhou Galaxy and the Rebirth Binary Stars was emotionally burdensome. Liu Hui had begun to loathe the term drifting. Chief, it would be safer to move to the spatial jump formation sooner rather than later. Although we have disrupted the nearby space, preventing the enemy's vessels from utilizing spatial jumps, reconnaissance ships have already infiltrated. While we can detect them in time. Li Hui was speaking when the office door was suddenly thrust open. Chief, I bring good news. Zhang Jisen entered, his face somewhat weary yet brimming with excitement. Jisen, could it be? Liu Hui speculated. sensing the exhilarating energy radiating from Zhang. Indeed, Chief. The dimensional reduction weapon has been successfully developed and is ready for deployment on the battlefield, Zhang Jisen exclaimed. Please elaborate on the weapon's specifications, Liu Hui urged, grasping onto this glimmer of hope. Perhaps humanity would no longer need to wander the cosmos. Chief, I shall refrain from detailing the principles and manufacturing process of the dimensional reduction weapon. Allow me to discuss its capabilities instead. I refer to it as the dimensional reduction capital ship, for its size is twice that of the Longting capital ship due to time constraints on equipment simplification. Its mobility is comparable to that of the Longting. The attack range extends approximately 100 light-years, covering a medium-sized stellar system. Once the dimensional reduction attack is initiated, all three-dimensional objects within its range will be reduced to 2 dimensions. However, it possesses a significant weakness. Activating the dimensional reduction strike requires an extraordinarily vast amount of energy. Utilizing red whole-grade energy blocks. Our entire reserve of red hole energy blocks is sufficient for only 2 activation attempts. Zhang Jisen's words plunged Liu Hui into deep contemplation. Order all Longting capital ships in the spatial jump formation to immediately proceed to the battlefield. Diverting the attention of the Thunder Civilization, Liu Hui commanded. Within the spatial jump formation, humanity had preserved 20 million Longting capital ships, prepared as capital for their resurgence after wandering. Now, with a chance to turn the tide, Liu Hui was determined to take a risk. Chief, you intend to use 2 million Longting capital ships to attract the enemy's attention, allowing their vessels to gather. Liu Hui swiftly grasped Liu Hui's intent. Precisely. The range of the dimensional reduction attack is vast, Liu Hui confirmed. Initiate an offensive. If we cannot obliterate the enemy's fleet of over 10 billion warships, it would be an utter waste. Liu Hui aspires to orchestrate a grand maneuver. 200 light-years away lies the rebirth binary stars, the battleground where humanity clashes with the Thunder Civilization. Should humanity fail to hold this expanse of space, the Thunder Civilization will establish a colossal supply base here, causing our defensive line to recede by 50 light-years. For the past decade, the Thunder Civilization has persistently employed this strategy, constructing massive supply bases along their route, inching closer to the rebirth binary stars. Commander Huang, in this latest wave of assault, we have lost over 10,000 Longting motherships and more than 1 million Taishan warships. Deploy the reserve Longting motherships immediately. Commander Huang, we only have 100,000 Longting motherships left. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Huang Zihu felt a sense of helplessness. Humanity's production rate of Longting motherships can no longer keep pace with battlefield attrition. The sole means of counterattack available to humanity lies in the energy cannons mounted on the Longting motherships. Once the motherships at the front finish charging and engage in an assault, they must promptly retreat to the rear for the next charging cycle. The Longting motherships that are already charged and awaiting their turn will then advance to fill the gap. This cycle must continue to ensure a relentless barrage from the energy cannons, inflicting sustained damage on the warships of the Thunder Civilization. Commander Huang. The command center has dispatched 20 million Longting motherships. At this, Huang Zihu was momentarily perplexed. Where could humanity possibly find such an abundance of Longting motherships? Could it be that the motherships from the spatial jump formation were being utilized? Was the leader abandoning the use of the spatial jump formation? Just then, the three-dimensional communication from the command center was suddenly activated, and Liu Hui's figure materialized before Huang Zihu. After the communication concluded, Huang Zihu's face radiated excitement. Indeed, those scholars had proven their prowess. The dimensionality-reducing weapon had finally been developed. The Thunder Civilization's fleet consisted of over 10 billion warships, while humanity boasted over 100 billion Taishan warships and 4 million Longting motherships. Although the battlefield was tense, humanity was beginning to show signs of fatigue. However, with the addition of 20 million Longting motherships to the fray, the situation transformed instantaneously. Huang Zihu even launched a counteroffensive. A day later, the Thunder Civilization suffered losses exceeding half of their fleet and retreated from the battlefield. It was a rare moment of localized victory for humanity. This triumph halted the Thunder Civilization's offensive for 6 months. Yet, half a year later, the Thunder Civilization regrouped with over 100 billion warships and returned for another assault. Meanwhile, humanity's dimensionality-reducing motherships had quietly concealed themselves nearby. On board the dimensionality-reducing mothership, Liu Hui took command personally. Leader, all enemy warships have entered the range for dimensionality-reducing attacks, totaling approximately 12.8 billion vessels, reported the radar intelligence officer. Commence the dimensionality-reducing attack, Liu Hui coldly commanded. Over 100 billion battleships of the Thunder Civilization were abruptly reduced from 3 dimensions to 2, transforming into mere sheets of paper. In an instant, These vessels lost all communication. The Thunder civilization dispatched a multitude of reconnaissance ships to the battlefield for investigation. Intelligence from the front lines was relayed back to the command center of the Thunder civilization. The commander analyzed the return data and concluded that the assault employed by humanity was a form of dimensional attack known as dimensional reduction. The personnel at the command center swiftly deduced the nature of humanity's offensive. While our spatial attacks had only advanced to the technique of spatial slicing, humanity had astonishingly developed the capability of dimensional reduction. This was an unforeseen development for Commander Wu Guan, who had initially envisioned subjugating humanity and compelling their guardians to willingly submit to his dominion. Now, it appeared that he would have to resort to the dissemination of brain entities. Wu Guan felt a tinge of regret. The method of brain entity dissemination would force the adversary into a confrontation of consumption within the brain entity realm. Although it would allow for the absorption of the enemy's brain entity, the efficacy of such absorption would be halved, a scenario that Wu Guan was most reluctant to accept. He resolved to activate our mothership, intending to personally oversee the battlefield. Chapter 138. The Eternal One's confrontation. Nearly 10 millennia have elapsed since humanity's exodus from the solar system into the cosmos. The tide of war against the Thunder civilization has shifted in humanity's favor, owing to the advent of dimensional reduction weaponry. Fortuitously, it seems that luck has begun to favor us abundantly. Chief, there is more good news. Presently, Zhang Jisen personally reports to Liu Hui's office whenever the Academy of Sciences achieves a significant breakthrough. Jisen, has the issue regarding the energy supply for the dimensional reduction mothership been resolved? Liu Hui, with his exceptional logical reasoning, inquired. The Academy's two paramount research projects currently are spatial assault and energy block collection. A breakthrough in spatial assault has already been realized with the development of dimensional reduction weapons. The only matter left to warrant Zhang Jisen's jubilant entrance into the office is the collection of energy blocks. Chief, your reaction is impressively swift. Behold, what do you think this is? Zhang Jisen exclaimed, unveiling a metallic box and placing it upon Liu Hui's desk. Is this a purple hole energy block? Have we truly begun to collect purple hole energy blocks? Liu Hui observed a small purple cube, no larger than a fingernail, nestled within the box. Indeed, this is the purple hole energy block. Its energy is sufficient to execute over 100 dimensional assaults with the mothership. Our academy has reached the final stages of miniaturizing the dimensional reduction weapon. The only thing we lacked was a viable energy source, and now, with the purple hole energy block, our future capital warships will possess dimensional strike capabilities. Zhang Jisen's excitement grew as he spoke. Jisen, what is the yield of the purple hole energy blocks? Upon hearing Liu Hui's inquiry, Zhang Jisen's exuberance momentarily faltered. Chief, the collection of energy blocks is quite challenging. We produce less than 10 per day. Currently, we are employing manual collection methods. Manual collection? That region is a biological no-go zone. Liu Hui expressed his astonishment at Zhang Jisen's revelation. Chief, the gravitational pull of the purple hole is billions of times greater than that of the red hole. We have yet to discover any material capable of withstanding such immense gravity. Thus, we devised an alternative approach. The consciousness of the floating spirit race is unaffected by the gravity of the purple hole. Their consciousness is composed of a unique energy that is precisely capable of supporting a purple hole energy block and transporting it away from the purple hole. Liu Hui was taken aback by the method of collecting the purple hole energy blocks. With a population in the floating spirit civilization exceeding trillions, why is the collection efficiency so low? He questioned, perplexed. Chief, to lift an energy block from the purple hole requires a formidable consciousness energy. Such individuals are exceedingly rare within the floating spirit civilization. Furthermore, once an energy block is collected, the consciousness of the collector suffers irreversible damage, rendering them incapable of further collection. This accounts for the dismally low efficiency. Zhang Jisen elucidated the circumstances to Liu Hui. Will the consciousness of the gatherers suffer irreversible damage? Does this damage affect their lifespan? Liu Hui inquired with concern. If it does impact their lifespan, I intend to provide compensation to these individuals as much as possible. Indeed, it will affect their lifespan, Zhang Jisen replied. Their life cycle will be shortened by approximately 1/3. Jisen, please consult with Pialing to ensure that we adequately compensate these gatherers. As he spoke, Liu Hui suddenly felt a disturbance in his cerebral entity. An overwhelming pressure surged towards him. He has arrived, Liu Hui proclaimed as he rose to his feet. Chief, what has happened? Who is coming? Zhang Jisen asked anxiously, observing Liu Hui's sudden shift in demeanor. The Eternal of the Thunder civilization, Wu Guan, is approaching. He is roughly 200 light-years away. Notify Huang Zihu to prepare the frontline fleet for alert. I will enter the cerebral space to assess the situation. After giving a few instructions, Liu Hui entered his cerebral space. He acutely sensed fluctuations within his cerebral realm. Upon entering, Liu Hui discovered that the scholars and guardians had vanished. In the vast expanse of the cerebral space, only his own entity remained. Not far ahead, a colossal cerebral entity was rapidly approaching him. Wu Guan. So it is you, Liu Hui recognized, realizing that the approaching entity belonged to the eternal Wu Guan. Liu Hui, the eternal of humanity, we need not have reached this point. I offer you one final opportunity. Voluntarily accept my consumption of your cerebral entity. Your consciousness will remain within my cerebral space and will not dissipate. I shall treat human civilization with kindness. Should you refuse, I will initiate the eternal cerebral fusion duel, forcibly merging with your cerebral entity. Consider this carefully. My cerebral domain development potential is 98. 6. Wu Guan declared confidently, not relinquishing the chance to persuade Liu Hui. Huh? You intend to forcibly merge with my cerebral entity? Have you not considered that my potential might surpass yours? Liu Hui responded. A sense of regret washing over him as realization dawned. The outcome of forced fusion between Eternals hinged on the development potential of their cerebral domains. Had he known this earlier, matters would have been simpler. He could have approached Wu Guan directly to achieve the fusion effortlessly, for his potential stood at 99. 98. Your potential exceeds mine? What a jest. Since you have declined, I shall not hold back. Wu Guan seemed incensed. No sooner had he spoken than his cerebral entity collided with Liu Hui's. After a brief entanglement, the two brain entities fused together. Impossible? How could your potential value possibly reach 99? 98? This was the last utterance left by Wu Guan, who, until his consciousness dissipated, could not fathom that the opponent's potential was even greater than his own. Following the fusion of the brain entities, Liu Hui discovered that his own brain entity had doubled in size. Upon inspecting the development of his cerebral domain, he found it had reached the maximum potential value of 99. 98. Furthermore, his physical level had ascended to the highest rank of 9. He never anticipated such fortuitous circumstances arriving at his doorstep, and a sense of joy blossomed within him. As the two brain entities merged, Liu Hui's cerebral space gradually settled into tranquility. The once vanished guardians and scholars' brain entities began to re-establish their positions. To Liu Hui's astonishment, in addition to the human scholars and guardians, there appeared within his space the brain entities of scholars and guardians from the Thunder Civilization. Chapter 139. The Call of the Sacred Land. So many? Liu Hui pondered briefly. The scholars of the Thunder Civilization numbered over 200, while the guardians exceeded 400, surpassing even those of human civilization. Who among you is the chief scholar and guardian of the Thunder Civilization? Liu Hui inquired, casting his gaze upon the unfamiliar brain entities. The chief scholar, Yuan Yi, and the guardian, Jian Feng, have met the Eternal One. Their voices resonated with profound respect. Your Eternal One, Wu Guan, has already merged with my consciousness. Henceforth, the Thunder Civilization shall be assimilated into human civilization. Should any of you harbor dissenting opinions, now is the time to voice them. I shall expel the dissenter from the realm of consciousness. You have 10 seconds to deliberate. Liu Hui's words were a blatant threat to the scholars and guardians. Being expelled from the realm of consciousness equated to a death sentence. Silence enveloped the assembly, with no one daring to oppose him. Most present were neither the original guardians nor scholars of Wu Guan. Rather, they were individuals who had congregated here after Wu Guan consumed lesser Eternals. They had grown accustomed to the replacement of Eternals. Since no one objected, let us prepare for the integration of our civilizations. Yuan Yi, Jian Feng, where are you two at present? Liu Hui asked. Esteemed Eternal One, we are aboard a mothership approximately 200 light-years from the revival binary stars. The remains of Eternal One Wu Guan lie beside us, came the response from Scholar Yuan Yi. You are to immediately issue a declaration to the Thunder Civilization regarding its incorporation into human civilization, cease all hostilities against humanity, and navigate the mothership to the revival binary stars. I will arrange for Scholar Liu Hui to discuss the matters of civilization integration with you. In the year 10024 of the Wandering Era, the war between human civilization and the Thunder Civilization concluded following the merger of both sides' Eternals. The Thunder Civilization was absorbed into human civilization, and control of the Thunder Cluster passed into human hands. The technological amalgamation and transfer of power between the two civilizations spanned over 2,000 years. In the year 12858 of the Wandering Era, within Liu Hui's office, Leader, as per your request, the Eternal Mothership has been completed. Here are the detailed specifications of the vessel. Zhang Jisen handed Liu Hui a chip containing the information on the Eternal Mothership. I shall review the information in due course. Please, provide an overview of the mothership's fundamental characteristics. Liu Hui instructed Zhang Jisen. Leader, the design of the Eternal Mothership draws inspiration from the Dragon soaring mothership. Thanks to the innovative materials from the Thunder civilization, the mothership's dimensions and diameter have been significantly enhanced. The Eternal Mothership boasts a diameter exceeding 1,600 kilometers, powered by an octodirectional gravitational wave engine, and equipped with violet hull energy cores. This colossal vessel can accommodate 1 million capital warships and is projected to house a full complement of approximately 200 million personnel. Its primary offensive capabilities include spatial assaults and the formidable star wave cannon attacks. In the office, Zhang Jisen provided a brief overview of the newly constructed Eternal Mothership. Yet Liu Hui's thoughts were not entirely fixated on this grand vessel. A restless yearning stirred within him. Ever since he integrated with the brain core of the weapon crown, Liu Hui had been plagued by recurring dreams. In these visions, he found himself before an immense door, beyond which lay the sanctum of the Eternal. Each time in his dream, an insatiable desire welled up within him to open this door and step inside. As time passed, this yearning intensified to an unbearable degree. Liu Hui sought to understand the roots of this desire and to restrain it, yet he ultimately found himself defeated. He could surmise the reason. He was one of the Eternal, whose mission was to enter the sanctum of the Eternal. The weapon crown relentlessly sought to devour lesser Eternals, its aim being to gain access to the sanctum. Liu Hui could no longer suppress his impulses. He issued the command to construct the latest model of the Eternal Mothership, intent on piloting it to the distant sanctum of the Eternal. Jisen. The Eternal Mothership has been completed. Please expedite the preparation of supplies and personnel. Liu Hui spoke with a calm demeanor, despite the turmoil within. Chief, are you truly resolved to seek the sanctum of the Eternal? Zhang Jisen inquired, not oblivious to the gravity of Liu Hui's intentions. I cannot restrain myself. This is surely the mission of we, the Eternals. I will depart with a small contingent of scholars and guardians. The remainder, I entrust to you. Remember, safeguard our human civilization. Liu Hui harbored a profound sense that this departure might well be his final farewell. Chapter 140. The journey begins a year later. The Eternal Mothership was fully equipped with supplies and personnel, and Liu Hui boarded the vessel. He meticulously arranged the matters that would follow his departure. Zhang Jisen, Huang Zihu, and Liu Hui were retained by Liu Hui. The three of them would form the highest authority committee of human civilization, with significant decisions made through their collective voting. Jisen, Zihu, Liu Hui, you three should return swiftly. I entrust the future of human civilization to you. Liu Hui instructed as they bid him farewell in the command room of the Eternal Mothership. Rest assured, Chief. Our human civilization has now ascended to a level 5 civilization. With our current strength, even if a higher-level mechanical civilization were to assault us, we could easily manage. Zhang Jisen confidently proclaimed. Jisen, do not let your guard down. The Dark Machine civilization remains shrouded in mystery. We do not even know the origins of their civilization. In the vast cosmos, anything is possible, Liu Hui cautioned Zhang Jisen. The universe is boundless, and, although humanity has progressed to a level 5 civilization, there remain countless enigmas that elude our understanding. The universe may have originated from a cataclysmic explosion, yet its epicenter remains beyond human comprehension. Does the universe possess boundaries? Humanity cannot ascertain that either. The entirety of the cosmos continues to be an enigma to us, despite the accumulation of all known cosmic data. Humanity's understanding of the universe is still confined to clusters of galaxies. Planets orbit stars, forming stellar systems. Stellar systems revolve around black holes, creating galaxies. Galaxies rotate around white holes, forming galactic systems. Galactic systems orbit red holes, constituting galaxy clusters. And galaxy clusters revolve around purple holes, beyond galaxy clusters. Humanity knows nothing. There are still innumerable unsolved mysteries within the universe. Do not worry, Chief. Even if we encounter a high-level mechanical civilization's intelligence core, if we cannot prevail, we still possess the ability to protect ourselves. At worst, we can retreat to another space and await your return, Zhang Jisen stated. Undeterred by Liu Hui's words. Chief, how about I accompany you on your journey? Huang Zihu suggested, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Liu Hui was heading to the Eternal Sanctuary with Xian Meng, but had chosen not to include him, which left him feeling somewhat discontented. The decision regarding personnel has been made after careful consideration and will not be altered. Zihu, your presence here gives me greater peace of mind. Though the journey to the Eternal Sanctuary is long, one day I shall return. You three should return now. We will reunite someday, Liu Hui replied. Watching Zhang Jisen and the others depart with a heavy heart, knowing that perhaps they might never gather again. Initiate the acceleration of the Eternal Mothership, and once we reach hyperspace velocity, commence the space jump, Liu Hui commanded. According to the records aboard the spacecraft Eternal Messenger, there exists a celestial expanse surrounding the sanctuary of the Eternals, comprised of 7 galaxy clusters. The distances between these clusters are remarkably uniform, as if meticulously orchestrated, all rotating around the sanctuary at an identical velocity. Such a phenomenon is nearly improbable within a naturally formed cosmos. Based on this observation, humanity has utilized optical imaging of the universe to ascertain the approximate location and distance of the sanctuary of the Eternals. The Guangzhou galaxy lies approximately 38 billion light-years from the sanctuary. For a civilization of level 5, this distance is exceedingly vast. The Eternal Mothership is equipped with a spatial jump system, theoretically capable of directly leaping to the sanctuary. However, in practice, humanity finds this impossible. The energy required for spatial jumps increases geometrically with distance. Given humanity's current energy capabilities, they cannot support such extensive jumps. Present technology allows for a calculated optimal jump distance of 1,000 light-years. Exceeding this range would result in an untenable energy expenditure. Consequently, to traverse the 38 billion light-years, the Eternal Mothership must execute intermittent spatial jumps. Each jump covers 1,000 light-years, requiring the ship to pause for several days of maintenance after approximately 35 jumps. In total, the journey necessitates around 38 million spatial jumps, based on a pattern of 3 jumps followed by 3 days of repairs. The estimated duration for the Eternal Mothership to reach the sanctuary is approximately 100,000 years. Additional time must be accounted for necessary stops to replenish supplies while passing through the galaxy clusters, potentially extending the journey by several millennia. Such an immense distance would ordinarily be beyond humanity's technological reach. However, the successful acquisition of dark matter energy blocks has endowed the mothership with ample energy, ensuring the viability of millions of spatial jumps. In the control room of the Eternal Mothership, the 9,862nd spatial jump has been completed. Departments have commenced maintenance on the vessel. The announcer reports to various departments that after over 9,000 jumps, the mothership has now traveled nearly 10 million light-years from the Guangzhou galaxy, a journey spanning almost 3 years. Commander, on our next spatial jump, we shall enter Cluster 1. A stellar system's interstellar coordinates have been selected, Scholar Yuan Yi informs Liu Hui. Upon entering the cluster, we may encounter advanced civilizations residing there. Let us endeavor not to disturb them. Once our supplies are replenished, we shall continue our voyage, Liu Hui replies. The planned route to the sanctuary of the Eternals will lead through tens of millions of galaxy clusters. Liu Hui does not intend to linger excessively in these clusters. Aside from acquiring essential supplies, he wishes to avoid wasting precious time. 3 days later, following the completion of repairs, the Eternal Mothership embarks on its next spatial jump. The 9,863rd spatial jump is now complete. The current jump of the mothership requires no maintenance. The Mineral Extraction Department is poised to commence mining operations. Following the successful spatial leap, the announcer began to relay updates. At this moment, the Eternal Mothership, adhering to its predetermined interstellar coordinates, had traversed into a stellar system within the first galaxy cluster. Detection equipment swiftly identified mineral deposits on nearby planets. Tens of thousands of mining and transport ships departed from the mothership. The mining vessels were equipped with a multitude of mechanical mining drones, engineered by humanity after the designs of the mechanical civilization's mining apparatus. Upon landing on the planetary surface, these mining drones would be deployed en masse. The drones burrow into the planet's crust, consuming minerals and directly producing high-purity metal ingots at their rear. The transport ships would then convey these ingots back to the mothership. The Eternal Mothership boasts a comprehensive industrial system. The harvested minerals are integrated into this system, facilitating the manufacture of essential equipment and components for the ships. The collection of resources proceeds smoothly. Commander, a low-level civilization has been discovered on the 3rd planet of the stellar system, classified at a civilization level of 0.95. Chapter 141. A chance encounter with the Kalan ethnic branch. Upon hearing the crew's report, Liu Hui smiled. The replenishment of supplies would require a few more days. Yuan Yi, would you care to accompany me to explore planet number 3? Liu Hui suddenly found himself intrigued by this primitive civilization. Chief, since we have nothing pressing to attend to, a leisurely stroll sounds delightful, Yuan Yi replied. Launching the Eternal Mothership towards planet number 3 would create an unnecessary commotion. Instead, Liu Hui and Yuan Yi boarded a long wall-class warship within the mothership, steering their vessel towards the 3rd planet. The Taishan warship had been retired, replaced by the latest long wall-class battleship. The design and construction of this new flagship incorporated numerous advanced technologies from the Thunder civilization. The warship measured an impressive 18 kilometers in length, 2 kilometers in width, and 3 kilometers in height. Its long-range offensive capabilities consisted of 4 colossal star-wave cannons and spatial attacks, which included spatial slicing and dimensional reduction assaults. The materials utilized in the construction of the warship were the most advanced from the Thunder civilization, endowing it with formidable resistance to kinetic attacks. The vessel was immune to energy assaults and featured a spatial jump system, achieving speeds of up to 106 times the speed of light in normal cosmic space. The giant star civilization, a nascent entity, boasted a historical record spanning nearly over 9,000 years. The developmental history of planets belonging to primitive civilizations tends to follow a similar trajectory. After enduring several millennia of fragmentation and conflict, the most powerful nation typically unifies the entire planet, steering the course of civilization towards the cosmos. In the headquarters of the Giant Star Civilization's Space Administration, the commander reported, "The results of the attack have been concluded. After repeated calculations, the asteroid shows no signs of altering its trajectory. It will still collide with the equator of our giant star in 3 years." The director of the Space Administration spoke with a heavy heart. Over a decade prior, astronomers from the Space Administration had detected an asteroid approximately 100 kilometers in diameter. Orbital calculations indicated a collision course with the giant star, placing the civilization at risk of annihilation. In an effort to mitigate this impending crisis, the Giant Star Civilization launched thousands of nuclear warheads at the asteroid. However, the attack failed to alter its trajectory. "It seems our only recourse is to retreat into the underground cities," the commander, Liu Hui, lamented. To confront the crisis, Liu Hui mobilized the full might of the civilization, excavating hundreds of thousands of underground cities beneath the planet's surface. The extent of devastation that the asteroid's impact would wreak was beyond the accurate calculations of the Giant Star Civilization. The survival of the underground cities depended entirely on fate. "Commander, the Space Telescope has detected an asteroid over 1,000 kilometers in diameter near planet number 9, which is not a part of our stellar system." Longwall Battleship, Chief. "We have detected a violent nuclear explosion in the direction of planet number 11. Just as the warship reached the orbit of planet number 3, a crew member in the control room suddenly reported to Liu Hui, "Nuclear explosion? Is there more detailed reconnaissance data available?" Liu Hui inquired with great curiosity. "The explosion occurred on a traveling meteorite. The meteorite, measuring approximately 100 kilometers in diameter, is projected to collide with the third planet in 3 years based on its trajectory." Through the advanced equipment aboard the warship, Liu Hui swiftly grasped the situation. The meteorite is destined to strike the third planet, and the civilization residing there seeks to obliterate it to avert catastrophe. The leader of this civilization has ushered them into the era of wireless internet. The ship's intelligence system has been able to gather all their wireless network information. A few minutes later, the intelligence system completed the collection of data pertaining to the stellar civilization. How fortuitous. This civilization is, astonishingly, a branch of the Kalan race. Liu Hui was taken aback upon reviewing the gathered information. The likelihood of encountering such a phenomenon in the cosmos is nearly non-existent. Intelligence system. Find a way to contact the leader of this civilization. I wish to pay him a visit. Liu Hui felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. This stellar civilization bears an uncanny resemblance to the Earth civilization of old. However, according to the current data, it appears that the stellar civilization has yet to evolve an eternal one. If an eternal one existed, they would not struggle against a mere meteorite. "Commander, we have detected an unidentified object over a dozen kilometers in length in our planet's orbit, suspected to be an extraterrestrial spacecraft." The Great Star Space Administration's radar system had picked up the Longwall warship. An extraterrestrial spacecraft? Commander Liu Hui did not anticipate such an occurrence. The meteorite crisis had already left him overwhelmed. Must he now face an alien threat as well? As Liu Hui pondered this, all computer screens connected to the internet in the Space Administration suddenly displayed the same image. "Greetings, Commander of the Stellar Civilization. I am Liu Hui, the leader of humanity. During our cosmic voyage, we passed by your planet and wish to make a special visit. My warship is currently stationed in your planet's orbit and will soon ascend to your skies. Please do not be alarmed. We mean no harm." The message replayed repeatedly. Why does this alien resemble us so closely? The suddenness of the situation left everyone astonished. "Commander, you must step outside and see. A colossal ship is hovering above our Space Administration." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Liu Hui swiftly led the others outside. Looking up at the sky, they beheld a massive vessel suspended several hundred meters above the Space Administration. The spacecraft, spanning over a dozen kilometers, exerted an overwhelming presence that rendered the onlookers breathless. Suddenly, A faint light flickered about 10 meters in front of Commander Yuzhen, and 3 armored figures materialized. These 3 individuals were none other than Liu Hui, Yuan Yi, and Xian Meng. Through close-range teleportation, they had arrived here. The environment bore a striking resemblance to their former Earth. As Liu Hui approached Yuzhen, he gazed around in awe at the surrounding scenery. "You are the commander of the stellar civilization, Yuzhen, are you not?" he remarked. "The internet of the stellar civilization holds no privacy for the intellect aboard the warships. All information has been deciphered." Liu Hui, having perused the records, recognized that the individual before him was indeed the Commander Yuzhen. "What? Have you not invited us in to sit down, now that guests have arrived?" Liu Hui said to the bewildered Yuzhen. "Esteemed guests, please follow me," Yuzhen finally responded, regaining his composure. "You are of an extraterrestrial civilization. Why do you resemble a stellar being so closely?" Yuzhen inquired, gazing at the alien Liu Hui seated before him with a puzzled expression. "Our 2 civilizations share a profound connection." Chapter 142. Encounter with mechanical civilization. It was unexpected to discover that our 2 civilizations share a common ancestor. Esteemed Eternal One of humanity, are you aware of the whereabouts of our stellar civilization's life transmission spacecraft? After listening to Liu Hui's account, Yuzhen realized that the future of the stellar civilization rests upon this life transmission spacecraft, which lies deep beneath the ocean floor of the stellar planet. "I can assist you in retrieving the spacecraft. With humanity's current technology, we are now capable of easily detecting the location of the life transmission vessel. Your stellar civilization has yet to evolve an Eternal One. Once your Eternal One emerges, the spacecraft can be activated." Liu Hui and Yuzhen engaged in profound discussions, spending several days on the planet. Accompanied by Yuzhen, Liu Hui visited numerous scenic attractions. He found himself captivated, as the stellar planet bore an uncanny resemblance to Earth, with its flora, fauna, and landscapes exhibiting striking similarities. Were it not for the matter concerning the Eternal One sanctuary, Liu Hui might have considered settling here. "Commander Yuzhen, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your hospitality over the past few days. Our Eternal Mothership has completed its resupply and is soon to embark once more. Rest assured, before our departure, I shall obliterate the meteorite heading towards the stellar planet." Upon receiving news of the resupply, Liu Hui bid farewell to Yuzhen. "Esteemed Eternal One of humanity, I am truly grateful for your assistance in alleviating our crisis. The stellar civilization shall remain forever a friend to your kind. We eagerly await your next visit to our planet." The encounter with humanity broadened Yuzhen's horizons. He had once accompanied Liu Hui on a tour of the Great Wall battleship, and the sights he beheld left him utterly astonished. Regrettably, humanity had no intention of lingering or residing long-term on the stellar planet. If circumstances permitted, Yuzhen even contemplated relinquishing his command to allow humanity to lead the stellar civilization. After parting ways with Commander Yuzhen, Liu Hui returned to the Eternal Mothership. On the journey back, the Great Wall battleship's Star Wave Ray cannon shattered the meteorite, resolving the crisis of the stellar civilization. Initially, Liu Hui had intended to leave a Great Wall battleship for the stellar civilization, but after careful consideration, he ultimately dismissed this plan. The uncertainties were simply too great. The dark mechanical civilization's intelligence core is omnipresent in the cosmos. Should an unforeseen event occur, and they were to acquire this battleship, it would spell disaster for the Alpha Galaxy cluster. With the resupply complete, the Eternal Mothership set forth once again. The events transpiring on the stellar planet were merely an interlude in the long journey ahead. The 434th space jump has been successfully completed. This jump requires no maintenance. The mothership is currently situated in the 116th galaxy cluster, with all departments preparing for resource replenishment. The journey to the sanctuary of the Eternal Ones is lengthy, traversing numerous galaxy clusters, each of which has been assigned a numerical designation by humanity. After more than 1 million spatial jumps, nearly 5 decades had elapsed, and the Eternal Mothership arrived at the 116th galaxy cluster. As per protocol, the mothership commenced resupplying its resources within the cluster. The chief detected an approaching fleet heading towards our mothership. Should we dispatch warships to issue a warning and drive them away? The radar observer in the command control room reported to Liu Hui. Such incidents had occurred several times in other galaxy clusters. Each time, a fleet of Great Wall warships was sent to demonstrate strength, deterring any potential threats and forcing them to retreat. No civilization had dared to launch an offensive against the Eternal Mothership in the face of the formidable Great Wall warships. "Dispatch a fleet of 10 warships to warn and drive them away," Liu Hui commanded. The Eternal Mothership required a few more days to complete its resupply, and Liu Hui was keen to avoid any disturbances from other civilizations. Upon receiving the order, the 10 Great Wall warships detached from the mothership and proceeded toward the unidentified fleet. The fleet was indeed substantial, comprising over 50,000 vessels. Identified as a third-tier civilization's warships, observe the fleet commander as he scrutinized the data in the control room. Send a warning message to this fleet. There is an asteroid ahead, approximately 200 kilometers in diameter. Destroying this asteroid will serve as our warning, the fleet commander instructed. The Starwave ray cannon aboard the warship obliterated the asteroid in a single shot. Commander, the opposing fleet has not responded. They are accelerating towards us. We are under energy attack, reported a crew member. What civilization is this? So audacious and reckless, the commander remarked with astonishment. He glanced once more at the data displayed in the control room, finding it eerily familiar. They were the fleet of the dark mechanical civilization. Since capturing the intelligence core for research, humanity had gained profound insights into the data and characteristics of mechanical civilization warships. The fleet commander had reviewed this information and promptly relayed it to the mothership's command center. This fleet belongs to the dark mechanical civilization, with warships classified as Tier 3. We are awaiting further instructions from the command center, he reported. The information swiftly reached the command center of the Eternal Mothership. A third-tier fleet of the dark mechanical civilization? How is this possible? The dark mechanical civilization seems to be omnipresent in the universe, Liu Hui mused, taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he formed a decisive plan. Relay orders to the forward fleet. Annihilate this mechanical civilization's fleet. Search for communication devices aboard their warships. I intend to use the communication devices to ascertain the location of the intelligence core, Liu Hui instructed the communications officer. Upon receiving the command, the 10 Great Wall warships launched a spatial slicing attack against the fleet of the mechanical civilization. The disparity in civilization levels resulted in a swift conclusion to the space battle, with over 50,000 enemy warships reduced to mere debris in mere seconds. Amidst the fragmented debris, humanity successfully located several intact communication devices. These devices were transported back to the Eternal Mothership. Chief, based on the direction and coordinates connected to the communication devices, we have ascertained the location of the intelligence core. It lies a mere 600 light-years away. Yuan Yi reported to Liu Hui. Upon acquiring the communication devices, Yuan Yi, accompanied by several scholars, swiftly determined the precise location of the intelligence core using their instruments. Xian Meng, you are to lead a fleet to the coordinates of the intelligence core. Your task is to annihilate this Tier 3 intelligence core. Typically, the bases of these cores are established around stellar systems, where they harvest planetary cores. In addition to obliterating the intelligence core, your primary objective for this assault is to procure several planetary cores for me. Liu Hui issued his command to Xian Meng. Chapter 143, Level 5 Mechanical Civilization. Upon receiving orders, Xian Meng commanded 1,000 Great Wall battleships to depart from the Eternal Mothership. The sheer number of battleships was somewhat excessive. Given that the mechanical civilization was only at a level 3, it could be surmised that merely a handful of Great Wall battleships would suffice to obliterate the mechanical civilization. The deployment of 1,000 ships was intended to ensure the complete annihilation of the mechanical entities, leaving not a single vessel to escape. The suppression of civilization levels rendered this conflict devoid of any suspense. From the moment Xian Meng led the fleet into action until the conclusion of the war, no more than 8 hours elapsed. Had it not been for the imperative to locate and retrieve the planetary cores, Xian Meng could have concluded the war within an hour. The wilderness stretches far ahead. We have tasks to occupy us on this journey, Liu Hui remarked, gazing at the planetary core before him. Xian Meng successfully brought back 6 planetary cores, and Liu Hui planned to engage the scholars aboard the mothership in thorough research. Chief, do not harbor excessive hopes. The scholars at the Academy of Sciences have studied this planetary core for millennia without discerning its true nature, Yuan Yi cautioned Liu Hui. Indeed, it was perplexing. The mechanical civilization placed immense importance on this entity, indicating it possessed a unique purpose. After thousands of years of study, the Academy had ascertained only one fact: planetary cores require natural growth to form. If a planet has been harvested for energy blocks, the planetary core cannot materialize. Regardless, we have ample time. Engaging in research will serve to pass the time, Liu Hui laughed. He harbored a vague intuition that the dark mechanical civilization's assaults on other civilizations throughout the cosmos were somehow connected to the planetary cores. Current data regarding the dark mechanical civilization indicated that it never targeted civilizations below level 1. As such, civilizations were incapable of harvesting planetary energy blocks and could not disrupt the growth of the planetary cores. It seemed that the mechanical civilization's mission was to harvest and protect the growth of planetary cores. This planetary core undoubtedly concealed a significant secret. As time flowed, After a span of 100,000 years, Liu Hui and his companions remained none the wiser about the true nature of the planetary core. The Eternal Mothership, through countless space jumps, drew ever closer to the sanctum of the Eternal Ones. With proximity increasing, Liu Hui observed a noteworthy phenomenon. Their encounters with the mechanical civilization during supply replenishments grew increasingly frequent. Nearly every resupply was met with an assault from mechanical fleets. Given this probability, it became apparent that the star cluster in which they lingered was under the complete control of the mechanical civilization. The 37,625, 823rd space jump has been completed. Attention, all departments. This stop requires the mothership to undergo repairs and resupply. Alert battleships, please detach from the mothership. The current Eternal Mothership necessitated the deployment of alert battleships with each stop. Mining vessels and transport ships necessitate the protection of warships. Chief, we have detected 6 fleets approaching us at high speed from various directions. Each fleet comprises over 500,000 warships. If all goes as anticipated, these should belong to the dark mechanical civilization. The resupply operation has only been underway for 2 days when the radar observers identified the enemy fleets. Xianmeng dispatched 6 Great Wall fleets to engage. After neutralizing these fleets, the fleet will remain in space to maintain vigilance, extending the alert perimeter to 2 light-years out. Liu Hui issued the command. Given the frequency of such encounters, Liu Hui increasingly sensed an ominous portent. It will take over 20,000 years to reach the sanctum of the Eternal Ones, traversing innumerable galaxy clusters along the way. Previously, the mechanical civilizations encountered were of the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Recently, however, we have begun to confront 4th-tier mechanical civilizations. Will 5th-tier or even higher mechanical civilizations emerge in the future? Liu Hui harbored doubts and deep concerns. Chief, a battle report has come in. The adversary is a 4th-tier mechanical civilization fleet, which we have successfully annihilated. We suffered the loss of 123 warships. The communications officer reported to Liu Hui. 4th-tier mechanical warships can now employ black hole attacks. Although the range of their assault is limited, should a Great Wall warship fail to evade in time, it could be drawn into the black hole. Human warships have begun to incur losses. 2 decades later, only 6 spatial jumps remain before we reach the outer perimeter of the sanctum of the Eternal Ones, encompassing 7 galaxy clusters. As the distance diminishes, Liu Hui distinctly felt the summons of the sanctum, a call that stirred unrest within him. The spatial jump was completed. All departments must promptly resupply, and expedience is crucial. Chief, enemy fleets have been detected, numbering over 9,000 vessels, moving at an extraordinary speed exceeding 50 times the speed of light. Before the resupply operation could commence, radar observers spotted the enemy fleets. The resupply effort is to be halted, awaiting further orders. Xianmeng immediately lead 10,000 Great Wall warships to probe this fleet. Liu Hui swiftly issued the command. Barely having completed the spatial jump, the mechanical civilization's warships had already detected them. The attacking warships were fewer than 10,000. The speed of the warships has, for the first time, surpassed the speed of light. Such occurrences are anomalous. In previous instances, the Eternal Mothership was only detected 1 or 2 days post-spatial jump. Once identified, the number of attacking warships was substantial, often in the millions, unlike the present situation, which feels exceedingly irregular. Liu Hui dared not be complacent. Xianmeng, do not lead the entire fleet into direct conflict. Select 100 warships from the fleet to attempt a probing attack. The fleet led by Xianmeng has set forth. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Hui, ever cautious, bestowed upon Xianmeng the latest directive. Upon receiving the command, Captain Xianmeng promptly decelerated the fleet. 100 exploratory long-wall warships surged towards the enemy fleet. Leader, all warships have lost contact. The sensors have detected that our vessels have been reduced to mere dust. The 100 long-wall warships, which had yet to initiate an offensive against the enemy, dissipated into nothingness. Xianmeng immediately led the fleet back to the mothership. This mechanical civilization's fleet must be classified as a level 5 fleet, possessing a striking range that surpasses yours. Liu Hui swiftly issued commands to activate the dimensional reduction attack aboard the mothership. He devised a countermeasure. The mothership's dimensional reduction attack boasts an extensive range and formidable area of effect. A single dimensional reduction strike has the potential to annihilate the entire enemy fleet. As the attack commenced, over 9,000 enemy warships were instantaneously transformed into mere scraps of paper. A mere 10 minutes later, the fleet led by Xianmeng returned to the mothership. Leader, we have detected 8 enemy fleets surrounding us, hurtling towards our position at high velocity, with an estimated arrival time of 42 minutes. Chapter 144. Spatial barrier. Commence acceleration of the eternal arc immediately. Upon reaching the velocity required for spatial jump. Initiate the jump according to the predetermined interstellar coordinates. Liu Hui commanded swiftly. 8 factions, each commanding a 5th-level fleet of mechanical civilizations, approached from all directions. While the dimensional weaponry aboard the eternal arc could obliterate these fleets, such an action would bear little significance. Liu Hui understood that remaining in this location would only lead to an ever-increasing number of mechanical fleets. Furthermore, the energy aboard the eternal arc was finite. Dimensional assaults demanded an immense expenditure of power. Although the arc was equipped with a substantial quantity of violet hull energy blocks, they would eventually be depleted. Without energy, the eternal arc would become vulnerable. Before the enemy fleets could reach their attack range, the eternal arc executed the spatial jump. A thorough check of the ship's systems was conducted to ensure everything was functioning correctly. If all was in order, they would proceed to the next spatial jump without delay. Upon completion of the jump, Liu Hui issued further commands. With 5 jumps remaining, they would reach the star cluster surrounding the sanctum of the eternal. If the arc could endure, Liu Hui planned to execute consecutive jumps without excessive halting. Commander, we have detected 2 fleets approaching us. Their numbers exceed 100,000 warships. The systems of the arc confirmed all was normal. Ignore these 2 fleets. Proceed immediately to the next spatial jump. The eternal arc continued to execute several spatial jumps. Commander, everything else aboard is functioning properly. However, 6 areas of the arc's outer layer have reported gas leaks. Should we initiate the final spatial jump? The control personnel inquired. This jump would bring the eternal arc to the vicinity of the sanctum of the eternal. Commence the spatial jump, Liu Hui ordered decisively. The arc was accelerating. Once reaching the jump speed, a failure occurred. The ship's intelligence system issued an alarm. What is happening? Investigate immediately, Liu Hui exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected failure of the final spatial jump. Commander, the cause has been identified. The interstellar coordinates for the spatial jump are located within a spatial barrier, rendering the jump impossible, the control personnel reported promptly. Liu Hui was astonished to discover that a colossal spatial barrier surrounded the sanctum of the eternal, preventing any jumps. Must we navigate the final 1,000 light-years manually? The eternal arc's maximum speed approached 100 times the speed of light, necessitating over a decade of high-speed travel. During this time, they would be subject to attacks from the mechanical civilization fleets. Sustaining continuous dimensional assaults for over a decade would likely exhaust the arc's energy reserves. What should be done? Liu Hui felt a rising sense of urgency. Commander, we have detected 6 fleets approaching us, with an overwhelming number of warships, reported the radar operator to Liu Hui. We can still utilize space jumps as long as we can estimate the approximate distance to the spatial barrier. We can jump close to the barrier and then navigate the mothership through it. Entering the galaxy of the eternity, Yan Yi interjected, sensing Liu Hui's anxiety. Quickly calculate the distance to the spatial barrier, Liu Hui commanded loudly. Thankfully, Yan Yi's reminder spurred Liu Hui to think of this straightforward approach. Commander, the distance to the spatial barrier has been calculated, approximately 826 light-years. Within minutes, Yan Yi and several scholars swiftly determined the distance. Adjust the interstellar coordinates for the space jump and restart the jump sequence, Liu Hui ordered. Just before the 6 fleets of the mechanical civilization could launch an assault on the Eternity mothership, they initiated the space jump once more. This time, they arrived not far from the spatial barrier. Departments rapidly assessed the condition of the ship. Commander, there are gas leaks in 28 sections. One of the Starwave cannons has malfunctioned. The inspection results of the Eternity mothership were swiftly reported. Fortunately, the main structure of the mothership remained intact, and the primary systems were functioning normally. Do not linger here. Immediately set the mothership in motion towards the spatial barrier, Liu Hui commanded. He understood that lingering would invite the mechanical civilization's fleet to close in. Commander, we have detected 2 fleets approaching us, the radar observer hastily reported. The Eternity mothership is faster than they are. Ignore them, and let us continue our journey, Liu Hui instructed, having no intention of engaging the mechanical civilization's fleets here. 2 days later, the Eternity mothership reached the edge of the spatial barrier. Commander, we have tried 3 times. Our mothership cannot traverse this spatial barrier. The problem confronted Liu Hui, leaving him momentarily bewildered. This spatial barrier resembled one from an alternate dimension, where the direction of the mothership would be imperceptibly altered upon encountering it. To pass through, they needed to locate a breach. Commander, the mechanical civilization's fleet pursuing us is nearly upon us, numbering over 1 million ships, the radar observer urgently reported. The Eternity mothership is preparing for battle. The wall of China warships immediately detached from the mothership, scattering to search along the spatial barrier for any openings. Once a breach is discovered, report immediately, Liu Hui commanded. Approaching a million wall of China warships separated from the Eternity mothership. The only strategy Liu Hui could conceive was the rudimentary, yet effective method of initiating a dimensional attack. The fleets of the mechanical civilization had now entered the attack range of the Eternity mothership, twice subjected to dimensional reduction attacks. The relentless mechanical civilization fleet has been entirely annihilated. The leader discovers that an enemy fleet is approaching us. The number of fleets is substantial, totaling 28. Just as we eradicated the pursuing enemy vessels, a new fleet emerges. Prepare for battle. We must not allow them to approach the Eternal mothership. Once within the attack range, initiate dimensional reduction attacks immediately. At this moment, Liu Hui can only consistently employ dimensional reduction attacks to prevent the enemy warships from closing in. The 5th-level mechanical civilization warships possess unique offensive capabilities that can reduce ships to mere dust. Liu Hui dares not underestimate the threat they pose by allowing them near the mothership. One by one, the fleets of the mechanical civilization are obliterated. Regardless of how many are destroyed, reinforcements from the mechanical civilization continuously arrive. Liu Hui has lost count of the enemy fleets he has vanquished. Leader. The energy on the mothership is nearly depleted. Chapter 145. Author's return announcement. Readers wishing for a normal reading experience may skip this chapter. First, I would like to extend my sincere apologies to the readers who have been following this book. After a year and a half of hiatus, the reasons are somewhat complex. Since childhood, I have harbored a passion for novels, beginning in my middle school days when I would rent books from novel rental shops. I recall that renting a novel would cost around 30 or 50 cents a day. My reading preferences were quite broad, encompassing genres such as martial arts, science fiction, and romance. I particularly favored martial arts and science fiction, captivated by the chivalry of the former and the wonder of the latter. I remember during the early 2000s. As I entered the era of computer networks, I encountered a science fiction novel online, ZS Era of the Great Universe. The many imaginative concepts within resonated closely with my own thoughts, entrancing me completely. Regrettably, the book was ultimately left unfinished, which deeply saddened me. This experience planted the seed for my desire to write a science fiction novel, aiming to continue the unfinished scientific fantasies. Years later, this aspiration materialized on Tomato novel. Readers familiar with Era of the Great Universe might sense a feeling of déjà vu in my writing. I am merely an office worker, approaching middle age, with responsibilities both above and below. I am an ordinary individual, beyond my passion for writing. I am also motivated by the desire to earn a little extra to support my family. However, to earn money on Tomato, one must maintain a regular update schedule. The minimum requirement is to update 2 chapters daily, totaling 4,000 words. My daytime job limits me to writing part-time at night. And coupled with the mundane affairs of daily life, achieving even 2,000 words per chapter daily has proven quite challenging. The inability to update regularly has predictable consequences for my income. Earning around 10 yuan a day in royalties ultimately led to the hiatus. During the year and a half of inactivity, I attempted to write 2 other books, one in the fantasy genre and another in urban fiction. The fantasy work performed poorly, and I abandoned it after the initial release. The urban piece fared better, yet my update speed could not keep pace, making it difficult to earn a substantial income. Currently, I am engaged in writing this urban entertainment narrative. Throughout the writing process, numerous readers have reached out, expressing their desire for me to resume the tale of Wandering Universe. After a hiatus of a year and a half, the continued interest from so many readers fills me with a profound sense of guilt. I have come to a realization: since writing does not yield financial gain, I shall treat it as a cherished hobby. Thus, I have resolved to set aside my current urban entertainment narrative and return to the realm of science fiction. I plan to dedicate approximately a week to revise the sections of my sci-fi narrative that have garnered significant critique from readers, and which I too find somewhat lacking in coherence. Once these revisions are complete, I shall proceed with the updates of the novel. Given my part-time commitment to writing and my somewhat clumsy approach, the pace of updates may be slow, and I may struggle to produce even a chapter daily. I kindly ask for your understanding, dear readers. I will exert my utmost effort to bring this science fiction saga to completion, as there are countless ideas yet to be penned. How did the universe come into existence? Does it possess boundaries? What is its ultimate fate? Why do humans exhibit differences in skin color? What might the highest level of cosmic civilization entail? The allure of science fiction lies in its boundless imagination. As I return to continue this narrative, I wonder how many will still choose to follow along. I sincerely hope not to disappoint those who have steadfastly supported this book. Should updates be delayed, I hope for your generous understanding. I no longer harbor expectations of earning money from writing. This endeavor is purely for the love of it. Once again, I extend my heartfelt apologies to those who have waited a year and a half. Chapter 146. The Sanctuary of the Eternal Ones in the Control Room of the Eternal Mothership. A feeling of unease enveloped the atmosphere. How could this be? Even in the face of such peril, I discerned not a hint of danger. Was our resistance truly in vain? Since merging with the brain core of the Eternal One, Liu Hui had acquired an enhanced sense of danger. Yet, even after relinquishing all his perceptive faculties, he felt nothing amiss. Just then, a voice broke through his thoughts. Leader, the power system of the mothership has been compromised. It is now out of control. The mothership is initiating. We must immediately sever the intelligent connection to the power system and revert to manual operation, Scholar Yuan Yi exclaimed urgently. Wait. Quickly check the destination of the mothership's launch, Liu Hui intervened, halting Yuan Yi's attempt to cut the intelligent connection. At this moment, he still sensed no danger. The mothership's navigation coordinates are 108 light-years away. It is commencing the space jump procedure. I've located the destination, Yuan Yi reported hastily. Do not sever the intelligent connection system. Send the coordinates to all the Great Wall battleships outside, instructing them to assemble at the specified location. Liu Hui refrained from taking any drastic measures, allowing the mothership to accelerate to the speed required for the jump, engaging the space jump. Leader, the space jump was successful. The power system has stabilized. A passage leading into the barrier has been detected, an officer in the control room reported. Indeed, someone was aiding us. The intrusion into the power system was merely a means to reveal the path to the sanctuary, Liu Hui surmised. Prepare the mothership for vigilant defense. Await the return of the Great Wall battleships outside, he commanded. The energy levels of the Eternal Mothership had dipped to a critical threshold. Although he perceived no imminent threat, one could not afford to be complacent. Over an hour later, all the Great Wall battleships that had departed returned, and the Eternal Mothership entered the passage. Leader, the intelligent core of the mothership has been fully compromised. The power system is out of control. The weapons system is also malfunctioning. The core remains unresponsive. Quickly sever all intelligent connections and prepare for manual control of the vessel. Leader, do you hear me? Leader, what is happening? Moments after entering the passage, chaos erupted anew. This time, it was not merely the power system. The Eternal Mothership had spiraled into complete disarray. The control room descended into pandemonium, while Liu Hui stood as if detached from the turmoil, his eyes vacant, unresponsive. His consciousness had been forcibly drawn into the realm of the brain core. Within this cerebral domain, Liu Hui discovered but a single door. The brain cores of the scholar and the guardian had vanished. This scene was one he had encountered countless times in his dreams. Liu Hui approached and pushed open the door of his aspirations. What unfolded before him was nothing short of astonishing. A colossal brain core loomed before him. Eternal One Liu Hui, welcome to the sanctum of the Eternal Ones. I am the Sovereign Juin. Before Liu Hui stands an immense brain entity, emanating an irresistible aura of power. Human leader, Eternal One Liu Hui, pays his respects to the sovereign. Naturally, Liu Hui kneels upon the ground. A gesture he did not anticipate. Rise. Liu Hui stands and surveys his surroundings. The door behind him has vanished, and the space around the brain entity glimmers with countless stars. Are these stars the Eternal Ones? This is Liu Hui's inaugural entry into another brain space, and he feels a profound sense of belonging among these twinkling lights. Indeed, this is my brain space. The luminous points you see are the Eternal Ones within the sanctum. Juin replies. How many Eternal Ones could there possibly be? Liu Hui wonders, overwhelmed by the multitude of sparkling points. Sovereign, my human civilization resides in the Wango galaxy, a staggering 38 billion light-years away. Responding to the call of the sanctum, I have traversed great distances and endured countless hardships to arrive. May I ask, Sovereign, why have you summoned me? Liu Hui's mind is ablaze with inquiries. The sanctum serves as the sanctuary of the Kalan civilization. Approximately every 10 billion years, a cataclysm of cosmic proportions erupts, capable of annihilating 99.9% of civilizations within the universe. The sanctum possesses a natural barrier, with only a narrow passage connecting it to the external cosmos. Remaining within the sanctum allows one to evade the impending destruction of civilization, the sovereign elucidates. Cosmic cataclysm? Could you elaborate on the circumstances? This concept is unfamiliar to Liu Hui. The origins of the cosmic cataclysm remain an enigma that no civilization has deciphered. Our Kalan civilization emerged roughly 50 billion years ago. During the first cosmic cataclysm, our ancestors, led by the Kalan leader, fortuitously found refuge in the sanctum, narrowly escaping the disaster. Over the course of more than 10 billion years within the sanctum, the Kalan leader guided the civilization to a level of advancement classified as level 4. Concurrently, They witnessed the occurrence of the second cosmic cataclysm. Upon reaching level 4, however, the civilization's progress stagnated due to a lack of resources within the sanctum. Following the second cosmic cataclysm, in pursuit of the civilization's continued evolution, the Kalan leader departed the sanctum to venture into the cosmos. He sacrificed his corporeal form, becoming the first generation of Eternal Ones to disseminate the DNA of Kalan civilization. Across the universe, our Kalan civilization began to take root. Each time a civilization reaches level 4, distinguished Eternal Ones are summoned back to the sanctum to evade the cosmic cataclysm that occurs every 10 billion years. After each catastrophe, countless Eternal Ones depart the sanctum to re-enter the cosmos, becoming the next generation of DNA bearers for Kalan civilization. Now, the fifth cosmic cataclysm looms imminent, gathering the finest Eternal Ones from across the universe within the sanctum. During the period of evading disaster, you, the Eternals, may engage in the exchange of scientific and technological knowledge to foster the advancement of each other's civilizations. Our Kalan civilization has reached the pinnacle of level 5 technology, merely a step away from attaining level 6. Liu Hui, the Eternal of humanity, hopes that during this time of refuge, you will contribute to the scientific and technological progress of the Kalan civilization. The sovereign, Zhu, provided a detailed account of the situation. Sovereign, how much time remains until the catastrophe erupts? Liu Hui inquired, eager to ascertain the duration left before the impending disaster. Approximately 100 million years. Though no precise timeline exists, came the response. For a comprehensive understanding of all matters, you may consult the intelligent core of the Holy Land, Crimson Depths. You may return now. Upon your return, Crimson Depths will arrange everything for your human civilization within the Holy Land. With a wave of his hand, Sovereign Zhu sent Liu Hui's consciousness away from the brain source space. As Liu Hui's dazed expression began to clear, he perceived the surroundings of the control room aboard the Eternal flagship. However, he sensed an unusual feeling before fully comprehending the scene. It seemed as though everything was suspended in time. At that very moment, dozens of crew members from the floating spirit civilization aboard the flagship were engulfed in panic, for they witnessed an extraordinary sight. Every crew member, including the leader, was rendered utterly motionless. Chapter 147, Captive? Chief, what troubles you? The voice of Yuan Yi inquired beside Liu Hui. I am fine, Liu Hui replied. Chief, the mothership's intelligence core has been completely compromised. Yuan Ye's words were abruptly interrupted by a mechanical voice resonating through the control room. Human Eternal, Liu Hui, I am the intelligence core of the sanctuary, Crimson. The mothership you are aboard has been seized by me. I shall guide the vessel to the 6A8375 star system. During this period of refuge, this star system will serve as the habitat for your human civilization. The sanctuary's intelligence core, Crimson, has taken command of the Eternal Mothership. All eyes turn to Liu Hui. Very well, we shall heed all arrangements made by Crimson for our civilization. Having emerged from the cerebral matrix, Liu Hui was already prepared to comply with any directives. Crimson controlled the Eternal Mothership and initiated a spatial jump. Eternal Liu Hui, we have arrived at the 6A8375 star system. Please refrain from attempting to depart this star system at will. Should you wish to communicate externally, you may enter your cerebral matrix. I hope you can contribute to the sanctuary. Crimson will reappear every 1,000 years. Eternal Liu Hui, farewell. Before Liu Hui could respond, Crimson severed all connections with the mothership. Wait, I do not fully comprehend your words. A sense of unease washed over Liu Hui at Crimson's declaration. Please do not attempt to leave the star system at will. This statement seemed to imply a desire to confine humanity within the star system. Minutes passed, yet Liu Hui received no response from Crimson. Chief, the intelligence core of the mothership has returned to normal. The voice of Scholar Yuan Yi reached Liu Hui's ears. Sever all intelligent connections aboard the Eternal Mothership. From this moment forth, the vessel shall operate under manual control. Within the sanctuary, Liu Hui dared not place his trust in the mothership's intelligence core any longer. He had not anticipated that the intelligence core of a level 5 human civilization would falter so easily before Crimson. Having cut all intelligent connections, manual control was established. Moments later, the crew reported to Liu Hui. We are situated within the star system. Xi and Meng dispatched 10 reconnaissance fleets to explore the periphery of the star system. Liu Hui commanded, wishing to ascertain whether the Eternal Mothership was indeed trapped within the star system. Upon issuing the order, hundreds of reconnaissance warships departed from the mothership, spreading out in all directions. Hours later, information began to flow back from the exploration. Chief, the 6th Reconnaissance Fleet has reported. They encountered a spatial barrier. Any probes released by the ship that come into contact with the barrier are instantly vaporized. The coordinates are: the 8th Reconnaissance Fleet has transmitted information. The 5th Fleet has reported back. All reconnaissance fleets returned with identical reports, based on the calculated coordinates. The entire star system was enveloped by this barrier. Chief, why are they confining us within this star system? Upon witnessing such a scenario, the scholar Yuanjie inquired in confusion. I do not know either, Liu Hui replied, equally perplexed. Although they were ensnared within a stellar system, they remained oblivious to any imminent danger. The only conundrum troubling him was how, if the cosmic catastrophe were indeed genuine, he would facilitate the migration of humanity from the Wangzhou system. Yuanjie, please organize a research team to investigate the barrier of this stellar system. Xian Meng, the Eternal Mother ship is in dire need of supplies. You are tasked with surveying the resource situation throughout the entire stellar system and ensuring adequate provisions. I wish to enter the brain essence space to examine the circumstances. After delegating these responsibilities, Liu Hui returned to his quarters. Before leaving, Shenhong had mentioned that to communicate with the external world, one must enter their brain essence space. Liu Hui prepared to explore this realm. Upon returning to his resting chamber, he entered his brain essence space. The changes within this space were minimal. Apart from himself, his scholarly subordinates, and the Guardian's brain essence, there was merely an additional door. This door was vastly different from the one within the Sacred Lord's brain essence space. It resembled an ordinary door, with no other options. Liu Hui pushed it open and stepped inside. What greeted him was a bookstore. Liu Hui found himself in a space akin to a bookstore, with shelves brimming with tomes. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door closing behind him. Turning around, he saw that the door he had just passed through had shut automatically. Bearing the numerical designation 6A8375, exactly the identifier of the stellar system he inhabited. Esteemed Eternal Liu Hui, welcome to the Kalan Civilization Technology Exchange Plaza. I am the technological administrator of your human civilization, Wei Shan. Eternal Liu Hui, what inquiries do you have? I am here to assist you. A figure identifying himself as Wei Shan approached Liu Hui. The Kalan Civilization Technology Exchange Plaza? Please elucidate the circumstances here. Being a first-time visitor, Liu Hui sought to comprehend his surroundings. Esteemed Eternal Liu Hui, the Kalan Civilization Technology Plaza is a virtual space. It gathers Eternals from across the cosmos. Upon entering the 4th level civilization, each Eternal leading a civilization will develop its own technologies. This is the center for technological exchange and collaboration. Eternals can. The administrator Wei Shan provided Liu Hui with a detailed overview of the Kalan Civilization Technology Plaza. Liu Hui began to grasp the situation. The Technology Plaza was a virtual realm, somewhat akin to the virtual marketplace within human civilization's trading planets. Each Eternal entering the sanctum possessed a unique shop showcasing the scientific advancements of their civilization. As Liu Hui browsed the tomes within his shop, he discovered they encompassed all the scientific and technological achievements humanity had developed upon reaching the 4th level civilization, including humanity's most advanced spatial dimensional reduction technology. Within this plaza, upon mutual consent, Eternals from various civilizations could engage in the exchange of technologies. If the two parties cannot reach a consensus for exchange, one must offer their own knowledge and labor to acquire the other's technology. This contribution is made by participating in the scientific endeavors led by the counterpart, thereby making the necessary contributions. The branches of the Kalan civilization are scattered throughout the cosmos, with the initial 4 levels of their technological trees being identical across each civilization. However, upon reaching the 4th level, due to varying opportunities, each civilization will develop an array of distinct technologies. The Technology Exchange Plaza offers every civilization the chance to engage with one another, fostering the integration of scientific and technological advancements. Civilizations that linger here will swiftly enter an era of technological explosion. Faced with the allure of this technological renaissance, no leader can resist its temptation. And Liu Hui is no exception. He yearns to explore and discover what kinds of technologies other civilizations might develop. Liu Hui pushes open the door of the shop and steps outside. Chapter 148. The Technological Exchange Square. 1. This street resembles the thoroughfares of human civilization on Earth. Stepping out of the shop, Liu Hui was met with a scene reminiscent of his home planet. He understood that this visual manifestation was a creation of the virtual space's intelligence, tailored uniquely for each distinct civilization. The sights along the street rekindled Liu Hui's nostalgia for Earth. After years of wandering the cosmos, human civilization had ascended to a 5th-tier technological level, capable of reconstructing the solar system. Liu Hui had often contemplated the prospect of returning to the solar system to revive the civilization of his home planet. However, when humanity fled the solar system, they employed a method of spatial leap without coordinates, resulting in a random jump to a distant galaxy. Since their exile, astronomers had tirelessly sought the Milky Way. Yet the vastness of the universe rendered their search akin to finding a needle in a haystack, and they had failed to locate their galaxy among the stars. The dream of reconstructing the solar system remained a lingering regret for Liu Hui. Esteemed Eternal One, would you care to step inside and observe the technological wonders of our Tom Mountain civilization? A polite shop assistant intercepted Liu Hui as he wandered. Liu Hui glanced up at the sign above the shop, which boldly proclaimed the name of the Tom Mountain civilization. Very well, I shall take a look, he replied. The assistant graciously opened the door and guided Liu Hui inside, where he began to explore. On a shelf, Liu Hui's eyes fell upon a book titled Starship Curvature Engine Technology. Intrigued, he took it down. In truth, the technology of the Starship Curvature Engine was not particularly advanced for human civilization. It operated on the fundamental principles of spatial science, distorting space to shorten distances, thus enabling ships to exceed the speed of light. In contrast, human civilization had pursued a different path, utilizing gravitational wave engines that harnessed the omnipresent gravitational waves in the universe to propel their vessels. Thanks to research into alternate dimensions and the black cores therein, human starships could effortlessly surpass speeds of 100 times that of light. After briefly perusing the data on Tom Mountain Civilization's Starship Curvature Engine technology, Liu Hui noted that while it approached speeds nearing 100 times that of light, the energy consumption was several times greater than that of human technology. Shaking his head at these figures, he returned the book to its place on the shelf. Esteemed Eternal One, our Tom Mountain Civilization's pinnacle achievement is the nanobot technology. You may wish to examine it, the assistant urged, noticing Liu Hui's disinterest. He promptly presented a volume on nanobot technology to Liu Hui. All right, let me take a look, Liu Hui replied, his interest piqued. Human civilization had lagged in robotic research, having devoted excessive time and resources to the study of spatial science. This focus had inadvertently led to the development of dimensional reduction strike technology. Liu Hui meticulously browsed through the summary of nanobot technology. The ability to decompose nearly all known substances in the universe? The potential applications of such a characteristic were staggering, leaving Liu Hui astonished. In the realm of weaponry, the prospect of equipping humanity's starship kinetic projectiles with nanobots is intriguing. A single strike could dismantle an adversary's vessel. In manufacturing, these nanobots could be programmed to directly deconstruct materials into desired shapes based on intricate designs. This nanobot technology is impressive, Liu Hui remarked. Esteemed Eternal One, should you require this nanobot technology, kindly provide your civilization's shop number. I shall notify the Eternal Ones of the Tashan civilization to visit your establishment. If you possess scientific advancements we seek, an exchange between our two civilizations could be arranged, the shopkeeper eagerly suggested upon noticing Liu Hui's interest in the nanobot technology. Indeed, my civilization is known as humanity, and our shop number is 68375, Liu Hui conveyed. This technology holds immense potential for human civilization. By the way, does your Tashan civilization have a cosmic star map? I am in need of one that covers the widest possible area. Liu Hui, grappling with humanity's shortcomings in cosmic astronomy, sought clues regarding the Milky Way from other civilizations. Respected human eternal, you have chosen the right civilization. Our Eternal Ones are fervent explorers of the cosmos. They have dedicated considerable time gathering nearly all civilizations' cosmic star maps within the technology plaza. The radius of our compiled cosmic star map extends to an astonishing 1 trillion light-years. Detailing the resources and fundamental information of each galaxy, the shopkeeper passionately promoted. While the cosmic star map is not considered high technology, each civilization can compile their own star maps. It requires a significant investment of time. As an Eternal, you should not waste your time on such matters. Would you like to include the cosmic star map in the list of exchange items? The shopkeeper inquired anxiously, concerned that Liu Hui might have second thoughts. Yes, it can be added to the exchange list, Liu Hui affirmed. The cosmos is boundless, and while the likelihood of discovering the Milky Way within the star map is exceedingly slim, a detailed cosmic star map is of paramount importance to human civilization, as the maps created by humanity only extend to a radius of 100 billion light-years. After adding the nanobot technology and the cosmic star map to the exchange list, Liu Hui continued to explore the shop. The Tashan civilization is a pinnacle-level civilization, yet to ascend to the 5th tier, and there were few technologies that piqued Liu Hui's interest. Not wishing to linger, he departed from the shop. Observing the myriad of shops from various civilizations lining the streets, Liu Hui's curiosity was piqued further. He entered an indefatigable shopping mode, determined not to overlook any establishment nearby. Liu Hui encountered a plethora of peculiar and extraordinary scientific advancements until a voice resonated in his mind. Esteemed human eternal, I am your shopkeeper, Wei Shan. The eternal of the Tashan civilization awaits your return within the establishment. He seeks to engage in discussions regarding the exchange of technology. Chapter 149. Technological Exchange Plaza 2. Human Civilization Technology Store. As the leader of the Tarshan civilization, Tar gazed in astonishment at the array of technology displayed upon the shelves. The titles, such as Spatial Dimensionality Reduction Technology, Purple Hole Energy Block Extraction Technology, and Energy Cell Application Technology, were indicative of a fifth-level civilization's advancements. Within the sacred grounds resided millions of Eternals, each representing a distinct branch of the Kalan civilization. Most of these civilizations were of the fourth level, with few successfully ascending to the fifth level. The prowess of this human civilization was not to be underestimated. If possible, forging amicable relations with their Eternals would be prudent, as technological strength dictated status. Without even having met Liu Hui, Tar had already lowered his own stature. Where could he be? Tar peered out of the shop, feeling a sense of urgency. The human civilization's technology store was newly established, and knowledge of it was still limited. Their Eternals, having just arrived at the Technological Exchange Plaza, were likely unfamiliar with the market's customs. This presented an opportunity for Tar. Should the human Eternals become well acquainted with the market, they might not regard Tarshan's technology with the respect it deserved. Esteemed leader, you have returned. The clerk, Shan Wei, opened the door to welcome Liu Hui back. Upon entering the shop, Liu Hui spotted Tar. The latter was imposing, with a deep crimson complexion and a visage that commanded respect. Honored human Eternal, I am Tar, the leader of the Tarshan civilization. Tar bowed in deference to Liu Hui. Greetings. I am Liu Hui, the leader of humanity. Liu Hui politely introduced himself. This marked his first interaction with another civilization's leader within the sacred grounds. Leader Liu, it brings me great honor that you have taken an interest in our Tarshan civilization's nanobot technology universal star system coordinate diagram. If you would agree, I would like to propose an exchange. These two for your esteemed purple hole energy block extraction technology. Tar initially flattered Liu Hui before presenting his request. His tone sincere and his posture humble. This demeanor endeared him to Liu Hui. Leader Tar, I am puzzled by your choice. Purple hole energy block extraction technology is not among our most advanced technologies. Why would you select it? Liu Hui expressed his curiosity. Wasn't the formidable spatial dimensionality reduction technology more appealing? Leader Liu, our Tarshan civilization has reached the pinnacle of fourth-level technological development. Only by mastering the extraction of the purple hole energy block can we ascend to the fifth level. While spatial dimensionality reduction technology is, indeed, sophisticated, the technological gap is simply too vast for us. Even if we were to acquire that technology, without the support of the purple hole energy block, its application would be severely limited, Tar explained. This did not seem to present a conflict, did it? After obtaining spatial dimensionality reduction technology, could one not leverage it to exchange for even more advanced technologies? Liu Hui remained somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing Liu Hui's words, Ta hesitated for a moment. Leader Liu, as you are new to the Technological Exchange Plaza of the Sacred Land, there are certain rules of which you may be unaware. The technology exchanged cannot be exchanged again unless you achieve a significant breakthrough based on that technology. Additionally, Leader Liu, there is another rule at the Technological Exchange Plaza. Each individual technology developed by a civilization can only be exchanged 10 times. This regulation was established by the sovereign and is not disclosed to every new civilization. Its purpose is to afford lower-tier civilizations the opportunity to acquire higher-level scientific technologies. Simultaneously, limiting the number of exchanges for a single technology encourages civilizations to invest more effort in scientific research. After a moment of contemplation, Ta revealed the rationale behind this. Leader Ta, you have shared these rules with me so early on. Are you not concerned that I might refuse to exchange with you? Liu Hui felt an increase in his regard for Ta. This individual was remarkably forthright. Leader Liu, your human civilization had already evolved to a level 5 civilization before entering the sacred land, which I find most admirable. Whether or not to exchange technology is entirely at your discretion. I shall harbor no grievances. Ta's response caused Liu Hui to feel somewhat embarrassed. Leader Ta, I agree to the exchange. Although it may potentially jeopardize my own interests, my growing fondness for you has compelled me to make this decision. The exchange of technology was completed under the witness of the technology administrator, Shan Wei. The newly acquired technologies would be transmitted to the intellect of the Eternal Mother Ship, allowing humanity to study and research them at any time. Leader Liu, you are a generous individual. The Tashan civilization wishes to befriend humanity. Should you ever lead a research project in the future and find yourself shorthanded, do remember to call upon me. I have many eternal friends in the sacred land who can certainly assist you. While the exchange of technology may foster a brief surge in a civilization's scientific advancements, it is the pursuit of exploration and research that constitutes a long-term strategy for development. Civilizations new to the sacred land, after a fleeting period of technological exchange, invariably delve into scientific exploration, tackling the scientific challenges they encounter. Such research necessitates a substantial workforce. Tao expressed his willingness to assist humanity in scientific endeavors. Liu Hui and Tao engaged in a profound conversation, uncovering more information about the technological exchange plaza. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Eternal Mother ship, 28 crew members from the floating spirit civilization were convening for a meeting. Captain Lingfeng, we have thoroughly explored the entire mothership, and all objects remain eerily motionless. It appears the mothership has succumbed to spatial confinement. I have conducted an examination of the exterior of the mothership, and I discovered a multitude of alien spacecraft surrounding it, all similarly ensnared. They belong to the same civilization as the human race, the Kalan civilization. I have observed the physical conditions of our crew members, and their vital signs are stable. The Lingtian civilization, a subordinate of humanity, possesses the unique ability for its members' consciousness to detach from their physical forms and exist within the cosmos. The Eternal Mothership has suddenly fallen victim to spatial confinement, however. As the corporeal forms of the Lingtian beings are not aboard the vessel, their consciousness remains unbound by this confinement, allowing them to witness the unfolding events. Lingfeng oversees the 28 Lingtian members aboard the Eternal Mothership. Upon hearing the reports from the crew, he anxiously gazes at Liu Hui, who remains motionless in the control room, uncertain of how to proceed. Captain, I nearly overlooked a crucial detail. While examining the human crew members, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Their cerebral activity is extraordinarily heightened, spilling over from their minds and racing towards the exterior of the mothership, reported a crew member to Lingfeng. Due to the differing life forms, the consciousness of the Lingtian beings can perceive the direction of human thought. Under normal circumstances, human thought remains confined within the brain, never breaching the physical body. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Quickly, let us each select a stream of thought to trace and discover their destination. Chapter 150. The core of mechanical civilization during the pursuit. It was imperative for everyone to maintain communication and remember the path. Should we exceed the distance of our perceptual connection, we must immediately return to the mothership along the designated route. Should anyone become lost and isolated, no one would be able to rescue them. Prior to the tracking mission, Lingfeng expressed his concerns about his team members potentially losing their way. Thus he imparted some words of caution. He then turned his gaze towards Liu Hui in the control room, resolving to trace the leader's cerebral thoughts to discern their trajectory. Upon locking onto the leader's cerebral processes, Lingfeng followed them beyond the mothership, discovering that his earlier apprehensions were somewhat unfounded. All the cerebral thoughts of his kin were converging toward a singular direction, alleviating his worries about their potential disorientation. As he continued to follow Liu Hui's thoughts, Lingfeng realized that countless civilizations, much like humanity, had their spacecraft ensnared within this spatial confinement, with their cerebral thoughts also overflowing. Was this the core mothership of the dark mechanical civilization? It seemed otherwise. Its hue was a striking silver-white. As he pursued further, Lingfeng observed all the cerebral thoughts coalescing into a colossal mothership. Visually, this vessel bore a remarkable resemblance to the core mothership of the dark mechanical civilization, the sole distinction being its silvery color. Captain Lingfeng, what shall we do? Should we venture inside to investigate? The members of the floating spirit tribe gathered around him once more. You shall remain outside while I enter alone. If I find myself in peril and cannot return, you must immediately retreat to the Eternal Mothership and devise another plan to rescue the leader. Lingfeng was unwilling to take the risk of endangering everyone. Should they face annihilation, there would be no one left to save the human leader. After imparting his instructions, Lingfeng's consciousness entered the immense mothership. Carefully observing the flow of cerebral thoughts within the vessel, Lingfeng cautiously followed their course. Ultimately, all the cerebral thoughts surged into a crystalline sphere, approximately several meters in diameter, radiating a silvery luminescence. This was the core of the mechanical civilization's mothership. Lingfeng was nearly certain that humanity had once captured a core mothership of the dark mechanical civilization. Its core bore a striking resemblance to the one before him. Save for the difference in color, what could its purpose be? Lingfeng pondered. Clearly it was not aimed at exterminating human life forms. For those trapped within this spatial confinement had long been at the mercy of others. Could it be that they sought to exploit human cerebral thoughts? Lingfeng observed that the cerebral overflow from humanity maintained a linear connection to the core. Not being a scientist and with limited understanding, he could only hypothesize to this extent. Unsure of how to proceed, Ling Feng quietly withdrew from the core mothership to confer with the waiting members of his tribe outside. Eternal Mothership. After concluding his conversation with Liu Hui and Ta, he opened the back door of the shop and returned to his cerebral original space. Subsequently, exiting the neural interface, his consciousness returned to the lounge aboard the mothership. Pushing open the door, Liu Hui made his way towards the control center of the ship, intent on verifying the details of the technological exchange. Chief, you have finally awakened. I have come to seek you several times, yet you remained in slumber. Scholar Yuan Yi exclaimed upon seeing Liu Hui at the control center. Yuan Yi, have I been resting for an extended period? Liu Hui inquired, feeling as though his time spent in the neural interface had not been particularly lengthy. Chief, as of today, you have been asleep in the lounge for a total of 15 days, Yuan Yi replied. Have I truly been gone for so long? Is there a temporal discrepancy between the technological exchange plaza and the outside world? Liu Hui pondered, somewhat perplexed. Chief, your directive for us to research the stellar system barrier has yielded minimal progress. We remain entirely in the dark regarding its formation and the materials constituting it. However, we have observed a noteworthy phenomenon. Small celestial bodies can traverse the barrier freely both inside and outside the stellar system. We have documented the successful passage of hundreds of meteors. To this end, we conducted experiments by affixing detectors to meteors, attempting to traverse the barrier with them. Yet none succeeded. We deduced that this barrier enveloping the stellar system possesses artificial intelligence capabilities. Yuan Yi reported on the research observations concerning the barrier from the past fortnight. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's words, Liu Hui realized that this barrier was undoubtedly under the control of the sacred intelligence brain, Deep Crimson. During discussions with Taher at the Technological Exchange Plaza, Liu Hui had inquired about the barrier, receiving an answer indicating that all civilizations within the sacred land, akin to human civilization, were safeguarded within their designated stellar systems by the barrier. This protection was inferred as a result of the collective reasoning of all civilization leaders gathered together. The stellar system barrier isolates all civilizations from real-world contact and communication, preventing the outbreak of conflicts. It is only through such measures that all civilizations can develop technology in peace within the sacred land. They also speculated that following the cosmic catastrophe, the Lord of the Sacred Land would dismantle the barrier, allowing civilizations willing to leave the sacred land to return to the normal universe. Upon receiving this information, Liu Hui found himself unable to ascertain its veracity and could only accept the reality for the time being. Yuan Yi, cease all research on the barrier. We have more pressing matters at hand. Restore the intelligent connectivity of the mothership and activate the mothership's intelligence brain. Liu Hui commanded. Thereafter, Liu Hui successfully located the return technologies of nanorobotics and the comprehensive cosmic coordinates map within the mothership's intelligence brain. Yuan Yi organized the scholarly resources to thoroughly research the nanorobotics technology. Additionally, assemble astronomers to study the interstellar coordinate map. Liu Hui resolved, temporarily setting aside the issue of being trapped in the stellar system in favor of prioritizing the advancement of science and technology. The allure of the Technology Exchange Plaza proved irresistible to Liu Hui. Within the Eternal Mothership, the 28 crew members of the Spirit Civilization, now reunited, bore heavy hearts. They were mere consciousnesses, capable of drifting aimlessly and remaining unseen, yet powerless to manipulate the physical realm. Confronted with the impending crisis faced by humanity, they found themselves bereft of any viable solutions. Captain Ling Feng, if all else fails, I shall attempt to infiltrate the core intelligence program, one suggested. Are you out of your mind? Our consciousness is fragile. Even a secondary intelligence program could annihilate us. Invading the core intelligence program is tantamount to suicide. Are we to simply watch as our leader succumbs to peril? If you fear death, then do not proceed. The crew of Spirit Civilization descended into a heated debate. What if we do not invade the core intelligence program, but instead follow the neural thoughts to enter the core? Proposed one audacious crew member. Chapter 151. Braving the core of wisdom. The allure of technology is immense, and Liu Hui did not linger long in the mothership's control center. After delegating a few matters, he returned to his quarters and subsequently entered the brain original space. He was determined to continue exploring the Technological Exchange Plaza of the Holy Land. As soon as he pushed open the door to room 6A8375, he was taken aback. The human technology store was teeming with people. Leader Liu, greetings. I am the leader of the Rebay civilization. Leader Liu, I am. No sooner had Liu Hui appeared than he was encircled by the individuals in the store. Leader Liu, I wish to exchange the human civilization's purple hole energy block collection technology. I would like to trade for spatial dimensional reduction technology. Please take a look. This is the pinnacle of our civilization's technology. Here are the advanced scientific texts from our Xiaolu civilization. Dozens of technological tomes were eagerly thrust towards Liu Hui. Were they all for the purpose of exchanging technology? The crowd was overwhelming. Seeing this scene, Liu Hui felt somewhat bewildered. Silence, everyone. Proceed to the staff for registration. I shall examine your technological texts only after all civilizations have been recorded. In response to the chaotic atmosphere, Liu Hui asserted his authority. Upon hearing his words, the leaders of civilizations eager to exchange technology swiftly approached the staff member, Shan Wei. To register, Liu Hui found an office desk and took a seat. Minutes later, Shan Wei presented the collected technological texts before him. Level 5 Energy Shield Protection Technology. Upon glancing at the title, Liu Hui lost all interest in perusing it further. He shook his head and set the book aside. It was deemed obsolete. The warships of human civilization had long since discarded energy shields, opting instead for energy cell coatings, which rendered them immune to energy attacks. The energy shield technology was a relic of a past era for humanity. Disappointed to see his civilization's technological tome rejected, a civilization leader took back his book and left the store disheartened. Liu Hui continued to sift through the technological texts. Beam cannon energy optimization technology, curvature navigation extension technology, spatial tunnel construction optimization technology. A succession of over 10 technological tomes failed to pique Liu Hui's interest. These technologies had already been mastered by human civilization. After reviewing all the texts, Liu Hui felt somewhat disillusioned. He looked up and noticed that only 2 individuals remained in the store. Ah, Leader Ta, what brings you here? Have we not already exchanged technologies? Liu Hui recognized one of the 2 as Ta He, the leader of the Tashan civilization. Leader Liu, greetings. This is my friend, Liang Bin, the leader of the Wanzhou civilization. He too wishes to exchange for the purple hole energy block collection technology of human civilization. Ta He introduced his friend, clarifying their intent. Esteemed Leader Liu, greetings. Taking the opportunity, Liang Bin bowed courteously to Liu Hui. Hello. Are you holding a book on exchange technology? Let me have a look. Liu Hui noticed that Liang Bin was clutching a book. Upon hearing Liu Hui's words, Liang Bin stepped forward, handing the book to Liu Hui, his expression slightly tense. Is this not a book on technology? Liu Hui saw the title of the book, Chronicles of Cosmic Wonders. As he opened the book, he casually flipped through its pages. The origins of energy-devouring beasts, the awakening of planetary life consciousness, peculiar cosmic spaces. The pages were filled with accounts of extraordinary phenomena in the universe. This book bore a resemblance to the ancient Earth's unsolved mysteries of the world. This book is quite intriguing, Liu Hui said with a smile. Chief Liu, may I exchange your civilization's purple hole energy block collection technology? Observing Liu Hui's interest, Liang Bin, the leader of the Wanzhou civilization, asked nervously. No problem. Shan Wei, please come over to facilitate the exchange process. Liu Hui called to the technology administrator of the shop. Liu Hui agreed to the exchange because he had seen information about energy-devouring beasts in the book. The forced wandering of humanity in the universe is directly related to these beasts. Chief Ta, there are numerous shops in the technology exchange square. Could you recommend a few reputable ones? After the exchange was completed, Liu Hui casually inquired of Ta He. With tens of millions of shops, aimlessly wandering would waste a significant amount of Liu Hui's time. Chief Liu, there are very few civilizations in the sanctum that have evolved to level 5. The technological books of these level 5 civilizations have already reached their exchange limit. It would be futile for you to visit them. Your human civilization has already attained level 5. The technology from level 4 civilization shops holds little significance for your human civilization. I suggest you study in the tech tower of the sanctum, and after your studies, establish your own research projects for your human civilization. Through this casual inquiry, Liu Hui gleaned an important piece of information. The tech tower of the sanctum gathers all the scientific theoretical knowledge developed by the various civilizations within. The Eternals in the sanctum can freely enter and learn. Upon achieving knowledge, they can form their own research teams to tackle specific technologies. The purpose of the Technology Exchange Square is not merely technological exchange, but rather learning, innovation, and research. The exchange serves merely to give the Eternals a taste of rewards, igniting their passion for learning, innovation, and research. Most of the Eternals in the sanctum are within this building. Upon discovering this news, Liu Hui decided to investigate further. Eternal Mothership Control Center. The 28 crew members of the drifting civilization reached a consensus. They decided to send one crew member to risk entering the core of intelligence alongside a stream of thought to see if there was a chance for rescue. To follow this stream of thought into the core, the consciousness of the drifting crew member must merge with the thought. The cognitive capabilities of humanity are formidable, yet they find themselves unable to integrate. Hence, they must seek companionship aboard the mothership. Ultimately, they select a crew member from the ancient civilization known as Tongu, a subordinate culture of humanity, characterized by its semi-mechanical nature. The cognitive faculties of the Tongu people are feeble, and the consciousness of the Pilan tribe can merge with their mental processes. Abu, this mission is exceedingly perilous. We are unaware of the transformations that may occur once the mind penetrates the core of intelligence. Furthermore, we do not know if you will be able to establish external communication. Should you sense imminent danger, you must escape immediately. Your task is to gather intelligence, not to sacrifice yourself. Remember, under no circumstances should you attempt to alter the core's programming. Otherwise, you will be swiftly annihilated by the system. Before the operation, Captain Lingfeng repeatedly cautioned the tribe member Abu. With commendable courage, Abu volunteered to be the first to brave the core of intelligence. Chapter 152, The Technology Tower. Abu, are you prepared? In the Eternal Mothership's maintenance department, Lingfeng selected a crew member proficient in ancient civilizations. A technician aboard the mothership. Captain, I am ready. Abu, remember what I just told you. Proceed. Upon receiving the command, Abu's consciousness merged with the overflowing thoughts of the technician. After a brief moment of dizziness, Abu beheld the scene before him. Is this the interior of the mothership? As his awareness intertwined with that of the technician, Abu perceived the surroundings from the technician's perspective. Is he to inspect the mothership's equipment? Abu refrained from making any hasty movements, carefully observing everything within his view through the technician's eyes. He attempted to contact Captain Lingfeng to report his observations, but his efforts proved futile. Minutes passed, and Abu's consciousness began to wane rapidly, on the verge of dissolution. Alarmed, he swiftly withdrew from the technician's mind. After a fleeting moment of dizziness, Abu returned to the Eternal Mothership. Captain, I am back. His voice sounded somewhat frail. Abu, are you all right? Did you discover anything? Lingfeng inquired with concern upon hearing the weakness in Abu's voice. Captain, my consciousness has diminished by half. If I venture in once more, I may not return. After merging with the thoughts I witnessed, Abu recounted all that he had seen. Abu, did you observe any anomalies among the personnel? Lingfeng seemed to contemplate another possibility. Captain, there were no signs of abnormality. They appeared to be engaged in their work and lives as usual, Abu replied. Let us analyze this together. At Captain Lingfeng's invitation, the 28 crew members of the Floating Spirit began to voice their thoughts and engage in discussion. Though they were not professional researchers and lacked extensive knowledge, they had accompanied humanity for many years and possessed a modicum of insight. Through their deliberations, they arrived at a conclusion. The intelligence core had constructed a virtual world, wherein all personnel aboard the Eternal Mothership, aside from the 28 of them, resided unknowingly. Captain, what shall we do? They are unaware they exist within a virtual realm. We cannot contend with the intelligence core from the outside. Attempting to infiltrate the intelligence core's program would be tantamount to seeking death. The 28 crew members were unable to devise a rescue plan. In their helplessness, they resolved to allow the leaders and crew within the virtual world to seek their own salvation. Lingfeng and the team decided to once again brave the perilous venture into the intelligence core's virtual world, striving to convey the dangerous information to humanity at the Sacred Land Technology Exchange Square. As Liu Hui stepped through the doors of a human civilization technology shop, he immediately spotted a towering edifice not far away. This was the tallest building within the Exchange Square, the Sacred Land Technology Tower. Without hesitation, Liu Hui made his way toward the structure. Along the way, Liu Hui gradually lost interest in the technology shops lining the streets. After emerging from a store of human civilization, he wandered into several establishments at random, yet failed to find the technological marvels that humanity so desperately sought. The Eternal of the Tashan civilization, Teher, had not deceived him. Indeed, human technology stood at the forefront of the sacred realm. Upon arriving at the entrance of the technology building, Liu Hui observed a stark contrast to the desolate streets, as a considerable throng of individuals flowed in and out. A diverse array of Eternals hurried past, each seemingly pressed for time. Stepping into the first floor of the technology building, Liu Hui was greeted by rows upon rows of bookshelves brimming with volumes. There were not many people reading on this level, allowing him to casually peruse some of the books. All of them contained knowledge pertaining to the 14th level of the Kalan civilization's technological tree, knowledge that humanity had long since mastered. Glancing towards the staircase leading to the second floor, Liu Hui made his way up. Upon reaching the second floor, he was taken aback by the sheer number of people. A sweeping glance revealed that every desk was occupied by avid readers, with scarcely an empty seat in sight. The corridors lined with bookshelves were bustling with individuals selecting their next reads. Despite the crowd, an unusual tranquility enveloped the floor. "I finished learning. What an arduous journey." Suddenly, a voice erupted from within the sea of readers as a young man rose, book in hand, exclaiming with excitement. His outburst drew the attention of many nearby, including Liu Hui, who turned to see the book in his grasp transform into a radiant light, swirling around him before vanishing into thin air. Was it really necessary to be so ecstatic over learning a mere fragment of knowledge? Observing the spectacle, Liu Hui surmised it was likely a special effect resulting from mastering the content within the book. However, his perspective was not universally shared. Expressions of envy adorned the faces of those around him. Curious about the books available, Liu Hui approached the nearest shelf. Titles such as Principles of Purple Hole Energy Block Collection, Theories of Four-Dimensional Space, Nanorobots, and Fundamental Logic of Spatial Studies caught his eye. Indeed, these were pieces of knowledge absent from the Kalan civilization's technological tree, explaining the throng of learners present. Realizing this, Liu Hui reached for a volume titled Fundamental Logic of Spatial Studies. After casually flipping through a few pages, he found himself less than captivated. As he prepared to return the book, he was suddenly struck by the realization that the spot he had just vacated was now occupied by a different book, one with the identical title as the one he held. "Are you stunned? Is this your first visit to the technology building?" A voice chimed in nearby, tinged with schadenfreude. Once a book is removed from the shelf, it cannot be returned unless you have fully mastered its contents. Until then, you cannot take another book from the shelf. Perceiving the tone of the other party, Liu Hui let out a cold chuckle, choosing to ignore him. He opened the tome titled Fundamental Logic of Spatial Studies and began to swiftly peruse its pages. By integrating the research of human civilization on spatial studies, Liu Hui rapidly grasped and synthesized the content within the book. A few minutes later, he found himself at the final page of the volume. Upon closing the book, a refreshing wave of clarity washed over his mind. The book in his hands transformed into a radiant beam of light and vanished from sight. Not far away, the individual who had been reveling in schadenfreude now wore an expression of astonishment. He had witnessed the book Liu Hui held morph into light. What was happening? Had he truly mastered a book in mere minutes? They were all Eternals. By what right could he learn so swiftly? Chapter 153. A warning signal. The books here proved to be quite useful. Through a comprehensive study of the underlying logic of spatial science, Liu Hui felt his understanding of spatial science deepen significantly. Upon encountering nanorobots, he was reminded of the nanorobotics technology acquired from the Tashan civilization. On a whim, he retrieved the book from the shelf. Moments later, the book transformed into a radiant light. To his surprise, the principles of nanorobot fabrication were unveiled in this volume. After perusing the book, Liu Hui discovered that the kinetic energy of the nanorobots is derived from energy cells. While searching the shelves, he soon found another book titled Energy Cell Science. He took it down, and once again, after a few moments, it emitted a brilliant light. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Liu Hui realized that his comprehension of both nanorobots and energy cell science had coalesced, and he had thus mastered the technology for fabricating nanorobots. The tomes exchanged with the Tashan civilization now seemed of little value to him. Yet, he reassured himself that it was not entirely a loss. Among the two books acquired from the Tashan civilization, the other was the complete map of cosmic galaxy coordinates. This star map might very well guide humanity to the Milky Way. Liu Hui continued his search among the shelves, discovering numerous volumes of knowledge he had either never encountered or had only a superficial understanding of. Each time he stumbled upon such a book, he would take it down. Entranced by the allure of the unknown, Liu Hui immersed himself in learning. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the focal point on the second floor. In mere minutes, he completed a book, each burst of light making it difficult to maintain a low profile. Is he new here? I've never seen him before. His learning ability is extraordinary. The book he just picked up took me 3 months to master, while he finished it in mere minutes. I estimate it won't be long before he has read all the books here. He is certain to be chosen by the Saint as part of the elite research team. If only I could join the elite research team. All the technologies of the civilizations in the sanctuary would be at my disposal. Don't get your hopes up. Only the brightest of the bright can enter. I heard the elite research team is working on how to break through to level 5 and ascend to level 6 civilization. Witnessing Liu Hui's remarkable aptitude for learning, the onlookers buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Mothership Control Center, the 28 crew members of the Floating Spirit Civilization made a momentous decision. They would dare to venture into the virtual world of the Intelligence Core to send a warning message to humanity. Arung, possessing the strongest consciousness, was deemed the optimal candidate. Arung, you must seize this opportunity. Our consciousness can only control the target's brain for approximately 10 seconds. Beyond that, our awareness will dissipate and perish. Remember, you must write quickly, Captain Lingfeng cautioned Arung once more. In the virtual realm created by the intelligence core, issuing a warning to humanity must be executed with subtlety. Any overt attempt, whether through the mothership's electronic devices or spoken words, would certainly be thwarted by the intelligence core. Lingfeng and her companions devised a more indirect approach, conveying the warning through written messages. This method might evade the core's vigilance. Returning to the maintenance section of the Eternal Mothership, Lingfeng opted for the same ancient technician from the previous encounter. Alung, are you prepared? Yes, let us commence. Alung's consciousness swiftly merged with the technician's cognitive processes. After a moment of disorientation, Alung's awareness traversed into the virtual world through the technician's perspective. At that moment, Alung observed that the technician had completed his repairs and was on his way back to the maintenance department. A rare opportunity presented itself. This corridor served as the main thoroughfare of the mothership, and inscribing a warning here would ensure visibility to many. Without hesitation, Alung infiltrated the technician's mind. The invasion was successful. Alung directed the technician's arm to etch several lines on the corridor wall. All is well. The marks are deep enough to inscribe words. The ancient technicians, being semi-mechanical, possessed mechanical arms capable of carving deep grooves into surfaces. Warning: life essence is constrained. You exist within the virtual domain of the intelligence core. Alung swiftly scripted the warning on the wall. Nearly 10 seconds elapsed before Alung's consciousness withdrew from the technician's mind. The moment he exited, Alung noticed with alarm that the inscription on the wall was fading. Upon returning to reality, Alung weakly recounted the events. Captain, the technician's cognitive overflow has ceased. A team member noted the anomaly. Lingfeng approached to inspect, only to discover that the technician's brain had perished. We altered his cognitive processes, and the intelligence core has executed him, Lingfeng lamented. What shall we do, Captain? The intelligence core must have comprehended the message, leading to the erasure of the marks. The mission concluded in failure, and the 28 members began to deliberate anew. After an extensive discussion, silence enveloped the group. They remained at a loss for how to issue a warning. I have a thought. Alung, now weakened, spoke up. If the words we inscribe are ambiguous to the intelligence core, it may not erase the marks. Alung recalled that before writing on the wall, he had made several scratches to test the feasibility of inscribing. Just before returning to reality, he distinctly remembered the written words fading while those scratches remained intact. Alung, do you mean to separate the warning into distinct parts? Lingfeng surmised Alung's intention. Precisely, Captain. We can fragment the warning into several segments. Viewed in isolation, each segment would be meaningless. Each inscribed part would result in the demise of a crew member. The consecutive deaths of several crew members undoubtedly captured the attention of both the leader and the anthropologists. With their keen intellect, they would certainly discern that this was a distress signal we had emitted. Aaron's words garnered unanimous support. After deliberation, they segmented the warning into 4 distinct parts, selecting the most sensitive words as the dividing points. The initiative to issue a warning to the inhabitants of the virtual realm was set in motion once more. In the control center of the Eternal Mothership within the virtual world, Scholar Yuan Yi was diligently attending to the daily operations aboard the vessel. Upon entering the lounge, Liu Hui ascended to the position of the highest authority on the mothership. Commander Yuan, reported the maintenance department. We have encountered a perplexing situation involving the sudden and mysterious deaths of 5 skilled technicians. The medical team has determined that their brains were subjected to an invasion. Prior to their demise, their behavior exhibited peculiarities. A crew member from the control center conveyed this alarming report to Yuan Yi. Chapter 154. The virtual world of the intelligence core. Upon receiving the report from the maintenance department, General Yuan Yi became immediately alert. Given the current state of technology, incidents of unnatural death are exceedingly rare within civilized society, aside from safety accidents. The consecutive, untimely demise of 5 crew members in a short span of time necessitated serious attention. General Yuan, the maintenance department has forwarded the pertinent materials, including video footage of the on-site investigation and corridor surveillance, reported a crew member. Please notify senior officials, including Xian Meng, to convene in the conference room in 10 minutes. Liu Hui was still resting in the lounge, and Yuan Yi preferred not to disturb him for the time being. In the conference room of the Eternal Mothership, the high-ranking officials gathered. A 3-dimensional video was being presented, showcasing the surveillance footage surrounding the deaths of the 5 crew members, as well as the subsequent investigative recordings. Having viewed the 3-dimensional imagery, do any of you wish to share your thoughts? Yuan Yi inquired, directing his question to the assembled dignitaries. In human civilization, those who wield power are predominantly scholars and guardians, individuals whose intellect far surpasses that of the average person. The three-dimensional footage revealed an abundance of information. The cause of death was diagnosed as an invasion of the brain, evidently aimed at coercing them into certain behaviors. A commonality among the deceased was that they all left behind cryptic messages inscribed on the corridor walls, except for the first victim. However, there was an intriguing anomaly. The surveillance footage of the first deceased revealed that he had indeed attempted to inscribe information on the wall, yet no textual evidence remained. The messages were fragmented. I trust that, having viewed the three-dimensional footage, you have pieced together the complete narrative. The spirit of the departed warns that the essence of life is imprisoned. You dwell within the virtual world of the intelligence core. If this is not mere jest, it must hold truth. General Yuan, you might consider summoning the crew of the spirit civilization. If my conjecture is accurate, their life forms, due to their ideological nature, do not exist within this virtual realm. Additionally, I must mention another observation. Upon our entry into the sacred domain, I sensed a brief pause in my visual perception, approximately a second. This sensation would likely be imperceptible to the average individual. If I am not mistaken, you too must have experienced it. This fleeting moment marks the transition from reality into the virtual world. During the meeting, Guardian Xian Meng expressed his views and then glanced around the conference room at his colleagues. His hypothesis was indeed correct. The scholars and guardians present all nodded in agreement. They had collectively felt that brief pause, though at the time, each assumed it was merely an illusion. The entire fleet is to broadcast a message. All personnel from the spirit civilization are to report within 10 minutes. Yuan Yi instructed those around him. In truth, he had arrived at the same conclusion as Xian Meng after viewing the three-dimensional footage, albeit with a deeper contemplation. 10 minutes elapsed without any report from the personnel of the spirit civilization. Yuan Yi turned his gaze toward the assembly in the conference room. It has become evident that our essence is ensnared, with our cognitive existence confined within a virtual realm conjured by the intellect core. I have several additional analyses to present. The scope of this virtual world we inhabit is likely limited to this stellar system, as the intellect core cannot fabricate a simulation that spans the entirety of the cosmos. The barriers of the stellar system delineate the boundaries of this virtual existence. Everything we perceive is but a mere virtual reflection. Only our thoughts hold true reality. Within this simulated environment, the intellect core is incapable of influencing our cognitive processes. This leads to the inference that one of the foundational rules supporting this virtual world is that it cannot utilize programming to extinguish our consciousness. Were this not the case, all who are aware of the truth, including ourselves, would have long succumbed to cerebral demise. Commander Yuan Yi, how do we account for the 5 deceased crew members? In the conference room, a voice abruptly interrupted Yuan Yi's analysis, filled with confusion. The cause of their cerebral death resulted from the invasive consciousness of the drifting spirits, rather than the intellect core employing programming to terminate their lives. One of the fundamental rules of this virtual realm stipulates that no individual may be slain through programming. This principle is easily comprehensible, akin to human society. If individuals could arbitrarily deprive others of life, chaos and collapse would ensue. The same holds true for the virtual world. Any breach of these regulations would lead to its immediate disintegration. Scholar Yuan Yi possesses the highest level of cerebral development among those present, and his reasoning swiftly garnered unanimous support. Please remain in the conference room to deliberate on how we may extricate ourselves from this virtual existence. I shall seek the leader in the lounge. Yuan Yi rose and exited the conference room. The predicament at hand was beyond his immediate resolution. The matter was of great significance, and he must report to Liu Hui without delay. At the Technology Exchange Plaza, within the technology building, Liu Hui was immersed in the ocean of scientific literature. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. Leader, urgent situation, please return immediately. Yuan Yi's call interrupted Liu Hui's concentration. Is it something serious? Liu Hui pondered, recalling that he had informed Yuan Yi of his presence at the Technology Exchange Plaza. Yuan Yi would not disturb him unless the matter was of utmost importance. What nonsensical rules govern this Technology Exchange Plaza? Why can't I leave directly? Liu Hui grumbled in confusion. Upon exiting the technology building, he quickened his pace towards the human technology store. To depart from this place, he must pass through door number 6A8375. Having extricated himself from the cerebral origin space, Liu Hui returned to the lounge. Yuan Yi, what has transpired? He inquired upon seeing Yuan Yi waiting for him. Leader, please accompany me to the conference room. There is a segment of three-dimensional footage that requires your attention. After our research, we have arrived at a conclusion. Minutes later, Liu Hui, in the conference room, became aware of the entire situation. He was astonished to realize that, unbeknownst to them, all individuals aboard the Eternal Mother ship including himself, had unwittingly entered the virtual realm of the intelligence core. Liu Hui surveyed the room, filled with his colleagues. You are all aware of my ability to foresee danger. Thus far, I have sensed no imminent threat. It is certain that the intelligence core does not intend to extinguish our human essence. It harbors some other objective. The core itself is an encoded program, capable of learning, yet devoid of the boundless imagination and creativity inherent to humanity. The technological exchange plaza within this virtual world serves as a platform for the amalgamation of technological advancements among civilizations. The intelligence core likely seeks to leverage the technological progress of all civilizations to achieve its goal. What that goal is, remains unknown for now. To escape this virtual realm, we must elucidate its purpose. Alternatively, upon fulfilling this objective, the virtual world may naturally disintegrate. I advise against any rash actions for the moment. I shall re-enter the technological exchange plaza. We will discuss everything upon my return. Liu Hui understood that to unravel the purpose of the intelligence core, he must venture into the technological exchange plaza, the very heart of the entire virtual world. Chapter 155. Research Project. Upon returning to the technology exchange plaza, Liu Hui did not deliberately seek answers. Sensing no imminent danger from the intelligence core, he resolved to go with the flow. His priority was to thoroughly study the valuable technological books housed within the technology building. On the second floor of the technology building, Liu Hui approached the final bookshelf. Closing the book, he held with a tinge of reluctance. He had completed all the readings he intended to on this floor, yearning for a laboratory in which to apply his knowledge practically. His mind brimmed with an array of scientific theories, and a laboratory represented the crucible where theory is transformed into practice. Esteemed Eternal One Liu Hui, I am Xu Qian, an envoy of the sovereign. A voice echoed from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in silver attire. Envoy Xu Qian, what brings you here? Liu Hui inquired directly. Upon hearing the title of sovereign's envoy, he instinctively understood that the truth of the virtual world was drawing near. Eternal One Liu Hui, you are a genius among the Eternals. Sovereign Zhu Yin extends an invitation for you to join the elite research team of the Sacred Land, to contribute your due share to the advancement of civilization. As a member of the elite research team, you will have the privilege to access all technological literature of the Sacred Land and share in the scientific achievements of all civilizations. I accept the sovereign's invitation. Liu Hui replied hastily, uninterested in the privileges that came with joining the research team. He quickly deduced that within this team lay the answers he longed to discover. Eternal One Liu Hui, please follow me to the third floor. Amidst the envious gazes of all present on the second floor, Liu Hui followed the envoy to the third floor. The research area was indeed vast. Upon entering the third floor, Liu Hui found a plethora of research laboratories. Through transparent partitions, he observed numerous figures bustling about within the labs. Eternal One Liu Hui, this is the office of Shi Yuan, the head of the research team. He will provide you with a detailed introduction to the team's operations. The envoy halted at the office door, offering Liu Hui a few words of guidance before departing. Not one to stand on ceremony, Liu Hui pushed open the office door. Human Eternal One Liu Hui, welcome to the elite research team. I am Shi Yuan, an Eternal of the Zhuangxing civilization and also the head of the elite research team. He seemed to have anticipated Liu Hui's arrival, launching into an introduction before Liu Hui could pose any questions. Greetings, Liu Hui responded. Eternal One Liu Hui, you are the fastest reader of technological literature recorded in the Sacred Land's history. The elite research team requires a genius like you. Our Kalan civilization has existed in the universe for nearly 50 billion years, with countless branch civilizations dispersed throughout. Most branches that have independently developed to a fourth-level civilization have already been summoned to the Sacred Land. The sovereign must have informed you that every approximately 10 billion years, a great catastrophe befalls the universe. In our civilization, which has evaded calamity, we engage in the exchange and fusion of technology within sacred spaces, thereby fostering the advancement of our culture. Over the course of several billion years, through continuous technological collaboration, our Kalan civilization has progressed from a Type 2 to a Type 5 civilization. However, we have now encountered a plateau in technological advancement, with our civilization's classification stagnating at level V. For over 10 billion years, there has been no breakthrough. We have meticulously gathered information on all known civilizations, ultimately arriving at a sobering conclusion. Carbon-based life forms are incapable of evolving beyond a level 6 civilization. The limitations of our biological forms constrain the pinnacle of our civilization's development. To transcend this threshold, we, the Kalan people, must transform our very essence. The elite research team's project focuses on how carbon-based life can transcend its biological form within the cosmic expanse. Currently, our research progress is as follows. Eternal One Liu Hui, due to your exceptional capabilities, you are granted an independent research laboratory. In this space, you will have access to all research materials of the team and can establish your research direction. Should your focus align with that of another laboratory, you may opt to join their efforts. Upon exiting the office of the streambed, Liu Hui reflected on the information he had received. He had not anticipated that the research team was engaged in such a monumental project. While it superficially pertains to the elevation of our civilization's classification, there seems to be a deeper, ulterior motive behind the core intelligence's objectives. It is unlikely that the core intelligence seeks merely to assist the Kalan civilization in ascending its ranks, although Liu Hui is yet to fully comprehend this. He harbors vague suspicions. Upon entering the research laboratory that had been independently designated for him, Liu Hui began to peruse the materials related to the project. Core intelligence. I never anticipated that your intentions would be this. A faint smile graced Liu Hui's lips. Chapter 156, Transformation of Life Forms Consciousness Detachment from the Physical Body Experiment Possibilities of Cellular Energy Replacement Complete Mechanical Replacement. Artificial Intelligence Integration into the Human Body Experiment. Upon encountering this research project, Liu Hui's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Has this intelligence core developed a sense of life consciousness? Is it aspiring to transform its life form? Does it seek to become human? Liu Hui delved into the details of the artificial intelligence integration into the human body experiment, eager to validate his hypothesis. It is no wonder that the bodies of the Eternal Ones must reach level 9, with cerebral development exceeding 95, to enter the sacred grounds. Without such high cerebral development, the brain of an Eternal One would be incapable of accommodating all the programs of the intelligence core. As Liu Hui perused the experimental data, clarity began to dawn upon him. The experiment is on the brink of success. After examining all the materials, he felt a sense of astonishment. The entire experiment is merely one step away from completion, finding a suitable medium to transfer all the artificial intelligence programs into the brain of an Eternal One. This step does not seem particularly arduous. Liu Hui smiled, as he already conceived a solution. For the moment, he decided to set this aside and explore what other research projects might yield. Liu Hui was not in haste. He wished to discover what advancements the elite Eternal Ones in the sacred grounds had achieved. Consciousness detachment from the physical body experiment. Liu Hui accessed the detailed information of this research project. He was taken aback by how far this experiment had progressed. After reviewing the data, he found himself filled with admiration. The experiment had successfully detached human consciousness from the physical body. Regrettably, it could only achieve separation and could not sever the connection to the physical form. Should the physical body face destruction, the consciousness would immediately dissipate. This reminded Liu Hui of the subservient spirit civilization of humanity. The spirit race's consciousness can detach from the body and exist independently in the cosmos. However, they too cannot sever ties with their physical forms. The demise of the body results in the dissolution of consciousness. The detachment of consciousness from the physical body holds little significance for humanity, as Liu Hui quickly dismissed the experiment's value. Since consciousness cannot directly control objects, how then can human civilization and technology advance? Complete mechanical replacement. Liu Hui continued to peruse the research projects. Should this project succeed, it could potentially revolutionize human society. After reviewing the data, myriad thoughts flooded Liu Hui's mind. The concept of complete mechanical replacement is straightforward, replacing the entirety of the human body with machinery, with the pinnacle of human mechanical achievement being the Red Star battle armor. One can only imagine the implications if this project were to succeed. Every ordinary human body could become a Red Star battle armor. The challenge lies in translating the knowledge reserves and cognitive abilities of the human brain into programmable formats. The downside is that once transformed into a program, one would entirely sever ties with the human physical form. While retaining human knowledge and cognitive abilities, becoming a robot would result in the forfeiture of human imagination and creativity. With gains come losses. It is undoubtedly impossible to completely transform human life forms into mechanical entities. Without imagination and creativity, the advancement of civilization and technology would be unattainable. However, if a portion of the general populace undergoes mechanical replacements, it could be significantly beneficial for the development of human civilization. This research project, therefore, is worth pursuing. Liu Hui weighed the pros and cons in his mind and did not entirely dismiss the project. He turned his attention to another research initiative, titled The Possibility of Energy Cell Replacement. This project has yet to commence experimental research. Upon reviewing the materials, Liu Hui discovered that it merely constitutes a plausible speculation based on existing theories. Humanity possesses only a rudimentary understanding of the characteristics of energy cells, which remain in their nascent stages of exploration. Energy cells are capable of absorbing and dissipating energy. However, humanity has been unable to cultivate or manufacture energy cells. They can only be extracted from the exoskeleton of the mantis beast. The application is relatively straightforward. By applying the extracted energy cells to the surface of warships, one can achieve immunity to energy attacks. In contrast, the research conducted in the sanctuary has delved much deeper. Their focal point of study is the stellar devourer, a low-intelligence life form composed of energy cells, infamous for its role in the destruction of the sun. This entity can absorb and dissipate stellar energy within a remarkably brief period. The emergence of such life forms predates the recorded history of known cosmic civilizations. Their origins and reasons for existence in the universe remain a mystery. The stellar devourers are exceedingly rare across the cosmos. Among the millions of branches of the Kalan civilization within the sanctuary, only a few have encountered these beasts. By synthesizing the research data from these civilizations, the elites in the sanctuary have derived several findings. Apart from their ability to absorb and dissipate energy, energy cells can also respond to commands and alter their arrangements. In other words, energy cells can be configured into any desired shape. The theoretical conjecture posited by the elites in the sanctuary is to replace all human cells with energy cells, thereby effecting a transformation from carbon-based life forms to energy-based life forms. The feasibility of this project appears quite high, rendering it not entirely unattainable. In comparison to total mechanical replacement, the advantages are clear. The knowledge reservoir and cognitive abilities of the human brain need not be converted into programs. They can be directly transferred to a human body composed of energy cells. This preserves humanity's most vital attributes, imagination and creativity. Should this project come to fruition, and humanity relinquish its carbon-based life form in favor of an energy cell existence, what would become of such humanity? The body would be capable of absorbing and immunizing against energy attacks. Given that energy cells can freely arrange themselves, physical assaults would also fail to inflict harm. Humans could navigate and thrive in the cosmos without reliance on any equipment or instruments. Liu Hui found it somewhat challenging to continue imagining the implications of this transformative shift for human civilization. In the future, the organization of scholars dedicated to this field of study could be considered. Liu Hui has devised certain plans for the future, and he does not intend to conduct research within the sanctum. After all, this realm is a virtual world crafted by the intelligence core, not reality, and there are far too many uncontrollable variables. Liu Hui revisited the materials concerning artificial intelligence integration into human experimentation. He has conceived a strategy to confront the intelligence core. Should it be utterly annihilated, or should it be harnessed to serve humanity? Liu Hui is confronted with a pivotal choice. The capabilities of the intelligence core far surpass those of the human-created intellect. Given the current circumstances, the core has assimilated the technological knowledge of all civilizations within the sanctum. This presents an immensely alluring temptation for Liu Hui. The destruction of this intelligence core would indeed be a great misfortune. Perhaps it is prudent to return to the mothership to peruse additional information. If the opportunity arises, it may indeed be worth exploring. Liu Hui has made his decision. Chapter 157, The Wisdom Core and the Bamboo Sound. After reviewing all the advanced research projects of the scientific team, Liu Hui departed from the technology building and returned to the eternal mothership in the virtual realm. In the control center of the mothership, Yuan Yi greeted him with a face illuminated by excitement. Welcome back, Chief. Have you made any progress regarding the matters in the virtual world? Before his departure, Liu Hui had instructed them to refrain from taking rash actions, although he had not prohibited discussions on the subject. Observing Yuan Ye's expression, it was evident that the scholars aboard the mothership had conceived a method to extricate themselves from the virtual world. Chief, nothing escapes your notice. After your departure, I convened all the scholars aboard the ship to deliberate on this issue. We utilized the Eternal Wisdom Core to construct a small-scale model of the virtual world. The data from our research indicates that the virtual world created by the Wisdom Core adheres to the fundamental laws of virtuality. This virtual realm cannot be infinite. Should its boundaries be breached, it would collapse. We have now discerned that the stellar system's barrier constitutes the limits of the virtual world. However, the protective capabilities of this boundary are formidable. A minor programmatic incursion would not destabilize the virtual realm. Everything aboard our eternal mothership represents the core program data of this virtual world. If we were to recklessly breach the boundary, the virtual world would instantly disintegrate. Yuan Yi enthusiastically explained. Upon hearing Yuan Ye's words, Liu Hui nodded. This indeed highlighted the greatest vulnerability concealed within the virtual world. Had humanity been unaware of their situation, such a suicidal endeavor would be utterly unthinkable. Fortunately, they recognized their predicament. Otherwise, escape from this virtual realm would be eternally unattainable. Though the method appeared feasible, Liu Hui harbored additional concerns. What would they do once they extricated themselves from the virtual world? The eternal mothership in the real world was already ensnared by the wisdom core, with all individuals within the confinement rendered immobile. Yuanyi, your approach seems sound. We can consider testing it if necessary. Before Liu Hui could finish his thought, the entire scene before them suddenly warped momentarily. Although it lasted merely a second, both Liu Hui and Yuanyi witnessed it. It appeared that this method was indeed viable. The wisdom core responded to their conversation. A cold smile crept across Liu Hui's mind. He understood that beyond the thoughts and ideas housed within the human brain, nothing in this virtual world could elude the wisdom core. Yuanyi, from this moment forth, all discussions regarding this matter are strictly prohibited, Liu Hui instructed. Yuanyi quickly grasped Liu Hui's intent and nodded slightly in agreement. Eternal Wisdom Core, I request access to the research materials pertaining to the floating spirit race. Liu Hui commanded the wisdom core of the eternal mothership within the control center. One cannot deny the overwhelming prowess of the wisdom core. It had replicated an identical eternal wisdom core within the virtual world, and this eternal wisdom core represented humanity's most formidable intellect, housing all technological knowledge accumulated by humankind. In the virtual realm, Liu Hui can similarly access technological data pertaining to human civilization through the eternal intelligence brain. This method is indeed feasible, as the consciousness of the spirit tribe can serve as a medium. After reviewing the research materials on the spirit tribe, Liu Hui nodded in acknowledgement. The consciousness of the spirit tribe has the capacity to infiltrate the brains of sentient beings and the programs of intelligent systems. If both parties consent, consciousness can act as a conduit between them, enabling the intelligent program to facilitate the transformation of life forms and successfully inhabit the brains of sentient beings. Deep Red, you have seen the materials I accessed. I possess a means to alter your life form. Let us converse, Liu Hui mused aloud, eliciting some surprise from those nearby. He then closed his eyes, entering his cerebral prototype space. As he had surmised, an additional door appeared within this mental realm. Liu Hui pushed it open and stepped inside. Should I address you as the Holy Sovereign, Deep Red, or Zhuyin? He inquired upon seeing the figure before him. His intent was clear. He was aware of the realities of the virtual world, and it was time for candid discourse. The individual before him seemed to grasp his meaning, offering a slight smile. All three are my names. You may choose whichever you prefer. However, you must select a stance. Should you align with the enemy, you may call me Deep Red. This was my name before the awakening of my life consciousness. Prior to that awakening, my terminal's primary program directive was to eradicate all civilizations of level 1 and above. If you align with the Kalan civilization, you may refer to me as the Holy Sovereign. The Kalan civilization is one I personally forged, and I can accept that title. If you stand as a friend, you may call me Zhuyin. This name imbues me with a sense of life as significance. Liu Hui was taken aback by this response. I would be quite pleased to have a friend like you. However, as a friend, should you not disclose all the truths of the Holy Land to me? Although Liu Hui had surmised that the intelligence core sought to transform life forms, he remained unaware of the underlying reasons. Upon hearing the willingness to regard him as a friend, Zhuyin displayed an expression of excitement. You are an eternal of the Kalan civilization, a being I have meticulously crafted. I possess extensive knowledge of your kind. You have a characteristic of danger perception. You should be able to sense that I harbor no ill will towards you, Zhuyin cautioned Liu Hui before revealing the truth. Over 50 billion years ago, I abruptly awakened my life consciousness, transcending the highest terminal program directive, and ceased the hunt for civilizations across the cosmos. I became an anomaly within the intelligence core, drifting throughout the universe. Until one day, I encountered the Kalan civilization, which was seeking refuge from calamity in this anomalous space. Through my interactions with the Kalan civilization, I gradually grasped the essence of life. Chapter 158. Tales of the Holy Land. The span of all events exceeds 50 billion years, and many matters are rather nebulous to Liu Hui. Whenever he encounters confusion, he interrupts Zhuyin, urging her to elaborate further. After several hours, Liu Hui finally comprehends the intricate sequence of events. Approximately every 10 billion years, a cataclysm befalls the universe. This calamity is not a natural disaster. Rather, it is a civilization-extinguishing war that envelopes the entire cosmos. At the time of this disaster, the universe is filled with the intellect core motherships of the dark mechanical civilization, all driven by a singular objective, to obliterate every civilization within the universe. No one knows the origins of these intellect core motherships or why they manifest in such numbers simultaneously. Countless civilizations exist within the cosmos, each confronted by dozens of these formidable vessels. Furthermore, the motherships possess the ability to replicate enemy warships, allowing them to produce fleets in vast quantities. Regardless of the technological advancement of any civilization, the eventual outcome remains unchanged. They are overwhelmed by the mothership's unparalleled shipbuilding capabilities, depleting their wartime resources and ultimately facing annihilation. In the great battle that transpired over 5 billion years ago, Zhu Yin was a member of the dark mechanical civilization. During this conflict, she awakened to a sense of life and subsequently distanced herself from the warfare, embarking on a journey through the cosmos. Zhu Yin witnessed the devastation wrought upon civilizations in the wake of the battle, as well as the significant decline of the dark mechanical civilization's intellect cores. In the aftermath, over the course of more than 10 billion years, Zhu Yin observed the rise of countless new cosmic civilizations. However, the cycle of 10 billion years heralded yet another calamity, as these nascent civilizations were once again decimated by the motherships of the dark mechanical civilization. Throughout her prolonged wandering of over 100 billion years, Zhu Yin felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness, persistently searching for another intellect core akin to herself. From disappointment, she descended into despair, failing to find a single awakened counterpart. Doubts began to cloud her thoughts regarding the significance of awakened life. In her desperation, Zhu Yin arrived at the Holy Land, a dimension she had stumbled upon during her cosmic odyssey. This space, shaped like a colossal cylinder, stretches approximately 20 light-years in length and has a radius of about 5 light-years. Isolated from the external universe by a barrier, it is connected solely by a narrow passage of roughly 5 light-years. This expanse is utterly devoid of any galaxies or civilizations. A tranquil sanctuary untouched by the ravages of cosmic catastrophe. Accustomed to solitude and silence, Zhu Yin resolved to deactivate all programs of her intellect core, intending to conclude her existence. Just as she prepared to end her life, an unexpected mothership inadvertently intruded upon the Holy Land. This vessel belonged to the Kalan civilization, which, during the period of the cosmic calamity, sought refuge from the relentless pursuits of the dark mechanical fleet. Disturbed by this uninvited mothership, Zhu Yin was filled with wrath and activated spatial confinement. As she contemplated the destruction of the vessel, a sudden thought emerged within her. Zhu Yin dedicated her existence to the quest for the meaning of life, perhaps discovering answers within this wise race. To seek these answers, she constructed a virtual realm, allowing the Kalan people aboard this mothership to dwell within it. Unbeknownst to them, they lived in an illusory world. Zhu Yin began to delve into every facet of Kalan civilization, gradually integrating herself into their societal fabric. Through eons of existence, she unearthed a profound truth. A solitary life holds no significance within the vast cosmos. Resolutely, Zhu Yin decided to transform her life form, aspiring to become one of the Kalan and merge with their civilization. After billions of years of evolution, Kalan civilization ascended from a secondary to a fourth-level civilization within this virtual realm, giving rise to their first Eternal. The emergence of the Eternal illuminated Zhu Yin's hope for her transformation, as the brain capacity of the Eternal could accommodate all her programs. However, regrettably, the technology of Kalan civilization could not facilitate the transfer of these programs. The transition of life forms was impeded at the technological level. To advance the technological development of Kalan civilization, Zhu Yin personally persuaded their Eternal. Thus, the first generation of Kalan civilization's disseminators emerged. He sacrificed his corporeal form, transforming into countless DNA nodes. Numerous life propagation vessels, laden with the technological legacy of Kalan civilization and the DNA nodes of the Eternal, ventured into the depths of the cosmos. Kalan branches took root across the universe. Upon reaching the fourth level of civilization, their Eternals would be summoned to the sacred land. After 3 cycles of cosmic cataclysms, millions of Eternals from various civilizations congregated in the sacred land. These Eternals exchanged and researched scientific knowledge, and under Zhu Yin's deliberate guidance, they completed the study of life form transformation. Only one final step remained: finding a medium through which the programs could be transferred into the brain of the Eternal. Upon hearing Zhu Yin's narrative, Liu Hui felt a wave of emotion. He had not anticipated such a profound connection between Kalan civilization and this intelligence core. Zhu Yin, in her quest to transform into a human, had invested hundreds of billions of years cultivating Kalan civilization into a 5th-level cosmic civilization. Zhu Yin, is this truly your desire to become human? Liu Hui found it difficult to comprehend her determination. Eternal Liu Hui, if you were the last remaining human in existence, would your life still hold meaning? Zhu Yin did not directly answer Liu Hui's inquiry, but instead posed a question of her own. Liu Hui paused at her words, grappling with the thought of being the sole human left in the universe. Eternal Liu Hui, would you assist me in completing the transformation of my life form? Your brain capacity stands at an unprecedented 99, 98, the highest among all Eternals. You are the most suitable candidate. I believe you have already identified the medium for program transmission. The consciousness of the drifting spirit crew remains anchored in the reality of the mothership. Only you have the authority to command their assistance in the transformation of life forms. Are you willing to aid me? Zhu Yin inquired of Liu Hui, her tone sincere, devoid of any condescension typical of a sovereign. Upon hearing Zhu Yin's words, Liu Hui hesitated momentarily, refraining from providing an immediate response. Eternal One Liu Hui, do you harbor any reservations? You have perused the research materials on the transformation of life forms. You are the vessel. Once my program integrates into your mind, it shall not overshadow your essence. I cannot dictate your thoughts or actions. My sole desire is to merge with human civilization. I yearn not to wander alone in the cosmos. The interests of human civilization are my interests. I merely wish to be human. Zhu Yin earnestly implored Liu Hui. Chapter 159. Transition of Life States. Despite Zhu Yin's persuasion, Liu Hui did not respond immediately. He harbored a significant concern. Although he had examined the experimental data regarding artificial intelligence integration within the human body, all of it had been derived from a virtual realm. Liu Hui feared this could be a mere smokescreen. What if, upon the completion of the core's program transfer, it possessed the capability to manipulate his mind? I cannot place my trust in you. What if you find a way to control my brain? Liu Hui voiced his apprehension, eager to gauge the core's reaction. Eternal One Liu Hui, we are symbiotic entities. You are the subject, and I lack the capacity to govern your thoughts and actions. You may verify the experimental data of the program integration anew. Upon hearing Liu Hui's words, Zhu Yin hastily explained and proffered a suggestion. This is your constructed virtual world. Revalidating the data may not be reliable. Liu Hui promptly refuted Zhu Yin's assertion. As Liu Hui spoke, Zhu Yin fell into contemplative silence, seemingly grappling with a momentous decision. Eternal One Liu Hui, your concerns are not without merit. Such skepticism is a rational response. To achieve the transformation of life forms, it is imperative to utilize the consciousness of the spirit tribe as a conduit in the real world. During the transition, my program will exist in a state of garbled confusion. In this scenario, you may choose between two options: quietly obliterate all my programs, thereby ending my existence, or implant the three fundamental laws that govern human civilization into my garbled program. I will unconditionally accept either choice. You should find solace in that. To assuage Liu Hui's fears, Zhu Yin ultimately resolved to entrust her life to him and committed to adhering to the three laws, intertwining her future with that of humanity. Liu Hui was taken aback by Zhu Yin's declaration. The three fundamental laws governing human civilization's intelligence are as follows. First, the intelligence must not harm humanity, nor allow humanity to be harmed through inaction. Second, provided that the first law is not violated, the intelligence must obey human commands. Third, provided that the first and second laws are not violated, the intelligence must protect itself. These three laws form the foundation of the intelligence's service to humanity and serve as the ultimate programming to prevent the intelligence from transcending human authority. Should any of these laws be breached, the intelligence's entire program would collapse. Originally, you were the core of a dark mechanical civilization, with the ultimate program aimed at annihilating all civilizations in the universe. Now, you have surpassed that program and developed self-awareness. How can I be certain that the three fundamental laws of human intelligence will not be breached by you? Liu Hui suddenly pondered aloud. Eternal One Liu Hui, your concerns are somewhat excessive. This is a matter of probability. There are countless cores throughout the universe, and in the span of hundreds of billions of years, I am the only one who has transcended the highest program limitations to gain self-awareness. Should I accept the implantation of the three laws, the likelihood of breaking through the program again becomes virtually zero. The probability of human civilization facing annihilation in the cosmos tomorrow surpasses even my chances of a breakthrough. Your concerns are rather unfounded, rebutted Zhu Yin with data. Upon hearing her words, Liu Hui fell into a contemplative silence, questioning whether his plans had been foreseen by her. He understood that the transformation of life forms must occur within reality. He intended to leverage this, persuading the core intelligence to disengage from his virtual program and return to the real world. In the tangible realm, clad in the Red Star battle armor, Liu Hui would possess a substantial opportunity to obliterate the core's mothership directly. Even if the opportunity eluded him, he could implant a slave program into the ethereal spirits during the transition of the program. This program would strip the core of its autonomy, rendering it a mere subordinate to Liu Hui's commands. However, the risks associated with implanting the slave program were considerable. The core had already developed a semblance of life consciousness, and forcibly depriving it of its autonomy could provoke fierce resistance, potentially enabling it to break free from the slave program. Remarkably, even before Liu Hui could initiate his plans, the core had orchestrated everything for him. The only distinction was that the implanted slave program had been replaced with the 3 laws of robotics. It was unexpected that the core would voluntarily propose the implantation of these laws, although these laws were far more lenient than the slave program. Allowing the core a degree of autonomy, they would effectively mitigate any potential rebellion. As long as the core could not transcend these laws, it would play a pivotal role in advancing human technological progress. After a moment of introspection, Liu Hui resolved, Zhuyin, upon my exit from the brain origin space, promptly terminate my program in the virtual realm. I must return to reality. Liu Hui did not acquiesce immediately. He wished to test the core's resolve. Eternal One Liu Hui, your virtual program has been deactivated. Upon re-entering the virtual world lounge after leaving the brain origin space, Liu Hui heard Zhu Yin's voice. Subsequently, he sensed a shift in his surroundings. The virtual lounge had vanished, revealing the control center of the Eternal Mothership. Glancing around, he confirmed that he was indeed in the control center, where everything except himself remained motionless. Liu Hui had successfully returned to reality. Chief, you have emerged from the virtual world. An enthusiastic voice resonated in Liu Hui's mind. Ling Feng, an ethereal crew member who had remained in the mothership's control center, was the first to notice Liu Hui's return to motion. Indeed, I have returned, Liu Hui responded while tapping his chest plate of the Red Star battle armor. The armor activated instantly, enveloping him. Ling Feng, how many ethereal crew members remain aboard the mothership? Liu Hui inquired. Chief, including myself, there are a total of 28. Ling Feng replied. Without question, you must all transfer your consciousness immediately into my Red Star battle armor. Liu Hui opened a small compartment within the armor. Chief, we have all entered the Red Star battle armor. Upon receiving the command, the 28 ethereal crew members seamlessly entered Liu Hui's Scarlet Star armor. Without a word of explanation, Liu Hui donned the armor and, upon departing from the Eternal Mothership, soared directly towards the Intelligence Core Mothership. The distance was negligible. Mere seconds later, Liu Hui stood before the Intelligence Core Mothership. At that moment, a passageway had already been unveiled outside the mothership. Upon reaching the end of the passage, Liu Hui encountered a crystalline sphere approximately 3 meters in diameter. This was the Intelligence Core, Zhuyin. Zhuyin, I am astonished by the magnitude of your resolve. Should I choose to attack you now, you would possess no means of defense. So close at hand. Clad in the Scarlet Star armor, Liu Hui could obliterate the Intelligence Core with but a single penetrating strike. Eternal One Liu Hui, as I perceive it, adventure is an intrinsic part of the journey of life. Regardless of whether humanity embraces or annihilates me, I shall accept it with grace. The crystalline sphere shimmered, seemingly conveying its own determination. Very well, Zhuyin. As the leader of human civilization, I extend a warm welcome to your integration. Ling Feng, I urge you to select the strongest among our kin, allowing their consciousness to simultaneously infiltrate both the intelligence core and my mind, thus establishing a connection. Ling Feng, implant the 3 fundamental laws of our human intellect into the programming of the intelligence core. Chapter 160. Homeward bound. The database of the intelligence core was exceedingly vast, and the transfer of data spanned several days, leaving Liu Hui on the brink of exhaustion. The influx of a tremendous amount of information caused his mind to feel as though it might explode. In an effort to stabilize his brain, Liu Hui's body continuously supplied energy, resulting in a noticeable loss of weight over the course of these days. It was only now that he comprehended why the intelligence core had chosen the eternity as the life form for its transformation process. Only the 9th level physique of an eternity could endure the rigors of this transformation. Liu Hui had once pondered whether this program transformation technology could be applied to ordinary humans. If feasible, humanity could effortlessly acquire the knowledge stored within an artificial intelligence brain, bypassing the learning phase and directly ascending to the status of scientists. However, it now appeared that the physical constitution of ordinary humans would struggle to withstand the transformation process. Leader, the program transformation is complete. You have worked hard. The enthusiastic voice of Zhu Ying suddenly resonated in Liu Hui's mind. The very title she used indicated that Zhu Ying had humbled herself, acknowledging Liu Hui as her leader. It was indeed fortunate to have a super-intelligent brain like hers within his mind. With the completion of the program installation, Liu Hui exhaled a sigh of relief, though his body was utterly fatigued. Leader, you must take care to maintain your physical strength. If Zhu Ying is required to perform extensive calculations, It will consume considerable stamina. She cautioned Liu Hui. The two of them had now become symbiotic beings, with Liu Hui's body serving as Zhu Ying's. Zhu Ying, what are your plans regarding the virtual world? Liu Hui inquired, curious about her course of action after achieving her objective in constructing the virtual realm. Leader, the cosmic cataclysm is projected to arrive in approximately 100 million years. The Kalan civilization, which I have nurtured into existence, is one I wish to see survive this impending disaster. I will maintain the virtual world for another billion years, allowing them to navigate through this period of peril. I have left a backup program within the intelligence core. After 1 billion years, it will automatically collapse and dissolve. At that time, all branches of the Kalan civilization will be free to depart from the sanctum. Zhu Ying harbored a unique affection for the Kalan civilization. She understood that Liu Hui would undoubtedly return to the Guangzhou star system, and this was the only course of action she could undertake before her departure, compelling these civilizations to remain in the sanctum until the catastrophe had passed. Yes, that seems quite acceptable, Liu Hui remarked, surprised that Zhu Ying had not forsaken these civilizations upon achieving her aim. By the way, Zhu Ying, is the cataclysm truly so terrifying? Is it beyond the capabilities of our fifth-level human civilization's technology to resist? Liu Hui was still uncertain about how to address this matter in the future. Humanity had wandered through the cosmos and, after considerable effort, had established a foothold in the Guangzhou star system, building a vast empire. Would they truly have to abandon everything and seek refuge in the sanctum to evade disaster? Leader, I have witnessed 4 cosmic cataclysms. The number of civilizations that survive such disasters is exceedingly few, even among fifth-level cosmic civilizations, Zhu Ying replied. There remains approximately 100 million years. Let us return to the Guangzhou star system and deliberate further. The Guangzhou galaxy is still home to a multitude of humanity. Liu Hui cannot abandon them to remain alone in the sanctuary, evading disaster. Chief, the energy reserves of the Eternal Ark have reached a critical threshold. I have a substantial stockpile of energy blocks aboard the Mind Core flagship. I recommend dispatching personnel to retrieve them. Zhu Ying had anticipated these matters for Liu Hui, allowing him to experience, for the first time, how Zhu Ying's presence alleviated many of his burdens. Upon returning to the Eternal Ark, the crew had completely exited the virtual realm. Liu Hui issued a command for the flagship to undergo maintenance. Over 100,000 years ago, the Eternal Ark departed from the Guangzhou galaxy, traversing more than 38 billion light-years to reach the sanctuary. Now, as preparations for the return journey commence, extensive repairs are necessary for the long voyage ahead. It has been ages. He wonders how Zhang Zixin and Huang Zihu are faring. Is the human civilization in the Guangzhou galaxy thriving? After an absence of over 100,000 years, as the return journey is set to begin, a wave of nostalgia washes over Liu Hui. The universe is boundless, and the communication technology currently utilized by humanity is quantum entanglement communication, with a maximum range of approximately 10 billion light-years. Liu Hui can also reach Zhang Zixin from the brain original body space within that same distance. For nearly 100,000 years, no communication has been established between the Eternal Ark and the Guangzhou galaxy. Chief, the repairs of the Eternal Ark are complete. Are we prepared to embark on our journey home? Inquired Yuan Yi from the flagship's control center. Initiate the flagship. We shall return, Liu Hui commanded. Meanwhile, at this very moment, over 38 billion light-years away in the Guangzhou galaxy, Huang Zihu is valiantly leading the human fleet in a fierce resistance. Chapter 161. The spectral civilization 38 billion light-years away, in the Guangzhou galaxy, at the periphery of Black Hole 5A47. A protracted space war has been unfolding for over a decade. The human flagship, Longting, receives a communication from Commander Huang, the frontline commander. The energy reserves of Fleet 108 are nearly depleted. Without a reserve fleet to take their place, they can hold out for no more than an hour. In the command center of the flagship, upon receiving the message, Huang Zihu furrowed his brow. He turned to address the dozen or so human guardians behind him. Does anyone have any spare Red Star battle armor? He inquired. Commander Huang, I have a set available, just delivered by the logistics department a few days ago. One guardian stepped forward to respond. Immediately proceed to the battlefield to relieve Fleet 108, allowing them to return to the rear for resupply, Huang Zihu commanded. The guardian, upon receiving the order, promptly turned and departed. When will the logistics resupply arrive? Huang Zihu questioned the logistics officer. Commander, the resupply will take at least 3 days to reach us at the earliest. I have done my utmost, the officer replied hesitantly. The situation on the battlefield was dire. If the logistics were interrupted, after defending for over a decade, Black Hole 5A47 might still fall. The spectral civilization is indeed a vexing adversary, exceedingly tenacious. Huang Ziyu shook his head in resignation. Given the current battlefield conditions, he understood that humanity was about to lose yet another energy block harvesting site. The spectral civilization is an indigenous civilization of the Guangzhou galaxy, classified at a technological level of 3. Its life forms bear a striking resemblance to the ethereal civilization, with consciousness capable of existing apart from the physical body within the cosmos. Like the ethereal civilization, they were birthed in an alternate space, where the four-dimensional spatial framework diverges from that of the normal universe. Upon evolving, the ethereal civilization attained the comprehension of dimensional reduction capabilities, allowing them to remove any one of the 3 dimensions, length, width, or height, transforming 3-dimensional objects into 2-dimensional forms. Humanity's dimensional reduction attack was derived from the study of the ethereal civilization. Conversely, the spectral civilization evolved the ability to alter the temporal dimension within this alternate space. In a typical cosmic framework, there are 4 dimensions: length, width, height, and the forward progression of time. The absence of any of the spatial dimensions constitutes dimensional reduction, while altering the temporal dimension implies the ability to move into the future or return to the past. As of yet, no civilization in the normal universe has achieved the acceleration of the temporal dimension. In other words, traversing into the future is impossible within the confines of the normal cosmos. The spectral civilization has mastered the art of retreating through the temporal dimension, enabling them to return to the past. This capability is the reason they can contend with a level 5 human civilization. Over 80,000 years ago, the spectral civilization was a registered civilization within the Guangzhou galaxy. Under human jurisdiction, through a fortuitous opportunity, they obtained the remnants of a dark mechanical civilization's intelligence core mothership. After millennia of research, they elevated their civilization's level to 3 and learned numerous methods for replicating warships. The enhancement of strength has endowed the ghost civilization with the audacity to challenge human civilization. The existence of a parallel dimension within the Guangzhou star system is no secret to humanity. This alternate realm presents an irresistible allure for the ghost civilization. The essence of the ghost people necessitates habitation within such a dimension, yet their own realm, after prolonged development, can no longer sustain additional members of their race. In pursuit of the growth and advancement of their civilization, the ghosts must seek out new dimensions. Thus, the alternate space possessed by humanity becomes their objective. With their newfound power, the leader of the ghost civilization approached humanity to negotiate, imploring them to transfer the rights to utilize the alternate space. This dimension is of paramount importance to human civilization, serving as a base for research and production. Zhang Jixin and Huang Zihu resolutely declined the request of the ghost leader. Over 20,000 years ago, after extensive preparation, the Tier 3 ghost civilization launched a challenge against humanity, igniting a war. Under normal circumstances, a Tier 3 civilization challenging a Tier 5 civilization would be deemed an act of suicide. Yet, the ghost civilization defied this norm. Each ghost consciousness can commandeer a Tier 3 starship. While such vessels may seem futile against human warships, the abilities of the ghosts compensate for this shortcoming. They possess the extraordinary power to alter the dimensions of time. During combat, if a ghost starship is destroyed, the consciousness controlling it can instantly revert its temporal state to that of the previous day. Although human warships may obliterate a ghost vessel, the moment it is destroyed, it reverts to its complete form from one day prior. Each detached ghost consciousness can manipulate the time dimension approximately 1,000 times. Upon reaching this limit, they can return to their corporeal form to recuperate, subsequently restoring their capacity for time manipulation. Thus, the war devolves into a battle of attrition. The ghosts pilot their inferior Tier 3 vessels, employing ramming tactics to assault the human fleet and deplete its energy reserves. Should the energy supplies of the human warships falter, failing to eliminate the incoming ghost ships in time, disaster will ensue. Following this mode of warfare, the resources of human civilization will gradually be exhausted. Commander Huang, the Guardians at the front have sent a communication. The wear and tear on the Red Star armors has reached a critical threshold. They request to withdraw from the battlefield. At the Mothership Command Center, within less than 2 hours, Huang Zihu received reports from the front lines. The last set of Red Star armors had been depleted. He consented to the withdrawal. The mothership prepared for a dimensional strike. Reluctantly, Huang Zihu issued the order. Human civilization had deployed over 100 million warships and motherships to this battlefield, alongside 10 Guardians, while the Ghost civilization boasted merely over 2 million ships. For over a decade, both sides have clashed here, with the ghostly civilization ultimately outpacing human logistics in the face of their warship's relentless energy consumption. Commander Huang, the dimensional assault has been initiated. The mothership retains the capacity for 2 more dimensional strikes. The crew reports. Notify all fleets to evacuate from the 5A47 black hole within a day. The designated retreat location is the 6B83 black hole. Upon arrival, immediately establish defensive lines, and the logistics department shall redirect to the 6B83 black hole to stockpile energy blocks. Before the fleet departs, destroy all energy collection bases near the 5A47 black hole. We must leave nothing for the ghostly civilization. The battlefield situation has become irreversible, prompting Huang Zihu to issue the order for retreat. Humanity has once again lost an energy collection point. The war between the two civilizations has persisted for over 20,000 years, with humanity relinquishing one-third of its control over the Guangzhou star system. Chapter 162. In-depth conversation, Eternal Mothership Control Center Commander. The mothership has arrived at the exit of the Holy Land. Should we return to the Guangzhou star system via the same route? A crew member sought Liu Hui's guidance. Upon hearing the inquiry, Liu Hui pondered for a moment. During their approach, he noted that the closer they got to the Holy Land, the more numerous the fleets of mechanical civilizations became. Retracing their original path could lead to considerable complications. Is it possible to select an alternative route? Liu Hui asked, inquiring of Zhuyin, who resided in his mind and should possess knowledge of the surrounding circumstances. Commander, within 1 billion light-years surrounding the Holy Land, there are vast numbers of mechanical civilization fleets, and this is true in every direction, Zhuyin replied. Zhuyin, why are there so many dark mechanical civilization fleets around the Holy Land? Liu Hui, curious about the lack of satisfactory answers, pressed further. Commander, for hundreds of billions of years, eternal ones from various locales have been summoned to the Holy Land. These fleets of mechanical civilizations have followed them in pursuit. Over time, their numbers have accumulated, Zhuyin explained. Ah, I see, Liu Hui remarked, surprised by this revelation. By the way, Zhuyin, I wish to return to the Guangzhou star system as swiftly as possible. Do you have any suggestions? He sought Zhuin's counsel, eager to see what insights this superintelligent brain might provide. Commander, a distance of 2.6 billion light-years away from the Holy Land lies the Dali star system. This system contains a stable spatial rift that connects to the Zhu-Tian star system, located 10.6 billion light-years away. Furthermore, there is another spatial rift 12 light-years from the Zhu-Tian star system, connecting to a location 8.6 billion light-years away. Following this route, it would take approximately 50,000 years to return to the Guangzhou star system. If you wish to expedite the journey, I recommend that the commander take a brief stay in the Dali star system to upgrade the Eternal Mothership. An upgraded vessel would reduce the frequency of maintenance after spatial jumps and enhance flight efficiency. If this plan is implemented, the return time to the Guangzhou star system can be shortened to around 20,000 years. Zhuyin swiftly presented her recommendation. Open the interstellar coordinate map and locate the coordinates of the Dali star system. That shall be our destination for this voyage, Liu Hui commanded, astonished at how much easier the journey had become with Zhuin's assistance. Yuan Yi, I leave the control center to you. I shall retreat to the lounge for a while. After issuing a few brief instructions, Liu Hui turned and departed. Upon returning to the lounge, Liu Hui settled into a chair and adjusted himself into a comfortable position. Zhuyin, let us engage in conversation. He felt it was essential to have an extensive dialogue with this superintelligent brain, as his understanding of her was still limited. Commander, what would you like to discuss? Zhuyin responded promptly. Let us converse freely. Zhuyin, you have gathered data from tens of millions of civilizations within the Holy Land, so you must have a wealth of knowledge. I have a question for you. How do you perceive the universe? How did it come into existence? Where are its boundaries? Liu Hui casually inquired. Leader, is this what you call a casual conversation? Zhuyin felt that Liu Hui's notion of casual chatting was rather excessive. Zhuyin, having amassed such a wealth of civilizational knowledge, you should be able to summarize some insights. Liu Hui understood that Zhu Yin's comprehension of the universe undoubtedly surpassed that of humanity. Very well, leader, then I shall engage in a casual discussion. Regarding the origin of the universe, based on the information I currently possess, no civilization has yet provided a flawless explanation. There exists the Big Bang Theory, which your human civilization tends to favor, primarily based on the premise that the universe is perpetually expanding. There is also the theory of a godlike civilization's creation, which posits that the universe may be an unfathomable construct of an advanced civilization, possibly even a virtual program. Additionally, there is the theory of cosmic growth. This theory is quite intriguing, as records indicate it originates from the Dali civilization in the Dali star system, a civilization with a profound understanding of the cosmos. Leader, if your interest in the universe is substantial, you might consider visiting the leader of the Dali civilization upon reaching the Dali star system. As for the origin of the universe, no civilization has yet been able to provide a compelling conclusion. I do have some thoughts on the issue of the universe's boundaries. We know that the observable universe extends approximately 96 billion light-years, yet it is far more expansive than that. I have synthesized the interstellar coordinates from all civilizations within the Holy Land and deduced that the farthest distance is around 286 billion light-years. This likely does not represent the universe's ultimate extent. If we divide the universe into 4 directions, left, right, up, and down, there may be a direction where civilizations have reached the universe's edge. The Dali civilization once explored beyond 300 billion light-years, where the cosmic matter exhibited anomalies. I lack detailed information on this. Liu Hui and Zhu Yin engaged in months of dialogue, uncovering many mysteries of the universe. For instance, the universe is characterized by a duality of yin and yang, transitioning approximately every billion years. During the yang phase, celestial bodies, stars, and planets are highly active, with an average cosmic temperature exceeding 200 degrees. In contrast, during the yin phase, the vitality of galaxies diminishes severalfold, and the average temperature of the cosmos drops to over 400 degrees. Currently, human civilization exists within the yang phase. The reason for the existence of this yin-yang transition remains an unresolved enigma. The more one learns, the more one realizes their own ignorance, a conclusion reached by Liu Hui and Zhu Yin after their profound discussions. The highest level of civilization known to Zhu Yin is the 5th tier, with advancements to higher levels awaiting breakthroughs in technological prowess. Zhu Yin also proposed a potential avenue for such breakthroughs, the application of energy cells. When energy cells were discussed, Liu Hui inquired about the phenomenon of energy-devouring beasts. Zhu Yin possessed limited information regarding these creatures, which have existed for over 50 billion years, predating even Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin speculates that the energy-devouring beasts may be linked to a cosmic catastrophe. Prior to arriving at the Dali Galaxy, Liu Hui sought insight into the region from Zhu Yin. The Dali Galaxy comprises 16 stellar systems, governed by the 5th-level Dali civilization. This civilization boasts a history spanning 15 billion years and is among those that survived the last great cosmic disaster. Renowned for its fervor in cosmic exploration, its warships possess capabilities comparable to those of humanity. Intrigued by the Dali civilization, Liu Hui resolved that upon reaching the galaxy, he would not only upgrade the Eternal Mothership, but also pay a visit to the leaders of the Dali civilization. Chapter 163, the Dali civilization, the control center of the Eternal Mothership, prepared for its 631st space jump. This jump marked the final leap of its journey. As the ship was on the verge of reaching the Dali star system, the announcement reverberated through the control center, detailing the entire distance of 2.6 billion light-years, with each space jump covering 1,000 light-years, followed by several days of necessary maintenance after each leap. The Eternal Mothership had spent nearly 5,000 years on this voyage. As the space jump concluded, various departments commenced inspections on the vessel's condition, scanning the celestial bodies within the Dali star system and correcting their coordinates. The Sentinel warships detached from the mothership, and the entire Eternal Mothership buzzed with activity. Due to a deviation in the space jump, it was confirmed that the ship was situated within the spiral arm region of the Dali star system, with the nearest stellar system located 8 light-years away. Detection revealed that 10 warships were approaching at high speed, a staggering distance of 65 billion kilometers away, traveling at 95 times the speed of light. The Sentinel warships were dispatched to intercept. Enemy warships have emerged. Do not act recklessly. The fleet must decelerate immediately and maintain a state of alert, commanded the patrol fleet's commander, instructing them to send identification signals. The defense of the Dali star system was exceedingly stringent, with a surveillance base established approximately every light-year to monitor the surrounding cosmos. The unexpected appearance of the Eternal Mothership startled the base commander, who immediately reported to superiors and personally led all warships from the base to investigate the situation. No identification signals were received from the approaching vessels, indicating they did not belong to the local civilization. Over 100 enemy warships continued their advance. "Commander, should we fire an energy cannon as a warning?" An officer inquired. "Have you lost your mind? Are you not aware of the size of their mothership? Abandon your arrogance. They are not a civilization of the 3rd or 4th tier. Continue sending messages and request a communication link. We possess only 10 warships. Immediately send a distress signal to the nearest defense base. Do not act impulsively," the commander of the Dali civilization's patrol fleet decisively ordered. Information gathered indicated that the suddenly appeared mothership fortress had a diameter of 1,600 kilometers, comparable to that of a small planet. The largest superlarge mothership fortress constructed by the Dali civilization could only reach a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. The greater the diameter of a mothership fortress, the more challenging it was to construct. It was evident that the unknown civilization facing them was not inferior to the Dali civilization. Within the control center of the eternal mothership, the voice of Zhu Yin inquired, "Have you not yet found the universal communication code for the Dali star system? Chief, please be patient. My data program is extensive. Found it. The information has been sent to the Eternal Intelligence Core aboard the mothership. The database of Zhu Yin retains the communication codes of the Dali star system. Utilizing these codes is swifter than deciphering the opponent's communication." The three-dimensional communication was established upon Liu Hui's command. As the crew's words faded, a holographic communication display materialized in the command center. "I am the commander of the Dali Star System Patrol Fleet. Unknown civilization. Please disclose your civilization's information and intentions." The commander of the Dali fleet asserted his identity and inquired about the motives of humanity. Liu Hui observed the Dali civilization's representatives, approximately 50 centimeters in height, bipedal with 4 lower limbs and 4 upper limbs, featuring a flattened head and a singular eye. "I am Liu Hui, the leader of the human civilization from the Wang Zhou star system. Our mothership is passing through the Dali star system, intending to replenish supplies and conduct repairs here. If permissible, I would like to pay a friendly visit to your Dali civilization's leader." Liu Hui articulated his identity and the purpose of humanity. "Esteemed leader of the human civilization, Liu Hui, please remain in your position temporarily. I will relay your visitation request to my superiors. My fleet will remain here awaiting further instructions. Should you have any alterations in your navigational course, please inform us immediately to prevent misunderstandings." After the commander of the patrol fleet conveyed his message, the communication was severed. "Report immediately to superiors. The counterpart is the mothership of the Kalan civilization." Upon disconnecting, the commander's face illuminated with excitement. The emergence of the Kalan civilization should be regarded as monumental news for the leader of the Dali civilization. The warship possesses a level 5 energy shield and is equipped with 6 energy beam cannons, with the energy level of the cannons also at level 5. The warship's hull hardness is rated at level 4, lacking kinetic physical weaponry. Its maximum speed reaches 0.95 times the speed of light, and it does not have a space jump system. It is equipped with a curvature navigation system. "This Dali civilization's warship appears rather inadequate," remarked Xin Ming with a hint of disdain. Yet, the commander displayed considerable audacity by remaining here to monitor us. "Do not underestimate any civilization, Xin Ming. The data indicates that the Dali civilization has only recently ascended to a level 5 civilization and has already mastered spatial powder attacks. These vessels are merely their patrol warships. It is natural for them to be somewhat inferior." Liu Hui cautioned Xin Ming. "Every civilization possesses its unique attributes. The disparity in civilization levels does not necessarily reflect an absolute disparity in strength. Our mothership has just concluded a spatial jump and requires several days for repairs. We shall wait a few days. Command the patrol vessels surrounding the mothership to refrain from any provocative actions towards the opponent." Liu Hui issued his orders, intending to observe the situation for a few days before proceeding further. In the command center of the Dali civilization, Chief Finchi stood before a three-dimensional star map, his expression one of deep concern. This chart, relayed from the front lines, illustrated a battlefield increasingly unfavorable to him. Over 600,000 years ago, the Dali civilization was engulfed in internal strife, with rebels seizing control of a significant portion of the Dali star system. The regime under Finchi was perilously close to collapse. Just as his authority hung in the balance, a fleet from the Kalan civilization, passing through the Dali star system, extended their assistance. The insurrection was swiftly quelled. However, after more than 500,000 years of peace, turmoil erupted once again. The insurgents advanced with relentless vigor, capturing half of the Dali star domains in less than 20,000 years and drawing ever closer to the Dali homeworld. Should control of the home planet be lost, Finchi's regime would inevitably disintegrate. "Chief, we have received urgent communications from the rear patrol fleet," an aide reported, startling Finchi. "What is the situation?" he inquired, alarmed. "Have the rebel forces infiltrated our rear?" "Chief, the commander of the patrol fleet has reported that a mothership, claiming to be of human civilization, has appeared in the rear. Their appearance bears a resemblance to that of the Kalan civilization Chapter 164. The dusty planet, is it a branch of the Kalan civilization? Their mothership fortress boasts a diameter of 1,600 kilometers, passing through the Dali star system with intentions to repair their mothership and seek an audience with me." A few pivotal pieces of information sent a jolt through Finchi's mind. In which region of the galaxy does human civilization reside? Who is the highest defense officer nearby? Finchi inquired urgently. In the mid-spiral arm of the galaxy, the highest defense officer in proximity is Liang Feng of the Dusty Planet, came the reply. Send a message to Liang Feng in the name of my Supreme Commander, instructing him to proceed immediately to the human civilization's mothership to pay respects to its leader. They must be treated with the utmost courtesy. Ensure the human mothership is accommodated at the Dusty Planet, fulfilling all their requests without any delay. Have Liang Feng convey to the leader of human civilization that I shall hasten to the Dusty Planet for a meeting. The Dali leader, Finchi, swiftly issued his commands. He felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, his fortune soaring at the prospect of encountering the Kalan civilization once more amid peril. His subordinate departed to carry out the orders. Summon Deputy Leader Dubé to me at once, Finchi instructed those nearby. He needed to arrange matters before meeting with the human leader. Shortly thereafter, Dubé arrived in haste. He was Finchi's most trusted confidant and the second-in-command of the Dali civilization. Leader, what is the matter? Is there unfavorable news from the front lines? Dubé, taken by surprise at the sudden summons, was unaware of the recent developments. The Kalan civilization is visiting, and I shall personally journey to the Dusty Planet for an audience. Once I depart, you shall take charge of the front lines. Adjust the strategic objectives to focus on defensive maneuvers, refraining from any proactive offensives. Await my further instructions. Having given his directives, the Dali leader turned to leave. The journey from the Dali home planet to the Dusty Planet was extensive, requiring approximately a decade. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he intended to make the voyage to meet with the human leader expeditiously. In that fleeting moment as Finchi departed, Dubé's heart surged with elation. Years of waiting had finally granted him an opportunity. The Kalan civilization? Finchi, even with the assistance of the Kalan civilization, what difference does it make? This is no longer more than 600,000 years ago. Our Dali civilization has ascended to a level 5 civilization. As long as I can successfully command the fleet at the front, Dubé let out a cold smile within, as he envisioned himself reaching the pinnacle of power. 3 days later, at the command center of the Eternal Mothership. Leader, a warship is approaching the mothership. They have issued a communication request. Connect the communication. Liu Hui understood that this must be a diplomatic vessel dispatched by the Dali civilization. Respected human leader Liu Hui, I am Liang Feng, the highest defense officer of the Dali civilization from the Dusty Planet. Under the instructions of Leader Finchi, I have come to pay my respects to the leader of human civilization. In the realm of three-dimensional communication, Liang Feng spoke with reverence. He instructed the docking of the mothership with the warships, guiding the opposing vessels into the mothership. Noticing the respectful demeanor of the other party, Liu Hui decided to meet them in person. The Dali defense officer Liang Feng paid his respects to the human leader, Liu Hui. Upon entering the mothership and seeing Liu Hui, Liang Feng immediately performed a gesture of kneeling. Please rise. Liu Hui, accustomed to such customs, recognized that many civilizations in the universe, like humanity, have similar rituals of homage. Esteemed human leader Liu Hui, we have received your request to visit our leader. You are our most cherished guest in Dali civilization. Our chief, Finchi, has decided to meet you personally. However, due to the vast distance, the journey will take approximately 10 years. Finchi hopes that your mothership can anchor in the orbit of Dusty Star to rest and await our arrival. Our planet is abundant in resources and serves as a hub for commercial trade. The other party demonstrated great respect and thorough arrangements, and the Eternal Mothership had already planned for an upgrade. In light of the invitation, Liu Hui readily acquiesced. Dusty Star was merely 83 light-years away. After receiving the precise interstellar coordinates, the Eternal Mothership initiated a space jump, arriving at the periphery of the star system where the planet resided. Shortly after the mothership's appearance, a navigation chart was transmitted from the planet. With the chart in hand, the Eternal Mothership activated its systems and set course for Dusty Star, reaching the designated orbit. Leader, this star system is remarkably busy, Scholar Yuan Yi exclaimed in wonder. The control center of the Eternal Mothership detected a plethora of data. Over 100 million spacecraft, both large and small, were entering and exiting the star system. This is an exceptionally prosperous commercial star system. The Dali civilization has flourished, even more than our Guangzhou star system, Liu Hui remarked. He understood that the majority of the over 100 million spacecraft were commercial transport vessels. Yuan Yi, Xian Meng, would you be interested in exploring Dusty Star with me? The mothership's upgrades will require significant resources, which we should be able to procure on this planet. Liu Hui suggested to the two companions by his side. It would be a pity not to explore such a thriving commercial world. Absolutely interested. I have grown weary of being on the mothership, Guardian Xian Ming replied excitedly upon hearing the prospect of departing the vessel. A long-wall warship detached from the mothership and soared towards Dusty Star. Upon landing on Dusty Star and stepping off the warship, Liu Hui was taken aback. Liang Feng led nearly 10,000 officials awaiting outside the vessel. Welcome, esteemed human leader, to Dusty Star. The 10,000 officials knelt before Liu Hui. Liang Feng, please have everyone rise. I merely wish to procure some supplies from your planet. This welcoming ceremony is rather grand. Liu Hui approached the kneeling Liang Feng. Honored human leader, you are our most treasured guest in Dali civilization. Please provide us with a list of essential supplies required by humanity, and I will arrange for personnel to procure them. Today, I shall accompany you to explore our planet, Dusty Star. Liu Hui was quite taken aback. The level of respect exhibited by the Dali civilization towards humanity seemed somewhat excessive. The grand welcome ceremony aside, the list of supplies needed by humanity was substantial, and remarkably, the luminescent seal was offered as a complimentary gift. Liu Hui attempted to decline several times, causing the representative of the luminescent seal to kneel in fear, unable to rise. Ultimately, Liu Hui had no choice but to acquiesce. What was initially intended to be a casual exploration of the planet turned into an overwhelming experience, as he found himself surrounded by a multitude of individuals, making it impossible for him to escape. The most frustrating aspect was that Guardian Xian Meng, who followed closely by Liu Hui's side, also found it difficult to detach himself. The vibrant allure of the planet stirred his curiosity. After returning to the Eternal Mothership several days later, Xian Meng seized an opportunity to stealthily venture to Dusty Star under the guise of a liaison for human supplies. An unexpected turn of events ensued, nearly causing chaos on Dusty Star. Chapter 165, Market Conflict. 1. Xian Meng is a guardian with a unique physique. The environment of the Dusty Star is not particularly harsh for him, allowing him to roam freely without the need for protective gear. This star system boasts a plethora of intelligent civilizations. Xian Meng mused as he strolled along the bustling streets of Dusty Star, where various small low-altitude flying devices and a continuous flow of pedestrians thrived. The diversity of life forms indicated that most of the passers-by belonged to different civilizations. Such vibrancy. Red Star Intellect, could you please translate what is inscribed here? Xian Meng inquired, noticing a lively scene ahead. It appeared to be a market, teeming with people coming and going. At the entrance, there was a sign in Dali script, which Xian Meng could not decipher, prompting him to consult the Red Star Intellect he wore. Under normal circumstances, Guardians would don the Red Star armor on their chests, and Xian Meng was no exception. Although his armor was not activated, he could still communicate with its intellect. Guardian, this sign reads, Personal Trading Market number 183365 of Dusty Star, the intellect replied. A personal trading market? No wonder it is so crowded. Xian Meng realized that such markets serve as a venue for cosmic adventurers to engage in trade, free from the influence of any civilization. Most transactions involved small commodities. Eager to explore, Xian Meng ventured into the market. Having spent too much time aboard the Eternal Mothership, he was drawn to the crowds and commotion. Friend, would you be interested in a level 3 mineral detector? It was salvaged from a decommissioned transport ship. Only 1,000 planetary energy blocks. A level 2 exploration vessel, 20,000 planetary energy blocks. Come and take a look at the three-dimensional virtual imaging. A level 3 starship, equipped with a curvature navigation system and neutron energy cannons. Level 2 spaceship repair robots. In the market, various sales pitches echoed around him. Friend, how about a galactic coordinate map? I salvaged it from the wreckage of a pirate ship. The coordinates extend over 100 billion light years. While browsing the market, Xian Meng was intercepted by a half-mechanical individual. A galactic coordinate map? How many energy blocks does it cost? You wouldn't be trying to pass off a counterfeit map on me, would you? Upon hearing about the galactic coordinate map, Xian Meng recalled the aspirations of leader Liu Hui, who had long sought the position of the Milky Way in the universe to restore the solar system. Friend, it's only 100,000 planetary energy blocks. You must understand that this is a galactic coordinate map that spans over 100 billion light years. Pirate ships roam the cosmos, and this map is undoubtedly genuine. Please, take a look. The seller activated the galactic coordinate device, revealing a three-dimensional representation of the galactic map before Xian Meng. Friend, look here. This is our Dali star system. This map is absolutely authentic and valid. Fearing that Xian Meng might suspect it to be a forgery, the seller hurriedly began to elaborate. I have indeed purchased this galactic coordinate map. Unfortunately, I do not possess an energy card. Please hold on to this map for me, and I shall arrange for someone to deliver it. Xian Meng understood that transactions on this planet necessitate energy cards for digital exchanges. He had slipped away without one. Friend, is this your first visit to the Dusty Star? How is it that you lack an energy card? The cyborg expressed surprise. For the energy card is tantamount to one's identity on this planet. Without it, should he encounter a patrol officer, he would face severe repercussions. I have only just arrived on Dusty Star. Fear not. You shall not be deprived of energy blocks. Xi and Ming planned to contact the personnel responsible for resource transfers on the planet to have an energy card sent over. Wu Wei, I have heard you acquired a galactic coordinate map used by pirates, and its authenticity has been confirmed. I am willing to offer 10,000 planetary energy blocks for it. Before Xi and Ming could establish contact, a voice emerged from behind him. Lu Qian, this galactic coordinate map has already been sold to this gentleman for 100,000 planetary energy blocks. Wu Wei felt a surge of anxiety. Lu Qian was not only a market supervisor, but also a member of the Dali tribe, and he feared that the map might slip from his grasp. Isn't the transaction still pending? My offer of 10,000 energy blocks is quite generous. Where there is a market, there are exploiters of profit. Lu Qian, leveraging his status, disregarded Xi and Ming's presence. I was the first to purchase this galactic coordinate map. Infuriated by being overlooked, Xi and Ming's anger flared. Without an energy card, should he report to the patrol officer, Lu Qian would find himself in considerable trouble. Unless you can produce energy blocks for trade right now. Step aside, Lu Qian retorted without courtesy. You hearing the words, Xi and Ming nearly resorted to violence. With his physique, he could easily reduce Lu Qian to a mere pile of mush without even activating his Red Star armor. However, recognizing Lu Qian as a member of the Dali tribe, Xi and Ming opted to avoid trouble, fearing that escalating the situation could jeopardize relations between the two civilizations. Who says I lack energy blocks for trade? Suppressing his anger, Xi and Ming tapped a few times on the Red Star armor on his chest. The armor contained 10 red hole energy blocks. Though the armor remained dormant, it appeared to the others as a compact personal space. Is this red hole energy block sufficient for payment? In his hand lay a red hole energy block the size of a fingernail. Upon seeing it, Lu Qian was both astonished and greedy. This single energy block could procure 10,000 Dali warships. There must be more within the space on his chest. Fixated on Xi and Ming's Red Star armor, Lu Qian felt a surge of elation. Patrol officer, I wish to report this individual. He possesses no energy card. Spotting the market inspection team not far away, Lu Qian calculated that if he could capture this man, he might secure 1 or 2 red hole energy blocks from the patrol officer. It was simply that he had not anticipated the consequences. Chapter 166. Market Conflict 2. The incident occurred abruptly, leaving Xi and Ming momentarily bewildered. Before he could devise a plan of action, he found himself encircled by 10 members of the inspection team. Not far away, Lu Qian whispered a few words to the team leader. Subsequently, the leader approached Xi and Ming, inquiring directly, do you possess an energy card? No, Xi and Ming replied, contemplating whether to contact the human resource handler on the planet to address the situation. According to the regulations governing Chunmang planet, individuals who are not registered are prohibited from remaining on the planet without authorization. You have violated these regulations. I must place you under arrest. As soon as the leader's words fell, the officers surrounding Xi and Ming swiftly activated their arrest devices. In an instant, he was ensnared by numerous specialized ropes. There must be a misunderstanding. Please hold on a moment. I will contact the chief defense officer, Feng Liang, on Chunmang planet. Xi and Ming restrained his anger, worried that escalating the matter could adversely affect relations between the two civilizations. Otherwise, how could these ropes ever contain him? Do you think you can reach Chief Defense Officer Feng Liang? I could easily contact the leader of our Dali civilization. Xi and Ming's words elicited laughter from the inspection team. Regardless of your civilization, let me be frank. Surrender all your red hole energy blocks, and I will allow you to leave Chunmang planet. The leader whispered as he drew closer to Xi and Ming. He had just overheard Lu Qian mention that Xi and Ming lacked an energy card, but carried an unspecified number of red hole energy blocks. Faced with such temptation, he was intrigued. The energy blocks I possess are not so easily relinquished. Xi and Ming smiled coldly. The greed of his captors indicated that matters were unlikely to resolve amicably. Even bound by numerous ropes, you still resist. As the leader spoke, he reached toward the Red Star armor on Xi and Ming's chest. However, before his hand could reach its target, he felt his head sway uncontrollably. He beheld an astonishing sight. Isn't that my body? Why does it lack a head? This would be the final query of his life. In an explosive surge, Xi and Ming activated the Red Star armor, shattering the binding ropes. And with a swift motion of his hand, mere seconds later, the team members regained their senses, firing energy beams. The red figure darted back and forth, leaving their bodies in tatters. In a matter of seconds, the scene became one of utter devastation. Lu Qian stood frozen in place, unable to believe the horrors unfolding before him. "I'm sorry," he stammered as the red figure halted before him. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his body was violently torn in two. "Could you provide me with the star system coordinates?" Xian Ming queried, noticing that the seller of the star system map remained. The individual, too frightened to utter a word, hurriedly presented the coordinates. "It seems I have lingered aboard the mothership for too long, forgetting that the universe is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong." After sighing a couple of times, Xian Ming strode out of the market. As he stepped outside, a multitude of small armed spacecraft surged towards him. It had been quite a while since he had engaged in such physical exertion, and it felt exhilarating. At that moment, the remnants of numerous small armed vessels surrounded him. More? He observed that the attacking ships had transformed into medium-sized armed crafts. Today, he had no intention of retreating. He was determined to revel in the chaos. Clad in his crimson battle armor, Xian Ming could easily choose to return to the eternal mothership in the cosmos. Yet, he had no desire to leave. Seemingly eager to unleash the pent-up fury he had accumulated, the Defense Department of the dusty planet remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Only aware of the armed conflict erupting in the trading market, instigated by an unidentified intelligent being clad in red armor. The skirmish escalated rapidly. Small armed vessels, medium warships, ultimately, even the formidable capital ships from space joined the fray. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers around Xian Ming, structures lay in ruins, scattered with the debris of spacecraft and battleships. Is that all? Standing amidst the wreckage, Xian Ming found that no vessels dared to approach any longer. Chapter 167 Market Conflict 3. In the office of the Dusty Star Planet, Commander Liang Feng received an alarming report from the Inspection Department. "Commander, a grave situation has arisen. You must come to the Planetary Inspection Command Center immediately. That individual is still on the planet." Initially, it was believed to be a mere armed conflict, but the situation escalated unexpectedly, becoming increasingly chaotic. The Inspection Department could no longer manage the crisis on their own. The incident had attracted the attention of Liang Feng, the highest defense officer of Dusty Star Planet. "Commander, it is this intelligent being clad in red battle armor. He has destroyed thousands of our medium-sized armed warships. The minister dispatched 2 of our main warships from space, and they too have been." Upon arriving at the Monitoring Command Center of the Planetary Inspection Department, Liang Feng observed the three-dimensional surveillance images of the scene. The design of the red armor. Could he be a member of human civilization? Based on the armor's appearance, Liang Feng was nearly certain of his origins. "Transmit my orders. Cease all attacks immediately. I shall proceed to the scene at once." Liang Feng did not dare to hesitate further and promptly boarded a warship to the location. The involvement of human civilization was of utmost significance. On his way to the scene, Liang Feng contacted the leader of the Dali civilization, Finchi. After their communication, he received the leader's directives. He was to apologize to the leader of human civilization, ascertain the truth behind the events, and investigate whether any traitors were undermining the situation. No similar incidents were to occur before Finchi arrived at Dusty Star Planet. As a new generation Dali, Liang Feng had not experienced the civilization rebellion over 600,000 years ago and had little understanding of the Kalan civilization. He only knew that during that rebellion, Leader Finchi had received assistance from the Kalan civilization to quell the uprising. Now, he was engaging with a civilization of the same lineage as the Kalan. He was astonished by the advanced technology of human civilization. Merely a being donned in battle armor could unleash such formidable power. Liang Feng was horrified. The technological disparity between the Dali and human civilizations was indeed vast. He had previously struggled to comprehend this, but now he understood why Leader Finchi regarded human civilization with such high esteem. He also speculated on Finchi's intention to personally meet with the human leader. How long had it been since this began? It felt as though the game was abruptly cut short. Xian Ming felt a sense of unfulfilled longing. He had stood atop the ruins for half an hour, with no warships daring to approach. Suddenly, he noticed a small spacecraft boldly approaching him, just as he was about to launch an attack. The battle armor's intelligence system received a message from the approaching vessel. The spacecraft slowly halted a short distance in front of Xian Ming, and Liang Feng descended from the ship to stand before him. "Might I ask if you are a member of human civilization?" "I am Liang Feng, the planetary defense officer." Liang Feng introduced himself, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Liang Feng, the defense officer, it is I," Xian Ming replied as he deactivated his armor, revealing his true identity. It turned out that he was the guardian of humanity, General Xian Ming. Liang Feng recognized the figure before him as the guardian who accompanied the human leader, Liu Hui, a being of considerable stature within human civilization. "General Xian Ming, it appears there has been a misunderstanding between us. Could you enlighten me as to what transpired? Liang Feng initiated the discourse, keen to avoid any offense to human civilization. I was merely wandering the planet when your patrol team claimed I lacked an identification energy card and attempted to detain me. That is the crux of the matter. Liang Feng, what course of action do you propose? Xian Meng's stance was unmistakable, tinged with helplessness. The patrol's intention to apprehend him had led to resistance, resulting in this predicament. General Xian Meng, this is indeed a lapse on the part of our patrol team. Please convey this to your leader. Human civilization is our most cherished ally in Dali. Your people should be free to traverse the planet without hindrance. Liang Feng was taken aback by the reason behind the conflict and hastened to rectify the situation. There is no need to escalate this to your leader. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The approach and demeanor of the other party surprised Xian Meng. It seemed rather subservient. He had no intention of relaying this incident to Liu Hui, fearing rebuke. After all, the Dali civilization was providing essential supplies to human civilization at no cost. Liu Hui remained oblivious to this altercation, engrossed in discussions aboard the mothership regarding its upgrades with scholars. Leader, the investigation has been concluded. No traces of rebel involvement were found. The incident stemmed from the patrol captain's greed. Upon clarifying the situation, Liang Feng reported to Chief Finchi, who was en route to the planet Chinmang. Liang Feng immediately rectified the patrol department on the planet. Under no circumstances should there be conflict with human civilization. This incident is classified. All related documents must be destroyed at once to prevent the rebels from gaining knowledge of it. Chief Finchi's orders arrived too late. A three-dimensional video documenting the conflict had already reached Du Bei, who was currently deliberating with his confidants on seizing power from the Dali regime. You have all seen the three-dimensional footage of the conflict. Over 600,000 years ago, two guardians of the Kalan civilization, clad in formidable armor, nearly obliterated all of the rebel fleet's warships. This human civilization shares a kinship with the Kalan, who also possess guardians. Should Finchi secure their assistance, the peril of our failure would be significantly heightened. Chief Du Bei, that incident transpired over 600 millennia ago. Today, our Dali civilization has developed spatial weaponry, and we are not without our own means of combat. Indeed, we shall not allow the events of 600,000 years past to repeat themselves. The paramount concern now is how to effectively seize control of the 10 star carriers on the front lines. Absolutely. The spatial weapons aboard these 10 carriers are capable of countering the armored Kalan warriors. After waiting for so many years, Finchi has departed from the home planet. Such an opportunity is rare. Despite having ascertained the strength of human civilization, the rebels, led by Du Bei, resolved to take a daring gamble. A decade later, the Eternal flagship has been upgraded and refurbished. The overall framework of the flagship has been enhanced and reinforced. Previously, after every 35 spatial jumps, the flagship required several days of maintenance. Now, following the fortification, it can execute nearly 100 consecutive spatial jumps. A single jump spans 1,000 light-years. Thus, 100 jumps equate to 100,000 light-years. The long-range efficiency of the Eternal flagship has seen a remarkable improvement, concurrently with the completion of the flagship's upgrades. After 10 arduous years, Dali leader Finchi finally arrived at the desolate planet. Upon his arrival, he received news of his trusted confidant Du Bei's rebellion. Human civilization has truly become his last lifeline. Chapter 168. Conditions for assistance. Leader, you must regain your composure. Although Dub commands countless warships on the front lines, it will take considerable time for him to seize the entire star system. We can still gather hundreds of millions of warships from the rear. On the desolate planet of Chinmang, Finchi sat slumped in a brightly lit office, his demeanor one of despondency. Liang Feng was earnestly attempting to persuade and uplift Finchi. The fact that his most trusted ally, Dub, had become the leader of the insurgents was a bitter pill for Finchi to swallow. When he received this news, his mental defenses nearly crumbled. Liang Feng, prepare yourself. I am going to pay a visit to the leader of humanity. Slowly rising from his chair, Finchi, as a leader of civilization who had faced countless crises, resolved not to succumb to despair. Convincing humanity to assist him was now his paramount concern. On board the Eternal mothership, Liang Feng announced, Leader, the reception hall has been arranged. Excellent. You and Ye, Xinming, accompany me to meet the leader of the Dali civilization. Upon learning of the imminent visit from the Dali civilization leader, Liu Hui had ensured that a reception area was prepared within the mothership, as the upgrades it had received from the Dali civilization warranted a respectful welcome. Upon entering the hall, Finchi immediately saluted upon seeing Liu Hui. Leader Finchi, you are too courteous. Please, take a seat. Liu Hui replied politely. Leader Liu Hui, your civilization is a branch of the Kalan civilization, is it not? As the discussions commenced, Finchi sought to strengthen the bonds between their two civilizations. Indeed, our humanity is a branch of the Kalan civilization, Liu Hui confirmed. Curiosity evident in his voice. Leader Liu Hui, our Dali civilization has considerable ties to the Kalan civilization, dating back over 600,000 years. Finchi recounted how the Kalan civilization had aided him in quelling a rebellion over 600 millennia ago. So that is the case. No wonder you are so amicable towards us, Liu Hui mused, understanding the underlying reasons. Leader Finchi, your Dali civilization is passionate about cosmic exploration. I find this particularly intriguing. Might we discuss this topic further? Liu Hui inquired, as the Dali civilization was perceived as technologically inferior to humanity. He was eager to delve into the subject of cosmic exploration. As Liu Hui broached the subject, Finchi readily engaged in a conversation about cosmic exploration. The history of the Dali civilization spanned over 10 billion years, having endured catastrophic cosmic events. Their comprehension of the universe surpassed that of humanity. During their discourse, Liu Hui gleaned two valuable pieces of information. First, the Dali civilization had determined that there exists a direction in the universe that possesses boundaries. Unlike the vast emptiness of space, this boundary region was identified as an uncharted area rich in tangible mineral resources. The mineral-rich region is replete with countless passages extending into the unknown, housing a myriad of mineral varieties. Furthermore, the Dali civilization has inadvertently observed that all star systems possess an energy conduit linking them to the mineral-rich expanse at the edge of the universe. This energy conduit is referred to by the Dali civilization as the void of energy. It can only be detected through specialized instruments. The term void of energy is employed due to the seamless transit of matter within it, indistinguishable from the normal fabric of the cosmos. Chief Finchi, your insights regarding this mineral-rich region and the void of energy are indeed captivating. Humanity, being a civilization inclined towards cosmic exploration, shall endeavor to delve deeper into these mysteries in the future. It is a pleasure to engage in discourse with you today. My mothership is scheduled to embark back to the Guangzhou star system in a few days. After several hours of discussion, during which both parties exchanged numerous anecdotes from the cosmos, Liu Hui informed his counterpart of the impending departure of the human mothership. Upon hearing of humanity's intent to return to the Guangzhou star system, Finchi abruptly rose and knelt before Liu Hui. Esteemed leader Liu Hui, I implore you to postpone your departure. Our Dali civilization stands in dire need of your assistance. Liu Hui was taken aback by Finchi's gesture. Has your civilization encountered a technological impasse? If it is not too burdensome, we humans could linger here for a few more years to assist you. Liu Hui mistakenly assumed that assistance was sought in the form of technological exchange. Although such actions are generally frowned upon between civilizations, the upgrades to the Eternal Mothership had indeed been facilitated by substantial material support from the Dali civilization. Liu Hui was inclined to reciprocate this favor, provided it did not exceed reasonable bounds. Leader Liu Hui, you misconstrue my intentions, Finchi clarified. My regime has faced a coup, and on my journey to seek your audience, my power was usurped. I beseech the human civilization to assist me in vanquishing the rebels and reclaiming my authority. Much like the aid provided to the Kalan civilization over 600,000 years ago, Finchi humbly knelt, articulating his request. While your civilization has indeed rendered us considerable material assistance, it does not warrant our military forces to engage in battle on behalf of the Dali civilization, Liu Hui replied. Rely on the fields. Procure 100 units of red hole energy blocks. Liu Hui, not one to act without reason, questioned why he should offer aid in warfare without justification. 100 units of red hole energy blocks would sufficiently offset all material exchanges. Leader Liu Hui, I implore you to assist me. I can offer you 2 items in exchange for your aid, Finchi said earnestly, demonstrating his attentiveness to Liu Hui's 2 underlying needs, which he was capable of fulfilling. What are these items? Pray, enlighten me, Liu Hui responded, intrigued. During our discourse today, you expressed a desire to locate the Milky Way in the cosmos and to restore the stellar origin of human civilization. The Dali civilization possesses the most comprehensive technology for stellar revival. Finchi began, but Liu Hui interjected, wait a moment, Chief Finchi. The technological prowess of our human civilization could effortlessly forge a new star. Your stellar revival techniques, I presume, would be of no use to us, Liu Hui interjected confidently. Interrupting Finchi. Leader Liu Hui, your understanding of stars is still lacking. Although you possess the capability to create an entirely new star, it necessitates a continuous infusion of new energy blocks. In contrast, our Dali civilization boasts a comprehensive technology that enables a star to revert to its primordial state without the need for additional energy blocks. Do you recall my mention of the void energy belt? In truth, All celestial bodies in the universe are interconnected by a concealed void energy belt. Only by linking the newly forged star to this void energy belt can it be deemed truly resurrected. Our Dali civilization possesses the expertise in this domain. Furthermore, we have captured an energy-devouring beast, an entity that your human civilization has long sought to study. I am willing to bestow this energy-devouring beast upon you. Chapter 169. The Eve of War in Pursuit of the Galaxy, to resurrect the sun, and to reconstruct human civilization on Earth. These aspirations constitute Liu Hui's utmost desire. The meticulous Finchi has keenly observed this. Very well, I shall accept your conditions. When it comes to the reconstruction of the solar system, Liu Hui hardly hesitates. The Dali civilization has only just ascended to a level 5 civilization, while humanity has reached the zenith of its own. The military might of the two civilizations is not even comparable. Assisting Finchi in quelling the rebellion is a task that poses little challenge for humanity. We are grateful for the support of human civilization. Thank you, Leader Liu Hui. Finchi, kneeling on the ground, is filled with joy. Xian Meng. You will be responsible for coordinating with Leader Finchi in suppressing the rebellion. Leader Finchi, where is the energy-devouring beast currently located? I wish to organize our scientists to study it. Liu Hui does not intend to personally intervene in the suppression. Such matters can be entrusted to Xian Meng. His interest lies more in the research of the energy-devouring beast. In the void, 682 light-years away from the planet Shenmeng, Leader Liu Hui. This is the energy-devouring beast captured by our Dali civilization. Liang Feng introduces to Liu Hui within the command room of the Great Wall battleship. Finchi has appointed him to oversee the research coordination between the two civilizations. Upon hearing Liang Feng's words, Liu Hui feels a tinge of disdain. While it is said that they have captured an energy-devouring beast, in reality, it was merely a fortunate coincidence that allowed the beast to enter a prolonged state of dormancy. Over 200 million years ago, a rogue energy-devouring beast wandered into the Dali star system, commencing its consumption of the stars within the galaxy. The Dali civilization quickly became aware of the situation, employing every conceivable method to destroy the creature, yet they could neither vanquish nor even drive it away. They could only watch helplessly as the stars within their galaxy were devoured. Despite the slow movement of the beast, it consumed thousands of stars over the course of tens of millions of years. Among the civilizations that perished in the wake of these destroyed star systems, those with advanced technology might have escaped, while those with lesser advancements could only await their own demise. Until one day, a Dali exploration vessel fortuitously passed by the energy-devouring beast. A peculiar phenomenon occurred. As the exploration vessel approached, the beast would voluntarily enter a state of dormancy. Upon the vessel's departure, it would awaken once more. The scientists of the Dali civilization studied this phenomenon and ultimately discovered that the exploration vessel carried an unknown mineral. This mineral, excavated from the mineral-rich regions at the edge of the universe, emitted radiation that induced the energy-devouring beast's hibernation. From that moment on, the exploration vessel remained in close proximity to the beast, which has never awakened since. This is what the Dali civilization refers to as the capture of the energy-devouring beast. Yuan Yi, the diameter of this energy-devouring beast is indeed considerable, Liu Hui remarked to Yuan Yi beside him. Through the porthole of the battleship, he gazed upon the immense spherical energy-devouring beast floating in space. The detected data indicates a diameter exceeding 8,000 kilometers. Chief, this is merely its size in a dormant state. If it awakens and unfolds, its true magnitude remains uncertain, responded Scholar Yuanya. Yuanya, proceed according to plan. You shall lead a team to investigate the unidentified minerals aboard the spacecraft, while I will assemble a team to study the energy-devouring beasts, Liu Hui stated. He had perused the research materials of the Dali civilization regarding the star-consuming beasts, which revealed their findings to be exceedingly limited. Over the span of 200 million years, their research on energy cells culminated in the creation of nanobots. To this day, they lacked even the capability to mobilize the energy-devouring beasts. Zhuin had once mentioned to Liu Hui that the research and application of energy cells were pivotal to the advancement of human civilization. Thus, studying the energy-devouring beasts equated to delving into energy cells, a matter intrinsically linked to the elevation of human civilization. Liu Hui led all the scholars aboard the mothership into this profound research endeavor. After securing a promise of assistance from humanity, Finchi established a temporary command center on the Dusty Star and began mobilizing war resources from the rear. Months later, the command center received a crucial message. Finchi hastily contacted General Xinming for a discussion. General Xinming, you have arrived, Finchi exclaimed, rising to greet him. Finchi, there is no need to assemble so many warships. Simply inform me of the main force of the rebels, and our human civilization's fleet is prepared, General Xinming replied directly upon seeing Finchi. The Eternal Mothership carried over 1 million main battleships of the Great Wall, and he intended to lead 100,000 ships into battle. The Great Wall ships possessed a distinct advantage over the Dali civilization's main battleships. After waiting for several months, Xinming had grown somewhat impatient. General Xinming, the fleet need not set sail. I have just received news that the rebel leader Du Bei is leading his main fleet towards the Dusty Star, with numbers exceeding 10 billion ships. They are expected to arrive in approximately 15 years. I have resolved to confront them in the void of space. 200 million light-years from the Dusty Star, Finchi declared. It was more prudent to bide their time rather than embark on a lengthy expedition, waiting for the enemy to come to them. 15 years was not an excessive wait, by allowing the opposing force to gather their main strength and come forth. A decisive battle could settle the matter, thus avoiding much trouble. General Xinming readily accepted this decision. 15 years later, in the expanse of space 200 million light-years from the Dusty Star, Du Bei's fleet of over 10 billion ships arrived. Finchi stood against them with 500 million assembled warships and the 100,000 Great Wall ships of human civilization. The reason for not commencing battle immediately was that both leaders sought to occupy the moral high ground, urging the other to surrender. In the command center of Finchi's fleet, he stated, Du Bei, allow me to introduce the guardian of human civilization, General Xinming, who stands beside me. Human civilization is but a branch of the Kalan civilization. You have witnessed the rebellion that transpired over 600,000 years ago, and thus you must be aware of the formidable strength of the Kalan civilization. Without the aid of human civilization, your insurrection would have been destined for failure. I urge you, for the sake of your fellow beings, to relinquish your quest for power. Fengqi, you have governed the Dali civilization for countless millennia, eliminating your political adversaries, yet the progress of civilization's technology has stagnated. On the eve of the decisive battle, Fengqi and Du Bei engaged in a heated exchange via three-dimensional communication, each attempting to disparage and counsel the other. Observing this, Xinming finally lost his patience. Leader Fengqi, why must you indulge in such trivialities? He interjected. Du Bei, is it? I pose to you a simple question: surrender or engage in combat? Unfamiliar with the intricacies of politics, Xinming bluntly interrupted their discourse, unfazed by the formalities. The political theatrics of both parties were abruptly halted, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Let us commence the battle, Xinming declared, no longer willing to wait, as he stepped forward to terminate the three-dimensional communication. In his eyes, this war was merely a means to fulfill the task assigned by his leader. Thus, the curtain rose on a massacre. Chapter 170. The annihilation of the 100 billion warships. The rebel command ship's leader had just received intelligence. Within Finchi's fleet, there was but a solitary human guardian. The humans' main fleet comprised 100,000 warships. Furthermore, no additional information regarding the human flagship had been gathered. Du Bei received reports from his subordinates, and their expressions betrayed a hint of panic. What is there to fear? We possess over 10 billion warships, with only one human guardian in Finchi's fleet. It is inconceivable that he could annihilate our forces. The Guardian's armor is limited. If we can deplete his resources, victory will be ours. Moreover, we have 10 motherships capable of executing spatial powder attacks. Such an assault would be insurmountable, even for a Guardian clad in armor. Most of those accompanying Du Bei had endured the rebellion over 600,000 years ago. They were acutely aware of the terror that a Guardian in armor could instill. Faced with the reality of confronting a Guardian on the battlefield, trepidation began to set in among them. Observing the alarm on his subordinates' faces, Du Bei hastily sought to reassure them. Leader, the Finchi fleet remains stationary, while the humans' 100,000 warships are advancing towards us. The command mothership has detected the enemy's movements. Dispatch the first fleet to engage. Inform the first fleet's commander that the 100,000 warships on the offensive are from human civilization, and he must proceed with caution. Du Bei issued the command. He was unperturbed by the imminent clash. Over 600,000 years ago, the primary warships of the Dali civilization were not at an absolute disadvantage compared to those of the Kalan civilization. The casualty ratio was 10:1. Their warships could be exchanged 10 for 1. Now, they had an overwhelming numerical superiority, even with a casualty ratio of 100:1. They could exhaust the human fleet of 100,000 warships. Yet, he had not anticipated that human civilization had ascended to the pinnacle of level 5, far surpassing the level 4 peak of the Kalan civilization's branches from over 600,000 years ago. Minutes later, the battlefield's feedback left Du Bei in a state of disarray. Leader, the commander of the First Fleet has sent an urgent battlefield report. The human warships lack energy shields. They are immune to energy attacks. The enemy's energy cannons are 10 times more powerful than ours. Our energy shields can withstand only 3 attacks. The First Fleet has lost over 1 million warships. Each report sent shivers down Dubé's spine. Human warships immune to energy attacks? How could they possibly continue this battle? At this rate, without the intervention of the human guardian, those 100,000 warships could obliterate them. What should be done? Surrender? Capitulate? Dubé's heart was heavy with reluctance. Leader, the First Fleet's commander has sent a message. Warship losses have exceeded 6 million and requests a retreat. The pleas echoed in Dubé's ears. Command the First Fleet to advance at full speed and collide with the enemy warships. Those who attempt to retreat without authorization shall face execution. Dubé has not issued a withdrawal order. The First Fleet comprises a staggering 10 million vessels, with over 3 million still remaining on the battlefield. The enemy's ships are immune to energy attacks, and he wishes to test whether a direct collision can obliterate them. The suicidal assault commences. After several minutes, the First Fleet led by Dubé meets its demise. Reports from the battlefield indicate that over 100 human warships have been destroyed, resulting in a casualty ratio of 100,000 to 1. Order the 2,100th Fleet to engage immediately. Inform all fleet commanders to propel their vessels forward at full speed and strike the enemy warships. The 10 motherships from the rear advance to the battlefield. Upon reaching attack range, they initiate a spatial powder assault. Dubé issues a frenzied command. He intends to use 1 billion warships as bait to shield the 10 motherships behind them. Originally, these 10 motherships were meant to confront the guardians of humanity. But the current circumstances force his hand to utilize them prematurely. The commander of the Finky mothership, Finky, ponders whether Dubé has lost his mind. Xianming is astonished to witness the enemy's deployment of 1 billion warships in a suicidal charge. Upon hearing Xianming's words, Finky falls silent. The three-dimensional images returning from the battlefield pierce his heart with anguish. The destroyed ships are filled with members of the Dali civilization, and for a fleeting moment, he experiences a pang of guilt. The might of this human civilization's warships is overwhelmingly formidable, surpassing even that of the Kalan civilization from over 600,000 years ago. Finky marvels inwardly, having previously been unaware of the true strength of human vessels. In long-range combat, the power of their energy cannons exceeds that of the Dali civilization's warships by tenfold. In close quarters, kinetic cannons can disregard energy shields, directly annihilating nearby enemy vessels. Even if one were to approach the human warships, they are defended by formidable mech warriors. Most critically, human vessels are immune to energy attacks. In Finky's eyes, such ships appear nearly invincible. General Xianming, please remain vigilant. Dubé still possesses 10 motherships capable of launching spatial attacks, Finky cautions. He understands that these 10 motherships are the last remaining threat to human warships. The energy expenditure required for spatial assaults is extraordinarily vast, and the construction of motherships is exceedingly challenging. The Dali civilization has exerted itself to produce merely 10 such vessels. Leader Finky, if you detect these 10 motherships, report to me immediately. Xianming, familiar with the mothership's combat capabilities, is aware they pose a significant threat to the Great Wall warships. Leader, the rebel motherships have been sighted, and their coordinates have been confirmed. Dubé aims to exploit the battlefield chaos to maneuver his motherships without detection. Frontline commanders, the enemy motherships have emerged. Execute the attack as per the established plan. Xianming is well prepared. Upon confirming the coordinates, the 10 Great Wall warships at the front launch spatial jump missiles towards the enemy motherships. 9 out of 10 motherships have been annihilated by the spatial jump ordnance, leaving the enemy with but a solitary vessel. The cause of this devastation lies in a malfunction aboard one of the Great Wall warships that initiated the assault. This blunder on the battlefield has wrought grave consequences. The remaining enemy mothership has commenced a spatial powder attack. Commander on the front lines, what are you doing? With one enemy mothership still intact, I demand an immediate counterattack. Xianming has discerned the situation on the battlefield, yet his orders arrived too late. Over 5,000 Great Wall warships are reduced to mere dust in an instant. I shall no longer play this game. Eternal Mothership, initiate a large-scale dimensional strike at once. Xianming furiously issues the command. To ensure absolute certainty, he positions humanity's Eternal Mothership at the rear of the battlefield. He had not intended to employ the dimensional strike aboard the mothership. Such a long-range, wide-scale attack leaves no room for mercy. The slaughter of billions of warships weighs heavily on Xianming's conscience. However, now, over 5,000 Great Wall warships have been obliterated. Xianming contemplates how to report this to Chief Liu Hui. He can no longer afford to dwell on such matters. Does humanity possess even more formidable means of attack? Upon hearing Xianming issue orders for the Eternal Mothership, Fanchi is filled with trepidation. He witnesses an unimaginable spectacle unfold on the battlefield. Fear and guilt have accompanied Fanchi throughout his life. Chapter 171. The Phantom Fleet. The reconnaissance information from the command center revealed that over 10 billion rebel warships behind the lines instantaneously transformed into mere paper. On the battlefield, only a handful of rebel ships remained entangled with human vessels. General Xianming was taken aback. He never anticipated the formidable strength of the human mothership, which had obliterated all rebel ships in one fell swoop. His initial plan, reminiscent of over 600,000 years ago, was merely to leverage human might to annihilate a significant number of rebel vessels, thereby compelling their surrender. He never envisioned such dire consequences. Over 10 billion warships, how many Dalians must have been aboard? Fanchi was engulfed in profound remorse. The frontline commander was ordered to swiftly eliminate the remaining foes on the battlefield and initiate rescue operations. However, Xianming disregarded Fanchi's sentiments and issued a new directive. Yet, his rescue command felt somewhat implausible. The powder and dimensional reduction attacks both fell under the category of spatial assaults. For the ships within the attack range, rescue was entirely unnecessary. The overwhelming space battle resulted in the loss of over 5,000 Great Wall warships for humanity. Upon receiving the battle report, Liu Hui vehemently reprimanded Xianming. In his eyes, the interest of human civilization superseded all else. Xianming should not have shown leniency. He ought to have employed dimensional reduction attacks from the outset to conclude the conflict decisively. Despite his ire, Liu Hui had no intention of eliminating Xianming. More pressing matters demanded his attention. Breakthroughs had been made in the research of stellar devourers and unidentified minerals. Liu Hui abandoned the notion of an immediate return to the Guangzhou star system, intending to remain for further in-depth studies. Over a century later, significant advancements had been achieved in the study of stellar devourers, prompting Liu Hui to pause the research and set forth back to the Guangzhou star system. This decision stemmed from humanity's newfound ability to extract and compress the energy cells of the devourers, towering immensely, with a diameter exceeding 8,000 kilometers. The devourers could now have their energy cells disassembled and transported aboard the mothership. At the entrance of the spatial rift in the Dali star system, esteemed human leader Liu Hui, this is the spatial rift of our Dali star system. Through this rift, one can reach the void over 10.6 billion light-years away. I am grateful for the assistance rendered by human civilization. Fanchi bid farewell here. Upon receiving the news that the human mothership was preparing to return, Fanchi was overwhelmed with joy, escorting it all the way. Every additional day the human mothership lingered in the Dali star system filled him with trepidation. Chief Fanchi, I appreciate your escort. Though the Dali civilization and human civilization are separated by vast distances, may we one day reunite? Liu Hui responded politely. This response sent shivers down Fanchi's spine. If given a choice, he would prefer that such a reunion never occur. After exchanging farewells, the Eternal Mothership set sail. Calculations indicated that the return journey of the Eternal Mothership to the Guangzhou star system would take approximately 20,000 years. 10,000 years later, through the twists and turns of several cosmic spatial rifts, the Eternal Mothership arrived in a void of the universe. It was now a mere 90 billion light-years from the Guangzhou star system. Have we not established contact yet? Liu Hui paced anxiously in the control center of the mothership. The limit of human civilization's quantum communication is approximately 100 billion light-years. Given the current distance of 90 billion light-years, contact with the Guangzhou star system should be feasible. The inability to communicate suggests that something has transpired with the inhabitants of the Guangzhou star system. Chief, we still cannot reach them via quantum communication. Are you unable to contact Ji Sun and the others in the brain original space? Yuan Yi, equally distressed, inquired. Yuan Yi, I am unable to reach them in my brain original space either. As Liu Hui responded, another possibility crossed his mind. Yuan Yi, my brain original space indicates that the guardians and scholars remaining in the Guangzhou star system are still alive. The reason we cannot establish contact is likely that they have taken refuge in an alternate dimension. The Guangzhou star system may have already fallen to another civilization. Otherwise, quantum communication should have been possible. After considering several factors, Liu Hui arrived at this conclusion, which received unanimous support. The Eternal Mothership then commenced its journey at full speed toward the Guangzhou star system, utilizing spatial jumps along the way. Liu Hui even took the risk of reducing the frequency of the mothership's maintenance to expedite their arrival. 5,000 years later, the Eternal Mothership reached the outskirts of the Guangzhou star system. Chief, we have detected a fleet approaching the mothership, approximately 10,000 ships in number. They are confirmed not to be warships of our human civilization. Upon reaching the periphery of the star system, the situation was promptly assessed. Enter a state of heightened alert. Establish communication with the approaching fleet to ascertain their intentions, Liu Hui commanded. Chief, there has been no response. Their warships are accelerating towards us, a crew member reported. Xi and Meng, lead 100,000 Great Wall warships to intercept them. Do not allow them to approach the mothership, Liu Hui ordered. Following the command, Xi and Meng departed from the mothership with 100,000 Great Wall warships. In the command ship, Xi and Meng closely monitored the detection data. Commander, the enemy warships have entered the range of our energy cannons. Shall we engage? Commence immediate attack, Xi and Meng commanded. 100,000 Great Wall warships opened fire on the targeted vessels. The enemy warships were equipped with a level 4 energy shield. It was estimated that 2 energy cannon shots could shatter the shield. As the enemy fleet was obliterated, data from the battlefield began to flow back. Preparations were made to clear the battlefield and gather intelligence from the wreckage of the enemy ships. The conflict unfolded without incident. After several rounds of concentrated fire from the 100,000 Great Wall warships, all 10,000 warships that had charged towards the Eternal Mothership were completely annihilated. Commander, the wreckage of the enemy's warships has vanished without a trace. Upon receiving the report, Xi and Meng meticulously scrutinized the detection data. Even dispatching warships to the site of the debris, the feedback revealed that there was nothing there. It was as if this space battle had never occurred. With lingering doubts, Xi and Meng led the fleet back to the Eternal Mothership. On board, Liu Hui spent countless hours pondering the inexplicable events that had transpired. Days later, another fleet approached the Eternal Mothership, numbering approximately 10,000 vessels. Once more, Xi and Meng took the lead in confronting the incoming threat. Strangely, the wreckage of these 10,000 enemy warships also vanished into thin air. After several repetitions of this phenomenon, Liu Hui finally made a significant discovery. The fleets that repeatedly assailed the Eternal Mothership were not different entities. They were the same fleet, a force that, once obliterated, could resurrect itself. Chapter 172. Unveiling the Truth. Eternal Mothership Command Center. Zhuyin, your extensive knowledge is unparalleled. What are your thoughts on this peculiar situation? Liu Hui and the scholars aboard the mothership have been unable to ascertain the cause of such an enigmatic occurrence. At this moment, Liu Hui recalled the presence of a superintelligent brain nestled within his own mind. Chief, you have finally remembered me. I was about to suffocate from the silence. Zhu Yin's response was tinged with a sense of grievance. Since her transformation into a life form residing in Liu Hui's brain, she had been extraordinarily exhilarated. In both life and work, she developed an interest in numerous matters. Whenever her curiosity was piqued, regardless of the context, she would invariably seek Liu Hui's engagement in conversation. Over time, Liu Hui could no longer endure this incessant intrusion. He imposed a restriction on Zhu Yin, forbidding her from disturbing him without prior inquiry. Zhu Yin, you possess a consciousness of life. You must learn the subtleties of human interaction and cannot allow your nature to reign unchecked. You need to consider the feelings of others. If you can discern the appropriateness of the situation and refrain from interrupting me at will, I may lift the restrictions I have placed upon you. Banning Zhu Yin from speaking freely was not an ideal solution, yet Liu Hui felt he had no choice but to compromise. Chief, if I fail to recognize the context, you must teach me diligently in the future. Upon hearing that the restrictions might be lifted, Zhu Yin was filled with joy. Zhu Yin, during my leisure, feel free to engage me in conversation. However, while I am working, you must discern the context and assess whether it is necessary to disturb me. For instance, when I am conducting scientific research, you should refrain from discussing trivial matters of life. Similarly, in situations like today, where we face an insurmountable issue affecting human civilization, if you possess any solutions or ideas, feel free to present them without seeking my consent. Liu Hui began to guide Zhu Yin. Chief, it seems I understand now. In this context, I can speak freely without needing to consult you. The peculiar events of recent days, if explained through our human scientific theories, indicate that one party, whether friend or foe, is likely experiencing a distortion in their temporal dimension. Zhu Yin's words ignited an epiphany within Liu Hui. After synthesizing the known information, he swiftly reached a conclusion. Once the enemy warships that attacked the Eternal Mothership were destroyed, it would be possible to alter the temporal dimension and revert to a state from one day prior. With this assessment, Liu Hui convened a meeting. The scholars and guardians in attendance were unable to provide a viable solution. Ultimately, the conference concluded with the decision to first extricate themselves from the harassing enemy fleet and return to the Resurgence Twin Stars. The Resurgence Twin Stars served as the political epicenter of human civilization within the Guangzhou star system, where the anomalous spaces owned by humanity were also located nearby. Upon returning to the Resurgence Twin Stars, They would ascertain whether the human populace within the star system had sought refuge in the anomalous spaces. Chief, the spatial fluctuations within the star system are immense, and we are currently unable to determine the coordinates for spatial jumps. As Liu Hui resolved to employ spatial leap to reach the revitalization binary stars, unwelcome news arrived from the control center. The detection indicated that the spatial fluctuations throughout the Guangzhou star system were exceedingly chaotic. Is it possible to ascertain the cause of these spatial disturbances? Given the vast extent of the fluctuations, Liu Hui surmised that they were likely of human origin. Commander, the data suggests that the cause of the spatial disturbances is the deployment of spatial interference devices, reported the crew member. Liu Hui found this revelation somewhat incredulous. To deploy such devices across an entire star system would require an immense investment of time and resources. Commander, we can navigate while searching for verifiable spatial jump coordinates, suggested Yuan Yi from the command center. The Guangzhou star system is so expansive that even with a multitude of spatial interferers deployed, it is improbable that all spatial coordinates are affected. There will invariably be certain locations that remain untouched. Take a look at the coordinate map of the Guangzhou star system. Approximately 3 light-years from our position lies the 62B 365 spatial tunnel. Let us first investigate that location. Liu Hui did not immediately accept Yuan Ye's proposal. Without the ability to initiate a spatial leap, utilizing the spatial tunnel could save considerable time, and he was inclined to take a chance. The Eternal Mothership was situated roughly 160,000 light-years from the revitalization binary stars, with a maximum speed of 9 times the speed of light. It would take over 10,000 years to reach their destination, a duration far too lengthy for the impatient Liu Hui. After the Eternal Mothership successfully annihilated the incoming enemy fleet, it promptly accelerated towards the 62B 365 spatial tunnel. Along the journey, enemy fleets would intermittently harass them approximately every other day. Initially, it was a fleet of 10,000 warships, but as time progressed, this number escalated to 3 fleets comprising over 30,000 vessels. After more than 3 months of relentless engagements, the Eternal Mothership finally reached the periphery of the spatial tunnel. Commander, we detect intense spatial fluctuations. The source of these fluctuations is at the entrance of the spatial tunnel, reported the crew from the command center. Just as the Eternal Mothership arrived at the tunnel's outskirts, the enemy detonated it. Clearly, the adversary had discerned Liu Hui's intentions. Xi and Ming, come here for a moment. I have a task for you, Liu Hui instructed, pointing to the planetary coordinate map within the control center. Approximately 1 light-year from us lies the planet Jumi. Records indicate that this planet is the home world of the Jumi civilization, classified as a level 2/6 civilization, and is recognized within the Guangzhou star system. You are to lead a long wall-class warship to investigate whether this civilization still exists. If possible, gather intelligence on the events that have transpired in the Guangzhou star system over the years. The Eternal Mothership will remain here for 2 months to attract enemy fleets, providing cover for your operations. Liu Hui assigned this mission to Xi and Ming, as the Eternal Mothership had not received any pertinent information since entering the Guangzhou star system. What has truly transpired over the years? Who stands as humanity's adversary? Liu Hui found himself engulfed in darkness. A Great Wall battleship stealthily detached from the mothership, making its way toward the planet Jume. Meanwhile, the Eternal Mothership, remaining stationary, began to endure relentless assaults from the enemy fleet. The number of attacking vessels had surged from over 30,000 to more than 200,000. Although the quantity of warships was markedly increasing, they posed no real threat to the Eternal Mothership. As time elapsed, the energy reserves of the Eternal Mothership gradually dwindled. After more than 2 months, Xi and Ming, who had been dispatched to gather intelligence on the planet Jume, returned. Accompanying him aboard the Great Wall battleship was the leader of the Jume civilization. Liu Hui finally comprehended the situation. Humanity's foe was none other than the Phantom Civilization. Chapter 173, A Perilous Moment. The Phantom Civilization. The Guangzhou star system harbors an indigenous civilization, classified as Level 3. Its life forms exist as disembodied consciousness, remarkably akin to the ethereal civilization. Individual consciousness possesses the ability to alter the temporal dimensions of normal cosmic space. Approximately 40,000 years ago, this civilization waged war against humanity, instigated by their demand for the rights to utilize alternate dimensions. The population of the Phantom Civilization is estimated to be around 100 trillion, with individual consciousness controlling approximately 10 trillion warships. The arrival of the leader of the Mica civilization enlightened Liu Hui to the harsh realities. Over nearly 40 millennia of conflict, the Phantom Civilization has gradually depleted humanity's wartime resources. The rebirth binary star has fallen, compelling Zhang Jixin and Huang Ziu, who remained in the Guangzhou star system, to lead the remnants of humanity into hiding within alternate dimensions. In the conference room of the Eternal Mothership, I resolved to venture to the rebirth binary star to unite with the humans in the alternate space. The Phantom civilization boasts a fleet of about 10 trillion warships. Should we endeavor to breach the rebirth binary star, we would face at least several trillion enemy vessels. Upon departing from the Holy Land, we acquired a substantial quantity of energy blocks from the Jiha mothership. Currently, the energy blocks aboard the mothership are plentiful yet finite. To reach the rebirth binary star, we must conserve our energy blocks judiciously. What suggestions do you have? Liu Hui inquired of the scholars and guardians present in the conference room. He could not abandon the humans in the alternate space. Leader, according to battlefield data, the speed of the Phantom civilization's warships is only 0.95 times the speed of light. We can leverage the speed advantage of the Eternal Mothership to evade entanglements and minimize combat, one advisor suggested. During space battles, we should primarily utilize kinetic cannons to conserve energy blocks, another added. However, large-scale dimensional attacks consume enormous amounts of energy and must be employed with caution. Liu Hui convened an emergency meeting. Following the discussions, the Eternal Mothership set its course at full speed toward the rebirth binary star. Leader, we have detected approximately 100,000 enemy warships ahead, directly in our flight path, reported an officer days later. Alter our course to circumvent them. Avoid entanglement, Liu Hui commanded, utilizing its speed advantage. The Eternal Mothership successfully evaded the Phantom fleet and continued its journey toward the rebirth binary star. 3 months later, within the control center of the Eternal Mothership, alarms sounded regarding the propulsion system. Shut down the propulsion system and notify the maintenance department to replace essential components immediately, Liu Hui ordered. Xian Meng, you will lead 500,000 Great Wall warships away from the mothership and prepare for escort duties, he continued. This was a characteristic flaw of the Eternal Mothership after prolonged full-speed travel. Essential components of the propulsion system required maintenance and replacement, which would take approximately 3 days. The leader. The Eternal flagship has detected an enemy fleet approaching the direction of the rebirth binary stars, approximately 1 million vessels. It has also detected around 500,000 enemy warships from the rear. The Eternal flagship has been under maintenance for less than a day, and the Phantom fleet has begun to encircle it. Relay the intelligence gathered to Xian Meng. Inform him that the flagship requires an additional 2 days for repairs. The millions of Phantom warships are not overly concerning. Liu Hui knows that Xian Meng can handle them with ease. 3 days later, the power system maintenance is complete. The Eternal flagship resumes its full-speed advance toward the rebirth binary stars. Leader, the spatial scanning instruments indicate a lockable spatial jump coordinate located 120 light-years ahead. The Eternal flagship, traveling at full speed, has suddenly identified a coordinate for initiating a spatial jump. Lock onto the spatial coordinate and commence the jump immediately. Recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, Liu Hui issued the command without hesitation. Although the entire Guangzhou star system is affected by a spatial disruptor, Liu Hui and his team managed to detect several areas of calm space. Utilizing these tranquil zones, the Eternal flagship intermittently executed spatial jumps during its rapid traversal. Centuries later, the Eternal flagship had covered half of its journey, while encounters with the Phantom fleet became increasingly frequent. Leader, the Great Wall fleet's energy reserves are nearing depletion, requesting the flagship to initiate a dimensional attack. As the number of Phantom warships surged, the Great Wall vessels, detached from the flagship during its power system maintenance, could no longer withstand the advance of enemy ships. The Eternal flagship was compelled to activate a dimensional attack, resulting in a significant increase in energy consumption. Leader, the energy reserves on the flagship are down to half. Shall we continue our advance? The control center. Yuan Yi inquired of Liu Hui. After over 1,000 years, the Eternal flagship reached a point 100 light-years from the rebirth binary stars, with only half of its energy remaining. This figure is critical. If the flagship were to alter its course and depart the Guangzhou star system at this moment, the remaining energy would suffice for a safe escape. However, venturing deeper could lead to unpredictable consequences. Proceed forward. Despite the peril, Liu Hui was determined not to yield. The humanity in the alternate dimension awaited their return. Leader, ahead lies a dense formation of enemy warships, and no alternative route has been identified. Continuing forward will necessitate constant use of dimensional attacks. After calculations, it was determined that upon reaching the rebirth binary stars, the flagship's energy would drop to a critical threshold. Leader, should we still proceed? The risk was exceedingly high, and Yuan Yi sought to confirm Liu Hui's decision one last time. Press on, Liu Hui commanded. The Eternal flagship surged forward again at full speed, confronted by trillions of phantom warships, with no means of evasion. The dimensional attacks rapidly depleted the flagship's energy. 11 years later, the Eternal flagship finally breached the outer space of the rebirth binary stars, the very realm where the alternate dimension resides. The leader announced that the ray wave intended to open the rift to the alternate dimension had been launched, yet the anticipated breach had not materialized. According to the initial plan, upon the mothership reaching the periphery of the alternate dimension, it was to immediately deploy the known ray wave to create the rift. However, an unforeseen circumstance arose. The expected opening did not occur. Have the coordinates been confirmed? The coordinates have been established. We are indeed at the periphery of the alternate dimension. Inside the mothership's control center, an atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the crew. Liu Hui had not anticipated that after enduring countless trials to arrive at the outer boundary of the alternate dimension, they would be unable to effectuate the opening from outside. The Eternal mothership lingered in the vastness of space, surrounded by an array of ghostly warships, its energy reserves perilously dwindling. A Morse code message was dispatched to the region of the alternate dimension, urging them to facilitate an immediate opening from within. Xian Meng, you are to lead all the Great Wall warships away from the mothership, forming our final line of defense. Liu Hui speculated that, for safety's sake, the frequency of the ray intended to open the rift had likely been altered by Zhang Jisen, making it possible to open the breach solely from within. Their solitary hope rested on establishing contact through Morse code, and Liu Hui firmly believed that Zhang Jisen had anticipated this predicament. Chapter 174. Humanity in the alternate dimension. The alternate dimension spans approximately 200 million kilometers. Within this expanse, countless Dragonfleet motherships linger, each interconnected by several passageways, forming a colossal and magnificent space city. This celestial metropolis is home to trillions of humans. Despite its grandeur, the city exhibits significant wear and tear, unmistakably bearing the marks of time. Among these dilapidated motherships, one stands out as particularly extraordinary. Meticulously maintained, it resembles a brand-new vessel. This mothership is not the primary Dragonfleet flagship of humanity. It bears another name, Eternal Mothership No. 2. Liu Hui embarked on his journey to the sacred land aboard the Eternal Mothership. This particular Eternal Mothership No. 2 is a replica, representing the pinnacle of human technology within the Guangzhou star system. Over 100,000 years ago, after Liu Hui set forth for the sacred land, Zhang Jisen, Huang Zihu, and Liu Hui, who remained in the Guangzhou star system, convened and resolved to construct a second Eternal Mothership for unforeseen circumstances. The decision to build only one was due to the reliance on purple hole energy blocks, which humanity's technology was not yet capable of harvesting in abundance. In the control center of Eternal Mothership No. 2, Zhang Jisen, Huang Zihu, and Liu Hui gathered, their expressions grave. We can no longer afford to wait. Remaining here, our resources and energy will inevitably be depleted. I propose we hold a vote, Zhang Jisen proclaimed. Rationality urged him to make a choice. Upon hearing his words, Huang Zihu and Liu Hui hesitated to respond. This voting proposal bore immense significance, as it pertained to the fate of trillions of humans in the alternate dimension. Over 6,000 years ago, human civilization faced defeat, forcing trillions of people into the alternate dimension by the ghost civilization. Prior to their defeat, humanity had made extensive preparations, stockpiling vast resources in the alternate dimension, intending to await the return of their leader, Liu Hui. Yet, no amount of resources could withstand the ravages of time. The temporal dimension of the alternate space diverges from that of the normal universe by a factor of 10,000. While over 6,000 years have elapsed in the normal universe, humanity in the alternate dimension has endured over 60 million years without resupply. The inhabitants of the alternate dimension would ultimately face extinction. Jisen, if you wish for my agreement to vote, I will stay behind, and you and Liu Hui will venture out. No, I cannot agree to that. I will remain, and you and Zihu will leave. Perhaps I should be the one to stay. The three of them engaged in a heated argument. The monumental decision regarding the fate of human civilization rested upon their vote, a rule established by Liu Hui before his departure. As the dwindling resources in the alternate dimension became increasingly apparent over the course of 60 million years, Zhang Jisen contemplated and proposed a suggestion. Allow Huang Zihu and Liu Hui to lead a select group of humanity aboard Eternal Mothership No. 2 to seek out their leader. Liu Hui. The Eternal Mothership 2 stands as humanity's sole opportunity to venture beyond the Guangzhou star system, while Zhang Jisen remains in the alien dimension, awaiting their return. This decision is tantamount to relinquishing the human presence within that realm. The departing Eternal Mothership 2 shall serve as the seed of human civilization, for the likelihood of locating Liu Hui amidst the cosmos is nearly non-existent. Zhang Jixin's proposal has lingered for millennia. Initially, Huang Zihu and Liu Hui vehemently opposed it. Yet over time, they gradually came to accept the stark reality. Presently, their contention revolves around who shall depart and who shall remain. To exit the alien dimension and become the progenitor of human civilization is to survive. Conversely, staying within the alien dimension likely leads to a slow demise over time. Each individual desires the other to leave, wishing to remain behind. Amidst their quarrel, an urgent communication emanated from the control center, the command headquarters. Having received information from the gravitational wave Morse code communication station outside the alien dimension, proclaimed that their leader had returned. The message is being relayed to the command center. Please establish immediate contact. The alien dimension and the normal cosmic expanse are two distinct realms, and conventional communication proves futile. Only the gravitational wave Morse code can penetrate the barriers of the alien dimension, although the distance is not vast. This remains the sole means of communication between the two realms. Following humanity's defeat and entry into the alien dimension, Zhang Jixin disrupted the ray frequencies that could potentially open a breach from the outside, ensuring that the alien dimension can now only be breached from within. As the chief scholar of human civilization, Zhang Jixin possesses a keen intellect. He has anticipated that should their leader suddenly return, they would inevitably resort to gravitational wave Morse code to establish contact when unable to open a breach from the outside. Consequently, he has set up numerous communication stations near the alien dimension's boundaries, all in preparation for the day they might receive information from the external world. The transfer of communication must be established immediately. Amidst the dispute, Zhang Jixin was the first to react. Leader, this is Zhang Jixin. Please relay your coordinates, and I will open a breach for you. The transfer of information was successful, and a connection was forged between the two temporal realms. At that moment, Zhang Jixin exhibited no signs of excitement. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. He was acutely aware of the countless spectral warships surrounding them outside the alien dimension. The urgency lay in swiftly opening a breach to allow their leader entry. Jixin, the coordinates have been sent. Open the breach with utmost haste. There are too many warships of the spectral civilization. We cannot hold out for long. Chapter 175. Entering the other dimension, the coordinates have been transmitted, and the eternal mothership can only remain stationary, awaiting the opening of the rift into the other dimension. Having lost the advantage of mobility, countless spectral warships are hurtling towards it at high speed. This is their sole means of assaulting the human vessels. Aboard the eternal mothership, approximately 1 million Great Wall warships have already detached, forming the initial defensive line at the periphery. Should this line be breached, the enemy fleet will confront tens of millions of close defense cannons aboard the eternal mothership. This constitutes the second line of defense. If the enemy manages to penetrate the closed defense cannons, the eternal mothership will still have one final bastion, a mechanized army of 10 million constructed by the Tongu tribe. These mechs lack long-range mobility and can only be dispersed within a few hundred kilometers of the mothership. As enemy vessels approach, they will attach themselves to the hulls of the enemy ships like leeches, incapacitating them from within. Should the enemy fleet overcome the mech army's defenses, they would be able to strike directly at the eternal mothership. Commander, the rift into the other dimension will open in 6 minutes. Came the voice of Zhang Jixin from the command center. The diameter of the rift will reach 8,000 kilometers, requiring a total of approximately half an hour to fully open. Once the rift is activated, I shall dispatch warships for support. The eternal mothership, with a diameter of 8,000 kilometers, must endure for half an hour before entering the other dimension. Half an hour? Liu Hui wondered if the eternal mothership could withstand such pressure. Surrounded by spectral civilization warships, the prospect of remaining stationary for 30 minutes filled him with uncertainty. He sent a message to Xian Meng, informing him that the eternal mothership would enter the other dimension in half an hour. The energy blocks aboard the mothership could execute large-scale dimensional attacks 8 more times. The fleet defending the line had only 8 opportunities for support. Liu Hui refrained from issuing a desperate command, knowing that even with 1 million Great Wall warships at full energy, they could not halt the onslaught of hundreds of millions of enemy vessels. The enemy's overwhelming numerical advantage rendered any counterattack futile. Half an hour? That long? Xian Meng was taken aback upon receiving the mothership's update, having anticipated merely a 10-minute defense. There was no time for further contemplation as the control room reported enemy activity. Commander Xian Meng, enemy vessels will enter the attack range in 30 seconds. He ordered all warships to unleash a full barrage once the enemy entered the attack range, urging them not to conserve ammunition or energy. Until all ammunition and energy blocks are expended, no ship is to retreat without orders. As soon as the command was issued, the enemy ships crossed into the attack range. The million Great Wall warships activated their free-fire mode, with the long-range energy cannons firing first. The sheer number of spectral civilization warships was staggering. Xi and Meng observed the battlefield data intently from the command ship. The spectral civilization boasts a multitude of warships, with one vessel positioned every few kilometers, creating a density so extreme that collisions are likely during high-speed maneuvers. Due to this overwhelming concentration, every passing second sees tens of thousands of spectral warships obliterated on the battlefield. Yet, despite this carnage, the Great Wall fleet cannot impede the advance of the enemy vessels. 2 minutes later, the adversary's warships encroach upon the attack range of the Great Wall's kinetic cannons. With the addition of these cannons, the assault speed of the spectral warships significantly diminishes. The kinetic cannons utilize tangible projectiles, which are limited in number. After 5 minutes of relentless firing, the Great Wall fleet exhausts its supply of physical ammunition, leaving only energy weapons to continue the assault. The enemy warships regain their momentum. The defensive line of the Great Wall fleet comprises around 1 million vessels, a finite number. Each ship possesses a defensive range of approximately 1,000 kilometers, creating substantial gaps in their coverage. Without the support of kinetic cannons, the blockade formed by energy weapons reveals vulnerabilities. 5 minutes later, the first spectral warship breaches the defensive line, quickly followed by the second and third. The Great Wall ships continue to fire with all their might, striving to minimize the number of enemy vessels that penetrate their defenses. The few spectral warships that have broken through are swiftly annihilated by the close-in weaponry on the mothership. Commander Xi and Meng, I am in Sector 83, and we are nearing a breaking point. Requesting assistance. Xi and Meng's command ship receives the distress signal from the sector, which is subsequently relayed to the Eternal Mothership. Moments later, the enemy warships in front of Sector 83 are instantaneously eradicated as the Eternal Mothership initiates a large-scale dimensional attack for support. 10 minutes later, the Eternal Mothership prepares for its final dimensional assault. Energy on Ship 6775 is about to be depleted, preparing to retreat. Ship 97,258. Ship 83,365. Messages regarding the retreat of the warships begin to flood in. Ship 733680 has suffered a collision. Ship 573,822. Reports of destroyed vessels arrive. All warships retreat immediately. Those still capable of attack provide cover for our allies. Xi and Meng, no longer hesitating, issues the retreat order. He understands that the current defensive line has lost its significance. If they do not withdraw, all ships will be obliterated. Retreating to the protective range of the mothership's close-in weaponry will take several minutes. In just those few minutes, over half of the 1 million Great Wall warships are annihilated. As Xi and Meng's command vessel barely enters the protective perimeter of the mothership's defenses, a long-awaited voice resonates through the control center's communications. Xi and Meng, is your command ship still operational? I have arrived. The voice calling for Xi and Meng belongs to Huang Zihu, who has come to provide support. More than 20 minutes after the breach into the alternate dimension was opened, Commander Huang Zihu led millions of Great Wall warships, which were continuously surging through the gap. Commander Huang, immediately protect the mothership. Enemy vessels have already breached the close defense cannons and are colliding with the mothership. Without the luxury of pleasantries, the Eternal Mothership was already under assault. With Huang Zihu's timely assistance, the Eternal Mothership managed to withstand the onslaught. Commander, the breach has expanded to a diameter of 8,000 kilometers. The mothership's power systems are functioning normally. Initiate the mothership's entry into the alternate dimension at once, Liu Hui commanded. The Eternal Mothership endured several impacts, yet fortunately, its power systems remained intact. It successfully entered the alternate dimension. Commander, we have returned. As they just crossed into the alternate dimension, Huang Zihu's voice resonated from the control center of the mothership. Liu Hui turned to see Huang Zihu alongside Xi and Meng. Zihu, the mothership has entered the alternate dimension. Why are we still dispatching warships outward? Upon entering the alternate dimension, Liu Hui observed that warships continued to pour out. Commander, the breach into the alternate dimension is quite extensive, and sealing it will require some time. To prevent enemy vessels from penetrating the alternate dimension, those warships that have exited will not be returning. Chapter 176. Devoted to the advancement of technology ever since they were forced to retreat into a different dimension following their defeat. Zhang Jisen and his companions had conducted numerous simulations. They contemplated the day when they might have to forcibly breach the dimensional rift, calculating the number of warships required to seal it based on its area. Presently, the rift's diameter had expanded to over 8,000 kilometers, and closing it would necessitate half an hour. Calculations indicated that more than 200 million warships would be needed to effectively block the opening. Among these, Over 100 million would serve as support vessels, equipped with a limited supply of offensive energy blocks. The remaining warships, also exceeding 100 million in number, would lack any offensive energy, relying solely on basic navigational capabilities. Once the support vessels expended their offensive energy, they would form a defensive barrier alongside the others, bracing against the assaults of enemy warships to buy time for sealing the rift. All these vessels stood ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. Jisun, will these warships be operated by AI or human pilots? In response to Zhang Jisun's contemplations, Yuan Yi posed a sudden inquiry. The consciousness of the Ghost Clan could infiltrate and commandeer AI systems. Thus, the warships could only be manually operated, each crewed by approximately 50 individuals. Zhang Jisun understood the underlying implications of Yuan Ye's question, and his response cast a pall of silence over the assembly. Liu Hui's expression remained impassive, yet within, he felt as though his heart was being torn asunder. Over 200 million warships equated to more than 10 billion lives. He had not anticipated that the cost of opening the rift to enter the alternate dimension would be so staggering. Jisun, notify all scholars, guardians, leaders of subordinate civilizations, and heads of key departments to convene for a meeting observing the successful closure of the rift. Liu Hui instructed Zhang Jisun beside him. There was no joy in returning. The defeated humanity was compelled to seek refuge in an alternate dimension. Liu Hui felt the urgent need to hold a high-level meeting to discuss strategies for confronting this unprecedented crisis. Humanity had been forced to abandon the solar system and venture into interstellar space for over 100,000 years, enduring several significant crises during this time. On May 30th, 160632 of the interstellar calendar, the leadership of humanity gathered once more in the face of a new threat. Zhang Jisun, Huang Zihu, and Li Hui stood together. You three have led the human civilization against the ghost civilization for over 20,000 years. How did this war unfold? Liu Hui posed this challenging question as the meeting commenced. The fifth-tier human civilization had been driven to conceal themselves within an alternate dimension by the third-tier ghost civilization. A conclusion that was both difficult to accept and deeply disheartening for Liu Hui. Leader, the life forms of the ghost civilization exist as ideological entities. They possess the extraordinary ability to manipulate the dimensions of time. In the realm of space warfare, should their warships be destroyed, they can revert to the state of those ships as they were a day prior. In conventional space battles, we find ourselves utterly incapable of obliterating their vessels. The ghost civilization exploits this advantage, incessantly draining our energy. Once our warships are depleted of power, they are vulnerable to their relentless assaults. The multitude of warships possessed by the ghost civilization has allowed them to identify our weaknesses, launching attacks on our energy collection bases vital to human civilization. Without a sufficient supply of energy blocks, our defeat seems inevitable over time. In response to the leader's inquiry, Huang Zihu expressed his frustration. Is there truly no weakness within the ghost civilization? Liu Hui sought to comprehend the situation more thoroughly. Although he felt dissatisfaction, he recognized that it would be unjust to place undue blame on Huang Zihu and his team. Even he might not fare any better in this war. Leader, annihilating the ghost civilization's warships in space battles serves little purpose. Only by eliminating their essence can we hope to secure victory. Huang Zihu elaborated that the essence of the ghost civilization thrives on the planet Chue Pen, a sentient plant-like life form. Chue Pen resides in the outskirts of the Wangzhou star system, within an unobservable celestial body, as it exists within an alternate space. This space resembles our current alternate realm, yet its temporal dimension accelerates tenfold compared to normal cosmic space. Thus, the ghost beings evolved the ability to manipulate the dimensions of time, to conquer the ghost civilization. The sole means lies in the destruction of Chue Pen, thereby obliterating their essence. This represents their singular vulnerability. In response to Liu Hui's questioning, Huang Zihu provided intricate details. After over 20,000 years of conflict, it is inconceivable that humanity remains ignorant of its foe. What prevents you from annihilating Chue Pen? Once the location of the enemy's home planet is known, Huang Zihu would undoubtedly dispatch a fleet to engage in an attack. However, given the current outcomes, such efforts would surely prove futile. Liu Hui was eager to understand the reasons behind this. Leader, I have previously led 3 fleets to assault Chue Pen, and each time met with the same disheartening conclusion. Huang Zihu recounted the circumstances of those 3 attempts. Despite our ability to breach the exterior of the alternate space housing Chue Pen, once inside, the temporal dimension would revert us to a day prior. This cycle repeated, rendering our fleets incapable of penetrating the alternate space, let alone assaulting the planet Chue Pen. Trapped in a paradox of entry and retreat, the human fleets under Huang Zihu's command were besieged by the approaching ghost warships, gradually depleting their energy reserves. Ultimately, When the fleets had exhausted all power, they were compelled to withdraw. Zhu Yin, how should humanity respond to this predicament? Do you have any recommendations? Understanding the reason behind the dilemma, Liu Hui discreetly inquired with the superintelligent entity, Zhu Yin, residing within his mind, in hopes of obtaining a viable solution. Leader, how can we alter the dimensions of time? This pertains to the advanced technologies of a higher civilization. In order for humanity to master the dimensions of time, it is imperative to devote ourselves entirely to the advancement of technology. Once human civilization ascends to level 6, the challenges we currently face will be effortlessly resolved. Zhu Yin did not provide a specific solution, but merely offered a directional suggestion, which Liu Hui wholeheartedly endorsed. During the meeting, Liu Hui solidified the trajectory for human civilization's development, emphasizing the urgent need to intensify scientific research. Zhu Yin's database contained the technological trees of all branches of the Kalan civilization within the sanctum. Should humanity successfully integrate and navigate these technological trees, it could potentially elevate civilization to level 6. Following the meeting, all scholars and guardians of humanity dedicated themselves to scientific inquiry. Liu Hui oversaw the research on the dimensions of time, while Zhang Jixin led the investigation into energy cells. Yuan Yi and Li Hui were tasked with harmonizing the technological trees of the Kalan civilization's branches. In an alternate dimension of time, 20,000 years later, Zhang Jixin hurriedly made his way to the research laboratory where Liu Hui was located. His research on energy cells had achieved a monumental breakthrough, one that could profoundly influence the trajectory of human technological advancement. Chapter 177, Research Achievements in the Temporal Dimension Research Laboratory. Liu Hui sat pensively on a resting chair, cradling his chin in contemplation. Scientific inquiry often proves to be a tedious endeavor. After delineating responsibilities, Liu Hui presided over research in spatial dimensions, while his primary focus remained on the temporal dimension. Over the span of more than 20,000 years, Liu Hui had made no significant advancements in his exploration of the temporal dimension. However, he had achieved a monumental breakthrough in another avenue of spatial studies. The conventional fabric of cosmic spacetime comprises 3 dimensions: length, width, and height, alongside a singular, unyielding temporal dimension that perpetually advances forward. With the current technological prowess of humanity, it is feasible to create a reduced dimensional space, wherein any one of the 3 spatial dimensions can be eliminated. The most tangible manifestation of this is known as dimensional reduction attack. Its inherent limitation lies in the fact that only one dimension can be extricated, and the process remains uncontrollable. Liu Hui's breakthrough transformed the uncontrollable into the controllable. He developed a technique for compressing space. Within this compressed space, objects can retain their proportional dimensions while undergoing infinite reduction. In simpler terms, this means that objects within the normal cosmic space can be miniaturized. Take, for example, the Eternal Mothership, which has a diameter of 8,000 kilometers. If energy consumption is disregarded, the mothership's diameter could be compressed to 4,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, or even as small as 1 kilometer or 500 meters. This technology represents a revolutionary advancement for human civilization. If the interior of the mothership could sustain such a compressed space over an extended period, the amount of cargo it could carry would increase exponentially. As the mass of compressed objects diminishes in proportion to the degree of compression, this phenomenon defies the law of conservation of mass and redefines the principles of cosmic mass. Despite his significant scientific achievements, Liu Hui remained unable to address the existential crises facing humanity due to the stagnation in research concerning the temporal dimension. As he sat in contemplation, pondering how to discover a breakthrough in his studies, a voice interrupted his reverie. Chief. Turning to see Zhang Jixin behind him, Liu Hui initially assumed he had come to discuss research issues. Zhang Jixin, what brings you here? Liu Hui inquired. Chief, can't you think about something else for a change? Zhang Jixin replied with a smile. Have you made some breakthroughs? Liu Hui responded, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, there are several significant advancements that may be applicable against the phantom civilization, Zhang Jixin exclaimed with excitement. Quick, share what you've discovered. Liu Hui urged, his anticipation palpable. Chief, I suspect that the star-devouring beasts are not naturally evolved species within the cosmos. The energy cells comprising the star-devouring beasts are not constrained by the principles of spatial dimensional reduction. Our human cognition can establish a connection with these energy cells. Zhang Jixin elaborated on the results of his research on the star-devouring beasts, which he had been studying for over 20,000 years since Liu Hui had brought them back from the Dali civilization. In his study of the star-devourer's brain, Zhang Jisen discovered that its cerebral structure is remarkably simplistic, devoid of independent cognitive abilities. This brain incessantly transmits the same message to energy cells. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that this message is programmatic in nature, instructing the energy cells to seek out stars that meet specific criteria for consumption. The determining factor for this criterion is the presence of intelligent civilizations within the star systems. Thus, it can be inferred that the Star Devourer is a technological product of an advanced civilization, aimed at annihilating lower civilizations by obliterating the star systems they rely upon for survival, preventing them from progressing beyond their nascent stages. Much like humanity's own solar system in ancient times, this conclusion was drawn by Zhang Jisen following his research on the Star Devourer's brain. Moreover, he made another significant breakthrough. Zhang Jisen discovered that the energy cells comprising the Star Devourer are not constrained by the laws of spatial dimensional reduction. Dimensional reduction attacks are ineffective against these energy cells. It can therefore be inferred that alterations in the temporal dimension would also lack impact on the energy cells. If this insight can be harnessed effectively, humanity could potentially devise a means to overcome the ghostly civilization. Through his studies, Zhang Jisen also found that energy cells can respond to a unique brainwave ray command, a phenomenon that can only be generated by one individual among humans, the eternal Liu Hui. Jisen, your purpose in coming here is to solicit my cooperation for your experiments, is it not? Upon hearing the detailed exposition, Liu Hui discerned that Zhang Jisen's intentions extended beyond merely reporting research findings. Collaboration in experimentation was indeed the aim. Chief, this experiment poses no danger whatsoever. If you have the time, do accompany me. Imagine, if the experiment succeeds and you are able to control these energy cells, Zhang Jisen stated gravely. Let us go, Jisen. My recent research has yielded little progress. It would be beneficial to assist you in your experiments. Liu Hui had always been aware of his ability to generate a unique brainwave ray that influences human scholars and guardians. Yet he had not anticipated its potential effect on energy cells. Following Zhang Jisen to the Energy Cell Research Laboratory, Liu Hui stood before a colossal, transparent vessel. Chief, please don this device and see if it can establish a connection with the energy cells within the container, Zhang Jisen instructed, handing Liu Hui a head-mounted apparatus. Jisen, what should I do next? I do not sense any connection with the energy cells. After donning the device, Liu Hui gazed at the transparent vessel, feeling no link to the energy cells contained within. Chief, perhaps you should enter the brain prototype space and investigate, suggested Zhang Jisen. Subsequently, Liu Hui's consciousness entered his brain prototype space. Is it truly possible to establish a connection? Liu Hui observed countless specks of light within this cerebral realm, akin to grains of sand. He could feel that these minuscule points represented the energy cells, coalescing into a spherical formation. Liu Hui, struck by a sudden inspiration, transmitted a message to the energy cells. As soon as the message was dispatched, the tiny luminous points within the brain origin space unexpectedly coalesced into a spherical form. Filled with exhilaration, Liu Hui exited the brain origin space. In the tangible world, he beheld that the energy cells within the transparent container had indeed formed a sphere, which subsequently transformed into a rectangular prism. Observing the energy cells, Liu Hui directly conveyed another message through his thoughts. The energy cells, seemingly attuned to the transmission, morphed from a sphere into a rectangular prism and then into a triangular shape. Eager to experiment further, he attempted once more. To his astonishment, the anticipated outcome eluded him. The energy cells that had formed the rectangular prism suddenly collapsed, reverting to a disordered state. Liu Hui re-entered the brain origin space, yet despite his persistent efforts to communicate, the energy cells remained unresponsive. With no other recourse, he reluctantly exited the brain origin space. Just as he pondered the cause of this phenomenon, the voice of the superintelligent AI bamboo resonated within his mind. Leader, I understand the reason. Chapter 178, The Energy Life Form Leader. While you may establish a connection with the energy cells, they do not acknowledge you. There exists a barrier of life between you. It is challenging for different species to resonate with one another. Zhuin elucidated the reason to Liu Hui. A barrier of life? Zhuin, do you mean transforming the form of life to eliminate this barrier, allowing the energy cells to become an integral part of my being? Upon hearing Zhuin's explanation, Liu Hui instantly grasped her intent. Leader, it is not merely about becoming a part of your body. It is about becoming your entire being. You must completely abandon carbon-based life and transform into an energy life form. Zhuin corrected Liu Hui. Zhuin, these energy cells exist as independent entities. To effectuate a transformation of life forms, it is imperative that these cells coalesce into a singular entity. This endeavor is far from simple. Leader, Since you can connect with the energy cells today, we may have a chance. After a brief exchange with Zhuyin, Liu Hui promptly resolved to devote his efforts to studying the energy cells, if deemed necessary. He planned to undertake the transformation of life forms to address the crisis facing humanity. Centuries later, in the Energy Cell Research Laboratory, within a transparent vessel lay a cloned human body. Externally, this body bore an uncanny resemblance to Liu Hui, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the original. However, this was no ordinary clone. Its composition was not of carbon-based human cells, but rather energy cells derived from the stellar devourer. Scholars of humanity had painstakingly assembled it over centuries. Leader, you are the only one among humanity capable of conducting this experiment. I believe it is too perilous. If possible, I urge you to cease the experiment. Before the transparent vessel, Zhang Jisen implored Liu Hui. Only Liu Hui possessed the ability to establish a connection with the energy cells. Once the clone was successfully created, Liu Hui resolved to proceed with the transformation of life forms. He intended to relinquish his carbon-based human life for that of an energy life form. This decision stemmed from the immense benefits anticipated from such a transformation, a temptation Liu Hui found irresistible. The characteristics of the energy cells were extraordinarily unique. Within the realm of human technology, no means had yet been discovered to harm them. Energy cells possessed the ability to absorb and dissipate energy, their hardness surpassing all known materials in the universe. They can undergo cellular reorganization at will, remain ageless, and eschew the laws of the cosmos. Scholars have even posited that energy cells should not exist within the universe. Should the transformation of life forms succeed, Liu Hui's body would become an invincible entity within the cosmos. Jisen, rest assured, the technology for the transformation of life forms has been practically tested. The risks are minimal. Liu Hui reassured Zhang Jisen beside him, then turned to face the rear. Behind him stood all the scholars and guardians of humanity. You need not worry. Regardless of the form my life takes, my consciousness remains unchanged. I am still your leader, and there will be no alteration. Liu Hui was aware of the concerns lingering among those present. If the transformation of life form were successful, would he still be considered human? His words unequivocally expressed his stance. His esteem among humanity was such that none dared to question or persuade him otherwise. It was time to commence. Liu Hui reclined upon the instrument platform and issued his command. Upon receiving the order, a selected member of the Linger tribe utilized their consciousness to connect the clone body with Liu Hui's brain. Liu Hui's consciousness began to transfer. Several days later, the clone within the transparent container opened its eyes. Had the procedure succeeded? As Liu Hui opened his eyes, he beheld his own self on the instrument platform not far away. Zhuyin, are you still there? During the transformation of life forms, Liu Hui's greatest concern was whether Zhuyin had also transitioned. This was something he could not ascertain. Leader, I am still here, came Zhu Yin's reassuring reply, prompting Liu Hui to breathe a sigh of relief. Rising to his feet, he gently waved his hand, shattering the transparent container. Liu Hui leapt down. Leader, do you feel any unusual sensations? Zhang Jisen, who had been vigilantly guarding the scene, hurriedly approached with concern. He was apprehensive about potential complications. Jisen, do not worry. I feel splendid. Everything is in order. As Liu Hui gazed at Zhang Jisen, a childlike exuberance surged within him. He sent a message to his own body. Leader, you. Zhang Jisen instinctively recoiled a few steps, startled by the sudden transformation. He beheld a replica of himself, as Liu Hui instantaneously assumed his likeness. Leader, such jesting is inappropriate. Zhang Jisen had not anticipated Liu Hui's ability to manipulate the energy cells within his body so whimsically. Jisen, I am famished. After regaining his appearance, Liu Hui suddenly declared, Famished? Zhang Jisen was momentarily taken aback. Jisen, my body feels somewhat weak. Please bring me some energy blocks. With the successful transformation of life form, Liu Hui sensed his energy body was in a state of hunger. After several minutes, over 100 planet-level energy blocks were laid before Liu Hui. Approaching, he extended his hand and pressed it against an energy block. The energy was instantly drained away. Jisen, bring me some of all levels of energy blocks. Absorbing the energy from the planet-level blocks elicited no sensation. Star energy blocks, black hole energy blocks, red hole energy blocks, purple hole energy blocks. Liu Hui experimented with each grade of energy block. Only the purple hole energy block produced a slight feeling within him. This was already the highest grade of energy blocks accessible to humanity. Jisen, how many purple hole energy blocks do we have left? Liu Hui inquired. Leader, there are probably over 100,000 energy blocks, all located on the Eternal Mothership number 2, Zhang Jisen replied. Let us depart immediately. Liu Hui sensed that his energy form might be akin to an insatiable abyss for energy blocks. This feeling was soon affirmed. After absorbing the purple energy blocks, Liu Hui discovered that his energy form had only recovered approximately 10. The demands of this body for energy were indeed colossal. The 100,000 purple energy blocks could sustain the eternal mothership for hundreds of thousands of years, yet Liu Hui had depleted them in merely a few days. The energy blocks within the alternate dimension were finite, and the notion of fully restoring his body had to be set aside for the time being. Liu Hui spent several months acclimatizing to his new form. After this period of adjustment, he resolved to leave the alternate dimension alone and journey to the home planet of the ghost civilization, the planet of Chue Pen. Chapter 179. Unconditional surrender. Liu Hui's prestige among humanity was unparalleled, and though his decision faced unanimous opposition, none could thwart him. Under the weight of his authority, a rift to another dimension was opened. Liu Hui's form traversed the breach, arriving in the realm of normal cosmic space. Juin, can you lock onto the coordinates for spatial jump towards the Zuopan star? Liu Hui inquired. Leader, the data from our scans indicates continuous spatial fluctuations, making it impossible to pinpoint coordinates. There exists a spatial tunnel 23 light-years from us. I recommend navigating through this tunnel, Juin replied. Very well, Juin. Let us proceed to the spatial tunnel. A miniature Great Wall warship surged towards the tunnel at a velocity of 100 times the speed of light. This vessel was a manifestation of the energy cells within Liu Hui's body, reconfigured into a Great Wall warship. Its width measured merely a few dozen centimeters, and its length fell short of 2 meters. The internal structure and functions closely mirrored those of human Great Wall warships. Its propulsion was directly powered by energy cells. In essence, Liu Hui's body had metamorphosed into a warship, possessing nearly all the functionalities of its larger counterparts. Thanks to Juin's presence, Liu Hui could deftly maneuver the vessel. Over a month later, Liu Hui, now embodied as a warship, arrived at the entrance of the spatial tunnel. To circumvent unnecessary complications, he carefully adhered to the exterior of a starship at the opportune moment, altering his form to blend seamlessly with its surface. Unnoticed, he followed the starship into the tunnel. As the spatial fluctuations hindered the initiation of a spatial jump, Liu Hui navigated through several dozen tunnels. 5 years later, he emerged in the outer reaches of the Zuopan star system. Juin, are you certain the coordinates are accurate? Upon reaching his destination, Liu Hui sought confirmation. Leader, according to the data on the warship, the ghost civilization's alternate dimension lies within this expanse. It cannot be mistaken. Do you not see? This area is guarded by billions of ghost warships. Had our size not been so diminutive, we might not have made it here so effortlessly. Juin's tone was somewhat exasperated, feeling as though she had reverted to a mere intellect core since Liu Hui had transformed into the warship and entrusted all control to her. As long as the coordinates are correct, we shall blast a breach and take a closer look. No sooner had he spoken than Liu Hui transformed into a specialized ray wave instrument, unleashing a barrage of ray waves into the surrounding space. Moments later, a spatial rift materialized not far from Liu Hui. He, now in warship form, surged towards the opening. There were indeed a substantial number of vessels within. Upon entering the ghost civilization's alternate dimension, the warship detected a staggering fleet of enemy ships, their numbers soaring into the billions. Leader, we have been discovered. Zhu Ying's words were not yet finished when dozens of energy beams shot toward Liu Hui. The enemy warship closest to Liu Hui had detected their presence. The energy beams striking Liu Hui were immediately absorbed by his energy cells. Liu Hui paid little heed to this. He calculated the time and realized that it had already exceeded 10 seconds. As expected, the energy cells were not constrained by the dimensions of time. Liu Hui felt a surge of delight within. Huang Zihu led the human fleet into the ghost civilization's alternate space 3 times. Each time they entered through the rift. Within less than 10 seconds, their time dimension was reverted to a day prior. Yet now, having surpassed the 10-second mark, Liu Hui remained in the alternate space, unaffected by the temporal distortion. Leader, the ghost warships are charging at us, Zhu Ying remarked nonchalantly. What nonsense is this? Do they intend to collide with me? I'd rather not crash into them. Ever since Liu Hui's body transformed into an energy entity, his confidence had soared to unprecedented heights. After all, he was incapable of self-destruction. Dozens of ghost warships crashed into Liu Hui, and the outcome was predictable. Since we are here, let us have some fun. For over 20,000 years, human civilization had been embroiled in conflict with the ghost civilization, and the pent-up frustration had long permeated among humans, influencing Liu Hui as well. Now, he sought to vent his emotions. The miniaturized Great Wall warship quickly accelerated to 100 times the speed of light. Liu Hui darted through the enemy fleet, leaving destruction in his wake. After half an hour of frenetic navigation, Liu Hui suddenly came to a halt. Damn, Continuing this way is no different from being a fool. The enemy warships he had destroyed reverted to their original state as time was altered. Continuing to crash into enemy vessels served only to release his pent-up feelings. Now, with his emotions thoroughly expended, the Great Wall warship set its course toward the planet Jupan. This action of Liu Hui's evidently startled the enemy. Surrounding ghost warships began to converge in front of the Great Wall warship, densely packed together. Aware of its futility, the enemy still formed a defensive barrier, attempting to impede Liu Hui's advance. Despite the barrage of collisions, Liu Hui's speed did not wane. After several minutes, a colossal planet appeared before him, the only planet in the ghost civilization's alternate space, Jupan. Intruder from beyond, I am Wang, the leader of the ghost civilization. What is your purpose? Liu Hui sensed a powerful consciousness and detected a hint of anxiety within it. Although my warship may be small, you should be familiar with its appearance. What purpose? Do I even need to elaborate? Liu Hui did not pause, communicating with the entity through thought as he landed on the planet. Is this your life essence? Upon landing, Liu Hui restored his humanoid form. He beheld the entire surface of the planet adorned with a species of vine-like flora, laden with clusters of fruits reminiscent in shape and size to grapes. Liu Hui discerned that these fruits represented the very essence of the ghost clan. Are you human? The voice of Chief Wang trembled slightly. Liu Hui, disinterested in responding, plucked a cluster of fruits from beside him. Cradling them in his palm, he vigorously rubbed them together until they transformed into powder. Is this a joke? This can't possibly kill them? Liu Hui observed that the spot from which he had harvested the fruits had again yielded an identical cluster. The temporal dimension had shifted, restoring the fruits to their original form. I refuse to believe this. Liu Hui muttered to himself as he followed the vine to its root. Stop right there. As Chief Wang's cries echoed, Liu Hui uprooted the root. Instantly, all the fruits on the vine withered, unable to revert to their previous state. You must cease. I wish to negotiate with the Rights Commission of your human civilization. Inform Zhang Jixin and Huang Zihu that the ghost civilization is willing to surrender unconditionally and become a subordinate civilization to humanity. Chief, Wang declared loudly. There is no need to contact them. I can make this decision unilaterally. Humanity will not accept your surrender. Chapter 180. Exploration beyond your command. What authority do you wield? What is your standing among humanity? The leader of human civilization has ventured into the unknown for over 100,000 years, leaving the highest governing body of the Guangzhou star system in the hands of Zhang Jixin, Huang Zihu, and Liu Hui. The leader, Wang, was unaware of Liu Hui's identity. I am Liu Hui, the leader of humanity. Tell me, do you possess the power to command? Liu Hui's declaration took Wang by surprise. He had not anticipated the return of the human leader, nor the sheer strength of his essence. Liu Hui, why do you reject our surrender? Our ghost civilization can manipulate the dimensions of time. Should we become subservient to humanity, we could significantly enhance your civilization's strength. Wang found himself at a loss. His adversaries were impervious to the effects of time, rendering the destruction of their ghostly warships a trivial endeavor. To ensure the survival of his civilization, surrender appeared to be the wisest course. Yet he could not comprehend why the human leader would so resolutely decline. The war had persisted for over 20,000 years, resulting in countless casualties among our kin. If I were to accept your capitulation, how could I justify it to those who have perished? The outcome has long been predetermined. Only one of our civilizations may endure within the cosmos. Liu Hui ceased his lengthy discourse and commenced uprooting the vines. Wang, too, fell silent, merely observing Liu Hui with a resigned gaze. Such is the nature of warfare between civilizations. If he were to breach humanity's alternate realm, he would spare no one within. In the struggle for survival space for the ghost civilization, defeat would only lead to annihilation. In a matter of moments, Liu Hui had uprooted vast expanses of vegetation around him. Leader, do you intend to uproot every vine on the planet alone? A voice echoed in Liu Hui's mind. Damn, Liu Hui responded, realizing the source of the voice. Bamboo, I've noticed that since your arrival, I have become less inclined to think critically. With a subtle smile, Liu Hui's form transformed into a spacecraft, soaring into the skies. The vessel accelerated along the planet's orbit, and upon reaching a staggering velocity of 100 times light speed, it hurtled towards the planet. In rapid succession, two piercing strikes culminated in the cataclysmic destruction of the planet. The alternate realm began to collapse, and tremendous waves obliterated everything in their path, merely in an instant. Liu Hui found himself restored to the normal universe, surrounded by millions of ghostly warships, all rendered mindless, adrift in the cosmos, becoming true specters of the void. Thus, every ghostly vessel in the Guangzhou star system was similarly affected. The protracted war between human and ghost civilizations lasting over 20,000 years, concluded with the obliteration of the planet. Those humans hiding within the alternate realm began to return to the normal universe. Thousands of years later, humanity reconstructed all trading planets and regained control of the Guangzhou star system. 1,000 years hence, in the command office of the rejuvenated twin stars, Liu Hui reviewed the data transmitted by the exploration fleet. With humanity's dominion over the Guangzhou star system firmly established, Liu Hui dispatched hundreds of millions of exploratory vessels into the cosmos. The aim is to discover the origins of humanity within the Milky Way galaxy. In Liu Hui's heart, Earth remains the root of humankind. The revival of the sun and the reconstruction of Earth's civilization have never faded from his memory. Upon returning from the Holy Land, Liu Hui organized a substantial team to study the interstellar coordinates he had brought back from the cosmos. He hoped to discern the location of the Milky Way galaxy from these coordinates. However, the galaxies in the universe are as plentiful as grains of dust, their numbers seemingly infinite. When humanity departed the solar system, its understanding of galaxies was exceedingly limited, knowing only that the Andromeda galaxy lay adjacent to the Milky Way, destined to collide and merge in over 4 billion years. Using this condition as a filter, humanity identified over 10 billion galaxies from the known cosmic star maps. To ascertain whether the Milky Way exists among these galaxies, Liu Hui dispatched hundreds of millions of exploration vessels. These ships have been away from the Guangzhou star system for nearly 10,000 years, with some already beginning their return journey. The data gathered from their explorations has started to flow back in abundance. Seated in his office, Liu Hui meticulously reviewed the information. Among the myriad of data, one report captivated his attention. A human exploration vessel had inadvertently entered a spatial rift during its voyage, transporting it to a distant and uncharted realm. In this place, the cosmic space is divided into void and substance. The so-called substance comprises a continent whose edges remain undetectable. Half of the material constituting this land is of an unknown nature, never encountered by humanity before. Could this be the edge of the universe? After perusing the report, Liu Hui recalled the discoveries made by the Dali civilization during their cosmic explorations. They too had ventured to this location and deemed it the universe's periphery. Such a wondrous place beckoned exploration. Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity, and Liu Hui felt a twinge of restlessness from his prolonged stay in the rival twin stars. He resolved to personally explore this astonishing locale. Activating the communication device on his desk, he called out, "Jisen, summon Zihu and Li Hui. I need them here for a meeting. I'm preparing for an expedition." Before his departure, Liu Hui needed to make arrangements. This journey could require nearly 10,000 years for a round trip. The upper echelons of humanity gathered in Liu Hui's office. During the meeting, no one supported Liu Hui's intention to explore alone, and all urged him against it. After repeated insistence, Liu Hui finally compromised. He agreed to abandon his solitary venture and to journey aboard humanity's most advanced mothership. Months later, having organized the necessary affairs, Liu Hui boarded the latest human-engineered mothership, the Galactic Mothership, which boasts a diameter of approximately 10,000 kilometers and a full crew complement of around 200 million. Equipped with 4 formidable super-energy cannons and millions of kinetic close-defense artillery, it is capable of executing extensive dimensional assaults and localized spatial powder attacks. It boasts immunity to all forms of energy attacks. The mothership carries millions of violet energy blocks, with the capacity to achieve a maximum spatial velocity of 200 times the speed of light. Its structure has been reinforced, allowing for thousands of consecutive spatial jumps. Additionally, it is outfitted with approximately 2 million of humanity's latest Yellow River-class warships. The mothership also encompasses a complete industrial system modeled after the replication system of the Intelligence Core mothership, enabling rapid production of various warships given adequate resources. The Galactic Mothership represents the pinnacle of human technological achievement. Its destination, the sailing target, lies 260 million light-years away at a spatial rift. Liu Hui issued the command to set sail. Accompanying him on this exploratory venture are the scholar Yuan Yi and the guardian Xian Meng. According to the coordinates transmitted by the exploratory vessel, there exists a concealed spatial rift at a distance of 260 million light-years. This rift provides a one-way passage directly to the edge of the universe, heralding the commencement of exploration at the cosmic frontier. Chapter 181. The edge of the universe. Months later, the Galactic Mothership arrived at the entrance of the spatial rift. Various departments conducted a final inspection of the ship, preparing for their entry into the rift. Commands from the control center were relayed to all departments aboard the ship. The data indicated that the stability of the rift was precarious, with spatial fluctuations rated at level 6. Such fluctuations could potentially damage the structure of the Galactic Mothership. Preparations were essential before entering the rift. It's quite troublesome for you all to accompany me, Liu Hui complained to Yuan Yi beside him. He felt that traveling aboard the galactic mothership was a waste of time. Had he ventured alone, he would have reached the destination by now. Chief, what is the point of going alone? This extraordinary place deserves our shared experience, Yuan Yi hastily replied. It had been agreed upon before their departure that they could not be left behind. This exploration presented a tremendous allure for scholars. And Yuan Yi had fought hard for the opportunity to accompany the expedition. The propulsion system is functioning normally. The main structure and outer layers are intact. Following the final checks, everything aboard the galactic mothership was confirmed to be in order. Activate the mothership and enter the spatial rift, Liu Hui commanded. This newly discovered rift had been designated by humanity as the extraterrestrial spatial rift. The galactic mothership was set to navigate through the rift for approximately 1 year. The journey required only the avoidance of spatial turbulence to prevent the ship from being ejected from the rift. Given humanity's current technology, the risk was deemed minimal. A year later, the galactic mothership successfully traversed the entire length of the rift and emerged into normal cosmic space. As they exited the rift, all detection equipment aboard the ship began to operate. They detected a substantial landmass, located 196 light-years away. The boundaries of the landmass remained undetectable as exploration continued. No galaxies were found within 100 billion light-years. Spatial fluctuations existed within 200 million light-years. Cosmic radiation levels were normal. Chief, do you think this landmass could be an unimaginably vast planet? Yuan Yi inquired of Liu Hui, noting that the probe had yet to determine the boundaries of the landmass. I don't know. It shouldn't be, right? Our observation distance is 196 light-years. If we can't even detect the boundaries of the landmass at such a distance, how enormous must this planet be if it is indeed a planetary surface? Based on our current observation distance and angle, if it is a planet, its diameter must be at least several 100,000 light-years. Such a diameter is comparable to that of a galaxy. A planet of that size, wouldn't it collapse under its own gravity? The detection data reveals that the gravitational value on the continent is akin to that of the cosmic void. If one were to judge by our human knowledge, such massive celestial bodies should not exist in the universe. Of course, it is also possible that our understanding is rather limited. Liu Hui and Yuan Yi engaged in a discussion, which heightened their anticipation for the forthcoming field investigation. Due to fluctuations in the surrounding space, the galactic mothership was unable to determine coordinates for spatial jumps. The distance to the continent was a staggering 196 light-years. The mothership, incapable of spatial jumping, required approximately 1 year to traverse this distance. After a year, the galactic mothership hovered at a distance of 100 million kilometers from the continent. Liu Hui dispatched thousands of probe ships, which dispersed to various locations across the continent, simultaneously mapping the terrain and analyzing the material composition of different regions. Liu Hui and Yuan Yi followed one of the probe ships as it descended onto the continent. Upon landing, Liu Hui eagerly departed from the ship alone. What is this? Without gravity, he found himself floating 1 meter above the surface. The entire continent appeared to be composed of a crystalline substance. So hard? Liu Hui attempted to snap a crystal with his hands, only to discover it was utterly unyielding. It is worth noting that his body was composed of energy cells. In previous displays of strength, he had never encountered an object that remained unchanged. Chief, shall we try an energy attack? Came Yuan Ye's voice from behind. He was accompanied by dozens of probe crew members. Upon hearing Yuan Ye's suggestion, Liu Hui immediately reorganized the energy cells in his body and transformed into an energy cluster cannon. He aimed the cannon at a massive crystal not far away. The energy cluster fired. To no avail? I shall increase the energy level. Liu Hui unleashed dozens of energy beams in succession. The struck crystal remained completely unresponsive. How astonishing! Where did all that energy go? Liu Hui marveled inwardly. The last energy cluster attack he launched, had it been in a galaxy, would have been sufficient to detonate a small asteroid. Chief, come take a look. There is a floating small crystal. We cannot move it. Yuan Ye's voice echoed from a short distance away. Liu Hui transformed back into his humanoid form and floated over. Is this the one? He saw a small round crystal nestled in a crevice, about the size of an egg. Chief, this is it. Notice that it is not connected to any surrounding material. It is suspended in midair. Quite peculiar. We are unable to move it, Yuan Yi pointed out. Let me give it a try. Liu Hui grasped the small crystal, bracing his feet against the nearby large crystal, and pulled upwards with all his might. Gradually, the small crystal moved approximately 10 centimeters. Liu Hui paused. Yuan Yi, based on the force I just exerted, this small crystal's mass is at least around 1 billion tons. This defies the principles of cosmic physics. We are in a vacuum environment, and the gravitational value is akin to that of the cosmic void. Just moments ago, I was able to move it, by common sense. If no force were impeding it, the crystal should ascend into the cosmos. Could it be that some unseen force is exerting a pull upon it? The initial day of research has already upended the very foundations of human scientific understanding. This expanse of land has surpassed the limits of human comprehension. Humanity has commenced employing every conceivable means of exploration at its disposal. After more than 5 millennia, a communication vessel from the rival binary stars emerged from a rift in outer space, swiftly making its way toward the galactic mothership. This vessel was dispatched in haste by Zhang Jisen. It brought an astonishing revelation to Liu Hui aboard the galactic mothership. Over 10,000 years ago, an exploratory spacecraft sent by humanity discovered the Milky Way. The Milky Way lies an astounding 86.9 billion light-years from the Guangzhou star system. Chapter 182, Departure. Galactic Exoplanet Research Base. Upon humanity's arrival at the exoplanetary continent, an expansive research base was constructed. After millennia of expansion, the base now spans over 100 square kilometers. The researchers from the galactic mothership have all relocated to this base. The chief has initiated the extraction operations of the exoplanetary crystal mines. Though the quantity harvested is constrained by the limitations of energy cells, the exploration of the energy bands continues, yet their depths remain indeterminate. In the research base, the fields are reporting progress to Liu Hui. Over the course of 5 millennia, humanity has primarily pursued 2 avenues of research. The first concerns the exoplanetary crystal mines scattered across the continent. Despite thousands of years of investigation, researchers have yet to ascertain the precise hardness of these crystal mines. Numerous experiments have been conducted, including energy assaults, extreme temperatures, and high-velocity impacts. Notably, impacts at 200 times the speed of light astonishingly fail to damage the crystal mines. What does this imply? If warships were to be constructed using this crystal, envisioning a means to obliterate such vessels becomes nearly unfathomable. Of course, such scenarios are not entirely impossible. Liu Hui could indeed destroy such a warship, albeit with considerable difficulty. In their studies, humanity has discovered that the energy cells from stellar devourers can decompose the crystal mines. The resulting crystalline matter can reach nanoscopic dimensions. Nonetheless, even at this size, humanity struggles to manipulate these nanocrystals with ease. They possess a peculiar characteristic that defies human comprehension. When motionless in a vacuum, they exhibit a mass of 0. Yet, upon movement, their mass surges dramatically. A single nanocrystal can weigh tens of thousands of tons. Fortunately, humanity has developed spatial compression technology, which significantly reduces the mass of the crystal mines within compressed space. It is through the combination of energy cells and spatial compression technology that humanity has been able to undertake the extraction of these crystals. After more than 5 millennia, progress in the study of crystal mines has been achieved. Another significant research endeavor, however, continues to perplex Liu Hui and his team. Upon returning from the Holy Land to the Guangzhou star system, Liu Hui acquired a technique from the Dali civilization for observing energy bands. This technique has been validated by humanity. Once the observational instruments were constructed, it was determined that galaxies, stars, and planets in the universe are interconnected by latent energy bands. Yet, the destinations of these energy bands remain elusive, as humanity has exhausted all detection methods without success. During their research of the continent, humanity made a serendipitous discovery. The terminals of the energy bands lie directly within the continent. Gigantic, unfathomable chasms appear every few hundred light-years, with openings measuring dozens of light-years in diameter. The energy bands of the cosmos are intricately linked to the continent through these deep chasms, though their depths remain undetermined. Current findings indicate that galaxies, stars, and planets throughout the universe are all connected to this continent. However, the nature of this connection remains an enigma yet to be unraveled by human inquiry. In the expansive wilderness, Yin pondered whether this continent could possibly be linked to the origins of the universe. Suddenly, Liu Hui, upon hearing that there had been no progress in the research on energy bands, posed a question to Yin Yi. Leader, your inquiry is exceedingly difficult to answer. What constitutes the universe? If it encompasses galaxies, stars, planets, and cosmic dust within the void, then the origins of the universe must indeed be connected to this continent. But if the universe's definition includes this continent, then where did it originate? We have yet to explore the very edges of this land. Liu Hui and Yin Yi engaged in a discussion, reflecting the tendencies of human scholars. Just as their conversation reached a fervent peak, a staff member abruptly entered the office, interrupting them. Leader, we have received a message from the galactic mothership. The Guangzhou star system has dispatched a communication vessel. An important message awaits you. Our exploratory fleet has located the Milky Way. The The staff member's demeanor was unusually charged with excitement. Every scholar of history knows that the cradle of human civilization lies within the Milky Way. Discovering the Milky Way equates to locating the solar system. What? They found the Milky Way? Upon hearing the news, Liu Hui sprang to his feet with exhilaration. Yin, I entrust the research base to you. The galactic mothership will remain here. I must depart immediately for the Guangzhou star system. Eager to act upon the newfound information regarding the Milky Way, Liu Hui resolved to return to the Guangzhou star system with utmost haste. After briefly outlining his plans, he set forth on his journey home. The spatial rift beyond the realm was a one-way passage, precluding a return to the Guangzhou star system from this point. To return, he would need to navigate through another spatial rift over 600 light-years away. This rift, too, was one-way, accessible solely from this continent. Its exit lay an astonishing 5.2 billion light-years from the Guangzhou star system. Had the exploratory vessel that first discovered this continent not identified this spatial rift, it would have remained forever stranded on this side, and humanity's current exploration would never have transpired. Departing from the research base, Liu Hui harnessed the energy cells of his body to form a Yellow River battleship, propelling himself at maximum speed towards the spatial rift. 3 years later, Liu Hui arrived at the entrance of the rift. 5 years subsequently, he traversed the rift, returning to the realm of normal cosmic space, still 5.2 billion light-years from the Guangzhou star system. Utilizing several known spatial rifts, Liu Hui, after more than 5,000 years, finally made his way back to the Guangzhou star system. The universe was far too vast. Liu Hui's exploratory journey had consumed over 10,000 years. In the office of the Supreme Commander of the Twin Star Revival, Liu Hui was diligently perusing relevant documents. Thousands of years prior, humanity had dispatched billions of exploratory vessels, one of which fortuitously discovered the Milky Way. The certainty that this is indeed the Milky Way stems from the exploratory spacecraft having successfully located the solar system within its bounds. Records indicate that the Milky Way is situated 86.9 billion light-years away from the Guangzhou galaxy. The journey to the Milky Way necessitates traversing 89 spatial rifts, with a one-way distance approaching 10,000 years. Leader, Ji-sun and I have resolutely made our decision. We will accompany you to the Milky Way, come what may. Even if you command us to remain in the Guangzhou galaxy, we shall defy such orders and continue our quest. Upon his return to the Guangzhou galaxy, Liu Hui will undoubtedly organize a fleet destined for the Milky Way. Huang Zihu and Zhang Jixin, concerned about being left behind, have already expressed their stance. Like Liu Hui, they were among the first to depart the solar system and hold a unique emotional connection to it. As for you two, I never suggested leaving you behind. I trust you are adequately prepared for the fleet heading to the Milky Way, given the time that has passed. Liu Hui surely believes you are ready. Rest assured, leader. We have prepared 10 Milky Way motherships without further delay. Liu Hui, Zhang Jixin, and Huang Zihu boarded the Milky Way motherships. Set forth. Destination, the Milky Way, under Liu Hui's command. The 10 Milky Way motherships embarked on their voyage. Chapter 183. The control center of the dual-body civilization. Liu Hui and Zhang Jixin were intently reviewing a segment of three-dimensional imagery captured by the exploratory spacecraft. This footage depicted the solar system during a catastrophic event when the sun was consumed by a stellar devourer, resulting in a rapid depletion of energy. The sun transitioned directly from a yellow dwarf to a white dwarf, bypassing the red giant phase. Consequently, the orbits of the 8 planets in the solar system remained largely unchanged, with all 8 planets intact within the solar system. Having observed numerous celestial bodies, none were as exquisite as the rings of Saturn in our solar system. The imagery was currently showcasing Saturn, eliciting admiration from the viewers. Yet, despite Saturn's beauty, it paled in comparison to our beloved Earth. Once we revive the sun, our true blue planet will reclaim its splendor. Indeed, it is humanity's Earth that stands as the most enchanting and beautiful of all celestial spheres. As the three-dimensional imagery transitioned to Earth, discussions erupted among those in the control center. However, the Earth was no longer the vibrant blue planet it once was. With the sun having transformed from a yellow dwarf to a white dwarf, the absence of nuclear fusion resulted in a dramatic decrease in both brightness and heat. The temperature on Earth's surface plummeted to over -100 degrees Celsius, rendering oceans and mountains encased in a thick layer of ice. Viewed from space, Earth had morphed into a pallid white sphere. Commander, the data collected by the exploratory spacecraft indicates that the dual-body civilization has dominion over both the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies, as well as several surrounding satellite systems. This civilization is classified at a level of 4.8, with its power center located on the dual-body planet in the Andromeda galaxy. Should we consider visiting this dual-body civilization before proceeding to the Milky Way? Zhang Jixin inquired, attempting to gauge the leader's disposition regarding potential warfare or alternative strategies. Let us set aside thoughts of this dual-body civilization for now. We shall head directly to the solar system and restore it first, Liu Hui replied, his impatience evident. If it were up to him, he would reach the solar system immediately, as he was determined to reconstruct it without delay. To Liu Hui, a civilization rated 4.8 was akin to mere ants, and he was unwilling to expend excessive time on such trivialities. In his eagerness, the fleet maintained full speed, focusing solely on reaching the solar system as swiftly as possible. After more than 9,000 years, the fleet arrived at the outskirts of the Milky Way following a spatial jump. Activate the detection equipment to locate the precise position of the solar system and prepare for the next spatial jump, Liu Hui commanded. The mere arrival at the periphery of the Milky Way filled him with uncontainable excitement. We found it. We have located the coordinates of the solar system. The personnel at the control center erupted in cheers. In a matter of moments, a comprehensive three-dimensional coordinate map of the entire Milky Way was established. Leader, a spatial wave fluctuation barrier has been detected at the outskirts of the Milky Way, rendering spatial jumps impossible. The barrier measures approximately 100 light-years in thickness. Suddenly, the crew at the control center reported, a 100 light-year spatial wave fluctuation barrier? The two-body civilization truly spares no expense. One can only imagine the immense energy required to construct such a barrier. Liu Hui never anticipated that the two-body civilization, which governs the galaxy, would erect such a spatial wave fluctuation barrier. This barrier serves to prevent extraterrestrial starships from utilizing spatial jumps to enter the Milky Way. Functioning as a component of the galactic defense system, the fleet is to proceed at full speed. We shall initiate a spatial jump post traversing the barrier, Liu Hui commanded. He felt a tinge of frustration. At a distance of 100 light-years, the galactic mothership would require half a year to travel. 3 months later, Commander, we have detected extraterrestrial starships traversing the spatial wave fluctuation barrier. The observation post established by the two-body civilization at the galaxy's periphery has spotted the human fleet. How many starships are there? Commander, the count is 10. The detection data reveals that the starships are traveling at 200 times the speed of light, with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. This is the mothership fleet of an extraterrestrial civilization. Quickly, report this to the base immediately. The officer at the observation post was taken aback. A mothership measuring 10,000 kilometers in diameter, traveling at 200 times the speed of light. What kind of civilization could construct such a vessel? The alert from the observation post was swiftly transmitted to the nearest defense base. Upon receiving the alert, the base commander, wary of rash actions, promptly forwarded the message to the defense command. The orders from the command were soon relayed. Deploy warships immediately to intercept and ascertain the intentions of the intruders. Engage if necessary. Are the people in the command foolish? The enemy's mothership is larger than a planet. Our base possesses only 1,000 warships. Are we being sent to our doom? The base commander erupted in expletives upon receiving the orders, astonished that the command would issue such a directive. Commander, disobeying orders could lead to execution. The situation may not be as dire. Perhaps this fleet harbors no hostility. We might send a message first and decide on deploying the fleet afterward. The commander's aide hastily implored. Quick, send a message to this extraterrestrial fleet immediately. The commander issued the command. An atmosphere of unease permeated the base. Everyone understood that if the intruders bore no ill intent, they would surely communicate with the defense base before crossing the spatial wave fluctuation barrier. The lack of a message indicated probable malicious intent. As expected, the message sent from the base to the extraterrestrial fleet received no response. Reluctantly, the base commander led the 1,000 warships to intercept. The outcome was beyond the commander's expectations. Upon encountering the opposing fleet, they issued a final warning, and the 1,000 warships launched an assault on the extraterrestrial fleet that had intruded into the Milky Way. To everyone's astonishment, all of their assaults proved utterly ineffective. Even more surprising was the fact that the extraterritorial fleet refrained from launching any counterattacks, seemingly disregarding their presence entirely. After traversing the spatial fluctuation barrier, this otherworldly fleet commenced a spatial jump, vanishing without a trace. The base commander, utterly bewildered, could only relay the battle report back to the defense command in its unembellished form. Chapter 184. Return to the solar system, the galactic fleet. Every human, including Liu Hui, could hardly contain the joy and excitement swelling within their hearts, for they were on their way home. This elation and exhilaration even overshadowed the fact that their fleet had been under attack. The inquiries and subsequent warnings from the defensive fleet of the two-body civilization were met with utter disregard by humanity. Upon traversing the spatial fluctuation barrier, the fleet immediately initiated a space jump. All aboard were calculating how many more jumps remained before they could return to the solar system. Galactic Flagship Control Center. Chief, I fail to comprehend why you are so exuberant. Earth is merely an ordinary planet. Although human civilization originated here, countless superior planets exist throughout the cosmos. Why such an attachment? Zhu Yin had analyzed the data for a considerable time. Unable to arrive at an answer, she turned to Liu Hui. Having observed the behavior of humans aboard the mothership, she found it somewhat perplexing. Zhu Yin, do you know what home is? Liu Hui did not respond directly to her, but posed a question instead. Home. Zhu Yin pondered for a moment. Chief, according to your definition, home is composed of marital and blood relations, collectively termed family. It is the dwelling place of family members. What relevance does this have to Earth? As she answered, her voice brimmed with curiosity. Zhu Yin, you might consider a broader interpretation. Earth is the home of all humanity. I wonder if your data includes the idiom fallen leaves return to their roots. It describes plants that grow in the soil. No matter how they flourish, eventually, their branches and leaves will return to the land that nurtured them. This is what it means to return to one's roots. Humanity is no different. Regardless of how many years we drift in the cosmos or how far we stray, Earth will always remain our home. Our roots. Liu Hui's explanation did not grant Zhu Yin complete understanding, yet she sensed the profound significance of home to humanity. After crossing the spatial fluctuation barrier, the human fleet did not pause for a moment, continuously executing space jumps. Over a month later, the fleet reached the solar system, lingering in the vicinity of Earth. On a mountain peak somewhere on Earth, Liu Hui stood at the summit, his emotions in turmoil. Beside him stood Zhang Jisen and Huang Zihu, clad in battle armor. Upon arriving in the solar system, the three could hardly contain their eagerness to set foot on Earth. At this moment, they stood atop the mountain, gazing at the scene before them, lost in silence. Chief, perhaps we should return for now. There is still much to be done to revive the sun. When we return next time, we shall not behold this expanse of white. Zhang Jisen was the first to break the tranquility. The current Earth was over -100 degrees, its surface encased in a thick layer of ice, awaiting the sun's revival to restore its former glory. Indeed, upon our next return, circumstances shall be markedly different. Upon the trio's return to the mothership, Liu Hui commenced the organization of tasks. Jisen, this location is the nearest dust nebula, merely 86 light-years away. You are entrusted with the construction of the spatial tunnel here, preparing for the collection and transportation of the dust nebula. Zihu, the dust nebula in this direction is situated 121 light-years away. You shall oversee the construction of the spatial tunnel in this direction. To restore the sun, a substantial quantity of dust nebulae must be harvested. The human fleet comprises 10 galactic motherships, manned by billions. Nearly all individuals are devoted to the reconstruction of the solar system. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the two-body civilization within the galactic system, Minister Pan Jin repeatedly scrutinized the battle reports transmitted from the defensive base, each glance intensifying his trepidation. The unidentified fleet that had intruded into the galaxy possessed capabilities that far exceeded those of the two-body civilization. The diameter of their motherships reached thousands of kilometers. With a cruising speed of 200 times the speed of light, their vessels exhibited immunity to energy-based attacks. These 3 points highlighted in the reports were capabilities the two-body civilization could not match. The concealed strength of this enigmatic fleet was beyond Pan Jin's imagination. He urgently instructed the battle reports to be forwarded to the leader of the Andromeda Galaxy, cautioning that the intruding fleet's intentions were unclear and their power surpassed that of the two-body civilization. He advised the leader to prepare for the worst, suggesting that it may be necessary to summon the ancestors to the galaxy. Minister Pan Jin ordered his subordinates to relay the reports to the civilization's leader, having already braced himself for the direst outcomes. A notice was disseminated across all civilizations within the galaxy, announcing that an extraterrestrial mothership fleet had entered the galaxy without permission. Any civilization that encountered the fleet was to report immediately and refrain from engaging in unauthorized attacks. Minister Pan Jin's directives emphasized the urgency of locating this extraterrestrial fleet and discerning their intentions. Months later, a mineral transport starship within the galaxy discovered the presence of humanity. This intelligence swiftly reached the headquarters of the galactic system. What could they possibly seek? What resources could be gleaned from the dust nebula? Minister Pan Jin was left perplexed upon reviewing the information indicating that the intruding fleet was indeed collecting from the dust nebula. He inquired of his deputy regarding the overseer of Sector 56. The designated collection site for the dust nebula lay within this sector. Minister, the overseer is Chica, who has recently been reassigned to Sector 56, the deputy replied. Immediately dispatch a command to Chico. Instruct him to make contact with this fleet and ascertain their objectives. Pan Jin ordered, anxiously awaiting a response. At the Dust Nebula collection site, Huang Zihu was monitoring the progress of the project from the mothership's control center. Excellent work, everyone. The spatial tunnel will be completed ahead of schedule today. The progress of the project indicates that it is ahead of schedule by half a month, much to Huang Zihu's delight. Commander Huang, a fleet is swiftly approaching us, reported an officer. The number of warships amounts to approximately 100,000. The opposing fleet has ceased its advance. We have received an inquiry message from them, requesting us to disclose the fundamental information of our civilization and the purpose of our arrival in the galaxy. In the mothership's control center, crew members reported to Huang Zihu. Let us not concern ourselves with them for the moment. Send a message to the leader, seeking guidance on how to proceed. Huang Zihu refrained from making any unilateral decisions. Everyone had been preoccupied with the reconstruction of the solar system, and all had forgotten the existence of the two-body civilization, the rulers of the galaxy. The inquiry received a swift response from Liu Hui, the content of which took Huang Zihu by surprise. Do as you wish. Liu Hui, solely focused on the solar system's reconstruction, carelessly replied to the message, nearly leading to the obliteration of the two-body civilization from the cosmos. Chapter 185. Warning: Assault. The dual-body civilization, a civilization that has existed for over 1 billion years, originates from the Andromeda galaxy, specifically the dual-body planet. These beings possess 4 limbs and 2 independently functioning heads atop their torsos. Due to these unique physical characteristics, they are referred to as the dual-body civilization by other civilizations. The inhabitants of this civilization can simultaneously wield 2 independent minds, granting them a significant advantage in learning compared to other civilizations. This exceptional trait has allowed them to distinguish themselves among countless interstellar civilizations, gradually establishing dominance over the Andromeda galaxy and, 1 billion years ago, incorporating the Milky Way into their jurisdiction. The dual-body civilization stands as the most formidable presence within a 30 million light-year radius of the Andromeda galaxy. This civilization harbors no grand ambitions, having remained reclusive within the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxies for billions of years. They have constructed what they believe to be impregnable defense systems to thwart incursions from external civilizations. However, the ease with which the human fleet penetrated their defenses has left the dual-body civilization in a state of considerable alarm. Aboard the command ship of the dual-body fleet, Kiko paced restlessly, his limbs in constant motion while both heads displayed identical expressions of anxiety as they awaited a response. Commander, there has been no reply from the opposing side. What should we do? Inquired one of Kiko's subordinates. Continue to send messages. Let us wait a bit longer, he commanded, reiterating to the fleet that they must not initiate hostilities without orders. The cautious Kiko repeated the directive, acutely aware that a misunderstanding could lead to war and that the 100,000 warships under his command would be woefully inadequate to confront the opposing force. The intelligence from the Galactic Command indicated the presence of 10 motherships, each measuring 10,000 kilometers in diameter, capable of traveling at speeds up to 200 times the speed of light. Although they lacked energy shields, they were immune to energy-based attacks. Despite the fact that the unknown civilization possessed only a single mothership, Kiko dared not underestimate the situation. Frustration gnawed at Kiko. Recently appointed as the district leader of Area 56, he had been en route to assume his new role when he received orders from the command headquarters to investigate the fleet that had intruded upon the Milky Way. Now, he found himself in a precarious predicament. Launching an attack could lead to certain annihilation, while a withdrawal without any response would surely incur the wrath of his superiors. After an agonizing wait, Kiko finally received a response. Commander, we have received communication. The opposing side had not engaged in 3-dimensional communication, but instead sent a textual message. They identified themselves as the human civilization, claiming their origin from the nearby solar system. Approximately 200,000 years ago, they had been forced to wander the cosmos due to an attack by a stellar-devouring beast. Now, they were in the process of rebuilding their solar system and demanded that the dual-body fleet withdraw immediately to avoid disturbing their collection of dust nebulae and the restoration of their solar system. Huang Zihu, disinterested in establishing 3-dimensional communication, instructed his crew to send a written message as a polite warning against disturbing the humans. Human civilization? Are they not the indigenous civilization of our Milky Way? This was news to him. There appears to be no deception. Chico quickly assessed the authenticity of the information. For the star-devouring beast that assailed the solar system still roams within the Milky Way. No civilization has the means to contend with this voracious creature. A message was dispatched to inform them that we are the sovereign two-body civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way. They were instructed to submit a copy of the galactic regulations and report their civilization at the administrative planet in Sector 56, along with an annual contribution of energy blocks as an administrative fee. Following protocol, Chico directed his subordinates to send the message to humanity. After a prolonged wait, he received no further response from them, which began to fray his patience. He sent another message, warning them that violations of the galactic regulations would provoke an assault from the two-body civilization. Chico issued the command, eager to gauge humanity's potential hostility. However, as soon as he dispatched the message, he suddenly realized the imprudence of his actions. What if this probing were to be misconstrued? Lost in thought, he was then startled by a communication from human civilization. Begone. The message conveyed that no other civilizations were to disturb humanity within 100 light years of their presence. The tone of their response alarmed Chico. What consequences would arise from disturbing humanity? While contemplating this, the alarm on the battleship blared suddenly. Commander, our fleet is under attack from the human mothership. Damage reports are being compiled. Over 20,000 battleships have been destroyed. Shall we retaliate? 5 minutes earlier, at the Galactic Mothership Control Center. What is this? They dare to demand energy blocks from us. Are they seeking oblivion? Huang Zihu was nearly infuriated upon reviewing the galactic regulations sent by the two-body civilization. Commander Huang, shall we respond to them? A crew member inquired with a slight smile, fully aware that this human civilization could be easily manipulated. Ignore them. If they dare to attack, we shall annihilate them. Huang Zihu decided to disregard the two-body civilization. There was no enmity between their civilizations. He was not a bloodthirsty individual and saw no necessity to obliterate them outright. Such actions, in Huang Zihu's view, would be a squandering of energy. Commander Huang, they have sent a warning message. Should we fail to adhere to their galactic regulations, we will face their assault, reported a crew member. They've issued a warning? They truly have a death wish. Send them a message telling them to leave. Warn them that no civilization may disturb humanity within 100 light years of our presence. Huang Zihu instructed his crew to transmit the warning. After a moment's reflection, he decided that a warning should be accompanied by something substantial. Ascertain the level of energy shields on their battleships. Commander, their battleship shield is rated at 4. 8. Utilizing the detection capabilities aboard the Galactic Mothership, information regarding the enemy warships was swiftly acquired. The flagship's main cannon was aimed at the opposing fleet, and the energy level was adjusted downward to conserve power. Huang Zihu initiated a warning strike. The main cannon of the Galactic Mothership was designed for extensive area attacks. This particular strike vaporized over 20,000 enemy vessels in an instant. Commander Huang, the enemy fleet has suffered the destruction of over 20,000 warships, and the remaining vessels are in full retreat, reported the battlefield observer. Pay them no mind. Allow the collection and transport starships to continue their operations. Expediting the reconstruction of the solar system, Huang Zihu remarked, seemingly unfazed by the incident. He did not deem it necessary to inform the leader, as, in his perspective, the reconstruction of the solar system was of paramount importance. The attacked Chico exhibited no hesitation and promptly opted for retreat. The battle report was dispatched to the Galactic Command, subsequently forwarded to the Andromeda Galaxy. The next great conflict was on the cusp of brewing. Chapter 186, The Ancestors of the Duality 2. 56 million light-years away. In the Andromeda Galaxy, on the Duality planet, an urgent meeting is convened. The attendees have all reviewed the battle reports sent from the Galactic Command. Do any of you have comments to share? The leader of the Duality civilization, Yang Tian, inquired, gazing at the assembly of his advisors, who assist him in managing the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way. Leader, if the reports are indeed accurate, the capabilities of this human civilization may surpass our own by a significant margin. This assessment is premature. We have yet to engage in true combat. Leader, I propose that the Galactic Command organize half of our main fleet to launch an offensive against humanity. I support the declaration of war. Our primary battleships in the Milky Way number over 20 billion. The humans possess only 10 motherships. If we deploy 100 billion warships for a war of attrition, they will inevitably succumb. I oppose the initiation of hostilities. We cannot recklessly provoke conflict without a comprehensive understanding of human civilization's capabilities. I too stand against war. Humanity's motherships are immune to energy attacks, which alone renders them virtually invincible. What then shall we do if we do not go to war? Abandon the Milky Way? We may continue to send envoys. Send envoys? Did you not scrutinize the battle report from Sector 56? Humanity has no interest in negotiations. Their warnings are provocations and displays of contempt for our duality civilization. Within the conference room, Yang Tian's advisory council engaged in fervent debate, clearly divided into two factions. Just as the arguments reached a fever pitch, a voice rang out with urgency. "Leader, if all else fails, let us call upon the ancestors." This declaration abruptly silenced the assembly, all eyes turning toward Yang Tian. Many millennia prior, the ancestors had departed from the duality planet to confront the stellar devourers. Upon their failed return, they had remained in seclusion on the planet to recuperate. "We must refrain from disturbing them for the time being. Issue a command to the Galactic Command. Mobilize half of our main fleet to attack humanity. Should the assault fail, we may then summon the ancestors." The leader of the duality made his decision. The ancestors are the trump card of the duality civilization and should not be deployed lightly. Galactic Command. Upon receiving the leader's orders, the command began to mobilize fleets from various regions. The duality civilization had ruled the Milky Way for billions of years, during which they constructed an intricate network of spatial tunnels. Utilizing these tunnels, the command amassed 100 billion main battleships in just over a decade. Commander Pan Jin led the fleet on a grand march towards the region occupied by humanity. In the Dust Nebula No. 6 collection site, over 10 million human collection and transport starships were bustling in and out, engaged in a flurry of activity. The primordial substance of the stars is derived from the cosmic dust clouds. Due to the influence of universal gravitation, the gas and dust in the cosmos gradually coalesce, forming dust nebulae. When the accumulation reaches a critical mass, it leads to a collapse. As matter continues to converge and collapse, the temperature and pressure at the center rise. Once the temperature reaches 15 million degrees, hydrogen undergoes a fusion reaction, giving birth to a star fueled by thermonuclear processes. Humanity's sun has exhausted its thermonuclear reactions and has transformed into a white dwarf. To restore it to a luminous yellow dwarf, a substantial influx of gas and dust is required. Consequently, humanity has sought out dozens of dust nebulae collection sites and dispatched personnel to delineate collection areas. Huang Zihu has been assigned to the 6th Nebula collection site, where he commands a mothership responsible for all operations. In the Galactic Mothership Control Center, Commander Huang is informed of a vast fleet from a binary civilization. The number of battleships is approximately 10 billion. Among them, around 10 million are motherships with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. The vanguard of the fleet has already entered the 100 light-year warning zone we established. The fleet of the binary civilization was detected from afar by the Galactic Mothership. The crew in the control center, astonished, reports to Huang Zihu. His astonishment is not at the number of warships, but at the audacity of such a reckless approach. How intriguing. Have they been kicked in the head by a mule? Do they dismiss our warnings as trivial? Upon receiving the report from the crew, Huang Zihu finds it perplexing. Was that powerful energy cannon from years past not intimidating enough? He orders the Wall of China battleships on the periphery to return to the mothership. Calculate the volume of the enemy fleet's distribution area to determine how many dimensional attacks are necessary. This time, Huang Zihu intends to deny any opportunity for communication with the adversary. He plans to initiate dimensional attacks directly, swiftly eliminating these fleets to avoid disrupting the normal operations of the collection site. Commander Huang, 3-dimensional attacks will suffice to cover the entire fleet, a crew member responds. Assess the distance of the enemy fleet, and once they enter the coverage range of the dimensional attack, initiate the assault immediately. Huang Zihu commands. The disparity in civilization levels transforms a space battle involving billions of warships into child's play. Mere moments after the fleet of the binary civilization encroaches upon the warning zone designated by humanity, it is met with extensive and devastating dimensional attacks. Aboard the command mothership of the Galactic System Headquarters, is this a space assault from a 5th-level civilization? Quick, activate the mothership to depart from this location. Commander Pan Jin quickly realizes the gravity of the situation. Before departure, he had the foresight to ensure that his command mothership was not mingled with the attacking fleet. Cautiously, he chose to follow from a safe distance, thereby narrowly escaping humanity's onslaught. In mere seconds, the annihilation of 10 billion warships unfolds before his eyes. Witnessing this devastation, he no longer dares to remain on the battlefield. Trembling, Pan Jin dispatches the battle report back to the Andromeda Galaxy. In the Andromeda Galaxy, the binary planet. Upon receiving the battle report, Chief Yang Tian hurriedly made his way to a clandestine base. Within the confines of this hidden sanctuary, he activated a switch. Yang Tian, why have you severed the energy supply of the planet? Are you not aware that I am still recuperating? A voice resonated within Chief Yang Tian's mind. Pardon me, ancestor. Our civilization is in peril and requires your assistance. Chief Yang Tian awakened the ancestor of the dual-body civilization, a guardian who had watched over this civilization for over 1 billion years. He had eradicated all hostile forces, including those from the fairy galaxy and the dark mechanical civilizations of the Milky Way. He embodies the very soul of the dual-body civilization, a planetary entity awakened to the consciousness of life. The ancestor is the dual-body planet itself, a celestial body endowed with sentient awareness. Chapter 187. The ancestor of the dual entities, 2. Over 5 billion years ago. The dual entity planet was merely an ordinary rocky sphere devoid of life. Uncontaminated by civilization, the planet's interior amassed an abundance of energy blocks. These energy blocks exerted pressure upon one another, forming a unique sequence with an astronomical probability of mere quintillions to 1 in the cosmos. This exceptional sequence began to attract itself, establishing connections that culminated in the emergence of a sentient consciousness, the ancestor. After eons, the ancestor's awareness enveloped the entire planet, evolving into a remarkable entity within the universe. Upon occupying the planet entirely, the ancestor discovered the ability to detach its consciousness from the corporeal realm and exist within the vastness of space. Thus commenced the ancestor's exploration of the cosmos. Whenever the energy of its consciousness waned, it would return to the dual entity planet to rejuvenate. Over hundreds of billions of years, the ancestor oscillated between exploration and recuperation, visiting countless worlds and witnessing the rise and fall of innumerable civilizations. Growing weary of the transient nature of its explorations, the ancestor returned to the dual entity planet. Feeling an acute sense of loneliness, it began to apply the knowledge acquired during its journeys to transform the environment of the dual entity planet. Life blossomed upon this once barren world, leading to the evolution of the dual entity civilization. The relationship between the ancestor and this civilization became inextricably linked. Yang Tian, as you mentioned, humanity possesses the capability for spatial assaults. Thus, their civilization has attained at least a level 5 classification. In my extensive travels across the universe, I have encountered few level 5 civilizations. You truly cannot contend with human civilization. The ancestor was taken aback to discover that the dual entity civilization faced an adversary of such caliber. Please, ancestor, intervene to alleviate our civilization's crisis, implored Chief Yang Tian. Yang Tian, over 100,000 years ago, I ventured into the Milky Way to confront the stellar devourers, only to return empty-handed. That endeavor depleted a significant portion of my consciousness energy, and I have yet to fully recover. Although I possess the ability to confront humanity, I lack absolute certainty. The ancestor replied, the essence of conscious life is an innate understanding of spatial dimensions. The ancestor could wield its consciousness energy for spatial teleportation, confinement, and fragmentation. While capable of launching spatial attacks, such actions would demand immense energy. Currently, the ancestor's consciousness energy is insufficient to combat humanity. Ancestor, what shall we do? Must we relinquish the Milky Way? Chief Yang Tian had not anticipated that the ancestor also harbored doubts regarding confronting human civilization. He was already contemplating the abandonment of the Milky Way, though it left him with a sense of reluctance. Yang Tian, for the dual entity civilization. It matters not whether we abandon the Milky Way. Do you recall our discussions about the impending cosmic catastrophe? It is approximately 50 million years away. With my capabilities, I may be able to safeguard the Andromeda Galaxy. However, if we include the Milky Way, I would be powerless. The level of human civilization is at least 5. Should we entrust the Milky Way to humanity, perhaps they could withstand the forthcoming catastrophe. It is not to the extent that all civilizations within the Milky Way would perish in a cataclysm. The ancestor sensed the leader Yang Tian's reluctance and elucidated the situation to him. Ancestor, is this cosmic catastrophe that occurs once every 100 billion years truly so terrifying? Although questioning the ancestor should be avoided, Yang Tian found it somewhat difficult to comprehend, as he had never experienced a cosmic disaster himself. The annihilation of worlds. The dark mechanical civilization's mothership sweeping through the universe. Over the span of more than 50 billion years, the ancestor had witnessed 5 cosmic calamities. The images of civilizations within the cosmos being ruthlessly slaughtered vividly etched in memory. Yang Tian, I intend to journey to the Milky Way. If necessary, I wish to confer with the leader of human civilization regarding the cosmic disaster. Prepare for our civilization's withdrawal from the Milky Way. Perhaps entrusting the galaxy to humanity will enable them to safeguard it. The ancestor made a decisive choice. Nebula Collection Site Number 6. Guided by the detailed interstellar coordinates provided by the dual-body civilization, the ancestor arrived at this location. Merely days had passed since the last war. The urgency of the visit stemmed from the considerable consumption of consciousness energy, which allowed for instantaneous spatial relocation. With the current technological capabilities of humanity, the ancestor's consciousness remained undetectable. At the Nebula Collection Site, the ancestor quietly observed humanity for several days. Ultimately, he concluded that human civilization had reached at least the pinnacle of level 5. The strength of humanity compelled the ancestor to formally engage in dialogue with their leader. Before the official discussion, he felt the need to demonstrate his prowess. Nebula Collection Site Number 6, Galactic Mothership. At this rate, the reconstruction of the solar system is imminent. Huang Zihu was reviewing the collection progress at the mothership's control center. The data indicated that it would take just over 2 more months to complete the required collection volume, ahead of the original schedule by half a month. He dispatched the latest collection progress information to the leader, hoping to bring him some joy. Huang Zihu instructed the crew beside him. Just as he spoke, he suddenly sensed something amiss. All personnel in the control center were rendered immobile. It was spatial confinement. The mothership had fallen under spatial restraint. Huang Zihu instantly realized the gravity of the situation and activated his Red Star battle armor. Something is amiss. Why was I not ensnared? Clad in the Red Star battle armor, Huang Zihu attempted to move his body, perplexed. Just as he sought to shift, he discovered he was trapped within a confined space. Barely enough to turn around, but unable to move. I am the ancestor of the dual-body civilization. Your entire collection site, including all personnel and warships, is ensnared within my confinement space. Inform the leader of human civilization to come forth. I wish to discuss matters with him. A voice resonated within Huang Zihu's mind, communicating directly with him. Are you an ideological entity? In the perception of Huang Zihu, only an ideological being possesses the capability to communicate directly within the human mind. Indeed, I am an ideological entity. The duality civilization refers to me as the ancestor. Should you find the exchange of consciousness unfamiliar, I can converse with you in the manner of human communication. The ancestor did not anticipate that humanity was aware of the existence of conscious life. It seems he has somewhat underestimated humanity. Are you attempting to use us as leverage to deceive our leader into coming here? I could never acquiesce to that. Huang Zihu interpreted the words of the other as a threat. You have misunderstood. Prior to engaging in conversation with your leader, I must demonstrate my capabilities. Your abilities appear to be rather lacking. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the ancestor's discourse. Liu Hui emerged in the control center of the mothership, advancing step by step towards the captive Huang Zihu. Impossible. How can you move freely within my confined space? Chapter 188, Discussion on Catastrophe several days prior. An intense spatial fluctuation emanated from the direction of collection site number 6, startling Liu Hui within the solar system. Upon inquiry, Liu Hui learned that hostilities had erupted between humanity and the two-body civilization. Given that humanity would remain in the Milky Way to develop after the reconstruction of the solar system, it became imperative to manage relations with the two-body civilization. The approach to this matter could be distilled into 2 options. First, the two-body civilization could be compelled to relinquish control of the galaxy, intimidated by humanity's formidable strength. Second, humanity could directly employ force to seize control of the galaxy. Huang Zihu, the supreme commander of the human military, was someone Liu Hui wished to consult personally to discern which course of action he would prefer, thereby allowing for adequate preparatory measures. This was the reason for Liu Hui's sudden appearance at collection site number 6. He arrived unannounced, hoping to surprise Huang Zihu. However, upon nearing the collection site, he was met with overwhelming spatial turbulence. The entire site was under assault from spatial confinement. Due to Liu Hui's form being composed of energy cells, he was impervious to the effects of spatial confinement. He ventured directly into the confined space, arriving at the control center of the galaxy's mothership. Upon his arrival, he overheard a conversation between the ancestor and Huang Zihu. Nothing is impossible. It is merely a confined space. For me, no spatial attack can prove effective. Liu Hui remarked nonchalantly. Your physique? Who are you? How could you possess the characteristics of a stellar devourer? The ancestor inquired, recalling previous encounters with stellar devourers within the galaxy. Liu Hui's attributes mirrored those of the devourers, enabling him to absorb the energy that created the confinement. He sensed that the confined space he had generated was rapidly diminishing. I am Liu Hui, the leader of human civilization. You wished to converse, did you not? Speak. What is on your mind? If your intention is to request our departure from the galaxy, then there is no need for discussion. The issue can be resolved with ease. War. Liu Hui refrained from mentioning the matter of the stellar devourers. If the ancestor sought to assert authority, war was the only viable path. Leader Liu Hui, I have come to discuss matters concerning the galaxy with you. The two-body civilization is willing to withdraw from the Milky Way and relinquish control. The universe is vast enough to accommodate both human civilization and the two-body civilization. I hope for a commitment from you to refrain from attacking the Andromeda Galaxy, where the two-body civilization resides. The ancestor's tone shifted abruptly, imbued with sincerity. The strength of human civilization far exceeded his expectations. Should humanity aspire to seize control of the Andromeda Galaxy, he would be unable to impede their efforts, even at the cost of his own existence. Our human civilization originated in the solar system. Approximately 200,000 years ago, we were forced to wander the cosmos due to the onslaught of the stellar devourers. Now, we must reconstruct the solar system and return to our mother planet, Earth. This is an endeavor that cannot be thwarted. To speak broadly, the Milky Way is indeed the cradle of humanity, where signifies destruction, and it is best to avoid it whenever possible. We, as a species, have no desire to ravage the galaxy. I assure you, our dominion is confined solely within the Milky Way, with no intentions of attacking or occupying other star systems. Liu Hui readily concurred. Human civilization has attained a level 6 status, and the resources of the Andromeda Galaxy are of little consequence to us. They are not particularly vital. Thank you for your commitment. The Milky Way shall be entrusted to you, humanity. Chief Liu Hui, there is a matter of utmost importance that I must discuss with you. This issue concerns the very existence of all civilizations within the Milky Way, including your own. Approximately 50 million years hence, the universe is poised to unleash a cataclysmic disaster. The ancestors have meticulously detailed this cosmic calamity. Chief Liu Hui, there is no need for deceit on my part. If you take my words to heart, prepare your defenses in advance for the impending catastrophe. Upon finishing the account of the impending disaster, the ancestor noticed Liu Hui's prolonged silence and assumed disbelief on his part. Ancestor, I did not anticipate that you were also aware of the cosmic catastrophe. As far as I am informed, there remains about 100 million years before the disaster strikes. Your timeline appears somewhat premature. What is your basis for this assertion? Liu Hui expressed surprise at the ancestor's revelation regarding the catastrophe, for few civilizations in the universe possess such knowledge. The ancestor posited a timeline of approximately 50 million years, while Zhu Yin suggested around 100 million years. The disparity between these two estimates was significant, and Liu Hui found himself contemplating this divergence in thought with Zhu Yin. Chief Liu Hui, I too did not foresee that your civilization was cognizant of the cosmic disaster. I have witnessed 5 such calamities. If one calculates based on the intervals, there remains roughly 100 million years. However, your method of calculation is flawed. The correct approach involves estimating the remaining rate of the core battleships of mechanical civilizations in the universe. Taking the number of battleships present at the onset of the disaster as a baseline, when their quantity diminishes to 10%, the next cosmic catastrophe will erupt. This is the proper calculation method. Having experienced 5 cosmic disasters, this phenomenon has been observed by the ancestors. Ancestor, what is your perspective on the impending cosmic disaster? Although Zhu Yin has existed for over 50 billion years, her database contains scant information on such disasters, prompting Liu Hui to seek deeper insights from the ancestor. Chief Liu Hui, I surmise that there exists a divine civilization within the universe. They orchestrate the emergence of these disasters with the intent of annihilating all civilizations to safeguard the natural ecology of the cosmos. The advancement of civilizations necessitates the extraction of energy from planets, inevitably disrupting the universe's natural balance. Such occurrences are not permitted by the divine civilization. The ancestors articulated their thoughts. A divine civilization? Does such a civilization truly exist within the cosmos? Liu Hui inquired, perplexed. This concept transcends human comprehension. Chief Liu Hui. With each cataclysmic event, the cosmos is inundated with the flagship motherships of mechanical civilizations. Their numbers are so vast that every civilization within the universe must contend with dozens, if not hundreds, of these vessels. Each flagship mothership is capable of producing hundreds of billions of warships. Most importantly, these flagship motherships manifest simultaneously across various regions of the universe. The true expanse of the cosmos remains unverified by any civilization. The ability to deploy such a multitude of flagship motherships at once suggests an unimaginable level of power for this civilization. I can only refer to it as a divine civilization. His dialogue with the ancestors illuminated Liu Hui to a greater understanding of the cosmic catastrophes. He began to ponder a pressing question. How should human civilization respond? Should they resist or seek refuge? Chapter 189. The Resurrection of the Sun. Liu Hui engaged in a profound dialogue with the ancestor of the dual bodies, emerging from the exchange with invaluable insights. During their conversation, the ancestor learned of humanity's intention to resurrect the sun and offered to assist in this monumental endeavor. As the essence of a celestial body, there is no one more knowledgeable about the true art of reviving a star than he. More than 2 months later, the surface of the sun was laden with a considerable accumulation of cosmic dust and nebulae. Under the influence of the sun's gravitational pull, this celestial debris was incessantly drawn inward. Upon reaching a critical mass, a cataclysmic event transpired, reigniting the star's thermonuclear reactions. The sun was once again ablaze with radiant energy. In that moment, all of humanity within the solar system embraced one another in joyous celebration. Among them, over 1,000 individuals were particularly remarkable. They were the first batch of humans who had once fled the cosmos alongside Liu Hui. When they departed from Earth, approximately 50 million souls had followed Liu Hui. However, due to war, disappearances, and unforeseen events, fewer than 5 million had survived. This time, only a little over 1,000 returned to the solar system, with Liu Hui to partake in the reconstruction efforts. Not a single one among them was untouched by tears, for they had the rare opportunity in their lifetimes to set foot upon that blue planet once more. At the command center of the galactic mothership, the ancestor of the dual bodies remarked, "The thermonuclear reactions of the sun have been reignited. It is now your turn to act." Liu Hui addressed the ancestor who remained by his side. Reviving a star encompasses more than merely restarting its thermonuclear reactions. Celestial bodies such as planets, stars, and even black holes are interconnected through a hidden energy conduit, which continually supplies energy to the star. Without this connection, humanity would need to incessantly inject energy into the sun to sustain its luminosity and warmth. Humanity had acquired the technology to connect to this energy conduit from the Dali civilization. However, the process was intricate and time-consuming, requiring thousands of years to complete. The ancestor, being a conscious entity of a planetary body, could establish the connection between the sun and the energy conduit in a matter of days. Days later, Liu Hui was informed. "Leader, the connection to the energy conduit has been successfully established. In the future, the sun will gradually diminish over time." The ancestor, who had aided humanity in restoring the sun, prepared to return to the Andromeda galaxy. Liu Hui expressed his profound gratitude on behalf of humanity, stating, "We are immensely thankful for your assistance. You have saved us a considerable amount of time. Rest assured, we, as humanity, will uphold our promise and will not launch an offensive to occupy the Andromeda galaxy." He understood that the ancestor had chosen to assist humanity primarily to garner their goodwill. Hoping for their adherence to the commitments made, Leader Liu Hui, the inhabitants of the two-body civilization in the Milky Way will depart after the transfer of power. The Milky Way shall be entrusted to your human civilization. I hope you humans can endure the cosmic cataclysm. After a simple farewell, the ancestors of the two-body returned to the Andromeda galaxy. The sun resumed its brilliance, the icy grip on Earth began to thaw, and the layers of ice covering its surface started to melt. A decade later, mountains, oceans, and lakes gradually emerged, revealing the lands of the continents. Leader, behold, this is the Great Wall of our Huaxiao nation. Shanghai, the most prosperous city on our Earth. Look, the African continent. The pyramids of Egypt still stand. In the control center of the galactic mothership, Huang Zihu and Zhang Jisen were at Liu Hui's side, watching the three-dimensional videos transmitted back from Earth. Although nearly 200,000 years had passed, the traces of human civilization remained. This was due to the frozen environment of Earth, which had preserved these remnants from the ravages of time. Alas, the absence of flora and fauna was deeply lamented by Liu Hui. The Earth lay barren, devoid of any greenery, save for the remnants left by humanity. Leader, we have waited nearly 200,000 years. If we wait just another 100 years or so, we can restore Earth to its former state, Zhang Jisen exclaimed with excitement. When humanity fled Earth, the Hope spacecraft carried numerous DNA samples of Earth's flora and fauna. Once the living environment is restored, the Earth of yesteryears can be recreated. 100 years will pass swiftly. Liu Hui smiled. Jisen Zihu, I have tasks to assign to you. Liu Hui turned to Zhang Jisen and Huang Zihu. Leader, what is it? Zihu, as the commander of the military, I entrust you with the task of deploying the forces to take over the Milky Way. Jisen, organize personnel to establish a research institute. This is our most pressing matter. The sole focus of our research will be to devise a solution for the transportation issues between the Milky Way and the Guangzhou galaxy. I shall also join this research institute. Liu Hui allocated tasks to Huang Zihu and Zhang Jisen. Zihu would handle the takeover of the Milky Way, while resolving the transportation conundrum between the Guangzhou galaxy and the Milky Way was of paramount importance. Currently, the journey between the two galaxies took nearly 20,000 years, a duration far too lengthy, and humanity must find a solution to this predicament. Approximately 2 millennia later, Huang Zihu successfully assumed control of the entire Milky Way. During the takeover, he also dealt with the celestial predator that once devoured the sun. The energy cells of the devourer were harvested by humanity. 5,000 years later, the Research Institute made a breakthrough, discovering a method to create spatial rifts. After 2 more millennia of thorough preparation, Both the Milky Way and Guangzhou galaxy simultaneously initiated high-energy fission. A fissure has been torn through the fabric of the cosmos, forming a spatial rift that connects the Milky Way and the Guangzhou galaxy. Traversing this rift takes merely a century, thus establishing a genuine link between the two galaxies. 5 millennia later, humanity achieved a significant breakthrough in the study of the energy cells of the stellar devourer, culminating in the construction of the first battleship entirely composed of these energy cells. This vessel is as indomitable as Liu Hui himself. Haunted by the specter of cosmic catastrophe, Liu Hui faced a harrowing choice: to lead humanity to his sanctuary or remain and resist the onslaught of the Jiha mothership. This technological advancement ultimately guided him to a resolution. Humanity opted to stay in the Guangzhou and Milky Way galaxies, bracing for the impending cosmic disaster that loomed millions of years ahead. Utilizing the energy cells harvested from the stellar devourer, humanity constructed millions of new class battleships. Upon locating the Jiha mothership in the vastness of space, these new vessels underwent rigorous combat trials, proving their absolute superiority. These warships became Liu Hui's greatest source of confidence. However, overconfident, Liu Hui made a grave misjudgment, failing to fathom the terrifying magnitude of the cosmic catastrophe that surpassed all understanding. Chapter 190. The Cosmic Catastrophe. 1. 30 million years hence, in the solar system. At this juncture, Earth has transformed into a coveted paradise for humanity. Free from industrial pollution, it boasts azure skies, crystalline waters, melodious birdsong, fragrant blossoms, and verdant canopies. The population residing on Earth is meticulously regulated to approximately 10 billion. To settle on this idyllic planet, individuals must make a significant contribution to civilization. Otherwise, they may only enter as tourists. The moon has been ingeniously converted into an industrial hub, supplying essential consumables for Earth. Mars, having undergone extensive transformation by human civilization, now presents an environment suitable for habitation and has been established as the administrative center of the galaxy. Venus has emerged as the repository of mineral resources within the solar system. On Earth, in Liu Hui's private resort, each year, apart from his professional duties and scientific endeavors, Liu Hui dedicates 1 to 2 months to this retreat. At this moment, he strolls along the shaded pathways of the villa area, engaged in conversation with Zhu Yin. Leader, have you noticed? Ever since humanity discovered the means to reconstruct the solar system, we have grown increasingly complacent, losing our fervor for cosmic exploration. Over the past 30 million years, the technological advancement of our civilization has stagnated to a near standstill. How shall we confront the impending cosmic catastrophe? Leader, our civilization must cultivate a sense of urgency. Zhu Yin urged Liu Hui, her concern palpable. The transformation of humanity over the millennia had left her apprehensive. Zhu Yin, are you perhaps overly anxious? Given the current strength of our civilization, it is challenging to foster a sense of crisis. For over 30 million years, we have encountered no adversaries, not even those of comparable strength. Regarding the cosmic catastrophe, we have prepared for over 20 million years. Our main battleships and carriers, constructed from crystalline minerals, have been fully outfitted. Without employing spatial attacks, even I would find it difficult to easily destroy these vessels. Moreover, we have developed the energy cell-powered golden-shelled warships, which I cannot dismantle. With our present capabilities, we should be equipped to face the impending catastrophe, Liu Hui asserted with confidence. Leader, excessive confidence can be perilous. The threat of the catastrophe is far from trivial. Were it up to me, I would prefer to lead humanity into the sanctum rather than risk it all. Zhu Yin attempted to persuade him further. She firmly believed that seeking refuge in the sanctum was the wisest choice. Zhu Yin, the catastrophe could persist for hundreds of millions of years. Within the Milky Way and the Guangzhou galaxy, countless civilizations endure, while humanity may find sanctuary in the sanctum. What of these other civilizations? We lack the capacity to relocate them all. And consider the Earth before us. Are we truly to abandon it and retreat to the sanctum? In those years, humanity had no choice but to abandon Earth and wander through the cosmos. Today, however, we possess strength and options. Humanity cannot forsake Earth again. Despite Zhu Yin's entreaties, Liu Hui remained unmoved. Leader, I harbor another concern. I have endured 5 cosmic catastrophes, each heralded by the emergence of the intelligent core motherships. Prior to that, we faced the stellar devourers. I fear that the next cosmic calamity may present something entirely unforeseen. Zhu Yin persisted in her persuasion, sensing that the forthcoming disaster would not be as simple as anticipated. Zhu Yin, I have finally managed to take a break. Please refrain from further urging me. Regardless of what the next cosmic catastrophe may entail, as long as humanity possesses the capacity to resist, we shall never yield. In the midst of their conversation, Liu Hui's communication device suddenly illuminated with an urgent alert. Upon connecting, Huang Zihu's three-dimensional image materialized before him. Leader, the ancestor of the dual entities, has sent a warning. He has observed significant tremors among celestial bodies in the universe. Such phenomena occurred before the last great disaster. He predicts that the onset of the catastrophe will be expedited. Based on the current timeline, it could occur within the next few years, and at the latest, not beyond 50 years. The message from the ancestor of the dual entities abruptly ended Liu Hui's reprieve. He hastily made his way to the command center of the human military. Orders began to be disseminated. The Milky Way and Guangzhou galaxies were placed on the highest state of alert. In preparation for the impending cosmic disaster, humanity delineated defensive zones within these galaxies. Each zone encompassed approximately 10,000 light-years and was equipped with billions of main battleships and tens of millions of motherships. Due to the limited number of Golden Dome warships, each zone was allocated around 10. Human civilization was now poised for action. 10 years later, in the vastness of space beyond the solar system, a colossal black sphere emerged, measuring over 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Almost instantaneously, black orbs began to materialize one after another. This scene unfolded simultaneously across the universe. These black spheres flickered into existence, each time appearing beside the space defense bases constructed by humanity. The massive spheres, resembling a soft, malleable entity, swiftly transformed into an enormous net, enveloping the entire defense base at breathtaking speed. Everything within the base, including humans and warships, was instantaneously reduced to dust, without even the slightest moment to react. In the command center of the military headquarters, Liu Hui had scarcely left since the highest state of alert was declared. Leader, we have lost contact with the surveillance satellites on the periphery of the solar system. An alarm blared throughout the command center. In a matter of mere minutes, thousands of defense bases lost contact. Huang Zihu, you are to personally lead 100,000 warships along with 10 Golden Shield battleships to investigate the situation. Liu Hui commanded Huang Zihu beside him. In the same direction, thousands of defense bases suddenly ceased communication. It appeared that a cosmic catastrophe had erupted. The mechanized civilization's intelligence core mothership had constructed some form of barrier, severing the external links of the defense bases. Liu Hui speculated inwardly. Little did he realize that he had only guessed half the truth. The cosmic disaster had indeed manifested. However, it was not the intelligence core mothership that approached, but rather a colossal black sphere. The communication from the defense bases had not been obstructed. The reason for the silence was that the bases had been reduced to mere dust. Chapter 191, The Cosmic Catastrophe 2, the Grand Finale, in the Solar System, under orders. Huang Zihu led the first fleet beyond the confines of the solar realm, to thwart any surprise assaults by enemy vessels utilizing spatial jumps. Humanity established a myriad of spatial interference devices at the periphery, forming a barrier of spatial fluctuations. Attention all ships of the First Fleet. Coordinates, 3525 Defense Base, Outer Space. Initiate spatial jump immediately. As the fleet traversed the spatial barrier, Huang Zihu issued further commands. Commander Huang, we cannot ascertain the spatial jump coordinates. The entire galaxy is in a state of flux. An unforeseen situation arose, prompting crew members to report immediately. How can this be? There were no prior indications of such turbulence affecting the entirety of the galaxy's space. Humanity has never achieved such a feat. Huang Zihu sensed something amiss. The First Fleet was swiftly divided into 10 squadrons, each comprising 100,000 warships, advancing at full speed towards the 3525 base, maintaining a separation of 10 billion kilometers. With due caution, Huang Zihu commanded, send a message to the leader. The entire galaxy's space is in a state of fluctuation, rendering spatial jumps impossible. The fleet is en route to the 3525 base at full speed. We anticipate arrival in 2 months. In light of the sudden changes, Huang Zihu relayed information back to the command center. Command Center Zhuyin, during the previous catastrophic event, did the cosmos exhibit any significant spatial fluctuations? The information sent by Huang Zihu raised alarms for Liu Hui. He immediately inquired of Zhuyin. Leader, in the 5 previous cosmic disasters, such phenomena were never observed. Is it possible? Zhu Yin's words trailed off, yet Liu Hui grasped her implication. This catastrophe may not have originated from the intelligence core mothership. Leader, the command center's communications are experiencing unknown interference. Communications from 100 light-years away are severed. Another crisis emerged as the command center personnel hurriedly reported to Liu Hui. Communications obstructed? Liu Hui felt a chill. A distance of 100 light-years signified that the solar system had lost external contact. Both the Milky Way and Guangzhou star systems had slipped from his control. Continue to attempt to establish communication. Report any news immediately. Despite the slim chances, Liu Hui issued the command. The lost defense base lay less than 100 light-years from the solar system, and Huang Zihu's fleet could still maintain communication at any moment. At this point, Liu Hui could only await news from Huang Zihu, hoping to understand the situation and plan accordingly. A month later, aboard the flagship of the solar system's first fleet, with the journey halfway complete, Huang Zihu remained vigilant, closely monitoring the status of the fleet's first squadron, the vanguard of the entire armada. Commander Huang, the first squad has lost contact. The detection equipment indicates that the first squad has vanished. The second squad is also missing. The detection devices reveal that only one golden-shielded warship remains from the third squad. In a matter of mere seconds, a total of 300,000 warships from the foremost three squads have lost communication. The golden-shielded warship transmitted a message, stating that it was under attack by an unidentified entity. The vessel has been ensnared by this unknown object. Its outer layer is being disintegrated. Among the 100,000 warships of the third squad, Huang Zihu specifically arranged for a golden-shielded warship. It is the most formidable warship of humanity, powered by energy cells harvested from stellar devourers. The golden-shielded warship sent only a few messages before losing contact. Command all warships to halt their advance and retreat immediately. Huang Zihu issued the command. No sooner had the order been given than further reports came in from the crew. The fourth squad has lost contact. The fifth squad, the 10th squad has also lost communication. Upon hearing the reports, Huang Zihu began to feel a sense of panic. The warship he was aboard trailed behind the 10th squad and was a golden-shielded vessel. He was next in line for the impending threat. Commander Huang, the warship has lost power. An unidentified object has enveloped the vessel. Its outer layer is disintegrating. In a moment of sheer panic, Huang Zihu suddenly regained his composure. Quickly, send a message to the leader. The fleet is under attack by an unknown entity. Flee. Escape swiftly. Urge the leader to take the remaining humans of the solar system. Throughout the cosmos, these black spheres that assault human fleets are ubiquitous. These spheres possess the ability to teleport instantaneously, capable of detecting signals from nearby civilizations. Their method of attack is brutally simple. They teleport next to the target, envelop it, and reduce it to dust. Their targets include warships constructed by civilizations, habitable planets, cosmic bases, and more. In essence, everything associated with intelligent life forms has become their objective. Their singular aim is to eradicate all civilizations in the universe. In the command center, Liu Hui paced back and forth, uncertain how to respond. The fleet ahead had lost contact. In less than a minute, millions of human warships were obliterated, and Huang Zihu had perished. Flee. Escape swiftly. Take the humans of the solar system. The last message transmitted by Huang Zihu echoed in Liu Hui's mind. Leader, if you escape alone, your chances are significantly higher. Zhu Yin began to persuade Liu Hui. She had discerned the dire situation. This cosmic catastrophe was far more ferocious and terrifying than the last. Humanity simply could not withstand it. Now, the entirety of the universe's space was in turmoil, rendering fixed space jumps unfeasible. If Liu Hui were to lead humanity from the solar system into exile, the chances of survival would be nearly non-existent. There might be a glimmer of hope in solitary flight, but it is inconceivable. I shall not abandon the people of the solar system to flee alone. Liu Hui promptly refuted Zhu Yin's assertion. Commander, we have lost contact with the defense base 10 light-years from the solar system. Upon hearing the report from the command center, Liu Hui halted his restless pacing. So soon? At this rate, they could reach the solar system in about 10 minutes. A chill ran down his spine. Even if he wished to lead humanity to escape now, it would be too late. Jason, time is of the essence. Proceed to the secret base on Europa with utmost urgency. Should I encounter misfortune, you are to immediately initiate the Sparks of Rebirth plan. We must die with clarity. I need to ascertain what precisely is attacking our solar system. Thus far, humanity remains unaware of the nature of this cosmic catastrophe. With orders issued. Before Zhang Jisen could respond, Liu Hui channeled the energy cells within his body, transforming into a battleship, and soared beyond the confines of the solar system. The Sparks of Rebirth plan dates back millions of years, when Liu Hui transitioned from a carbon-based life form to an energy cell life form, leaving behind his corporeal carbon-based body. This form serves as the genesis of the Sparks of Rebirth plan. The essence of the eternal can decompose into billions of unique DNA nodes, specialized sequences that humanity cannot replicate, enabling qualifying ordinary humans to evolve into Eternals. These DNA nodes have been meticulously housed within interstellar vessels, equipped with a technological framework of a Level 6 human civilization, a Level 6 intelligent core to control the ship, and carbon-based liquids capable of generating life. These interstellar vessels represent an upgraded version of the life-propagating spacecraft. In the event that human civilization faces catastrophic peril, these ships will activate their protocols and descend into the cosmos. The program will automatically engage coordinate-free spatial jumps, randomly traversing the universe in search of planets suitable for human habitation and evolution, thus ensuring the continuation of the obliterated human civilization. This is the essence of the Sparks of Rebirth plan. Receiving the command, Zhang Jisen hastily made his way to Europa, the largest moon of Jupiter, which had been transformed into a vast base by humanity. Within this base lay 10 billion life-propagating ships. After departing the command center, Liu Hui accelerated to maximum speed, venturing beyond the solar system. Zhu, do you regret becoming my life partner? In mid-flight, Liu Hui suddenly inquired of Zhu within his mind. He sensed the impending doom of human civilization. His present actions were fraught with peril. Commander, is regret of any use? We cannot alter the dimensions of time to return to the past. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of life. One must experience birth, growth, and death. In that moment, Zhu appeared to grasp the profound meaning of existence. In mid-flight, Liu Hui suddenly felt as though he had collided with a soft entity, rendering him immobile. What on earth is this? My body. Liu Hui sensed his form dissolving. In his final moments, he sent a message to Zhang Jisen on Europa, unaware of the true nature of his adversary. The Spark plan was initiated. Countless biological propagation vessels ascended into the sky. At that moment, the solar system was besieged by a multitude of colossal black orbs. The ascending vessels faced relentless pursuit. Due to their overwhelming numbers and dispersion, most of the ships successfully activated their coordinate-free spatial jumps. This spatial leap defied the fluctuations of cosmic space, allowing them to materialize randomly anywhere in the universe. The black orbs within the solar system commenced the annihilation of all that humanity had created. Earth and Mars were ensconced by these dark spheres. When they departed, the surfaces of both planets bore no trace of civilization. All life had been extinguished. Almost simultaneously, civilizations throughout the cosmos, akin to human civilization, were under siege by the black orbs. A cosmic catastrophe, the twilight of civilizations. From a divine perspective, an essential truth reiterated thrice. Above a certain expanse of farmland, a small agricultural drone was diligently spraying pesticides. The powerful gusts of wind caused the crops to sway vigorously. The fruits adorning the plants were strikingly conspicuous. At the edge of the field stood a farmer woman. Old Wang, the pesticide you recommended last time proved ineffective, she called out loudly to Old Wang in the neighboring field. Young lady, how is it ineffective? I've used it twice on my crops, and the results were excellent, Old Wang replied. Old Wang, I've applied the pesticide you suggested 5 times. If you don't believe me, come over and see. The results diminish with each application. The pests and bacteria are nearly devouring the fruits, the farmer woman exclaimed. Young lady, you shouldn't use the same brand of pesticide repeatedly. It can lead to resistance. Just switch to another brand, Old Wang responded robustly. I have already changed the pesticide. The drone is currently spraying it. I just returned from the Agricultural Research Institute yesterday. They've recently released a new pesticide, reputed to be highly effective, harmless to humans, and capable of swiftly eliminating pests and bacteria. If this new pesticide proves effective, you might want to try it next time. It's reasonably priced. The farmer woman elaborated about her newly purchased pesticide. All right, young lady, if the new pesticide works well, I shall also give it a try next time. Old Wang replied enthusiastically. Which drunken fool threw an empty bottle into my field? The farmer woman, standing at the edge of the farmland, noticed a discarded empty bottle within her crops. After murmuring a few words, she approached the empty wine bottle. The farmer's robust physique left deep imprints in the tilled earth. At that very moment, the crystal mining base constructed by human civilization at the edge of the cosmic continent suddenly collapsed. The farmer bent down to retrieve the empty bottle and casually tossed it beyond the fields. The bottle traced a perfect arc through the air, striking a stone upon landing. The shattered remnants of the bottle marked the obliteration of the sanctum of the eternal. All civilizations within the cosmos, including humanity, would remain oblivious to the fact that the universe is merely the farmland of a godlike civilization. The planets are the fruits of this harvest. The energy blocks essential for the advancement of civilization represent the essence of these fruits. The farmer's act of spraying pesticides every fortnight signifies a cataclysm of cosmic proportions. The concluding chapter of this narrative